I'm just the most inconspicuous Class E janitor, but I accidentally discovered that what others see as a pile of trash is all heaven-sent treasure to me. When I picked up a blood-covered woman from the garbage dump, she claimed to be Nüwa, the goddess of creation. She was proud and powerful, yet a sword was embedded in her chest, teetering on the brink of death. And my S-class campus belle girlfriend was barging through the door at that very moment, seeing her completely naked in the room and the bloodstains on my pants. A shocking misunderstanding is unfolding. My name is Xiao Ran, a transmigrator. He is also a Class E cleaner, but my trash is special. Brother Xiao Ran, you've only awakened an E-grade janitor profession, so why did you immediately choose to become a janitor? You didn't tell Chuchu anything and just dropped out of school alone. Outside, the girls shouting and banging on the door made me pale and break out in a cold sweat. Mortal, who was outside the door? How noisy. Do you need me to take care of this wretch for you? A faint voice came from the bed. On the bed, a woman with a human head and serpent body sat cross-legged, completely naked. The system told me she was Nüwa. Even more striking was the fact that a starry glowing sword was thrust straight into her chest. Percent shut the hell up already. Let me first examine the injuries on your body. I raise my hand, and the system interface appears. Repairing only physical damage requires 3,000 points, while a complete repair requires 5,000 points. Current total points, 2,300. Alright, that's it for now. I wave my hand and explain to Nüwa, the girl outside the door is called Bai Chuchu, she's the school belle of our Bai Chuan Academy, an acquaintance. She has awakened an S-class sword immortal profession. Nüwa frowns, is this no longer the world I once knew? Simple, in this world called Blue Star, everyone awakens to extraordinary professions at the age of 18, with levels categorized as S, A, D, and E. And it cannot be upgraded. I nodded. Nüwa was puzzled. Then why is your vital energy like that of a mortal, weak as an ant? Is this how you talk to your savior now? Nüwa felt a bit embarrassed. Benefactor, how did you save me? Percent nothing much, just picked you up while collecting trash. Percent what? Trash? Me? Nüwa was furious. I didn't lie to her. My awakened life class profession as a cleaner is very special because I have a system. My job as a cleaner is to clean up the trash across the heavens, which, in my eyes, shines like treasure. It includes incomplete magical artifacts, cultivation techniques, corpses, and more from all realms. The system can reclaim them and return points, which can be used to repair and upgrade these items. A week ago, when I awakened, the system alerted me that cosmic trash had descended. I rushed to the eastern garbage dump and found the ground shimmering with treasures, yet none of the passers-by could see it. Mostly it was construction debris, but I discovered the corpse of a cultivator and found a storage ring on the corpse's hand. In order to better pick up trash, I resolutely dropped out of school and became a Class E cleaner. Unfortunately, the time when the heavens dump trash is random. Last time I found a storage ring, and this time I picked up Nüwa in front of me, with a sword stuck in her chest and on the verge of death. Humph, mortal, you must understand that I can annihilate you within an inch of your life. Nüwa attempted to unleash her power. Ugh, not good. Put. Before the words even finished, a mouthful of blood spat directly onto my pants. Xiao Ran Gidge, if you still don't open the door, don't blame Chuchu. Bang! The sharp sword energy shattered the wooden door as Bai Chuchu stood furiously at the entrance, her entire body enveloped in swirling sword aura. She was wearing a blue and white school uniform, but upon seeing the scene in the room, her pretty face instantly turned crimson, and her sword aura vanished without a trace. Brother Xiao Ran, what are you doing? Who is she? You're a mystical beast? You're actually with a mystical beast? There's blood on your pants? Bai Chuchu pointed at Nüwa with an expression of utter disbelief. Bai Chuchu's little head raced through countless possibilities before settling on one conclusion. I must have been threatened and controlled by this strange beast not wearing clothes, and the reason for not opening the door for so long was to protect her. Xiao Ran, this time it's Chuchu's turn to protect you. She formed a sword seal with her fingers and prepared to attack Nüwa. Upon seeing this, Nüwa burst into laughter. You're courting death. She also prepared to fight. Asterisk slap. Slap, asterisk. I picked up the wooden handle of the broom and hit each of them on the head once. You too, can't you behave a little better? I explained Nüwa's situation, saying she was cursed by an enemy, lost part of her memory, and the sword wounds on her body were the evidence. Bai Chuchu looked at Nüwa with sympathy. So you're also being cursed and hunted by enemies. Then, this injury of yours. She reached out to touch the sword. Be careful. This sword is the Emperor Jun's star sword. Ordinary people cannot touch it, they will be overwhelmed by the power of countless stars, Nüwa warned. Shut up. I think you'd better not use your powers for now. Leave this injury to me, I interrupted her. Just then, the system's voice rang out. The multiverse trash has been dumped. Please proceed quickly to the eastern garbage dump of the Longhua Alliance for recycling operations. My heart stirred. This time, after collecting a few more valuable pieces of trash, I'll have enough points to repair Nüwa's injuries. Then retrieve the Emperor Jun's star sword from her chest. This is a divine artifact, surely worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of points, right? My scorching gaze burned intensely as it fixed upon the star blade. Although you are my savior, there is a distinction between gods and mortals. A faint blush appeared on Nüwa's fair face. Bai Chuchu blocked my way. Brother Xiao Ran, you can't look. I was just checking the injuries. What did you think I was looking at? I said with a blank expression. Alright, I need to go to work at the landfill now. Chuchu, go home first and bring some clothes for Nüwa to wear. It's fine, Brother Xiao Ran, I brought them all. Bai Chuchu bounced over, pushing 2 suitcases. What are you doing here with your luggage? I pointed at the box with the Academy's logo on it. Oh, living together with you, gotta bring Brother Xiao Ran along to run dungeons, hee. Brother Xiao Ran better hold tight to my thigh. I looked at her helplessly. Right now, the top priority is still to go treasure hunting at the scrapyard first. Alright, I need to get to work now. Chuchu, you go ahead and explain the situation here to her properly, help jog her memory. Bai Chuchu reluctantly leaned in closer, her eyes shut and her tender pink lips puckered, thinking it was a goodbye kiss before heading out. I leaned close to her ear, my warm breath brushing against it. Take you my ass. I'm going to pick up trash, not on a picnic. Also, fix the door for me. I don't want to catch a cold from the draft while sleeping tonight. With that, I went downstairs without looking back. Driving the garbage truck, I quickly arrived at the eastern landfill of the Manhwa Alliance. What others see is all kinds of trash, but what I see is nothing but soaring treasure light. I prayed in my heart, hoping I wouldn't pick up any more strange things. Scan. Ding, 72 low-grade spirit stones detected, recommended for recovery. Ding, an ancient treasure chest detected, no danger, recoverable. Ding, 3 corpses detected, 2 at the chi refining stage and 1 at the golden core stage, recoverable. Not a bad haul this time. The 3 corpses, especially the golden core stage ones, would undoubtedly fetch considerable value. I started by retrieving the low-grade spirit stones first. Ding, 72 low-grade spirit stones have been recycled, earning 1,440 points. Current points, 3,740. Nüwa's injury issue has been resolved. I shifted my focus to the ancient treasure chest before me. It was locked with an exquisite dragon phoenix padlock. Recyclable, worth 50 points. Recycle. After the lock disappeared, I opened the box directly. Inside were 2 short swords, each approximately 1 meter in length including the hilt. The hilts were intricately carved with a dragon's head and a phoenix's head respectively, as well as 2 white jade bottles and a black scroll. Black dragon blade, with a curse effect that plunders fortune. This weapon bonds with its master and requires the bloodline of the black dragon. The phoenix blade, imbued with blessings, enhances its wielder. This artifact bonds with its master and requires the bloodline of the phoenix. It looks impressive, but finding a bloodline to recognize its master is difficult. I glanced at the white jade bottle. Black dragon pill, containing black dragon bloodline, enhances fortune. The Phoenix Luan elixir, containing the bloodline essence of the Phoenix and Luan, enhances physical constitution and potential. Damn, this thing even comes as a matching set? The Phoenix Luan pill can enhance physical fitness and potential, making it an absolutely perfect thing for the blue star people whose levels are fixed. I picked up the middle scroll, and the system automatically translated it. The Starry Sky technique requires the dual power of dragon and phoenix blood to cultivate this skill, along with harnessing the energy of the stars to continuously refine oneself, tempering the body and refining the spirit to ascend as a true immortal. Chapter 4, The Corpse of the Soul Cultivation Sect Elder at the Golden Core Stage. As Xiao Ran studied the scroll's contents, his chest rose and fell unconsciously. 2 weapons, 2 bottles of elixirs, these were manageable enough. After all, these were merely external possessions. Xiao Ran understood well the principle that while the man himself may be blameless, possessing such treasures invites guilt. Without formidable strength to back you, you cannot hold on to any precious treasures or cherished people. Only by cultivating formidable strength could one truly stand firm in this world. As for Xiao Ran himself, constrained by his E-rank janitor profession, though he had learned many combat techniques during his academy days, his innate talents and potential were already capped. This is why Xiao Ran is so fixated on the trash of the multiverse. Even resigning from school to become a genuine janitor was precisely to rush to the scene of cosmic trash dumping the moment it occurred. If luck was on his side, he might stumble upon a cultivation technique. Xiao Ran refused to waste a single second of his potential for growth. This world was anything but peaceful. Randomly spawning urban dungeons, coupled with incursions from extraterrestrial beasts on the battlefield. Those without strength will forever be mere fish on the chopping block. I admit, there's an element of gamble in this. But among them, there truly was a cultivation technique that could enhance my strength. This time, I, Xiao Ran, made the right bet. Just as Xiao Ran pondered this, the system's voice sounded again. Current cultivation technique recommended for upgrade. After upgrade, channeling stellar energy will no longer inflict the agony of stellar force tearing apart soul and flesh. Simultaneously, channeling stellar energy will become significantly easier. Requires 1,000 points to upgrade. Upon completion, directly consume the scroll to infuse it into your body. Seeing this prompt, Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. Wow, this cultivation technique can actually be upgraded? But isn't the required points a bit excessive? Currently holding only 3,740 points, after the upgrade and infusion, he'd be left with just over 2,000 points. Nüwa's injuries would likely. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Ran's gaze shifted to the 3 corpses of the cultivators. Upgrading is non-negotiable. Better cultivation means less hardship. Why endure it otherwise? For now, he'd examine what these 3 bodies contained. If they truly held nothing of value, then he'd have the system directly recycle these cultivators' corpses. With that thought, Xiao Ran waved his hand, transferring everything from the box into his storage ring. Then rose and approached the 3 corpses. According to the system's analysis, 2 bodies were at the Qi cultivation stage and 1 was at the golden core stage. After a moment's thought, adhering to the principle of saving the best for last, he prioritized one of the Qi cultivation stage corpses and began searching it expressionlessly. After a thorough search, he found nothing. Xiao Ran couldn't help but feel disappointed. No offense, but if you're broke, you shouldn't try to emulate cultivators. You've made it to Qi cultivation stage and don't even have a storage ring. With a flick of his thoughts, he directly reclaimed the empty Qi cultivation stage cultivator's corpse. Ding! Recovered Qi cultivation stage cultivator corpse. 200 points. Current points, 3940. This is solid. Now, with just a little more points, he could tackle both healing Nüwa's injuries and upgrading his cultivation technique. Suppressing his excitement, Xiao Ran approached another Qi cultivation stage corpse. This Qi cultivation stage corpse showed no signs of struggle. But after searching the entire body, Xiao Ran found not even a storage ring. Just like the previous one. Xiao Ran shook his head. It seemed these low-tier Qi cultivation cultivators were truly too poor to even afford a storage ring. Recycling. Ding, Qi cultivation stage cultivator corpse recycled. 200 points. Current points, 4140. After the recycling, Xiao Ran's eyes burned with intensity as he fixed his gaze on the nearby golden core cultivator's corpse. If the Qi cultivation stage corpse had no treasures, surely this golden core stage 1 would have something? With that, Xiao Ran approached the golden core cultivator's corpse. The golden core cultivator's corpse was clad in a black robe of unknown material, its face concealed by a dark hood, its features indistinguishable. On its palm sat a storage ring, identical to the one Xiao Ran wore. Not bad, not bad. This was a decent haul. That storage ring alone was worth a hefty number of points. Let's see what's inside. He slipped the storage ring off the corpse's finger and focused his mind on it. But the moment his thoughts touched it, he was immediately repelled. Xiao Ran remained unperturbed. After all, probing a storage ring belonging to a golden core cultivator was never going to be straightforward. The system, ever considerate, promptly informed Xiao Ran. Breaking the current seal requires 20 points. A mere 20 points. Break it now. Ding. 20 points consumed. Seal broken. Current points, 4120. After breaking the seal, Xiao Ran's consciousness encountered no further obstacles. Directly entering the storage ring. The moment he entered the storage ring, the system's voice echoed. Ding! Soul Refining Banner, a foundational cultivation artifact of the Soul Refining sect. Captures divine souls to enhance power. Upon use, traps enemies within the banner to battle against absorbed souls. Current number of souls within, 27. Can be recycled for 1000 points. Ding! Soul Refining Sect Elder's Badge. Can be recycled for 100 points. Ding! Soul Refining Great Technique, a foundational method for refining divine souls, enhancing their compatibility with the Soul Refining Banner. Can be recycled for 100 points. Ding! Soul Nourishing Pills. Nourish and soothe divine souls. Total of 36 pills. Each pill yields 10 points upon recycling, totaling 360 points. Ding! Soul Nurturing Pill Formula. Recycle for 200 points. Gazing at the system prompts, Xiao Ran sucked in a sharp breath. Holy crap! This treasure is downright otherworldly. Everything inside, except for the Soul Refining Sect Elders token, which was pretty much useless junk, were all centered around the Soul Refining Sect's foundational cultivation artifact, the Soul Refining Banner. Xiao Ran suddenly felt a faint chill emanating from the storage ring he held. Though blatant murder is taboo in this world has dungeons and the Outer Realm battlefield. Within dungeons, there were extraordinary practitioners slain by dungeon monsters and formidable bosses, while the extraterrestrial battlefields teemed with countless exotic beasts. So what about the divine souls of these extraordinary practitioners, or the divine souls of the bosses, or the divine souls of the exotic beasts? Couldn't he directly refine them and infuse them into the Soul Refining Banner? Excellent. It seems today's greatest acquisition is undoubtedly the Soul Refining Banner. After his consciousness returned, Xiao Ran retrieved the Elder's token from the storage ring along with the Golden Core Stage Corpse. His current recovery points had already reached 4720. Plus, he'd acquired so many treasures and elixirs. This haul was absolutely insane. Who says janitors are trash? Being a janitor is absolutely fantastic. Chapter 5, Cultivation Technique Upgrade the Multiverse Starry Sky Art. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of Beichuan Academy, several men in black suits stood within the principal's office. Seated before them was none other than Bai Lingfeng, the principal of Beichuan Academy. At that moment, Bai Lingfeng was flipping through documents while listening to his subordinate's report. Reporting to Principal Bai, Miss Chuchu has left today with her luggage. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingfeng raised an eyebrow. We're about to enter the dungeon. The assault team is already in position. Why is that girl running around? Where did she go? The black-clad reporter stammered, Miss Chuchu, she went to find Xiao Ran. What? That Xiao Ran who awakened as an E-class janitor? Bai Lingfeng's hand paused mid-page as he flipped through the files, his fingers trembling slightly. The atmosphere in the principal's office turned grim. Yes. Trying his best not to let anyone notice his unease, Bai Lingfeng took a deep breath and continued flipping through the files. Muttering under his breath, make Xiao Ran disappear. Bring Chuchu back. The words hung in the air, silencing everyone present. A palpable chill filled the principal's office. Xiao Ran, they all knew exactly who he was. Before awakening his profession, whether in combat training or theoretical studies, Xiao Ran was the undisputed top student in the academy. Even the principal's daughter, Bai Chuchu, held him in high regard. And now she had even run away from home for Xiao Ran, a testament to the depth of their feelings. Principal Bai also held Xiao Ran in high regard. For this outstanding student with no status or connections, he provided the utmost support in both daily life and academics. He even harbors a subtle desire for Xiao Ran to become the Bai family's prized son-in-law. Everyone was well aware that someone like Xiao Ran possessed boundless potential and an unimaginably bright future. Yet everything changed irrevocably on that fateful day of awakening. Bai Chuchu, the eldest daughter of the Bai family, unexpectedly awakened the rare S-rank sword immortal profession. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran, the one favored by the school beauty and recognized by Bai Lingfeng, awakened only an E-class profession, a completely useless domestic cleaning profession. From that moment onward, Bai Lingfeng lost all affection for Xiao Ran. Those present now shared an unspoken understanding. No one brought up the past, nor did anyone voice dissent. After all, no one would care if an E-rank janitor vanished, even if he had once been exceptional. Soon, one of the men in black departed to search for Bai Chuchu. The remaining members, after reporting their respective tasks, departed one after another without lingering. Inside the principal's office, Bai Lingfeng set down the documents in his hands. His eyes blazing with murderous intent so palpable it seemed to pierce through the window glass. Recalling the ambiguous relationship his daughter once shared with Xiao Ran, and recalling his once held hopes for this good-for-nothing, Bai Lingfeng felt a lump in his throat. Once Xiao Ran was gone, everything would return to its proper course. How could the resume of an S-class sword immortal possibly be tainted by any connection to an E-class trash collector? His precious daughter was the hope of the Bai family and the hope of Beichuan Academy. What are you, Xiao Ran? You're just an E-rank janitor. A janitor fit only for sweeping trash. Xiao Ran had already emerged from the landfill, returning to the garbage truck without intending to head straight back. Having acquired so many treasures, he naturally needed to strengthen his abilities first. Hadn't he been waiting for this day? Only by growing stronger quickly could he better survive in this world. This haul from the multiverse dump wasn't just about pills and treasures, but most crucially, the cultivation method of the Starry Heaven technique now stored within his storage ring. However, cultivating this technique apparently requires the support of elixirs. With that thought, Xiao Ran reached into his storage ring and retrieved 2 jade bottles, and poured out the pills inside. Now in Xiao Ran's hands were 2 pills, one black, one white, each radiating a faint crimson glow. One was the Black Dragon pill, imbued with the bloodline of a black dragon, capable of enhancing one's fortune. The other was the Phoenix Luan pill, infused with Phoenix Luan bloodline, capable of enhancing physical prowess and latent potential. Ding! Current pills are non-toxic. It is recommended to swallow both simultaneously. The 2 pills complement each other and cause no discomfort. Upon receiving the system prompt, Xiao Ran promptly placed both pills into his mouth without hesitation. These are external substances. Only once they're truly within my belly can they transform into my own strength. They're actually a bit sweet. After chewing and swallowing them, Xiao Ran soon sensed a peculiar transformation occurring within his body. This change was highly unusual. Everything within a 5-meter radius seemed to fall within his perception. Moreover, Xiao Ran could distinctly feel an inexhaustible surge of strength coursing through his entire being. His body must have undergone some kind of transformation. The specifics would likely require further testing later. With no suitable place to test it now, Xiao Ran didn't dwell on it. With a flick of his thoughts, the Starry Heaven technique appeared in his hands. Ding! 1,000 points consumed. Remaining points 3720. Technique upgraded. Infusing. Please wait. As the system's voice echoed, the scroll in Xiao Ran's hand vanished instantly, replaced by a new cultivation technique within his mind. Not the Starry Heaven technique recorded on the scroll, but a technique called the Multiverse Starry Heaven technique. Closing his eyes, he carefully sensed the cultivation technique within his mind. The star technique, upgraded by the system, had been renamed the Multiverse Star Technique. It channeled the power of the stars to temper both body and soul, and did so without causing any pain whatsoever. The original star technique, when drawing upon stellar power, would tear at both soul and flesh to some degree. But now, the celestial star technique had completely eliminated this side effect. The cultivation technique comprises 108 layers in total. Reaching the 100th layer enables one to shatter stars with their physical body. Reaching the 108th layer unites divine soul and physical body, shattering the void to traverse all realms. Feeling the cultivation technique within his mind, Xiao Ran's breath began to falter. Powerful. Absolutely overwhelming. Setting aside the claim that reaching the 108th layer allows one to shatter the void and traverse all realms. Merely reaching the 100th layer would grant the power to shatter stars outright. In this world, even S-rank extraordinary practitioners couldn't achieve such a heaven-defying feat. Scanning his body internally, Xiao Ran now discovered 108 stars within his being. 2 of them emitted distinct light, 1 black, 1 white. Xiao Ran knew these must be the powers of the Black Dragon Pill and Phoenix Pill he had just consumed. Suppressing the urge to venture into a dungeon. He knew he couldn't afford to be too conspicuous right now. He still lacked a clear understanding of his current strength. So he must remain as low-key as possible, lest this surge in power blind him. With that thought, Xiao Ran took a deep breath and drew the Black Dragon Blade and Phoenix Luan Blade. Ding! Mastery conditions met. Blood recognition may proceed. Running his fingers over the 2 blades, Xiao Ran hesitated not a moment. He pricked his fingertip. As drops of blood fell upon them. A fleeting flash of light, 1 black, 1 white shimmered across the blades. Xiao Ran could distinctly feel the blades now bound to his very bloodline. In the air, a faint, harmonious dragon phoenix chorus seemed to resonate. A flicker of emotion stirred within Xiao Ran. A flash of black and white light erupted, and the 2 daggers vanished instantly, reappearing beside 2 luminous stars within his body, where they began to slowly circulate. The Black Dragon Blade could curse others, plundering their fortune to fuel its own power, while the Phoenix Blade could bestow blessings upon its wielder, enhancing all their abilities. Xiao Ran pondered. Fortune was an intangible, formless entity neither seen nor touched. He surmised that others would likely fail to discern the unique nature of these daggers. Therefore, in future battles, he would wield only the Black Dragon Blade. He would conceal the Phoenix Blade, reserving it for critical moments. As for combat techniques and experience, though he had never ventured into dungeons or battlegrounds beyond the borders, he understood that concealing one's true abilities could yield unexpectedly powerful effects in combat, lulling opponents into complacency while preserving a strategic reserve for himself. This is one aspect where all the students at Beichuan Academy fall short compared to Xiao Ran. After all, they were all 18 or 19-year-old students, while Xiao Ran possessed the memories of 2 lifetimes. Xiao Ran then produced the Soul Refining Banner belonging to the Soul Refining Sect Elder. Ding! Soul Refining Banner cannot be upgraded directly. Requires collecting divine souls to upgrade. Spend 20 points to erase the original owner's imprint and bind to new master? As expected, it couldn't be upgraded directly. Upon discovering the Soul Refining Banner within the storage ring, he considered whether the system could directly consume recycling points for an upgrade. Unfortunately, the system couldn't handle the upgrade directly. He still needed to collect divine souls himself, continuously feeding them into the banner. Only then could the Soul Refining Banner grow stronger. Still, this posed no real problem. Dungeons offered ample opportunities to gather divine souls, and there was always the domain battlefield. So Xiao Ran retrieved the Soul Refining Great Technique. After the system translated it, he grasped the Soul Refining Banner's usage. The text provided detailed yet concise instructions. Simply put, weaker divine souls require no refinement, nor do they need the Soul Refining Great Art or Soul Nurturing Pills as aids. The Soul Refining Banner could absorb them directly and refine them within, transforming them into combat power for the banner. However, certain powerful soul essences require the Soul Refining Great Method and Soul Nurturing Pills to tame them, to be absorbed by the Soul Refining Banner. Otherwise, if the Soul Spirit is too powerful, the Soul Refining Banner will be unable to withstand it and shatter instantly. There is only one way to upgrade the Soul Refining Banner, by continuously absorbing diverse divine souls. Once the absorbed souls reach a certain critical mass, no matter how formidable the soul, it can be directly cast into the banner to be refined into combat power. Currently, the Soul Refining Banner contains only 27 divine souls, which is admittedly far too few to form any significant combat power. However, as a treasure with such late game growth potential, its future possibilities are truly boundless. Xiao Ran decided that whether it was to test his own strength or to upgrade the Soul Refining Banner by filling it with more souls, he must enter a dungeon soon to assess the actual situation. Ding! Consuming 20 points. Erasing original owner's imprint. Binding complete. Current points, 3,700. While Xiao Ran was familiarizing himself with the Soul Refining Banner and mapping out his future plans inside the garbage truck, a figure clad in black emerged silently nearby. Observing the garbage truck parked at the entrance of the roadside dump site and Xiao Ran inside, seemingly lost in thought. The figure murmured under his breath. Xiao Ran, this is the place you chose for yourself. The only fitting destination for trash is indeed this very dump. Chapter 6, The Deadly Threat from the Bai Family. This dark-clad figure was the one dispatched earlier by Bai Lingfeng. After leaving Beichuan Academy, he had already learned of Bai Chuchu's current situation through the Bai family's intelligence network. She was now in Xiao Ran's rented apartment, not with him. While Xiao Ran was working at the landfill in the eastern part of the Longhua Alliance. Upon receiving this information, the black-clad figure immediately proceeded to the perimeter of the landfill where Xiao Ran worked. Generally speaking, acts of murder outside of instances or the domain battlefield are strictly prohibited by the Alliance. Because in this world, everyone can fulfill their role. Take Xiao Ran's C-class sanitation worker profession, for instance. He could not only collect and recycle urban waste outside instances. He can also enter dungeons to assist raid teams in recovering monster corpses. In short, in the eyes of the Alliance, everyone holds value. Though these publicly stated ideals are best taken with a grain of salt. Schools like Beichuan Academy, which primarily train extraordinary professionals. And with century-old family enterprises like the Bai family managing operations. So if their people kill a person or two, the higher-ups won't say much. As long as it's not too excessive, it's just a fine and a warning from the Alliance. If the job was done cleanly, no one would even come knocking. Fundamentally speaking, the person killed this time was merely a lowly janitorial worker. One more janitor or one less, it wouldn't affect anyone. Who would bother going to Beichuan Academy or demanding answers from the Bai family over a lowly janitor? This shadowy figure was Bai Chengfeng, an E-rank transformation type extraordinary practitioner. Capable of transforming into the wind chase bird, a flying beast. He was a direct descendant of the Bai family. His primary duty at the academy was to oversee students and maintain order. In layman's terms, his role was akin to that of a security chief on campus. Though he shared the same E-rank as Xiao Ran, Bai Chengfeng's metamorphosis-type profession. Transformation-type professions possess such formidable strength in their early stages that they can even rival D-rank extraordinary professionals. The primary reason is their ability to master bodily transformation early on. Fighting in the forms of various beasts and making their bodies approach the level of those creatures. This, coupled with their exceptionally robust physical constitution in the early stages. In most assault teams, the primary damage dealers and frontline damage absorbers are predominantly metamorphosis-type extraordinary practitioners. Bai Chengfeng stood in the shadow of a streetlight, observing Xiao Ran inside the garbage truck not far away. Though he didn't know what Xiao Ran was doing inside the garbage truck, Bai Chengfeng still wanted to resolve this quickly. To swiftly eliminate this trash before him. Wasting time with trash like this was nothing but a squander of his precious life. Thus, Bai Chengfeng's aura surged instantly. Starting from his chest, white feathers continuously emerged. His body undergoing a relentless transformation. In mere moments, Bai Chengfeng shed all traces of his former human form. His entire body now covered in white feathers, only his face retaining Bai Chengfeng's features. Without pause, he flapped his white wings and shot toward the garbage truck where Xiao Ran was trapped at breakneck speed. His white wings tore through the garbage truck's front like a whirlwind, about to slice into Xiao Ran's body. Such speed, such power. A smile played at the corners of Bai Chengfeng's mouth. Before his eyes, he could already envision Xiao Ran being cleaved in two by his own wings. But, clang! Sizzle! The wings seemed to strike something impervious to cutting, sparks flying in all directions. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran's body was sent flying backward. What the hell? Bai Chengfeng furrowed his brow. He knew his body well enough to recognize. Clearly the opponent had wielded something to block his attack. Xiao Ran now gripped the black dragon blade. A long trail of footprints stretched from the garbage truck into the dump site. His brow furrowed as he stared at the figure before him. Birdman? No, a transformation-type extraordinary professional. Earlier, while inside the garbage truck, he'd pondered whether he should join some kind of assault team. To get a feel for the dungeon's layout and, if possible, test his current strength. After all, with 2 stars now illuminated within him, he felt confident. But out of caution, Xiao Ran decided to keep a low profile. But just as Xiao Ran prepared to activate the garbage truck to return, everything around him seemed to slow down. Suddenly, a white figure appeared to his left, moving with blinding speed. White feathered wings sliced through the garbage truck's door like cutting tofu. Sensing the danger, Xiao Ran hesitated not a moment. With a flicker of his thoughts, the black dragon blade instantly materialized in his hand, blocking the strike. Xiao Ran flexed his wrist. The opponent's earlier strike had left his wrist slightly numb, but it hadn't caused any serious injury. Watching the bird-like creature before him with heightened vigilance, Xiao Ran gradually adjusted to his current body. A mere E-rank garbage collector could actually block my strike? Truly worthy of being North River Academy's former top student. Hearing this, Xiao Ran stared expressionlessly at Bai Chengfeng. Xiao Ran, don't give me that look. Who told you to awaken as an E-rank janitor? Our Academy's S-rank sword immortal's resume can't have you as a stain. Besides, trash belongs right here in this dump. Hearing this, Xiao Ran's heart stirred. Bai Lingfeng. He really did come after me. Earlier, when I voluntarily withdrew from school to become a janitor, was partly to better collect the trash from the myriad realms. And on the other hand, it was actually to avoid Bai Chuchu and protect myself. Before my awakening, Bai Lingfeng not only showered me with every conceivable resource in life and academics, he even sought to make me his son-in-law. But who could have predicted he'd awaken as an E-rank cleaner? Wasn't that slapping Bai Lingfeng right in the face? The fact he didn't kill me outright back then was already generous enough. But now Bai Chuchu had come looking for him herself. And while Bai Chuchu herself might not have anticipated this, Xiao Ran, having lived 2 lifetimes, knew the ropes all too well. As the head of a century-old family and the principal of Beichuan Academy, would ever overlook such a mistake? Would he permit his daughter to be with an E-rank janitor? In this world, might reigns supreme. Only the strong have the right to stand in this world. Now, eliminating an E-rank janitorial worker is as easy as turning over one's palm for Bai Lingfeng and the Bai family. Xiao Ran's face was as still as water, betraying no emotion. Alright, it's getting late. This place stinks to high heaven. Judging by your expression, you seem to want to put up a fight? Then resist. It'll show you just how utterly pathetic trash like you is before me. With that, Bai Chengfeng lunged forward once more, attacking Xiao Ran. Chapter 7, Where's Your Horse? Seeing his opponent's swift advance, Xiao Ran didn't retreat, he advanced instead, raising the black dragon blade to parry and dodge relentlessly. Having swallowed 2 pills, mastered the celestial star technique and ignited 2 stars. Though he hadn't fully adapted to the enhanced effects his body now possessed, yet the combat techniques and instincts honed during his academy training remained deeply ingrained in his mind. And this opportunity was perfect for him to adjust to his current physical state. Originally, he had considered testing his strength in a dungeon. But now, that was completely unnecessary. For his opponent wasn't some high-level extraordinary professional, but rather an E-rank extraordinary professional like himself. Though the opponent belonged to the transformation class, Xiao Ran knew full well that with the opponent's abilities, unless they had some hidden trump card up their sleeve, there was absolutely no way they could kill him in his current state. Thus, Xiao Ran conceived a bold plan to use the opponent as his own sharpening stone, to acclimate to the current strength of his body. And just as Xiao Ran had anticipated, through continuous parrying and evading the opponent's attacks while maintaining intense focus, his control over his body grew increasingly fluid and effortless, even finding it quite enjoyable. Xiao Ran parried one dazzling attack after another, and every deadly sneak attack was evaded. In less than a minute of combat, Xiao Ran's body began adapting to this kind of combat at an astonishing speed. In fact, Xiao Ran even began to suspect that his opponent might be a bit weak. At that moment, Bai Chengfeng, who was relentlessly launching attacks, furrowed his brow. What's with this kid? My attacks seem to be completely anticipated by him. And why can he so easily block my strikes? From initial disdain to later surprise and now utter shock, Xiao Ran's transformation had surged exponentially in less than a minute. Bai Chengfeng was utterly perplexed. And at that very moment, an intense sense of danger surged from within him. A flash of black light streaked past his throat. The blade of the dagger instantly sliced through Bai Chengfeng's feathers. Drops of blood trickled out. Bai Chengfeng instinctively stepped back to evade. Had he not reacted swiftly, that strike would have slit his throat clean. What the hell is wrong with this kid? His gaze darkened as he fixed it on Xiao Ran. You piece of trash, what the hell is that thing in your hand? The greatest pride of a transformation type class lies in their physical strength. Yet the pitch-black dagger in Xiao Ran's hand was clearly no ordinary weapon. Though unassuming in appearance, its sharpness was such that even a mere graze had actually wounded him. And this kid? He's clearly just an E-rank janitor class. Even before his awakening, when he was the top student at Beichuan Academy, he should never have been able to fight me to this extent. After all, I'm a transformer class extraordinary profession. Even if I'm not a high-tier transformer class, there's no way I'd be evenly matched against a lowly janitor class. It must be because of that short blade he wields. It has to be. Hearing the question from the other side, Xiao Ran paid no heed, bouncing twice in place. The brief skirmish had allowed Xiao Ran to fully adapt to his current physique, and his earlier move had been nothing more than a test. Seeing Xiao Ran's dismissive attitude, Bai Chengfeng felt an inexplicable surge of anger welling up inside him. Damn it, that look again. You piece of trash, what the hell do you think you are? That condescending smirk on your face all day long, what exactly are you so full of yourself about? Ha? An E-grade janitor? You're trash, do you understand? What gives you the right to get so close to Miss Bai? Does being good-looking make you any less trash? Trash like you should rot and stink in this garbage dump. You're a disgrace to Beichuan. A disgrace, do you understand? Principal Bai wants you gone, and I'll make sure you're gone. You piece of trash. You'll always be trash. So what if you've got that precious thing? You really think I can't kill you? Just watch, I'll tear you apart piece by piece. I'll take every last one of your treasures. You trash, you don't deserve any of this. I'll. Before the other could finish speaking, Xiao Ran vanished from the spot in an instant. The speed was so blinding it made Bai Chengfeng's eyes widen in shock. By the time he regained his senses, Bai Chengfeng felt his body grow light, as if his very soul had begun to float. The world spun violently in his vision. Out of the corner of his eye, a very familiar silhouette was slowly ascending into the heavens. A head with human features and white feathers rolled with a glint to Xiao Ran's feet. Its eyes were wide open, filled with anger, confusion, and above all, utter disbelief. Xiao Ran frowned. Where's your horse? He kicked it dismissively. The head flew in an arc, landing squarely in the trash heap. With a thud, it landed precisely in a grease-stained cardboard box. Squirting and squelching. Xiao Ran, who had killed for the first time, felt not the slightest unease at that moment. After all, having lived 2 lifetimes, his character had matured considerably. Thus, with a flick of his thoughts, the soul-refining banner appeared in his hand. The moment the pitch-black soul-refining banner materialized, the surrounding area became eerily shrouded in ghostly mist, and the temperature seemed to drop steadily. As Xiao Ran lightly tapped the soul-refining banner upon Bai Chengfeng's corpse, a spirit body, transparent to the point of being visible only to Xiao Ran, emerged from the corpse. Originally expecting it to take considerable effort, he was surprised when the soul emerged. The other souls trapped within the soul-refining banner, as if drawn to a precious treasure, all surged forth, grabbing the other soul and pulling it back into the banner. As if saying, "Hey, come on in and play, big shot." The other soul, like a scholar obsessed with beauty, blithely deceived by the souls within the soul-refining banner. Within seconds, the corpse's soul was directly refined, becoming one of the souls within the soul-refining banner. Soul absorbed. Current total souls within soul-refining banner, 28. Hearing the system's voice, Xiao Ran nodded. It seemed this soul wasn't particularly powerful, otherwise it wouldn't have entered the soul-refining banner so easily. According to the soul-refining great techniques method for discerning soul strength, this soul strength was no different from that of an ordinary person. Which made sense after all. How powerful could a mere E-rank transmutation type extraordinary profession bearer be? After completing all this, Xiao Ran looked at the corpse on the ground, then glanced at the garbage truck parked outside the dump site, its front half decapitated, and kicked the corpse on the ground in disgust. Kill me if you must, but wrecking my damn garbage truck like this? I'm gonna make you pay for that. What kind of hitman is this? Not professional at all. As he spoke, Xiao Ran hoisted the corpse up and tossed it into the dump. Before leaving, he stubbornly searched the pockets, only to find that aside from his crisp suit, every pocket, jacket, trousers was completely empty. Not a single penny. Which only made Xiao Ran even more furious. Put. A so-called extraordinary professional? Your pockets are cleaner than your face. How dare you even come out to kill people? Chapter 8, I got hurt just to heal you. He covered the body with a few garbage bags. After all, this was a landfill. Besides himself, the janitor, no one would come here. And with the stench already permeating the air, making it the perfect spot to stash a body. But I couldn't leave it here forever. All the trash in this dump had to be loaded onto garbage trucks by my crew, then transported to the waste resource recovery station for compaction and incineration. 1 ton of trash can power an average city household for a week. Burning a corpse would only yield a few kilowatt hours of electricity, not even enough to fully charge a phone. But perhaps an extraordinary practitioner could generate a few more kilowatt hours? But there wasn't enough trash yet, and the truck had been wrecked by the other side. Xiao Ran shook his head, dismissing these messy matters. The immediate priority was to return and heal Nüwa's injuries. Once her injuries were healed, he'd finally have a trump card to stand against Bai Lingfeng. Though he didn't know how powerful Nüwa truly was, she was at least a divine-level being. In this world's hierarchy, she'd easily rank S tier. If that didn't work, he could buy some time by collecting more cosmic debris, or simply recycle the star sword currently embedded in Nüwa's body. That was a divine artifact. The points for recycling a divine artifact would be at least 10,000, right? Then, by spending those points to restore Nüwa to her full power, she could likely overturn this entire world. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, Xiao Ran truly didn't want to reveal Nüwa's existence. His multiverse dumpster was simply too god tier. Revealing Nüwa would essentially mean revealing his own multiverse dumpster. Beichuan Academy, Bai Lingfeng, and the Bai family are a colossal force. Their backing and influence run deep and unfathomable. Today, they dared to send an E-rank transformation type extraordinary professional to kill me. Then tomorrow, they'll send a D-rank or even an A-rank extraordinary professional to kill me. Given that I cannot reveal Nüwa's existence, my first priority is to rapidly enhance my own strength to ensure my survival. An E-rank transformation type extraordinary professional, I can still handle that. But what if a D-rank or a rank comes? Though I now possess cultivation techniques and divine weapons, I'm still far too weak. What I need now is time to grow. Driving the beat-up garbage truck with its scrapped-off side panels, Xiao Ran returned to the building housing his rental apartment. This relatively remote location offered affordable rent. But it seemed he couldn't stay here much longer. If Bai Lingfeng's men could track him down, which meant they'd undoubtedly discovered his residence as well. And today's death of that E-rank extraordinary being would surely reach Bai Lingfeng's ears. Looks like I'll have to move Nüwa to a new place. And I need to figure out how to shake off Chuchu. That's the only way to buy some time. Time, just give me a little more time. But shaking off Bai Chuchu? That was proving to be a real challenge. As soon as he reached the upstairs landing, Xiao Ran saw Bai Chuchu bustling about, nailing the door shut. Sister Nüwa, is the door aligned properly now? No, shifted left, a little more to the left. That's it, perfect. Listening to Bai Chuchu and Nüwa's conversation, Xiao Ran frowned. Wait, I was only gone for a moment. And these two are already acting like they've known each other for years? Is this female friendship progressing a bit too fast? Oh, brother Xiao Ran's back. Spotting Xiao Ran, Bai Chuchu completely ignored the stinky work clothes he was wearing, and threw herself at him, her two lotus root-like arms wrapping tightly around his neck. A wave of fragrance immediately reached Xiao Ran's nose. Thankfully, her chest provided some cushioning, otherwise, Xiao Ran might have been knocked flat by this little girl. Xiao Ran. Look, I fixed the door all by myself. How about that? Pretty impressive, huh? Get off. Seriously, don't you hate how stinky you are? No. Brother Xiao Ran doesn't smell bad at all. Xiao Ran sighed in exasperation, forcibly pushing Bai Chuchu away. Then said, Alright. Stop showing off your weird XP. Bai Chuchu followed Xiao Ran with a deeply aggrieved expression. Little Chuchu is utterly devoted to you, yet why? Wait, the aura on your body, why is it identical to Di Jun's? And why is there blood energy lingering on you? No, there's also a sinister aura. How long have you been gone? Why do you carry so many complex energies now? Nüwa stared at Xiao Ran in sheer terror, while Bai Chuchu tilted her head, utterly baffled by Nüwa's words. Hearing Nüwa's words, Xiao Ran's eyes darted about, a thought striking him. He immediately clutched his chest, feigning injury, and said, You're sharp as ever, you saw right through me. I was hoping to impress the lady, but I didn't expect you to see through it instantly. At this point, I won't hide it from you. To heal your injuries, I've sacrificed far too much. The bitterness I've endured is not something to be shared with outsiders. Seeing Xiao Ran like this, Bai Chuchu immediately felt heartbroken. Nüwa pressed her lips together, her face equally filled with worry. Bai Chuchu hurried forward to support Xiao Ran, asking anxiously, Brother Xiao Ran, are you hurt? Why didn't you tell me earlier? A little scratch like this won't knock me down. Chuchu, step outside for now. I need to treat your sister Nüwa's injuries immediately. But how can you treat Sister Nüwa looking like this? You wait here. I'll go buy some medicine to treat your injuries. How could I possibly go out like this? What's there to be embarrassed about between us? Sister Nüwa, please stay here and look after Brother Xiao Ran. I'll go buy the medicine right now. With that, Bai Chuchu started to dash toward the door. But Xiao Ran grabbed Bai Chuchu's arm. Chuchu. Wait. What's wrong, Brother Xiao Ran? My injuries might be a bit serious. I might need to go to the big pharmacy downtown. Alright, I understand. Xiao Ran, you must hang in there. Wait, Chuchu. What is it now? I'm sorry. Xiao Ran, what are you saying? At a time like this, why apologize? I'll go buy medicine for you right now. Xiao Ran, you have to hang in there. After Bai Chuchu left, Xiao Ran immediately sprang up as if nothing had happened. In a flash, he was by the window. Watching Bai Chuchu's figure, he soared into the air and headed toward the city center. Xiao Ran breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Nüwa, seated on the bed, watched in stunned silence. Ru, isn't that? Stop ing around and pack your let's get the hell out of here. Xiao Ran didn't bother explaining a single word. He shoved all the clothes in his room into his suitcase in one swift motion. His swift actions and the command to get out of here left Nüwa utterly bewildered. What the hell was going on? First he was injured, then suddenly full of energy. And now he's suddenly in a hurry to get out of here? What on earth was this kid up to? Chapter 9, A Debt of Gratitude I Shall Never Forget. Xiao Ran swiftly gathered the clothes in the room. Then turned to Nüwa and said, I'll explain everything on the way. For now, keep quiet while I tend to your wounds. Otherwise, you'll be far too conspicuous. Xiao Ran gestured toward the star sword still lodged in Nüwa's chest. At these words, a trace of disdain flashed across Nüwa's face. Mortal, haven't I already told you? My wounds. Shut up. Interrupting Nüwa's self-praise, Xiao Ran raised his hand. Ding. Consuming 3,000 points. Separating the star sword. Treating current injuries. Remaining points, 700. Great. Back to square one. As the system's voice echoed in Xiao Ran's mind. Nüwa, who had been slightly dismissive moments ago, suddenly whitened her eyes. She could distinctly feel the star sword embedded in her chest now being separated from her body at a visible speed, peeling itself away from her body. And strangely enough, throughout this process, she felt not a shred of pain. In fact, she even felt a slight tingling sensation. Not only was the sword detaching from her body, but the wounds it had inflicted were also healing at an astonishing rate. Nüwa stared at Xiao Ran in utter disbelief. The man she had deemed immortal still radiated the same complex aura as before. Yet now he was actually healing her? Shock and disbelief filled Nüwa's eyes. Before Nüwa could fathom why. With a clang, the star sword embedded in her chest fell to the ground with a soft clink. Ding! Detected divine weapon of the myriad realms, star sword, one of Emperor Jun's artifacts. Current qualifications incompatible, cannot be used. Removing Emperor Jun's intent and will requires 3,000 points. Ding! Recycling the star sword will yield 30,000 recycling points. Proceed? Ding! Nüwa's injuries have been fully healed. Restoring her full power requires 5,000 points. Seeing the system prompts, Xiao Ran silently nodded. Indeed, the recycling points for the star sword reached 10,000. It was a pity he couldn't wield it directly. Which made sense, erasing the original owner's consciousness and will alone required 3,000 points. Let alone wielding it. He decided to stow the star sword away for now, treating it as a safeguard for future recycling points. The celestial scrapyard could descend at any moment. This uncertainty meant his recycling points were limited, he couldn't squander them recklessly. Keeping the star sword intact could serve as future points for recovery. Though recycling is the worst-case scenario. Seeing Xiao Ran remain silent while sensing the vibrant life force emanating from his body, Nüwa finally lowered all her guard toward Xiao Ran. Before the healing, she had harbored some resistance toward Xiao Ran in this world. After all, being suddenly thrust into this world would feel absurd to anyone, even a deity. But after sensing the healing of her internal injuries, she let go of her guard toward Xiao Ran. Whether intentionally or not, Nüwa slowly straightened up. The white, pristine garment draped over her body, whether due to its exceptional quality or Nüwa's flawless skin. The garment slowly slid down her body as she straightened, revealing her snow-white skin and alluring curves. Xiao Ran cleared his throat softly and turned away, refusing to look at her. This gesture instantly deepened Nüwa's fondness for Xiao Ran. Earlier, Bai Chuchu had thoroughly explained the current world to her, and had specifically emphasized the importance of young ladies wearing clothes, discussing the fundamental difference between clothed and unclothed girls, and so on. Finally, she explained to Nüwa the main reason why she liked brother Xiao Ran so much. In short, Xiao Ran was someone she could absolutely trust completely. Thus, Nüwa spoke to Xiao Ran with profound sincerity. Benefactor, your immense kindness is something I shall never forget. But I wonder, how exactly did you treat my injuries? And also, sir. At this point, Nüwa could say no more. To her, this benefactor seemed far too mysterious. First, he saved her from some junkyard. And now, he could actually heal her injuries outright. And had the star sword forcibly separated from her body. The problem was, she hadn't sensed any extraordinary power emanating from him. Yet why, when she herself couldn't heal these severe wounds, had been healed by this person before him, whom he had deemed a mere mortal? Even as a deity, he was stunned by Xiao Ran's actions. Put your clothes back on first. Ha? Benefactor, may I not wear them? These clothes are simply too troublesome. Shut up and put them on. Yes. Nüwa reluctantly pulled the clothes on, rustling and fumbling until she was dressed. Benefactor, I'm dressed now. Xiao Ran turned his head and saw Nüwa coiling her tail. Her clothes were indeed on. But the garment was clearly too large, especially around the chest. Turning his head slightly to avoid the alluring sight, Xiao Ran said, "Now is not the time for explanations. Could you transform your tail? Make it like ours?" Nüwa frowned slightly. I dislike wearing clothes, and I dislike these two-legged forms. They are far too troublesome. Just tell me, will you change or not? I am, benefactor. For some reason, Xiao Ran felt this Nüwa had changed significantly. Whereas before she had carried herself with the haughty air of a superior woman. But after his treatment, she'd instantly turned into a docile little lamb. Perhaps all deities are like this? Hearing Xiao Ran's words, Nüwa struggled for a moment before nodding. Then, a flash of light appeared, and a pair of mesmerizing long legs materialized directly before Xiao Ran. The fair legs teased playfully on the bed, brushing against Xiao Ran's calf, instantly sending a tingling sensation through him. Xiao Ran frowned and took a step back. Damn it, is this on purpose? Alright. This isn't the time for talking. Let's go. We need to get out of here first. Before leaving, Xiao Ran pulled a white sunny day doll from his pocket and hung it on his door. As a sort of explanation, I suppose? As they boarded the garbage truck, Nüwa remained silent. Xiao Ran still caught her curious little eyes darting around the cabin out of the corner of his eye. She seemed to want to say something, yet maintained that aloof demeanor, much like before treating his injuries. Ask whatever you want. Xiao Ran's voice echoed inside the truck. Nüwa nodded with feigned aloofness. Benefactor, why are we leaving? Where are we headed? Xiao Ran paused briefly before replying with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Because someone wants me dead, and I just killed one of their men. Xiao Ran drove the junk truck with half its front end torn off. Cold wind whistling through the open cab. Nüwa sensed the icy undertones in Xiao Ran's words. Chapter 10, Maxing Out Dad's Credit Card Our Duty. Nüwa's thoughts churned, but she remained silent, listening quietly as Xiao Ran continued. Chuchu must have told you about the rules of this world, right? Nüwa nodded. Power, status, and the rank of extraordinary professions. Chuchu's family, as a century-old lineage, would never tolerate one of their geniuses entangled in an ambiguous relationship with an E-rank janitor. And if an E-rank janitor dies, vanishes, do you think anyone in this world would care? Nüwa fell silent. Though Nüwa hadn't fully grasped the essence of this world, many things. Universal across all realms. If you lack strength and status, then your existence or absence matters not to this world. For others to kill you or trample you is a matter of mere moments, without even needing to show their faces. Therefore, temporarily distancing myself from Chuchu is beneficial for both her and me. Hearing this, Nüwa could no longer contain herself. But benefactor, your true strength surely isn't what it appears. At the very least, you healed wounds even I couldn't mend. With such power, isn't that enough to carve out a place in this world? Xiao Ran gave a bitter smile. It was all because of the system. Without the system, you probably wouldn't even be seeing me today. Besides, even with the system, I couldn't have been so reckless without growing stronger first. And start showing off in front of others? That'd be suicide, wouldn't it? So Xiao Ran explained. It's a complicated story. Suffice it to say, what I need now is time to grow. Nüwa hesitated, then nodded. Well then, benefactor, is there anything I can do to help? Destroy this clan? Though I haven't fully regained my strength, I believe I can manage it. Hearing this, Xiao Ran shuddered. Good heavens! Are you Nüwa or some kind of god of death? Forget whether you can destroy this clan. But after you destroy them, could you possibly stand against all the extraordinary professionals of the entire Longhua Kingdom Alliance? Fine, even if you could stand against all the extraordinary professionals of the Longhua Kingdom Alliance, what about the entire world? Oh, and then you'll just repay me for saving your life, pat your butt, and walk away. What the hell am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to clean up your mess? Can I even handle that? Alright, put away your magic. I'll figure things out myself. As for you, just stay home, tend your flowers, and plant some grass. When I'm truly at my wit's end, then you can step in. What are you, some high and mighty deity? You don't need to play petty games with us mere mortals. Hearing Xiao Ran's words, Nüwa's face lit up with satisfaction. After being at his mercy for so long, she finally earned his respect. Her face now radiating pride and satisfaction. My benefactor speaks truly. We deities have no time for such scheming. With a single palm strike, we move mountains and fill seas with a single step. Alright, I understand. It's good you know, benefactor. By the way, where are we headed now? To my staff dormitory. Meanwhile, Bai Chuchu carried various medicines, shuttling between the major pharmacies in the city center. Scouring nearly every shop for remedies to treat both internal and external injuries. Damn it, how could I have forgotten to ask brother Xiao Ran what kind of injuries he sustained? So, just to be safe, she swept through every major pharmacy in the city center, sweeping them all off the shelves, while the shop owners counted their money until their hands cramped. When the cash ran out, Bai Chuchu still felt it wasn't enough. So she immediately pulled out all the cards she'd stolen from her father's safe, maxing out diamond cards, platinum cards, and gold cards to buy medicine for Xiao Ran. Thus, from that night onward, as the lucky day, medicines and herbs, though indispensable necessities in the world today, they remain prohibitively expensive. And ordinary extraordinary practitioners couldn't afford them. At best, they could buy some common external injury medicine, while only the wealthy second-generation or professional assault teams would procure higher-grade medicines. And precisely because of bulk purchasing, there's little profit margin. But this time is different, they're selling wholesale at retail prices. Such a windfall in this day and age was beyond the wildest dreams of these apothecary shop owners. By the time Bai Chuchu had swept up every last item, she was already rushing back to Xiao Ran's place. To Xiao Ran's residence. Thud! The large and small bags she carried landed on the floor. The room stood empty and bare, her two suitcases standing forlornly in the center of the floor. While at the window, a white sunny day doll slowly turned around, staring into Bai Chuchu's eyes. Xiao Ran, you big jerk. You lied to me. Meanwhile, Bai Lingfeng had finished his day's work, returning to his luxurious mansion in the affluent district of the Longhua Kingdom Alliance. Lying comfortably on the sofa, Bai Lingfeng felt thoroughly relaxed. The number of academy dungeon raids completed was still far behind. With Chuchu's S-rank sword immortal class on board, it wouldn't be an issue. The raid team was already organized, and with Chuchu joining them, they could immediately boost the number of dungeons cleared. At that point, his Beichuan Academy would undoubtedly become the foremost among the 4 great academies. The thought of the benefits that came with becoming the top academy in the alliance filled Bai Lingfeng with satisfaction. Yet the thorn in his heart Xiao Ran remained. Though Bai Changfeng was an E-rank transformation type class, Xiao Ran was merely an E-rank janitor. How could he possibly stand a chance? How could such trash be allowed to have any connection with our family's peerless sword immortal? But why hasn't he called to report back by now? Just as Bai Lingfeng was puzzling over this. Ding! The urgent text alert instantly snapped Bai Lingfeng back to reality. His brow furrowed as he picked up the phone and nearly jumped out of his skin upon reading the message. Your diamond membership card has been charged 300,000 at XX Pharmacy. Your platinum membership card, 200,000 spent at XX Pharmacy. Your gold membership card. A long string of transaction records kept flooding into Bai Lingfeng's phone. Finally. Your diamond membership card balance is insufficient. Your gold membership card balance is insufficient. Bai Lingfeng was stunned and utterly confused. He was clearly at home. Who the hell was spending his money? Am I hallucinating? No. As if a thought struck him, immediately stood up and headed toward his study. He walked to the safe in the corner, entered the code, and opened it. Inside the safe, there was nothing, not even a speck of dust. Bai Lingfeng nearly spat blood. That brat. She actually took all my cards. Chapter 11, Don't call me benefactor, call me master. A flicker of confusion crossed Bai Lingfeng's eyes. Why did that girl Chuchu buy so many medicines? He pulled out his phone and scrutinized the transaction details. Medicines for internal and external injuries, all sorts of herbs and concoctions. And he had no clue what kind of injuries they were meant to treat. He recalled that the reason she'd run away from home was to find Xiao Ran. And according to the intel, Chuchu had already found Xiao Ran. Then perhaps these medicines weren't for Chuchu herself, but meant for Xiao Ran. Damn! Could it be that Bai Changfeng didn't kill Xiao Ran after all? What kind of joke is this? How could an E-rank cleaner profession possibly escape from an E-rank transformation type extraordinary professional? The most likely scenario is that Chuchu stepped in to protect Xiao Ran. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, how could a worthless E-rank janitor could possibly fight an E-rank transformation type extraordinary professional? Fine, a loser is a loser hiding behind his own daughter. And needs a woman to protect him? What a complete loser. And what about his own daughter? Not only hanging around with an E-rank janitor loser all day. And now she's swiping my card to buy medicine for this kid's injuries? Bai Lingfeng's chest heaved uncontrollably. Determined to verify his suspicions, he dialed Bai Chingfeng's number directly. The phone rang a few times. Then the butler's startled voice echoed from downstairs. Miss, what are you doing? You've bought so many medicinal herbs, all these big and small packages. Hearing the butler's voice, Bai Lingfeng's frown eased. What's going on? Why are you back? Shouldn't that girl be treating Xiao Ran's injuries right now? Had he overthought things? With that thought, Bai Lingfeng hung up the phone and walked out of the study with a blank expression. Only to find Bai Chuchu looking somewhat dejected. While the butler stood nearby, helping her carry large and small packages. Bai Lingfeng narrowed his eyes, his stern voice cutting through the air. You little brat, what on earth are you buying all these medicines and herbs for? And you? Before he could finish, Bai Chuchu lifted her head, staring impassively at Bai Lingfeng. Dad, I'm tired. I have a dungeon to clear tomorrow. I'm going to rest now. With that, she turned and walked toward her room. Then, with a slam, she shut the door. This action left Bai Lingfeng utterly baffled. What was going on? Later, to verify his suspicions, he glanced at the large and small packages downstairs. He found that the medicines and herbs inside exactly matching the purchase records, with nothing missing. Only then did he relax. Now that Chuchu was back, that was all that mattered. As for Xiao Ran, was nothing but insignificant trash. The real focus was the return of his S-grade sword immortal daughter. Keep a close watch on the young lady. If this happens again, bring me your head. Bai Lingfeng addressed the butler. The steward trembled visibly, nodding helplessly. Back in her room, Bai Chuchu pressed her ear to the door for a moment. Hearing her father hadn't come in, her expression regained its former liveliness. She retrieved the sunny weather doll she'd hung on Xiao Ran's window. After a moment's thought, she walked to her door, carefully locked it from the inside. Then untied the string attached to it. And from the doll's head, she pulled out a note. Which read, Urgent situation. Don't look for me for now. Wait for my message. Those few simple words instantly dispelled Bai Chuchu's worries. The sunny weather doll was a toy brother Xiao Ran often made for himself as a child to amuse himself. Moreover, brother Xiao Ran would always stuff all sorts of messages into the doll's head to amuse her. As the eldest daughter of the Bai family, the pressure and expectations she bore were unimaginable to others. From childhood onward, every aspect of her life had been meticulously planned out. This was the sorrow of being the eldest daughter of a century-old family. Before meeting brother Xiao Ran, Bai Chuchu's life was like a wound-up machine. With fixed routines, fixed classes, and a life devoid of variation. No close friends, and certainly no one she knew well. At the academy, whenever anyone saw her, either whispered behind her back or hurried away. For she was the principal's daughter, and more than that, the daughter of the Bai family. This subtle isolation caused Bai Chuchu to withdraw into herself, growing cold and distant. But the moment brother Xiao Ran appeared, he was like a ray of light piercing directly into her world. She remembered that combat training session when she faced brother Xiao Ran. Before the fight even started, brother Xiao Ran waved his hand and said, "No more fighting, no more fighting. What if I ruin such a beautiful face?" That single remark left everyone staring at brother Xiao Ran in shock. No one dared speak. How could he dare? How could he say something like that to Bai Chuchu? Who does this kid think he is, talking to the principal's daughter like that? While everyone was wondering why Xiao Ran dared speak to Bai Chuchu like that, the figure of Xiao Ran, who had previously appeared gray and colorless in Bai Chuchu's eyes, suddenly burst into vivid hues. This person before her, roughly her own age, was treating her like a normal person? Normal conversation? Teasing? This was something Bai Chuchu had never even dared to dream of. From that day onward, wherever Xiao Ran went, she followed. Wherever Xiao Ran went, there she was, Bai Chuchu. But now it was clear that brother Xiao Ran was in trouble. And perhaps this trouble was somehow connected to her? In any case, since brother Xiao Ran had spoken, he must have his reasons. She really couldn't afford to act so childish anymore. Otherwise, brother Xiao Ran might end up disliking me, right? This thought, coupled with the image of Nüwa in Xiao Ran's room. And suddenly Bai Chuchu couldn't sit still anymore. But, Sister Nüwa seems prettier than me. Prettier than me. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Bai Chuchu looked down at herself. Soon, the garbage truck carrying Nüwa arrived at Xiao Ran's employee dormitory. These dorms were assigned to her by the Environmental Sanitation Department. The reason she hadn't moved in immediately was primarily to prevent incidents like the one that just occurred. Xiao Ran understood well the principle of having multiple hiding places. This location wasn't too far from the city center. And no matter how bold the Bai family might be, they wouldn't dare come here to kill. Benefactor, will you truly be safe staying here? If it comes to it, I can take action. Alright. You're the guest. You sleep in the bed tonight, I'll take the floor. Tomorrow I'll go into town and buy another bed. Oh, and do you snore when you sleep? Xiao Ran asked. This benefactor. I really don't know. If you dare snore, I'll kick you right out. Also, stop calling me benefactor all the time. Could you please use a different title? Thanks. Then can I call you brother Xiao Ran? Get lost. You're older than me no matter how you slice it. Why call me brother? Alright, you do have a point. So what should I call you? Hearing this, Xiao Ran felt a sudden urge to tease this Nüwa. I think you could call me master. After all, I saved your life. Yes, master. Nüwa replied without hesitation. Xiao Ran nearly choked on his breath at that. I was just joking. And you actually took it seriously? Nüwa called me master. That's pretty unprecedented, wouldn't you say? Chapter 12, I'm giving you a raise. Late at night, in the dead of silence, Nüwa's snoring was so loud it kept Xiao Ran awake. Suppressing the urge to kick her out, Xiao Ran sat cross-legged. Glancing at Nüwa sprawled out, snoring loudly. And the sacred image of Nüwa from mythological tales vanished completely from his mind. Who the hell had ever seen Nüwa like this? Moonlight spilled like water. Xiao Ran mentally tuned out Nüwa's snoring, pulled the blanket over her, and tucked it in. By moonlight, Xiao Ran began cultivating the celestial star technique, while simultaneously plotting his next move. First, he absolutely had to enter the dungeon at least once. Not only would it provide funds for dungeon guides, he could also gather materials within. These materials could be sold for profit. Not only was he short on cash right now, and now he had a Nüwa to support at home. The only question was, did this Nüwa need to eat? If she doesn't eat, that's one thing, but if she does, it would only add to the financial strain on an already struggling household. Fortunately, the employee dormitory here is free. Otherwise, the rental cost for this place would be a major expense. Ever since the Blue Star instances appeared, there have been all kinds of instances within, while external domains have emerged as battlefields, further squeezing the living space of people in the current world. In contrast, housing prices have skyrocketed to astronomical levels. In the past, perhaps a lifetime of hard work could afford a small, old, and dilapidated home. But now, even 3 lifetimes of hard work wouldn't be enough to afford one. Of course, this only applies to ordinary people and low-tier professions. For those in high-level combat professions, such worries are non-existent, as the Dragonflower Alliance essentially funds these individuals. Clearing dungeons is one thing, but heading to the outer battlefields to fend off beasts is another matter entirely. Anyway, tomorrow I'll finish the work at hand. Gotta haul that corpse from the junkyard to the Waste Resource Recovery Center for incineration, disposing of the body and erasing all traces. Also, I need to see the supervisor about getting a new garbage truck. After all, driving around in a garbage truck with half its front end missing is downright conspicuous. Second, the Bai family's pursuit should ease up temporarily once Bai Chuchu returns. But it won't last long. After all, I killed an E-rank transformation type extraordinary practitioner. Is a major incident. Yet they hold no direct evidence. Besides, my current E-rank janitor profession serves as a natural shield. Who would believe an E-rank cleaner could take down an E-rank transformation type? Who the hell would buy that story? In short, since the multiverse dump hasn't appeared yet, so I can't afford to slack off. Making money is one thing, but enhancing my own strength is the absolute priority. Listening to the snoring coming from Nüwa beside me. Come to think of it, not only did I arrive in this world all alone, and now, with no pressure weighing on him, it was only natural that sleep would come so easily. Xiao Ran shook his head and threw himself into cultivation, determined to practice until daylight. After a night of cultivation, Xiao Ran noticed that the third star seemed to be faintly glowing. Moreover, despite the night's battle, he felt no fatigue as he continued training straight into daylight. Truly worthy of its name, the Heavenly Star Technique. As Xiao Ran finished his cultivation and opened his eyes, he immediately saw Nüwa staring intently at him. Staring at him. Master, why does your aura feel exactly like Dijun's? Though not as powerful as his, if you keep cultivating like this, I'll start wondering if you're Dijun himself. Xiao Ran stood up and retorted irritably to Nüwa, right, I am Dijun. I'll grab the star sword and stab you a couple more times. Master, don't joke like that. How could that be possible? Before Nüwa could finish her sentence, a thunderous roar erupted from her abdomen. Then, blushing and looking somewhat shy, she said, Master, I'm a bit hungry. I was speechless. Great. Our already meager household is now in even worse shape. You're a god, for crying out loud, do you really need to eat? I've just recovered from a serious illness, I need to eat too. Xiao Ran sighed helplessly, tossing 3 or 4 packets of instant noodles to Nüwa. Make do with these for now. I'll go to the department to swap out the car. Oh, and while I'm out, try not to leave the house. Right. As he spoke, Xiao Ran pulled out his laptop and placed it on the bed. Watch some shows if you're bored, but don't go causing trouble out there, got it? Yes, master. Hey, what's this? Fengshen Bang. Leaving the dorm, Xiao Ran drove straight to the Longhua Alliance Environmental Sanitation Department. Xiao Ran, what's going on with this? The head of the 4th team at the Longhua Alliance Urban Environmental Sanitation Department, Lu Hongrui, striding in high heels, her long legs encased in black stockings, paced back and forth in front of the garbage truck. Staring at the garbage truck whose front end had been sliced off halfway by that E-class transformation type extraordinary professional. Lu Hongrui was Xiao Ran's direct supervisor. On the way over, Xiao Ran had already prepared his explanation. Who knows? He had no idea which damned extraordinary professional had done this. Xiao Ran decided to play dumb. After all, in the place where Xiao Ran lived, supernatural professionals fighting and brawling was a common occurrence. And with Xiao Ran's impeccable record, Lu Hongrui didn't suspect a thing. These damnable extraordinary practitioners, day in and day out, act like puppies with boundless energy, turning my place into. Lu Hongrui realized she'd gotten a bit carried away at this point. She smiled and moved closer to Xiao Ran, a faint fragrance wafting toward Xiao Ran's nose, as she deliberately brushed against his shoulder. Xiao Ran, dear, how about borrowing my sports car for a spin? Glancing at the red sports car parked nearby, Xiao Ran replied with a serious expression. Sis, I don't want a sports car. Sports cars can't haul trash. I only want a garbage truck. Hearing this, Lu Hongrui's face remained expressionless, but inwardly she nodded in approval, holding Xiao Ran in even higher regard. Looking at this young puppy. No, the young man. Not only was he young and handsome, but he got to work without a single complaint. Garbage collection work is inherently dirty, smelly, and poorly paid. Few could endure such conditions. I'd been posting online job ads for over half a year. People would come for interviews, but within 3 days, they'd all quit. But Xiao Ran is different. To this day, he hasn't complained once about hardship or fatigue, he's just kept at it. Therefore, as the head of the 4th team responsible for urban environmental sanitation in the Longhua Alliance, has formed a very favorable impression of Xiao Ran. Holds a very favorable impression of Xiao Ran. If possible, Lu Hongrui wouldn't recommend an older man dating someone much younger. Excellent, Xiao Ran, you've passed my test. Sister Hong will give you a raise. Hearing about the raise, Xiao Ran's heart stirred. This is just what he needed, he was currently in dire need of more funds. Just as Xiao Ran was about to ask how much the raise would be, suddenly, Lu Hongrui swiftly planted a kiss on Xiao Ran's cheek. With a soft smack. Soft and tingly. Sis Lu, you? Xiao Ran stared at her in utter surprise. What do you think? Once a month from now on. If possible, once a week. Or even once a day, not impossible. Hey, you little brat, everyone else is dying to kiss me. You're getting lucky, you know? Chapter 13, Sister takes you into the dungeon. Xiao Ran was speechless. Seriously, what kind of succubus magnet is he? Not only is the school beauty clinging to me, but now my boss is acting like this too? And this boss of mine? She's even more aggressive. Is this even right? Sister Hong, if you keep this up, I'm calling the police, Xiao Ran said helplessly. Upon hearing Xiao Ran's words, Lu Hongrui's expression turned stern. You stubborn little brat. Go drive your junk truck. Turning to leave, Lu Hongrui was about to walk away. Xiao Ran called out to her. Sister Lu, wait a moment. Oh? Changed your mind? No, Sister Hong, I want to join the raid. Could you help arrange it for me? Hearing this, Lu Hongrui halted in her tracks and looked at Xiao Ran in disbelief. Enter the instance? Are you kidding me? You're an E-rank janitor. Well, forgive my bluntness, but what exactly would you do in there? It's dangerous in there. Just stay put outside and clean up my junkyard properly. She'd finally found someone to help clean up her dump. And he's a fresh-faced young guy. Why would he suddenly want to go into the dungeon to die? As she spoke, Lu Hongrui returned to Xiao Ran's side. Xiao Ran, brother, what they teach in school theory and combat, it's all theory, not real combat. Dungeons are 100 times more complex than you imagine. Besides, you're not a combat class, nor a transformation class. Going in isn't just dangerous, you might end up holding the raid team back, right? Xiao Ran added. Seeing Xiao Ran so readily admit he'd be a liability, she nodded without further hesitation. Yeah, our 4th environmental team does have extraordinary professionals who follow the assault squad to clean up the battlefield and such. But they're all battle-hardened veterans. Even if their class levels are low, they're seasoned and experienced. But Sister Hong, I don't want to spend my whole life cleaning up your messes on the periphery. They may be battle-hardened veterans now, but back in the day, weren't they also greenhorns fresh out of the academy? That's different. No matter how low their levels, they're at least combat-oriented, transformation-oriented, or support-oriented. But you're just a lifestyle-oriented class. No lifestyle-oriented class has ever appeared in a dungeon. Never. Hearing this, Xiao Ran remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lu Hongrui. Her gaze wavered as she met Xiao Ran's eyes. This youth, barely 18, possessed such resolute determination and unwavering resolve in his expression. And his burning desire to grow stronger moved her deeply. Superior occupation rank, superior occupation once awakened, it becomes a lifelong companion. Yet here was someone who, having awakened as an E-rank cleaner, still possessed the courage to venture into dungeons for money or to gain experience. Probably, only this young man before me, right? Never has a life-oriented profession ever considered entering a dungeon. Never. To live as an ordinary person, protected by high-level extraordinary professionals. That's what an E-rank life-type janitor should be thinking about. Lu Hongrui took a deep breath and averted her gaze, refusing to look at Xiao Ran. This kid before her, whether it was his dedication to work, or his usual attitude when she teased him, had truly earned her satisfaction. But to let this kid enter the dungeon. After a long silence, Lu Hongrui exhaled deeply, and gave Xiao Ran a light tap on the head. Seriously, what can I say? Big sis just can't help but adore you. Alright, you focus on your work for now and get ready. I'll go check if our 4th environmental team has any low-level instances available soon. Yes, thank you, Sister Hong. Alright, you little rascal, get to work. Bidding Sister Hong farewell, Xiao Ran drove the spare garbage truck down the road. The dungeon issue was now settled. Xiao Ran had originally planned to join one of those raid teams online. After all, extraordinary professionals were recruited online too. But at his level and with his profession, he doubted anyone would take him. And soloing dungeons was simply out of the question. Currently, dungeons across the land are largely planned and managed by the Dragonflower Nation Alliance and the Dungeon Coordination Bureau. Once a dungeon appears, the Dungeon Coordination Bureau handles allocation first. They are categorized into 3 types. The first are Alliance-owned dungeons, typically higher difficulty instances directly managed by the Alliance. The second type involves instances allocated by the Alliance to its 4 major academies. These instances are generally of lower difficulty. Additionally, for the 4 academies, there is a rule based on the number of dungeon strategies. The college that leads in the number of dungeons cleared will receive numerous conveniences and rewards from the Alliance. The final category comprises instances for independent extraordinary practitioners. These instances are generally not very high level. Yet they are rife with unscrupulous elements. Adventurers must guard not only against the dangers within the dungeon, but also against those among their companions. To address these dangers and the mutual distrust among people, various organizations and guilds have emerged. As Lu Hongrui mentioned earlier, their 4th environmental group is a division of the Environmental Sanitation Organization. The members of this organization primarily enter dungeons not for combat, but rather to clear the corpses of various monsters which hold value, or assist the assault teams in collecting minerals within the dungeon. Of course, necessary combat remains unavoidable. After all, situations in dungeons can change in the blink of an eye, and no one can predict what will happen. Occasionally, the Academy or the Alliance will organize multi-faction strike teams, comprising Academy members, guilds, and freelance extraordinary professionals. Of course, such collaborations typically target large-scale dungeons. Now, I'm finally able to enter a dungeon and see for myself. Before, I'd been confined to the Academy, absorbing nothing but theoretical knowledge through lectures and practice. Before awakening to a transcendent profession, one couldn't enter dungeons. So Xiao Ran was incredibly eager to finally step inside one. Soon, Xiao Ran arrived at the landfill, using the claw of the garbage truck directly into the truck's hopper, along with the corpse of yesterday's E-rank transformation type extraordinary profession. He then drove to the waste incineration plant dedicated to powering the city. With a rumbling, the trash was dumped, and then a wave of scorching heat hit him in the face. This E-rank transformer extraordinary being, whose name Xiao Ran never even knew, would be transformed into several units of household electricity destined for uses unknown. Watching the ceaseless incineration of waste, Xiao Ran narrowed his eyes. Beneath the black sanitation worker's cap, gradually grew cold. Just then, his phone vibrated, and upon seeing it was Sister Hong, he answered immediately. Xiao Ran, you're in luck. There's a major E-level instance opening up. Beichuan Academy, Linnan Academy, and our 4th Environmental Division are all going in. Major instances have more assault teams, so they're relatively safer. What do you say? In or out? Holding the phone, Lu Hongrui pursed her lips. Deep down, she still felt reluctant to let Xiao Ran enter the instance. Even a large-scale instance with multiple assault teams presented endless dangers. But if Xiao Ran didn't go, Lu Hongrui would feel a pang of disappointment. Had she misjudged this kid after all? But soon, Xiao Ran's clear voice rang out. Sorry, Sister Lu. Hearing this, Lu Hongrui sighed. Sure enough, Xiao Ran was still afraid. But just then, Xiao Ran's voice came through again. Phew, it stinks. Sorry, Sister Hong, I was at the incinerator earlier. So, I'm out now. Should I come to you, or head straight to the dungeon? Hearing this, Lu Hongrui's lips curved into a smile. Wait there. Big Sis will pick you up in my sports car. Chapter 14, Preparations before entering the dungeon. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Ran felt a surge of excitement. Finally, I get to see inside the instance. And it was a large E-rank instance. This meant he could easily slip through the cracks and take advantage of the chaos. But the fact that Beichuan Academy's elite team was also present, which immediately put Xiao Ran on high alert. After all, Bai Lingfeng sent men to kill him just yesterday. And now he was entering the instance today, so he still needed to be cautious. But there was no need for excessive worry. Bai Lingfeng probably wouldn't have expected him to enter this instance. Moreover, he might even run into Bai Chuchu. That little minx Bai Chuchu, this is probably her first time in a dungeon too. So, all things considered, the North River Academy assault team won't notice me. Their focus will be entirely on Bai Chuchu. After all, how could the value of an entire assault team possibly match that of Bai Chuchu, an S-tier sword immortal? Moreover, Bai Chuchu is the daughter of Bai Lingfeng and the Bai family. By both logic and sentiment, this entire assault team is essentially here to train Bai Chuchu. Of course, besides Beichuan Academy students, there would likely be members of the Bai family within the assault team. Therefore, my task is to keep a low profile. Hope that little minx Chuchu doesn't expose me. What surprised Xiao Ran, however, was that Linnan Academy was also participating in this dungeon raid. After all, Beichuan Academy and Linnan Academy were essentially rivals. Generally speaking, they would not form a joint task force, though it's not unheard of. After all, instances where two academies team up to tackle dungeons are rare, but they do occur. In such cases, both parties would split the dungeon clear count evenly, which is fairly equitable. But Xiao Ran couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it than met the eye. Shaking his head to clear the tangled thoughts. This time entering the dungeon was partly to see if he could snag some loot and acquire some treasures within the dungeon. That way, even if he didn't need them himself, he could always sell them for some cash. His funds were running low, and there's a hungry little girl at home waiting to be fed. On the other hand, I needed to gauge the strength of the monsters inside. Before long, in under 10 minutes, a red convertible sports car sped up, executed a stylish drift to a stop right in front of Xiao Ran. Lu Hongrui, sunglasses perched on her nose as she gripped the steering wheel, lifted her head, flicked her hair, smiling at Xiao Ran. So, little brother Xiao Ran, isn't your big sis pretty cool? Sister Hong, your coffee spilled. Ouch, that's hot. Lu Hongrui's coffee spilled, splashing right onto her stockings, causing her to jump up in surprise. So the task of driving the sports car naturally fell to Xiao Ran. In the passenger seat, Lu Hongruei, without a care in the world, propped her leg up and slowly peeled the stockings off her leg. All the while saying to Xiao Ran, "Xiao Ran, little brother, before we enter the instance, let's swing by the department first. I'll grab you some life-saving gear for the instance. How about that? Isn't Big Sis being nice to you? Here, Big Sis's original flavor, for you." Xiao Ran took the damp stockings without expression. As the red sports car passed a gray trash bin, Xiao Ran stopped the vehicle. Lu Hongruei stared at him with a puzzled expression. Without hesitation, Xiao Ran tossed Lu Hongruei's stockings straight into the bin. "Hey, kid, what are you doing?" Xiao Ran got back in the car and drove off. Used socks belong in the other waste bin. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. As the head of the 4th team in the environmental department, don't you know this basic fact? Of course I know that, but you young folks all go for that original flavor stuff, right? Like stocking milk tea? Xiao Ran stopped at a traffic light and shot Lu Hongruei a disgusted look. "Sis, you'll get athlete's foot." "I don't have athlete's foot." Lu Hongruei nearly choked on her words at Xiao Ran's remark. This guy is such a blockhead. Soon, the sports car returned to the Environmental Protection Department. Lu Hongruei strode ahead in her high heels, with Xiao Ran trailing behind. The two arrived at a room. Lu Hongruei pushed the door open, while Xiao Ran glanced at the sign hanging above the doorway. Manhwa Environmental Sanitation Department, Equipment Division, Group 4. Alright, Xiao Ran, once you enter the instance, the absolute priority is staying alive. What weapon did you specialize in at the academy? Pick any you like. Though they're all standard issue gear, their reliability is still pretty solid. Before awakening, the academy instructs everyone in various combat techniques. And weapon proficiency was paramount. Xiao Ran walked over to the weapon rack, where an array of arms lay displayed. From large axes of various models to small hidden weapons, everything imaginable. These weapons appeared plain and unadorned, possessing neither special functions nor mystical powers. Merely reinforced for durability. Within the academy, Xiao Ran excelled most with the spear. He chose the spear because he considered that, whether in dungeons or on the outer battlefields, the spear was the weapon of choice for most. On one hand, wielded skillfully, a spear could truly hold its own against 100 foes. And this is no exaggeration. Many rank combat specialists in the Longhua Alliance choose the spear as their primary weapon. On the battlefield, when facing thousands of beasts, the spear often delivers unexpected results. Xiao Ran took the black spear from the weapon rack and weighed it in his hands. Given Xiao Ran's current physical strength, this standard issue spear felt far too light, weighing less than the black dragon blade within his own body. What Xiao Ran didn't know was that the black dragon blade was forged from the bones of a black dragon, with bone density reaching an astonishingly high level. To put it bluntly, if an ordinary E rank or D rank professional were to swing the black dragon blade, it wouldn't matter whether they could wield it or not. They wouldn't even be able to lift it. Moreover, Xiao Ran's cultivation of the Celestial Star Decision inherently strengthened his physique. And now that the black dragon blade has recognized its master, it has achieved perfect synergy with Xiao Ran. Which is precisely why Xiao Ran experienced this illusion. Seeing Xiao Ran effortlessly lift a standard issue spear, Lu Hongruei couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise. Though not a large, heavy weapon like an axe, its weight was no different from that of an axe. The crucial difference was that standard issue axe-type weapons prioritize balance, whereas spears are different. The primary point of force in a spear is the spearhead, which makes it top-heavy. Simply put, a skilled spearman can undoubtedly wield an axe well. But a skilled axe user isn't necessarily a skilled spear user. Witnessing this, Lu Hongruei suddenly felt a surge of confidence in Xiao Ran's ability to conquer this dungeon. Thus, Lu Hongruei continued, weapons are crucial for survival, but one cannot rely solely on them. The clothing you wear is equally crucial. Don't be fooled by the 4th environmental group emblem on them. These clothes and pants are ultra-durable, fire-resistant, and waterproof. Though not high-tier, they can save your life in critical moments. Soon, Xiao Ran had finished selecting his weapons, gear, and backpack and was fully equipped. He gazed at his reflection, clad in black top and bottom, the 4th environmental group emblem emblazoned on his left chest, a black backpack slung over his shoulders, with a black spear slung diagonally across the pack. Lu Hongruei suddenly thought, this kid actually looks the part. He's got the aura of a dungeon raider. Yet the thought of Xiao Ran's class and level, a flicker of worry crossed her mind. She looked at Xiao Ran and said, "Xiao Ran, little brother, I don't know why you're so determined to get stronger, but listen to your big sister, be careful, okay?" Hearing this, Xiao Ran gazed at Lu Hongruei in the mirror, who was helping him adjust his attire. And a wave of warmth suddenly washed over him. In the 18 years since arriving in this world, Xiao Ran had never felt such warmth. Bai Lingfeng had once been kind to him, but that kindness was calculated and cold. Yet the words and actions of the person before him, Xiao Ran could sense that they were genuine. Snap! Xiao Ran snapped back to reality, only to be caught off guard by Lu Hongruei's sneak attack on his face again. "Oops, sorry. I just couldn't resist seeing you deep in thought, little brother Xiao Ran." Xiao Ran sighed helplessly. Fine. Seems she's just craving my body. Chapter 15, The Assault Team with 2D rank supernatural operatives. Stepping out of the equipment office, Lu Hongrui led Xiao Ran to a lounge to await the arrival of the other team members. While Lu Hongrui coordinated various matters, Xiao Ran sat alone in the lounge, eyes closed in quiet meditation. Suddenly, something seemed to enter Xiao Ran's mind. Then, a familiar voice echoed within his mind. Hey, Master. Master, can you hear me? Xiao Ran's eyes snapped open in disbelief. What the hell? Am I seeing ghosts in broad daylight? No, Master. It's not a ghost, it's me. It's me. Nüwa. Xiao Ran forced himself to act as if nothing had happened. But his mind was in turmoil. What the hell is this? How did Nüwa get inside my head? How did you do that? Sorry, Master, I startled you. Here's the thing, I used a strand of your hair to mold a tiny figurine, which is how I can communicate with your thoughts. Xiao Ran nearly choked on his own blood. What the hell? Hell, you used my hair to mold a miniature version of me, and now you can communicate with my thoughts? Damn it, with Nüwa around, how much phone bill money would I save? Ahem, so, besides communicating with my thoughts, what else can it do? Xiao Ran finally remembered to ask about Nüwa's abilities. So much had happened to him lately. First Nüwa, then finding a treasure, and now entering a dungeon. Feeling Xiao Ran's thoughts, Nüwa seemed a bit embarrassed. Master, I haven't fully recovered yet. All I can do is mold clay figures and establish connections with them. And purify any curses on them. Of course, once I regain my strength, I won't be limited to just that. Hearing this, Xiao Ran silently nodded to himself. Understandable. After all, Nüwa had been pierced clean through by the Star Sword. And though he'd spent 3,000 points to heal her wounds. But don't forget the system had previously stated that it would take 5,000 points to fully restore her power. Perhaps I'll have to wait until the cosmic scrapyard overflows again and save up enough points to fully restore her power. Still, being able to purify curses is a decent perk. The world holds countless dungeon types, each brimming with bizarre occurrences. Curses frequently manifest within these instances, though support classes usually handle dispelling them. Of course, exceptionally potent curses are another matter entirely. This could serve as a backup plan for Xiao Ran's first dungeon run. Alright, I got it. I'll be back later, gotta run a dungeon. But Master, I'm so hungry right now. Don't worry. Time flows much slower inside dungeons compared to the outside world. I'll be back in no time. Oh, and when I get cursed, how do I get you to remove it? Just call me in your mind. Alright, hang up. Someone's coming. Cutting off the conversation with Nüwa, Xiao Ran saw 4 figures enter through the doorway. The leader was an unremarkable-looking man who, like Xiao Ran, carried a long spear on his back. Next came a broad-shouldered, sturdy man with 2 battle axes slung at his waist and a dark green shovel strapped to his back. The last 2 to enter were girls. The 2 girls looked exactly alike, clearly twins. Lu Hongrui followed shortly after. Alright, everyone's here. Let me introduce you all. This is our new recruit, Xiao Ran. He's a very capable young man. Hearing Lu Hongrui introduce him, Xiao Ran stood up and nodded to the 4 people. The first to stand was the man with the ordinary appearance. He smiled and said, Xiao Ran, hello. I'm Mo, captain of this environmental task force group 4. I'm an E-class combat-oriented extraordinary professional. Xiao Ran stepped forward to shake Mo's hand. But just as his hand was about to meet Mo's, the broad-shouldered, burly man stepped right past Mo, grasping Xiao Ran's hand instead. Xiao Ran's expression instantly turned cold. A warning shot? But, good lad. An E-rank life-type janitor daring to enter a dungeon. You've got some guts. Kid, you're impressive. Got guts. Rest easy once we're in the dungeon, just stick close to your bro Zhang. I'll make sure you come out unscathed. Hearing this, the atmosphere in the break room instantly livened up. Mo retorted irritably, Zhang Shuan, could you keep your voice down? What if you scare the poor guy? Xiao Ran, sorry about that. This kid really doesn't know how to handle social situations. Xiao Ran was a bit bewildered. Feeling Zhang Shuan's warm hand, and gestured toward Zhang Shuan's broad, sturdy frame. Wait, Zhang, doesn't your name kinda clash with your vibe? Humph, right? I think so too. I even suggested changing it to Zhang Shuya, but my mom wouldn't agree. Brother Zhang, that one seems even less fitting. Really? I don't see it. Then the twin girls jumped in to introduce themselves. My name is Wang Si. I'm Wang Tian. Without further words, they simply smiled at Xiao Ran. And Xiao Ran smiled back. Soon after, Lu Hongrui spoke up, alright, everyone, be extremely cautious during this large-scale E-rank dungeon run. No matter what happens, money is just material possessions, your lives are what truly matter. After saying this, Lu Hongrui turned to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, stay close to the group. Don't stray. Survival is the top priority. Xiao Ran nodded in agreement. Alright, everyone, let's go. A black luxury SUV pulled up outside the Environmental Protection Bureau. The 5 individuals said nothing further and entered the vehicle directly. Meanwhile, at Beichuan Academy, in the principal's office, Bai Lingfeng frowned, listening to his subordinate's report. Principal Bai Chengfeng was unreachable. They checked his home too, but he wasn't there. Understood. Has Chuchu proceeded to the dungeon? Miss Bai has already departed. This assault team comprises 12 members, 1 D-rank combat type extraordinary professional to protect Miss Bai, 3 E-rank transformation type members, 3 E-rank combat type members, and 4 E-rank support type members. Rest assured, though it's a large-scale E-rank instance, this configuration is entirely sufficient. Sufficient? No. This is Chuchu's first time entering a dungeon. There can be absolutely no mishaps. Ha? What do you think? Let Bai Hao come along too. What? Bai Hao? Principal, this is just an E-rank large-scale instance. There's absolutely no need to send Bai Hao. Didn't you hear what I said? This is in the southeast corner of Beichuan Academy. There's a windowless room with only a gate made of some unknown material, with a lock hanging on it. And through the slats of the gate, a pair of hands hung, pale as if sickly, their nails blackened, chilling the spine even under the sun. Moments earlier, the principal's subordinate had slowly approached the gate, muttering to himself as he unlocked it. What is the principal thinking? 1 D-rank combat class isn't enough, now he wants another? Is he trying to make the dungeon boss even tougher? Chapter 16, The Cold Young Master of Linan Academy. Xiao Ran sat inside the car. The atmosphere wasn't particularly tense. Mainly because Zhang Shuwen was talking while Xiao Ran listened. Xiao Ran, once you're in the dungeon, keep your eyes peeled and ears open. But don't worry, stick close to your brother Zhang, and you'll be safe. Brother Zhang, if I may ask, what E-rank class are you? Combat type? Transformation type? Or? Hearing this, Zhang Shuwen's face flushed uncharacteristically, and he grew a bit flustered. Emochio beside him slapped him playfully. Hey, Wenshu, why the sudden shyness? Come on, shout out your class. Xiao Ran found it odd too. What could possibly be so shameful about it? Sure, there are all kinds of classes nowadays, sword immortals, necromancers, and so on. But these are all open and transparent. Otherwise Xiao Ran wouldn't have thought to ask Lu Hongrui to bring him to the dungeon. You're putting me on the spot. Zhang Shuwen clearly didn't want to mention his profession. Just then, the elder of the twin sisters, Wang Tian, chimed in with mischievous glee. Little brother Xiao Ran? He's an E-rank support class nicknamed Big Milk Cow. If you're injured, as long as it's not fatal, he can heal you right back to full health. It's just the speed of the healing that's put. Xiao Ran couldn't hold back. Ha! Brother Zhang, you're Big Milk Cow. Sorry, I just couldn't hold it in. Zhang Shuwen glared fiercely at Wang Tian. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Big cow? I've never heard of that. Xiao Ran, she's just making stuff up. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a support class. When it comes to a fight, I'm unstoppable. Yeah, that part's true. Big Milk Cow not only heals wounds but also boosts combat power, something many support classes lack. Oomph. Call it the Big Cow one more time and I'll lose my temper. Xiao Ran couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. With that build and outfit, you'd think she was at least a transformation class, if not a combat class. Who knew she was actually a support class? Then, Zhang Shuwen turned her head away in a huff, refusing to speak any further. Xiao Ran's gaze shifted to the twin sisters. Wang Tian caught Xiao Ran's gaze and smiled, saying, we're both E-rank transformation type. We can transform into the beast demon Shadow Wolf. Xiao Ran nodded. During previous academy lessons, the Shadow Wolf had been considered a rather troublesome beast. These beasts possessed formidable physical strength and preferred to hunt in packs. And if a standard assault team encountered such a pack, would have no choice but to flee. Given their formidable individual strength and pack mentality, defeating them reliably requires at least a D-rank assault team. If you lack the capability to crush them in one blow, then beware during rest periods. These beasts possess an intense, almost pathological desire for revenge. And unless they are completely exterminated, they will launch surprise attacks when you least expect it, leaving you utterly defenseless. Though not exceptionally powerful on the outer battlefields, they remain opponents many assault teams would rather avoid. Xiao Ran assessed the team's composition: 2 transformation type classes, 1 combat type class, and 1 support type class, with his own lifestyle type class being negligible. With this composition, tackling a large E-rank instance together should be relatively straightforward. Coupled with the assault teams from Beichuan Academy and Linan Academy, it was absolutely certain they could breeze through this large E-rank instance. This would leave him ample time to take advantage of the chaos. Closing his eyes, he entered his cultivation state. The 3rd star within my body was about to ignite. Though the celestial star technique yielded better results at night than during the day, it was better than nothing. Seizing every moment to grow stronger was absolutely the right choice. Soon, Xiao Ran's assault team arrived at the instance's spawn point. Through the vehicle window, Xiao Ran could see the massive blue instance portal. And now, a large crowd had gathered near the portal. And Xiao Ran immediately spotted the most conspicuous figure among them, Bai Chuchu. At that moment, Bai Chuchu wore a white robe, her silver hair dancing in the wind, exuding an aura of icy detachment, pride, and noble dignity. A simple, ancient white sword hung suspended behind her. This aura, reminded Xiao Ran of the white-robed sword immortals from cultivation novels. Surrounding Bai Chuchu were 12 individuals. Though they maintained a distance from her, their gazes were all fixed upon Bai Chuchu. This must be the assault team formation from Beichuan Academy. On the other side, some distance from Bai Chuchu, Xiao Ran spotted 5 figures. One young man wore a faint smile, dressed in ordinary clothes, as if he were just passing by to buy soy sauce. Except that he now held an exquisitely antique paper fan in his hand. And in this bitter cold, he was fanning himself with such grace that it stood out remarkably. Xiao Ran frowned slightly through the car window, scratching his head. What a moron. The other 4 people around him all wore masks, their faces hidden. Upon arrival, Xiao Ran was the last to exit the vehicle. Wearing a black Environmental Protection Department cap, head bowed, trailing behind the group. Ah, finally here. A soft, effeminate voice sounded. It came from the young man fanning himself with a paper fan. What a waste of time. Can't you trash collectors hurry up? All this dawdling, if it weren't for you lot, this young master would have cleared this dungeon ages ago. Hearing this, Zheng Shuwen sneered coldly. Oh, isn't this Mr. Cold, the two-faced one? What's the deal? So this dungeon is your family's business, huh? You want to die? The youth named Cold young master flicked his wrist, sending the paper fan hurtling toward Zheng Shuwen. Just as Zheng Shuwen reached for his twin axes to block, Imochio, standing nearby, flicked his spear, sending the paper fan flying back. Then chuckled, young Master Lang, no need to get angry. Let's just get into the instance first, shall we? Time waits for no one. Hearing this, young Master Lang shot Zheng Shuwen a vicious glare. Poof. Once we're inside, you'd better watch your step. With that, Lang Xiao stepped directly into the dungeon portal. The assault team led by Bai Chuchu, without so much as a glance at Xiao Ran and the others, followed closely behind. Now, only Xiao Ran's small assault team remained outside. Secretary. I've told you countless times. Don't get involved with anyone outside the instance. Imochio abandoned his previous easygoing demeanor, gazing at Zheng Shuwen with a stern expression. While Zhang Shuwen looked down his nose at him. What's the big deal? If someone insults me, can't I hit back? What kind of logic is that? Oh, just because he's from Linan Academy and the young master of the Lang family, I'm supposed to just take his insults? That's ridiculous. Imochio, exasperated, snapped. Shuwen, I know you don't want to be at a disadvantage. But the dungeon's complex. Once we're inside, to put it bluntly, everyone else is our enemy. You're already making enemies out here. Tell me, won't we have to watch our backs inside? Come on. I'm Zhang Shuwen, I'm not scared easily. We're all E-rank practitioners. Why are you acting like a big shot? You idiot, have you forgotten Xiao Ran in our team? Normally, I wouldn't say anything about your impulsive nature, but this time is different, we have a new recruit. Oh, you're right. Hearing that, Zheng Shuwen instantly snapped to attention. Usually it's just the few of them entering the dungeon. And even if they got into arguments with others outside, once inside, it would just come down to a fight. But now that we have a newcomer, Xiao Ran, it's a whole different story. Put simply, dungeons are complex and dangerous. Now, because of his stubborn pride, he'd indeed added an extra layer of risk to this dungeon run. Which made Zhang Shuwen feel a bit embarrassed. Xiao Ran, however, didn't seem to mind at all. Waving his hand dismissively. Brother Zhang, it's fine. Any idiot fanning himself with a fan in this freezing cold deserves a good scolding back. Hearing Xiao Ran's words, Zhang Shuwen instantly perked up. Slapped Xiao Ran on the shoulder. Exactly. Brother Xiao Ran, I never would have guessed you're a kindred spirit. Mo Cho watched the two of them. And rolled his eyes. What else could be said? They'd just have to enter the instance and see. Soon, the group headed toward the instance portal. And just as Xiao Ran was about to step through, an icy cold aura flickered and vanished. Chapter 17, Ambush. The instant Xiao Ran and his group entered the instance. The instance monitoring system of the Longhua Kingdom's Strategic Coordination Bureau suddenly sounded an alarm. Everyone stared in bewilderment at the large screen displaying all dungeon portal surveillance feeds. The portal they had just entered instantly shifted from blue to red and within seconds turned as black as ink. Every staff member present was stunned. What on earth was this? A black dungeon portal. Are you kidding me? What kind of instance is this? Quick, contact the director immediately. This is a major incident. The moment Xiao Ran stepped into the dungeon portal, the portal behind him vanished instantly. Xiao Ran realized their team now seemed to be inside a cave. The cave was littered with blood and flesh, all the severed limbs and broken arms of dungeon monsters. Clearly the handiwork of the Lingnan and Beichuan assault teams that had entered earlier. The narrow, deep cave carried faint whiffs of stifling heat and decay. And aside from Xiao Ran's own assault team, there was no sign of any other groups. Mo Chio drew his dagger and approached Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, with these academy assault teams clearing the path this time, things should be a bit easier for us. Come on, I'll show you how to efficiently harvest monster resources. Meanwhile, Wang Tian and Wang Si, standing nearby, deftly drew their knives. They approached a monster roughly the size of a bull and swiftly sliced off its tail. Xiao Ran instantly recognized the creature as subterranean minotaur. These beasts possess thick, tough hides, immense strength, and remarkable self-healing abilities. The most valuable parts of its entire body are the eyes and tail. Both the eyes and tail could be used in medicine. While not commanding high prices, they still represented a decent haul. However, harvesting these parts proved exceedingly troublesome. So most assault teams didn't prioritize these materials. Instead, the monster cores that form within some creatures. Monster cores yield exceptional results whether used in alchemy or embedded into weapons and armor. High-quality cores can even fetch astronomical prices. As the 4th Environmental Group's assault team, our primary responsibility is actually to recover everything except monster cores. Not that we don't want to collect monster cores, but in this particular instance, the other 2 assault teams are moving far too swiftly. So the trailing team could only pick up whatever scraps remained. So Xiao Ran and his team began gathering all the usable materials scattered on the ground. Just then, a blood-curdling roar erupted nearby, followed by 3 subterranean minotaurs charging toward Xiao Ran's group. Before Xiao Ran could even issue a warning, a crimson glow instantly enveloped Xiao Ran's body. Xiao Ran felt his strength surge through his entire body. Turning his head, he saw Zhang Shuwen wielding 2 axes, flashing him a smile. "Watch out, Xiao Ran." With that, Zhang Shuwen charged straight at one of the cave minotaurs, engaging it in combat. Meanwhile, the sisters Wang Tian and Wang Si transformed into 2 black shadow wolves, each engaging their own foe. Mo Chio stood beside Xiao Ran, spear in hand, watching the battle unfold. Within 5 minutes, all 3 cave minotaurs were slain by the trio. "Xiao Ran, how about it? Not scared, right?" Zhang Shuwen dragged a headless subterranean minotaur toward Xiao Ran. Just as Xiao Ran opened his mouth to speak, that bone-chilling aura surged forth once more. This time it was intensely potent, emanating from the direction of Wang Tian. "Watch out." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ran flashed to Wang Tian's side, drawing his spear to block the attack. So swift that no one present could discern his figure. Clang! Crack! Xiao Ran's standard-issue spear snapped clean in 2. A ghastly white hand, having shattered the weapon, showed no sign of stopping. A tremendous force hurled both Xiao Ran and Wang Tian flying backward. How is this possible? A voice, weak and faint, echoed from the darkness. Zhang Shuwen immediately rushed to Xiao Ran and Wang Tian's side to administer treatment, while Wang Si transformed instantly and charged toward the source of the voice. Mo Chio, spear in hand, held his ground instead of advancing, bellowing, "Xiao Ran! Wang Tian! How are you holding up?" Xiao Ran felt relatively unscathed, having previously consumed physique-enhancing drugs and cultivated the multiverse starry heaven technique. But Wang Tian looked rather worse for wear. The opponent's power was formidable to begin with, though most of the force was absorbed by Xiao Ran's body when the attack struck him. His physique wasn't as formidable as Xiao Ran's. The impact sent him crashing into the rock wall, shattering several ribs. "Captain Mo, I'm fine. Wang Tian." Zhang Shuwen cut Xiao Ran off, gave him a reassuring look, then focused entirely on treating Wang Tian. Meanwhile, Wang Si had already engaged the enemy in combat. Their movements so swift it was hard to follow. Yet Xiao Ran could clearly see Wang Si was no match for her opponent, forced into a relentless retreat. Meanwhile, Mo Chio had also directly joined the fray. One transformation type, one combat type, both now locked in combat with the ambusher. No, how could this be? How could this be? It shouldn't be. The ambusher's voice kept echoing, as if confronted with some monumental conundrum. A white figure kept flashing in and out. Though his mouth was talking, his hands kept launching attacks. "Big cow!" Wang Si shouted. "Got it!" Zhang Shuwen raised his hand, and a crimson light descended upon Wang Si, boosting his speed and strength to new heights. But, Wang Si stared in disbelief at the hand appearing on his chest as a torrent of blood gushed forth. Seeing the blood, Mo Chio roared. His spear instantly coalesced into a crimson thread, shooting straight toward the ambusher. But the attacker twisted their body in an eerie manner, evading the deadly strike. Then, using the same tactic, Mo Chio's chest was pierced open, blood gushing out violently. Zhang Shuwen, still treating Wang Tian, stared in disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. At that moment, the white figure halted, standing still. Bending over, he flicked the blood from his hands. Then asked coldly, "Where is Bai Chuchu?" A hollow voice emerged from the figure's throat, casting a chill over the already stifling cavern. Chapter 18, Glowing Aura Leveled Up? At the mention of Bai Chuchu, Xiao Ran's expression shifted. He stood up, gazing at the other person. "What do you want with Bai Chuchu?" The other party was clearly growing impatient. Trash like you isn't worthy of speaking to me. As he spoke, his figure flickered at blinding speed, nearly invisible. Xiao Ran, hurry and notify the assault team. I'll hold him off. Xiao Ran's body was shoved aside. Zhang Shuwen also snapped into action. This situation was completely unexpected for Zhang Shuwen. They'd barely entered the dungeon, encountered hardly any monsters. They'd stumbled upon a killing machine. The enemy attacked without hesitation, severely wounding them. And the reason given was, he was looking for someone? Seeing Wang Tian slowly recovering on the ground and the other two lying critically injured and unconscious elsewhere, Zhang Shuwen was consumed by rage and lunged forward, but was stopped by Xiao Ran beside him. Brother Zhang, let me handle this. Hearing Xiao Ran's words, Zhang Shuwen looked at him in surprise. But you're only an E-grade janitor. You should go notify the assault team first. If we delay, the two of us. Ignoring Zhang Shuwen's words, Xiao Ran's aura shifted imperceptibly, as if he had become a different person. Zhang Shuwen sensed the shifting aura emanating from Xiao Ran and stared at him in disbelief. Brother Zhang, take care of them. I'll be quick. Wait, no, I'll be back soon. No, forget it. Before he could finish, Xiao Ran charged straight ahead. At that very moment, within the stifling cavern, the sound of relentless blows echoed through the air. Zhang Shuwen's eyes widened in shock. How did he manage that? This man could cripple both Mo Qiu and Wang Si with a single blow. Yet why could Xiao Ran fight him? On what grounds? Wasn't he just an E-rank janitor? A life-type profession going up against two combat-type and transformation-type professionals who are both seriously injured? Is that even fair? Xiao Ran paid no heed to Zhang Shuwen's shock, instead throwing himself wholeheartedly into the fight. Unlike his previous fight against an E-rank transformation class, this time, Xiao Ran could clearly sense the opponent was significantly stronger than an E-rank. But that posed no problem for Xiao Ran. The reason he'd been struck earlier was mainly because he hadn't anticipated that this standard issue spear would prove so easily shattered. Shattered with a single blow. Now, Xiao Ran struck out to test his hypothesis. The blows landing on his body seemed to have little effect. As if he were receiving a massage? After swallowing the Phoenix pill, his physical constitution and latent potential had indeed been enhanced by the elixir. But it was undeniable that the full potency of the medicine had yet to be fully unleashed. During his battle with that E-rank transformation-type professional, the opponent's wings were extremely sharp. Xiao Ran dared not take any chances. Once he'd adapted to his body, he'd instantly kill if possible, just to be safe. But now it was different. After truly engaging in combat with the opponent seemed to have no weapons, relying solely on bare-handed punches. And though powerful, Xiao Ran could withstand them. Moreover, the attacks the opponent delivered seemed to help him absorb the potency of the Phoenix pill more effectively. Perhaps this very battle could ignite his third star. At this thought, Xiao Ran smiled faintly, his movements slowing. The opponent, seemingly sensing something, gave a sinister grin. Heh, gotcha. With a thud, the opponent's fist slammed into Xiao Ran's shoulder. The force of the blow sent him reeling. Xiao Ran felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. The potency of the Feng pill began to steadily nourish his body, while the other stared oddly at the hand that had just struck Xiao Ran's body. No, this is strange. Why? Why couldn't it penetrate your body? Xiao Ran flexed his limbs, discovering his body felt increasingly light and agile. Then he asked, what exactly are you after Bai Chuchu for? No, impossible. The other party clearly hadn't heard Xiao Ran's words, and kept repeating the same thing, their attacks growing even faster. Xiao Ran stepped forward to meet the blow once more. Boom! The heart-stopping clashes echoed relentlessly throughout the cavern. Zhang Shuwen could no longer describe his astonishment at the unfolding scene. Xiao Ran, a mere E-rank janitor, had been struck so many times yet remained unharmed? And he was holding his own in a fierce battle? What kind of joke was this? The opponent could pierce through Mo Qiu and Wang Si's chests in one blow. So why, when facing Xiao Ran, did the opponent's fists seem to hit a steel plate? And with each blow Xiao Ran took, he felt the Feng pill being voraciously absorbed from his body. Soon, within Xiao Ran's mind, boom! The third star within his body, which had been dim and on the verge of igniting, was ignited by the opponent's single punch. Under the stunned gazes of both his opponent and Zhang Shuwen, Xiao Ran's body now radiated brilliant starlight. Zhang Shuwen was completely numb. What the hell was this? How the hell did this kid, in the middle of a fight, like a character leveling up in a damn game? This is ridiculous. The man standing opposite Xiao Ran was utterly dumbfounded. What's really going on with you? I'll ask again, what exactly are you after with Bai Chuchu? The other party stopped talking and burst into laughter instead. Ha! I sensed something off about you earlier. Looks like you're not like the rest of that trash. As he spoke, he roared, his entire aura instantly enveloped in blackness. Especially his hands, which were instantly engulfed in ink-black flames like molten tar. Fine. You're the first to make me unleash my black flame power. With that, the figure flickered, moving several times faster than before, appearing directly to Xiao Ran's left. Xiao Ran had intended to use the opponent to disperse the potency of the Phoenix Luan pill within his body, allowing his physique to absorb it more effectively. Now, with the third star within him ignited, the Phoenix Luan pill's potency had been fully absorbed. Therefore, he no longer needed to be struck by the opponent's attacks. Thus, the instant the opponent's attack neared, Xiao Ran effortlessly sidestepped the attack. The opponent, seemingly losing their earlier patience, unleashed a barrage of attacks that whizzed past Xiao Ran. The black flames in the opponent's fists ignited the edge of Xiao Ran's robe upon contact. The acrid smell of burning filled Xiao Ran's nostrils. Ha! Kid, let's see how long you can keep dodging. As the words fell, Xiao Ran caught sight out of the corner of his eye that he'd been cornered in the cavern's farthest recess. With no escape left. Die, you piece of trash! A sharp crack echoed. The opponent froze. The distinct pain radiating from his left hand left him puzzled. Strange. What's going on? This. Before he could figure it out, his left hand erupted in a flash of red, blood gushing wildly. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the cavern, piercing and filled with disbelief. Xiao Ran, however, stood expressionless, black dragon blade in hand, staring at his opponent. Before the other could react, a sharp crack echoed another strike. The opponent's right wrist fell to the ground like a severed cleanly. The cuts on both wrists were unnaturally precise. Both hands were severed in an instant by Xiao Ran's black dragon blade, and lay trembling on the ground. The screams were truly horrifying. Xiao Ran kicked the opponent squarely in the shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground. His entire body trembling. He backed away in fear, staring at Xiao Ran in disbelief. Impossible. How could this be? Did you even attack just now? Why can't I see it? Why? Chapter 19, you're a demon, aren't you? Try calling me again. Just try it. Xiao Ran's words seemed to carry a magical power. The man instantly fell silent, staring fixedly at Xiao Ran. His eyes held anger, disbelief, but above all, fear. Xiao Ran paused thoughtfully. The black dragon blade flashed at the opponent's left ankle. A crimson gush erupted as blood spurted wildly. Ah! Are you going to talk? What the hell am I supposed to say? The man gritted his teeth. He'd been planning to wait until his captor let his guard down before making a run for it. But now, with his Achilles tendon severed, there was no escape. See? Pure agony, isn't it? As Xiao Ran spoke, a flash of black light flickered in his hand. Chilla, the tendons in his other foot were severed by Xiao Ran. Damn it, what exactly do you want me to say? Xiao Ran scratched his head, glancing over at Zhang Shuwen's side, and shouted, Brother Zhang, I did ask him a question earlier, right? Zhang Shuwen was now completely numb, staring blankly at Xiao Ran. Ever since Xiao Ran's first fight with the enemy, he'd been stunned. He never imagined the other guy could practically wipe out the entire assault team. But when Xiao Ran stepped in, after fighting for a while, his body seemed to upgrade, emitting a faint glow. Then, in the second fight, he'd utterly destroyed the enemy like this. The once mysterious and elusive adversary now lay at Xiao Ran's feet, shouting loudly as if Xiao Ran were the villain. How the hell could that be right? Judging by the opponent's strength, they were definitely D-tier, a textbook D-tier. And clearly, he was a combat-type extraordinary class. Otherwise, how could he have seriously injured 3 E-rank combat-type professionals and a transformation-type professional with his first move? Could an E-rank really pull off something like that? Seeing Zhang Shuwen gaping speechless, Xiao Ran furrowed his brow. The black dragon blade plunged directly into the opponent's shoulder. With a wet thud, the man wailed and trembled, a far cry from his earlier demeanor. Damn it! What the hell do you want to know? I'll tell you everything. At that moment, Zhang Shuwen finally snapped out of it. Shouting immediately, he's asking why you were looking for Bai Chuchu. Zhang Shuwen had killed people, or rather, this assault team had killed people. And that wasn't exactly a secret within the team. After all, once inside the dungeon, treasures and resources were plentiful. Conflicts with others were inevitable. In the dungeon, combat and monster slaying were one aspect, while others specialized in hunting down raid teams or other freelance extraordinary professionals. Such occurrences were commonplace within the dungeons. But someone like Xiao Ran first severing an opponent's hand, then cutting their Achilles tendon to prevent escape, and now stabbing them in the shoulder, a non-fatal spot. No matter how you look at it, that's devilish, right? Recalling their first meeting, and the stark contrast to the brutal inquisitor like Xiao Ran before him now. This stark contrast sent a chill down the spine of Zhang Shuwen, a burly man with broad shoulders and a sturdy build. This kid's got something sinister about him. Hearing Zhang Shuwen shout, the man sprawled on the ground wailing and wringing his hands finally came to his senses. Tears and snot streaming down his face, he sobbed, I was sent by Bai Lingfeng to protect Bai Chuchu. Oh? Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. So he was here to protect Bai Chuchu? Oh? Protect Bai Chuchu? Then what's the deal with you trying to kill us? At Xiao Ran's words, the man visibly froze. Well, that was just for fun. A damn E-rank assault squad, if they die, they die. No one will care. All this time, I've been locked up in Principal Bai's room. I was nearly suffocating from boredom. Now that I'm finally out and getting to run a dungeon. So of course I'm gonna kill whoever I want. I just love killing people. Of course, he dared not voice this thought aloud. His eyes darted around as he searched for some excuse to bluff his way out. He swallowed hard, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body just as he was about to speak. Xiao Ran's black dragon blade shot out once more, piercing with pinpoint accuracy into the other shoulder. Ah, you let out a wail of agony. But it wasn't over yet. After thrusting it in, Xiao Ran slowly rotated the black dragon blade. The bone-chilling sound of bone scraping against the blade sent shivers down the spine. The victim was clearly terrified by Xiao Ran's action. Forget excuses or justifications, now all he wanted was for the other to kill him with a single stroke. Anything was better than enduring this torment at the hands of this demon. I'll talk. I've just been bottling it up for too long. I wanted to use this chance to kill two people, warm up a bit. Hearing this, Zhang Shuwen erupted in fury. What the hell is wrong with you? Holding back too long? Why don't you just go fly off somewhere? What kind of hobby is killing people? How the hell was I supposed to know there'd be? Fearful eyes darted toward Xiao Ran within the assault team. Xiao Ran scratched his head. Alright, what's your class? I'm a D-class extraordinary class, Black Flame Fist Master. Hearing the other's words, Xiao Ran remained expressionless. But inside, he was stunned. A D-rank extraordinary profession? He had only awakened 3 stars so far. Could he really fight someone with a D-rank extraordinary profession? The heavenly star decision, how overwhelming. When Xiao Ran had previously fought an E-rank transformation type extraordinary class, the difference hadn't felt particularly pronounced. But now, battling this D-rank extraordinary profession, Xiao Ran felt it intensely. This time, it was a real, physical battle. Punch for punch, flesh meeting flesh. Xiao Ran could distinctly feel that his current physical strength was indistinguishable from that of a D-rank extraordinary profession. Without exaggeration, it could reach a class. Of course, including this encounter, Xiao Ran had only fought extraordinary professionals twice. In short, he had grown stronger, that much was undeniable. Alright, I'm done asking. As he spoke, Xiao Ran drew the black dragon blade. A deathly aura emanating from it. No, I'm a student at Beichuan Academy. My name is Bai Hao. I'm from the Bai family. You can't. SSSSHHH. Bai Hao's eyes froze, his head rolling away with a thud. Xiao Ran. Zhang Shuwen stared at Xiao Ran in disbelief. This is a member of the Bai family. And Bai Chuchu, the daughter of the Bai family, is also in the task force. If she finds out about this. Zhang Shuwen watched the scene unfold before him, his mind in turmoil. Xiao Ran's current demeanor felt utterly unfamiliar. Gone was his former approachability, replaced only by savagery and slaughter. Xiao Ran rose to his feet and kicked the opponent's head deep into the pit. The Bai family? Don't worry, Bai Chuchu won't do anything to me. Alright, brother Zhang, don't worry. How are their injuries? Hearing Xiao Ran mention the other's injuries, Zhang Shuwen slumped down onto the ground. Not good. Right now, I can only keep them alive. We still have to wait for the assault team to take down the boss before we can get out for treatment. Xiao Ran nodded. Alright, I understand. There's no immediate danger here. Can you handle it alone? Zhang Shuwen immediately sensed something was off at Xiao Ran's words. What do you mean, Xiao Ran? What are you trying to do? I want to go back in and take a look. It's my first time here, after all. But as he spoke, Zhang Shuwen stopped himself mid-sentence. Even if this instance is large-scale, it's only E rank. And judging by Xiao Ran's battle with the D-rank extraordinary class earlier, he wouldn't need any protection here. He might even clear the dungeon solo. If that's the case, what else is there to say? Alright, I understand. Rest assured, this area should pose no danger. If you wish to proceed, go ahead. Xiao Ran nodded, summoned the black dragon blade back into his hand, and strode deeper into the dungeon. Chapter 20, The Minotaur Warrior Approaching a Rank. Watching Xiao Ran's departing figure, Zhang Shuwen opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing. What was there to say? He was clearly holding back his strength, coming to the dungeon to hone his skills. And just now, the person Xiao Ran killed. Zhang Shuwen thought it through carefully, front and back, and realized that if Xiao Ran hadn't been in the assault team, everyone would likely have perished. Moreover, judging by Xiao Ran's demeanor, his strength was such that he didn't need anyone from their side to protect him. A D rank? A D rank extraordinary professional, just like that, fell by Xiao Ran's hand. Though Zhang Shuwen had encountered D rank extraordinary practitioners before and even fought them, the gap between them was starkly evident. Whether in combat or tactics, D rank extraordinary practitioners were simply superior to them E rank practitioners. This was undeniable. But, considering Xiao Ran's identity and his level, Zhang Shuwen now questioned the Alliance's extraordinary ranking system. Could an E-rank extraordinary practitioner truly kill a D-rank extraordinary practitioner? Or perhaps the alliance's tier boundaries are not flawed, and Xiao Ran himself had transcended these very boundaries? But regardless, Xiao Ran saved him, saved this assault squad. And that fact was beyond dispute. Xiao Ran walked through the stifling cavern, feeling the stars flickering within his body. This overwhelming power was truly reassuring. Fortunately, Bai Hao had just dispersed the Feng-Yuan pill's essence earlier, allowing his body to absorb it perfectly. Otherwise, Xiao Ran truly wouldn't have wanted to tackle this dungeon alone. On one hand, the North River Academy's elite team was already present, and he didn't want to reveal his strength too early and draw the attention of Bai Lingfeng from Beichuan Academy. On the other hand, Xiao Ran sensed that the dungeon itself felt somewhat dull. These monsters, though hideously grotesque in appearance, their strength seemed limited. Earlier, he had witnessed Zhang Xuan and Wang Si battling the cavern minotaurs, and while the assault team handled the fight with precision and efficiency, Xiao Ran had already mentally simulated the scenario. These 3 cave minotaurs? A single strike from him would obliterate them instantly. No teamwork required whatsoever. But then again, how formidable could a large E-rank dungeon really be? Moreover, the path ahead was littered with the corpses of minotaurs, all slaughtered clean by the forces of Beichuan Academy and Linan Academy. So there was no real fighting to be had. It was downright boring. But what Xiao Ran didn't know was that the assault team ahead had just encountered a tough nut to crack. Damn it! A minotaur chieftain. How could a D-rank monster appear in an E-rank instance? Before one of Beichuan Academy's extraordinary practitioners stood a minotaur chieftain, bearing a black banner. Clad in coarse hemp robes, his gaze icy and utterly dismissive of everyone before him. With a single wave of his banner, a blood mist instantly filled the cavern. All the cave minotaur's combat prowess surged in the blood mist, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. Bai Chuchu, I'm going up with you to take down this minotaur chieftain. We can't let it activate its group buff. With a flick of Lang Xiao's fan, the temperature around him plummeted instantly. One cave minotaur, caught in this frigid aura, began spewing shards of ice from its body. Bai Chuchu, without a word, swept her white blade across 2 cave minotaurs, cleaving them in 2 at the waist. Her figure flickered rapidly, darting toward the minotaur chieftain. The number of subterranean minotaurs surrounding Lang Xiao was overwhelming, but the icy barrier surrounding him was utterly formidable. Any who dared approach found their speed and strength severely hampered by the barrier within moments. Thus, young Master Lang and Bai Chuchu, one in front and one behind, closed in on the minotaur chieftain. Only. Roar! A deafening roar nearly shattered their eardrums. Their heads buzzed violently, and their feet halted. At that very moment, a figure towering above even the average cavern minotaur materialized before them. A foul wind howled as a massive black axe swept through the air, aimed squarely at Bai Chuchu and Lang Xiao. In that split second, a resolute expression flashed across Bai Chuchu's face as she hurled her ancient, white sword forward. Lang Xiao's actions mirrored hers perfectly. Both the paper fan and the white sword were hurled simultaneously. Clang! Clang! The axe's momentum was momentarily halted. Bai Chuchu and Lang Xiao swiftly retreated backward. At that moment, the minotaur chieftain waved his black banner, and the blood mist within the arena instantly dissipated, revealing a gruesome scene within the cavern. Everyone except Lang Xiao and Bai Chuchu had been slaughtered without mercy. Even the D-rank extraordinary professional beside Bai Chuchu had been cleaved clean in 2. While some minotaurs were ripping out the heart and lungs from the D-rank extraordinary professional's body. This sight made Bai Chuchu's brows furrow deeply. Her white robe was already stained crimson with blood, her body trembling slightly. This was Bai Chuchu's first time in a dungeon. Even as an S-rank sword immortal, she needed time to grow. But what was unfolding before her eyes was truly horrifying. Meanwhile, over at Lang Xiao's side, a piercing scream erupted. Bai Chuchu turned to look. Young Master Lang was now sprawled on the ground, clutching a severed head, his expression wild and frenzied. Dead. Dead. All dead. Damn it. This was only an E-rank dungeon. The people I brought were all D-rank. D-rank. And they're all dead. Where was the carefree ease of the young Master Lang from before? Only deep despair remained. At that moment, the black cavern minotaur wielding a massive axe did not immediately attack the 2 after the blood mist cleared. Instead, its eyes gleamed with mockery as it watched the scene unfold before it. Then it let out several gibberish shrieks, clearly addressing them. But Bai Chuchu and Lang Xiao couldn't understand a word. And seeing one of them clutching his severed head while bellowing wildly, the black minotaur grew visibly impatient, pointing first at Lang Xiao on the ground, then at its own mouth. Though Bai Chuchu wasn't eloquent, she was skilled at reading people and situations. And she immediately grasped its meaning. Then delivered a kick to Lang Xiao's shoulder, sending him stumbling. What the hell are you doing? We're going to die. We're all going to die. You. Shut up, you wimp. Look at this mess. You actually want to kill us? Jolted Lang Xiao back to his senses. Then looked around the cavern in utter confusion. At that very moment, the cavern held over 50 minotaurs. And at the center stood a bull-headed troll wielding a massive axe, its form pitch black. Fear deepened in Lung Xiao's eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, this entirely black minotaur before him was a minotaur warrior approaching a rank. Are you kidding me? This is an E rank instance, how could there possibly be a minotaur warrior here? Chapter 21, Training? Count me in. Xiao Ran walked along, soul refining banner in hand, continuously gathering the divine souls of these cavern minotaurs. Though these cave minotaurs possessed decent physical prowess, their souls were undeniably feeble. In fact, with a single wave of the soul refining banner, several cave minotaur souls entered the banner, offering no resistance whatsoever. After killing Bai Hao earlier, Xiao Ran had actually intended to capture the brat's soul directly into the soul refining banner. But Zhang Shuwen's presence made it inconvenient. He decided to wait until the assault team had cleared the dungeon boss before figuring out how to collect it. This feeling, having the assault team clear all obstacles ahead, allowing him to collect souls without lifting a finger, was, well, though it lacked the thrill of combat. But compared to the rewards, Xiao Ran still preferred the joy of reaping what was essentially free. This soul refining banner was simply too well suited to him. Or rather, it fits this world perfectly. Current soul banner soul count, 72. Seeing the system notification pop up, Xiao Ran's mood soared. Not bad, not bad. Once he ventured out, the number of divine souls within the soul refining banner would likely surpass 100, wouldn't it? According to the soul refining great techniques instructions, the soul refining banner would unlock supernatural abilities once the soul count reached the required threshold. After 100 souls, the banner would activate its first supernatural technique. However, this divine technique merely slightly enhances the power of the souls within when using the soul refining banner. After all, a mere 100 souls, imagine when it reaches 1,000, 10,000. That power will be incomparable to what it is now. In short, the soul refining banner is undoubtedly a late-game artifact. Its relative weakness in the early stages is understandable. Besides, I don't need to rely solely on the soul refining banner for combat right now. If I had used the soul refining banner during the battle with Bai Hao earlier, it could restrain the opponent to some extent. Xiao Ran knew full well that this was merely a restriction nowhere near as substantial as defeating the opponent through sheer strength. True strength is the foundation for standing firm in this world. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than a thunderous roar erupted nearby. The roar was deafening, causing Xiao Ran's brows to furrow. This aura, this sensation, it seemed to be several times stronger than even Bai Hao, a D-rank extraordinary professional. Xiao Ran's entire body trembled as the roar ignited an instant urge to fight. Though he had previously fought against Bai Hao, a D-rank extraordinary practitioner, he could clearly sense that Bai Hao was no match for him at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used Bai Hao's fists to force him into massaging him, thereby fully absorbing the potency of the Phoenix pill. But now, feeling the stifling heat within the cavern and sensing the opponent's overwhelming aura, Xiao Ran's fighting spirit surged even higher. His pace quickened. After traversing layer upon layer of dense cavern mist, Xiao Ran finally beheld the scene before him. Bai Chuchu stood before a massive black minotaur, while on the ground, that cold-hearted young master from Lin Nan Academy lay sprawled, staring blankly at the minotaur before him. Surrounding them lay scattered limbs and broken bodies. The extraordinary practitioners from Lin Nan Academy, or those from Beichuan, all dead. Only Bai Chuchu and the man called Ling Xiao remained in the arena. The moment the black minotaur spotted Xiao Ran, a flash of murderous intent flickered in its eyes, roaring several times in Xiao Ran's direction. And there's that pig-faced bastard too. Hearing this, Xiao Ran's expression froze. Ha? What the hell? A pig? Wait, something's off. How could he understand the minotaur's words? Just as the minotaur warrior roared, Bai Chuchu and Lang Xiao both spotted Xiao Ran. Aren't you from Environmental Group 4? What are you doing here? Clearly, Lang Xiao's brain had completely frozen. You need to get out of here. Run out and contact the Alliance. What are you doing here? You idiot. Bai Chuchu shot Lang Xiao a look of disgust. Then a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Xiao Ran placed his index finger over his lips, signaling Bai Chuchu to remain silent. Seeing this, Bai Chuchu reluctantly swallowed the words Xiao Ran brother that had formed on her lips. Watching Xiao Ran walk step by step toward her. You idiot. Are you even listening to me? Hurry up and contact the Alliance. This is an A-class minotaur warrior. Xiao Ran shot Bai Chuchu the same disdainful look she had given him. At Lang Xiao. Forgot the basics of dungeons? Once you're inside, if you don't clear the instance, do you think you'll have signal? Or be able to get out? After a barrage of questions, Lang Xiao was instantly dumbfounded. Yeah, this is all basic knowledge, how could I have? Xiao Ran ignored Lang Xiao, instead lifting his gaze to fix it on the minotaur warrior. What do you want? The words had barely left his mouth when Bai Chuchu, standing beside Xiao Ran, heard them clearly. Lang Xiao, though a few paces away, could still make out every syllable. Xiao Ran's words just now were almost like a shout. As if Xiao Ran was actually conversing with them. Bai Chuchu stared at Xiao Ran in disbelief. And young Master Lang was equally dumbfounded. Hearing Xiao Ran's words, the Minotaur warrior across from them clearly froze in shock. Never in its wildest dreams did it imagine the man before them could actually speak their Xiao Ran language. Then it bellowed, "Pig! You speak our tribal tongue? Then this is splendid. Today is our Minotaur festival. We need opponents, we need slaughter, and she and he are the warriors we've chosen. We will slay them and bathe our newly initiated warriors in their blood." Bai Chuchu's brows furrowed deeply, while Lang Xiao turned to Xiao Ran, seeking an explanation of what the other had said. Xiao Ran turned his head to explain. "Well, they want you to, especially you, Lang Xiao. They intend to capture you to carry on their Minotaur tribe's bloodline." Hearing this, Lang Xiao shuddered in terror. The thought of those Minotaur's massive frames contrasted with his own scrawny frame. A wave of despair washed over him. He immediately crawled to Xiao Ran's feet, wailing, "No! Tell them I'm physically incapable. I can't do it. Please, tell them. I beg you, tell them. If it comes to this, I'd rather they just kill me, or I'll take my own life." Hearing this, Xiao Ran was stunned. "Holy crap, you really are a two-faced bastard. Brother Zhang was right about you." Seeing this cold young master crying his eyes out, snot practically dripping onto his own legs, he brushed it off and kicked the young master aside. All right, just kidding. They plan to fight you, they're just training their young Minotaur warriors." Before Lang Xiao could react, Xiao Ran grinned at the Minotaur warriors and said, "How about counting me in? I'll make sure your young warriors get trained to perfection." Hearing this, Bai Chuchu looked at Xiao Ran in confusion, but quickly understood his meaning. Brother Xiao Ran always flashes that smile during battles. So Brother Xiao Ran wants to fight them? As this thought crossed her mind, Xiao Gang tried to stop Xiao Ran, only to see Xiao Ran tilt his head slightly and give Bai Chuchu a reassuring glance. Bai Chuchu clenched her jaw and said nothing more. If that's the case, then she would stand with Brother Xiao Ran and fight them to the bitter end. Even if it meant death, she would stay by Brother Xiao Ran's side. Meanwhile, Lang Xiao lay sprawled at Xiao Ran's feet, staring blankly at Xiao Ran. Who exactly was this man? What did he want? Aren't you from Environmental Group 4? Aren't you supposed to be collecting trash? Why are you standing so calmly before a Minotaur warrior now? What gives you the right? Chapter 22, I don't want to die with you. The Black Minotaur warrior now looked down on Xiao Ran from above, and suddenly burst into laughter. "You pig! I can sense the difference between you and the other two, but you're simply too weak. I see none of the brilliance I see in those two radiating from you." Xiao Ran frowned slightly. "Radiance? What radiance? Could it be the radiance brought by their class levels? It seems these so-called dungeon monsters possess their own unique ability to distinguish class levels. But Piggy, your courage is something we admire. Take this pig on the ground. If not for his formidable strength, I would never have spared him. Only those with such courage deserve to be slain by us young warriors, becoming stepping stones for our growth." Thus, Xiao Ran, Bai Chuchu, and Lang Xiao followed the Black Minotaur warrior deeper into the dungeon. "You're insane. Completely insane. What were you thinking? Why did you agree to this? I'm going to die horribly. I'd rather have been killed by that axe blow just now than become a sharpening stone for these monsters. Who the hell are you? Don't you know what you're doing? What the hell are you playing at? You're just a weakling from the Environmental Group 4 assault team, how dare you? And why can you even talk to them? Are you one of them?" A barrage of questions poured out from Lang Xiao, who was hiding behind Xiao Ran. Bai Chuchu kicked Lang Xiao in disgust. "Shut up! You weakling! You're supposed to be the top student at Lin Nan Academy, yet you're as limp as a ragdoll? Do you really think we can get out of here without taking down the dungeon boss? Do you think we can survive by refusing their demands? Refusing means certain death. Going might not kill us. Do you even grasp that logic?" But I... Lang Xiao tried to protest. The enemy is practically an A-rank Minotaur warrior. Not going means certain death, but going means certain death too. What about fighting their young Minotaur warriors? Even if those young Minotaur warriors were only E-rank, this relentless barrage would wear him down until he collapsed from exhaustion. If death is inevitable, why choose such a humiliating, pathetic way to go? Better to be done with it cleanly. Let this Black Minotaur finish you off with a single, satisfying blow. At that moment, Xiao Ran, who had been trailing behind the Black Minotaur, spoke up. "Do you think this Black Minotaur is the boss?" The moment the words left his mouth, both Bai Chuchu and Lang Xiao stared blankly at Xiao Ran. "What do you mean?" Lang Xiao asked, his voice trembling. "It's simple. Haven't you studied the Dungeon Monster Species course?" At this, Lang Xiao fell silent, while Bai Chuchu's eyes flashed with a hint of terror. The Dungeon Monster Population course primarily covers the distribution patterns of various monster species within dungeons. A dungeon can be seen as a small world, inhabited by tribes of all shapes and sizes. And the Minotaur tribe is one of them. Yet it's clear that in this E-tier large-scale instance, judging by the recent assault, seems to be inhabited solely by the Cave Tauren race. Meaning this place is the lair of the Cavern Tauren. According to the course material, the Tauren have a very clear division of roles. The cave trolls we defeated earlier represent the most numerous yet lowest tier members within the tribe. And they are also the most commonly encountered monsters in typical E-tier dungeons. Yet, after Xiao Ran's reminder, they now sensed something amiss. Clearly, the Black Tauran warrior before them was not this instance's boss. In such a large tribe, the role of a Black Tauran warrior was merely that of a combat enforcer. The Tauran chieftain who had buffed all the Tauran earlier was, at best, a support role within the tribe. As the two continued piecing things together, the scene before them suddenly opened up, revealing a circular arena. And at this very moment, it was packed with densely packed cave taurans large and small, numbering well over 1,000. Below the arena stood 9 tauran identical to the black-clad tauran before them. At the very center of the arena sat a hooded figure, shrouded entirely in a dark aura. 10, all of them were nearly A-rank Minotaur warriors. Was the one in the middle an A-rank? Gag. A retching sound echoed as Lang Xiao collapsed onto the ground, vomiting violently. Everything inside his stomach erupted in a torrent. The sour, putrid stench in the air made Xiao Ran frown, while Bai Chuchu recoiled in disgust, shifting slightly closer to Xiao Ran. Finally, with nothing left in his stomach, stared blankly at the arena, muttering to himself, "Impossible. Impossible. This is just an E-rank large-scale instance. Why? Why?" Seeing this, Xiao Ran's frown deepened. Though he didn't know what level of extraordinary practitioner this young Master Lang was, this situation was genuinely infuriating. So Xiao Ran addressed the Black Minotaur warrior who'd brought them here. "Hey, you know what? Why don't you just take him out? Look at him, he's practically about to wet his pants." Hearing Xiao Ran's words, the Black Minotaur warrior turned his head, glanced at Ling Xiao, then glanced at the puddle of foul-smelling vomit on the ground. His face remained expressionless, but his tone was firm. "No. Since you've come this far, you must be killed by our warriors." 1 human, 1 minotaur, each pair conversing while pointing and gesturing at their own side. Lang Xiao couldn't help but feel the members of Team 4's assault squad were up to no good. So he stammered out, "What are you saying to it?" Xiao Ran smiled faintly, his expression relaxed. "Oh, nothing much. I was just telling it, you're quite handsome. To die like this, it's really such a pity." Hearing this, a glimmer of hope suddenly flared in young Master Lang's eyes. "Really? You actually said that? Then what did it say?" "Of course it refused. Do you really think your face could feed itself?" Young Master Lang, nearly choked on my breath and passed out right then and there. At that very moment, the hooded minotaur in the center of the arena rose to his feet. At the sight of this, the chaotic clamor within the arena vanished entirely, replaced by the voice of this hooded minotaur. "Young warriors, your moment to fight has come. Look over there." As the words fell, every minotaur's gaze locked onto Xiao Ran and his 2 companions. "This is the whetstone we bring for you. Bathe your bodies in their blood, let your souls remember this carnage. These are our enemies, the enemies of our king. What must you do? Kill." Hundreds upon hundreds of minotaurs let out earth-shattering roars that echoed throughout the entire arena. Lang Xiao retched again, his entire body beginning to twitch. Bai Chuchu clutched Xiao Ran's sleeve tightly. "Brother Xiao Ran, even if we die, I will die with you." Hearing this, Xiao Ran frowned slightly. "That's not good. I don't want to die with you. Xiao Ran, you." Bai Chuchu froze, utterly stunned that her beloved Xiao Ran could utter such heartless words at a moment of life or death crisis. Utter such heart-wrenching words. Chapter 23, an A-rank Minotaur sorcerer. Xiao Ran couldn't be bothered to explain. The Minotaurs in the arena right now were utterly insignificant to him now. His only concern was the hooded Minotaur in the center of the arena, cheering on the Minotaurs. Meanwhile, the Black Minotaur warriors, slightly smaller than the arena itself, entered one by one amid the cheers of the crowd. 12 in total. Once the 12 young Minotaur warriors had surrounded the mysterious Minotaur, the hooded, mysterious Minotaur raised his hand, and the arena fell silent. "My people, the time has come for our young warriors to fight. So then, you swine, which one of you shall begin?" As he spoke, all the Minotaurs in the arena turned their gaze once more toward Xiao Ran's location. At this moment, Lang Xiao slumped on the ground. Though he couldn't understand what the Minotaur in the arena was saying, the Minotaur's reactions made it clear. It seemed their turn had come. He might as well just sit there playing dead. Whoever cares, whoever doesn't, it's all the same. Just end this already. This utterly defeatist attitude made Bai Chuchu want to eliminate this spineless coward immediately. Glancing at Lang Xiao's indifferent expression, then at Xiao Ran. "Xiao Ran, I don't understand why you wouldn't even give me the chance to die alongside you. But this time, let Chuchu protect you." With that, Bai Chuchu lunged forward, ready for a desperate fight to the death. But at that moment, Xiao Ran reached out and accidentally grabbed Bai Chuchu's underwear strap. Bai Chuchu flushed instantly, flustered and annoyed. "Xiao Ran, big brother. You haven't even finished speaking yet." Xiao Ran immediately leaned close to Bai Chuchu's ear, his warm breath tickling her delicate earlobe. causing Bai Chuchu's face to flush and her heart to race, her heart pounding as if it might leap from her throat. Do you like beef? Ha! Before Bai Chuchu could even process it, Xiao Ran stepped right past Bai Chuchu and took his place on the steps, instantly provoking a thunderous roar from the entire crowd of minotaurs, as if they were cheering for Xiao Ran's bold move. The black minotaur who had led Xiao Ran and the others here now stood beside the hooded minotaur, lowering its head to point and gesture toward Xiao Ran's direction. Then, the hooded minotaur seemed overjoyed, and promptly removed the hood from his head, revealing a face adorned with intricate runes. The moment the mysterious minotaur lowered his hood, Cold Xiao immediately vomited again. No, how could this be? 3 spells? A class? An A-class minotaur rune mage. This. Meanwhile, Bai Chuchu also caught sight of the other's appearance, along with the 3 runes etched upon his face. Her heart was sent into a whirlwind of shock. An A-rank minotaur talisman master, a mage-type minotaur capable of directly casting A-rank curses upon enemies. Remember, minotaurs rely on their formidable physical strength to become one of a mid to upper tier tribe among dungeon creatures. Put simply, these monsters believed in brute force overcoming all obstacles, relying solely on their formidable bodies to engage in combat. Yet within their ranks, exceptions always emerge, possessing both exceptional physical strength and remarkable intelligence. Once, the Alliance reported, a minotaur tribe within an S-rank instance boasted a full 9 fire element mages, which dealt a significant setback to the S-rank raid team that entered. However, compared to mages, the most enigmatic and least documented are undoubtedly the Tauren shaman mages before us. Legend has it that these minotaur sorcerers not only possess extraordinary physical strength, but also possess remarkable intelligence. The most troublesome aspect is their ability to cast curses commensurate with their current level. With a wide variety of curse types, one can be cursed without even realizing it. By the time one realizes it, it's already too late. Not only will your body be rotting away, but eventually not even a bone fragment will remain. Truly terrifying beyond measure. The only way to distinguish between a minotaur mage and a sorcerer is the incantations inscribed upon their faces. Only minotaur sorcerers inscribe these runes upon their faces. Starting from ES, the number of runes increases progressively. Without a doubt, the A-rank minotaur rune mage before them was the leader of these minotaurs, and simultaneously the final boss of this dungeon. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the A-rank minotaur rune sorcerer below, Cold Xiao was already lying on the ground, convulsing violently, while Bai Chuchu was drenched in sweat at that very moment. Earlier, she had hoped to leverage her S-rank sword immortal abilities, hoping to find an opportunity to take down the boss after some skirmishes here. After all, as an S-rank extraordinary class, her combat insight and latent potential were arguably the strongest in the world. Bai Chuchu was gambling, betting on the upper limits of an S-class profession, betting on her ability to break through in battle. But now, gazing upon the A-rank minotaur rune mage below, Bai Chuchu could muster not a shred of fighting spirit. An A-rank was bad enough, but the fact that the opponent was a talisman mage? A battle already hanging by a thread, relying solely on luck. Now all hope was gone. Cold young master? What could this weakling possibly do? Xiao Ran? What could an E-rank janitor possibly accomplish? Bai Chuchu now bitterly regretted. Why hadn't she entered some dungeons for training the moment she awakened her profession, properly honing her abilities, and acquire the skills befitting an S-rank profession? Watching Xiao Ran's figure slowly descend the stage, Bai Chuchu felt profound despair at her own weakness. Without strength, could she not even protect the one she loved? Even if she were an S-rank professional, what difference would it make? She still needed brother Xiao Ran to stand before her, to bear. What happened to protecting brother Xiao Ran? In the end, brother Xiao Ran still had to step forward to shield her. Unlike Lang Xiao's feigned collapse and Bai Chuchu's despair, Xiao Ran now descended the stage step by step, his mind already plotting how to eliminate this minotaur sorcerer. Had Nüwa not forged a connection with him through the clay figure, then this minotaur sorcerer before him would indeed prove a formidable foe to handle. This cursed power was truly troublesome. After all, it was formless and intangible. Only support class professions could perceive it faintly enough to counter it effectively. For ordinary people, unless cursed with an instantly manifesting type, would likely remain unaware. But now the situation is entirely different. According to Nüwa's earlier words, he can purify the curse from his own body, which made him perfectly suited for the job. With that thought, Xiao Ran reached out to Nüwa. Nüwa, from this moment onward, keep a constant watch over my clay figure. Should any curse manifest, lift it for me immediately. Ha! Master, what's going on? The news is reporting an issue with the dungeon right now. Could it be yours? Problems? Hearing Nüwa's words, Xiao Ran's brows furrowed. His gaze swept over the Tauren and the A-rank Tauren shaman before him. He reached a conclusion. This must be about the dungeon on our side. Are you kidding me? An E-rank dungeon spawning A-rank monsters? And an A-rank minotaur sorcerer at that? This dungeon must be faulty. As for the deeper reasons, Xiao Ran wasn't entirely sure. For now, the only thing to do is take down the dungeon boss. Alright, let's discuss this outside the instance. Remember, the moment a curse appears, you deal with it. Oh, and will this have any adverse effects on your injuries? Master, there's no need for concern. The clay figures I create are of primordial essence, pure and crystalline by nature. Curses and such foreign entities? I can dispel them with a mere wave of my hand. You're not just bragging, are you? Of course I am. My master truly underestimates me. Good. With that thought, Xiao Ran turned to glance at Bai Chuchu's side. If possible, we should bring Brother Zhang and the others over shortly. So Brother Zhang can check if there's any curse on Chuchu. Though since entering, this Minotaur Curse Master hasn't made a single move. Just in case. Once I'm out, I'll have that little brat Bai Chuchu give me a strand of her hair and have Nüwa over there. Make a little doll of Bai Chuchu. At that moment, the Minotaur shaman who'd removed his hood, his face now covered in runes, stepped before Xiao Ran. Gazing down at Xiao Ran with an air of superiority. His eyes brimming with admiration. You are weak, pig. So very weak. But you are incredibly brave. Your spirit is what we young warriors aspire to. Your actions deserve praise. Now, prepare to face the challenge of our young warriors. The Minotaur talismanist raised his hand, pointing to a young black Minotaur warrior beside him. The young black Minotaur warrior, now eager for battle. Clutching a pitch-black axe, he stepped forward with unshakable confidence. And the moment he stepped forward, a flash of black light erupted across the arena. The Minotaur spellcaster's vision blurred, and Xiao Ran's figure before him instantly became indistinct. But in the blink of an eye, he was back before him. Blinking, the Minotaur sorcerer thought he was seeing things. But, with a thunderous crash, the young black Minotaur warrior beside him crashed to the ground with a thud, while Xiao Ran stood there as if nothing had happened, smiling at the Minotaur shaman. Chapter 24, How could he possibly survive? The A-rank Minotaur sorcerer stared blankly at Xiao Ran, while Bai Chuchu on the stage was utterly stunned. Let alone Lang Xiao, who lay limp on the ground. Everyone, including every Minotaur in the arena, was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? What just happened? Why did our young Minotaur warrior collapse instantly? And why is he bleeding profusely? Did that guy just do that? But the fastest to react was that A-rank Minotaur sorcerer. You bastard! How did you do that? With that, the A-rank Minotaur sorcerer leapt backward. What had just happened wasn't a trick of his eyes, but that the enemy had, with blinding speed, directly slain his young Minotaur warrior. Such speed, such an attack. Was this still the weak piglet? At that moment, the remaining young Minotaur warriors, witnessing their comrade's death, their eyes blazed crimson as blood gushed from the fallen bodies, howling at Xiao Ran, then charged forward as one. Following this, the A-rank Minotaur sorcerer murmured incantations. A burst of light instantly flared from his hand, immediately striking Xiao Ran. No! It's a curse! Seeing the enemy unleash the power of curses, Bai Chuchu didn't hesitate for a moment. Regardless of how Brother Xiao Ran had managed it earlier, Bai Chuchu now understood clearly she must step forward to aid Xiao Ran. But before Bai Chuchu could leap down a few steps, the situation shifted in an instant. Shilla! As the black dragon blade flashed and danced, these young Minotaur warriors were torn to shreds by Xiao Ran as if made of paper. The arena was littered with flesh and blood, the ground covered in neatly sliced Minotaur corpses. Just then, Xiao Ran felt a sudden weight press down on him, as if something had pinned him down. He looked up to see the A-rank Minotaur sorcerer, his left hand glowing with intricate runes. The expression on the A-rank Minotaur sorcerer's face twisted into a savage grimace. You bastard! You dared to hide your strength. But it doesn't matter. Before my curses, all of this will be futile. As the words fell, Xiao Ran felt everything around him grow blurry, and his body felt increasingly heavy. Seeing this, Xiao Ran frowned and immediately communicated with Nüwa. This curse power clearly wasn't the kind that directly took one's life, but rather one that could scramble one's consciousness and will, directly separating mind from body. In simple terms, it was akin to a mental assault. If this had happened to anyone else, they would likely have been rendered completely incapacitated in an instant. And their soul might even leave their body entirely, leaving the flesh as an empty shell, helpless and vulnerable. However, Xiao Ran's body had not only cultivated the celestial star technique but also consumed the Phoenix Luan pill. Moreover, the entire potency of the Phoenix Luan pill had been fully absorbed by him beforehand. To put it bluntly, Xiao Ran's mastery over his own body had reached the level of an A-class combat-oriented extraordinary practitioner. With such mastery over his physical control, as long as he wasn't instantly knocked down, he could still rely on his body's instincts to fight back. At that moment, the A-rank Minotaur's previously savage grin twisted into an odd expression. What was going on? He had already cast a curse upon this pig-like creature. Why was it still standing there unscathed? And now he was actually walking toward me? Had my curse power vanished? Impossible. How could that be? Meanwhile, Xiao Ran had already established communication with Nüwa. As a flash of light enveloped his body, there was no trace of cursed energy left in the vicinity. Not even the hem of Xiao Ran's clothes was soiled. And he regained full control over his body. And all around him lay the same corpses of young Minotaur warriors as before. Witnessing this scene, the A-rank Minotaur sorcerer retracted his earlier savage grin. A flicker of viciousness flashing in his eyes. You filthy pig! You actually resisted my curse. But if you think my cursed power is merely this, you are gravely mistaken. Die! As if to steel his resolve, the A-rank Minotaur sorcerer let out a low, furious growl. Then, his other hand shot up toward Xiao Ran. This time, even the runic patterns on its face began to glow faintly. Witnessing this, the Minotaurs in the arena, still somewhat bewildered moments ago, burst into a unified roar. Look! Our curse god! He's unleashing all his cursed power. This pig-headed fool will become a fallen soul at the hands of our curse god. He dared to slay so many of our young warriors. Such a swine deserves to die by the hand of our mighty god of curses. Swine! Kneel before us! Roar! God of curses! God of curses! Within the arena, the cries of curse god reverberated, causing stone fragments to rain down from the ceiling. The dust within the arena was churned up by the unified roar of these minotaurs. Bai Chuchu pursed her lips, hesitated only briefly, then charged into the arena. No matter what, brother Xiao Ran would never be able to block this cursed power. Therefore, she now had a perfect opportunity to ambush that A-rank Minotaur sorcerer. She must kill this A-rank Minotaur sorcerer. That way, the instant's portal would open again. And then she could send brother Xiao Ran straight to the hospital to lift his curse. Meanwhile, young Master Lang, slumped limply on the ground, stared blankly at the dust swirling before him, stirred by the roars. His lips trembling as a sliver of sanity returned. Spotting Bai Chuchu's figure descending, he gritted his teeth, bracing himself against the wall to rise. Recalling the manner in which that young Minotaur warrior had perished. Perhaps he truly didn't need to die? Wouldn't die? If that was the case, shouldn't he follow Bai Chuchu's lead and go down to assist the assault team from Environmental Group 4? He seemed to be holding back. He could instantly kill a young Minotaur warrior. But he was merely a young Minotaur warrior. His strength level is probably only E rank. Over there are adult Minotaur warriors, all of them borderline A rank. Could I really stand a chance against them? Or could it be that this kid, along with Bai Chuchu, is already dead? Recalling the terror of an A-rank Minotaur shaman, Lang Xiao, who had been itching for a fight, collapsed back onto the ground. No way. Bai Chuchu is merely a newly awakened S-rank sword immortal class. And even though she's S-rank, she's only just awakened, she doesn't possess any class skills yet. As for that assault team member from Environmental Group 4, though no one knew how he'd managed to instantly kill the young Minotaur warrior. But when facing this A-rank Minotaur sorcerer, he'd be completely helpless. Unless an A-rank support class were present now, specifically to assist the kid in removing the curse. Otherwise. At this thought, Lang Xiao listened through the swirling dust to the roars of the Minotaurs on the arena viewing stands. A chill settled in his heart. When he saw the kid instantly kill the young Minotaur warrior, a flicker of hope had actually ignited within Lang Xiao's heart. But now, it was impossible. Absolutely no hope could emerge now. How could he possibly survive? 10 Minotaur warriors nearing a rank, plus a near a rank Minotaur shaman. Such a force would likely require an S-rank assault team to overcome. Chapter 25, The Soul Refining Banner Summons. Just as Lang Xiao was succumbing to despair, the dust within the arena gradually settled. Lang Xiao watched the fading dust, his heart already sunk to the lowest depths. It was over. But when he clearly saw the scene within the arena, his eyes widened in disbelief. He was utterly dumbfounded. The arena was littered with neatly dismembered Minotaur corpses. Young Minotaur warriors, and the severed limbs of those 10 black Minotaur warriors. Most terrifying of all, the A-rank Minotaur sorcerer still stood with arms outstretched, frozen in the very posture he'd held while casting his curse. Yet where his head should have been was now completely empty. Xiao Ran, clad in the black janitorial uniform of Environmental Group 4, now stood with his back to the A-rank Minotaur sorcerer's body, holding aloft the A-rank Minotaur sorcerer's severed head. The head's facial expression remained frozen in its previous savage, terrifying grimace, while the runes etched upon its face seemed to glow faintly. This eerie scene, this horrifying spectacle, made Lang Xiao involuntarily rub his eyes. Had he truly slain this A-rank Minotaur sorcerer? He had actually slain an A-rank Minotaur sorcerer? How could that be? And he'd also killed those black Minotaur warriors who were nearly a rank? This. Not only was Lang Xiao stunned, but the cave Minotaurs sitting around the arena perimeter were stunned too. Some were still raising their arms in triumph, chanting the name of the curse god. But upon witnessing the scene within the arena, they froze in place. freezing in their previous poses as they stared blankly at Xiao Ran in the arena. As for Bai Chuchu, who was quite close to Xiao Ran, was now utterly stunned. If anyone here knew Xiao Ran best, it was undoubtedly her. Mr. Lang needn't be mentioned, he probably didn't even know Xiao Ran's name by now. And the minions certainly didn't either. But precisely because of this, Bai Chuchu was the one most stunned of all. Is this really the same Xiao Ran brother who holds an E-class janitor profession? Could such power truly belong to someone with an E-rank janitor profession? Honestly, even if that A-rank Minotaur sorcerer had focused all his attention on brother Xiao Ran just now, even if she had launched a sneak attack, she wouldn't have been able to execute it as cleanly and decisively as brother Xiao Ran had. With such decisive precision. And I'm an S-rank sword immortal myself. And I still wouldn't have been confident enough to take down that A-rank Minotaur sorcerer in a surprise attack. So how did brother Xiao Ran manage it? Could it be that brother Xiao Ran didn't awaken as some E-rank janitor class? Impossible. On awakening day, I saw clearly for myself. Brother Xiao Ran awakened the E-rank janitor class. Then why? At that very moment, all the Minotaurs, seeing their pillar of strength slain by Xiao Ran, they instantly lost all reason. That pig killed our god of curses. Ah, you filthy beast, how dare you? Our warrior, our leader. We'll fight you to the death. Kill. A murderous intent surged through the entire arena. Thousands of cavernous Minotaurs leapt from the platform, swearing to tear that swine beneath the stage to shreds. Xiao Ran, what are you standing there for? Run. The dungeon boss has been defeated. We can get out any second now. Bai Chuchu rushed forward and grabbed Xiao Ran by the arm. While Xiao Ran, expressionless, turned to look at the thousands of cave Minotaurs charging toward them. Unmoved by Bai Chuchu's words, Bai Chuchu stared at Xiao Ran in disbelief. Brother Xiao Ran, you. Xiao Ran gave a faint smile, then kicked the severed head of the A-rank Minotaur sorcerer straight into the crowd of Minotaurs ahead. Then said, Chuchu, why run? If I can take down this guy, why would I fear them? But brother Xiao Ran, there are just too many of them. We're only 2 people. Ha? What about that Lung guy? Ha? That weakling? Ignoring Bai Chuchu's words, Xiao Ran called out to Lung Xiao, who was still dazed on the stage, hey, you! Throw Chuchu's sword over here. Hearing that shout, cold young master snapped to attention, as if wound up by a spring. Earlier, the black Minotaur warrior who had brought them to the arena had placed Bai Chuchu's sword and his paper fan at the arena entrance, which was now right beside him. Upon hearing Xiao Ran's words, Lang Xiao instinctively picked up Bai Chuchu's white ancient sword from the ground and hurled it directly into the arena. Lang Xiao's mind was still frozen, like a malfunctioning machine, completely dazed. Now that someone was directing his actions, he obeyed without hesitation. With the sword in hand, Bai Chuchu seemed to find a sense of security. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran sheathed the black dragon blade. With a flick of his right hand, a black banner materialized in his right hand. With a casual wave, the divine souls within the soul-refining banner surged forth. Instantly, the arena was filled with wails and howls, resembling the depths of hell. Bai Chuchu shuddered, staring blankly at the terrifying souls. Xiao Ran, this is. Don't be afraid. Just go kill the monsters. I'll protect you. Focus on feeling the battle. After speaking, Xiao Ran reached out and pinched Bai Chuchu's fair little cheek. This gesture instantly filled Bai Chuchu with immense confidence. Though she had slain many cave ogres alongside the assault team before, she had never fully immersed herself in the fight. Her mind was filled with thoughts of brother Xiao Ran. What was brother Xiao Ran doing now? How she longed to bring him into the dungeon with her. Hand in hand, they'd battle through the dungeon together, growing stronger. But judging by the current situation, her Xiao Ran brother remained unchanged from before. Even with just an E-rank cleaner class awakened, he was still stronger than her S-rank sword immortal class. Now, with Xiao Ran by her side, Bai Chuchu's mind was free of distractions. And with a swift leap, she plunged into the pit of Minotaurs, commencing the slaughter. As the battle raged, Bai Chuchu felt power surging through her body. This was the sensation of growing stronger. Xiao Ran stood rooted to the spot, his hand resting on the soul-refining banner. Everyone, the soul-refining banner summons. Though the pit ogres now numbered over 1,000. His divine souls seemed to exert a profoundly effective countermeasure against them. Every single one struck by the divine soul's impact collapsed to the ground as if they had lost consciousness. Immediately afterward, the souls of the fallen cave Minotaurs were directly pulled out by the souls within the soul-refining banner, becoming souls within the banner. This drastically reduced the number of subterranean Minotaurs in the arena. To ensure Bai Chuchu had ample opportunities for training, Xiao Ran controlled the soul-refining banner, deliberately slowing the pace. Otherwise, this little minx Bai Chuchu wouldn't even have time to warm up before. And she'd have finished them all off herself, which would be a bit of a waste. On the platform, Lang Xiao watched the scene below the arena unfold. He felt a surge of heat in his groin and could no longer hold back. And felt a sudden surge of heat between his legs that he couldn't hold back. What the hell is this? This was merely an ordinary E-rank large-scale instance. First came the Black Minotaur warriors, nearly a rank in strength. Then an A-rank Minotaur sorcerer boss. Now both of these things have been taken care of by the 4 assault teams in this underground environment. And now, this guy who knows what he's got in his hands. And has the arena in an uproar. How come this guy looks even more like a dungeon boss than the A-rank Minotaur sorcerer boss? Is this even something a human could do? Long Xiao's worldview was crumbling before his eyes. At that moment, below the arena, Xiao Ran smiled and waved at Ling Xiao on the stage. And said with a smile, "Young Master Lang, why not come down and join the fun? Look how entertaining it is." Chapter 26, You don't want this to become public knowledge, do you? At Xiao Ran's words, young Master Lang's face twitched. Wait, dude, come down and play? Is this even a place for fun? And who the hell are you anyway? How the hell did you pull this off? Then he glanced over at Bai Chuchu. Not only was she fighting with unrestrained ferocity, her combat skills and experience were clearly on a whole new level compared to before. Had she grown this much so quickly? Cold young master felt a pang of conflict. Truth be told, his pride was beginning to swell. At the start, before entering the dungeon portal, he had been brimming with confidence, utterly carefree. Even scheming to sabotage the environment team 4's assault squad once they entered the instance. But things rarely unfold as planned. A dungeon that had been progressing smoothly suddenly spawned a Minotaur warrior that was practically a tier. But that wasn't the worst part. The real blow was that this brute slaughtered every last member of his own team and the Beichuan Academy squad. At this critical moment, the kid before him strolled over as if out for a casual stroll. Strolling leisurely up to the Minotaur. He chattered away at the creature for a while, only then revealing that this Minotaur intended for these so-called strong ones to aid their young Minotaur warriors in some battle or ritual festival. Then they were brought here. I'd still clung to a sliver of hope. But upon arriving, there were over 1,000 cave Minotaurs, not to mention 10 near-rank Minotaur warriors stationed around the arena perimeter. What terrified him most was that their leader was a near-rank Tauran sorcerer. This terrified me so much that I gave up struggling, ready to just die here. But everything unfolding before me was abruptly ended by that kid beneath the stage. That a rank Minotaur sorcerer had his head cleanly severed by the kid, who then kicked the severed head away. 10 Minotaur warriors, all nearing a rank, were sliced into strips of jerky by this kid. Now, the kid held a ghostly banner in his hands, smiling as he addressed me. Young Master Lang, come down and play. This scene, this situation. Feeling the dampness beneath him, cold young master's face flushed alternately pale and crimson. Having made such a complete fool of himself this time, how could he ever show his face again after this? Yet look at Bai Chuchu now under that young man's protection, she was clearly growing stronger by the moment. As fellow S-rank newly awakened extraordinary practitioners, the gap between them was widening endlessly. This burning desire to grow stronger, coupled with his own past ugly words and actions, left Ling Xiao utterly at a loss. Should he descend into battle? Or should he remain on the platform, like a muggle, watching helplessly as Bai Chuchu grows stronger? Only to end up trailing behind them like a dog. Tailing behind them as they exited the instance? But just as young Master Lang agonized over whether to join the fray, Xiao Ran made the decision for him. With a casual grab of his left hand, Xiao Ran snatched a cave Tauran and hurled it directly toward Ling Xiao on the platform. Seeing this, young Master Lang instinctively grabbed the fan beside him. And in an instant, several ice spikes shot forth, piercing the subterranean Minotaur Xiao Ran had hurled. It crashed to the ground with a thud. Ling Xiao stared blankly at the goblin on the ground. Xiao Ran's voice echoed from below. Young Master Lang, assist me in slaying the subterranean Minotaur. Fee, 5,000 alliance coins. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's lips twitched again. What the hell? You want me to kill your enemies, and you're charging me for it? And you want 5,000 alliance coins per one? Do you even realize what you're saying? But suddenly, Ling Xiao realized. This kid wants me to fight like Bai Chuchu did, to get stronger? This. After a few seconds of internal struggle, young Master Lang rose shakily to his feet. The simple fan in his hand snapped open with a sharp crack. Then, his figure leapt instantly from the platform. The Minotaur Xiao Ran had just hurled at him, in a way, helped him regain a sliver of confidence. Ling Xiao was, after all, an S-class extraordinary practitioner like Bai Chuchu, but like a flower in a greenhouse, overprotected to the extreme. From childhood onward, he had scarcely endured any hardship. Smooth sailing had become an instinct ingrained in his very bones. After awakening as an S-class frost mage at 18, he became the focal point of his family's attention. Everyone treated him like a precious treasure. This time, entering the large-scale E-rank dungeon was actually his own suggestion. His primary motivation was to observe the dungeon's conditions, and to prove to his clan that he was the strongest S-rank extraordinary practitioner. But how could the clan possibly allow their precious treasure to venture into the dungeon alone? Thus, when Lang Xiao proposed entering the dungeon for training, the clan didn't object. Instead, they immediately dispatched 4 D-rank extraordinary practitioners to serve as his protection. Young Master Lang couldn't overrule his elders and ultimately had to agree. But who could have predicted that on his very first dungeon run, they would encounter such a terrifying ordeal? Every single D-rank extraordinary practitioner except himself was wiped out. Under these circumstances, young Master Lang has managed to retain a shred of sanity until now. Was already remarkably commendable. Just moments ago, after he killed the minotaur Xiao Ran had thrown at him, he finally regained some composure. Gritting his teeth, driven by the desire to grow stronger, he charged down to join Bai Chuchu in battling the cave minotaurs. The battle concluded swiftly. By the time Lang Xiao joined, the fight was already nearing its end. Xiao Ran tapped the corpses scattered across the arena, smiled, and extended his hand toward Lang Xiao. Young Master Lang, you've slain a total of 72 cave minotaurs. You owe me 360,000 alliance coins. Lang Xiao, who had just regained a shred of confidence, nearly choked on his words at Xiao Ran's demand. That many? But I don't feel like I killed that many. So you're questioning my count? As he spoke, Xiao Ran swept his black soul binding banner, instantly summoning the severed soul of a minotaur, half its head missing, startling young Master Lang into hastily waving his hands. No, whatever you say is the number. That's more like it. Our gathering here is fate itself. How about this? I'll knock off a 0. What do you say? Hearing this, young Master Lang's eyes lit up. You're surprisingly kind. Not only did you save my life, but you're also helping me hone my combat skills. Now, even though I have to pay you for slaying monsters, you're actually giving me a discount. What else could you call that but a good person? What about that 300,000 alliance coin? Lang Xiao stared at Xiao Ran, his eyes brimming with flattery. Though he never wanted for food or clothing, his monthly allowance barely reached 10,000 alliance coins. And while 300,000 alliance coins is a lot, if he could come up with a reasonable excuse, his family could still cover it. After all, he was one of only 2 S-tier extraordinary practitioners in the entire family. Ha? Huh? What the hell? 30,000? Drop the 0 and that's 50,000, right? Xiao Ran said in surprise. Cold young master's eyes widened. Wait, bro, isn't this 360,000? Drop a 0, and it's 300,000, right? At that moment, Bai Chuchu approached and overheard their exchange. Before Xiao Ran could speak, Bai Chuchu sheathed the long sword in her hand. Then looked at Xiao Ran and said, Wait, how could you just drop a 0 like that? Hearing Bai Chuchu's words, Lang Xiao was instantly thrilled. That's more like it from the campus beauty of Beichuan Academy. Exactly how could you possibly round down like that? Shouldn't rounding down mean a slightly smaller amount? But then, Xiao Ran, your math skills are getting worse and worse. Rounding down to 0, doesn't that mean 100 million? Xiao Ran instantly feigned sudden realization, looking deeply regretful. Oh dear, see? Still our little math whiz. Mr. Lang, my apologies, miscalculated. 1 million alliance coins. At that moment, young Master Lang's facial muscles twitched. And even the dumbest person could tell. These two were in cahoots all along, extorting him right here. No way. How could this happen? 360,000 with a 0 added, suddenly it's 1 million? Not even the King of Heaven himself could get that from me today. This is extortion. This is blackmail. I'm going to report you to the Alliance. Asking for that much? I won't give you a single penny. No, I won't give you a single penny. You two knew each other all along, and now you're teaming up to screw me over. I'm done with this. With that, Lang Xiao turned and headed straight for the stage exit. Xiao Ran smiled faintly, his voice echoing softly. Young Master Lang, you don't want anyone to know you wet your pants in fear during the dungeon, do you? Lang Xiao froze, his body trembling. He turned around, his expression blank. There stood Xiao Ran, phone in hand, waving it at Lang Xiao. Oh dear, young Master Lang, you wouldn't want everyone finding out about that time you wet yourself scared by monsters in the dungeon, would you? At that moment, young Master Lang could only feel a chill creeping up his pants. Chapter 27, just a lowly E-rank cleaner. I can't come up with that much money right now. Circumstances are stronger than man. Besides, standing before him was someone capable of instantly obliterating an A-rank minotaur sorcerer. And he was holding his own dirt. What choice did he have? Upon hearing Lang Xiao agree, Xiao Ran nodded. A flash of light appeared in his hand, materializing a sheet of paper and a pen. We're both men of integrity in business. So, write up a contract and seal it with your fingerprint. You. Young Master Lang never imagined the man before him would be so relentless. But what could he do? Alright, that's settled. Young Master Lang, remember to transfer the money later. If you can't come up with the full amount at once, we can arrange installments. But interest will apply, mind you. He walked toward the exit while addressing young Master Lang from behind. Young Master Lang felt completely numb. If I'd known this would happen, he'd never have dared to enter that dungeon. He swore never to set foot in one again, not even if it meant going to the outer realm battlefield. He wouldn't set foot in one. Bai Chuchu happily wrapped her arms around Xiao Ran's arm. Her soft, fragrant scent wafting toward his nose. Xiao Ran, this time I've awakened 2 skills. Want to take a look? One's an attack skill, and the other's a support skill. Bai Chuchu beamed with pride as she shared her newfound strength with Xiao Ran. Hearing this, Xiao Ran felt genuinely happy for Bai Chuchu. After this battle, only an S-rank extraordinary practitioner could awaken 2 skills. Xiao Ran smiled and said, growing stronger is a good thing, but as I told you before, always remember to hold something back. Oh, and once you're out, don't mention anything about me to anyone, understand? Just say you conquered this dungeon. Hearing this, Bai Chuchu's brows furrowed. Xiao Ran, why? You're clearly so powerful you even one-shot an A-rank Minotaur sorcerer. You cleared this dungeon all by yourself. If we report today's events, you'll definitely be reinstated to the academy, and my father could. The young master following behind was also drawn by Bai Chuchu's words. His gaze drifting unconsciously to Xiao Ran's back. Yes, this man is powerful, incredibly powerful. He rivals even S-rank extraordinary practitioners. Someone like this shouldn't be obscure, or merely a member of the environment group or assault team. He should be enjoying the best resources and treatment available. He certainly shouldn't be stuck in the environmental department. Xiao Ran halted his steps and looked at Bai Chuchu with intense seriousness. Chuchu, haven't you forgotten what I said? I need time, and now is not the right moment. Xiao Ran was actually a very cautious person, as evidenced by his decision on Awakening Day. After realizing the gap between himself and Bai Chuchu, and realized that staying at the school would mean Bai Lingfeng, Bai Chuchu's father, would never let him off easy, and might even try to kill him. So Xiao Ran dropped out immediately. Not only that, he secured several hiding spots for himself, all to prevent Bai Lingfeng from sending men to track him down and eliminate him. Therefore, Xiao Ran believed that before he possessed formidable strength, he must not carelessly reveal his true capabilities. This dungeon run gave Xiao Ran a crystal clear understanding of his own capabilities. Though this understanding was limited solely to his own capabilities, the system of extraordinary professionals had emerged from a very long history, with a multitude of professions. Some classes still filled Xiao Ran with deep apprehension, like the A-rank Minotaur sorcerer he had just encountered. Without Nüwa's assistance to purify the curse from his body, then no matter how exceptional his physical condition or how formidable his strength, he would have perished at its hands. And he certainly wouldn't be standing here now. Bai Chuchu nodded slightly upon hearing Xiao Ran's words. Though she always felt a near-dependent affection toward Xiao Ran, she understood all too well that in this world, to have a voice, or carve out a place for oneself, one must rely solely on one's own strength to fight through everything. Meanwhile, Long Xiao, who had been following behind, shuddered upon hearing Xiao Ran's words, shock evident in his eyes. Is this the mindset of a true powerhouse? A powerhouse capable of instantly slaying an A-rank Minotaur sorcerer could clearly possess his own strength and status? Yet this youth before him, barely older than himself, could be so patient and restrained. Cold thought to himself, if I possessed strength like Xiao Ran's today, how would he conduct himself in the world? Arrogant and overbearing? Nose in the air? He would likely be that way himself, but this man before him possessed such a temperament coupled with such formidable power. A wave of admiration welled up in Leng Xiao's heart. Ahem, excuse me, how should I address you? In young Master Leng's heart, his admiration for the man before him was distilled into a single word, you. This clearly demonstrated the profound respect held by one of the Leng family's 2 remaining S-class extraordinary professionals toward Xiao Ran. Even the other S-rank extraordinary practitioner within the family couldn't have instantly killed an A-class Minotaur sorcerer in such a short time, right? Killing him was certainly possible, but it would never be as effortless as the man before him had made it look. Hearing young Master Leng speak, Xiao Ran slapped his forehead. Oh my, look at me, I almost forgot. Transfers and such require real name verification. My name is Xiao Ran. May I inquire about your extraordinary profession? Please don't misunderstand, you don't have to reveal your specific occupation, but I must know your level. Xiao Ran scratched his head. This didn't seem like something he couldn't disclose, and replied, no secrets here, just an E-rank janitor, a life-related profession. What? Cold young master froze, his face frozen in shock. E-rank? And a life-related profession? A janitor? How could that be? You've got to be kidding me. A Class E janitorial worker, a life-sustaining profession, directly takes down 10 Minotaur warriors who are practically a class, and then instantly obliterate an A-rank Minotaur shaman? Damn it, if you don't want to say it, just don't say it. But you had to make up such a ridiculous excuse that even an idiot knows it's impossible? Do I, Leng Xiao, look like that kind of fool? But these words, young Master Leng dared not utter aloud. Don't be ridiculous. His leverage was still in the other's hands. It wasn't life-threatening, but it was enough to make him want to flee this planet immediately. Entering the dungeon, young Master Lang of the Lang family scared himself to the point of wetting his pants. A stain on his life would be so mortifying he'd die of embarrassment even if he burrowed to the earth's core. Besides, if he said something and angered this person, he might just eliminate me outright. Recalling Xiao Ran's ruthless methods, a chill still ran down young Master Lang's spine. Soon, the group arrived at the cavern where Brother Zhang and the others had been. Seeing Xiao Ran return as if nothing had happened, Brother Zhang was clearly delighted, yet also astonished. He stood up, rushed over, and wrapped his arms around Xiao Ran, examining him from head to toe. Xiao Ran, are you okay? Damn, you're unharmed. Now I'm starting to doubt whether you're really an E-grade cleaner. Don't say that. I'm not an E-class janitor, are they? What? Them? Who? As the words fell, Bai Chuchu, clad in a white robe, stepped before Brother Zhang and nodded. Recognizing her as Bai Chuchu, the S-rank sword immortal from Beichuan Academy, Zhang Shuwen politely returned the nod. Miss Bai, where are you injured? I'm a support class. I can heal you. Just as Bai Chuchu was about to speak. Brother Zhang, could you treat me first? A timid voice piped up. Zhang Shuwen frowned, tilting his head slightly to find Lang Xiao standing before him. Seeing Lang Xiao in this state, Zhang Shuwen was utterly dumbfounded. Holy, did you get swallowed by those cavern torrents or something? Chapter 28, if you don't get out, you too will be buried alive. At that moment, young Master Lang's. His clothes were stained with white snot mixed with the blood of the cave minotaurs. And a large yellow urine stain covering his lower body. Where was the carefree, effortless charm of before? His eyes brimmed with helplessness. His expression begging, don't ask. Don't say another word. Zhang Shuwen glanced at Xiao Ran, who retorted, how could he possibly be swaddled by a minotaur? Hearing this, a flicker of warmth crossed young Master Lang's eyes. Who'd have thought Xiao Ran was actually a decent guy? But, even after crying a few times and then, never mind. Brother Zhang, I was too hot-headed earlier. It was my fault. Could you please heal me? During Bai Chuchu's battle, Xiao Ran had protected her. So she only had a few specks of dust on her. Though she didn't look as pristine as before. She hadn't suffered any injuries. Cold young Master's situation was different. When he charged down, he exerted too much force. And though he's an S-rank extraordinary practitioner, this was his first time in a dungeon. And he didn't have the Academy's assault team by his side to help him take down the monsters. So compared to Bai Chuchu, young Master Lang did sustain injuries. Seeing the other party's attitude take a complete 180-degree turn, Zhang Shuwen said nothing, but he glanced at Xiao Ran, curious to know what had transpired inside. But since the other party was being cooperative, he saw no reason not to assist with the treatment. So he began treating young Master Lang. Xiao Ran, a member of the environmental group for assault team. The others had all been pierced through by Bai Hao. And though Zhang Shuwen's healing had saved their lives, they remained in a state of deep unconsciousness. Meanwhile, outside the instance, S-class extraordinary practitioner Zhan Chengtian, head of the Longhua Alliance's planning department responsible for dungeon design and assault strategies across regions, had also arrived at the site where the instance portal had mutated. Gazing at the portal, now as black as ink, his brow furrowed deeply. Why is it a black portal? What level has this instance been tested at? Zhan Chengtian addressed the staff surrounding the instance. According to instrument readings, this instance is at the very least an A-grade instance. Hearing this, Zhan Chengtian looked utterly astonished. What? A grade? Are you kidding me? The previous test results clearly showed it was only E-grade. How could the dungeon's level possibly change? Reporting to the minister, I don't know either. But according to records, this dungeon was indeed a large E-grade dungeon before. At this, unease spread across Zhan Chengtian's face. Uncanny. This is utterly uncanny. In all the years since dungeons first appeared, we've never seen a black dungeon portal. And most crucially, before any raid team entered, the portal's test results showed it was merely a large E-rank instance. Yet now, the measured instance level was a grade? Unthinkable. Unheard of. Moreover, now that, after this incident, the higher-ups and everyone else will undoubtedly conclude that the previous dungeon level measurements were incorrect. The responsibility is truly too heavy to bear. And who knows, I might even get demoted. Zhan Chengtian swallowed hard. So, how many people are going in with the assault team this time? Let me check the records. As he spoke, the staff member pulled out a logbook. Reporting to the director, 3 assault teams entered this time. Beichuan Academy, 1 S rank, 1 D rank, 11 E ranks, 13 extraordinary professionals in total. Linan Academy, 1 S rank, 4 D ranks, totaling 5 extraordinary professionals. Longhua Environmental Group 4, all E rank, totaling 5 extraordinary professionals. Zhan Chengtian listened to the staff's report, feeling a sudden wave of relief wash over him. A smile then spread across his face. Haha, I was wondering what was going on. With S-rank extraordinary professionals in this instance, even if this A-rank instance has some peculiarities, it should be manageable. However, after uttering those words, Zhan Chengtian noticed no one echoed his sentiment. Instead, the staff members wore expressions of hesitation, as if they wanted to say something but dared not speak. Ha! What's going on? S-rank is more than capable of clearing this dungeon. Why the worried looks? Reporting to the minister, this time's S-rank members are Bai Chuchu from the Bai family and Ling Tianyang from the Lang family. What? Those two newly awakened S-rank extraordinary professionals? This. Good grief, two S-rank rookies tackling an E-rank large-scale dungeon, accompanied by D-rank extraordinary professionals? That's something many major clans would do. But here's the kicker, the damn instance went haywire. This dungeon isn't some simple E-rank large-scale instance anymore. It's a full-on A-rank dungeon now. These damn S-class rookies even with bodyguards have zero chance of survival. The real problem is that these two S-rank extraordinary beings are from the Bai and Ling families. If this goes south, I might get wiped out by these two families myself. The Bai family is manageable, their entire clan has only produced one S-rank sword immortal, Bai Chuchu. But the Lang family is different, they have another S-rank extraordinary professional. Just then, a sword chi shot straight into the sky from the distance. Before the figure arrived, a voice boomed out. Zhan Chengtian. Look at the mess you've made. Before Zhan Chengtian could respond, the street instantly froze solid, and the biting cold made everyone present tremble with fear. A hollow voice echoed from the distance. Minister Zhan, please give me an explanation. Zhan Chengtian's brow furrowed deeply. He didn't even glance at the sword chi. Instead, he bowed slightly toward the frozen street, clasping his fists in a wry smile. Miss Lang, this was merely an accident. As the words fell, Bai Lingfeng appeared beside Zhan Chengtian first, his face dark as night. Zhan Chengtian. Mark my words, if anything happens to my Chuchu, I won't care about being the damn director of the coordination department. I'll risk my own life to make sure you pay with yours. Just as he finished speaking, Bai Lingfeng spotted that familiar figure in the distance, furrowed his brow, and fell silent. Principal Bai, do you truly believe you bear no responsibility? A ghostly voice echoed. A white figure materialized before the crowd, clad in silver white armor, wielding a blue ice spear. The chill emanating from it made everyone instinctively want to step back. Yet no one dared move, nor did anyone dare speak against it. This was Lang Yunyan, captain of the Vanguard Corps of the Longhua Alliance's Outer Realm battlefield. Bai Lingfeng's facial muscles twitched. Miss Lang, the responsibility for this incident lies entirely with Minister Zhan Chengtian. What does it have to do with me? Lang Yunyan smiled faintly, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Lingfeng with a sneer on her lips. Wasn't it you who persuaded my brother to join this E-rank large-scale dungeon run? Don't think I'm unaware. With his timid nature, even if he awakened an S-rank extraordinary profession, he'd still be nothing but a weakling. Bai Lingfeng, I can hear your scheming from 3 blocks away. What more do you have to say for yourself, Bai Lingfeng? Cold Yunyan raised her index finger to her lips. Shut up. If my brother doesn't come out, Principal Bai and Minister Zhan, you two can go down there to keep him company. Chapter 29, Impossible. Yes, lucky he didn't wet his pants. Gulp. Bai Lingfeng and Zhan Chengtian both swallowed hard at the same time. Neither doubted Lang Yunyan's words for a moment. Whether it was her position or her strength, were worlds apart from their own. Bai Lingfeng was merely an A-class swordsman utterly unqualified to compare with Lang Yunyan, while Zhan Chengtian, like her, held an S-rank combat-type profession. There were still significant gaps between combat-type professions. Come on, I'm just messing around in dungeons with the raid team's help. What about him? He's the captain of the Vanguard Squadron on the Outer Realm battlefield. What kind of place is the Outer Realm battlefield? Calling it a living hell wouldn't be an exaggeration. Forget the colossal beasts, the environment itself is a nightmare. Every extraordinary professional chosen by the Alliance to enter the Outer Realm battlefield is no slacker. Even if someone is merely an E-rank, their combat prowess and overall capabilities will surpass those who venture through dungeons within the city by a chasm. This is beyond dispute. Yet no E-rank extraordinary profession dares volunteer for the Outer Realm battlefield. Those who defied fate ended up thoroughly digested in the bellies of extraterrestrial beasts. Even S-rank extraordinary professionals prioritize raking in profits from urban dungeons, rather than risking themselves in such perilous lands. The one who crawled out of that sea of corpses and blood is an S-tier combat specialist. If he wants to kill you now, the Alliance couldn't care less. Come on, S-rank combat specialists who defend the Alliance against foreign beasts, iron-blooded warriors who shed blood for the cause? Killing a school principal or a dungeon coordinator within the city? Not only would it be a piece of cake, but if the higher-ups investigated and found such a lapse in oversight, they might even award you a medal and issue a commendation across the entire Alliance. A school principal, a dungeon coordination department director, versus an S-rank Vanguard commander fighting for the Alliance on the frontier. Weighing their importance against each other, the Alliance has learned this lesson the hard way. Long ago, the Manhwa Alliance had an S-rank combat specialized extraordinary professional serving on the extraterrestrial battlefield. However, while defending against alien beasts, this individual's family was targeted by a coalition of other clans, resulting in their entire family estate being seized by rival clans. Even worse, the S-rank combat extraordinary practitioner's family members were all murdered by the opposing clans. At that time, the regulatory framework was extremely ambiguous. And these clans, relying on their numbers, primarily invoke the principle that the law does not punish the many. Thus, due to the system's inadequacies, the Alliance could neither bring these individuals to justice, nor could they ensure the perpetrators faced the punishment they deserved. By the time the S-tier extraordinary combatant received word and rushed home, he was unable to see his own relatives one last time. In the end, this S-rank extraordinary practitioner, utterly disillusioned with the Alliance, he resolutely departed the Manhwa Alliance to become a key asset for the Hawk Alliance. After joining the Hawk Alliance, this S-class extraordinary practitioner even specialized in hunting down extraordinary practitioners from the Manhwa Alliance on the extraterritorial battlefield. He specifically hunted down Dragonflower Alliance extraordinary practitioners. Therefore, to prevent similar incidents and protect the families of warriors fighting fiercely on the extraterritorial battlefields, the Alliance tends to favor those individuals. Thus, Lang Yunyuan's words now carry weight beyond mere rhetoric. A chill involuntarily emanated from both of them. As they turned to stare at the ink-black portal, Zhan Cheng Tian prayed. Lang Xiao, come on, can't you pull off a miracle? You're an S-class extraordinary professional. Sure, you're still green, but the potential of an S-tier extraordinary practitioner is undeniable. Even if everyone inside is dead, you mustn't die. I still want to live a few more years. I still want to retire in peace. Bai Lingfeng remained silent, his face devoid of much expression. His thoughts, however, mirrored those of Zhan Chengtian. But the one he longed for wasn't some cold-hearted young master, but rather Bai Chuchu, the sole S-class extraordinary practitioner of his clan. As everyone waited, a white figure suddenly emerged from the black teleportation portal. At the sight of this figure, Bai Lingfeng's eyes flashed with wild joy. Chuchu, are you okay? Bai Chuchu had now returned to her usual self. Seeing the crowd outside the instance, she furrowed her brow, utterly baffled by what had transpired. Father? What are you doing here? Before Bai Lingfeng could speak, Zhan Chengtian stepped forward and hurriedly asked. Ms. Bai Chuchu, what about Mr. Lang Tianyang? He went in with you. Before he could finish, young Master Lang emerged from the instance portal. Like Bai Chuchu, he had already regained his original composure. But the moment he saw the person before him, his legs went weak and he nearly collapsed to his knees. His voice trembling as he stammered, Sis, no, how did you get here? Lang Yunyuan narrowed her eyes at her weak-kneed little brother. Her battle-hardened experience instantly revealed that he was merely putting on a show. Then cut straight to the chase. What happened in there? Inside this dungeon. Every time he saw his sister, young Master Lang couldn't help but start stuttering. Just as he tried to explain, he realized he'd forgotten everything Xiao Ran had instructed him to say. But Bai Chuchu spoke up instead. Somehow, despite being an E-rank large-scale instance, the monsters inside were all Minotaur warriors that were practically a rank in strength. Hearing this, all the staff present were stunned. How could this be? An E-rank instance harboring Minotaur warriors that were practically a rank? Was this the cause of the instance mutation? But there was no historical record of such an occurrence. Could it be that changes in the internal instance environment caused the portal's level to shift? It was possible. Perhaps this was a new discovery. No, you're missing the point. The extraordinary professionals who entered the instance for the first time managed to defeat Minotaur warriors nearly on par with a rank? Unbelievable. Exactly. Even for S-tier extraordinary practitioners, that would be incredibly difficult. At this moment, Bai Lingfeng grew visibly excited. Is that right, Chuchu? Did you really kill a Minotaur warrior that was nearly a rank? Everyone present fixed their gaze on Bai Chuchu. Even Lang Yunyan stared at her, awaiting her confirmation. But Bai Chuchu shook her head. No. Those Minotaur warriors were merely underlings. The true boss was a near-a-rank Minotaur shaman. To take him down, young Master Lang and I joined forces and barely managed to defeat him. Every extraordinary practitioner from Beichuan and Linan sacrificed themselves. As her words fell, even Lang Yunyan's expression shifted. She glanced at Bai Chuchu, then turned to her own spineless little brother with an expression of utter disbelief. Her expression pure disbelief. Are you kidding me? This weakling killed a near-a-rank Minotaur sorcerer with you? If you said you took him down alone, I might believe you. But you say you teamed up with my brother to take him down? Absolutely impossible. He's lucky he didn't wet his pants. Chapter 30, Lu Hongrui's Despair. At that moment, everyone stared at Bai Chuchu and Lang Xiao in utter disbelief. As if they were two monsters. This was utterly beyond their comprehension. Two newly awakened S-class extraordinary practitioners, both entering a dungeon for the very first time. had managed to slay a Minotaur warrior in a mutated instance. And even slay a quasi-A-rank Minotaur warrior? And even slay a near-A-rank Minotaur sorcerer. It was utterly unbelievable, a tale straight out of a fairy tale. Keep in mind, this dungeon isn't some simply ranked large-scale instance. This situation? This is a near-A-rank dungeon. Moreover, this dungeon underwent a mutation after they entered. Meaning that without any warning or preparation, they were confronted by Minotaur warriors nearly reaching A-rank and quasi-A-rank Minotaur sorcerers. Yet despite this, with just this small group, they've already cleared this near-A-rank instance. This. Amidst the collective shock, a red sports car appeared before them at breakneck speed. Squeal! The screech of brakes echoed throughout the venue as Lu Hongrui arrived at the scene. Her face now etched with worry. She had been worried all day about whether Xiao Ran would encounter any danger on his first dungeon run. Ever since Xiao Ran and the others had set off, anxiety had gnawed at her heart. And sure enough, after receiving the call from director Zhan Changtian, Lu Hongrui immediately dropped everything she was doing, rushing straight to the dungeon site. Upon seeing the scene, Lu Hongrui hurriedly approached Minister Zhan Changtian to ask, Minister Zhan, what on earth is going on here? Why did your measurements go wrong? This is an A-level instance, a quasi-A-level instance. My team is only E-level. Lu Hongrui's expression was agitated as she clutched tightly at Zhan Changtian's clothes. Meanwhile, a flicker of impatience crossed Zhan Changtian's face, showing none of the fear he'd felt toward Long Yunyuan earlier. Only pure irritation remained. The power of an S-rank extraordinary practitioner instantly wrenched Lu Hongrui's hand away. Losing her balance, Lu Hongrui stumbled and fell to the ground. Miss Lu, dungeon mutations have never occurred before. Moreover, the dungeon level remained unchanged when the assault team entered. The dungeon mutation only occurred after the assault team entered, so this is not the fault of our coordination department. Straightening his clothes, Zhan Changtian jogged over to Long Yunyuan's side, bent over, and said, Miss Lang, that's the exact situation. The responsibility doesn't lie with our coordination department. Would you mind testifying on my behalf to the Alliance? The stark contrast in his demeanor went unnoticed by the other staff members. While Bai Lingfeng pulled Bai Chuchu aside to inquire about specific details. No one cared about the well-being of the environmental group 4 members. And certainly no one cared about this woman's feelings. Long Yunyuan frowned, not even glancing at Zhan Changtian. She walked past Zhan Changtian to Lu Hongrui's side. Crouching down, she grabbed Lu Hongrui's arm, her tone softening from its previous harshness. Are you okay? Get up first, then we'll talk. Lu Hongrui paused, then nodded. Thank you. Can you tell me where my people are? What happened to them? At that moment, Lu Hongrui's mind was filled only with thoughts of her environmental group 4 members and Xiao Ran. Tears welled up in her eyes and spilled over. Seeing this, Long Yunyuan's eyes flashed with an almost imperceptible flicker of emotion. Then she asked, what level of extraordinary practitioners were all of you who entered the dungeon this time? What level? All E rank. Hearing this, Long Yunyuan took a deep breath. Based on my experience, your people are likely already. At that moment, young Master Leng stepped forward. Sis, Seeing her spineless little brother like this. And her temper flared instantly. She swung her spear, striking young Master Leng squarely in the knee. Shut your mouth. Ouch. Get on your knees. Say one more word, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Yes. Lang Xiao was about to say they were both fine and would be out soon. But after his sister hit him like that, he immediately dropped to his knees, too scared to speak. Zhan Changtian beside him watched in stunned silence. Weren't these all S-class extraordinary professionals from the family? But this scene, was it real? Truth be told, since childhood, everyone in the household catered to his every whim. Except for this one sister, she'd never given him the time of day, even going so far as to ignore him. From childhood onward, she never once gave him a friendly look. Either hitting or scolding him, she never acted like she belonged to this family. Those around him, the family members who tried to protect young Master Lang, had all been beaten into submission by this sister of mine. Whenever they saw her disciplining him, they would pretend not to see. This situation persisted until my sister left the family to join the battlefields beyond the borders. Did the situation begin to ease? Those around him gradually started treating him better. Truthfully, Leng Xiao himself couldn't fathom why his sister always looked down on him, always saw him as a failure. Which is why, at Bai Lingfeng's suggestion, to enter this mutated dungeon and try to grow stronger. Of course, he had expected it to be a thrilling battle, hoping that after emerging from the instance, his sister might finally give him a bit of a break. But now, not only did she not give me a warm look, she wouldn't even let me speak. Meanwhile, Bai Chuchu was pulled aside by Bai Lingfeng, first glancing toward Lang Xiao and Lang Yunyuan, then leaned close to Bai Chuchu and whispered, Chuchu, how is Bai Hao? At the mention of Bai Hao's name, a flash of terror crossed Bai Chuchu's eyes. Before responding with a hint of confusion, Bai Hao. Father, you had Bai Hao follow me into the instance? Wasn't it for your safety? Safety? Father, what are you talking about? With Bai Hao around, I'm the one in danger, okay? You know perfectly well what kind of person Bai Hao is. He's a bloodthirsty killer. How many extraordinary practitioners has he slaughtered? And you want him to protect me? Father, what on earth were you thinking? Chu. Don't worry about that. Just tell me, have you seen Bai Hao? No. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Bai Chuchu turned away, her cheeks puffed out in anger. Glancing at the still open instance portal. A strange thought forming in her mind. What's going on with brother Xiao Ran? Why hasn't he come out yet? Is Bai Hao in the instance too? But why haven't I seen Bai Hao at all, from start to finish? What the heck is going on here? Chapter 31, Whale. Impossible. No way. They couldn't possibly. At this moment, Lu Hongruei was utterly despairing. Though deep down she knew all too well. There was no way around it. For an E-rank assault squad to enter an A-rank instance, the odds of survival were shockingly low. Lan Yunyan patted Lu Hongruei's shoulder. Take care of yourself. This is just how things are in this era. I don't know how many people close to you've lost. But someone must bear this burden. Now, the only thing you can do for them is to care for their families. At the mention of family, Lu Hongruei's heart trembled once more. Family? Emochio, Zhang Shuan, Wang Si, Wang Tian. Yes, they all have families. But what about Xiao Ran? Xiao Ran has no family at all. At this very moment, Lu Hongruei was overcome with grief. Xiao Ran was only 18. An 18-year-old youth, though he had only awakened to the E-rank cleaner profession. Yet this youth never gave up. He came to this place, enduring the stench of garbage, cleaning out the dump site. But to grow stronger, he even requested to enter a dungeon. But. Originally, Lu Hongruei had no intention of agreeing to Xiao Ran's request. The dungeon held too many variables, and the danger level was extremely high. And the risks of entering were simply too great. Yet seeing the 18-year-old's unwavering resolve, her resolve softened. Xiao Ran's burning desire to grow stronger, waiting for someone's response. How could she possibly discourage this youth? Thus, Lu Hongruei had Emochio lead the team, protecting Xiao Ran as they entered a large E-rank instance. But this E-rank large-scale instance had gone awry. Normally, a standard E-rank large-scale instance, the assault team led by Emochio should have been fully capable of clearing it. Especially with an E-rank support-type extraordinary professional like Zhang Shuwen in the team. With such a team composition, Xiao Ran's safety should have been completely guaranteed. But here's the twist: the moment they entered, the dungeon mutated, transforming into a quasi-A grade instance. A quasi-A rank instance. For a handful of E-rank extraordinary professionals, were not only instantly wiped out, but their chances of survival were utterly slim. At this moment, Lu Hongruei's self-reproach had reached its peak. What about responding to the boy's desire to fight? He was only 18. In her extreme anguish, Lu Hongruei collapsed back onto the ground. And Lang Yunyan didn't reach out to help her up. Some things are simply unbearable at first. But time would eventually soften the blow. Turning around, she faced her younger brother kneeling on the ground, trembling, glancing at her from time to time. A flash of disgust crossed Lan Yunyuan's eyes. What are you still kneeling for? Get up and come back with me. This time, you're under house arrest. Sis, Shut up. As she spoke, Lan Yunyuan lifted her foot to leave. When a staff member's slightly puzzled voice rang out. Minister Zhan, this is peculiar. The instance portal hasn't disappeared yet. How is that possible? Everyone's already out. As he spoke, Zhan Chengtian walked toward the instance monitoring equipment. Call an ambulance. Just as he approached, a figure emerged from within. The sound of this person's voice instantly drew everyone's attention. Cold Yunyan frowned, then immediately turned around. To see Zhang Shuwen now, flanked on either side by 2 girls each. While Xiao Ran, wearing an environmental group 4 cap, emerged with his head bowed, carrying Emochio on his back. Everyone present was stunned by the scene. Someone still alive? Is this Team 4? Good heavens! Aren't the members of Environmental Group 4 all E-rank extraordinary professionals? How could they possibly have survived in A-rank dungeon? Seeing no reaction, Zhang Shuwen bellowed again. Damn it, what the hell are you all doing? Call an ambulance. Do you even understand human speech? His deafening shouts finally drew the attention of medical personnel, who rushed forward, carefully placing the injured Zhang Shuwen and Xiao Ran onto stretchers. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran caught sight of Bai Lingfeng out of the corner of his eye, furrowed his brow, moved closer to Zhang Shuwen, and whispered, "Brother Zhang, cover me." Zhang Shuwen wasn't stupid, quite the opposite, he was exceptionally perceptive. Frankly, why was Xiao Ran hiding his strength? Wasn't it because an external threat existed? If there were no external threats, Zhang Shuwen couldn't fathom who would be so low-key. Or rather, such a person probably didn't exist in this world. So Brother Zhang shifted his body slightly, unnoticed, shielding Xiao Ran from view. To the point that those around them completely overlooked Xiao Ran's presence. At that very moment, Lu Hongrui, sitting on the ground, stared blankly at Zhang Shuan's direction. Her mouth agape, seemingly unable to believe what she was seeing. Meanwhile, Long Yunyan frowned, her gaze fixed on Xiao Ran. As if hiding something. At that moment, young Master Leng's voice carried out. Sis, what I meant to say was not only did we survive, but they did too. Hearing this, Long Yunyan turned her head to look at her younger brother. Scrutinizing him from head to toe. Then murmured softly, you know them? Ha? I don't know them. How could I possibly know them? As Leng Xiao spoke, his gaze drifted involuntarily toward Xiao Ran's direction. Then realized something was off. He lowered his head and fell silent. Seeing her younger brother's expression, she glanced over at Xiao Ran's side. A barely perceptible smile curved at the corners of Lang Yunyuan's lips. Muttering to herself, fortune soaring to the heavens is a bit of an exaggeration. Enough. Come home with me. We'll talk about it once we're back. Young Master Long froze. What's going on? Why was his sister's tone so gentle all of a sudden? Is this right? This can't be right, can it? Just as Leng Xiao was pondering, Long Yunyuan's spear suddenly closed in. Are you leaving? If not, I'll send you down myself. Hearing this, young Master Ling finally felt at ease. A smile spread across his face as he eagerly followed Lang Yunyan away. Meanwhile, Bai Chuchu, upon seeing Xiao Ran emerge, she too finally felt at ease. But her father had mentioned Bai Hao. A thorn in her heart. As she pondered this, the pitch-black portal in the arena gradually began to shrink until it vanished completely. This signaled that the dungeon had been fully conquered. Bai Lingfeng narrowed his eyes as he watched Lang Yunyan lead young Master Ling away. A flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. Chuchu, you really don't have. Bai Lingfeng wanted to ask about Bai Hao. But the moment Bai Chuchu saw Xiao Ran emerge, she knew she couldn't stay any longer. Fearing that if she lingered any longer, she wouldn't be able to resist leaving. Xiao Ran had repeatedly emphasized that she absolutely mustn't show any signs of weakness outside. If she slipped up and gave anything away, it would be brother Xiao Ran who would face the trouble. Therefore, before Bai Lingfeng could finish his question, Bai Chuchu leapt into the air and flew away on her sword. Seeing Lang Yunyuan and Bai Lingfeng both leave the scene, Zhan Changtian had no intention of lingering either. Having cleared the instance, what was there left for him to linger? As for the specifics, he'd report them directly to the Alliance in person. Though he was surprised that the Environmental Group 4 personnel had managed to escape. He was genuinely surprised. He didn't dwell on it. They had simply survived under the protection of these 2S-rank extraordinary professionals. To survive, they must have been completely unaware of the actual conditions within the instance. Facing Minotaur warriors nearly at a rank level, plus near a rank Minotaur spellcasters, not Ting themselves was already impressive. E rank is E rank. Compared to S rank extraordinary professionals, they weren't even roadside trash. Thus, Zhan Changtian addressed the surrounding staff, alright, pack up and evacuate. Chapter 32, seriously, let's skip the dungeon run, okay? At that moment, Lu Hongrui stared blankly at Zhang Shuan, along with Xiao Ran standing beside him. Her mind clearly frozen in place. But this state didn't last long. As Lu Hongrui suddenly lunged forward. Sis Hong, my chest, I can't breathe. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuan turned his head away. You little brat, you scared me to death, you know that? Are you hurt? As she spoke, Sister Hong began examining Xiao Ran from head to toe, checking for any injuries. Sis Hong, you can't do this, brother Zhang is still here. Hearing this, Zhang Shuan wisely walked over to Lu Hongrui's car, pretending to admire the scenery. No, brother Zhang, you. Hey, Sister Hong, not there. Not there. As he spoke, Xiao retreated a few steps. Sis Hong, I'm fine. Nothing's wrong with me. Don't worry about me. You should focus on Wang Si, Wang Tian, and Emochio who were sent to the hospital. Hearing Xiao Ran's words, Lu Hongrui finally remembered. After confirming all the staff had left, Lu Hongrui nodded in agreement. Then instructed Xiao Ran to get in the car. The three of them headed to the hospital where Emochio and the others were. On the way, Lu Hongrui asked Zhang Shuan what exactly had happened in that book. Zhang Shuan glanced at Xiao Ran. He didn't directly tell Lu Hongrui about Xiao Ran's situation. Xiao Ran had already coordinated a unified story with him, Bai Chuchu, and Lang Xiao beforehand. And since they knew Xiao Ran had reservations, and considering Xiao Ran had saved the lives of Emochio and Wang Si Wang Tian from Environmental Group 4, Zhan Wenshu proceeded to relay the information to Lu Hongrui exactly as Xiao Ran had instructed, explaining that the squad had not actually ventured deep into the instance, but had only been conducting cleanup and collection work in the outer perimeter. Finally, the 2S rank extraordinary professionals defeated the dungeon boss. And that's how they emerged. Lu Hongrui nodded. which was largely in line with her own assumptions. Otherwise, had they ventured deeper into the dungeon, they likely wouldn't have survived, even with the protection of an S-rank extraordinary professional. Afterward, she recounted the entire incident to Xiao Ran and Zhang Shuwen in detail. What? Dungeon mutation? Holy cow, that's never happened before. Have you determined the exact cause? The moment he finished speaking, Zhang Shuwen immediately sensed something was off. Wait, a quasi-A-rank instance? Doesn't that mean the boss deep within the instances? Zhang Shuwen swallowed hard and stopped himself from continuing. Lu Hongrui nodded. Yes, a quasi-A-rank instance boss. That means it must be quasi-A-rank. Hearing this, Zhang Shuwen's eyes widened as he stared at Xiao Ran in disbelief. Xiao Ran hadn't mentioned what the dungeon was like before. But seeing him return accompanied by two S-rank professionals, Zhang Shuwen had assumed it was all thanks to these two S-rank extraordinary professionals. But judging by the scene back then, that couldn't possibly be the case. That cold young master looked like he'd been carried out by those cavern minotaurs. And the way Xiao Ran looked at him was all evasive and shifty. If there wasn't some shady business going on here, he'd be the first to call bull. And that S-rank girl from Beichuan Academy. The way she looks at Xiao Ran is practically melting. Even a fool could tell there's something going on between that girl and Xiao Ran. Either that, or during the dungeon run, Xiao Ran showed off his incredible strength, captivating this S-rank extraordinary professional from Beichuan Academy. And it was love at first sight, but that's ridiculous. Or else. Xiao Ran teamed up with two S-rank extraordinary professionals to take down the dungeon boss. But that's just too far-fetched. Those two S-class extraordinary professionals were clearly new faces. Under normal circumstances, S-tier extraordinary professionals within the Alliance are household names, renowned figures in their own right. So clearly, these two were newly awakened S-rank extraordinary professionals. And it's likely their very first time tackling a dungeon. Otherwise, why would they bring a raid team into a large E-rank instance? Wasn't it to protect them? S-rank extraordinary practitioners tackling a large E-rank dungeon is like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. But the thing is, this thing isn't even an E-rank dungeon. This is a quasi-A-rank instance. And these two newbies are supposed to take down a quasi-A-rank boss on their first run? You've got to be kidding me. Unprecedented in history. And while others might not know if Xiao Ran was involved, but Zhang Shuwen was inside the instance. He saw Xiao Ran walk into the instance, and then emerge with two S-tier rookie extraordinary practitioners. In other words, this near-a-rank dungeon boss was slain by Xiao Ran and those two S-rank rookie extraordinary adventurers. Seeing Xiao Ran's calm expression at this very moment, Zhang Shuwen's mind was churning with shock. Who exactly was this kid? Is he really just an E-rank janitor? Hearing Zhang Shuwen's words, Lu Hongrui nodded. Yes. In the subsequent tests, the coordination department classified it as a quasi-A-grade instance. Zhang Shuwen grew increasingly stunned, speechless. Lu Hongrui continued. Alright, I don't know the exact details either. But the important thing is, everyone came out safely this time. That's what matters. Dungeons may offer profits and opportunities to grow stronger, but they're also extremely dangerous. If only I'd been stronger back then. Never mind. At this point, Zhang Shuwen fell silent, while Xiao Ran looked at Lu Hongrui with a puzzled expression. As if Sister Hong had some deep, untold story? Still, Xiao Ran didn't press the issue, plenty of time to ask later. Still, Sister Hong had done him a huge favor by arranging his placement in the assault team this time. Moreover, upon emerging from the dungeon, Sister Hong's anxious and self-reproachful demeanor filled Xiao Ran's heart with warmth. Having lived in this world for 18 long years, besides Bai Chuchu, whom he trusted, it seems Sister Hong had now earned his trust as well. This genuine concern and care, Xiao Ran could clearly distinguish. Completely free from the self-serving motives of someone like Bai Lingfeng. And Xiao Ran had never been stingy with his friends. So Xiao Ran planned to take the materials obtained from this dungeon run and give a larger share to Sister Hong. The red sports car raced through the city streets, the wind whistling past. Since Xiao Ran entered the dungeon, in reality, only an hour had passed. The flow of time within the dungeon was entirely different from the outside world. This time, Xiao Ran's greatest gain wasn't the third star igniting in his body, but the soul refining banner in his hands, a growth-type magical artifact. Current soul refining divine souls, 1425. According to the soul refining great method, at each specific stage of the soul refining banner, it awakens a different divine power. 100 divine souls can awaken one power, 1000 divine souls can awaken another. This means that this dungeon run, not only did I acquire a certain quantity of monster materials to sell at the auction house for profit, but my artifact has also grown stronger. That was the most crucial part. Next time he entered the dungeon, he could test them out. What Xiao Ran hadn't anticipated, however. Lu Hongrui, seated in the driver's seat, spoke up. Xiao Ran, I know this might be a blow to you, but this whole situation was utterly unexpected. So, I think you should give up on the idea of getting stronger. Dungeons are inherently dangerous, and with this dungeon's mutation, I truly don't want you to take risks. I don't want to see you. So Xiao Ran, being an ordinary person isn't so bad. Being protected is better than fighting all the time and making your family and friends live in constant fear. The red sports car screeched to a halt at the roadside as the brakes were slammed. Lu Hongrui's eyes were slightly red as she looked at Xiao Ran. Her eyes filled with pleading. Chapter 33, Lu Hongrui's past. Seeing Lu Hongrui like this, Zhang Shuwen silently turned his head, his mind beginning to grumble inwardly. Sister Lu, do you even realize that this 18-year-old E-rank cleaner extraordinary professional standing before you had single-handedly taken down an A-class extraordinary practitioner in the dungeon? And he was utterly dominated by Xiao Ran. After that, this kid ventured deep into a quasi-A-rank instance all by himself. Took down 2 S-rank rookie extraordinary practitioners. And took down the A-rank instance boss. But Zhang Shuwen kept this thought to himself. He wasn't stupid. Xiao Ran was conserving his strength and keeping such a low profile. Was simply to protect himself and those around him. Yes, strength can be displayed. But if you're merely in the process of growing, then the people you meet and the situations you encounter might well be riddled with schemes targeting you. Zhang Shuwen understood Xiao Ran's actions. And he clearly understood the reasons behind it. So he said nothing, choosing silence instead. Seeing Lu Hongrui before him, her eyes reddened as she pleaded for him not to enter the dungeon again. Xiao Ran felt a warmth in his heart. Though they shared no blood ties, their relationship was purely professional. This genuine concern was something Xiao Ran could understand. Having lived alone for 18 years, Xiao Ran, who had lived 2 lifetimes, and he deeply understood the preciousness of such affection. However, without entering the dungeon, he couldn't collect divine souls to strengthen the soul-refining banner. And without entering the instance, his current financial situation wouldn't sustain him. Moreover, with Nüwa now at home, and his life was already extremely tight. With Nüwa added to the mix, and his already impoverished household relied solely on his earnings from cleaning garbage at the landfill. This expense is absolutely insufficient. But Xiao Ran had no doubt whatsoever if he asked. Sister Han would certainly lend a helping hand. But Xiao Ran didn't see it that way. He clearly possessed the ability to venture into dungeons. Why should he need someone else's help just to get by? Xiao Ran's expression turned serious as he looked at Lu Hongrui. Sister Han, I know you care about me, but this dungeon incident was unforeseeable. Yes, perhaps dungeons will mutate again in the future. But I refuse to live out my days in mediocrity. Perhaps you're right, there's nothing wrong with being an ordinary person. But what if no one clears the dungeon and it escalates, causing disasters in the city? If I don't fight, what about the people I love and those who love me? Someone has to step up. Someone has to fight. Yes, I'm just an E-rank cleaner. But that doesn't conflict with my desire to fight, to grow stronger, to protect those I care about, does it? Hearing these words, a sharp gleam flashed in Zhang Shuwen's eyes. Then he burst into laughter. Good lad. You're a real man. Xiao Ran, you may be younger than me, but your mindset and perspective are leagues ahead of mine. With that, Zhang Shuwen gave him a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Lu Hongrui, who had been listening to Xiao Ran's words, remained silent for a long moment. Then turned her head, seemingly a bit annoyed, and said flatly, "Get out." Ha! Xiao Ran and Zhang Shuwen looked at Lu Hongrui in confusion. While Lu Hongrui, as if touched by some painful memory, her voice trembling as she slammed her hand on the sports car's steering wheel. Beep. Passers-by all turned to look. I said, you. Get out of the car. Lu Hongrui pointed at Xiao Ran. A flash of fury darting through her eyes. Sis Lu, you. Just as Xiao Ran was about to speak, Zhang Shuwen's hand landed on his shoulder. Xiao Ran turned to look at Zhang Shuwen in surprise. Zhang Shuwen shook his head, signaling Xiao Ran not to ask any more questions. Xiao Ran looked at Lu Hongrui, then at Zhang Shuwen. Xiao Ran nodded. All right, then go to the hospital. Remember to call me and update me on Captain Mo's situation. Sure, don't worry. I'll call you. Just be careful on your way back. Zhang Shuwen urged. After they got out of the car, the red sports car roared off as if venting frustration. A roar of engines, and within mere seconds, vanishing from Xiao Ran's sight, not even its rear end was visible. Xiao Ran stared blankly at the vanishing red sports car, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He still had to enter the instance, but this time, it seemed he couldn't enter the instance under the name of Environment Team 4. But for now, there was no rush to enter the instance. The priority was to take the materials he'd obtained from the instance and sell them at the auction house for some cash. There are still mouths to feed at home. Once I've converted these materials into cash to Sister Hong's place, perhaps by then, her anger will have cooled. Turning around, he noticed that the area where he'd dismounted was lined with all sorts of auction shops. And outside each shop, the day's material buyback prices were clearly posted. On the way, Lu Hongrui remained silent. They soon arrived at the hospital where Mo Chio and the others were staying. After parking, Lu Hongrui didn't get out immediately. Her gaze was vacant as she stared ahead, then sighed and asked, "Should I not have done this?" Hearing this, Zheng Shuwen grinned. "Sis Lu, I know you don't want to repeat the past. You don't want your brother's tragedy to happen again. But Xiao Ran, he was different." "Different? How is he different?" Lu Hongrui turned her head in a daze to look at Zheng Shuwen. "Xiao Ran possesses the capability to handle these matters, that's all I can say." But just as Lu Hongrui was about to press further, Zhang Shuwen got out of the car and said to her, "Alright, Sister Hon, shall we go check on Mo Chio and the others?" At that very moment, inside the Lang family villa, Lan Yunyan had already shed her armor, swapping it for a form-fitting black sports tank top. Her fair skin and the surging curves of her chest sending shivers down men's spines. Young Master Lang knelt on the floor, occasionally glancing up at his sister's back, his entire body trembling like a frightened kitten. "Speak," came the haunting voice. A chill like bone-clinging maggots instantly coiled around Ling Xiao's body. He dared not conceal a single detail. "Sister Hui Hui, you're right. Bai Lingfeng did send me. He said it would be good training for me, so I..." Before young Master Lang could continue, Lang Yunyan spun around, planting her foot squarely on his shoulder. Her overwhelming aura erupted as she planted her foot down with force. Thud! Lang Xiao's head slammed against the floor with a dull thud. "Sis, I'm sorry. Shut up. Woo woo. Who's that guy wearing a black hat beside the big fat guy?" Hearing this, young Master Lang suddenly froze. "The big fat guy? That member of the Environmental Group 4 task force? The one beside him? Xiao Ran? Why is my sister asking about this? Could it be that my sister had noticed something? That's impossible." Just as young Master Lang, was about to speak, Lang Yunyan pressed down harder with her foot. Then, Lang Yunyan's voice came through. "Think it through before you speak." The icy words echoed. And young Master Lang couldn't help but shiver all over. At this very moment, standing within the Lang family villa, not a single soul was present. Everyone stood trembling with fear outside the villa. "Do you think young Master Lang will make it through this time? Judging by the situation, it seems unlikely." Chapter 34, 50,000 yuan worth of meat you just swallowed it whole? Why has Miss Lang returned? Given the current situation on the extraterritorial battlefield, Miss Lang shouldn't be back at this time. Who knows? Let's just hope young Master Lang has an easier time this time around. Better? Doesn't young Master Lang always suffer whenever Miss Lang returns? Haven't you seen it before? I really don't understand why Miss Lang hates young Master Lang so much. Just because his mother died so many years ago, she still can't let it go? Shoo, don't say that. That's not something you should talk about. Lang Yunyuan heard the murmurs outside, but she paid them no mind. At that moment, she stood with her back to young Master Lang, listening intently as he described the situation within the dungeon. After listening, Lang Yunyan's brows furrowed deeply. "So it really was you and that Bai Chuchu from Beichuan Academy who took down the A-rank Minotaur sorcerer? No mention of this Xiao Ran fellow? Honestly, things got so chaotic back then, sis. It was my first time in a dungeon. Xiao Ran saved my life in a critical moment. That's why I agreed to give him 1 million alliance coins to repay his life-saving favor." Hearing this, Lang Yunyan nodded. 1 million alliance coins for your life, you know how to do business. At this remark, young Master Lang's expression froze. Was his sister actually complimenting him? This was the first time ever my sister actually praised me. Good heavens. But then, Lang Yunyan's next words sent a chill down young Master Lang's spine. "You enjoy training so much, would you like to join me on the battlefield beyond the borders?" At those words, young Master Lang trembled all over. The Outer Realm battlefield. No sane person would ever go there. It's a living hell on earth. The stench of blood lingers year-round in the Outer Realm battlefield. Extraordinary practitioners might endure it, their physical prowess allows it. But E-rank or D-rank extraordinary practitioners would likely faint instantly upon contact. This relentless, year-round stench of bloodshed is simply beyond what ordinary extraordinary practitioners can endure. Though I'm currently an S-rank extraordinary practitioner, I have little combat experience. In today's world, no one would enter the Outer Realm battlefield without sufficient strength. Some would rather spend their entire lives tackling dungeons than venture into the Outer Realm battlefields. Though the Outer Realm battlefield is a place of high risk and high reward. Within city dungeons, the Dungeon Coordination Department handles level assessments. You can easily choose lower-level dungeons to tackle, earning various materials and resources to exchange for alliance coins. This approach is both easy and safe. But the outer battlefields are a different story. Even S-tier extraordinary practitioners wouldn't dare guarantee they could survive there. I can survive the Outer Realm battlefield. Therefore, young Master Lang naturally refused. He looked at Lang Yunyan with a mournful face, full of grievance. "Sis, I know I was wrong. I won't go on the dungeon run anymore. Oomph. You spineless wimp. Then, Lang Yunyan gave a faint smile, turned to face Lang Xiao. If you insist on going to the dungeon, I suppose it's not impossible. But next time, you must bring that Xiao Ran with you, and also Bai Chuchu from Beichuan Academy. Ha? Young Master Lang stared at Lang Yunyan in shock. Sis, I'm sorry, I really won't go. Before he could finish, Lang Yunyan delivered another kick to his shoulder. Ow. The young master was sent flying over a meter away, his bones nearly shattered. I'm just informing you, not asking for your opinion. I'll scout the dungeons. Once I find a suitable one, I'll contact Xiao Ran. You handle contacting Bai Chuchu. With that, Lang Yunyan didn't even glance at her younger brother before striding out of the room. Left behind, Lang Xiao stared blankly at his sister's retreating figure, utterly bewildered. His sister, whether her actions or her words, were always beyond his comprehension. One moment she'd praise you, the next she'd. At that thought, Lang Xiao suddenly felt an envy for Xiao Ran's solitary way of life. Unfettered and untethered. Xiao Ran had already sold all the monster materials he'd collected from this instance run, earning a total of around 200,000 alliance coins. For Xiao Ran, this was a substantial sum. If he saved carefully, he could tighten his belt for the next while, skip a few meals, and still manage. Soon after, Xiao Ran headed straight to the market to stock up on ingredients. In this world, meat was far, far cheaper than vegetables. The main reason was that growing vegetables required vast tracts of land. And within the alliance, land was truly a scarce resource, a fact reflected in skyrocketing property prices. As for meat production, it's incredibly diverse. The flesh of various monsters within dungeons is also edible. And the meat of those elite extraterrestrial battlefield beasts. But can even unlock the latent potential within extraordinary practitioners' bodies. However, the meat from these exotic beasts in the foreign battlefields is outrageously expensive. Essentially, only the wealthy and powerful families can afford to consume it regularly. After purchasing the ingredients, Xiao Ran headed straight back to his bachelor quarters. Nüwa was sprawled on the bed, her long tail swishing as she surfing the web and playing games on Xiao Ran's old antique phone. Seeing Xiao Ran return, Nüwa's face lit up with delight. Master, you're finally back. I'm so hungry, I need food. Nüwa looked at Xiao Ran pitifully, waiting for him to feed her. Xiao Ran sighed helplessly, tossing a large bag of ingredients before her. Here. Eat up. Want me to cook it for you? Seeing the food, Nüwa's eyes lit up instantly. Without caring whether it was cooked or not, she let out a delighted cry. Wonderful. As she spoke, her long tail swept up the ingredients, placing them before her. Nüwa's nose twitched and her brows furrowed. Master, this smells awful. I don't want to eat it. Xiao Ran looked utterly disgusted. Must you be so picky? Do you even know how expensive this is? It cost me a whopping 30,000 alliance coins. I couldn't even bring myself to eat it myself. I saved it for you first. And now you're being so picky about it. Hearing this, Nüwa lowered her head, looking deeply aggrieved. Seeing her like this, Xiao Ran couldn't bring himself to say anything more. After all, Nüwa had played an indispensable role in helping him break the curse within the dungeon. Without her lifting the curse, he could still have defeated the A-rank Minotaur sorcerer. But I certainly wouldn't have emerged unscathed like this. Enough, enough. Who are you putting on this mournful face for? Hey, take a look at this, can you eat it? As he spoke, Xiao Ran's storage ring flashed. A palm-sized piece of meat, still warm, appeared in his hand. Don't underestimate this piece of meat. It came from a blood drinker ox, a beast from the outer battlefield. Not the prime hind leg meat, mind you, just the foreleg. The prime hind leg cuts would never have reached him. But this single piece alone had cost Xiao Ran a whopping 50,000 alliance coins. Originally, Xiao Ran had intended to treat himself to a special meal. The blood drinking ox earned its name because these beasts thrive on consuming the blood essence of the outer realm battlefield, thereby strengthening themselves. The meat within their bodies contained purified blood essence. Consumption can bolster one's own vital energy and blood to some extent. Put simply, it's a blood-replenishing delicacy. However, this stuff doesn't do much good if you keep eating it. After the first consumption, its effects become barely noticeable. Xiao Ran had intended to consume it himself, hoping to replenish his own vitality. But seeing Nüwa like this, he couldn't help but offer it to her. After all, she'd helped him before he owed her a favor. Besides, what if Nüwa was still picky and refused to eat it? Before Xiao Ran could say anything, Nüwa swept her tail across the table, and the meat vanished from his hands. Then, gulp. Nüwa pouted, looking at Xiao Ran pitifully. Master, is there any more? Seeing this scene, Xiao Ran couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Holy crap, this tiny piece of meat bought with 50,000 alliance coins. And you just shoved it down without even chewing? Damn it, did you even taste it? This cost 50,000 alliance coins. Even Zhu Beiji eating the ginseng fruit couldn't have been this greedy, right? And you still want more? Damn it, that's my dungeon run money. Gone just like that. Chapter 35, The Man of Great Fortune. Xiao Ran clutched his chest. After working his ass off, risking life and limb to clear the dungeon, earning 50,000 alliance coins through sheer toil, only for Nüwa to wipe it all out in one fell swoop. Did you taste anything? Of course. The taste of vital energy. It's just enough to heal my wounds, but the quantity is far too meager. What about these? Xiao Ran gestured toward the ingredients he'd purchased on the ground. Nüwa shook her head in disgust. No way. It stinks. I can't eat that. I'd definitely get poisoned. Xiao Ran took a deep breath. Holy crap, what kind of gold-devouring beast did I end up picking up? Damn it, it can only eat the meat of other beasts, but not the monsters in the dungeon. This damn thing. Glancing at the dwindling balance on his phone, Xiao Ran felt his already strained family finances weren't just getting worse, but also that they might soon be reduced to begging on the streets. Even the cheapest exotic beast meat costs 50,000 alliance coins. And it's not even enough to fill you up. Xiao Ran waved his hand dismissively. Alright, that's it for today. I'll work harder to get you more food next time. Hearing this, Nüwa didn't think much of it, giving Xiao Ran a proud yet coy glance. My master is so kind to me. Xiao Ran rolled his eyes. Nice? Nice my ass. If it weren't for you lifting that curse off me before, I'd have kicked you out my door ages ago. What Nüwa? What deities? You're here to eat me, sleep with me, use me. Are you my enemy or my nemesis? But Xiao Ran kept those words to himself. Complaints aside, Nüwa had genuinely helped him, that much was true. But with my current financial situation, this money might be blown tomorrow. He had to find a way to earn money. Otherwise, without him, this place would collapse. With that thought in mind, Xiao Ran carried the ingredients into the kitchen to start prepping. He didn't share Nüwa's picky eating habits. Having food to eat was already a blessing, why be so picky? During last night's dinner, while eating, Xiao Ran noticed the small clay figurine placed by the window. This little clay figure bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, lifelike in every detail. No doubt about it, this was definitely a figurine Nüwa had molded in his own image. So while eating, Xiao Ran pointed at the little clay figure in the window that belonged to him. You mentioned earlier that these figurines can help dispel curses. I've already experienced that. So what about their other functions? Nüwa didn't even lift her head at Xiao Ran's words, merely flicking her tail. I haven't fully regained my power yet. When I'm at my peak, this figurine can die in place of its master when they suffer a fatal blow. Oh? So once you regain your full power, I'll become immortal? The figurine can die in my place? Well then, you'd better make me a few more. Immortality is an exaggeration. If someone were to use that kind of soul-targeted attack, death would still be possible. As for creating more copies with my current abilities, it would be exceedingly difficult to make even one. This is already my absolute limit. But master, you needn't worry. My abilities are unmatched in heaven and earth. Stop it, stop it. You haven't even regained your full strength yet, don't go blowing your own horn here. Interrupting Nüwa's boast, Xiao Ran pondered while eating. It seems I must restore Nüwa's power swiftly. Otherwise, should I just retrieve the star sword stored in my storage ring now? Once the star sword is reclaimed, I can restore Nüwa to her fullest form. Which would essentially mean gaining an extra life, greatly enhancing his personal safety. But it seemed unnecessary. I only need to wait for the next dumping of the multiverse dumpster. Perhaps then I can accumulate enough recycling points to restore Nüwa's power. Recycling points can be obtained repeatedly. But the star sword, there's only one. So this deal just doesn't add up. After weighing the options in his mind, Xiao Ran promptly dismissed the idea of recycling the star sword. The most urgent task now was to re-enter the dungeon and earn money. Once his strength increased, he would venture into the outer realm battlefield to hunt for Nüwa. That way, he wouldn't need to spend vast sums of money to buy her those expensive exotic beast meats. But speaking of the outer realm battlefield, Xiao Ran's head was already spinning. You can't just waltz into the outer realm battlefield whenever you please. Strength is one thing, but you also have to pass the Alliance's assessment of you. The most crucial assessment? The number of dungeons cleared. After reaching the Alliance's required number of dungeon clearances, you must still participate in the Alliance's assessment. Only the top 3 who pass this assessment earn the right to enter the outer realm battlefield to fight and slaughter. This system serves 2 purposes. First, to deter impulsive S-rank extraordinary practitioners or practitioners of other ranks who might be tempted to gamble recklessly. On the other hand, it serves to cultivate awareness. The dangers of the outer realm battlefield are incomparable to those within city dungeons. The external uncertainties are simply too vast, even the Alliance itself cannot accurately control them. However, within dungeons, control remains possible thanks to the existence of the Coordination Department, which can assess dungeon difficulty levels. Therefore, entering the extraterritorial battlefield requires more than mere passion, raw power, or a high number of dungeon clear counts. Only when the Alliance says you can enter do you gain the qualification to do so. Of course, some fools ignore the Alliance. And their inevitable fate is to end up in the belly of a monstrous beast. Thus, for Xiao Ran, the number of dungeons cleared is now paramount. Simultaneously, the various resources and materials yielded within these dungeons are also crucial for his current situation. They're pure cash. What he lacked most right now was money. Wonder how Mr. Lang is doing with his money preparations. Just as Xiao Ran was thinking about that pampered playboy who still wets his pants, a notification chime sounded in his mind. Multiverse waste has been dumped. Proceed immediately to the eastern landfill of the Longhua Alliance for recycling operations. Multiverse waste has been dumped. Proceed immediately to the northern landfill of the Longhua Alliance for recycling operations. Xiao Ran's eyes snapped open, his chest heaving. Holy crap! Dumped twice in a row. Money's coming in. Money's coming in. But before Xiao Ran could stand up, the phone on the table rang. Xiao Ran glanced at it. It was actually young Master Lang. Why is he calling me? Shouldn't he just transfer the money directly? Puzzled, Xiao Ran answered the call. Hello? Is this Xiao Ran? A pleasant female voice came through the phone, causing Xiao Ran to furrow his brow. He didn't respond immediately. Cold Yunyan held the phone while standing on young Master Cold, who trembled slightly beneath her. I know you're listening. I'm this weakling's sister, Long Yunyan. My brother told me everything. This raid run, it was all thanks to you saving him. 100,000 alliance coins will be transferred to your account shortly. Hearing this, Xiao Ran's face remained expressionless. But internally, he was rapidly analyzing the young master's sister's words. Likely, young Master Lang had already relayed the dungeon's details to his sister, though he wasn't sure how much she knew. So Xiao Ran tentatively replied, Oh? Miss Lung's sister? Nice to meet you. Ah, it's nothing really. For someone like me, just an E-rank janitor being able to help young Master Lang is truly a blessing in itself. Honestly, I didn't do much. I just instinctively pushed young Master Lang out of harm's way when I saw he was in danger. Young Master Lang is truly a remarkable person, no words can describe it. I only did something insignificant, yet he insisted on giving me 1 million alliance coins. Hearing Xiao Ran's words, Long Yunyuan nodded. Hee, I really do owe you. Don't worry, the money will be transferred shortly. But do you have time later? My brother wants to take you back into the dungeon with him. He says you're his lucky star. Oh, of course. And that little girl from Beichuan Academy. As long as you join, whatever resources and materials you can get in the dungeon are all yours. Plus, I'll pay you an extra 1 million alliance coins. What do you say? Xiao Ran's heart stirred. To say he wasn't tempted would be a lie. He was desperately short on cash right now and had been eyeing another run through the dungeon for the money. It could be said that Long Yunyuan's offer left him with absolutely no reason to refuse. Yet beneath the surface, Xiao Ran couldn't shake the feeling that something sinister lurked beneath the surface. So, with a smile, Xiao Ran replied. Sis, that's not a good idea. I'm just an E-rank janitor. Last time, I barely scraped by. I'd rather not go back into that dungeon again. I'll just stick to being an ordinary person. Oh, sorry sis, my gas tank just exploded. Gotta go check on it. Beep. Xiao Ran hung up the phone without hesitation, leaving only Lang Yunyan's frozen smile on her face. Did that kid actually refuse? He actually turned down such favorable terms? Could he have sensed something? It couldn't be, could it? Hanging up the phone, Long Yunyan kicked Lang Xiao aside with one foot and went to contact Bai Chuchu. After dropping a quick message, Long Yunyan rushed out to the villa entrance, pulling out an old black flip phone. Hello? I found the person with great destiny, but I can't confirm it yet. So, give me a little more time. Chapter 36, The Curse of the Intelligent Beast. The person on the other end of the line sounded somewhat anxious. Yet their voice sounded extremely weak. 2 days, Long Yunyuan. I'm giving you only 2 days. If you still can't deliver the sacrifice, prepare for the Long family to vanish from this world. But the curse draws near. I already know. Rest assured, I know exactly what I've cursed. 2 days, you have only 2 days. When the time comes. After hanging up, Long Yunyan's entire body began to tremble, as if 1,000 insects were gnawing at her bones. Not just her body, but her very soul seemed to be being devoured. Long Yunyuan was filled with regret at that moment. Why had she ever agreed to make a deal with that person? Earlier, Long Yunyan had led her team into battle on the beast arena. But they encountered a rare intelligent beast. And this beast was utterly terrifying. So terrifying that even Long Yunyan couldn't kill it. Unsurprisingly, the entire squad was wiped out, leaving only Lang Yunyuan. Just as Long Yunyan prepared to fight to the death, the creature actually spoke. This was unheard of. In this world, no beast or monster had ever capable of conversing with humans, or rather, with extraordinary practitioners like them. This completely shattered Long Yunyan's established understanding. The creature said survival was possible. But in exchange, Long Yunyan must regularly bring it extraordinary practitioners blessed with great fortune to devour. Of course, there were benefits to this arrangement. Namely, it could make Lang Yunyan stronger, incredibly strong, to the point where she could roam the extraterritorial battlefields with utter impunity. But if she refused, it would detonate the curse within Lang Yunyan's body. This detonation wouldn't merely mean Lang Yunyan's death, it would mean the death of every single member of her family, the Lang bloodline. If it were merely a matter of Lang Yunyan's own life, she would naturally fear neither death nor life. Death would be death. After battling on the extraterrestrial battlefield for so many years, she had long since cast her own life and death aside. But for him to threaten her entire clan, the others might be one thing, but her own brother. Lang Yunyuan had looked down on her younger brother since childhood. Was not because he was worthless or incompetent, though that was indeed the case. But ultimately, it was because when her brother was born, he had caused their mother's death. Had this brother not existed, mother would not have hemorrhaged to death during childbirth, and his mother would not have. But no matter how much I hate this brother, no matter how much he beat and scolded his younger brother, in Lang Yunyan's heart, the blood flowing through his veins was not merely that of the Lang family, but also the blood of her own mother. Therefore, Lang Yunyan could only agree to the other party's terms. After agreeing to keep her bound, he placed another curse upon her. This curse required Lang Yunyan to periodically return to that intelligent beast, regardless of whether she had found the person of great destiny. She must go to it to temporarily lift the curse. While cursed, Lang Yunyan secretly sought out several S-rank support class professionals. Yet they couldn't even discern the curse binding her, plunging her into despair. This curse manifested once daily, and as time passed, its duration grew longer. Only by traveling to the domain battlefield could the other party temporarily lift it for her. Now was precisely when it was acting up. Though she could report this matter to the Alliance, where collective wisdom might devise a solution. But Lang Yunyan dared not take the risk. The slightest misstep would result in the enemy wiping out the entire Lang family bloodline, including herself. However, it was also Cold Union's good fortune. For upon her return, she encountered one who possessed immense destiny. Fortune itself is an intangible, formless entity. Yet, as she was about to depart, the other party had dripped a single drop of blood into Lang Yunyan's eye, granting her the ability to perceive destiny. Now, utterly alone and helpless, though she was one of the Lang family's 2S-class extraordinary practitioners, she felt utterly powerless against such an overwhelmingly powerful foe. Deep despair enveloped her. The reason she had young Master Lang contact Xiao Ran and Bai Chuchu to re-enter the dungeon together was Lang Yunyan's strategy. As she couldn't openly bring someone into the outer realm battlefield, only through that breach in the extraterrestrial battlefield could she do so. This breach was revealed to her by the intelligent beast that had cursed her. For this instance, she chose an East-rank instance relatively close to the outer realm battlefield. The reason for letting his useless younger brother accompany Bai Chuchu was naturally to lower Xiao Ran's guard. Once the three of them cleared the instance, he could then swiftly lead Xiao Ran through the gap. Lead Xiao Ran into the breach, thus completing this transaction. As for Lang Xiao and Bai Chuchu, were no longer within Lang Yunyan's calculations. Even if she forcibly took Xiao Ran away, they wouldn't be able to stop her. What Lang Yunyan hadn't anticipated, however, Xiao Ran would outright refuse her, which was somewhat unexpected. She'd have to look into this kid's background properly. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran devoured the food on the table in no time. After all, Xiao Ran wasn't some deity. While the food wasn't exactly gourmet, though not exactly delicious, at least it filled his stomach. Alright, I'm off to work now. You stay put at home and don't go anywhere. Nüwa wagged her tail in response. Xiao Ran shook his head, then seemed to remember something. Oh, right, could you make me a few more clay figurines? Xiao Ran was thinking that once Nüwa fully regained her powers, the clay figures she made possessed the ability to take one's place in death. So wouldn't making a few more mean he could die several times over? Wouldn't that greatly enhance his safety? Certainly possible. However, at present, I believe one clay figure is sufficient. Besides, Master, I am no perpetual motion machine. At the very least, you must feed me, right? This clay figure of yours, the price of a single piece of meat is still a bit too low. My energy consumption is enormous. Ha, this Nüwa, how long has she been here that she already knows about perpetual motion machines? Right. Beast meat is my lifeblood, and that same beast meat represents money. I'd better hurry up and earn some cash, get those recycling points. Restore Nüwa's strength, then feed her more meat, so she can keep churning out little clay figures for me non-stop. Up and down, Alibaba and all that, I'd have more than 30 lives. As long as the meat keeps flowing, I'll be immortal. Otherwise, this heart of mine just won't feel secure. Alright, you wait here for me to return. Go on, Master. Earn plenty of money. Otherwise, I might just run off with those wealthy upper-class folks. That remark nearly made Xiao Ran stumble. Xiao Ran headed straight for the dumping site of the myriad heavens. Previously it was the eastern landfill, but now, I'll head to the other landfill first. Wow, dumping twice in a row like this. I'm going to strike it rich. As for the dungeon run, he'd still go with Lung Xiao and Bai Chuchu. It's not that Xiao Ran dislikes dungeon runs, but he had this gut feeling he just couldn't shake the idea that this wasn't your typical dungeon run. Chapter 37, The Golden-Winged Great Peng. While Xiao Ran was heading to the landfill, at Beichuan Academy, in the principal's office, Bai Chuchu stood at the window, her cheeks puffed out in anger, not even glancing at Bai Lingfeng. While Bai Lingfeng stood beside her, offering a fawning smile. Chuchu, you really haven't seen Bai Hao? Bai Chuchu frowned and shook her head impatiently. No. How many times do I have to say it before you believe me? And why did you send Bai Hao to protect me in the first place? Don't you know Bai Hao is a murderer? He killed a transcendent practitioner. I told you before, people like Bai Hao should be handed over to the Alliance for punishment. And you go and protect him, letting him stay on campus. Father, what on earth are you thinking? A flicker of sharp anger shot through Bai Lingfeng's eyes at the barrage of words. But he quickly concealed it, his face still wearing a smile. Chuchu, my precious daughter, don't be angry. I was just worried you might not adjust well on your first dungeon run, so I thought sending Bai Hao to protect you was the right thing to do. Bai Chuchu stared at her father's face, wanting to say something. Yet no words came out. Seeing this, Bai Lingfeng continued, Alright, Chuchu, tell me, did you awaken any skills in the A-rank dungeon? Just a support skill. Earlier, Xiao Ran had told Bai Chuchu that in everything she did, she must remember to conceal her true abilities, even with those closest to you. And now her father had actually hired a murderer to protect her, which made Chuchu wary of Bai Lingfeng. What's worse, hiring a murderer to protect you is one thing, but to keep it completely from me? That's just too much. During this A-rank dungeon run, Bai Chuchu awakened both an offensive skill and a support skill. Given her previous personality, Bai Chuchu would never have kept anything from her father. But after this incident, coupled with Xiao Ran's earlier advice, Bai Chuchu decided it would be better to keep one skill a secret. Upon hearing Bai Chuchu's words, Bai Lingfeng, unaware of her change of heart, and nodded, feeling somewhat regretful. A support-type skill wasn't bad at all to awaken a skill on her very first dungeon run. Just then, the phone in his pocket rang. Bai Lingfeng pulled it out and frowned immediately. Cold young master? Why is young Master Ling calling at this moment? Hello? Principal Bai, it's me. I know. What is it? I'd like to enter the dungeon again with your schools Bai Chuchu for some training. I wonder if... Re-enter the dungeon? Exactly. I still want to get stronger. Glancing at Bai Chuchu while listening to cold young master's voice on the phone, Bai Lingfeng's mind raced with analysis. Finally, he chuckled. It's rare to see young Master Lang with such a desire to grow stronger. But I'll need to consult Chuchu about this first. How about I get back to you later? Alright, I'll be waiting for your good news. Beep. After hanging up, young Master Ling trembled as he handed over the note. Sis, look at what I just did. After hanging up, Bai Lingfeng frowned deeply. This doesn't make sense. When did this kid become so desperate to get stronger? I've invited him countless times before and he always refused. But now, could it be that entering the instance changed him? It must be. Teaming up with Chuchu to defeat an A-rank Minotaur sorcerer, something like that, is utterly unbelievable. If you told anyone, they wouldn't believe it. Yet they actually pulled it off. So this dungeon run changed the cold-hearted young master? It's quite possible. After all, youthful passion and fervor is quite common. But this outcome suits me just fine. So Bai Lingfeng walked over to Bai Chuchu's side. Young Master Ling just called and said he wants to run the dungeon with you again. Chuchu, I think this is a great opportunity. Would you like to go? Bai Chuchu didn't overthink it. An opportunity to grow stronger like this. She wouldn't pass it up. So she nodded in agreement. Excellent. I'll reply to young Master Ling immediately. You should go back and prepare thoroughly. With that, Bai Chuchu exited Bai Lingfeng's office. Once Bai Chuchu was gone, Bai Lingfeng shed his previous amiable demeanor. And from the shadows beside him emerged a hooded figure. The head of the Bai family, Bai Changfeng, is dead. Bai Hao is dead too. Are you certain? I can detect no trace of their life force whatsoever. Seated at his desk, Bai Lingfeng tapped the tabletop. The tapping sound echoed throughout the office. Though Bai Changfeng was merely an E-rank transformation type extraordinary practitioner. But such a silent death, could someone be targeting us, Beichuan, or our Bai family? As for Bai Hao, how could he have died? And that girl Chuchu said she never saw Bai Hao at all? Impossible. It shouldn't be. Bai Hao was an A-rank combat type extraordinary practitioner. And he's dead? Was it the monsters in the dungeon? Forget it. Let's set them aside for now. They're all irrelevant. Right now, the most important thing is that Lung family member, Lung Yunyan. How's your investigation going? Why did she come back? Head of the household, according to the Alliance, it seems she applied for leave. The leave period is 3 days. But it's strange Lang Yunyan has never applied for leave before. I suspect she might have encountered some trouble. Oh? Could it be I was too obvious? Did Lang Yunyan catch on? Impossible. Our operation is highly covert. Many within the Lang family are already on our side, just waiting for young Master Ling to meet his end. So her return is purely on a whim? You could say that. This guy actually had the nerve to invite us into the dungeon for a raid. I have no idea how his brain works. But this time, we'll need to be more careful. By how that bastard died for no good reason. It's all because of this mutated dungeon. Indeed, Master. What are your plans now? Shall we have Miss Chuchu handle it? The black-clad figure inquired. Her? I know my daughter. She wouldn't do something like this. Besides, Lang Yunyuan is here now. It's not the right time to act. For this instance, we'll observe and wait. Once Lang Yunyuan leaves, we can make our move then. Understood, head of the family. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran swiftly arrived at the northern landfill of the Alliance. But the moment Xiao Ran stepped out of his vehicle and entered the dump, he was utterly stunned. The dazzling radiance that once filled the sky above the dump was steadily fading, as if being devoured by something. Xiao Ran grew frantic, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. This couldn't be right. Based on previous occurrences at the multiverse dump, this was utterly impossible. Could it be that someone else, like him, could see these radiant lights, and also possessed a system capable of recycling this multiverse trash? How could that be possible? As Xiao Ran approached, a chorus of curses erupted. Damn it, cough, what kind of junk is this? Why aren't my hairs growing back yet? No, that's not it. Ha? What the hell is this thing? Gah! Help! At that very moment, a system voice echoed in Xiao Ran's mind. Detected injured Golden-Winged Great Eagle. Current status, critical. Rescue immediately. Xiao Ran's face twitched in exasperation, staring at the coal-black, bald, furless creature rolling around on the ground. Damn it, this thing is supposed to be a Golden-Winged Great Eagle? This is just a little chick, right? Chapter 38, Golden-Winged Great Raven's magic power depleted, soul fragmented. Crouching on the ground, Xiao Ran stared at the black, bald bird rolling around before him. It was impossible to connect this creature to the Golden-Winged Great Eagle he remembered. After all, this creature was the uncle of the Buddha himself. How could it have ended up like this? Yet, to simply let this bald feathered bird die before his eyes. Xiao Ran simply couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. The key point was that this bald bird had consumed vast amounts of cosmic debris, and the disappearance of the treasure light from the junkyard earlier was likely its doing. So Xiao Ran grabbed the featherless Golden-Winged Great Eagle by the scruff. Cough, mortal, cough cough, save me. The broken words came from the bird's beak. Xiao Ran didn't care either way. In any case, he'd rescue this thing first and figure it out later. Though its tone reminded Xiao Ran of Nüwa back home. Holding the featherless bird by its tiny feet, Xiao Ran mustered every ounce of strength, swung it around in a full 360-degree arc, then flipped the golden-winged giant phoenix upside down and gave its back a hard slap. Cough. Clang. Clang. All manner of cosmic debris mingled with this world's refuse poured out from its gaping maw. Goodness, just how much did you eat? After a long while, when it seemed there was nothing left to expel, the Golden-Winged Great Peng plopped down onto the ground, panting heavily. Damn it, damn it. You ignorant mortal, you've made me regurgitate everything I ate. Do you even know who I am? Xiao Ran was speechless. Hey, you swallowed all my treasures, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. And now I save your life, yet you blame me for emptying your stomach? Xiao Ran waved his hand, shoving the now bald Golden-Winged Great Eagle aside. Shut up. I'm your savior here. Not only do you not thank me, but you blame me for saving your life? You're not even as good as Nüwa. When I saved her, she actually thanked me. What kind of bird are you? I guess I really am a bird thing. Shut your beak. All this chirping not a shred of divine dignity. After a few words, the Golden-Winged Great Peng was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? How does this mortal know my identity? He can tell I'm the Golden-Winged Great Peng? Wait, what did he just say? Nüwa? You've got to be kidding me. A deity of that caliber, how could a mere mortal like you ever encounter one? Thus, the Golden-Winged Great Eagle dismissed Xiao Ran's words with a sneer. Mortal, I know not how you learned my identity, but such audacious claims I. Before he could finish, Xiao Ran flicked the Golden-Winged Great Eagle aside again. Shut your trap. I'm picking up trash here. One more word from you, and I'll pluck every last feather off your body. How dare you? A mere mortal, spouting such insolence. Watch this. What's going on? Why can't I transform? Mortal, is this your doing? Behold my divine form. Mortal, you are doomed. As he spoke, the Golden-Winged Great Eagle swung its two spindly legs and clattered against Xiao Ran's calf, then plopped down on its rear. Xiao Ran paid the Golden-Winged Great Eagle no mind whatsoever. In his mind, information about all manner of cosmic junk echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected primordial architectural debris. Recyclable. Ding. Detecting primordial spirit plant. Wilting and dying. Recyclable. Ding. Detected. A flurry of useless junk information flashed by. Xiao Ran furrowed his brow. He thought to himself. Sure enough, it's just like when I found Nüwa before, nothing of any real value. But compared to some magical artifacts or cultivation techniques. Given Xiao Ran's current circumstances, if he had to choose between cultivation techniques or magical artifacts and Nüwa, he would choose Nüwa without hesitation. Her ability to mold clay figures as substitutes was truly mind-blowing. Something no artifact or cultivation technique could ever rival. Which means the most valuable thing this time around is undoubtedly this golden-winged great eagle? The problem is, this dumb bird doesn't look anything like a golden-winged great eagle. But if the system says it is, then there's absolutely no need to doubt it. So Xiao Ran proceeded to recycle all the cosmic debris present. Ding! Recycled. Current total points, 3,200. That number genuinely startled Xiao Ran. Wow, who'd have thought these worthless things would be worth so many recycling points? At that moment, as Xiao Ran waved his hand and those glowing trinkets vanished, the Golden-Winged Great Peng's pea-sized eyes widened in astonishment. Mortal, what divine power is this? Who exactly are you to possess such divine abilities? Xiao Ran clapped his hands together, offering no reply to the Golden-Winged Great Eagle's question. Instead, he looked at the Golden-Winged Great Raven. Ding! Golden-Winged Great Raven, all magical power depleted, soul severely damaged. Restoring magical power requires 10,000 points, repairing the soul requires 20,000 points. Seeing the system prompt, Xiao Ran was utterly shocked. Restoring its magical power alone demanded 10,000 points, let alone repairing its soul. To fully restore this Golden-Winged Great Peng, he'd have to retrieve the Star Sword. How could this creature be even more outrageous than Nüwa? The system seemed to sense Xiao Ran's thoughts and offered an explanation. Nüwa suffered no damage to her divine soul. Restoring her injuries and power merely followed the natural course, hence requiring fewer points. With the system's explanation, Xiao Ran understood the situation. Indeed, this bald-headed bird, though seemingly lively and energetic at first glance, but its antics were as clumsy as a 3-year-old child. This was evident from its behavior when eating trash. Would the Golden-Winged Great Peng, the Buddha's uncle, ever eat garbage? When he encountered Nüwa, her physical form had merely been injured, her divine soul remained untouched. Though she addressed me like a mere mortal, her thoughts and awareness were perfectly clear. I'd wager she's now more adept at using computers than I am. Therefore, compared to the Golden-Winged Great Eagle, restoring her injuries and reviving her power requires far more recovery points than Nüwa. Simply put, Nüwa had merely suffered a minor car accident colliding with a small private vehicle. With treatment and rest, she could recover, and external assistance would certainly speed up the process. But the Golden-Winged Great Peng is a different story. This is pure bad luck. Not only was it hit, judging by the bald patches on its body, it was clearly run over by that luck multiple times. Goodness, who on earth did this creature offend? To end up like this? So Xiao Ran addressed the Golden-Winged Great Eagle. I know you're troubled now, but I mean you no harm. Xiao Ran first made his stance clear, speaking as if soothing a child. So you can come with me. Once we meet Nüwa, I'll have her explain everything to you. You know Nüwa, right? Of course, you can also choose to stay here. The decision is yours. Hearing this, the Golden-Winged Great Peng's tiny bird eyes filled with immense confusion. Clearly, such a complex issue was beyond its current mental capacity. Still, it knew of Nüwa. And besides, this being had indeed saved it earlier. After a moment's hesitation, it spoke. All right. There is indeed a unique aura about you. But I know it holds no ill intent. I can follow you. All right, then let's go. Shall I lead you to Nüwa? Wait a moment. What's wrong? Xiao Ran looked at the Golden-Winged Great Peng in puzzlement. I'm still a bit hungry. With that, the Golden-Winged Great Eagle turned to continue scavenging deeper into the landfill. Seeing this, Xiao Ran's facial muscles twitched. Damn it, you've forgotten the pain once the wound healed, haven't you? Without a second thought, Xiao Ran grabbed the Golden-Winged Giant Eagle. The giant Golden-Winged Phoenix began struggling violently, chirping and squawking. No, I want to eat. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Xiao Ran sighed in exasperation, utterly speechless. The great Golden-Winged Garuda, Tathagata's uncle, now has a peculiar fondness for eating trash? Who would believe such nonsense? So he said. These things are all garbage. You can't eat them. I'll go home and make you something delicious. Just be quiet for me, okay? Still using that soothing tone for children. The Golden-Winged Garuda instantly quieted down upon hearing this. Xiao Ran chuckled to himself. Damn it, am I a glutton again? Chapter 39, Mo chose bold speculation. After loading all the trash from the dump into his truck, he drove the garbage truck straight back to the dormitory. He planned to leave the plucked Golden-Winged Phoenix at home for Nüwa to watch over first. After all, another multiverse junkyard awaited him. There was no need to explain anything to this golden-winged great eagle here. Such matters were best left for Nüwa to handle. However, the golden-winged great eagle did not comply with Xiao Ran's wishes. Instead of staying inside the vehicle, it stood directly on the hood of the vehicle. Xiao Ran couldn't persuade this golden-winged great raven, who acted like a 3-year-old child, and simply let it stand there, merely cautioning it not to fall off before, and paid it no further mind. The wind whistled through the great golden-winged phoenix's sparse remaining feathers, and the giant golden-winged phoenix felt nothing but majestic and imposing. Little did it know. "Mom, look! There's a bald bird standing on that garbage truck. Hurry up, hurry up! That garbage truck is full of trash. What bird? Whatever's up there must be a trash bag." "No, Mom," it seemed to smile at me. "How disgusting." Soon, Xiao Ran returned to his dormitory, grabbed the featherless golden-winged giant phoenix off the roof, and tossed it into his room. Then said to Nüwa, "Here, just like you, it came from another world. You explain the details to it. I've got work to do. Hey, mortal, I'm hungry. I want to eat." Xiao Ran hurried downstairs, uninterested in engaging with it. After all, with Nüwa present, how could she possibly fail to handle a single featherless bird? He certainly didn't have time to argue with the golden-winged great Peng. With Nüwa here, this bald bird's soul is shattered, its magic power completely drained. Nüwa could handle it however she pleased. He floored the gas pedal, heading straight for the eastern landfill. The top priority now was to restore Nüwa's original strength as quickly as possible. Currently, he possessed 3,200 recycling points, and restoring Nüwa to full strength requires 5,000 points. He hoped this trip to the multiverse dump would yield some valuable items while also boosting his recycling points to 5,000. Once Nüwa's power is restored, I can have her mold several clay figures to die in my place. Such life-saving tools must be obtained as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, Lu Hongruwei had also returned to the environmental department from the hospital. How to put it? The detailed circumstances surrounding this instance. For some reason, whether it was Mo Chiu, Wang Si, Wang Tian, or especially Zhang Shuwen, had all brushed it off with a laugh, leaving Lu Hongruwei utterly baffled. Though she knew it was a mutated instance, were clearly hiding something from her. After Lu Hongruwei left the hospital, Mo Chiu stood up, glanced at Zhang Shuwen, then looked at Wang Tian. Wang Tian was the least injured member of the environmental group for assault team this time. Upon receiving Mo Chiu's signal, he nodded and walked to the ward door to stand guard. Mo Chiu and Wang Si lay in their hospital beds, watching Zhang Shuwen seated with his back to them. "Shuwen, who was the one who ambushed us?" Zhang Shuwen turned around. He knew this could be hidden from Lu Hongruwei, but not from his assault team partners. After all, they had been severely wounded by an A-class extraordinary professional. In fact, Lu Hongruwei had already questioned them about this. But just as Mo Chiu was about to speak the truth, he caught Zhang Shuwen's warning glance. So he glossed over it, vaguely mentioning that they'd been ambushed and injured by monsters, knocked unconscious, and didn't know the specifics of the situation, and so on. The tacit understanding forged through years of dungeon runs proved invaluable in that moment. No need for questions, a single glance between them was enough to understand each other's meaning. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuwen, seeing Wang Tian standing guard outside, nodded in understanding. He proceeded to recount every detail, how Xiao Ran had single-handedly slain an A-rank extraordinary professional, including their journey deep into the dungeon where they might have joined forces with 2 S-rank extraordinary professionals to slay the A-rank dungeon boss, the Minotaur sorcerer. Hearing Zhang Shuwen's account, Mo Chiu and Wang Si's eyes widened as if listening to a fabricated tale. Mo Chiu stammered, You're sure? No, Xiao Ran really had the strength of an A-class extraordinary professional? That's impossible. He already has a rank strength, yet he's following us." Before he could finish, Mo Chiu fell silent. Mo Chiu wasn't stupid, nor was he a mindless fool. Despite his unassuming appearance, his rise to captain of this environmental group 4 assault team was due to his unique insights. After hearing Zhang Shuwen's words and recalling the look in Zhang Shuwen's eyes when Lu Hongruwei was present, Mo Chiu had pieced together the gist of it. The E-class cleaner occupation, it was indeed an occupation, but Xiao Ran's strength had long surpassed what an ordinary E-class occupation could measure. Right, Shuwen? So, had Xiao Ran transcended the rules? Zhang Shuwen pursed his lips. He had harbored similar suspicions himself. Had these so-called ranks and professions defined by humanity over the years truly been so precise, never once faltering? Previously, Zhang Shuwen had held unwavering faith in occupational tiers and classifications. But witnessing Xiao Ran, an E-rank janitor, defeat an A-rank extraordinary practitioner as an extraordinary practitioner, this shattered all the notions he'd held for years about the Alliance's classifications of ranks and professions. Xiao Ran had completely surpassed the comprehension of everyone present. Therefore, I believe this matter should remain between you and me. There's no need to provoke Xiao Ran. Besides, he did save our lives, after all. At these words, the entire hospital room fell silent. After a moment, Mo Chiu seemed to recall something. Wait, repeat that part. The scene where Xiao Ran emerged from the depths of the dungeon. Zhang Shuwen froze, then saw Lang Xiao's body wrapped like a torrent's swaddling clothes. And that Bai Chuchu and Xiao Ran seemed to have some connection. He recounted all of it to Mo Chiu. After finishing, he looked at Mo Chiu with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Did I miss something? Mo Chiu, head bowed, began trembling all over. If that's the case, then it all makes sense. No, it can't be. How is that possible? A flurry of affirmations and denials made Zhang Shuwen frown deeply. Mo Chiu, what's really going on? Just tell me. Wang Si also looked at Mo Chiu with puzzlement. Brother Chiu, what exactly have you been thinking about? At that moment, Mo Chiu seemed uncertain as he spoke. Xiao Ran, that Lang Xiao, and Bai Chuchu should all be meeting for the first time, right? Probably. But that Bai Chuchu seems to be quite familiar with Xiao Ran. Zhang Wenshu remarked. Alright, so let's assume Bai Chuchu and Xiao Ran knew each other beforehand. But think about it, young Master Lang was entering the dungeon for the first time, and so was Bai Chuchu. Based on what you told me, cold young master was ragged and reeked of urine, while Bai Chuchu was dirty but unharmed. Yet Xiao Ran emerged from the depths of the dungeon looking perfectly unharmed. I'll venture a bold guess, this quasi-A-rank dungeon boss, this quasi-A-rank minotaur sorcerer wasn't actually killed by the 2S-rank extraordinary professionals and Xiao Ran. Instead. At this point, Mo Chiu's throat made a gulp sound. Zhang Shuwen's eyes widened instantly. You're saying Xiao Ran led them to kill the quasi-A-rank minotaur sorcerer? Impossible. Xiao Ran took it down solo. Both Zhang Shuwen and Wang Si stared at Mo Chiu in utter disbelief. Impossible. How could that be? That's an A-rank minotaur sorcerer. Even an A-rank, or even an S-rank, couldn't be killed so easily. This Xiao Ran. Chapter 40, What Exploitation? It's a win-win. It must be said, Mo Chiu truly lived up to his reputation as the captain of this assault team. His astonishing analytical skills and bold conjecture were truly mind-blowing. Wang Si beside him was utterly dumbfounded. Brother Chiu, this is just too far-fetched. It's Xiao Ran's first time in the dungeon, how could that be possible? Yeah, Brother Chiu, Xiao Ran might be hiding his strength, but I really can't agree with what you're saying. Hearing their words, Mo Chiu waved his hand dismissively. Just speculation, that's all. Look at yourselves, what's the big deal? Xiao Ran is formidable and powerful. Isn't that a good thing for us? In the future, we might even have to team up with Xiao Ran to tackle dungeons. Won't we find out then? Having such a powerful ally lead us through dungeons, isn't that a blessing? Hearing this, Wang Si fell silent. But Zhang Shuwen beside him sighed, probably not. Before Sister Hong arrived, she threw a huge fit, forbidding Xiao Ran from entering the dungeon again. Hearing this, coupled with the recent dungeon anomalies, Mo Chiu also fell silent. We finally found a powerhouse to rely on. Are we just going to let him slip away? That simply wouldn't do. Every member of their assault team, except for Wang Si and Wang Tian, had wives and children. If they didn't run dungeons and gather resources or materials inside, how would they support their families? After a moment's contemplation, Mo Chiu addressed Zhang Shuwen, first off, Xiao Ran does possess a tier strength, correct? Zhang Shuwen nodded. Then, instead of seeking dungeons through Sister Hong, let's find them ourselves. What do you think? As independent extraordinary professionals? Exactly. But we should discuss this with Xiao Ran first. After all, we're all E-rank transcendent practitioners, while he can take down a rank transcendent beings even. At this point, Mo Chiu fell silent. Zhang Shuwen understood Mo Chiu's meaning. Regardless, having Xiao Ran lead them through the dungeon poses no problem for his own strength. But the biggest question now was whether Xiao Ran would accept their invitation. Which, at first glance, seemed utterly absurd. A battle-hardened E-rank raid team now inviting an E-rank janitor class extraordinary professional to join their ranks. But only those who knew Xiao Ran's true strength understood. What E-rank janitor? Don't be ridiculous. Could an E-rank janitor even take down an A-rank extraordinary professional? Moreover, this E-rank janitor had directly conquered an era-rank dungeon one whose boss was an A-rank minotaur sorcerer. A leg like this, if you cling to it tightly, Zhang Shuwen and his entire life would be set. With that, Zhang Shuwen nodded and dialed Xiao Ran's number. After several rings, the call finally connected. Xiao Ran had just left the Golden-Winged Great Eagle at home and was back behind the wheel of his garbage truck, heading toward another landfill. Hey, Brother Zhang, how's Captain Mo doing now? The moment the call connected, before Zhang Shuwen could speak, Xiao Ran asked first. Though he hadn't spent much time with Mo Chiu and the others. They were the first assault team Xiao Ran had ever worked with. And the members weren't exactly dimwits either. Naturally, Xiao Ran was happy to deal with them. Xiao Ran had actually considered it in his mind. Now, for some reason, Lu Hongrui wouldn't let him enter the instance again. Of course, while he could still team up with others to tackle dungeons, that would require someone else wanting him on their team. To others, he was merely an E-rank janitor. Not only would no one want him, but once inside the dungeon, he'd face multiple constraints. Which was quite awkward. So when Xiao Ran returned, he considered whether he could ask Captain Mo to take him into the dungeon again next time. Of course, this dungeon run couldn't involve the environmental group 4 or let Lu Hongrui find out. Though he had some vague suspicions about Lu Hongrui's refusal to let him join the dungeon. It was best to keep it from her. Xiao Ran also planned to ask during this phone call whether he could join them in other dungeons, other than the ones assigned by the environmental department. Hearing Xiao Ran's words, Zhang Shuwen chuckled and said, "Yeah, everything's fine. With me here as your big boobs, there's nothing to worry about. Stay a couple more days, and we'll basically be able to get back to work and tackle the dungeon." Xiao Ran smiled and said, "That's good. By the way, is Captain Mo awake now? I have something to discuss with him." Xiao Ran thought, since he'd be running dungeons long-term with Mo Cho's assault team, it would be best to speak with Mo Cho directly. "Oh? What a coincidence. Captain Mo was looking for you too. That really is a coincidence." Zhang Shuwen then handed the phone to Mo Cho. "Hey, Xiao Ran, it's me." A steady voice came from the other end. "Captain Mo, are you feeling okay?" "Nothing serious, just need a few days to recover," Zhang Shuwen said. "What do you need me for?" "Yes, Captain Mo. I'll make this quick. I want to join you guys on the raid to keep training. Of course, I'll still take my share of the loot." Before he could finish, Mo Cho laughed heartily. "Ha! So that's what this is about. Zhang Shuwen already told me. You're keeping things pretty under wraps, aren't you? I had Shuwen call you precisely to discuss this. Turns out we were on the same page. Here's the deal, whenever you're free, let's meet up and hash out the details. Having a powerhouse like you lead us through dungeon runs is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Xiao Ran glanced at his watch and replied, "How about tomorrow morning? I'll meet you at the hospital?" "No problem. When you arrive, call Zhang Shuwen. Wait, I'll send you my number later. Just call me directly." After hanging up, Mo Cho's face flushed bright red as he exclaimed excitedly, "Shuwen, looks like we're about to strike it rich this time." Mo, I kinda feel like you're using Xiao Ran here." Zhang Shuwen handed over the apple he was holding. Mo Cho took it and took a big bite. "Using? No, you're overthinking it, Shuwen. It's Xiao Ran using us, or rather, we're helping each other out." Wang Si looked puzzled. "Captain Mo, why are you talking in riddles now?" "Yeah, ever since I mentioned Xiao Ran today, you've been acting all weird and jumpy." Mo Cho waved his hand in explanation. "Xiao Ran intends to hone his skills. True, this is his first time entering the dungeon, but his strength is undeniable. He possesses that power yet chooses not to reveal it." "Why?" Zhang Shuwen's lips curved upward. "I get it. That kid must have powerful enemies out there, or he's just the type to keep a low profile." "Exactly. Whether it's powerful enemies or just being low-key, doesn't he need to conceal his strength at this stage? So having Xiao Ran join our raid team to tackle the dungeon wouldn't that be like providing him cover?" Zhang Shuwen nodded. Wang Si beside him also looked deep in thought. "Xiao Ran is using us as cover. Got it? So what are we using Xiao Ran for?" "Is a tier strength, of course. To make clearing the dungeon easier for us. Think about it, which powerful player would ever lead a group of E-tier extraordinary professionals through a dungeon? None, right? And even if they did, it'd only be those privileged scions from wealthy families. That's why I say this is mutual assistance, a win-win situation. Got it?" Chapter 41, 9 Pattern Demon Refining Gourd. Hearing this, Zhang Shuwen and Wang Si both fell silent, even feeling a hint of excitement. Seriously, an A-tier powerhouse leading them through dungeons? Not only would they breeze through any D or E rank dungeons, but he'd still be leagues stronger than the few of them combined. Come the time, the monster materials and dungeon resources would all be pure, shiny Alliance coins. If not completely free from financial worries, at the very least, they could live relatively comfortably within the Alliance. This E-rank raid team not exactly elite, but not weak either. When the environmental department issues dungeon assignments, they usually participate. But that was merely their job. And expecting to get rich off their jobs was absolutely impossible. Though Lu Hongrui treated them exceptionally well, never skimping on wages or benefits, they were still members of Environmental Division 4. Entering assigned dungeons to recover resources and collect monster materials. A portion of their earnings must be handed over. But if they entered dungeons not assigned by the Environmental Division, then the materials, resources, or money obtained would be divided among themselves. In plain terms, it was a side gig, a way to earn some extra cash. In dungeons assigned by the Environmental Division, although they had the joint task force to help, battles are relatively easier after all, more hands make light work. But other dungeons are different. Most were tackled by a single squad of the task force. Some even formed on the fly. The level of danger involved was genuinely too high. But things are different now they have Xiao Ran. Who is Xiao Ran? On the surface, he's just an E-rank janitor, but he possesses the strength of an A-rank extraordinary professional. Zhang Shuwen believed this without a doubt. As for why an E-rank janitor could possess such formidable power, Zhang Shuwen and Mo Chiu debated it for ages, only to conclude it must stem from some glitch in the Alliance's awakening process. Xiao Ran was definitely more than just an E-rank janitor. Of course, neither of them intended to pursue the matter further. After all, who doesn't have their secrets? Besides, the current assault team was merely providing cover for Xiao Ran. A mutually beneficial arrangement where both parties get what they need. What could be better? So, having summoned Wang Tian into the room, they gathered around and first gave Wang Tian a rough account of what had happened in the previous instance. Then laid out their plan for him. At that very moment, Xiao Ran stepped off the garbage truck, having arrived at the entrance of another dumping ground for the trash of myriad realms. His initial worries had calmed down after speaking with Mo Chiu. Xiao Ran had feared that as members of the Environmental Division 4 task force might follow Lu Hongrui's instructions and exclude him from the instance. But to his surprise, they were actually quite eager for him to join them. Xiao Ran could guess that Zhang Shuwen must have told Mo Chiu about his situation in the mutated instance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have discussed cooperation or re-entering the dungeon with him at all. What business would an E-rank cleaner have in a dungeon? To throw himself to the wolves? Therefore, Xiao Ran had every reason to believe that Mo Chiu or Zhang Shuwen had already guessed his approximate strength. But for now, let's focus on collecting all the junk from the heavens. And this time, don't let anything weird and strange pop out at me. Xiao Ran silently prayed as he donned a mask and stepped into the trash heap radiating a dazzling glow. Ding! Low-grade Qi blood pill. Can be consumed to slightly enhance one's own Qi and blood. Ding! Alchemy Furnace 26, recyclable for 30 points each. Ding! Medicine Mortar, level 33. Recyclable for 10 points each. Ding! 9 Pattern Demon Refining Gourd. Absorbs demonic bodies to automatically refine Qi blood pills. Pill grade varies with demonic body strength. Can be bound to a master. Recyclable for 10,000 points. The information flashed through his mind. Xiao Ran's heart surged with excitement. He immediately approached the 9 Pattern Demon Refining Gourd indicated by the system prompt, gazing at the pitch-black gourd engraved with 9 mystic runes. Wow, a finished artifact. And not damaged at all. Crucially, this thing was actually ownerless. No need to waste any points trying to detect any markings, he could just pick it up and use it right away. But this Qi blood pill. With that thought in mind, Xiao Ran dangled the gourd, heading toward the low-grade Qi blood pill indicated by the system prompt. Before Xiao Ran could even open the jade bottle containing the Qi blood pill, the jade bottle shattered on its own and began to crumble away, as droplets of vital essence slowly dispersed from within. Ding! High-quality Qi blood pill essence detected. Ready for direct absorption. Hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Ran didn't hesitate. He sucked in deeply. The essence of the Qi blood pill instantly entered Xiao Ran's body. Then boom! An explosion erupted within his body, nearly knocking Xiao Ran unconscious from the pain. Good grief, how could this thing be so potent? Wasn't it just a low-grade Qi blood pill? Ding! The power of time is overwhelming. The low-grade Qi blood pill has now transformed from ordinary to extraordinary. Hearing the system's explanation, Xiao Ran nodded. So elixirs could be stored like wine for such a long time, and even transform into essence? A rare occurrence. The 4 characters floated in Xiao Ran's mind. Well, guess that's just pure luck on my part. However, the essence of this Qi and blood pill caused a momentary twinge of pain upon entering his body. Now it felt more like a tingling sensation. Is this the potency of the Qi blood pill? Xiao Ran clenched his fist, sensing his control over his body had reached a new level. And most crucially, his body seemed filled with an immense surge of vital energy. But this sensation quickly faded. Xiao Ran furrowed his brow. Had his body already absorbed every last bit of the pill's potency? It was likely too little. Then, Xiao Ran looked at the 9 Pattern Demon Refining Gourd in his hand. According to the system's description, this thing seemed to be a fully automated alchemy artifact. Simply place a demon's physical body inside, and it would provide him with Qi blood pills. Blood Qi pills could enhance one's vital energy and blood, while also providing certain strengthening effects to the body. Moreover, the 9 Pattern Demon Refining Gourd could produce Qi blood pills of varying grades based on the demon's strength. Perfect. This was practically tailor-made for him. First, the Qi blood pills can enhance my own Qi and blood in physical strength. And I already cultivate the Heavenly Star technique, which gives me the strength to hunt monsters in dungeons. After slaying them, I'll first collect materials from their corpses to exchange for alliance coins. Then, using the soul refining banner, I'll extract the monster's divine souls to strengthen my banner. Finally, directly toss them into the 9 Pattern Demon Refining Gourd to transform them into Qi and blood pills. And these Qi blood pills can then. This creates a perfect closed loop system. This is utterly inhumane. Devouring people whole. This move of his was truly ruthless. Just as he was about to ask the system to help him establish mastery, Xiao Ran realized a crucial issue. No, he couldn't be so presumptuous. The treasures in the multiverse dump all originate from other worlds. According to the system's description, the 9-pattern demon refining gourd targets demons, the monsters and beasts within this world's dungeons. Could it refine them? At this thought, Xiao Ran hesitated. Calculating the points, even if he recycled everything in the junkyard except the 9-pattern demon refining gourd, he'd still fall far short of the points needed to restore Nüwa's power. The most critical factor now was the effect of the clay substitute here at Nüwa's, which granted him a degree of immortality. Having just begun to grow stronger, he absolutely had to prepare for any eventuality. However, if the closed-loop system I mentioned earlier can be achieved, it would inevitably require the support of the Qi blood pill, and the 9-pattern demon refining gourd will be indispensable. It seems I'll have to wait until tomorrow to discuss with Imocho and the others, see if we can find a dungeon to test it out. If we can't refine the monsters here, we might have to head to the Outer Realm battlefield to find exotic beasts to throw in for testing. And at the very moment Xiao Ran picked up the 9-pattern demon refining gourd, beyond the domain battlefield, a pair of eyes brimming with wisdom emitted an unearthly gaze, began trembling with excitement. This is boundless fortune. Boundless fortune. No, I must contact Long Yunyuan immediately. Once I devour this boundless fortune, I absolutely will achieve shapeshifting. Chapter 42, how much? 10,000? Meanwhile, Xiao Ran had already recycled all the trash in the dump. Ding! Recycling complete. Current total points, 4310. Seeing the points earned, Xiao Ran felt a bit helpless. He was still hundreds of points short of using the system to restore Nüwa's power. This was proving rather difficult. The dumping schedule for the multiverse landfill wasn't fixed, it was random. Where could he go to get more recycling points? Should he recycle the storage ring he had on hand? No, that thing serves a pretty useful purpose, convenient for storage. And even if I sold it, it would fetch a good price. No need. I wonder if the system has any interest in the treasures scattered across this world now, whether they can be recycled for points. Just as Xiao Ran was pondering this, his phone in his pocket began to vibrate. He pulled it out and frowned. Why is it young Master Lang again? Or was it his sister, Long Yunyuan? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Ran chose to ignore it. Earlier, Long Yunyan had invited him, Bai Chuchu, and young Master Lang, the three of them, promising another dungeon run together afterward, with an additional 100W for him afterward. First, he was certain young Master Lang hadn't revealed his true strength. Otherwise, he would have used that information to blackmail him outright. Therefore, knowing that the other party remained unaware of his true capabilities, they actually sent an E-rank janitor into the dungeon alongside 2 S-rank extraordinary professionals. Xiao Ran knew with his toes that there must be some kind of scheme behind this. Therefore, Xiao Ran had no intention of accepting Lang Yunyuan's invitation. After all, if I don't go, what can you do to me? Just as he tucked the phone back into his pocket, it vibrated again. A flicker of disgust crossed Xiao Ran's face. Never ending, huh? He pulled out the phone and froze. Account 0982 has transferred 1 million alliance coins. Account 0982 transferred 1 million alliance coins. Wait, this isn't a call, it's a transfer notification? Wait, wasn't that transfer amount a bit outrageous? Wasn't it supposed to be 1 million? How did it become 2 million? Clearly, this is Cold Union's doing. Goodness gracious, she just transferred herself 2 million alliance coins in one go. The Lung family really is loaded. But Xiao Ran wasn't swept off his feet by those 2 million alliance coins. Even a fool could tell this was Lung Union's doing. Aiming to grab his attention, hoping he'd reach out to her. Xiao Ran wasn't stupid, he understood these social niceties well enough. But when it came to matters concerning his own safety, after pondering for a while, Xiao Ran decided to do nothing. After all, the money had already been transferred to him, and he was currently struggling with the issue of recovering points. So he might as well use this money to check the trading market for anything the system could redeem, and earn enough points before considering this matter. With just 5,000 points, he could restore Nüwa's power, then mold a few sacrificial clay figures. At that point, his own safety would be secured. At that point, I might even accept Lang Yunyuan's invitation to venture back into the dungeon, regardless of why she invited this E-rank extraordinary practitioner. But if I'm careful, there might be unexpected rewards. After all, fortune favors the bold. Of course, if the system cannot retrieve treasures from this world, then I'd have no choice but to deal with Lang Yunyuan's side. What, tie me up and toss me into a dungeon? That's clearly unrealistic. Thus, Xiao Ran drove the garbage truck straight to the Longhua Alliance trading market. The Longhua Alliance trading market was divided into 3 distinct sections: heaven, earth, and human. The human-grade market is the most chaotic, with the widest variety of goods and where most bargains can be found. But in such places, with so many items and such a jumble, without a certain level of treasure appraisal ability, it's easy to get ripped off. Of course, with good luck and keen eyes, it's entirely possible to snag bargains here. The earth-grade market was comparatively cleaner. Treasures flowing into this section have generally been appraised by merchants. While bargains aren't impossible here, they're exceedingly rare. Those who come here to trade are generally those with specific needs, seeking to acquire precisely what they require. The Heaven Grade Market, however, is entirely reserved for S-tier extraordinary practitioners. Everything sold or traded here are rare items unavailable in the two outer markets. Essentially a free trade platform established by the Manhwa Alliance for S-tier extraordinary professionals. Moreover, the most crucial element here is the auction held by the Alliance. Whether it's the human grade or earth grade markets, they are utterly insignificant compared to the heaven grade market, mere flea markets, if you will. If you truly wish to sell or acquire treasures, you must come to the heaven grade markets auction. While there are no restrictions on transcendent rank for entering the auction, but there is a monetary threshold. Before entry, dedicated personnel verify funds, with a minimum entry threshold starting at 10 million credits, effectively barring those seeking to muddy the waters. Those inside are either renowned S-tier extraordinary professionals or wealthy young masters and ladies from prominent families. This time, Xiao Ran merely sought to test the system's appraisal capabilities. So the human grade or earth grade markets were his primary targets. Originally, those 2 million alliance coins could have bought Xiao Ran plenty of food. Even exotic beast ingredients were within reach. Yet his yearning for the clay figure's life-saving ability and the looming sense of danger within him, Xiao Ran still decided to take a chance here. Perhaps his system could appraise treasures from this world? Perhaps his system could even recycle treasures from this world? In any case, it couldn't hurt to try. So Xiao Ran parked the garbage truck right in the lot. The gatekeeper, clutching his nose, wore a look of utter disgust. Go park it farther away. Seriously, what kind of vehicle do you have to drive here? A garbage truck? Xiao Ran paid him no mind. After parking the garbage truck, and immediately headed toward the human grade market. The human grade market was the most crowded and noisy of all. Extraordinary practitioners clad in all manner of attire lingered within. Some haggling loudly, others whispering in corners. Xiao Ran glanced around and spotted a food stall. The oil bubbling in the pot was a color akin to crude oil so black it made one queasy. The thick, greasy stench permeated the market. Not much different from the stench of a garbage dump. Yet despite this, several people still huddled around the stall, squatting on the ground and devouring their food with gusto. Xiao Ran was still wearing his environmental group 4 uniform, a black worksuit with a mask, making him blend in perfectly with the market's atmosphere. No one noticed his presence at all. This was Xiao Ran's first visit to the trading market, yet its rugged atmosphere allowed him to adapt quickly. Better stalls at least had a small table displaying various materials or resources, while the less organized ones simply spread a piece of cloth who knows where it came from on the ground to display their wares. Xiao Ran chose a nearby stall, intending to test the system's appraisal capabilities. This stall was particularly rudimentary, at least the others had a cloth spread on the ground. But this vendor had simply laid his wares directly on the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Ran didn't want to disturb the vendor outright. So he crouched down to examine the items. Ding, dungeon goblin skull, trash. Not recyclable. Ding, weapon used by dungeon monster. Trash. Not recyclable. Ding, stone hammer used by dungeon monster. Contains trace amounts of stone essence. Recyclable. Worth 1 recycling point. Hearing the system's notification chime, Xiao Ran's heart surged with wild joy. Indeed, the system possessed the ability to appraise items from this world. Not only that, but it could recycle them. But this 1 recycling point isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. Still, Xiao Ran planned to buy it back for recycling, since what he lacked most right now were points. So Xiao Ran pointed at the unassuming stone hammer on the ground and asked, "How much is this thing, boss?" Hearing this, the vendor, who had been snoring, lifted his eyelids. Without even glancing at Xiao Ran or the object he pointed to, his deep, muffled voice boomed. 10,000. Chapter 43, Unexpected Windfall. Hearing the price, Xiao Ran froze for a moment. Wow, he didn't even bother to look, just made up a random price? Could it be that the other party knew there was a small amount of stone essence contained within? Stone essence was currently one of the materials capable of crafting defensive gear in the world. And its price was still within the range ordinary extraordinary practitioners could afford. But for such a tiny amount of stone essence, worth merely 1 recycling point, to demand 80,000? Isn't this just ripping people off? Besides, without the system, or those professional appraisers, who would have any idea that among the stone hammers wielded by the most common monsters in this dungeon, a small amount of stone essence was contained within? So Xiao Ran stood up, patted his thigh, and pretended to leave. 5 alliance coins, not a penny more. Hearing Xiao Ran's words, the other party's eyes widened instantly, shedding his earlier indifference for a sudden smile. Bro, dear bro, just a little more, please add a bit more. Seeing this, Xiao Ran turned and walked away without another word. What a joke. A common dungeon monster junk weapon for 5 alliance coins? Was already more than enough. This thing? You can grab it by the handful in dungeons. 5 credits was already Xiao Ran's absolute bottom line. Seeing Xiao Ran about to leave, the vendor panicked and grabbed his arm. Alright, $5 it is. Why not take all of these? He gestured toward the other items on the ground. $5 for one recycling point is still acceptable. And he'd still be getting a bargain. As for the rest. After a moment's thought, Xiao Ran nodded. Besides these, what else do you have? At this question, the other party's expression suddenly grew mysterious. Leaning closer to Xiao Ran and glancing around. Bro, we've got some kind of connection. Check this thing out. As he spoke, he pulled a black, stone-like object from his bosom. Briefly revealing it in his bosom. Ding! High-level dungeon boss eyeball. Recyclable for 1000 points. Though he only flashed it briefly, Xiao Ran's system precisely identified the item. A thing worth 1000 recycling points. Xiao Ran's heart surged with excitement. If he could just acquire this item and immediately recycle it through the system, wouldn't that be enough points to restore Nüwa's power? Damn, this actually works? Excitement aside, Xiao Ran remained impassive, feigning impatience. What the heck is this? I haven't even seen it clearly yet, and you're already demanding money. What is this thing, and how much do you want for it? Hearing this, the other party wore a confident smile. This is a stone I found in a high-level dungeon. Don't let its plain appearance fool you, it keeps you warm in winter and cool in summer. It's a real treasure. If I weren't short on cash lately, I wouldn't be selling this thing. We've got some kind of connection here. So, if you like it, 3000 alliance coins and it's yours. 3000? Xiao Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. Though he was putting on an act. After all, Xiao Ran currently had over 2 million alliance coins in his pocket. A mere 3000 alliance coins was truly a drop in the bucket. But Xiao Ran knew full well that if he showed any eagerness to buy, the other party. Not to mention whether they might jack up the price on the spot, but there was a real chance that after he paid, they might simply follow him home and kill him for the treasure. Such incidents were actually quite common in the trading market. As long as it's done cleanly, the alliance rarely catches anything. After all sorts of people gathered here, and incidents were bound to happen. Xiao Ran's face darkened with reluctance before he shook his head. I didn't even get a clear look at what it was, and you're asking for 3000 alliance coins? Do you think I'm some rich kid? Hearing Xiao Ran's words, the other party finally snapped out of it. Scrutinizing Xiao Ran from head to toe. Not much older than 18 or 19. Still wearing the environmental department's work uniform. Clearly a sanitation worker. But the other party was clearly desperate for money. So he gritted his teeth, shoved the item directly into Xiao Ran's arms, and said to Xiao Ran, "Take a look for yourself. How about it? 2500 alliance coins? Not a penny less. If I didn't need the cash so badly, I'd never sell this thing." Xiao Ran held the high-level dungeon boss's eyeball. At first glance, it truly resembled a stone. Yet holding it in his hand, this so-called stone felt quite extraordinary. As autumn approached, a faint warmth radiated from within, spreading through his palm. It truly was a precious treasure. What he didn't know, however, this was no ordinary stone treasure at all, but the eyeball of a high-level dungeon boss. As for how he managed to pick up a boss's eyeball in a high-level dungeon, Xiao Ran couldn't care less. What truly mattered was getting the system to recycle this thing ASAP and convert it into points. So Xiao Ran feigned difficulty. This really is a treasure. It'll make my work so much easier when I'm out on the job. You have no idea how exhausting a janitor's work is. Hearing Xiao Ran's words, the other party beamed with delight. Exactly. I could tell what you do for a living. Otherwise, I wouldn't have shown it to you. So, you see, the other person rubbed their hands together, clearly eager for Xiao Ran's response. Xiao Ran nodded, his voice tinged with reluctance. 2500 alliance coins is a bit steep. I've already spent most of my salary and don't have much left. Oh well, it's a great gadget, but I guess I'm just not meant to own it. As he spoke, Xiao Ran handed the item back to the other person. As he did so, a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. Then, clutching the stone hammer, he turned and walked away without looking back. The vendor stood rooted to the spot, staring at Xiao Ran's retreating figure, his mind torn. But then, thinking of his family's situation, he gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. Wait! Xiao Ran pretended not to hear and kept walking forward. The man rushed over and grabbed Xiao Ran. How much salary do you have left now? Xiao Ran feigned great embarrassment and said, I only have 2000 alliance coins left. That's way too little, bro, forget it. Hearing this, the other person gritted his teeth and shoved the item into Xiao Ran's arms. 2000 it is. It's yours. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Without hesitation, Xiao Ran paid immediately. After receiving the payment, the other party packed up without hesitation and left. As he departed, he said to Xiao Ran, "My name's Wang Meng. You don't look too old, just awakened, I guess? Next time you want to run a dungeon for practice or snag a bargain, hit me up. I can hook you up with a team." After exchanging contact information, Xiao Ran and Wang Meng parted ways. Wang Meng then hurriedly departed the trading market. Watching Wang Meng's receding figure, Xiao Ran narrowed his eyes and made no immediate plans to leave the trading market, though he did take the other party's words to heart. After all, this was another way to enter the instance, making it easier to conceal his true identity. For now, though, he'd simply have the system recycle the high-level dungeon boss's eyeball to obtain points. So Xiao Ran immediately had the system retrieve the eyeball he kept in his bosom. Ding! High-level dungeon boss eyeball recovered. Total points recovered, 5,310. Xiao Ran felt a surge of delight. Finally enough! He never imagined that merely stepping into the trading market and encountering the very first stall had yielded enough points to restore Nüwa's power. This luck was off the charts. Just as Xiao Ran was about to rush back to his dorm to restore Nüwa's power, a glance caught sight of an unbelievable scene. A golden treasure light identical to the one in the multiverse scrapyard appeared before him. Xiao Ran immediately halted his departure. How could the treasure light from the multiverse dump appear here? Could there be more treasures? Chapter 44, The Breath-Concealing Jade. Where Xiao Ran's gaze fell, numerous extraordinary practitioners were gathered in a circle. He couldn't make out the specifics of the situation. Moreover, they were clamoring and arguing about something. Xiao Ran frowned slightly. As he drew nearer, he peered intently into the crowd. He discovered the focal point was a young girl at a stall. She clutched something in her hands as if it were a precious treasure, as if afraid it might be snatched away. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Concealment Jade. When worn, it hides one's aura. Recoverable for 10,000 points. Hearing the system's announcement, Xiao Ran felt a surge of excitement within him. Yet he gave no outward sign, instead observing everything before him. Opposite the young girl stood a woman with short hair, dressed in lavish attire that made her stand out among the crowd. Beside her stood a handsome man with a faint smile on his lips. At that moment, the short-haired woman's eyes flickered. She leaned close to the man and said in a voice loud enough for everyone present to hear. Brother Bai, this jade is truly beautiful, but its price too high. I think we should pass. A hint of regret flitted across her face as she prepared to leave the stall. But, no way. Bai Yuan may not have much, but money? I've got plenty. But, I'm no sucker either. Little girl, I'm offering 3,000 alliance coins for this jade. That's already generous. Don't be ungrateful. As he spoke, he reached out to take the item from the young stall owner's hand. Her cheeks flushed crimson, yet she remained unmoved, shouting. No, absolutely not. This is a treasure jade. 30,000 alliance coins, not a single coin less. At these words, Bai Yuan's expression darkened. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd began murmuring among themselves. Wow, she won't even sell it for 3,000 alliance coins? That piece of jade, I'd feel like I was bleeding money if I paid 500 alliance coins for it, and she's asking for 30,000 straight up? Only the Bai family has that kind of money, buying a piece of jade to win a girl's favor. If you ask me, this worthless trinket isn't even worth as much as the junk weapons dropped by dungeon monsters. Exactly. I wouldn't even take this for free. What's the point? And precious jade? I bet it's some cheap trinket stolen from some rich kid's collection, then passed off as loot from a dungeon run. Well, who knows? Judging by her age, this girl probably hasn't even awakened to a transcendent class yet. How could she possibly have anything from a dungeon? Don't even think about it, it's definitely stolen. But whatever, who cares? It's probably just some trinket a rich kid didn't want anyway. A rich kid's trinket selling for 30,000 alliance coins? That's just delusional. They're crazy for money. Exactly. Look at that Bai family guy, his face is turning green then red, haha. Looks like that little girl's got no choice but to sell whatever she's holding today. Overhearing the surrounding murmurs, the little girl clutched the jade tighter in her hand, tears welling in her eyes as if she were 1,000 times wronged. No. This was brought back from the dungeon by my father. It wasn't stolen. My father said it's a treasure jade. It is a treasure jade. 30,000 alliance coins, not a single cent less. So what if it's the Bai family? Can you really force me to sell it in broad daylight? At these words, the crowd fell silent. Bai Yuan's face flushed crimson with rage, while the woman beside him frowned deeply, tugging at Bai Yuan's sleeve. Brother Bai, let it go. Perhaps this jade and I were meant to be, yet destined to part. We should leave. Hearing this, Bai Yuan lost his temper. Slamming his hand on the table, he snapped. Young lady, what do you mean by that? Are you implying the Bai family can't afford your goods? The Bai family may be wealthy, but we're not complete fools. Where on earth did you get this thing, and you expect to sell it to me for 30,000 alliance coins? Do you think I wouldn't have the market authorities investigate its origins immediately? 3,000 alliance coins is already generous, considering you're just a little girl. Don't be ungrateful. Cash for goods, no more damn chatter. But the little girl still clutched the jade tightly in her hand, showing no intention of selling. Seeing this, several older stall owners nearby gathered around to persuade her. Girl, 3,000 alliance coins is already a generous offer. Just sell it, why make things so difficult? Yeah, he's from the Bai family. Aren't you just asking for trouble by offending them? If you upset him and he comes after you later, you'll lose both your money and your goods. It's not worth it. We can't afford to offend a family's extraordinary practitioner. If you keep this up, regardless of whether your item's provenance is legitimate, once they bring in the market administrators, who's going to judge its legitimacy? It'll be entirely up to that family's word. Think about it when the market manager arrives, will they help you or him? Sell it, girl. Hearing the stallholders please, the young girl's eyes welled with tears. Her fingers dug deep into her palm, gripping the jade so tightly that tiny droplets of blood slowly seeped out. But even so, the little girl still wouldn't let go. No, this is the precious jade my father brought back from the dungeon. My father is counting on this money for his treatment. 30,000 alliance coins, not a single one less. Go ahead and call the market manager. The innocent will be proven innocent. It's dungeon loot, plain and simple. How dare you twist the truth? Hearing this, the vendors who'd been trying to persuade the young girl shook their heads in unison. She's still too young, after all. The surrounding crowd began murmuring among themselves. Wow, this girl's got some spunk. Looks like we're in for a show. Could it be that this girl really holds a treasure? Otherwise, why would the Bai family refuse to give up this jade? Come on, what kind of treasure is that? Jade isn't even useful as weapon material or medicine. What's the point? They just don't want to lose face in front of their girlfriends. TSK. These clan members really don't think money is money. Spending 3,000 alliance coins on this thing? That girl's a fool for daring to challenge the clan. Exactly. Come what may, she probably won't even know how she died. Just as the crowd was buzzing with speculation, a youth stepped forward from the crowd, none other than Xiao Ran. 30,000 alliance coins, I'll take it. Instantly, every head in the room including Bai Yuan's turned toward Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, clad in black work clothes, smiled as he approached the young girl. May I take a closer look? The young girl stared blankly at Xiao Ran before her, clearly bewildered. Instinctively offering the jade in her hand. Xiao Ran took it and examined it carefully in his hand. Its surface felt smooth and warm. The moment his fingers touched the jade, Xiao Ran felt as though something had been draped over him from beyond the realm of the physical. A sensation that was inexplicable and profoundly mysterious. Chapter 45. You guys are in cahoots, right? Everyone stared at Xiao Ran as if he were a fool. Had this kid been kicked in the head by a donkey? 30,000 alliance coins for this thing? He must be out of his mind. He didn't look that old, and his clothes. Was he some janitor from the environmental department? Good grief, a janitor with 30,000 alliance coins? And not just that, he's actually planning to spend it on this junk? Ha! Maybe seeing this junk reminded him of his trash collecting days? Highly possible. But honestly, this kid seems clueless. This is something the Bai family wants, how dare he? This should be entertaining. Meanwhile, Bai Yuan was practically fuming. Originally, he'd planned to bring his date to browse the market, buy some trinkets to please her. Followed by a normal dinner, then checking into a room for some quality time together. But now, he'd just stepped out and run into this stupid girl. A tiny piece of jade, and she wanted 30,000 alliance coins for it? What a joke. Sure, I do have 10,000 alliance coins in pocket money each month. But any fool knows this thing isn't worth 30,000 alliance coins. Offering 3,000 alliance coins is already me being incredibly generous. But this little brat has absolutely no sense of the situation. Not only refusing to budge on the price, but making me feel like I'm pressuring her. Now some sucker even dumber than this silly girl shows up, blatantly offering 30,000 alliance coins for the jade in her hands. As if he were deliberately trying to slap me in the face. So Bai Yuan frowned, released his companion's hand, stomped over, and slammed his hand on the table. Hey, you bastard, where the hell did you crawl out from? I spotted this jade first, what gives you the right? Get the hell out of here. Go back to wherever you came from. Xiao Ran ignored Bai Yuan's outburst, instead pulling out a tissue to gently wipe the tears from the little girl's eyes. As a janitor, Xiao Ran was fairly well equipped. Tissues, disinfectant, you name it, he had it. The little girl nodded gratefully at Xiao Ran, while Xiao Ran returned the jade to her. Smiling as he asked, are you sure 30,000 alliance coins will sell it? The little girl nodded, unsure of what Xiao Ran meant. At that moment, Xiao Ran ruffled the little girl's hair. Alright, then wait a moment. Turning to Bai Yuan, extending one hand as he said. The little girl just said not a single coin less than 30,000 alliance coins. If you pay up, this jade is yours. If you don't have it, what right do you have to bark like a dog here? Hearing this, the surrounding crowd instantly fell silent in shock. Even the stall owners who had earlier urged the little girl to make her move were stunned. This kid. What was he saying about what this Bai family member was doing? Barking? Good grief, isn't this kid's tone a bit too cocky? Look at him, barely 18 or 19, right? And dressed in that environmental department janitor's uniform. Clearly just a lowly garbage collector. A lowly garbage collector, daring to speak to someone from the Bai family like that? Has this kid lost his mind? Damn it, is this kid's nerve just too big? This is the Bai family we're talking about. He's practically asking for death. I've seen this type before, young punks who love to act tough, only to meet their end without even knowing how. I really don't get what these young people are trying to prove these days. With a lowly janitor's status like his, if the Bai family wanted to take him out, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Youngsters like this, hot-blooded and impulsive, they're unlikely to meet a good end. He's clearly never been beaten by society yet. The stall owners who tried to talk the young girl out of it rushed forward to grab Xiao Ran. Being older and more experienced, they couldn't bear to see such a youngster unnecessarily provoke trouble and meet a mysterious end. Hey, kid, shut your mouth. That's someone from the Bai family. Bow your head and apologize quickly, maybe they'll let you off. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. You're just a janitor. Stick to sweeping and collecting trash like you're supposed to. What the hell do you think you're doing? Quickly, bow your head and apologize. If that doesn't work, get down on your knees. Xiao Ran? Bai Yuan's chest heaved uncontrollably. You little punk, you're asking for it. As he spoke, Bai Yuan lunged forward to teach Xiao Ran a lesson. But the woman beside him grabbed Bai Yuan's arm. Brother Bai, don't do this. It's just a piece of jade. I don't want it anymore, okay? That kid clearly hasn't seen much of the world. Don't waste your energy on some lowly janitor. He's clearly trying to provoke you. If you beat him up, he'll just turn around and extort money from you. Hearing this, Bai Yuan paused. She had a point. What kind of status do I have? Getting into a fight with a lowly janitor here would only bring shame upon the Bai family name. So Bai Yuan patted his companion's hand, then resumed his previous refined demeanor. And addressed Xiao Ran. Hey kid, trying to rip me off? Almost fell for your trick. A lowly janitor like you? Not even worthy. You're not some plant hired by this girl, are you? Trying to make me the sucker who pays 30,000 alliance coins for this piece of jade? Hearing this, the surrounding crowd instantly caught on. Hey, looks like she really is. Holy cow, this little girl seems harmless enough, but who knew she was so scheming? Could these two be here specifically to scam people at the market? Who'd be dumb enough to actually fall for this? Hey, think about it, 30,000 alliance coins. Even if they only swindle one person, they could live comfortably for a while. Holy crap, a little one and a big one, a scam duo. These days, you really see all kinds of people. Times have changed. So young, and already out scamming people. Meanwhile, the slightly older stall owners who had earlier tried to persuade Xiao Ran and the little girl exchanged glances and fell silent. If it really turns out like they say, then when the time comes for accountability, they'd be complicit accomplices. So they kept their eyes downcast, focusing only on their own business. The little girl, growing increasingly frantic, cried out. No, no. I don't even know this guy. How could we have conspired together? Don't say that. It's not like that at all. This jade truly was brought out of the dungeon by my father. It's a treasure. But no matter how loudly the little girl shouted, everyone around her and Xiao Ran stared at them with utterly cold, indifferent eyes. Still spouting nonsense at this point? Absurd. These scammers are nothing but market disruptors, a cancer on the economy. What else could they learn at such a young age besides resorting to shady schemes? This young man doesn't look much older than the rest of us, and he's quite handsome too. Who would have thought he'd turn to scamming people? The people around him weren't about to listen to the little girl's words. They began to harshly criticize this deceitful behavior. Seeing the effect, Bai Yuan's lips curled into a smirk. Then his voice rang out. Everyone! Quiet, please. Instantly, all eyes turned to Bai Yuan. Very well. I shall summon the market administrators to thoroughly investigate these two. Such a cancer should have no place in this marketplace. Today, I, Bai Yuan, have exposed this shameless and despicable deception. Therefore, I, Bai Yuan, bear the responsibility to restore a clean trading market for the Alliance. His words met with unanimous approval from the crowd. Well said, young Bai. I'm rooting for you. There are far too many such market parasites, they must be cracked down on severely. Let's make an example of them today. This kind of double-dealing duo deserves exactly this. Well done, Bai family lad. At that moment, the young girl listened to the cheers around her. Was momentarily bewildered by the situation. She'd only intended to sell the jade her father had brought out today to cover his medical expenses. So why had things turned out like this? Why on earth? The little girl looked at Xiao Ran and noticed that, at this very moment, he showed not a trace of nervousness. And his expression seemed almost bored? Chapter 46, How dare you try to pull a fast one on me? At this very moment, in the conference room of the Human-Grade Market Management Department, 4 people sat. At the head of the table sat Wu Chongtian, the Alliance's head of market operations. The others seated around the table represented the managers of the Heaven, Earth, and Human-Grade markets respectively. Xing Yunru, the Heaven-tier market administrator, wore a black gown that hinted at her fair, long legs. Her 3,000 strands of black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her elegant and serene demeanor made her the most relaxed among the administrators. Earth-tier market manager Wang Weifeng was a balding middle-aged man, perpetually grinning with an overly slick demeanor. The human-tier market administrator, Ren Tianhang, was a young man in his 20s. Yet, the gaze he cast toward Wang Weifeng held a trace of hatred. Wu Chongtian now sat at the head of the table, lifting his teacup to blow gently on it before taking a sip. Then set it down. Wang Weifeng promptly grabbed the thermos and refilled it. Wu Chongtian nodded. Weifeng, it's been quite a few years since you took over the Earth-grade trading market, hasn't it? Wang Weifeng immediately replied, Chairman Wu, it's been 3 years and 9 months. The year-end review is coming up soon. Your trading market's recent contribution has indeed been thriving. Though it still can't match the heaven grade level, it's become a major revenue source for our trading markets. Not at all, Chairman Wu. It's all thanks to your excellent promotion. Everyone respects you, Chairman Wu, which is why Weifeng's trading market has grown to its current scale. Hearing this, Xing Yunro sneered coldly. Wang Weifeng, spare me the flattery. Do you think I don't know you? You've probably poached nearly all the human grade appraisers from Tianhong's trading market by now, haven't you? Ha! Miss Yunru, what are you implying? Those who seek better opportunities by moving from the human grade market to mine, shouldn't we encourage their aspirations? Besides, they all came voluntarily. What could I do? Chairman Wu, you must stand up for me. How could I treat our rules as mere decorations? Miss Yunru, you've truly misunderstood. Bang! No sooner had he finished speaking than Ren Tianhang slammed his fist onto the table. The wooden conference table instantly caved in, forming a large dent. Whoa! Brother Ren, what on earth are you doing? Ren Tianhang glared furiously at Wang Weifeng. Wang Weifeng! You damn fat bastard! Did my appraisers volunteer to go to your place? Ha! Don't play dumb in front of me. Let me tell you, Wang Weifeng, push me too far and I'll fight you to the death. How dare you act like this? Ask Sister Yunru before you showed up. Our heaven, earth, and human tier trading markets ran smoothly and peacefully. Well, now you've arrived. I won't even mention how you brazenly poached my appraiser. But you threatened someone's family? What the hell is that? The tension in the conference room instantly reached a boiling point. Wu Chongtian frowned. Tianhang. Sit down. How dare you speak to your elders like that? Ren Tianhang was about to speak again when a wave of imposing pressure radiated from Wu Chongtian. Except for Qing Yunru, the other two immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Ren Tianhang had no choice but to return to his seat. Once the meeting room fell silent, Wu Chongtian spoke. As the Alliance's head of market operations, I care only about results. How you fight amongst yourselves is your business. You're all extraordinary professionals. If you can deliver, do your job. If you can't, get the hell out of here. Hearing this, Qing Yunru narrowed her eyes without responding, while Ren Tianhang clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles dug deep into his palms. While Wang Weifeng's lips curled into a faint smile. Wu Chongtian continued, of course, you're all veterans under my command. If you can stay on, that would be ideal. Alright, Weifeng, hold your horses for now. In the human grade market, Tianhang may be young, but he still commands some respect. Cooperation and mutual benefit, you understand that principle better than I do. Yes, Chairman Wu. I'll follow your lead on everything. Wang Weifeng chuckled cheerfully. To Ren Tianhang, that smile was utterly infuriating. Yet, in front of Chairman Wu, he couldn't very well make a scene. Tianhang, how many appraisers do you currently have on hand? Xing Yunru spoke up calmly at that moment. A flash of viciousness flickered in Wang Weifeng's eyes upon hearing this, but he quickly concealed it. My sister Yunru doesn't have many left, only 6 or 7 appraisers. The warehouse is already piled high with goods, and we can't handle it all at once. The heaven, earth, and human tier trading markets each have their own appraisers. Within these markets, extraordinary practitioners could not only set up stalls to trade with each other, but the market itself would also collect stall fees. Additionally, there are recycling shops, each staffed with their own appraisers. The human grade market holds the most diverse and abundant goods. Many extraordinary practitioners, unwilling to set up stalls, would instead seek out the market's appraisers and have the market offer a fair price for acquisition. Therefore, appraisers must be seasoned professionals or extraordinary practitioners with innate treasure detection abilities. Traditionally, the heaven, earth, and human trading markets operated independently. However, after the manager of the earth-grade market perished tragically while entering a dungeon, Wang Weifeng has taken over as manager of the earth-grade market. Wang Weifeng, who had previously served as the assistant manager of the earth-grade market, already possessed thorough knowledge of the market. After his appointment, the earth-grade market not only operated flawlessly, but its revenues began to rival those of the heaven-grade market. The primary reason was that this young man, Wang Weifeng, possessed an extraordinary boldness. He dared not touch the heaven tier market, but for the human tier market, he directly poached personnel from the human grade market. And he did it in every way imaginable. In a short period, he made the Earth-tier market's performance look exceptionally impressive. Moreover, his superficial efforts were executed flawlessly, never giving Ren Tianhang any grounds for accusation, resulting in the current dire state of the human-grade trading market. If this continues, as the manager of this human-grade market, I'll inevitably be replaced. Or Wang Weifeng might simply seize it outright. Of course, the Martial Arts Association president probably wouldn't allow one person to control two trading markets. But what if? At this moment, Xing Yunru nodded. Here's what we'll do. For the human-grade trading market, I can transfer some personnel over to you. Once you've assembled your full team, you can have them return. Ren Tianhang looked at Xing Yunru gratefully. Sister Yunru, that wouldn't be right. Your appraisers are all S rank. Someone like me. Before he could finish, Wang Weifeng snorted coldly beside him. S-rank appraisers rummaging through junk at the human-grade market? Miss Yun, that's like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. What a waste of talent. Wu Chongtian said nothing, merely narrowing his eyes as he watched the three quietly. Xing Yunru smiled faintly. Oh? Wang Weifeng, how about this? Why not assign some of your appraisers to handle it? After all, your team is quite familiar with the human-grade market. What do you think? Wang Weifeng was momentarily speechless, then burst into laughter. Miss Yunru, what you're saying, the Earth-grade market is booming right now. We're already swamped. As for the human-grade market, Tianhang is handling it. I'm confident Tianhang will make a stunning breakthrough at the year-end review meeting. Xing Yunru gave a cold laugh, while Ren Tianhang shot Wang Weifeng a hateful glare. Just then, Ren Tianhan's phone rang. Ren Tianhang apologized to President Wu, then stepped into a corner to answer the call. Hello? Boss Ren, there's trouble at the market. A pair of con artists are scamming people. Already seething with anger, Ren Tianhang exploded upon hearing this. Got it. Keep an eye on them. Damn it, today's their unlucky day. They dare to scam people in my market? They don't know their place. Chapter 47, it's over, they're all here. Seeing Ren Tianhang so furious, Wu Chongtian frowned and asked. What's wrong, Tianhang? Haven't we already resolved everything for you? Yunru has already agreed to give you some appraisers. Why are you acting like a child? That's right, Tianhang. With Sister Yunru backing you, you can relax. How dare Wang Weifeng try to poach my people? Xing Yunru spoke while shooting Wang Weifeng a sidelong glance, while Wang Weifeng narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. No, Chairman, Sister Yunru, it's someone in my market who's scamming people. If it's convenient, I'll go teach them a lesson right now. Ren Tianhang gritted his teeth, as if he intended to vent his fury on the swindlers. Hearing this, Wu Chongtian scoffed coldly. Poof. It's been years since I've seen scammers in the market. I'm curious to see who's got the guts to try it now. Come on, Tianhang, let's go check it out. Meanwhile, at Xiao Ran's stall, the crowd was growing thicker by the minute. The newcomers, having heard the full story from those already present, were filled with righteous indignation. Put. They've got the nerve to scam people right here? They're really bold. Don't they know who's protecting this place? Big Boss Ren. You know him? Why are you telling them all this? Those two are new faces. Probably first-timers at the market. How would they know how formidable old man Ren is? I remember a long time ago, someone tried to scam people in the market. I think Boss Ren personally broke all their limbs and dumped them in the garbage dump. Who knows if they even survived? He was dead for sure, bro. With all his limbs broken and dumped in that kind of dumpster, he'd stink to death if he didn't die first. But look at this guy's clothes, aren't those janitorial work uniforms? Hey, you're right. No wonder I smelled something off the moment he walked in. This is hilarious. Could his scam be any more pathetic? Selling a piece of junk jade for 30,000 alliance coins, then sending a janitor to collect payment? Seriously, this guy probably isn't worth 1,000 alliance coins from head to toe. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Bai Yuan stood tall with a smile on his face. His female companion beside him was all emotional support. Oh my, who would have thought it was a scam? But our Bai brother spotted it right away. My Bai brother is so awesome. I thought he didn't want to buy me this jade. Now I see brother Bai knew something was off all along. This only made Bai Yuan even more smug. Pointing at Xiao Ran. Kid, and you little brat, today's your unlucky day. Trying to scam money right under my nose? Just wait, the market enforcers are on their way. Get ready for the market manager's punishment. You heard him, you probably won't die, but walking out of this market alive? I doubt it. Hearing this, the little girl shuddered violently, tears streaming down her face. She was so young, never having experienced anything like this before. Her mind was completely blank, yet she still murmured. No, I'm not a swindler. This jade is truly a treasure. I don't even know this brother, how could I deceive him? Seeing this, Xiao Ran bent down, gently picked up the little girl, and comforted her. Don't worry, little one. It's okay. Ignore them. Can you tell me the story behind this jade? Feeling Xiao Ran's gentle tone and warm body heat, A sense of security slowly filled the little girl's heart. Murmuring softly, "Yes, yes. Father brought it back from a dungeon. I don't know what level it was. Father only said this jade is worth at least 30,000 alliance coins, enough for us to live comfortably for a while. But father's still lying in the hospital ward, and the medical bills are already overwhelming. I had no choice but to come here alone to try and sell this jade." After hearing the little girl's words, Xiao Ran nodded, then wiped the tears from her face. "My name is Xiao Ran. What's yours?" I'm Meng Chi-Chi." Good girl. Don't be afraid, Chi-Chi. I'll be here for you now." Xiao Ran cradled Chi-Chi and sat down casually at the stall, seemingly unfazed by whatever might happen next. Xiao Ran felt no worry whatsoever. He preferred to keep a low profile, but that didn't mean he was afraid of trouble. The jade was the real deal. What was there to fear? He had over 2 million alliance coins in his possession. Inspection? Scam? He wasn't afraid of any of it. And he even felt the 30,000 alliance coins asking price for this jade was too low. Even if the little girl asked for 50,000 or 100,000, Xiao Ran would buy it without hesitation. This thing holds immense value for him. If that brat took the 3,000 alliance coins, he'd regret it to death. Bai Yuan saw Xiao Ran like this and was instantly amused by his anger. Keep pretending. You won't even know how you're going to die." The crowd surrounding them chimed in agreement. "Now you're playing the sympathy card, huh? The janitor's brother, the little sister still growing up, the injured father, the wrecked home, anyone unaware would actually fall for your act. But it's the Bai family, huh? Hey, Bai family boy, you're doing a great job. Just wait till Boss Rin shows up, let's see how they keep up the act. Even if I didn't score any good loot today, watching this little drama's pretty entertaining. Come on, folks. Peanuts and cheap booze, just 30 alliance coins." Soon, someone got a bright idea. Began hawking snacks in the marketplace. The moment the cries and the scent of liquor reached them, many people immediately paid up. "This is perfect. Watching the commotion needs some snacks, give me some of that." The stalls were packed, the crowd growing thicker by the minute. Just then, a powerful aura erupted, followed by a voice strained with suppressed rage. "Damn it! What are you all crowding around for? Get the hell out of my way." At the words, the crowd instantly fell silent, slowly parting to form a path. Ren Tianhang, leading 2 market administrators, along with Wu Chongtian, the alliance's head of market operations, had arrived. Seeing such a scene, everyone nearby was stunned. "Isn't that Qing Yunru from the Heaven Tier trading market? What's she doing here? She's so beautiful in person. And look, Wu Chongtian. Holy crap, it's actually Wu Chongtian. That guy must be Wang Weifeng, the newcomer from the Earth Grade trading market, right? What rookie? He's a major player in the Earth Grade trading market now. Wang Weifeng's doing even better than his predecessor. These two are in deep trouble. With Ren Lao already here, they won't even know how they died. Now they've all shown up. Poof." Whispers rippled through the crowd, while Bai Yuan's face lit up with delight. He never imagined that catching someone scamming in the trading market. Not only had it drawn Ren Tianhang, the market administrator, but also the other 2 administrators. Most crucially, Wu Chongtian had shown up too. Wu Chongtian was the one in charge of all market departments within the alliance. If he could establish a good relationship with him, I might just make a good impression at the Bai family. Who knows? If the Bai family head is in a good mood, he might just bestow some treasure upon me. This whole thing would be a total jackpot for me. Chapter 48, 30,000 alliance coins? I'll pay 100,000. Accompanied by his female companion, Bai Yuan approached the managers of the trading markets, including Wu Chongtian, and began introducing himself. After a brief exchange, Wang Weifeng was the first to speak up. Truly worthy of the Bai family name. To spot the scam at a glance in the marketplace today, I must say, I'm thoroughly impressed. These words instantly lifted Bai Yuan's spirits. His female companion beamed at him with starry-eyed admiration. Wu Chongtian nodded in agreement beside them. Indeed. Bai Lingfeng and I share some acquaintance. The Bai family lad has done well this time. Tianhang, go and investigate thoroughly. Yes, Chairman Wu. Ren Tianhang, who had been seething with pent-up frustration, was about to step forward upon receiving the order. But Qing Yunru grabbed his arm. Whispering in his ear, "Tianhang, calm down first. Not only are there Bai family members here, but also market vendors and customers. Don't let your emotions get the better of you." Ren Tianhang was still young, notorious in the trading market for his hot temper despite his age. Yet he heeded Qing Yunru's words. After all, Qing Yunru had always been kind to him. Just moments ago, she had even offered to send her S-class appraiser to assist him. So Ren Tianhang nodded, though his imposing demeanor remained unchanged. He approached the stall, sizing up Xiao Ran from head to toe, along with the little girl he held in his arms. "I've heard all about this. Aren't you two getting a bit too bold, trying to scam people on my turf? Kid, and you in his arms, here's the deal, pick one of you to step forward. I'll break his or her limbs, and we'll call it even." But you're not allowed to show your faces in my market again. Alright, you two discuss it. Hearing this, the crowd around them began to murmur. Did I hear that right? Only one of them gets punished? Boss Ren, aren't you being a bit too kind? Yeah, Boss Ren. This pair of con artists should have both their limbs broken and be tossed into the dumpster. And this kid happens to be a janitor back to where he came from. Ren Tianhang could only hear the chatter buzzing in his ears. Then, a towering aura swept over the scene. The onlookers, sensing the pressure, immediately fell silent. Ren Tianhang surveyed the crowd, a cold smile curling his lips. What the hell is this? I'm already in a Thai mood today, and you lot are still chirping away. If it weren't for Yunro's sake, I wouldn't bother wasting my breath. But before Xiao Ran could respond, the little girl in his arms, Chi-Chi, suddenly burst into tears. Screaming at the top of her lungs. You're all bad people. The jade in Chi-Chi's hand is what my father brought back from the dungeon, it's not some fake thing. Xiao Ran and I just met for the first time, what right do you have to treat us like this? You bunch of villains can't tell right from wrong. And you. As she spoke, Chi-Chi raised her hand and pointed directly at Bai Yuan standing beside Wang Weifeng. If you can't afford it, just say so. I told you 30,000 alliance coins, but you insisted on offering 3,000. That's bullying. Now you're calling me a fraud and accusing me of colluding with brother Xiao Ran. You can't afford it, so you make baseless accusations? Are all you people from these clans this shameless and despicable? Her words left everyone present staring at Meng Chi-Chi in stunned silence. Even Ren Tianhang looked slightly taken aback. Logically, shouldn't these market swindlers be the ones feeling guilty? Good grief, wailing and gnashing their teeth like this, how come it's suddenly our fault? Wait, we're the ones in the wrong? Could it be? At this thought, Ren Tianhang frowned and glanced at Bai Yuan, who was hiding beside Wang Weifeng. His gaze shifting nervously. The liar isn't the one feeling guilty, you're the one starting to feel guilty? Ren Tianhang wasn't a fool. On the contrary, his ability to establish his own WeChat presence in the trading market proved his capabilities. So Ren Tianhang beckoned, and a servant came forward to his side. Tell me the whole story, from beginning to end. The servant glanced at Bai Yuan, then at Xiao Ran, clearly hesitating to speak. Seeing this, Ren Tianhang's voice rang out. What are you staring at? Just tell me what you saw. What of the Bai family? Do they have any say over my trading market? Speak the truth. The servant's body trembled before he recounted the entire sequence of events to Ren Tianhang in meticulous detail. After hearing the full story, a flash of anger crossed Ren Tianhang's face. Damn it, these family members are utterly stupid. If they're broke, why pretend to be rich? It's their damn business what price they sell for. And they have the nerve to force a sale here? Bai Yuan. Get over here. Ren Tianhang was absolutely livid at that moment. What should have been a simple matter had been turned into this mess by these family idiots. Everything I said to this kid earlier. Wasn't that just slapping himself in the face? Bai Yuan was cowering in fear. How could he possibly step forward? He understood the situation better than anyone present. Simply put, those who wrong you know better than you do just how wronged you are. Boss Ren, even if they're not scammers, selling a piece of jade for 30,000 alliance coins is just outrageous. Offering 3,000 alliance coins is already showing this girl considerable respect. Besides, who knows if this jade is even real? Under these circumstances, At that moment, Xiao Ran's voice drifted out. Cut the bull. The moment he spoke, all eyes turned to Xiao Ran. Including Chang Yunru, who had been half listening, now narrowing her eyes. Kid, what the hell are you talking about? Bai Yuan shouted angrily. Xiao Ran just gave a cold laugh. You fool. This jade piece is a massive bargain at 30,000 alliance coins. And you want to buy it for 3,000? You really should get a CT scan on your head to see if it's filled with water or... Put. Ching Yunru couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Before immediately catching herself. But deep down, she held Xiao Ran in slightly higher regard. Daring to confront these family scions right in front of everyone. Regardless of whether he was a fraud or not, such audacity was genuinely admirable. You brat. Bai Yuan fumed. What's with you? Stuttering is a disease that needs treatment. Is there any support type extraordinary practitioner here? Come, give our young master Bai a proper examination. Hearing this, Bai Yuan's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen. Fine, kid. Since you claim 30,000 alliance coins for this jade as a steal, then tell me how much wouldn't be a steal? How much would make it not a steal? Let me put it this way, I'll take this jade for 100,000 alliance coins. The words sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. Holy crap, are you serious? Jiao Shao? ING 100,000 alliance coins for a piece of junk jade? What the hell kind of joke is this? 100k alliance coins? That could buy a whole set of high-end raid gear. And he's spending it on a piece of jade? He's got to be out of his mind. This isn't just a scam duo, these two must be mentally unstable. Chapter 49, The Arrival of the S-Rank Appraiser. Xiao Ran listened to the surrounding chatter and smiled faintly. And said again, young Master Bai, if you don't believe me, you can always have the appraiser from the trading market come over and give it a proper appraisal. The moment these words left his mouth, the room fell silent once more. Everyone stared at Xiao Ran as if he were a fool. Even if this jade were truly a precious gem, it couldn't possibly be worth a ridiculous 100,000 alliance coins. Sure, there are plenty of ways to make money these days, but you still need the means to earn it. You don't just waltz into a dungeon stark naked. You need at least basic gear and weapons, plus all sorts of anti-toxic and moisture-proof equipment. Everything must be fully equipped. Even a basic set of gear like this costs thousands of alliance coins. And the pricier ones start at tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. So think carefully, who would spend 30,000 alliance coins on a piece of jade? Even if this jade possesses some special effect, so what? 30,000 alliance coins is a price that would only be paid if the jade were genuinely a treasure. But now, this kid actually says he'll take the jade for 100,000 alliance coins? That's just insane. Damn it, you're just a janitor, you probably can't even scrape together 3,000 alliance coins. Now he just opens his mouth and demands 100,000 alliance coins? Has the alliance coin depreciated that much? Before anyone else could speak, Bai Yuan burst out laughing at Xiao Ran's words. Kid, I'm seriously starting to wonder what's inside your head. A mere piece of jade, even if it's a precious 130,000 alliance coins, is already the absolute ceiling. And you're saying you want to buy this piece for 100,000? By your logic, this piece of jade shouldn't even be in the human grade market, it belongs in the heaven grade market? Let me tell you this, if that little girl's jade truly commands that price, I, Bai Yuan of the Bai family, will hand you 1 million alliance coins right here and now. Of course, if this jade turns out to be nothing special or worse, worth nowhere near that amount, then I'm sorry. I won't interfere with how Run Lao or the market administrators handle it. But you too? You'll have to cut off your own hands. Whoosh. Bai Yuan's words sent the crowd into an uproar. Holy crap, 100 million alliance coins? Only the Bai family could possibly come up with that kind of money. Wow, this Bai family kid seems dead set on this jade. Exactly. TSK, a tiny piece of jade, and it's worth that much? Cutting off his own hands? That kid's pretty ruthless. Isn't this just blatant bullying? Even if the jade is genuine, a treasure, as long as it's not worth that price, the consequences. Young people are still so young. For that little girl, he actually said something like that. He's not an appraiser, how could it possibly be worth that much? Looks like today, regardless of whether this jade is genuine or not, these two won't be leaving the market unscathed. But just then, the little girl tugged at Xiao Ran's sleeve and timidly said, Xiao Ran, what are you saying? 100,000 alliance coins? That's way too much. Even if this thing is valuable, it can't possibly be worth that much, right? Xiao Ran patted the little girl's head and said, don't worry, big brother has it under control. Just then, Wang Weifeng's small eyes darted about, and his voice rang out. Ha! Young Master Bai's boldness truly impresses me. Alright, then. I'll arrange for an appraiser to handle this. Furthermore, if this jade is appraised and found to be worth exactly what this young brother claims, I, personally, will gift him 500,000 alliance coins directly. Consider it a consolation prize for both him and this little girl to calm their nerves. These words immediately sparked another wave of murmurs among the crowd. While Ren Tianhang frowned deeply, feeling thoroughly displeased. Wang Weifeng, on my turf, you don't need to find an appraiser. And as for compensation, you don't need to worry about that either. Mind your own business. Wang Weifeng offered an awkward smile but remained silent. Ren Tianhang then turned to Xiao Ran and declared, Kid, I'll get an appraiser here right now. If this jade truly is a treasure, I'll personally compensate you 1 million alliance coins. And not only that, I'll ensure your safety. Of course, if you're actually pulling a scam and this jade isn't anything special. Xiao Ran nodded, naturally delighted by this prospect. His heart racing with excitement. In this day and age, someone was actually finding ways to hand him money? Seeing Xiao Ran agree, Ren Tianhang nodded and instructed his servant to fetch their family's appraiser. But half an hour later, the appraiser everyone was waiting for still hadn't arrived. Which began to irritate Ren Tianhang. What the hell? Where is he? Where the hell did he go? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the servant returned, looking flustered. He leaned close to Ren Tianhang's ear and whispered, Boss Ren, the appraiser is either swamped with work or has taken leave. Boom! Ren Tianhang stomped his foot down, instantly leaving a deep dent in the ground. Wang Weifeng. You son of a, what the hell do you think you're doing? Furious, he was about to charge forward to confront Wang Weifeng. Xing Yunru held him back. Calm down, Tianhang. Sis Yunru, he clearly wants to humiliate me in front of everyone. How can I possibly hold back? Xing Yunru tightened her grip, her expression serene as she replied, I've already summoned our S-class appraiser. They'll arrive shortly. The more you panic now, the more you'll play into his hands. Her words instantly calmed Ren Tianhang. You're right. With so many people watching, if I act impulsively now, I'd truly be playing right into Wang Weifeng's hands. Wang Weifeng, however, still wore a smug grin. though a fleeting, almost imperceptible glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Soon, Lu Huashan, the S-class appraiser from the heavenly grade trading market, jogged over. Approaching Qing Yunru after surveying the group. Miss Yunru, my apologies for the delay. Where might the treasure be? Qing Yunru smiled faintly, then turned to the little girl in Xiao Ran's arms and said, Little sister and young brother here, would you kindly present the treasure for my appraiser to examine? Rest assured, my appraisers are all S-grade. They've examined hundreds, if not thousands, of treasures. A single glance is enough for them to determine if something is valuable. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi glanced at Xiao Ran first. And upon seeing Xiao Ran nod, she handed over the jade she had been clutching tightly. Qing Yunru gave a faint smile and Lu Huashan stepped forward to take the jade. The moment it touched his hand, Lu Huashan frowned and murmured in surprise. Then he began pulling out various tools. Examining the jade meticulously. Those around them watched the appraiser's actions, feeling a strange sense of unease. Could this piece of jade truly be worth 30,000 alliance coins? Or perhaps even 100,000 alliance coins? Was that even possible? Meanwhile, Lu Huashan's brow furrowed even deeper. Truth be told, he couldn't quite make out the value of this jade. He had seen many jade-made equipment or treasures. And their specific functions and abilities were mostly clear to him. In dungeons, especially against intelligent monsters, such jade artifacts typically possessed inherent enhancement capabilities. Some could enhance an individual's strength, while others could store their own magical power. If one were to estimate based on such jade, this piece of jade before us is worth at least 50,000 alliance coins. Moreover, once its properties are fully understood, it could easily be listed on the celestial grade trading market, where its auction value would be limitless. However, he couldn't even confidently state the specific properties of this jade piece. So its true worth remains entirely uncertain. If it were a magic storage type jade, it would have a market, but it would fetch no more than a few thousand alliance coins. Lu Huashan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said somewhat sheepishly, Miss Yunru, I can confirm this is indeed a treasure jade specifically, the kind of amplifying jade carried by dungeon wisdom monsters. Of course, it could also be just a magic storing jade. Therefore, if this jade enhances specific abilities, its value could reach around 50,000. If we determine exactly what it enhances, it might even qualify for our heaven grade auction house, though the exact amount would be hard to predict. If it's merely a magic storage jade, its value might only be a few thousand alliance coins. My current monitoring equipment isn't sufficient for a definitive assessment. What do you think? Chapter 50, The Trade. The crowd fell silent, stunned by the revelation. Holy crap, it's an enhancement jade. That's absurd. An enhancement jade is a rare treasure even in the heaven grade trading market. How could it appear in the human grade market? That doesn't make sense. Cut the nonsense. Didn't you hear the S-rank appraiser? We can't even confirm what kind of amplification jade it is yet. If it's just a basic magic storage jade, it's only worth a few thousand alliance coins. A few thousand alliance coins for a single jade? That's still outrageous. In any case, it really is a precious gem. What's this kid's background? How could he possibly recognize this as a treasure? I'd say it's just blind luck. And look at him, could he even afford the most basic magic storage enhancement jade? I agree. Though saying that, doesn't that guy from the Bai family look a bit embarrassed now? Exactly. But this jade's worth nowhere near 100,000. I think this kid and that girl are in trouble. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Qing Yunru and Ren Tianhang exchanged a glance. Then Ren Tianhang stepped forward. Here's what we'll do. My market has the necessary testing equipment. You can come to my place. Hearing Ren Tianhang's words, the S-class appraiser turned to Qing Yunru. Miss Yunru, then. Qing Yunru nodded. Let's go. We'll head over together. Saying this, she led the way ahead. At that moment, Qing Yunru was also deeply shocked inside. Given the circumstances, the young man who wanted to buy this jade probably hadn't even touched it yet, right? Yet under these circumstances, the kid actually dared to offer 30,000 alliance coins outright for the jade. Was it just blind luck? Qing Yunru absolutely refused to believe it. Could this kid possess some special skill for identifying treasures? Qing Yunru was indeed a woman skilled in observation and reasoning. Having spent the longest time in the heavenly grade market, the treasures and appraisers she'd encountered were countless. And these treasures were all of the highest grade. And the appraisers were all high-level experts. Having seen and interacted with so many, Qing Yunru's sensitivity to treasures and appraisers far surpassed others. Just who is this young man? She turned her head slightly to look at Xiao Ran. At that moment, Xiao Ran was smiling as he spoke to Chi-Chi in his arms. Chi-Chi, it's okay. See? They tested it and confirmed it right away. This is a precious jade. You don't need to be afraid anymore. Chi-Chi glanced at Xiao Ran, then at the figures walking ahead, her gaze finally settling on Bai Yuan's retreating back. Then leaned close to Xiao Ran and whispered. Brother Xiao Ran, now that this bad guy's been exposed, won't things get messy? Could he come after us later? Xiao Ran patted Chi-Chi's head and smiled faintly. He wouldn't dare. The group soon arrived at the treasure inspection equipment room in the human-grade trading market. The treasure inspection room sounded high-tech, but in reality, it was extremely messy. Several storefronts were strung together, housing every conceivable type of equipment and facility, yet it was filthy, disorganized, and poorly maintained. The main reason was that the testing room often had to examine all sorts of strange treasures. Some were genuine treasures, while others were anything but. If handled improperly, they could explode or corrode before any analysis was completed. Fortunately, this amplification jade poses no such risk. It's simply a matter of elimination. If the jade can store magical energy, then when infused with it, it will naturally react. If the jade directly enhances the wearer's physique and strength, the corresponding equipment can precisely calculate the amplification value. In short, testing enhancement jade is not dangerous, but it is extremely complex. This is because one must determine what effects the jade can provide, while simultaneously verifying whether it carries any curses. All these aspects require assessment by specially trained appraisers. Of course, some S-class appraisers possess innate extraordinary skills in such detection, making the process relatively easier for them. Lu Huashan is one of the S-class appraisers at the Heavenly Grade Trading Market. Though not yet very old, he has secured his position in the Heaven Grade Trading Market primarily through his extraordinary abilities. Lu Huashan's extraordinary ability allows him to discern the age of treasures and the specific materials used in their creation. However, this time, after employing his extraordinary ability, he was completely unable to discern the exact age or materials used in this piece of jade. Thus, he insisted that professional testing equipment was required for an accurate determination. Thus, everyone present, including all the extraordinary professionals gathered as onlookers, made their way to the equipment testing station in the human-grade trading market. Lu Huashan said no more, immediately beginning to operate various instruments to examine the jade. While Bai Yuan watched Lu Huashan operate the equipment, though his face still bore a calm smile. But inside, his emotions were already churning violently. He truly never imagined that this piece of jade was indeed a treasure, and specifically an enhancement jade. If this jade could amplify an individual's abilities, its value would be truly staggering. After all, items that reach the heavenly grade trading market for auction all command astronomical prices. Even the most mediocre auction item, once it reached the heaven tier market, would at least fetch 5 times its original price. But if this jade is merely a treasure that can store magical power, then its price would be significantly lower, possibly just a few thousand or even a few hundred alliance coins. Therefore, Bai Yuan began praying inwardly that this jade was nothing more than a simple magic storing gem, and that he was spending 3,000 alliance coins to buy it. That would definitely not be the act of some fool. In fact, people might even say he had good taste. Ren Tianheng, however, hadn't considered all this. His primary concern now was ending this farce as quickly as possible and figuring out how to stabilize his human grade trading market. His current situation was truly a drop in the bucket. Wang Weifeng's actions were utterly disgusting. The problem was, he couldn't obtain any crucial evidence to report to the Alliance. What his human grade trading market lacked most now wasn't rare treasures, but rather skilled appraisers. But where can one find such appraisers so easily? Though appraisers lack combat prowess, they are indispensable when it comes to evaluating treasures. Though I've seen many treasures, taking on the role of appraiser myself. To be honest, Ren Tianheng felt he had the will but not the strength. And with the year-end review approaching, if his market share fell short of previous years, could he possibly keep his position? Ren Tianheng's inner turmoil was far from the calm exterior he projected. Ironically, it was Qing Yunru beside him who unexpectedly struck up a conversation with Xiao Ran. "Young man, I'm Qing Yunru, administrator of the Celestial Market. What are your names?" "Xiao Ran." "Chi-Chi." Qing Yunru nodded, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She beckoned to Chi-Chi, then pulled a piece of candy from her pocket. "Here, let me treat you to some candy." Chi-Chi glanced at Xiao Ran, then at Qing Yunru. She accepted the candy but didn't unwrap it and pop it into her mouth right away. Instead, she carefully tucked it into her bosom. "Thank you, sister." Qing Yunru nodded, asking with a seemingly casual tone, "Xiao Ran, this jade piece truly seems to be a treasure. Your discerning eye is truly admirable." Xiao Ran smiled, fully aware of the implication in Qing Yunru's words. "Sister Yunru, you flatter me. How could I possibly discern that this jade is a treasure? It was just blind luck." Qing Yunru chuckled softly, her crescent-shaped eyes captivating. Xiao Ran, regardless of the outcome, once the jade's appraisal results are in, would you be interested in making a deal with me?" Hearing this, Xiao Ran remained composed, not responding directly to Qing Yunru's question. Instead, he said, I wonder if it can even be tested." Chapter 51, even an S-class appraiser can't detect it? Xiao Ran was now deeply curious about the appraiser's methods for evaluating items. Since he possessed the system, he could directly know the name of this jade and its specific functions. But how did these appraisers determine the specific effects of these treasures? Now, he had a rough understanding. He watched as Lu Huashan clamped the precious jade between two pieces of equipment. Then seemed to activate some sort of magical energy reservoir. Then channeled energy into the jade while closely observing its state. Or perhaps he embedded the jade into some kind of arm device to measure its amplified values. In any case, it was a real eye-opener for Xiao Ran and Chi-Chi, who rarely visited the trading market. As for the transaction Xing Yunru had mentioned earlier, Xiao Ran heard it but paid it no mind. Judging by Ren Tianhang earlier, that fat man, and now Cheng Yunru, Xiao Ran deduced that the trading market must have encountered some sort of trouble. His suspicion stemmed from 2 points. First, Ren Tianhang had earlier dispatched his servant to fetch an appraiser. Under normal circumstances, as the market's manager, he held both the authority and the final say as the undisputed leader of the human-grade trading market. Yet in the end, not a single appraiser had arrived, which naturally raised suspicions. Then came Qing Yunru's proactive move to summon her Heaven-tier market's S-class appraiser, which is what brought matters to this point. Another point is that Wang Weifeng, who, though outwardly amiable, kept calculating something in his gaze. When Bai Yuan stated that if this jade truly held such immense value, he would also need to pay for it, Wang Weifeng immediately interjected, his tone suggesting he was the true overseer of this human-machine trading market. This behavior clearly provoked Ren Tianhang's displeasure. Considering these two incidents together, Xiao Ran could now confirm one thing: Ren Tianhang and this Qing Yunru were in cahoots. Or at the very least, they shared a common enemy. And their enemy was none other than Wang Weifeng. Xiao Ran kept his guard up and decided it was best to play dumb for now, no need to get involved. Soon after, Lu Huashan finished scanning all the detection equipment at the scene, yet remained utterly perplexed. This jade artifact was neither a stone capable of directly amplifying an individual's abilities, nor was it a jade capable of storing magical power. And he simply couldn't detect its properties. Thus, with an apologetic expression, Lu Huashan addressed Xing Yunru. Miss Yunru, forgive my limited knowledge, but I truly cannot discern the specific function of this jade. These words sent shockwaves through the gathered crowd. What's going on? An S-class appraiser can't identify the specific function of this jade? That's ridiculous. How could that be? Amplification jades are rare, but all kinds have been documented. How could this one's function remain undetectable? Could it be that this piece isn't a treasure jade at all? The moment this question was raised, everyone present scoffed in disbelief. What a joke! If it weren't a treasure jade, would an S-class appraiser even have access to this equipment? Then how? It's obvious this jade's function hasn't been discovered yet, so it's not recorded anywhere. Ha? So you're saying this jade is the only one of its kind in the entire world? The whole world? That's exaggerating. Other alliances might have something similar, but our Longhua alliance has never seen anything like this. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Qing Yunru and Ren Tianhang were visibly stunned, including Wu Chongtian. This is a major discovery. While countless treasures flow into the trading market daily, most can be authenticated by appraisers. And once authenticated, they are recorded through the alliance network. If an entirely new treasure were discovered, this would be nothing short of making history. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Bai Yuan's face turned deathly pale. He was well aware of how rare such an enhancement jade without detection capabilities was. What's more critical is that this matter is escalating rapidly, completely beyond his wildest imagination. Xing Yunru, as the administrator of the heaven-grade trading market, she immediately dispatched another S-grade appraiser. Within 5 minutes, a figure darted swiftly inside. So swiftly that even Wu Chongtian couldn't make out the figure. Only when the figure came to a halt, the crowd recognized an elderly man with snow-white hair. The old man wore a pair of glasses on his face, another pair hung around his neck, and yet another pair perched on his forehead. This sight was rather baffling. Seriously, why would anyone wear so many pairs of glasses? Just as the crowd recognized the figure, a gasp erupted from the crowd. Holy crap, am I seeing this right? It's Lu Huan, the eight-eyed appraiser. It really is Lu Huan. Good heavens, I actually get to see the eight-eyed appraiser Lu Huan. Quick, take a picture. This jade piece actually drew the eight-eyed appraiser Lu Huan here. Its value must be. If you ask me, this little girl is absolutely set for life now. Anything authenticated by the eight-eyed appraiser Lu Huan is worth at least 1 million alliance coins. Holy cow, over 1 million alliance coins? That's insane. At that moment, the man the crowd called eight-eyed appraiser Lu Huan didn't waste a word. He snatched the jade directly from Lu Huashan's hands. This move had everyone marveling that the little girl was about to strike it rich. That this jade was worth a fortune. But only Bai Yuan felt his legs go weak. What the hell was going on? He'd only intended to impress his date. How had things spiraled to this point? It's just a damn piece of jade. How did it even attract Lu Huan, the top S-class appraiser of the heavenly grade trading market, the eight-eyed divine appraiser? Was this really necessary? Meanwhile, Lu Huan held the jade in his hands. He kept muttering to himself, amplification jade? No amplification arrays aren't inscribed like this. Storing magic power? That's not right either, the capacity is far too small. Could it be fake? No, that doesn't make sense either. The material, age, and aura emanating from it all seem genuine. But why? Lu Huan's frenzied demeanor made Xiao Ran frown deeply. It's just a piece of jade that can mask its own aura, right? Isn't your reaction a bit over the top? Seeing Xiao Ran frown, Qing Yunru assumed he was startled by Lu Huan's appearance. So she explained. Mr. Lu is the top S-grade appraiser at our heavenly grade trading market. He's utterly devoted to appraising all kinds of treasures, so he's never really cared much about his own appearance. King Yunru continued reassuringly, don't be afraid, Chi-Chi. Mr. Lu simply possesses an extraordinary passion for treasures, that's why he acts this way. But before she could finish, Lu Huan shoved Lu Huashan aside and began inspecting every machine in sight. No, none of this is right. None of these devices are correct. This one's wrong too. After several frantic rounds of testing, Lu Huan seemed to descend into a frenzy. He clasped the jade in both hands, raised it above his head, and knelt on the ground. Who can tell me what kind of jade this is? What exactly is its function? His cry echoed loudly. Wu Chongtian, Sheng Yunru, Ren Tianhang, Bai Yuan, and all the onlookers were utterly stunned. What on earth was happening? Even Lu Huan Master Lu, the legendary 8-eyed appraiser of the heavenly grade trading market, couldn't identify this jade. What kind of jade was this? If that were the case, then the value of this jade. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Chi-Chi and Xiao Ran's arms, while Chi-Chi herself was utterly stunned by the scene before her. Her tiny head filled with a huge question mark. Chapter 52, You're the Master. Xiao Ran scratched his head. Utterly unprepared for how things had unfolded to this point. He'd only intended to snag a bargain. Now look at him, all eyes were on him. Though he wasn't afraid of trouble. Wasn't exactly his cup of tea. To resolve the situation as quickly as possible, Xiao Ran set Chi-Chi down and walked up to Master Lu, clearing his throat. Master Lu and everyone else's gaze turned to Xiao Ran, utterly uncertain of his intentions. Xiao Ran then grabbed the jade and walked over to a testing machine. Young man! Master Lu exclaimed in astonishment, about to step forward to stop him. But a pale hand pressed against Master Lu's arm. Xing Yunru smiled at that moment. Master Lu, please calm down. This young man has discovered that this jade is a treasure. So, let's see what he intends to do. Hearing Qing Yunru's explanation, Master Lu's lips twitched into a sneer. What does a wet beard know about treasures? Xiao Ran placed the jade on the magic release machine. Then flipped the switch. Sparks of magic energy spurted forth. Master Lu's face twisted into a sneer. Testing magic storage capacity? I already tested it earlier. This jade can indeed hold magic, but the amount it can contain is nothing compared to. Before he could finish, Xiao Ran extended both hands, sweeping them through the spewing magic. Then, the faint blue magic visible to the naked eye was instantly dispersed by Xiao Ran's palm strikes. Yet a truly astonishing sight unfolded. The magic energy he had dispersed seemed to encounter some barrier, swerving away from the jade piece. This astonishing sight left everyone present utterly speechless. Lu Huan, utterly incredulous, murmured to himself, this isn't infusing magic, it's dispersing it, transforming it into magical aura. This jade can evade magic? No, it can mask the aura of magic? Though Master Lu spoke to himself, the scene was so quiet at that moment that every word rang clear to all present. Upon learning the jade's function, everyone's chests began to heave uncontrollably. This was an amplifying jade capable of concealing one's aura. Its value was beyond measure. After all, whether entering the domain battlefield or delving into dungeons, concealing one's aura is absolutely crucial. Take the domain battlefield, for instance. Those exotic beasts are intensely sensitive to dangerous auras, or rather, to the presence of extraordinary practitioners. Are highly sensitive. At the slightest disturbance, powerful beasts would go berserk, while weaker ones would flee immediately. This alone demonstrates the critical importance of concealing one's aura. Within the Alliance today, treasures capable of concealing one's aura do exist, though they are scarce. And most of them are either alchemical pills or enchanted armor and equipment. Whether it's these pills or enchanted armor, the Alliance coins required for them are countless. Now, before their eyes appeared a jade pendant portable and capable of concealing one's magical aura. How could this not send them into a frenzy? At that moment, someone spoke up, and the scene erupted into a chaotic clamor. I'll take this jade. Little girl, I'll pay 200,000 for it. 20,000? Are you kidding? How about this? I'll give you 30,000 plus a full set of top-tier weapons and armor. Cut the nonsense, I'll pay 400,000. Little girl, not only that, but I'll split half the profits from my future dungeon runs with you. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Ren Tianhang furrowed his brow and bellowed. Shut the hell up, all of you. Starting now, everyone gets out of this area immediately. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. The words cut through the air like a knife, silencing the crowd instantly. At that moment, Master Lu, looking utterly bewildered, turned to Xiao Ran and asked, "Young man, how did you determine this was a jade that could conceal one's aura?" Xiao Ran smiled faintly. "I already had a plan. I don't know. I just gave it a shot. Didn't you all test every single device here just now? Well, I figured trying a different approach might work. Never expected it to show up on the test like this. Purely accidental. Utterly accidental." Master Lu looked at Xiao Ran, then glanced at the various instruments around him. And suddenly knelt before Xiao Ran. "Master, you are the true master. I am in awe." Everyone present was stunned once more by this gesture. What kind of joke is this? The top S-rank appraiser of the heavenly grade trading market, now kneeling before an 18-year-old youth. Admiring him? What on earth is wrong with this world? Was I the one who'd lost my mind, or was he? But with Ren Tianhong's earlier words, everyone fell silent, instead murmuring among themselves in hushed tones. Xiao Ran was startled by this sudden shift and quickly helped Master Lu to his feet. Master, what are you doing? Everyone's watching." But after several attempts, Master Lu still showed no sign of getting up. Only Master Lu's voice could be heard. "No, what master? I'm no master at all. I didn't even think of such a simple testing method. I'm not worthy of being called a master." "You're the master." This left Xiao Ran utterly baffled. "What kind of minds do you appraisers have? Oh, so you couldn't identify it, but someone else did? So now you have to kneel down and bow in submission? This damn situation." Xing Yunru hurried forward to pull Master Lu to his feet. "Are you kidding? Master Lu is the top S-class appraiser in our heavenly grade trading market. And now he's kneeling before some young upstart in front of all these people? What kind of nonsense is this?" Even Xing Yunru, who was usually as calm as a cloud, a blush involuntarily flushed across her cheeks. Master Lu was practically slapping her in the face. Ren Tianhong wasn't a fool either. After clearing the crowd of onlookers, he immediately led the group to the VIP lounge of the human grade trading market. At that moment, Xiao Ran held Chi-Chi's hand, while Master Lu and Lu Huashan stayed close to Xing Yunru, while Wang Weifeng and that Bai Yuan trailed behind Wu Chongtian. At this very moment, Chi-Chi looked utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what was happening. She had only intended to sell the jade to raise some medical expenses for her father. But now she found herself here? Besides Chi-Chi's bewilderment, Bai Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. The three ultimate philosophical questions of life constantly swirled in Bai Yuan's mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Right now, it all felt like a dream to him. Utterly unreal. Is this right? Didn't I just want to buy my girlfriend a piece of jade to make her happy? How did things escalate like I'd slipped on a damn banana peel? What the hell is going on here? Chapter 53, Brother Xiao Ran is a good guy. Outside, the crowd still hadn't dispersed. All gathered outside the door, waiting for the final outcome. Not because they wanted to buy the jade, but to see how the situation would ultimately unfold. Curiosity is something people are born with. Everyone was discussing what the final outcome might be. In my opinion, this jade will ultimately be purchased by someone from the heavenly grade trading market. After all, it's a jade capable of concealing one's aura. If placed in an auction house, its value would be beyond estimation, to say the least. But you can't say that. Don't you know whose turf this is? Ren's territory. With a jade like this appearing here, do you think Ren would let it slip away? Absolutely not. This jade is utterly absurd. A jade that can conceal aura? I don't think even the Alliance has one like this. Not just unheard of, utterly unprecedented. Didn't you see even Master Lu couldn't discern its true properties? Huh? Now that you mention it, did that kid who originally wanted to buy it for 30,000 Alliance coins actually recognize it? No way. That kid must have just stumbled upon it by pure luck. Yeah, he's so young, only 18, right? How could he possibly discern this jade's true properties? Do you really think Master Lu is just for show? But didn't you see Master Lu kneel before that young man just now? A child with rosy cheeks and a lollipop in his mouth piped up. At that remark, the surrounding crowd fell completely silent. Yes, they had indeed seen Master Lu kneel directly before that young man. But they still couldn't believe that a mere 18 or 19-year-old could make Master Lu kneel. Even having witnessed it firsthand, they still refused to accept it in their hearts. Meanwhile, inside the room, all eyes in Wu Chongtian's group were fixed on the little girl Chi-Chi. Wang Weifeng smiled at Chi-Chi and said, "Little girl, why not sell this jade directly to uncle? Rest assured, I'll pay 300,000 for it, 10 times more than what you were asking before." Xing Yunru sneered sarcastically. Wang Weifeng, is it amusing to deceive a little girl? 300,000? 10 times? If this piece were in my auction house, with proper handling, it would easily fetch at least 1 million. Besides, this is Tianhong's turf. What business do you have speaking up here? As the manager of a ground-level trading market, you'd be wise not to overreach. Otherwise, you'll lose more than you gain. After exchanging these few words, Wang Weifeng merely smiled and said nothing more, though the murderous intent in his eyes was no longer concealed. Wu Chongtian, seeing this, immediately waved his hands. Enough. This is an internal matter. We're in front of outsiders. Keep your tempers in check. Once both men had calmed down, Wu Chongtian turned to Ren Tianhang and said, Tianhang, this incident happened on your turf. How do you want to handle it? Ren Tianhang nodded. Truthfully, he'd already decided what to do. He then addressed Xiao Ran and the young girl. This matter doesn't really concern us. Even if this jade is valuable, it's not ours. How to handle this should be decided by the three parties involved. Moreover, at the root of it all, it was that Bai family brat who started the trouble. Therefore, I believe he should compensate the victims and the market for their losses. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuan, standing beside Wang Weifeng, instantly felt his legs go weak. His body began to tremble. Stammering out, Boss Ren, this isn't my fault, is it? I just wanted to buy this jade for 3,000 alliance coins, it shouldn't come to this. Ren Tianhang didn't even glance at Bai Yuan, a cold sneer forming on his lips. Do you really think this jade is only worth 3,000 alliance coins? Bai Yuan was speechless. He had no idea it was a treasure jade. He'd only wanted to buy it to please his companion. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine this would happen. And now, when the seller clearly refuses to sell, you're stubbornly clinging to it. What is this? Forced purchase? Ren Tianhang's tone was icy and devoid of emotion. At that, Bai Yuan plopped down onto the ground with a thud. Yeah, if they don't want to sell, then they don't want to sell. Why was he making such a big deal out of it? Now look, Boss Ren had him cornered over this. And worst of all, you dared spread rumors in my market? Calling them scammers? Not only did you waste my time, but the damage you've done to my market, do you really think you can compensate for that? Bai Yuan's eyes were vacant now, all traces of his earlier smugness gone. His entire body felt cold, as if drained of all blood. Now, if it weren't for the fact that you're family to the Bai clan, you'd be paying compensation for the victims and the market's losses. Got anything else to say? Bai Yuan said nothing, offered no defense, and sat on the ground, his face ashen. Wang Weifeng, standing nearby, shot Bai Yuan a look of disgust. Just as expected, these clan scions are nothing but fools. Seems there's no more to be gained from this kid. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ran narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed his guess was correct. Among the market managers, aside from the most powerful one, Wu Chongtian, the remaining three market administrators, Ren Tianhang and Qing Yunru, were essentially on the same side. While Wang Weifeng didn't get along well with either of them. At that moment, Ren Tianhang's tone shifted as he addressed Chi-Chi. Addressing Chi-Chi. Little miss, I'll offer 600,000 alliance coins for your jade. Would you consider selling it directly to our trading market? Of course, if you're not interested, that's perfectly fine too. Alternatively, you could sell it to this lady. If listed in her exchange, it might fetch far more than 600,000 alliance coins. Of course, you can also choose not to sell it. The choice is entirely yours. However, the compensation we promised earlier will not be reduced. We truly apologize for the unfair treatment you've endured. Ren Tianhang snapped his fingers, and someone emerged carrying a tray. On the tray lay 2 cards. This is the compensation we promised you earlier. Each card contains 250,000 alliance coins. As she stared at the cards on the tray and heard the amount inside, Chi-Chi blinked her little eyes, still seeming somewhat skeptical. She had only intended to sell this jade for 30,000 alliance coins. But now, without even selling it. Yet she'd unexpectedly received 250,000 alliance coins for free. It was utterly unbelievable. And in all this, aside from Bai Yuan of the Bai family, the most crucial factor was Xiao Ran, who stayed by my side. Without brother Xiao Ran, the market administrators would never have paid attention to such a thing. In the end, I would have gotten at most the 3,000 alliance coins Bai Yuan offered. Or perhaps not even that much. Recalling all that had transpired, and the way Xiao Ran had shielded her, Chi-Chi pressed her lips together, her gaze unwavering as she placed the jade directly before Xiao Ran. Brother Xiao Ran, this jade, it's yours. This gesture stunned everyone present. Even Xiao Ran himself was momentarily taken aback. Given how things had unfolded, Xiao Ran had assumed the jade was beyond his reach. Of course, if he were to pay a high price and buy it directly from the little girl, it wouldn't be impossible, but the cost would be too great, truly unnecessary. He might as well return to the trading market to hunt for more treasures. After all, his purpose in coming to the trading market this time was actually to test whether the system could recycle treasures from the current world. Now that I know the system can indeed recycle treasures from this world, so this objective is considered achieved. The appearance of this jade piece was merely a stroke of luck. But now, Chi-Chi looked at Xiao Ran with great earnestness and said, Xiao Ran, if it weren't for you, that villain would have snatched this jade from me. Regardless of the jade's value, this compensation now fully covers her father's medical expenses. So, Chi-Chi believes this jade should belong to brother Xiao Ran. If father were still here, he'd probably agree too. Xiao Ran, you're a good person, you deserve to own this precious jade. Chapter 54, Train me? Sorry, I decline. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's words, everyone present turned their gaze toward Xiao Ran. It must be said, the biggest beneficiary of this situation was undoubtedly this young man. First, he stepped forward to offer 30,000 yuan for the jade. Then he stood by the little girl's side, protecting her throughout. And finally, during the inspection, it was Xiao Ran who stepped forward to confirm the jade's specific functions. So it made perfect sense for Chi-Chi to act this way. Originally priced at 30,000 yuan by Chi-Chi, but thanks to Xiao Ran's involvement, not only did she not have to sell the jade, but she even received a 250,000 yuan compensation from the trading market for free. Not only did Chi-Chi hit the jackpot, but even Xiao Ran, the young man, had won big. Everyone looked at Xiao Ran with envy. But Xiao Ran merely shook his head. No, this jade's value is simply too high. I won't accept it as a gift for no reason. How about this, let's stick to the original price. Consider it mine. But brother Xiao Ran, Xingxing tried to speak again, but Xiao Ran gently ruffled her hair with affection and said, I'm not like the others in our family always looking to get something for free. Hearing this, everyone's gaze instinctively turned to Bai Yuan, who was still sitting on the ground in a daze. In stark contrast, Bai Yuan appeared utterly despotic and tyrannical, a villain who preyed on the weak, while Xiao Ran appeared almost saintly. Soon after, Xiao Ran transferred 30,000 alliance coins directly to Chi-Chi, and the others present said nothing more. After all, the jade belonged to the young girl, and she could dispose of it as she saw fit. After everything was settled, Ren Tianhang dispatched guards to escort Chi-Chi out of the human-grade trading market. The young girl now carried hundreds of thousands of alliance coins on her person. Should she encounter any trouble after leaving? It would likely invite gossip. Wu Chongtian was thoroughly satisfied with Ren Tianhang's actions. Though he coveted the jade deeply, he understood that such a treasure, offering no direct combat advantage, would be of little use to him as a combat-oriented extraordinary professional. After offering a few final words of advice, he departed. As for Wang Weifeng, he remained utterly silent, not even glancing at Bai Yuan as he led his men out of the human-grade trading market. At this very moment, the room was left with only Ren Tianhang, Qing Yanru, and Master Lu by her side, along with Bai Yuan, who sat in the corner, lost in thought. Ren Tianhang shot Bai Yuan a disdainful glance before beckoning his servant. I doubt this brat has any money. Call his master over to pay his ransom. Alright, take him out. Damn, these privileged brats really are brainless. Thus, Bai Yuan was escorted out by two servants. At that moment, Qing Yanru and Ren Tianhang exchanged a knowing glance. Ren Tianhang understood immediately. He rose, approached Xiao Ran, and bowed slightly. Brother Xiao Ran, would you consider joining our human-grade trading market as an appraiser? The other party's attitude and tone genuinely startled Xiao Ran for a moment. He hurried forward to help Ren Tianhang up. Brother Ren, what are you doing? I can't accept this. At that moment, Qing Yanru spoke up. Xiao Ran, everyone here is family. Do you recall the deal we discussed earlier? Hearing this, Xiao Ran frowned. During the inspection earlier, Qing Yanru had indeed mentioned some kind of deal. At the time, he hadn't paid her any mind, because he had already discerned certain ambiguous issues within these three current trading markets, though he wasn't entirely sure what exactly those issues were. Xiao Ran had no intention of getting involved in this matter. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but he did dread unnecessary complications. And he had plenty of other matters awaiting his attention. Making money was one thing, but the crucial point was that his primary focus right now remained on enhancing his own capabilities. Seeing Xiao Ran hadn't responded, Qing Yanru continued speaking to herself. Everyone here is on our side. I'm sure you've noticed that both Tianhang and I have a serious problem with that Wang Weifeng. The reason is simple, Wang Weifeng's ambition is simply too vast. Before he came along, the heaven, earth, and human tiers of the trading market, if not exactly cooperating for mutual benefit, at least coexisted without interfering with each other. But when Wang Weifeng took over, he shattered that delicate balance. Now, the number of appraisers here at Tianhang is dwindling daily. As you saw, today's appraisers were dispatched from my side. At this moment, Ren Tianhang also said, exactly, Brother Xiao Ran. Cultivating and recruiting appraisers is an extremely difficult task. Moreover, it directly impacts the revenue of the entire trading market. I'm currently facing a severe shortage of appraisers, so, Brother Xiao Ran, would you be willing to join our human-grade trading market? Of course, your salary and commission will be well taken care of. Hearing Qing Yanru's words and Ren Tianhang's remarks, Xiao Ran scratched his head awkwardly. But I'm just an E-rank cleaner with a supernatural profession. I stumbled into this by accident. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to have me become an appraiser? Before the two could respond, Master Lu stepped forward. Mr. Xiao Ran, what you're saying? You were able to precisely eliminate possibilities by observing our testing methods, then used an entirely different approach to identify this jade's specific properties. Frankly, many appraisers today couldn't achieve that. There are countless appraisal tools and methods, but someone with your astonishing observational skills is truly a rarity in this world. Among today's appraisers, few meet my standards. A promising talent like yours, regardless of your extraordinary profession, will undoubtedly surpass me to reach the pinnacle as an S-class appraiser in the heavenly grade trading market. Xing Yanru chimed in from the side. Yes, Xiao Ran, I know you're a bit worried. But in this profession, the most crucial skills are discernment and judgment. I believe Tianhang would be willing to train you, right, Tianhang? Exactly, brother Xiao Ran. Our human-grade trading market is facing a severe shortage of appraisers. That bastard Wang Weifeng has either intimidated them with threats against their families, forcing them to stay away, or poached them outright. Now, whether it's newcomers or veterans, I'm desperately short on appraisers. Hearing their words, Xiao Ran felt a pang of helplessness. He had no innate talent for appraisal, it was purely thanks to the system's detection capabilities. That revealed this jade could conceal its aura. And after discovering its properties, deducing the appraisal method. Wasn't that a straightforward process? But how could Xiao Ran possibly tell them that? Oh, to say he had a system that could directly identify an item's specific abilities. All he needed to do was leverage other equipment based on those abilities to prove it? But hell no, could he possibly say that? Seeing Xiao Ran still hesitating, Xing Yanru said. Hiring a ready-made appraiser isn't impossible, but the cost would be far greater than training one from scratch. We want to cultivate you not just because you possess the innate talent. It's because you're young, and we can see you're the kind of person who values loyalty and integrity. Otherwise, how could you have stood up for this little girl right in front of everyone? We might hesitate to invest in others, fearing they'd be poached by Wang Weifeng. But you're different. You're absolutely a promising prospect worthy of our trust and investment. These words instantly elevated Xiao Ran to a stature he hadn't yet earned. Xiao Ran narrowed his eyes at Xing Yanru. Truly the administrator of the heaven-tier trading market. First nurturing me, then declaring that based on my character and integrity, I could never be poached by others. With such high praise bestowed upon him, wouldn't it be downright rude to refuse? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Ran rose with an expressionless face. And stood up. I have no interest in becoming an appraiser. My apologies to all of you. With that, Xiao Ran walked toward the door. Chapter 55, Holding down 2 jobs, what a good kid. Hearing Xiao Ran's words and seeing his demeanor, Xing Yanru and Ren Tianhang were both caught off guard. Master Lu, however, grew anxious. He grabbed Xiao Ran and knelt down immediately. Master Xiao Ran. You're the most gifted appraiser I've ever seen, such a promising talent. You can't just leave like this. I have no children of my own. If you become an appraiser, I'll give you all my wealth. I'm growing older by the day. I still yearn to see treasures, I've never had enough of them in this lifetime, but my time is running out. Will you stay with me and appraise treasures together? You can take my place and see even more treasures in this world. This left Xiao Ran utterly flummoxed. Seriously, what goes through the minds of these appraisers? Oh, so I'm a promising prospect and you plan to train me? So that after you die, I can take your place and properly see the treasures of this world? Before Xiao Ran could respond, Xing Yanru pulled Master Lu to his feet. Her face flushed with anger. Master Lu, what nonsense are you spouting now? What do you mean your time is running out? Xiao Ran, don't mind him. Master Lu is always like this, extreme. Don't take it to heart. Hearing Xing Yanru's explanation, Xiao Ran nodded. Never expected this S-class appraiser to be so extreme, spouting such nonsense. Meanwhile, Ren Tianhang gripped Xiao Ran's arm and said, Brother Xiao Ran, I'm not trying to pressure you or anything. It's just that the current situation is truly dire. I have no other choice. If you're willing, not only can I offer you the highest salary grade, but I can also give you the highest commission rate. Regarding training, Ren Tianhang glanced at Xing Yanru. Xing Yanru nodded and said, For training, I'll have Master Lu come directly. Hearing this, Ren Tianhang nodded. He pursed his lips, as if gathering immense resolve, and said, Of course, if you spot any treasures in the market that catch your eye, you're free to purchase them outright if you wish. These are terms offered exclusively to you. What do you say? These words stunned Xing Yanru. Tianhang, this might not be appropriate, is it? Sister Yanru, the year-end review is imminent. If I still can't boost my quota by then, I'm afraid. Upon hearing this, Xing Yanru fell silent. Instead, she explained to Xiao Ran, typically, after an artifact is appraised, the trading market handles it uniformly. Appraisers have no authority or access to the items they've assessed. Tianhang's offer to you is this: any treasure you take a liking to during the appraisal process, you can purchase directly with your own funds. The payment will go straight into the trading market's account. Xiao Ran's heart stirred at Xing Yanru's explanation. Wow, isn't this offer a bit too tempting? Not only am I being trained by an S-class appraiser who pays my salary and commissions, but now I can even purchase the treasures I authenticate myself? Isn't this offer just too tempting? Is the human-grade trading market really that short on appraisers right now? What Xiao Ran doesn't know is that the human-grade trading market is teetering on the brink of collapse. Not only has Wang Weifeng poached every appraiser from the human-grade market, but even those appraisers he hadn't poached into avoiding the market altogether. Now, the appraisers left in the human-grade trading market were mostly greenhorns, and these novices face thousands of treasures daily. While genuine treasures exist among them, the majority are worthless trinkets. Day after day, the losses were substantial, and it even directly impacted the human-grade market's share among the three trading markets. Before long, Ren Tianhang will no longer be the manager of the human-grade market. Therefore, whether it's Qing Yunru or Ren Tianhang, how could they possibly pass up someone like Xiao Ran Young and showing such promise as an appraiser? This was precisely the deal Qing Yunru had previously proposed to Xiao Ran. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran had returned to his seat. And honestly, becoming an appraiser here wasn't out of the question. With the system at his disposal, appraisal posed no challenge whatsoever. In fact, the system could instantly determine whether an item was genuine or not. Like a precision currency detector, he only needed to place the item inside. Within seconds, he could instantly determine whether it was treasure or trash. Add in the generous salary and commissions, and this place is practically paradise for Xiao Ran. But Xiao Ran's thoughts turned to the multiverse dumpster. Without the janitor position to cover his tracks, why would a normal person spend every day at the junkyard? It would inevitably draw unwanted attention and cause unnecessary trouble, which was precisely why Xiao Ran had declined. So Xiao Ran said, "The terms you've offered are indeed very tempting. I can't argue with that. However, I am deeply passionate about my job as a janitor. Therefore, if I were to accept your offer, I would be abandoning the career I love." The moment those words left his mouth, Qing Yunru, Ren Tianhang, and the others were all stunned. "I love being a janitor? That sounds so strange. Are you kidding me? Being a janitor versus being an appraiser. Which profession would you choose?" "Appraiser, obviously. What kind of bull is janitor? Can it even compare to being an appraiser? You could work as a janitor your whole life and still not make as much in a single day as an appraiser does. If you didn't want to be an appraiser, just say so. Why bother with such lame excuses to brush us off? Do you think it's fun to play games with us?" Just as Ren Tianhang and Qing Yunru were about to explode, Xiao Ran interjected, "Can we just drop this? I work as a janitor during the day and come to the trading floor at night to work as an appraiser. My family situation is a bit complicated. I need to earn extra money to help out at home. Would that be okay with you?" At this, Ren Tianhang and Qing Yunru, who had been on the verge of exploding, were instantly stunned. Wow, so this kid is doing it for his family. He's barely 20, right? Is he really shouldering the entire burden of his family alone? At that moment, Qing Yunru and Ren Tianhang couldn't help but imagine Xiao Ran's home situation. Not to mention the bare walls, sick parents, and younger siblings crying for food. How could one word like miserable possibly capture it all? The entire family relied solely on Xiao Ran's wages to survive. Yet Xiao Ran possessed such remarkable talent and such a devoted heart. This child truly, I'm crying my eyes out. At this very moment, the gaze they cast upon Xiao Ran was filled not only with admiration, but also a deeper sense of appreciation. What a good kid. Working 2 jobs for his family is truly worthy of respect. So Ren Tianhang grabbed Xiao Ran's hand firmly. "Brother, I'll follow your lead. From now on, if big brother gets a bite to eat, little brother's share won't be skipped. As long as you show up, I'll pour everything into training you. It's settled then. During the day, you'll work as a cleaner maintaining the city's environment. Come to my trading market at night and I'll train you properly so you can make big money." At that moment, Qing Yunru also patted Xiao Ran's shoulder and said solemnly, "Little brother Xiao Ran, if you ever face any difficulties, just come find your sister Yunru. I'll take care of everything for you." Not only that, but Master Lu was now in tears. "Good lad. To go to such lengths for your family, you deserve this fortune. You deserve such exceptional appraisal talent." Watching the 3 people before him, Xiao Ran was utterly baffled. What on earth was going on? "I just don't want to give up my job as a janitor. I want to scavenge trash at the multiverse dump. What the hell are you guys imagining?" Chapter 56, Xiao Ran's sincere heart moves everyone. At that moment, Xiao Ran felt a bit speechless. Felt utterly speechless inside. Like, I just have some big expenses at home right now and plan to take on 2 jobs. What kind of looks are those? I have money, it's just that my expenses are high. But right now, Xiao Ran couldn't believe the people in front of him. The Xiao Ran standing before them, with 2 million alliance coins in his pocket. Qing Yunru suggested, "Xiao Ran, why don't I advance you some wages so you can focus on learning at the trading market?" Ren Tianhang cut in, "Hey, Sister Euro, this is my turf. Besides, Xiao Ran will be training and working at my trading market. How could I let Sister Yunru pay for him?" "Alright, brother Xiao Ran, I don't have that much cash on hand right now. How about this? I've got 500,000 in liquid funds. Here, take it. Buy your family some good food and drinks. You absolutely mustn't let your family go without." With that, Ren Tianhang thrust a card into Xiao Ran's hand without waiting for a response. This. Before Xiao Ran could refuse, Master Lu cleared his throat and pulled a card from his own breast pocket. This card possessed an exceptionally unique texture and it emitted a crystalline glow. Qing Yunro and Ren Tianhang both stared wide-eyed, looking at Master Lu in disbelief. As Master Lu declared, Xiao Ran, this is every penny I've saved in my entire life, all yours. All my life, I've pursued only treasures. Wealth. That's nothing but worthless paper to me. Your family is in such hardship now. Once you learn the ropes in the trading market, you'll eventually take my place. Consider this card my investment in you. Hearing this, Ren Tianhang was utterly dumbfounded. This is the Alliance's top-tier Supreme VIP savings card? Master Lu, could your savings possibly reach such an astonishing amount? Even though Ren Tianhang had spent years in the trading market, he had only ever seen such a card a handful of times. Holders of such cards not only possess staggering wealth, but also enjoy every privilege the Alliance has to offer. The so-called one card for all access refers precisely to this card. Xing Yunru, standing nearby, tried to dissuade him. Master Lu, this isn't appropriate, is it? Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she quickly amended her words. Master Lu, given brother Xiao Ran's current status and standing, possessing this card won't bring him any benefits, it might even cause harm. Xiao Ran was startled by Master Lu's actions. Goodness gracious, this top-tier Supreme VIP savings card, the Alliance coin stored within it must be counted in the hundreds of millions. Not only that, but it grants access to all sorts of Alliance perks. He'd only met this Master Lu today. Yet he's handing over such a valuable item outright. It really felt a bit too much. Moreover, as Qing Yunru pointed out, with my current strength and standing, possessing this card brings only drawbacks, no benefits. Far less secure than simply giving Xiao Ran the money directly. So Xiao Ran hesitated and said, Master Lu, calm down, this simply won't do. I want to earn my rewards through my own efforts, not acquire them through such means. These words instantly earned Xiao Ran renewed admiration from both Ren Tianhang and Qing Yunru. They had assumed Xiao Ran was merely a diligent, down-to-earth young man striving in today's world. A diligent, down-to-earth young man striving hard in the modern world. But now they saw him as someone who remained unruffled by such gifts. If placed in Xiao Ran's position at the same age, or even in their own shoes, they might not have the same composure as Xiao Ran. They would have hesitated at least a little. Yet this 18-year-old before us refused outright, without a moment's hesitation. Such a person, with such character truly worthy of being the one they aim to cultivate with all their might. Master Lu stared at Xiao Ran, his face still tinged with disbelief. Xiao Ran, are you absolutely certain? This card holds every penny I've saved in my entire life, at least 100 million Alliance coins. Xiao Ran smiled faintly, pushed the card back from Master Lu's outstretched hand. His voice light as he said, Master Lu, your kindness is appreciated. From a market perspective, what you're doing now is an investment, one that will require me to repay you in the future. Of course, personal sentiments may be intertwined within this. But my only principle in dealing with people and matters is to be down to earth. What's mine is mine, and what isn't, I won't force. Whether it's this card of yours or the various privileges it offers, I appreciate the sentiment. You can't rush through a meal, and you can't rush through work either. Since you've said I possess exceptional talent in appraisal and want to invest in my development, I can't stand in your way. What I can do is dedicate myself wholeheartedly to learning, contributing my modest strength to the market, to Boss Rin, to Sister Yunru, and of course, to Master Lu. Therefore, whether it concerns my family's hardships or other matters, I wish to earn what I need through my own efforts, rather than simply accepting others' gifts without merit. I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline your offer. Xiao Ran smiled and returned the card Ren Tianhang had just thrust at him. Before the others could react, Xiao Ran walked past them and headed straight for the door. As he was leaving, Xiao Ran said, Boss Rin, I'm afraid I can't make it today. I need to head home. Would tomorrow night be okay? Ren Tianhang instinctively nodded. Then, the three watched Xiao Ran's retreating figure as he left the human grade trading market. At that moment, almost simultaneously, swallowing hard. This youth, whether in his speech or his actions, could this truly be an 18-year-old youth? An 18-year-old youth could utter such words? Hundreds of millions of Alliance coins placed before him, and he merely smiled and refused outright? And then to say, what's mine is mine, and what isn't mine. This. The three people present exchanged glances. Almost in unison, they began asking each other, is Xiao Ran really only 18? After speaking, all three fell silent, with only one thought in their minds. For Xiao Ran's pure heart and his carefree sincerity, I must do everything in my power to nurture him. By the time Xiao Ran stepped out of the trading market, night had already fallen. At home, Nüwa was waiting for him to feed her. But today's gains were truly substantial. Chapter 57, Wang Weifeng's Murderous Intent. Most crucially, he had now gathered enough recovery points to restore Nüwa's power. Once her power was restored, Nüwa could help him create some substitute life-saving figurines. This would provide a layer of safety whether I venture into dungeons or the outer battlefields. Secondly, I've learned the system can also recycle treasures from this world. Meaning I no longer need to rely on the multiverse dumpster, the pure luck-based garbage dump, to acquire points. Moreover, I can now work as an appraiser in the human grade market, evaluating treasures. Which was ideal for Xiao Ran. Not only could he appraise treasures, but he'd also receive a salary. And what's more, if he appraised something useful to himself, he could simply pay to purchase it. This was the most outrageous part. If Xiao Ran were even slightly unscrupulous and colluded with outsiders, this human grade market could be brought down by him in the blink of an eye. Of course, Xiao Ran isn't that kind of person. First off, both Cheng Yunru and Ren Tianhang both now placed immense trust in him. Not only that, they were prepared to invest significant time and resources into him, to cultivate him into a qualified appraiser. And for that reason alone, Xiao Ran would never do anything to harm them. As an orphan in this world, even with the memories of 2 lifetimes, his sensitivity to emotions far surpasses that of others. Cheng Yunru and Ren Tianhang genuinely care for him and sincerely wish to do something for him. Though the 3 had known each other for less than a day. Such affection equaled a year's worth or even 2 or 3 years worth of genuine connection. How could Xiao Ran possibly betray them? Secondly, what baffled Xiao Ran most was Master Lu. At first, Xiao Ran merely thought this triple glasses wearing S-grade appraiser from the heavenly grade trading market was oddly eccentric, and his curiosity about treasures was truly astonishing. But when Master Lu produced that VIP card, a symbol of his wealth and privilege, intending to gift it directly to him, Xiao Ran was stunned. Though Xiao Ran couldn't fathom what Master Lu was thinking. In a meeting that had lasted barely a few hours, only Master Lu could pull off such a grand gesture. This signified that Master Lu was the sort of person whose eyes held nothing but treasures, leaving no room for anything else. Call such a person foolish or stupid. But they possess the purest, most sincere heart. And that was precisely what earned Xiao Ran's respect. Therefore, Xiao Ran declined Master Lu's gift, as well as those from Cheng Yunru and Ren Tianhang. For to accept them would be to betray the sincerity they held for him. At this moment, Xiao Ran was unaware that what these individuals held in their hearts was nothing but the purest sincerity. And they were interacting with the purest of emotions. Though they had known each other for only a short time, they felt like old friends who had known each other for years. Beyond this, Xiao Ran spent 30,000 alliance coins to receive a chi concealing jade from the young lady Chi. This chi masking jade had indeed been a tremendous effort to obtain. But after all the twists and turns, it finally came into his possession. Today, not only did he not lose money, he actually made a profit. Which was truly unexpected for Xiao Ran. Now, with over 2 million alliance coins in his pocket, enough to treat Nüwa and myself to a proper feast. Though he wondered if this featherless golden-winged great eagle would even eat. If this bald-winged giant eagle, like Nüwa, could only eat the flesh of exotic beasts, then the money in his hands might not be quite enough. At this thought, Xiao Ran halted his steps and glanced back. Should he go back now and retrieve Master Lu's card? As Xiao Ran pondered what exotic beast meat to buy later, he wound his way through the streets until he found himself in a narrow alley. Upon reaching the dead end, Xiao Ran halted. No one else is here. Come out. At that very moment, from the shadows behind Xiao Ran, a figure clad in black robes slowly emerged. With a cold chuckle, he spoke. Ha ha, kid. To think you could see through my disguise. I bet you're hiding something valuable on you, right? I knew something was off. How could you possibly recognize this jade as a treasure? Bull appraisal talent. Boss Wang investigated you, you're nothing but an E-rank janitor. There must be other treasures on you. Hand them over, or I'll make sure you die a miserable death. You, a worthless E-grade janitor, dare to possess such treasures? Hearing this, Xiao Ran was at a loss for words. Seriously, isn't this Wang Weifeng getting a bit too impatient? Couldn't you at least wait until I'm out of the trading market before making your move? You're not even bothering to put on a show, are you? Xiao Ran silently turned around, scrutinizing the figure in the black robe before him from head to toe, and said with some hesitation. Your bosso, Wang Weifeng, is he really that impatient? Kid, you're not worthy of even uttering the name Wang Weifeng. Do you understand? Before the black-robed man could finish his sentence, when suddenly everything blurred before his eyes. The world spun wildly. The rest faded into blurred haze. Only the faint echo of his voice drifted into his ears. You talk too much. Watching the severed head roll with a wet thud into the alley's corner, Xiao Ran flicked his left hand, summoning the soul-refining banner. With a light tap against the black-robed figure's corpse. With the current number of souls within the soul-refining banner, it could directly absorb the opponent's soul. Adding this latest soul to the tally, the total now stood at 1,426. Then, Xiao Ran crouched down and pondered carefully. He now possessed the 9-pattern demon refining pot. Though his original plan had been to test it on dungeon monsters after entering the instance. To experiment using the corpses of dungeon monsters. But now, with such a fresh corpse right before him, why not give it a shot? Having made up his mind after all, trying it wouldn't cost him anything. Xiao Ran stowed away the soul refining banner, and the 9-pattern demon refining pot materialized in his hand. He lifted the gourd's lid and pointed at the corpse on the ground. The 9-pattern demon refining gourd began to hum and vibrate. Then, the corpse before Xiao Ran, along with the severed head, rolled into the corner and the blood spilled on the ground. Were all absorbed into the 9-pattern demon refining gourd. Seeing this, Xiao Ran's face lit up with delight. Damn, it actually works. Once the gourd had finished absorbing everything, Xiao Ran closed its lid and gave it a few vigorous shakes. And found the 9-pattern demon refining gourd seemed considerably heavier than before. Which couldn't help but make Xiao Ran start to get excited. The 9-pattern demon refining gourd could absorb demonic creatures into itself and refine them into chi blood pills. And depending on the demon's rank, the refined chi blood pill would also vary in grade. Though this experiment hadn't directly yielded a chi blood pill for himself. The mere fact that it could directly absorb corpses was enough to delight Xiao Ran. However, the fact that the 9-pattern demon refining gourd could absorb corpses. Does this imply that, in the vessel's perception, that the very existence of transcendent practitioners, whether dead or alive, is fundamentally no different from that of demonic creatures? Shaking his head to clear away these tangled thoughts. Such matters were beyond his concern at present. All he needed to know was that the 9-pattern demon refining pot could absorb corpses. Though he wondered whether it could refine chi blood pills, or more precisely, what grade of chi blood pills it might produce. This prospect filled Xiao Ran with eager anticipation. The corpses of transcendent practitioners could be absorbed. But what about the monsters in the dungeons? He would have to test it out for himself. After all, this was part of Xiao Ran's power cycle that demanded meticulousness. This time, Xiao Ran didn't even need to load the bodies into his garbage truck and drive them to the incineration plant for disposal. From now on, he could handle them directly. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about exposing his true strength at all. Observing the scene restored to its original calm, Xiao Ran turned and cheerfully departed the alleyway. Meanwhile, the moment the black-robed man died, Wang Weifeng immediately sensed it. Seated in his chair, he showed no surprise whatsoever. Addressing his subordinates, failed. Seems Qing Yunro and Ren Tianhang have this kid well protected. We need to dig deeper into this Xiao Ran, find his weak points or something we can use against him. Wang Weifeng narrowed his eyes. Ha! Cultivating new talent? What a ridiculous idea. Rest assured, Ren Tianhang, Qing Yunro with me on the case, Xiao Ran won't be appearing before you tomorrow. Chapter 58, Feeding Nüwa the Scraps. Xiao Ran stepped out of the alley. Seeing no one paying attention, he smoothed his clothes and walked forward as if nothing had happened. To actually pull off a move in broad daylight at the human-grade trading market was something Xiao Ran hadn't anticipated. It seemed he now had to count Wang Weifeng among his enemies, or at least those who posed a threat to him. But there was nothing to be done. In this world, strength was everything. If he lacked the power, he would likely perish in this deserted alleyway. His body might remain undiscovered for an extended period. The immediate priority was twofold: enhancing his own strength and swiftly restoring Nüwa to her original power. At least that would provide some assurance for his own survival. Moreover, he had previously found a featherless golden-winged great eagle. Yet restoring its divine soul and power would demand vast quantities of recovery points. While Nüwa could still offer him some assurance of survival, what about the golden-winged great eagle? Based on Xiao Ran's knowledge of the Golden-Winged Great Peng, this bald bird's lineage was no small matter. After all, it was the uncle of the Buddha himself who knew what immense divine powers it might possess. Lost in thoughts about the Golden-Winged Great Eagle, Xiao Ran slowly made his way to the parking lot. After getting in the car, he pressed the accelerator and immediately headed to other markets, intending to purchase exotic beast meat for Nüwa. Though he now possessed sufficient recycling points to restore Nüwa's strength, he still worried she might demand food from him later. Soon, Xiao Ran arrived at the foodstuffs trading market. Gritting his teeth at the expense, he purchased exotic beast ingredients worth over 100,000 alliance coins. While the ingredients he bought for himself were merely high-end items costing a few thousand. Comparing the two, Xiao Ran couldn't help but wonder, why was he still so broke? Moreover, these exotic beast ingredients weren't even the rarest first-hand materials. What's more, he had no idea if that bald feathered bird would even eat these exotic beast ingredients. If that bald bird also needed to eat exotic beast meat, then his food expenses alone would be astronomical. Should he send Nüwa into the outer domain battlefield to hunt for food herself? At this thought, Xiao Ran shook his head. The outer realm battlefield was simply too perilous. Though he could now restore Nüwa's strength, sending her out like this would be downright unwise. Keeping her at home was still the safer bet. That way, he could rest easy. Otherwise, if something happened to Nüwa or she caused trouble, he'd be the one left cleaning up the mess. Given my current strength, there's really no need to go through all that trouble. But with 2 jobs keeping me busy, my finances are barely scraping by. So it's still not worth inviting trouble. Besides my janitorial wages, I could also work as an appraiser at the human grade trading market, which would bring in extra income. I should have accepted Master Lu's card earlier, at least I wouldn't be scrambling for food now. Just as Xiao Ran finished purchasing the exotic beast ingredients and was about to leave the shop, a sudden commotion erupted at the shop entrance. Damn it, you greedy scrap buyers. Open your damn eyes and look at this list. What kind of monster scraps are these? Damn it, 5,000 alliance coins and you think you can take it all? Did a donkey kick you in the head? Mr. Yang, we're really stuck here. Everything's going up in the alliance now, don't we have to cut our acquisition costs? Is my money not real money? Get lost. I'm not paying you. Damn it. 5,000 alliance coins? In a few months, they'll probably drop it to 500 alliance coins. Get lost. Damn it. Fuming, Yang Fan stormed back into the shop and barked at a female employee. Xiao Yu, block them immediately. If I see them again, I'll. But Boss Yang, they offer the highest prices for scraps right now. If you keep ranting like this, won't all our beast scraps just rot in the warehouse? Let them rot. I won't give them to those bloodsuckers. Hearing this, Xiao Ran's mind stirred. He smiled and said, Excuse me, boss. Do you happen to have any leftover scraps from exotic beast ingredients? At Xiao Ran's question, a flicker of surprise crossed the boss's face. Then his eyes lit up as he rubbed his hands together eagerly. Oh, boss, you mean? Xiao Ran smiled faintly and explained. Well, you see, I keep a pet beast at home. Feeding it ready-made exotic beast ingredients feels a bit wasteful, so that's why I'm asking. The owner grew even more excited upon hearing this, promptly handing over a business card with a smile. Huh, you look familiar. Haven't you been to our shop twice already? Xiao Ran took the card, glanced at it. Yang Fan, exotic beast ingredient processor. That's right, Mr. Yang. Last time I bought a cut of blood drinker beef from here. Front leg, right? Ha, I remember the clothes you were wearing. When Xiao Ran came last time, he was wearing the same work uniform as now, so Yang Fan did recognize him. Yang Fan stepped forward and very politely ushered Xiao Ran to a seat nearby. Then poured him a cup of tea, smiling as he said, Brother, you're planning to buy some offcuts of exotic beast ingredients for your pet beasts to eat? Hearing this, Xiao Ran nodded, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. Seeing Xiao Ran's reaction, Yang Fan responded with genuine delight. To be honest, brother, I do happen to have some leftover exotic beast ingredients on hand. Having purchased exotic beast ingredients before, you should know these items are expensive to begin with, and the waste is actually quite significant. If you're feeding them to your pets, my scraps would perfectly meet your needs. You should also know that exotic beast ingredients can't be sold directly. They require processing before hitting the market. As for those leftover scraps, you heard it yourself, damn, those bloodsuckers keep driving the prices down. Factoring in what I paid to acquire them, it's safe to say the profits are shrinking by the day. Hearing this, Xiao Ran understood perfectly well. Simply put, exotic beast ingredients are precious, but they require processing. Just like that exotic beast meat from last time, it went through processors too. With all the scraps and imperfections trimmed away, the resulting waste is usually absorbed by the processors themselves. And their byproducts were purchased by specialized buyers to be processed into other cheaper ingredients. However, the prices offered by these scrap collectors have been steadily declining, which has made it increasingly difficult for Yang Fan to sustain the operation. Every day these exotic beast scraps sit in his warehouse, he loses money. Yang Fan himself doesn't want to sell them cheaply to scrap collectors. So why not sell them directly to those who need them? That way, he could recoup some of his losses. Xiao Ran chuckled. Well, that's convenient. I happen to need exotic beast ingredients for feeding. Feeding them ready-made food is a bit beyond my means. Hearing this, Yang Fan's eyes lit up instantly. Bro, rest easy, my scraps are top-notch. And you can trust the price, it's totally negotiable. Here's the deal, I've got some offcuts in my warehouse right now. The details are all here. Take a look, bro. As he spoke, Yang Fan handed over a list. If you're interested, take all these scraps for 50,000 alliance coins. And if you need more in the future, I can supply you long-term with even better pricing. Rather than letting those scrap buyers profit, I'd rather sell directly to you. Those bloodsuckers. If I sell these scraps to them for a few thousand alliance coins today, tomorrow they'll damn well drop the price to a few hundred. Damn it! Yang Fan slammed his fist on the table, utterly exasperated. Xiao Ran glanced at the list, and as he scanned it, a flicker of excitement lit up his eyes. Damn, just these scraps, not to mention the sheer quantity. But among them were actually some rare exotic beast ingredient scraps. Though the quantity of these rare beast scraps wasn't large, it was more than enough for either his own consumption or for Nüwa. Moreover, the price was the same as what he'd previously paid for a single piece of exotic beast meat. How could this not make Xiao Ran delighted? Still, Xiao Ran's expression remained unchanged. The scrap buyer's offers were indeed pitifully low. But if this shopkeeper knew that he was collecting these exotic beast offcuts to feed a deity like Nüwa, what would his reaction be? And besides, this matter mustn't be revealed to Nüwa. Feeding Nüwa the scraps of exotic beasts. Xiao Ran could imagine Nüwa would absolutely smite him dead with a single palm strike. But what could he do? Who could blame him for being so broke right now? So Xiao Ran nodded, stood up. No problem. Boss Yang, I'll take all these scraps. I'm tied up right now, so I'll pay a deposit first. Can you deliver them to my place? Hearing this, Yang Fan immediately stood up. He'd thought the deal was dead. But this seemingly young lad was surprisingly generous. Indeed, his business acumen was truly sharp. Great. Just give me your address, and I'll have someone from the warehouse deliver it right away. My phone number is on the business card. I'll personally update you on the exact scrap materials available. If you need any, I'll deliver them directly. No, wait, here's what we'll do. From now on, whenever you come to our shop for exotic beast ingredients, you'll get a discount on everything. Xiaoyu, what are you staring at? Hurry up and pack it up. We're delivering it to the young man soon. Chapter 59, Emulating Heaven and Earth, Overwhelming Physique? Xiaoyu stared blankly at Xiao Ran and her boss. What the heck is going on? In the blink of an eye, the shop's scraps were sold off? And the buyer was actually a janitor? A janitor who keeps a pet beast? Who would believe that? The kicker is, this janitor now wants to buy all the scraps outright to feed his pet beast? And he wants me to deliver it? Is that even right? Nowadays, even a janitor can casually pull out 50,000 alliance coins? Xiaoyu's worldview suddenly felt like it was shattering. It wasn't surprising that the shop assistant was baffled. In this world, pet beasts are generally only affordable for the wealthy. Primarily because capturing them is incredibly difficult. Either by specifically hunting down the lairs of dungeon monsters within instances, or hunting in the lairs of exotic beasts in the outer battlefields. The level of danger involved goes without saying. The crucial point is that raising pet beasts requires ingredients from dungeons or exotic beasts for sustenance. Therefore, those who raise beasts are typically elite extraordinary practitioners. Yet here stood this youth, clad in work clothes and roughly his own age. Could actually produce 50,000 alliance coins just to buy some monster scraps to feed his own pet? How could this not shock Xiaoyu? Meanwhile, Yang Fan, though outwardly visibly excited, deep down, he was equally stunned. At such a young age, not only could he produce 50,000 alliance coins, but also kept a pet beast. This was a major client. He had to cultivate this relationship. So Xiao Ran smoothly left his address, and the two exchanged contact information. Xiao Ran felt quite pleased with himself. This round of gains had been substantial indeed. Though beast offcuts might sound unappealing, these were indeed offcuts from exotic beasts. And even the scraps of exotic beast ingredients were far superior to ordinary food. If possible, Xiao Ran might even make these beast scraps his regular fare from now on. These beasts truly were treasures from head to toe. However, after witnessing Yang Fan's actions, Xiao Ran realized this was a golden opportunity. Since Boss Yang thought this way, other shop owners likely shared the same mindset. He just happened to walk into his shop at the right moment. Xiao Ran pondered as he drove. If the scrap buyers for exotic beast ingredients offered such low prices, then he could easily take them over himself. Just considering the scrap list Yang Fan showed Xiao Ran earlier, those 50,000 alliance coins were well worth spending. Therefore, he could approach this exotic beast ingredient processor to negotiate. At home, it's already been confirmed that Nüwa can only consume exotic beast ingredients. And the status of that bald-feathered bird, the Golden-Winged Great Eagle, remains uncertain. If the Great Eagle also requires exotic beast ingredients, directly purchasing finished exotic beast ingredients would certainly strain my finances. But if I were to buy only the scraps and offcuts from those exotic beasts, then with the savings I currently have, it would be entirely affordable. That would free up more time for cultivation or dungeon runs. Moreover, these scraps are utterly disregarded by the upper echelons. Since they're all wealthy patrons, these exotic beast ingredient merchants would typically recommend fully processed exotic beast ingredients to them. They'd never suggest the scraps. What else would they profit from if not the wealthy? With that thought, Xiao Ran made up his mind. He must return first to confirm whether the Golden-Winged Great Peng bird needed sustenance. And if so, whether it, like Nüwa, could only consume exotic beast ingredients. Soon, Xiao Ran arrived at the dormitory. And upon entering, he saw the featherless Golden-Winged Great Peng perched on Nüwa's shoulder. Both intensely focused on the laptop screen, though it was unclear what they were doing. Xiao Ran leaned in to look at the computer screen. And was startled. Holy crap, Journey to the West. And it was the episode about the real and fake Monkey Kings. Xiao Ran quickly shut the laptop and said to Nüwa, "Come on, stop staring. Eat up. Once you're done, I'll restore your power. Now, get to work and mold me a few little figures." Nüwa looked puzzled. "Master, did you strike it rich? Restore my power? Master, please don't joke around. Alright, cut the chatter. Hurry up." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ran mentally commanded his storage ring, and several chunks of exotic beast meat flew toward Nüwa. But before Nüwa could catch them with her tail, the nearby bald-winged giant golden phoenix flapped its wings, sucking them crookedly into the air, and instantly swallowed the pieces whole. Then the golden-winged great eagle grumbled, this taste. Disgusting. Not tasty. Quick, Xiao Ran, kid, give me a few more pieces. Xiao Ran slapped his forehead, utterly speechless. It's disgusting, yet you want more? What the hell kind of brain are you running on? Oh no, now there are 2 gluttons in the house. Nüwa gave a cold snort, her tail sweeping directly into the golden-winged great eagle. Thud. The golden-winged great eagle instantly plastered against the wall, slowly descending. Yet after Nüwa's blow, the golden-winged great eagle showed not a shred of panic. Instead, it scampered over to Nüwa's tail, bowing with utmost reverence while chanting incessantly. Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty, spare my life. Witnessing this absurd spectacle, Xiao Ran's lips twitched. Pointing at the golden-winged great peng and asking, wait, what's going on here? Nüwa declared triumphantly, I'm his queen. Xiao Ran was utterly dumbfounded. Man, the internet in this world has really poisoned Nüwa's reputation. Is this even Nüwa anymore? Then Nüwa added, this kid's soul is fragmented, and he's got issues. But his power? Way stronger than the master's. Hearing this, Xiao Ran's face lit up with delight. Then, what divine abilities does he possess? Nüwa scratched her head, looking somewhat puzzled as she replied. I'm not entirely sure. After all, his divine soul is incomplete. Whether he can unleash divine abilities remains uncertain. However, based on my observations, he should possess the foundational divine ability of the Golden-Winged Great Peng, emulating heaven and earth. Physically, he's truly formidable. My earlier strike 100 masters might not have withstood it. Yet look at it now. Hearing this, he glanced again at the golden-winged great eagle kneeling on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing. Xiao Ran's lips twitched. Is this merely the emulating heaven and earth technique? A formidable physique? What the hell good is that? Does this mean that from now on, when facing enemies, I'll just toss out the golden-winged great eagle and say, go, golden-winged great eagle. Quick, use emulate heaven and earth. Would it really become my pet beast then? Forget it. So Xiao Ran pulled out more exotic beast ingredients from his storage ring. Eat something first. Once you're full and satisfied, I'll restore your power. You're the one who matters most. Oh, right, is sculpting clay figures a hassle? Chapter 60, Xiao Ran spoils a woman? At Xiao Ran's words, a flash of smugness crossed Nüwa's face. Clay figures aren't troublesome. However, this time, mere hair won't suffice to sustain the clay form. It requires the master's vital essence. After all, this is a substitute for death. But master, how can I regain my strength? This was the very question Nüwa had wanted to ask Xiao Ran the moment he returned. Yet this matter touched upon the very existence of the system, so Xiao Ran naturally wore an inscrutable expression. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Knowing these things will do you no good. Upon hearing Xiao Ran's words, Nüwa paused in surprise before nodding earnestly. Muttering, Master, those words sound like something a villain in a TV drama would say. Xiao Ran frowned. Serious warning to you and you. Xiao Ran pointed at the golden-winged great peng still kneeling on the ground. You too should watch fewer of those melodramatic TV shows. Could you teach it something worthwhile? And you bald-headed bird. You're a golden-winged great eagle, for crying out loud. Kneeling on the ground and calling her your majesty? What kind of nonsense is this? If the Buddha heard you, wouldn't he pluck every single hair off your body? Damn the internet, it's no less harmful to people. No. It's no less harmful to gods. After scolding Nüwa and the golden-winged great peng in a huff, Xiao Ran's phone rang. Xiao Ran glanced at it. It was Xiaoyu, the attendant from the exotic beast processing shop. Alright, I'll go grab something outside. I'm playing both mom and dad here, catering to your every need. Can't I just live my own life? Nüwa and the golden-winged great peng looked at Xiao Ran with hurt expressions as he strode straight out of the dorm. Croak. Your Majesty, this mortal has offended you. Slap. Nüwa's tail lashed out again, sending the golden-winged great peng crashing into the wall once more. Shut up. Bald bird. This is my master. Oh dear, so it's His Majesty? Your Majesty, I was wrong. The single occupancy dorm assigned to Xiao Ran by the environmental department looked decent enough. But truth be told, it was no different from a garbage dump. Surrounded by piles of junk. Xiaoyu was driving a van loaded with leftover exotic beast ingredients from Xiao Ran's recent procurement. Gazing at the pile of junk before him, Xiaoyu's mind was filled with question marks. Here was someone who could casually pull out 50,000 alliance coins to buy exotic beast ingredients and leave 20,000 alliance coins as a deposit. Someone who could afford to keep a pet beast. Should definitely be living in an affluent neighborhood. Why on earth would they live in such a rundown place? This place seemed like one of those old buildings from the environmental department years ago, didn't it? The building looks like it might collapse at the slightest gust of wind. Xiaoyu was now deeply worried if the wind picked up any stronger, she might well meet her end here. What's the story with this teenager who's about my age? If he's a janitor. Yet he casually pulls out 20,000 alliance coins as a deposit. But if not, then these living conditions are far too poor. It's not even as good as my employee dormitory. This Xiao Ran is truly a bit mysterious. Just as Xiao Yu was lost in thought, Xiao Ran descended the stairs still clad in his black work uniform, a gentle smile on his face. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, Xiao Ran immediately greeted her. You finished packing and delivered it so quickly? I thought it would take longer. Xiao Yu snapped back to reality, then got out and opened the van's rear door. Here's the detailed list. Could you, verify it? Noticing her slight nervousness, Xiao Ran smiled faintly, took the list, checking the items as he spoke. Just call me Xiao Ran. We're about the same age, and I expect you'll be delivering to me from now on. Oh, and by the way, is this usually how much scrap material your store has? Xiao Yu's cheeks flushed crimson. She hadn't expected someone who could spend tens of thousands of alliance coins without batting an eye just to feed her pet beast to be so down to earth. She gradually relaxed and replied. This batch is actually on the smaller side. Mr. Yang got wind of the news early. He heard the scrap material prices were going to drop significantly this time, so he didn't stock up much on exotic beast ingredients. Xiao Ran nodded in agreement. It made sense. Exotic beast ingredients were expensive, but there was still a market for them. And each item easily cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. If the goal was to cut costs, then the current quantity of offcuts was indeed sufficient. The offcuts from the horned beast's liver are starting to look stale. And this blood-drinking oxmeat has already turned a deep color, its vital energy nearly depleted. While he knew offcuts wouldn't be top-notch, this seemed downright subpar. Hearing Xiao Ran's mutterings, Xiao Yu plucked up the courage to explain for her boss. Well, the thing is, the main reason for this is that Boss Yang hasn't found the right person to sell these scraps to. You know how it is with exotic beast ingredients, they lose most of their quality after just one day of storage. It really can't be helped. You're not considering a return, are you? Please don't. I'm terribly sorry to say this, but Mr. Yang's shop is already struggling. Without your deposit and the subsequent payments, he might have to shut down. And if that happens, I won't be able to find another job anytime soon. The thought of Xiao Ran finding it stale and wanting a refund made Xiao Yu panic. Xiao Ran had only paid the deposit and that deposit was refundable. If this causes me to lose the remaining payment, and then I'd have to go back and tell Mr. Yang that Xiao Ran wants his money back. Though she knew it wasn't her fault, Xiao Yu still didn't want to bear this undeserved misfortune. Moreover, as the sole server in Mr. Yang's shop, she was well aware of his current financial strain. He was barely scraping by. This time, Xiao Ran's purchase of these scraps had largely eased Mr. Yang's financial crisis. Though the amount was small, time was the crucial factor. Before these scraps were sold, every second meant money lost. Cutting losses promptly and recycling capital was the standard business practice for most exotic meat processors. If Boss Yang's funds dried up and his shop went under, wouldn't that mean I'd be out of a job? So Xiao Yu felt a bit wronged, tears welling up in her eyes. She said, Mr. Xiao Ran, please rest assured this was just an accident. Next time, I promise, as soon as the exotic beast ingredients are processed, I'll deliver the scraps to you immediately. This time, could you please not issue a refund? Xiao Ran, who was counting the ingredients, turned his head with a puzzled look toward Xiao Yu. She was clutching the hem of her shirt, visibly nervous, unable to meet his gaze. Her eyes seemed to hold a hint of tears. Xiao Ran pulled a tissue from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Yu, and said with a hint of exasperation, "Little fish, why are you crying? I never said I wanted a refund. You've told me all the details. I can't just act like some villain from a TV show and send everything back, can I? Scrap materials are bound to have their good and bad parts. Stop crying. If someone sees you, they might think I'm picking on you." Hearing Xiao Ran's words, Xiao Yu suddenly burst out laughing. Gazing at his handsome face, she realized for the first time that being a janitor might not be so lowly after all. The way this man spoke and carried himself didn't resemble a janitor at all. Xiao Yu had interacted with other janitors in the market before, but they were either grumpy old folks who acted like she owed them millions of alliance coins, or middle-aged cleaners who always eyed her with such lecherous stares it made her skin crawl. But this cleaner named Xiao Ran before her, though he didn't exactly smell pleasant, Xiao Yu understood why. After all, constantly shuttling between landfills, it would be strange if he smelled pleasant. Moreover, Xiao Ran's appearance was quite handsome, with fair skin nothing like the ordinary cleaners. He was, without a doubt, a very handsome janitor. Xiao Ran's gesture made Xiao Yu's impression of him soar. Perhaps it was his approachable demeanor, or maybe his sheer good looks? In any case, as Xiao Yu watched Xiao Ran sorting through scraps in the trunk, she found herself becoming somewhat mesmerized. But before Xiao Yu could let her imagination run wild, squeal! A red sports car streaked past Xiao Yu's vision, then executed an incredibly stylish drift before coming to a stop right beside the van. A beautiful woman in a red long dress stepped out of the car. Her face flushed with fury as she confronted Xiao Ran. "Xiao Ran! How dare you set up a woman in my employee dormitory? Am I not enough for you? Who knew someone so young could be such a player?" Hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes widened instantly, staring at Xiao Ran in disbelief before shifting her gaze to the woman in the red dress. Xiao Ran, meanwhile, shuddered visibly and turned his head away awkwardly. No. What was Lu Hongrui doing in the dorm? Chapter 61, Lu Hongrui's brother. Xiao Ran's nervousness stemmed not from Lu Hongrui misunderstanding him and Xiao Yu, but because he feared Nüwa and the Golden-Winged Great Peng would be exposed. Therefore, Xiao Ran remained extremely tense at this moment. Lu Hongrui narrowed her eyes, studying Xiao Ran before shifting her gaze to Xiao Yu. Not bad taste. How does she compare to me? At these words, Xiao Yu, standing by Xiao Ran's side, immediately began stammering incoherently. This. Sister, no, you've misunderstood. We're not. Mr. Xiao Ran and I aren't that kind of relationship. Xiao Yu's face flushed crimson as she instinctively looked toward Xiao Ran, hoping he'd step in to explain. But Xiao Ran's gaze wasn't on Xiao Yu at all. Instead, he instinctively looked toward his dorm room. His mind immediately connected with Nüwa. My department head is coming. You two need to find a place to hide immediately. Oh? Master, shall I eliminate your boss outright so you're no longer under anyone's thumb? Damn it. Xiao Ran was stunned. Wait, when the hell did I say I wanted you to take out my boss? You've been watching too many gangster movies, haven't you? What the hell are you acting for? Xiao Ran snapped at Nüwa through the communication device. Shut up. Hide properly. If I catch you or that bald-headed bird later, you'll both starve. What? It's that serious? Understood, Master. Baldy, go on high alert immediately. Quack. It's Her Majesty. After finishing his mental conversation with Nüwa, Xiao Ran finally relaxed. Though Lu Hongrui might not come upstairs. But what if she did? Upon entering his room, the first thing that caught his eye was a bald bird, followed by Nüwa, a woman with a serpent's body. The sheer impact of this was overwhelming. Before Xiao Ran could say anything, Xiao Yu, acting like a nagging wife, started shaking Xiao Ran violently. Mr. Xiao Ran, please explain. This lady here, it's really not what you think. Lu Hongrui sneered coldly. Xiao Ran. Caught red-handed in your affair, what's wrong? Brain freeze now? Come on, I've heard the young lady's explanation. Now I want to hear yours. Xiao Ran finally snapped out of it. Glancing at Xiao Yu, who was flustered and flushed. Then glanced at Lu Hongrui, who stood with her arms crossed, accentuating her stunning figure. After a moment's pause, Xiao Ran's lips twitched. And swept both Lu Hongrui and Xiao Yu into his arms. And laughed heartily, saying, Explanation? What explanation? You're just in time. Xiao Ran's sudden move left Lu Hongrui utterly dumbfounded. No way. What was this? Oh, I came over, saw you with this young lady, and then I confronted you about your relationship with her. And now, not only do you refuse to explain anything, but you're actually pulling both the girl and me into your arms. And say, you're just in time? What the hell is this move? Little Fish's face was flushed all the way to her neck by now. What is this Mr. Xiao Ran doing? What on earth is he doing? Who am I? Where am I? Sure, you're handsome and very well-mannered. And you're incredibly wealthy. If you truly like me, it's not entirely unacceptable. But I don't like things moving this fast. At the very least, you should take me out for a meal and a movie, right? At that moment, Xiao Yu's eyes began to blur. She'd never experienced anything like this before. Compared to Xiao Yu, Lu Hongrui had seen more of the world. She quickly pulled away from Xiao Ran's arm, took a few steps back, and began to cough. Ahem, Xiao Ran, I never imagined you had such an appetite. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Hearing this, Xiao Yu also caught on, quickly breaking free from Xiao Ran's arm. Miss, you've got the wrong idea. It's not like that at all. Even now, Xiao Yu is still trying to explain for Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran stopped joking around, waving his hand dismissively. Alright, Sister Hong, you know I'm not interested in women right now. These are just scraps from exotic beast ingredients I bought. With that, Xiao Ran turned back to continue sorting the exotic beast offcuts. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, standing nearby. A fleeting, barely perceptible shadow of disappointment crossed her face. Then nodded and said, Yes, I'm Xiao Yu, a server at Yang Fan's exotic beast processing shop. I'm here specifically to deliver ingredients to Mr. Xiao Ran. Hearing Xiao Ran's words and then Xiao Yu's explanation, Lu Hongrui frowned and asked, Exotic beast ingredient scraps? Xiao Ran, what are you buying these scraps for? Wait, even if they're first-hand scraps, they're still incredibly expensive, right? Where did you get all this money? Hey, Xiao Ran, are you even listening to me? At this moment, Lu Hongrui was visibly upset, bearing no resemblance to Xiao Ran's superior. Seeing this, Xiao Yu stepped aside, hoping not to get caught in the crossfire. As for Xiao Ran, after finishing his inventory, Sis Lu, hold on a sec. Someone's waiting for me to pay them so I can report back. As he spoke, Xiao Ran handed his card to Xiao Yu. No pin needed, just swipe it. Oh, and tell Boss Yang to keep things fresh next time. Contact me, early quantity matters less than quality. After the commotion caused by Lu Hongrui and Xiao Ran, Xiao Yu dared not linger any longer. She quickly snatched the card from Xiao Ran's hand, swiped it. She slammed the gas pedal and sped away from this trouble spot in a flash. Watching the van disappear, Xiao Ran shook his head. That girl, she's kind of adorable, you know. Alright, Xiao Ran, explain yourself. What's the purpose of buying all these exotic beast scraps? Lu Hongrui's voice came from behind him. Xiao Ran replied. What else can I do? If you won't let me run dungeons, then I'll just have to get stronger by eating exotic beast ingredients. Though these ingredients are pricey and the gains are limited. But this is the best solution I can think of. Hearing Xiao Ran's words, Lu Hongrui's lips parted as if to speak, but no sound came out. Instead, she turned away, refusing to look at Xiao Ran before speaking slowly. Xiao Ran, why can't you just listen to me? I just don't want you to face danger in the dungeons. You're only an E-rank janitor, you can't accomplish anything. This world, the outer battlefields, the dungeons, why not leave these things to those who are capable? Why must you insist on becoming stronger? Is it really that important? If you lose your life in pursuit of strength, what meaning would any of this hold? Lu Hongrui turned away, her breath coming in gasps as a barrage of questions left her chest heaving. Tears of sorrow slowly trickled down her cheeks. Her eyes filled with worry and disappointment, striking a chord deep within Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran lowered his head, pondering for a moment before pulling a tissue from his pocket and offering it to Lu Hongrui. She swatted his hand away. The tissue fluttered to the ground. Don't give me that! Lu Hongrui exclaimed. Xiao Ran, I just want you to be safe. There's nothing wrong with being an ordinary person, is there? Why must you fight? Why must you become stronger? You're just an E-rank janitor, you can't change anything. Why are you so blind to your own limitations? You and I. 1,000 words swirled in Lu Hongrui's heart, but when they reached her lips, they became a single phrase. I'm sorry, Xiao Ran. I truly. Seeing this, Xiao Ran stepped forward and gently embraced Lu Hongrui. A faint fragrance tickled his nose. He reached into his pocket once more, wiping away her tears. Sister Hong, can you tell me what really happened before? Hearing Xiao Ran's words, Lu Hongrui froze for a moment before tears streamed down her face once more. Clutching Xiao Ran tightly. Xiao Ran, I don't want you to die in a dungeon like my brother did, with no body to be found. Do you understand? Hearing Lu Hongrui's words, Xiao Ran's heart suddenly clenched. Lu Hongrui's brother? Why had Sister Hong never mentioned him before? Chapter 62, Treating Nüwa like a workhorse. In Xiao Ran's memory, Lu Hongrui had always been a career woman, or perhaps a department head type, rarely discussing anything beyond work with Xiao Ran. Last time, he understood that Lu Hongrui's refusal to let him enter the dungeon for training was likely out of concern. He understood the underlying reasons. Zhang Shuan's intervention had prevented him from asking, so the exact details remained unclear. This time, however, Lu Hongrui wiped away her tears, then sat on the hood of the red sports car. Gazing at the sunset in the sky as she said, My brother, he used to be just like you. He always believed that even an E-rank extraordinary practitioner could still grow stronger, could still fight. Back then, in my assault squad, my brother was the most driven. Every day he dreamed of growing stronger, entering the extraterritorial battlefields, and defending our homeland. I was young back then, just like him. We both shared that same heart to defend our homeland, both believing that the rating system for extraordinary professions couldn't hold back our progress. How naive we were back then, huh? E-rank extraordinary practitioners, running dungeons day in and day out, yet feeling our lives were full and meaningful. But that one dungeon raid decimated my assault team, half of us perished, and my brother too. At that moment, I was gravely wounded myself, lying on the ground, watching helplessly as those dungeon monsters severed his head. As she spoke, Lu Hongrui's eyes reddened, and tears fell once more. The evening sun cast a warm glow upon her face. Come here, Xiao Ran. Lu Hongrui beckoned. Xiao Ran approached her with a puzzled look. Look. As she spoke, Lu Hongrui gently pulled down the collar of her blouse. Hey, Sister Hong, you haven't finished speaking yet, Xiao Ran exclaimed. A deep, bottomless scar, grotesquely exposed between two snow-white peaks, laid bare before Xiao Ran. Seeing Xiao Ran's expression, Lu Hongrui chuckled softly. I just wanted you to see my scar. What did you think it was? After seeing the scar, Xiao Ran asked, what caused this injury? Sister Hong, does it affect you in any way? Lu Hongrui shook her head. From my chest down to my navel it was made by a sharp blade. The impact is gone now. My brother is dead, and I've sworn never to set foot in a dungeon again for the rest of my life. I just want to live like this. Those foreign battlefields and dungeons are realms for high-level extraordinary professionals. They have nothing to do with me, with us. So, Xiao Ran, by showing you these and telling you this, you should understand my meaning, right? What use is it for a mere E-rank extraordinary practitioner, a lowly janitor, to seek strength? Look at me. Now look at my brother. I don't want you to follow in my brother's footsteps. Listening to Lu Hongrui's words and recalling his brother's fate, Xiao Ran first patted Lu Hongrui's shoulder, then sat down beside her. Sis, actually. Before he could finish, Xiao Ran's brow furrowed. His gaze sharpened as he scanned the shadows beneath a nearby streetlight. Though nothing seemed amiss at first glance, Xiao Ran keenly sensed the murderous intent emanating from that spot. Could Bai Lingfeng have sent someone else? What's wrong, Xiao Ran? Lu Hongrui looked at him curiously. The sudden shift in Xiao Ran's gaze felt unfamiliar to her. Even a hint of fear. But this feeling vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Xiao Ran shook his head and said, Sister Hong, let me think it over. I just want to get stronger to protect the people around me and to protect myself. It's getting late. Sister Hong, you should head back first. To prevent Lu Hongrui from getting entangled in his conflict with Bai Lingfeng, Xiao Ran decided it was best for her to leave first. Seeing Xiao Ran like this, Lu Hongrui understood clearly. This youth, at this age, was exactly like her younger brother back then. How could he truly heed her words? But it was indeed getting quite late now. So Lu Hongrui resolved to return tomorrow and reason with Xiao Ran properly. Moreover, she was prepared to keep a constant watch over Xiao Ran, to prevent him from entering the dungeon again. With a nod, Lu Hongrui said, Alright, I know you won't listen to me now. You just came out of the instance not long ago. Rest first. I'll come back tomorrow. Ah, this disgusting world. Being an ordinary person really isn't so bad, Xiao Ran. Alright, Sister Hong, I understand. Head back first. Seeing Xiao Ran like this, Lu Hongrui shook her head slightly before driving away in her red sports car. Watching the red sports car vanish from sight, Xiao Ran narrowed his eyes and glanced toward the shadows beneath a nearby streetlight. Then, he gathered all the leftover scraps from the strange beast and headed upstairs. Xiao Ran didn't plan to act immediately. On one hand, although this was the environmental department's dormitory, there were still people around. And acting rashly could not only harm innocent bystanders but also draw unnecessary attention. Now was not the time to act conspicuously. On the other hand, Xiao Ran didn't want to expose Nüwa and the Golden-Winged Great Peng in his dormitory. If he made a move here, he might end up needing to find a new place to live. It seemed he needed to earn more money and find a relatively safer place. But just as Xiao Ran returned to the dorm, just then, Nüwa had already transformed her tail into two long, snow-white legs. Wearing a garment that might as well have been nothing at all. Exclaimed in astonishment, Oh my, master, hasn't your superior arrived yet? But that wasn't the worst of it. The most crucial part was that bald-feathered Golden-Winged Great Peng was standing motionless at the 12 o'clock position on the wall clock. Xiao Ran watched the absurd scene in the dormitory, feeling sweat pouring down his back. I told you to disguise yourselves, and this is how you do it? Of course, master. I'm your personal bed warmer now, isn't this disguise enough? Xiao Ran's lips twisted into a wry smile before he pointed at the bald-feathered golden-winged giant phoenix. Then what's its role? Oh, master. What is this? It's just a brain implant. Look. As Nüwa spoke, she immediately pointed at the bald-headed golden-winged great eagle. As if receiving a command, began bellowing with its shrill, cymbal-like voice. Caw! It is now exactly midnight. Xiao Ran was speechless. It was a close call that Lu Hongrui hadn't come up. Otherwise she might have been utterly dumbfounded by this scene. Alright. You should go watch more of those spy thrillers from the Hawk Alliance. See how they do their disguises. Oh, and hey, take a look at these things. Can you guys eat them? If they're edible, I'll stock up on these in bulk. Xiao Ran retrieved the exotic beast ingredients and scraps from his storage ring. Nüwa frowned as she examined them. Huh, master? What exactly is this? It looks edible, but doesn't it look a bit rough? Xiao Ran examined the exotic beast scraps. Admittedly, they didn't look very appetizing after all, they were just scraps. But Xiao Ran couldn't care less about that. Seriously, a single piece of properly processed exotic beast meat could fetch 50,000 alliance coins. And these scraps? All this for just 50,000 alliance coins? Plus, some of these scraps contained rare exotic beast ingredients. Just having something to eat was good enough, right? Nüwa picked up a piece of meat, sniffed it first, then swallowed it whole. Smacking her lips as she remarked, Looks aren't great, but the flavor's decent. Come on, baldy bird, eat up. Seeing this, Xiao Ran finally felt at ease. So he too took a piece of meat from the scraps. Unlike Nüwa and the Golden-Winged Great Peng, he couldn't consume these exotic beast ingredients raw. He still needed to process and cook it first. Besides, his current constitution wasn't like that of a divine being like Nüwa. If he were to get sick from eating it, the medical bills would be astronomical. Seeing Xiao Ran prepare the meat, Nüwa glanced at him and suddenly found the meat in her own hands less appetizing. Xiao Ran glanced at her and remarked, What? Want some? Cook it yourself then. Don't you gods know how to cook? This remark instantly made Nüwa cross her arms and turn her head away. What does my master mean by that? Cooking? For a deity like me, it's utterly unnecessary. Only mortals like my master need to cook their food before eating. Before she could finish, a crystal-clear droplet of saliva slipped unconsciously from her lips. Enough. I'll cook for you next time. Wipe that off. How can you possibly look like Nüwa acting like this? After eating his fill, Xiao Ran approached Nüwa directly and said, Alright, I'll restore your original power now. Then you'll work overtime to mold a few more life-saving clay figures for me. Ha! Master, I'm Nüwa. Treating me like this, aren't you just using me like a beast of burden? Xiao Ran was speechless. Damn this internet. Chapter 63, The Importance of Seizing the Initiative. Ding. Nüwa's power restored. Current total points, 2310. As the system's voice echoed, Nüwa stared blankly at Xiao Ran. Then, as she sensed the changes coursing through her body, a surging vitality welled up from within her. The previous weakness was completely swept away. After sensing the transformation within her, Nüwa's face instantly lit up with a confident smile. Master! I've returned to my peak. Master, Master! Tell me where your enemies are, I'll go eliminate them immediately and eradicate the threat forever. Master, rest assured now that I'm... Ouch! Master, what are you doing? Xiao Ran raised his hand and tapped Nüwa on the head, saying with a hint of exasperation, did you forget what I told you before? This world isn't as simple as you think. Could you please stop talking like some grand villain? Nüwa hugged her head, sitting on the bed with a pout. But Master, I've regained my full power now. I possess the divine might to mend the heavens. What extraordinary professionals in this world could possibly match that? Hearing this, Xiao Ran's heart stirred. It seemed Nüwa's understanding of this world's extraordinary practitioners was still superficial. It seemed necessary to give Nüwa and the Golden-Winged Great Peng a proper lesson. Though perhaps not the Golden-Winged Great Eagle, given its current state. Xiao Ran looked up to see the Golden-Winged Great Peng, having finished consuming the scraps of these strange beasts, dutifully returned to the 12 o'clock position on the clock face, resuming its role as the brain. So Xiao Ran said, alright, then I'll give you a proper briefing on the current state of these extraordinary practitioners. Hold on a moment, I'll condense a few drops of essence blood. You can mold clay figures while you watch. Nüwa nodded, her expression growing more serious than ever before. She had previously noticed that information about certain extraordinary practitioners in this world was scarce. As if the Manhwa Alliance deliberately shielded it. Therefore, upon hearing Xiao Ran offer to thoroughly educate her about extraordinary practitioners, Nüwa displayed an unprecedented level of earnestness. Xiao Ran drew the black dragon blade and sliced a wound across his palm. Given the current strength of Xiao Ran's body, only the black dragon blade could injure him. After collecting the essence blood, the wound healed within mere minutes. Xiao Ran then retrieved his laptop. First, every awakened extraordinary practitioner possessed a unique account. This account was used to log into the Dragon Blossom Alliance's forum website. Within this website, one could find rankings of extraordinary practitioners, battle records, publicly accessible skills, and more. It also contained information about the outer battlefields. The primary function of this forum was to establish a community for extraordinary practitioners within the Alliance's sphere of influence. Many things only appeared here, and certain information could only be published on this forum. As he spoke, Xiao Ran logged into his account and entered the Manhwa Alliance forum. The homepage displayed a rotating carousel honoring extraordinary professionals who had fallen in the outer battlefields. The central section displayed the extraordinary practitioners' rankings. The rankings collectively encompassed the top 100 extraordinary practitioners. Those who made it onto the Manhwa Alliance's top 100 list were essentially the cream of the crop. This was precisely what Xiao Ran wanted to show Nüwa most. Xiao Ran pointed to the extraordinary practitioner ranked third and said, look, the 68th position on the Manhwa Alliance's top 100 list. Luo Xiaoxiao, S-Class Dragon Blood Warrior. Possessing the essence of dragon blood, her physique surpasses that of ordinary humans, capable of transforming into the form of a true dragon. Skills? Talent? Battle record, Outer Realm Battlefield Beast Tide Destroyer. Single-handedly defended 3 cities under assault by the Beast Tide. Looking at the sparse information above, Nüwa frowned slightly. It's merely a physical transformation, the ability to emulate the heavens and earth. Even a bald bird can do that. Heaven emulating earth shaping is merely ranked 68th. Now look at this one. As he spoke, Xiao Ran pointed to the third-ranked extraordinary practitioner. Luo Jin, S-Class Gravity Master. Manipulates gravity. Skills? Talent? Battle record, military figure, information currently unavailable. Seeing this, Nüwa laughed even harder. Gravity? Isn't that merely the ability to fly? Master, I don't find it particularly impressive. I am one who can mend the heavens. Moving mountains and filling seas, I can accomplish all such feats. How could mere gravity control possibly rank third? Such a power could be extinguished with a flick of the wrist. Nüwa molded clay figures while spouting threats, showing utter contempt for this world's extraordinary practitioners. Truthfully, Xiao Ran agreed. Who was Nüwa? A deity. Moving mountains and filling seas need no elaboration. Crucially, it was Nüwa who mended the heavens themselves. Such power. But that wasn't what Xiao Ran meant to convey. Just think about it, there are already over 100 bizarre, extraordinary professions listed on the rankings. What about those who aren't ranked? I know you're powerful, but can you guarantee that among all these extraordinary professionals, there isn't one who could target you? Besides, if you're so formidable, why did you end up gravely wounded and cast into this world? These few sentences caused Nüwa's movements to unconsciously slow down. Xiao Ran was actually right. In today's world, extraordinary professions are diverse and varied. Revealing one's existence without knowing the other's capabilities. Revealing one's presence is indeed a highly dangerous move. The enemy lurks in the shadows while I stand exposed that completely forfeits the initiative. This was precisely what Xiao Ran sought to convey to Nüwa this time. Truthfully, Xiao Ran could have anticipated Nüwa's reaction now. After all, she did have a bit of a proud and stubborn streak. After pondering for a moment, Nüwa nodded in agreement. Master truly thinks ahead. Rather than exposing ourselves directly to the enemy, it's better to remain hidden and strike with thunderous force at the most critical moment. Who would have thought the master possessed such wisdom? Xiao Ran nodded, then added, but sometimes, restraint isn't always necessary. Like now. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed toward the street lamp outside the window, the very spot where he had sensed the killing intent earlier. Nüwa turned her head to look, then chuckled softly. I thought you hadn't noticed, master. But it seems you've been aware all along? So how does master plan to handle it? Xiao Ran's lips twitched. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move either. Quick, mold a few clay figures. He then sat cross-legged beside Nüwa and began cultivating immediately. Nüwa smiled faintly and began concentrating on molding her clay figures. Outside Xiao Ran's window, beneath the streetlight, in the shadows. What the hell? This feels weird. Why do I feel like I'm being watched? Damn it, that bastard Wang Weifeng always picks these thankless tasks for me. What's so special about watching this kid? Might as well just take him out myself. He's just some E-rank janitor dead is dead. Chapter 64, Shadow Assassin Lu Bing. As a great extraordinary professional, this kind of job shouldn't have fallen to him. He was sent here because the previous person assigned to follow this kid had vanished without a trace. According to Wang Weifeng's theory, it might be Qing Yunru or Rin Tianhong's people protecting Xiao Ran. The person who had been tailing Xiao Ran had either been captured by one of these two, or had been silently eliminated by one of them. However, he was merely an E-grade extraordinary practitioner. Whether dead or kidnapped, Wang Weifeng couldn't care less. Such E-rank extraordinary practitioners, he had plenty of them at his disposal. He had plenty of men at his disposal. But no matter what, Xiao Ran had to be eliminated. He couldn't allow the other side to cultivate an appraiser. Mediocre appraisers were a dime a dozen. But a genius like Xiao Ran? With just a little cultivation, he could become someone on par with the legendary Master Lu of the Heaven Grade trading market. He must be eliminated. Initially, Wang Weifeng had considered recruiting Xiao Ran to serve him. But considering Xiao Ran's style and demeanor, Wang Weifeng ultimately decided it would be better to eliminate him outright. Now, before Xiao Ran had fully matured, eliminating him was the optimal choice. Thus, Wang Weifeng dispatched one of his 5 D-tier extraordinary professionals, Lu Bing, the shadow assassin, the most skilled assassin among them, to handle the task. Originally, Wang Weifeng's orders were to locate Xiao Ran's residence and carry out the assassination immediately. But for some reason, Wang Weifeng suddenly changed his mind and sent another message. Things have changed. Hold off for now. Which left Lu Bing utterly baffled, leaving him no choice but to lurk in the shadows of a street lamp, keeping a constant watch on Xiao Ran. What Lu Bing didn't know was, before Wang Weifeng had ordered him to monitor Xiao Ran. You mean Xiao Ran entered the alley alone? That's right. There was a car parked there earlier. The dashcam just happened to capture the Xiao Ran entering the alley alone. Then, less than a few minutes later, the kid came out of the alley looking perfectly fine. Wang Weifeng frowned. It was only a matter of minutes. And the man he sent out vanished inside the alley. This was utterly baffling. Based on Wang Weifeng's understanding of Qing Yunru and Rin Tianhong's people, there shouldn't be such a skilled expert among them. Could it be that the enemy deliberately concealed an extraordinary professional who was now protecting the Xiao Ran? Realizing the situation had shifted, Wang Weifeng immediately sent Lu Bing a message to hold off on any action. So now Lu Bing could only stand in the shadow of a streetlight beneath Xiao Ran's dormitory building. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran above remained steadfast in his principle of no action unless provoked, and was currently in the midst of his cultivation. Xiao Ran wasn't worried about being ambushed either, as Nüwa had now fully regained her power. Though he hadn't witnessed her in action, she should have no trouble handling ordinary transcendent practitioners or issuing warnings. Moreover, judging by her calm and composed demeanor, she had likely already assessed the strength of the individual downstairs. Feeling the infusion of stellar power within his body, the 3 stars within her body were spinning at breakneck speed, and even the 4th star was beginning to show faint signs of illumination. Meanwhile, Nüwa sat nearby, glancing at the Alliance's Extraordinary Practitioners Forum on her laptop, while kneading clay figurines. Her heart stirred with emotion. According to the information she had gathered online, extraordinary practitioners could only awaken their skills through combat. And someone like Xiao Ran, who could cultivate directly by absorbing stellar energy, simply didn't exist. Meaning Xiao Ran's current cultivation method operated entirely on a different system from that of extraordinary professionals. Moreover, it seemed his body was evolving along an unknown path, growing ever stronger. Nüwa sensed vaguely that if Xiao Ran could cultivate to the deepest level, he might even rival her own power. Or even surpass her own prowess. Most crucially, Xiao Ran harbored a power even she couldn't fathom. It was precisely this force that had healed her body and restored her current strength. Fortunately, she had become the master from the very beginning, otherwise, it was doubtful whether she could even survive in this world. Would have been uncertain. Amidst her relief, Nüwa found contentment in staying by Xiao Ran's side. Free from the constant fighting and killing. Each day brought new, strange, and delicious ingredients to savor. Which was quite splendid indeed. Yet a sudden flash of murderous intent flickered in Nüwa's eyes. Could she no longer contain it? At that moment, Lu Bing received a message from Wang Weifeng, demanding he act swiftly and decisively to eliminate Xiao Ran. Thus Lu Bing's body darted back and forth through the shadows. As a shadow assassin, a specialized, extraordinary assassin. Though his combat power was limited in dungeons in such complex terrain, he could unleash his potential without restraint. The assassination branch within the combat class had always been an indispensable force across all alliances. These extraordinary professionals handled the dirtier jobs, traveling to other alliances to eliminate key figures, or infiltrating raid teams to exploiting coincidences to orchestrate accidents that appear accidental to outsiders. Lu Bing knew this craft inside out. The extraordinary practitioners he had eliminated numbered in the hundreds, if not thousands. Lu Bing's greatest pride lay in his early days, single-handedly ambushing and annihilating 2 raid teams before escaping unscathed. Even now, not a single soul within the alliance suspects him. Finally, after traveling through numerous locations, Lu Bing arrived at the Earth-grade trading market. After Wang Weifeng offered Lu Bing a highly satisfactory price, Lu Bing was more than happy to stay by Wang Weifeng's side, assisting him in assassinating so-called merchants or appraisers. This time, though Wang Weifeng's message to wait a bit longer had annoyed him. But now, Wang Weifeng's message finally gave him the green light to act, which left Lu Bing, who had been bottling up his frustration all night, thoroughly satisfied. With swift, agile movements, Lu Bing soon reached the window where Xiao Ran stood. What's so special about an E-rank janitor turned supernatural professional? Taking him out would be a piece of cake. Why had he been made to wait this long? What a waste of time. But Lu Bing approached the window of Xiao Ran's room and peered inside. And immediately froze in place. What the hell is this? Standing before the window, Xiao Ran's handsome face, exuding an air of serenity, with faint starlight emanating from his body. Beside Xiao Ran sat an exceptionally beautiful woman, staring at her laptop. And she was actually kneading clay figures in her hands? This bizarre scene sent a wave of unease through Lu Bing's heart. Wait a minute, wasn't he supposed to be alone? How could there be someone else in the room? But soon, Lu Bing realized that neither the woman in meditation nor the one sculpting clay figures seemed to emit any killing intent. As if they hadn't noticed him at all. Moreover, the aura emanating from Xiao Ran was absurdly weak, indistinguishable from a corpse. As for the woman, she didn't even carry the slightest trace of a transcendent practitioner's aura. In the shadows, Lu Bing's lips curled into a faint smile. Never expected this trip would yield such an unexpected bonus. Who'd have thought this youngster would play the grown-up game of hiding a mistress in a golden house? Seems Wang Weifeng had arranged quite the plum assignment for him after all. Just as Lu Bing poised himself to eliminate the serene figure sitting cross-legged with eyes closed before him, Nüwa's voice sounded from the side. Master, what should we do? Chapter 65, here's the knife, stab me quickly. Hearing the words from that exceptionally beautiful woman, Lu Bing's entire body trembled. What's going on? Had she discovered him? That shouldn't be possible. My entire aura has fused with this shadow now. How could she possibly have spotted me? Besides, she hasn't even glanced in my direction. And she still doesn't have the slightest aura of a supernatural practitioner. Could she be bluffing? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, but he remained composed. As a professional, seasoned assassin, especially one like Lu Bing, a shadow assassin extraordinary practitioner, he remained supremely confident in his stealth abilities and assassination techniques. He still trusted his initial assessment. That Xiao Ran before him was merely an E-rank cleaner extraordinary profession, and the stunningly beautiful woman by his side was likely just the beautiful woman he kept hidden away at home. Sure enough, Xiao Ran didn't even open his eyes, but simply asked, "Are you ready? How many did you make?" Nüwa replied without looking up. 3 clay figures are ready. Shall we test their effects first? We have the chance now. Xiao Ran fell silent, then slowly opened his eyes. Lu Bing, who was already by the window, felt his heart leap into his throat. Xiao Ran's gaze happened to be fixed outside the window, as if he were looking at himself. However, Lu Bing gave nothing away. Instead, he lowered his breathing and heartbeat to an imperceptible level. He was supremely confident in his stealth abilities, and was absolutely certain that no one below an A or S rank extraordinary practitioner. It was absolutely impossible for anyone to detect him. Just as Lu Bing had anticipated, Xiao Ran turned around, crouched down, picked up the clay figurine Nüwa had molded, and compared it to the first one, which was made solely from his own hair. Clearly, this life-substituting clay figure was far more intricate. Whether in the facial features or the aura, essentially a clay version of himself. Xiao Ran nodded. Nüwa's reasoning held merit. Such a clay figure capable of directly taking one's place truly deserved a trial run. It wasn't that Xiao Ran doubted Nüwa's clay figure could substitute for his life. But he wanted to know what changes would occur to this clay figure when he died, and what transformations his own body would undergo. Without hesitation, Xiao Ran waved toward the window. "Hey, you there? Hanging out the window like that isn't safe. Could you do me a favor?" Hearing this, Lu Bing's hair stood on end. No way, what's going on? Is he talking to me? Is this real? Or is he just messing with me? Seeing the other party unmoved, Xiao Ran frowned slightly, and addressed Nüwa. "I've been quite polite, haven't I?" Nüwa nodded earnestly. "Master's words are spot on." Holy. At this moment, Lu Bing was utterly stunned beyond belief. "What the hell is this? I'm here to assassinate you, for crying out loud. Could you please listen to what you're saying? Is that even possible? You're just an E-rank janitor. How could you possibly spot me? And this beauty by your side. What the hell is going on here?" But Lu Bing was a professional assassin after all. The moment he realized he'd been exposed, he immediately prepared to flee this place. "Damn it, this E-rank janitor business is downright bizarre. I'm a D-rank extraordinary professional, a shadow assassin. How the hell did they spot me? At this point, assassination? Forget it." Not only had they spotted him, but they were even brazen enough to demand his assistance. What kind of help? This was absurd. A shadow assassin of his caliber. Being discovered was one thing, but now they were clearly toying with me? But just as Lu Bing prepared to leap down and flee the scene, he sensed the night light dim slightly. Then, something cold and slimy wrapped itself around his neck. Lu Bing froze on the spot. What the hell is this thing? A tail? A snake's tail? A damn exotic beast? How could a mythical beast possibly exist here? An intense sense of mortal danger surged through Lu Bing's body, causing his body to continuously secrete adrenaline. A cold gleam flashed in his hand as a dagger materialized, and he began relentlessly attacking the tail. But when Lu Bing's dagger struck the tail with full force, clang! The dagger snapped clean in two. For the first time, fear flashed in Lu Bing's eyes. What the hell is this thing? This is an A-grade dagger. My cherished weapon that's been with me for years. It had once been unstoppable. The souls that perished beneath this blade numbered in the dozens, if not hundreds. And even after all that, this blade never showed a single chip or crack. This was a solid treasure. And now it snaps clean in two? It was merely an E-class janitor, a target he could have dispatched in mere moments. So why? Only now did Lu Bing despairingly realize. He couldn't fathom this so-called E-class cleaner at all. Ensnared by Nüwa's tail, Lu Bing's eyes blazed crimson as he, struggling desperately, yet ultimately to no avail. Soon, Lu Bing was swept up by Nüwa's tail and appeared in Xiao Ran's dormitory. In that fleeting instant, Lu Bing even recalled the face of his mother, whom he hadn't seen in years. A kaleidoscope of memories flashed before his eyes. But now, everything had returned to stillness, as if nothing had ever happened. Lu Bing slumped to the floor, staring blankly at the handsome youth before him. A creature that was a beautiful woman from the waist up, yet possessed the tail of a serpent below? "Master, he seems to have been scared out of his wits," Nüwa observed. Xiao Ran crouched down, waving his hand in front of Lu Bing's face. Mr. Assassin, are you here to kill me?" That brief remark finally sparked a reaction in Lu Bing. But the moment he comprehended, terror flashed in his eyes. And he nearly cried out. An E-rank cleaner paired with a humanoid beast? What kind of combination was this? Just as Lu Bing couldn't hold back and was about to scream, Xiao Ran's hand clamped over Lu Bing's mouth, then raised his index finger to his lips and whispered, "Shoo. Everyone around us is asleep. We can't disturb them." Lu Bing's eyes widened. The scene before him, combined with the youth's words, an absurd and bizarre sensation filled Lu Bing's heart. What the hell is going on here? Before Lu Bing could react, a flash of black light erupted from Xiao Ran's hand, and the black dragon blade materialized in his hand. He waited briefly before extending it toward Lu Bing, saying, "Sorry about your weapon breaking. Here, use mine. Come on, stab it here." Xiao Ran stripped off his clothes to avoid staining them later. His well-defined, angular muscles glistened in the moonlight. Xiao Ran pointed to the spot over his heart. Making his intent crystal clear, he wanted Lu Bing to take the weapon he offered and stab it into his heart. Lu Bing was utterly dumbfounded. His lips began to tremble. What does this mean? Xiao Ran frowned, slapped Lu Bing across the face, demanding with exasperation, damn it, you talk too much. I asked if you came here to kill me. Lu Bing nodded blankly. Yeah, I'm here to take you out. Well, that's just perfect. Come on, I'll give you the chance right now, stab me. At that moment, Lu Bing was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? I came to assassinate you, but what the hell are you doing? Oh, you clearly spotted me. If you hadn't pointed it out, that would have been fine. But now you're grabbing me, handing me a weapon, and telling me to stab you? What the hell is this? You're out of your mind. Moonlight spilled down as Lu Bing stared at Xiao Ran before him, then glanced at the figure beside Xiao Ran, a snake-bodied creature with a human head, holding a clay figurine of a beautiful woman. A chill ran through his heart. How did things turn out like this? Shouldn't I have just killed this kid and gone home to enjoy fine wine and beautiful women? Where exactly did things go wrong? Chapter 66, Shadow Assassin, Terrified. Lu Bing stared blankly at Xiao Ran before him, then gulped audibly as he swallowed hard, his expression more wretched than a cry. You must be joking. I surrender. My name is Lu Bing, a D-rank shadow assassin. Wang Weifeng sent me to kill you. But who knew? Who knew you'd have such a monstrous beast by your side? The thing is, a human head on a serpent's body, damn it, this kind of beast isn't even recorded in the Alliance's monster registry, okay? Damn it, looks like he's the smart kind after all. Now Lu Bing finally understood why he couldn't gauge the other's depth. Turns out the other guy's realm was leagues above his own. But Lu Bing dared only keep these thoughts to himself. He deeply regretted heeding Wang Weifeng's advice. His beauty at home was waiting for him, and the fine wine at home remained unopened. Now, whether he could even return home was still uncertain. Upon hearing Lu Bing mention his name and the man behind him, Xiao Ran's brow furrowed. Seemingly unconcerned with the man's name or the alleged conspiracy behind him, merely thrusting the black dragon blade into Lu Bing's grasp. The moment Lu Bing touched the blade, its icy coldness, its weight, and its aura of death made him yelp in surprise. Then, with a clang, the blade fell to the ground. Xiao Ran's irritation grew. What's wrong with you? Didn't you eat today? Can't even hold a short blade? My body is drenched in sweat right now. When the other party handed him the blade earlier, it wasn't just the aura emanating from it that startled him. But the sheer weight of the blade was downright absurd. That's why it fell straight to the ground. What's with you? Pick up the dagger. I said pick up the dagger. Xiao Ran frowned, pointing at Lu Bing. A sense of utter absurdity once again filled Lu Bing's heart. What the hell is going on here? I came to kill you, but you caught me. And now, not only do you refuse to kill me, but you want me to use your own weapon. To kill you? This. At that moment, Xiao Ran's voice rang out again. An assassin must uphold an assassin's principles and boundaries. What kind of nonsense is this? Where's your professional integrity? Your professional boundaries? Hurry up, come on, pick it up, stab here. Lu Bing's eyes welled with tears, his composure finally shattered. Brother, no, boss, I was wrong. Really, I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken this job. Please, don't toy with me. How about this, boss? I'll go kill Wang Weifeng right now. What do you think? Please, don't make me stab you. I've made a mistake. What's this about principles now? What's this about professional ethics? I'll be damned. Lu Bing would rather assassinate Wang Weifeng than stay here a moment longer. The man wasn't just a lunatic, he had an intelligent beast guarding him at all times. This beast was at least S rank. His weapon couldn't even scratch it snapped clean off. Seeing Lu Bing's dejected state, Xiao Ran sighed, shaking his head. Damn, this is hopeless. Come on, try stabbing me. Xiao Ran addressed Nüwa. Nüwa smiled and nodded, effortlessly lifting the black dragon blade from the ground. This scene instantly stunned Lu Bing. Wait, this weapon, never mind the death aura radiating from it. Not to mention that an ordinary person would be utterly unable to wield it. Just the sheer weight of this weapon alone. There was no way he could lift it with one hand as effortlessly as the person before him. And still have room to spare? But before Lu Bing could process it, the black dragon blade stopped after penetrating a third of the way into Xiao Ran's heart. Nüwa frowned in puzzlement. Master, your body is incredibly resilient. Though I didn't exert much force just now, I sense this strike could have pierced you clean through. Xiao Ran grimaced at Nüwa's words. Then why are you wasting your breath? Just put more force into it. Yes, master. This time, the black dragon blade finally pierced Xiao Ran clean through. At that moment, Nüwa swiftly pulled the black dragon blade free. With a sharp hiss, warm blood spurted out, splattering directly onto Lu Bing's face. The rusty scent instantly filled Lu Bing's nostrils. A scent Lu Bing had encountered many times before. And he had even become quite obsessed with it. Only, the unfolding scene before him had completely surpassed Lu Bing's comprehension. This intelligent beast was calling this E-class cleaner its master? And this E-grade janitor actually had the intelligent beast stab him. And the damn thing actually did it? The The instant Xiao Ran drew the black dragon blade, he instantly sensed his life force gushing out wildly. The overwhelming weakness and blurring consciousness briefly robbed Xiao Ran of his senses. But before he could succumb, a mud figurine beside Nüwa exploded with a bang. Xiao Ran's body acted like a powerful magnet, instantly drawing his scattered consciousness back. In less than 3 seconds, the light in Xiao Ran's eyes refocused. His gaze now fixed upon the spot where his heart lay within his chest. Ha! So these figurines not only substitute lives but also repair fatal injuries? How long was I unconscious just now? Nüwa handed the black dragon blade to Xiao Ran, smiling as she said. About 3 seconds passed. But Master needn't worry, after experiencing this loss of consciousness a few more times, you'll grow accustomed to it. Then, the moment you suffer a fatal blow, you'll regain consciousness. However, your physique is truly formidable. I suspect that even when unconscious, your body could still fight to some extent through muscle reflexes. As for repairing fatal wounds? Master, observe. With that, Nüwa pointed at the scattered clay fragments on the ground. Clasping her hands together, the clay figure restored its original form. Then, Xiao Ran noticed a fatal wound piercing through the heart area on the clay figure's chest. Immediately, Nüwa's voice rang out. When the substitute clay figure senses the master is about to suffer a fatal wound, it immediately takes the blow in the master's place. Outwardly, it appears the master has been injured, but in reality, the damage has been transferred to the substitute clay figure. After hearing Nüwa's explanation, Xiao Ran nodded. It seemed he'd have to stab himself a few more times to fully adapt to the sensation of losing consciousness when the clay figure took the blow. A mere few seconds could prove decisive in a battle between masters. As the saying goes, a single misstep can lead to a 1,000-mile error. If one could overcome this flaw, then he could employ entirely unexpected tactics in combat. A truly unconventional approach to combat, one only he would dare to employ. Though his body had grown formidable after consuming the Phoenix Luan pill and cultivating the Celestial Star Decision, the ever-shifting nature of combat remains unpredictable. Only by maintaining a clear and unwavering will can one emerge victorious in every encounter. Xiao Ran pondered for a moment before asking, then what happens if one suffers 2 fatal blows within a short span? Nüwa smiled faintly and replied, Master, rest assured. Should you suffer 2 fatal blows simultaneously, the clay figures will sacrifice themselves in your stead. Each fatal wound consumes 1 clay figure, 2 wounds consume 2. However, Master must remember, soul attacks and other psychic-based fatal assaults can only partially block the damage. The remainder must be borne by the Master personally. The life substitute clay figures still require further refinement in this regard. After all, the forces of this world hold many uncertainties. Perhaps someday, the clay figures will truly be able to shield you from all fatal blows. Xiao Ran nodded. In truth, being able to block most fatal blows was already astonishing. If Nüwa were to develop clay figures capable of blocking psychic or soul-based lethal damage, then he would truly become an immortal, indestructible being. However, Xiao Ran also understood that the power of the soul and spirit was the most mysterious and unfathomable. He was already quite satisfied with his current abilities. This significantly increased his safety when entering instances. Just as Nüwa was about to bask in her triumph, when she caught sight of Lu Bing out of the corner of her eye, she let out a soft gasp of surprise. Xiao Ran followed her gaze and saw, only to see the D-rank shadow assassin sitting on the ground, staring blankly at Xiao Ran and Nüwa, his eyes vacant and hollow. Xiao Ran was puzzled and asked, what's wrong with him? Nüwa replied with a hint of resignation, his soul seems to have been scattered by fright. Now he's left with only 1 soul and 1 spirit. Xiao Ran? Chapter 67, The Ingenious Use of the Soul Refining Banner. Xiao Ran was at a loss for words. What's going on? Isn't this a D-rank shadow assassin extraordinary practitioner? What the hell is going on? Scared to the point of having only 1 soul and 1 spirit left? Even if you toss that into the soul refining banner, his divine soul couldn't even count his combat power. What a waste. What neither Nüwa nor Xiao Ran realized. Lu Bing was genuinely terrified by Xiao Ran and Nüwa. Even a D-rank shadow assassin, even if Wang Weifeng himself showed up, would be scared half to death witnessing what Xiao Ran and the others had done. It was utterly insane. Who in their right mind would let their own people stab them? And even if you did stab someone, then standing there like nothing happened? It was utterly bizarre. Even someone like Lu Bing, an assassin who's killed countless people, couldn't comprehend such behavior. So not being scared to death outright was already Lu Bing's limit. Watching Lu Bing stand there like a dazed fool, Xiao Ran scratched his head. He probably couldn't understand a word I was saying now, right? Nüwa nodded. 1 soul, 1 spirit. Though he appeared not yet dead, in truth, he was no different from a complete idiot. Hearing Nüwa's words, Xiao Ran crouched on the ground, staring at this shadow assassin Lu Bing, muttering under his breath, damn it, he's far too weak. How could someone like this ever be an assassin? Speaking of which, he mused, could I replace his soul with another, allowing me to control him? Xiao Ran inquired. At Xiao Ran's words, Nüwa's expression turned pensive. I cannot say for certain. It should be possible, but whether you could control it that I cannot predict. After all, it involves the divine soul, a realm far too profound and mysterious. Though I can create substitute clay figures, as you just heard, soul attacks and mental assaults remain beyond my current capabilities. Therefore, at that moment, Xiao Ran had a sudden inspiration. He flicked his right hand, and the soul-refining banner instantly materialized in his grasp. Upon seeing the soul-refining banner, Nüwa was utterly dumbfounded. What is this thing, master? Such a disgusting aura. As she spoke, Nüwa feigned nausea. Xiao Ran frowned. Strange. Why is Nüwa reacting so strongly to the soul-refining banner? Xiao Ran, however, explained. This is a treasure I happened to come across. Though its power is limited now, it will grow stronger as the number of divine souls within the banner increases. The divine souls within are under my control, so I was wondering if I could have them possess his physical body to control him? Nüwa pinched her nose. Even the Golden-Winged Great Peng perched at the 12 o'clock position on the clock began squawking frantically. Master, put it away for now. That smell is utterly revolting. Hearing Nüwa's words, Xiao Ran had no choice but to stow away the soul-refining banner. Only then did Nüwa pat her ample chest, still trembling with fear as she sighed. Master, this object is truly too wicked. Its aura disgusts even me. However, if you could control the divine soul within this banner, you could extract the soul and spirit from this person's body and replace them with another divine soul. That way, you should be able to control this body. As soon as Nüwa finished speaking, the voice of the bald-feathered golden-winged giant phoenix on the clock suddenly echoed. Mortal, this object severely depletes one's virtue. I advise you to use it sparingly. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the bald-winged golden-winged great phoenix wilted, losing all its previous vitality and spirit. Xiao Ran stared in astonishment at the bald-winged golden-winged great phoenix. What just happened? Did that bald bird regain consciousness? Nüwa explained, it was likely stimulated by the banner earlier, activating the remnants of its divine soul. It's nothing to worry about. However, the creature's words hold truth. Yet, the master's physical form and current spiritual essence strength remain uncorrupted by the banner. This likely stems from the banner not yet reaching sufficient potency. The master would still be wise to exercise caution in its use. Xiao Ran nodded. Having obtained the complete set of techniques for the soul-refining banner, and was well aware of its drawbacks. Yet, these drawbacks were utterly irrelevant to Xiao Ran. Originally, according to the records of the soul-refining great art, it was indeed as the Golden-Winged Great Peng had stated, once the soul-refining banner accumulated a certain amount of spiritual essence, would gradually begin to erode the host's soul. The host's own soul would also become infected by the soul within the soul-refining banner. However, the celestial star technique he cultivated perfectly resolved this issue. This technique was not merely a great mystical art for strengthening both body and soul, but also a balanced practice that harmonizes both hard and soft aspects. In essence, the physical body and the soul are fundamentally distinct forces. The physical body is the vessel that carries the soul. Once one reaches the other shore, the physical body's function becomes negligible. Therefore, those who attain great supernatural powers typically, upon reaching the other shore, commonly called the stinking sack, and ascend to the other shore as pure spirit. However, the celestial star decision operates differently. Instead, it achieves a complete fusion of spirit and flesh. At the pinnacle of cultivation, the physical body becomes the soul, and the soul becomes the physical body, achieving supreme strength through the harmonious union of hardness and softness. This is precisely why Xiao Ran now remains unaffected by the soul-refining banner. For when the physical body grows strong, so does the soul, and vice versa. Therefore, as long as Xiao Ran continues cultivating the multiverse star decision, the influence of the soul-refining banner upon him can be completely disregarded. Xiao Ran smiled faintly at this moment. Rest assured, I have it under control. I'll first extract the opponent's soul essence, then attempt to infuse it with a soul essence I can command. Upon hearing this, Nüwa immediately stepped back several paces, then scolded playfully, "Hurry up, master. That smell is utterly disgusting. I'm about to throw up everything I ate earlier." Quack. Your Majesty, I'll take myself for a walk. As he spoke, the bald bird wobbled to its feet and flew out the window, while Nüwa returned to the bed, resuming her review of the laptop's data, continuing to mold clay figures. This time, Xiao Ran's experiment had used up a clay figure, and Nüwa needed to make up for it. Seeing both of them so repulsed by the soul-refining banner, Xiao Ran shook his head helplessly. If the soul-refining banner disgusts you this much, what would happen if I brought out the 9-pattern demon refining pot? Wouldn't you literally throw up everything you ate today? Cross-legged on the ground, Lu Bing's vacant expression stared back at him. Xiao Ran waved his hand, and the soul-refining banner reappeared in his grasp. At that moment, a chilling aura of ghostly energy began seeping out from within Xiao Ran's room. Spots of ghostly fire appeared in the room. Xiao Ran moved swiftly. With a flick of the soul-refining banner, Lu Bing's spirit soul was instantly pulled out by the spirit soul within the banner. Yet this soul appeared utterly transparent. Utterly lacking the vitality of the soul Xiao Ran had previously captured. Xiao Ran pondered briefly before commanding the other souls to devour Lu Bing's weakened spirit. After all, even if it were absorbed into the soul refining banner, it would likely amount to nothing. Currently, most of the souls within Xiao Ran's soul refining banner belong to subterranean minotaurs and minotaur warriors. Among them, the most formidable spirit belonged to that a rank minotaur sorcerer. Adding or subtracting Lu Bing's soul made little difference. Soon, Lu Bing's soul was completely devoured by the spirits within the soul refining banner. And by then, Lu Bing's body had lost its original luster, leaving only the body's primal instincts. Xiao Ran pondered for a moment. The souls of dungeon monsters likely couldn't be contained within a human body, potentially triggering some form of rejection. It would be safer to use human souls to occupy human bodies, though further experimentation would be necessary in the future. Thus, Xiao Ran extracted the divine soul of Bai Hao, the former D-rank combat specialist, then pointed at Lu Bing's body. In a flash of light, Lu Bing's eyes flickered, then slowly regained their luster, showing no trace of the previous abnormality. Seeing this, Xiao Ran directly issued various commands to the other party in his mind. And there he was, expressionless, leaping about the room, executing Xiao Ran's commands with flawless precision, deepening Xiao Ran's understanding of the soul. The sensation was peculiar, as if the other person had become a robot with a program implanted, while he could issue commands directly within the mind to control the other's body. Through the information transmitted by the soul, Xiao Ran could roughly discern Lu Bing's hazy memories. Xiao Ran walked to the window, gazed at the moonlit sky, and then smiled as he issued an order to Lu Bing. Kill Wang Weifeng. Without a word, Lu Bing leapt out the window, vanishing from Xiao Ran's sight in a flash of movement. It remained unknown whether this body, now host to a divine soul, would vanish or return to the soul refining banner after being eliminated. Chapter 68, the third person in the room. Though such probing might prove futile, and he himself might well lose a soul fragment, he still needed to try. Xiao Ran placed great importance on mastering the use of divine souls. On one hand, it spared him the need to act personally, allowing the divine soul to handle matters on his behalf, which greatly reduced unnecessary suspicion and trouble that might arise from his own involvement. On the other hand, Xiao Ran also wished to observe to what extent it could be controlled. At that moment, Xiao Ran sat cross-legged on the ground, carefully sensing the various thoughts transmitted by his divine soul. Initially, the spirit was disoriented, but after a brief fusion of memories, it swiftly integrated into the body. Though the body's memories weren't entirely complete, they were sufficient for his purposes. Lu Bing swiftly maneuvered his way to the office door of Wang Weifeng at the Earth-grade trading market. Xiao Ran, through the divine soul, directed Lu Bing to knock on Wang Weifeng's office door. Who is it? It's so late. Wang Weifeng spoke as he rose and approached the door, opening the door just a crack before peering out. Lu Bing? What brings you here? Did you handle that kid so quickly? Recognizing Lu Bing, Wang Weifeng immediately opened the door with delight. Lu Bing nodded and stepped into Wang Weifeng's office. Come in, take a seat. How'd it go? Smooth process? Of course it went smoothly. When I handle things, how could it not? Lu Bing replied. Hearing this, Wang Weifeng was clearly delighted. He retrieved a bottle of wine that looked quite expensive from the liquor cabinet beside him, poured a glass for Lu Bing and one for himself. Then he sighed with admiration. Wow, who would have thought? Shadow Assassin truly lives up to the name. Well done. Tell me the details, will you? Nothing much. The kid was just an E-rank cleaner. You know my abilities. He never even noticed me until the end. Wang Weifeng uttered three goods in succession, then turned his back to Lu Bing and said, Ah, good. Truly worthy of the Shadow Assassin title. But didn't you encounter any obstacles? Like Ren Tianhang or Qing Yunru's people? Lu Bing flashed a look of surprise before shaking his head. Nope. The kid had no one around him. Hearing this, Wang Weifeng's expression turned peculiar. That shouldn't be possible. Didn't I tell you not to act first? Yeah, I was puzzled about that. Didn't you say we should take him out right away at first? Why did you suddenly tell me not to move? Did something happen? Wang Weifeng turned to look at Lu Bing, seeing no unusual signs. He sat down across from Lu Bing and said, Earlier, someone told me my men followed this kid into an alley. Within minutes, my men vanished, yet this kid emerged from the alley as if nothing had happened. It was as if my men had simply vanished into thin air inside that alley. I feared something might have happened. So I assumed either Qing Yunru or Ren Tianhang's people were protecting him. Or maybe he concealed his true strength and took out my men. That's exactly what I was worried about, which is why I didn't let you act. Lu Bing nodded, chuckling casually. You're overthinking it, Boss Wang. That kid has no protection. He's just an E-grade janitor. You're overthinking it, Boss Wang. Guys like him are a dime a dozen. No one would even notice if he died. Wang Weifeng was in an excellent mood at that moment and burst out laughing. Ha! You're right. He's just an E-grade janitor. If he dies, he dies. Ren Tianhang and Qing Yunru probably never imagined I'd move so quickly, huh? Looks like Ren Tianhang's human-grade trading market is mine for the taking this time. And as for cultivating a talented appraiser? Forget it. Wang Weifeng was in high spirits. Seeing Lu Bing's cup empty, he promptly poured another with polite deference. Brother Lu, what do you think? Working under me is a breeze, right? Much better than risking your life in those damn dungeons, wouldn't you agree? Wang Weifeng now revealed his shrewd business acumen. This Lu Bing truly was a valuable asset. His D-rank strength is solid, and he's a rare shadow assassin class in the combat system. He's practically the perfect candidate for dirty work. Lu Bing nodded. Indeed, the constant fighting in dungeons, though yielding more wealth than working for Boss Wang. But the danger is far too high, nothing compares to the comfort of working for Boss Wang. At these words, Wang Weifeng's eyes lit up with delight. He had tried several times before to persuade Lu Bing, hoping to bring him directly under his command, rather than maintaining the employer-contractor dynamic where he paid for services. Now that he aimed to take over the heaven, earth, and man trading markets, the more people willing to handle the dirty work behind the scenes, the better. Moreover, Lu Bing possessed considerable strength, himself a D-rank extraordinary practitioner and a shadow assassin at that. This was the perfect candidate for the dirty work, no question about it. But before that, Lu Bing had always been extremely hesitant. He couldn't control Lu Bing at all. But this time, judging by the way Lu Bing phrased it, he was clearly tempted. As for why he was swayed, Wang Weifeng couldn't care less. As long as this man could be put to work for him, everything else was negotiable. Seizing the moment, Wang Weifeng promptly rose from his desk, retrieved a document, then handed it to Lu Bing. Come on, Lu, no more hesitation. Sign this contract and we're family. Your abilities will absolutely shine under my guidance. When the time comes, we'll drink wine together and feast on meat. Lu Bing smiled and pretended to study the document in his hands. Xiao Ran, through his divine sense, also saw the contents of the document. It was nothing more than a cooperation agreement. Though on the surface, it didn't specify what Lu Bing needed to contribute, or what he needed to do. Xiao Ran understood that at its core, it was essentially a contract of servitude. By signing his name, he would become Wang Weifeng's partner under the League's regulations. He would become Wang Weifeng's partner. Not only would he gain access to the other party's financial backing, but also enjoy discounted access to the trading market, and even receive monthly allocations of rare materials, ingredients, and medicinal herbs. In ancient times, such privileges were reserved for seasoned advisors employed by the upper nobility. Of course, Xiao Ran understood that while Wang Weifeng could offer Lu Bing such generous resources and privileges, ultimately required Lu Bing to assist in their endeavors. Moreover, the majority of these tasks would likely be of a shady nature. On the surface, it appeared to be a generous gift of money and resources. But in reality, should Lu Bing ever screw up, or if Wang Weifeng decided to sell him out, Lu Bing wouldn't end up well. It's likely that Lu Bing's previous refusal stemmed from such concerns. But for Xiao Ran, who was currently manipulating Lu Bing, all secondary. Xiao Ran had already sensed through his divine soul that another figure lurked in Wang Weifeng's shadow. Though Wang Weifeng appeared alone, in reality, within this brightly lit office, Wang Weifeng, Lu Bing, and the hidden figure, making 3 people in total. This was also one of the main reasons Xiao Ran hadn't directly ordered Wang Weifeng's elimination. Chapter 69, Why Her? In Xiao Ran's perception, certain aspects of Lu Bing's professional skills could be fully executed through soul manipulation. But since this was his first attempt, he worried he might not execute it with ease. So he pondered inwardly. Truthfully, if he couldn't execute it flawlessly, the consequences wouldn't be too severe for Xiao Ran. Failing to assassinate Wang Weifeng would simply be that of failure. But Xiao Ran thought, since he had this opportunity, he shouldn't waste his divine soul. He should thoroughly understand the extent to which his divine soul could control his body. Thus, as Lu Bing examined the documents in his hands, his expression gradually grew excited. Mr. Wang, these terms are truly exceptional. Well, we've known each other for quite some time now, and our cooperation has been fairly smooth. So, I have absolutely no objections. Hearing Lu Bing agree so readily this time, Wang Weifeng was taken aback for a moment. Ha! This Lu Bing seems different today. Why did he agree so quickly? Usually he'd be so impatient, rejecting me outright. Pocketed the money and went off to play or party. What's going on today? Even Wang Weifeng racked his brains and couldn't figure it out. The figure sitting before him now wasn't Lu Bing at all, but merely a puppet possessed by Xiao Ran's soul. Such a mind-bending occurrence. Wang Weifeng had never even heard of such a thing, let alone witnessed it. Though he sensed this Lu Bing was different from before, the behavior he displayed was actually quite understandable to Wang Weifeng. Many of those who spent years lurking in dungeons doing dirty work, and most of them tended to operate alone. It wasn't that they didn't want to band together for warmth, but rather that the work they did was simply too unsavory. For them, joining an organization and gaining access to resources would be a tremendous opportunity for them. But some, having grown accustomed to being lone wolves, their instinct is to refuse. Thinking this way, Wang Weifeng could understand. Seems his personal charm was quite compelling after all. At this thought, Wang Weifeng couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Growing ever more eager to envision himself commanding 3 tiers of the trading market, Wang Weifeng happily handed over a pen and said, "Ha! Brother Lu, you finally agreed. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for this day. Come on, sign the documents. We're family now. From now on, if you ever need anything, Lu, just come find me. I'll find a way to get it done for you." Securing a D-rank shadow assassin this way left Wang Weifeng beaming with delight. Such an extraordinary profession, though not the strongest kind. But he was a shadow assassin, a profession that strikes from the shadows. With such a specialist by his side, couldn't he control 3 trading markets? Once Lu Bing signed the cooperation agreement, let the kid enjoy himself for a few days. Then dispatch him to eliminate a few stubborn appraisers under the brat Rin Tianhan's command. At this thought, Wang Weifeng's lips curled into an involuntary smirk. By then, Ren Tianhang would be left without appraisers, failing to meet performance targets. And he'll be removed from his position in no time. Once Ren Tianhang is removed, the puppet market manager I prepared will take his place. In that case, this human-grade trading market would be entirely under his control. What the hell are those alliance regulations? I, Wang Weifeng, is the true ruler of this trading market. Soon, Lu Bing raised no objections to any clause in the contract. Once everything was signed and sealed, Wang Weifeng gripped Lu Bing's hand firmly and declared, "Brother Lu, rest assured your choice will never be wrong. Sticking with me, Wang Weifeng, will guarantee you live in luxury. Oh, and I have a few bottles of fine wine here. Take these to sample first. If you like them, I'll have them delivered to you. Don't be shy about it." Xiao Ran manipulated Lu Bing, who naturally agreed to everything. "Alright, Mr. Wang, I'll head back to rest now. If you need anything, just come find me." "Alright, no problem. Take your time, Lu." With that, Wang Weifeng politely escorted Lu Bing out of his office. Truth be told, given the current circumstances, someone like Wang Weifeng, wealthy and well-versed in social etiquette, could find even a class or S-class extraordinary professionals. However, Wang Weifeng felt that those A or S-class extraordinary professionals were not as easily controlled. Their strength forms the backbone of the alliance, even its elite core. And most of them are essentially serving the alliance, which significantly hindered Wang Weifeng's efforts to recruit S-rank or A-rank extraordinary practitioners. Thus, most of Wang Weifeng's subordinates were E-tier extraordinary practitioners. Moreover, those possessing S-rank or A-rank combat prowess are not the kind of individuals one can easily provoke. Attempting to poach such talent from their ranks, it would easily invite retaliation from others. Which is precisely why Wang Weifeng was so delighted after signing the contract with Lu Bing. At this moment, Lu Bing did not leave immediately, but instead concealed himself at the window of Wang Weifeng's office, completely concealing his presence. The reason for signing the contract was twofold: to lower Wang Weifeng's guard, laying the groundwork for the impending assassination attempt. To Xiao Ran, these were all trivial matters. Resources and treasures, he would acquire them all in due time. But compared to having someone lurking in the shadows, waiting to pounce, it was far more practical to eliminate the threat outright. Enemies? The fewer, the better. Moreover, Xiao Ran now wanted to see if this third person in Wang Weifeng's office was truly one of his own. Given Wang Weifeng's capabilities, Xiao Ran could still gauge his strength. After all, Xiao Ran now possessed the abilities of a quasi-A-grade extraordinary practitioner, coupled with his cultivation of the multiverse starry heaven technique, which granted him a vague sense of an enemy's strength. On the other hand, regarding the third person concealed within the room, Xiao Ran couldn't quite gauge the depth of their abilities. Was this person affiliated with Wang Weifeng? Was this person protecting Wang Weifeng? Or was he connected to Ren Tianhang or Qing Yunru? Or perhaps, like himself, someone intent on killing Wang Weifeng? In any case, this was one reason Xiao Ran hadn't chosen to act immediately. Meanwhile, Wang Weifeng remained immersed in his own joy. President Wu, I won't let that little brat Ren Tianhang off so easily. What kind of strength does he think he has to challenge me, Wang Weifeng? And that Qing Yunru, damn it, that stinking woman. Just you wait. Before long, I'll take down your heaven-grade trading market too. Then, I'll make you crawl on the ground. See how you'll keep giving me that sarcastic attitude then. As he spoke, Wang Weifeng pulled out a bottle of liquor and began pouring himself a drink. Time ticked by. Lu Bing, controlled by Xiao Ran, remained motionless in the shadows, observing Wang Weifeng's every move. Xiao Ran showed no signs of urgency. He cultivated within the dormitory while maintaining control over Lu Bing. Only through Lu Bing's senses, Xiao Ran noticed that the third person lurking in Wang Weifeng's office seemed to be losing patience. RIP. Before Xiao Ran could react, A slender, elegant figure materialized directly from the overhead light above Wang Weifeng's head. Her target not herself, but Wang Weifeng. The figure moved with blinding speed, a silver-white dagger clutched in hand. And Wang Weifeng, completely drunk, hadn't even reacted before the blade sliced cleanly across his throat. A clean, decisive strike, a single blow to the throat. Left Wang Weifeng clutching his throat, his face frozen in utter bewilderment. As if he still hadn't grasped what had just happened. His body went limp and collapsed to the ground. Blood mingled with alcohol began to trickle slowly from his neck. And when the killer turned around, revealing a face that was as calm as a cloudless sky, utterly indifferent. Xiao Ran, who had been cultivating in the dormitory, suddenly snapped his eyes open. Muttering, "Why her?" Chapter 70, Qing Yunru's Transformation. Though Qing Yunru's expression remained composed, a hint of anger still lurked in her eyes. So she delivered several more kicks to Wang Weifeng's body. Stomping as she cursed, "You worthless piece of trash! You actually think I'd kneel before you? I should cut open your skull to see what's inside. You disgusting creature! Don't you know your place? Daring to lay a finger on my heaven-tier trading market? You must be tired of living." The serene and elegant composure that had once graced Qing Yunru's face was now utterly gone. Her face twisted with disgust as she stomped frantically on Wang Weifeng's cooling body. Finally, Qing Yunru spat. "Put! Laying a finger on my heaven-grade trading market? Go to hell!" At that moment, Xiao Ran's image of Qing Yunru shattered completely. Was this right? Are all women this fickle? Thank goodness he hadn't provoked this woman back then. Otherwise. After kicking it several times, Qing Yunru felt her anger had been sufficiently vented. She lifted her head, flicked her hair, and proceeded with her original plan. She proceeded to ransack every single item in Wang Weifeng's office. Xiao Ran, controlling Lu Bing, noticed what appeared to be a storage-type artifact on the left wrist of his opponent. So before long, every slightly valuable item in the office had been swept into Qing Yunru's possession. A perfectly staged scene of burglary and murder was thus completed by Qing Yunru. She clapped her hands, nodded in satisfaction, and walked straight out of Wang Weifeng's office. As if she had never been there at all. Witnessing this, Xiao Ran was utterly stunned. "Wait, you're just leaving like that? Hey, have you ever killed anyone before? Have you ever robbed anyone? Is that even right?" In Xiao Ran's view, although the other party had planned and premeditated this. But this might be their first time doing such things. So the cleanup at the scene was downright sloppy. At the very least, you should have worn gloves when handling the evidence. And look at the footprints on Wang Weifeng's body. When the alliance arrives, they won't even need some super professional analyst. Any ordinary person could just compare them and figure out these were high heels. Then the alliance will follow the trail right back to you. What were you thinking? Is this how Qing Yunru, the manager of the heaven-grade trading market, should behave? Recalling Qing Yunru's demeanor during the day and contrasting it with her conduct and mannerisms tonight, Xiao Ran simply couldn't fathom how this could be the same person. But now that he knew Qing Yunru was behind it, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. After all, he was going to be making his way in Ren Tianhang's human-grade trading market from now on. Moreover, Ren Tianhang paid close attention to what Qing Yunru said. And considering the other party was the manager of the heaven-tier trading market, Xiao Ran decided to make Lu Bing the scapegoat. After all, this body was meant for experimentation. Thus, Xiao Ran controlled Lu Bing, whose figure flickered as he vanished. First, he wiped away every fingerprint trace in the room. Then approached Wang Weifeng and smudged the footprints Qing Yunru had left on him. Before adding a few of his own to perfectly cover Qing Yunru's footprints. Surveying the chaotic office, Xiao Ran inspected it once more. And upon finding nothing amiss, he directly manipulated his soul to retrieve the previously signed contract, placing it against his chest. Then he felt along Wang Weifeng's corpse, drew a small dagger from his waistband, slashing his own throat. Blood gushed out violently. Having completed this, Xiao Ran immediately withdrew his soul from Lu Bing's corpse. Thus, a scene seemingly containing every possible element was meticulously crafted by Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran reckoned that the Alliance investigators would rack their brains in vain. What had actually transpired? For Xiao Ran had provided an overwhelming amount of false information, sufficient to completely derail the Alliance's investigative approach. Lu Bing clutching the contract, Wang Weifeng dead, Lu Bing dead, still holding Wang Weifeng's weapon, a dagger. And the office had been ransacked. Even the most skilled investigators in the Alliance couldn't fathom why. As for whether suspicion would fall on Qing Yunru, Xiao Ran could guarantee it absolutely wouldn't. Just look at the act this woman put on during the day. She's clearly a seasoned performer, a veteran artist. How could anyone possibly see through her? As for whether suspicion might fall on him, that was even less likely. He was safely at home. How could he possibly be involved in such matters? In short, regarding Wang Weifeng's death this time, absolutely no one would suspect either me or Qing Yunru. Unless Qing Yunru confesses herself, which has nothing to do with him. Xiao Ran's greatest discovery now was that divine souls could control unclaimed bodies. and that after leaving such a body, the soul could autonomously return to his soul-refining banner. That alone was sufficient. However, upon the soul's return, Xiao Ran discovered it was significantly weaker than before entering the body. Perhaps this was the drawback of a divine soul inhabiting an extraordinary being's body. In any case, from now on, he could easily help powerful divine souls secure extraordinary bodies to inhabit, thus amassing an army of puppets. And then he could sit behind the scenes, manipulating everything. At this thought, Xiao Ran's face, bathed in moonlight, took on an eerily terrifying expression. Meanwhile, Nüwa, kneading clay figures beside him, remarked, "Master, you look just like a villain right now." Xiao Ran smacked her on the head. "Stop watching so much TV. Make me more clay figures." With that, Xiao Ran crossed his legs and resumed his cultivation. Now was not the time to daydream about the future. Though he possessed various treasures, his strength was still rather weak. Based on Lu Bing's earlier observation, Qing Yunru's strength was undoubtedly at the A rank or even S rank level. When Qing Yunru had attacked, he hadn't been able to clearly see her at all. Though Wang Weifeng was drunk at the time, the opponent was still an extraordinary practitioner. And yet, even so, Qing Yunru managed to slit his throat in one swift stroke. Such power, such ruthlessness. Xiao Ran knew he stood no chance against her. Her speed was simply too swift. Perhaps only after he ignited his fourth star could he even hope to face such an opponent? Yet Xiao Ran sensed vaguely. The progress of illuminating the fourth star seemed to be slowing down. Not because he lacked starlight energy, but as if he had hit some kind of bottleneck. Xiao Ran opened his eyes slightly. Merely absorbing starlight energy alone proved to be a futile endeavor. It seemed he still needed to enter a dungeon or engage in combat on the beast battlefield. Should he accept Long Yunyuan's offer? Chapter 71, 50-50 split. Though he knew it might be a trap, Xiao Ran still kept the matter in mind. If he could enter the dungeon more often to hone his skills, that would be beneficial. With the Nüwa substitute clay doll now in place to handle those schemes, as long as he remained cautious, he shouldn't end up in trouble. The next day, Xiao Ran arrived at the hospital as agreed to discuss their next dungeon run. Upon arriving at the hospital, Zhang Xuan and Mo Qiu were deep in conversation. Upon seeing Xiao Ran arrive, Mo Qiu immediately stood up to greet him. "Xiao Ran, come on in, we've been waiting for you." Wang Si and Wang Tian both smiled at Xiao Ran, also extending a warm welcome to his arrival. Xiao Ran placed all 3 bouquets of flowers on their bedside tables. Seeing this, Mo Qiu chuckled and said, "Why buy flowers? That's such a waste of money. In this world today, whether it's various crops or all kinds of plants, grow under extremely harsh conditions, making them relatively expensive. Visiting patients in the hospital isn't like it used to be. Buying flowers or fruit. People mostly come empty-handed now. After all, the patients lying in hospitals are mostly those injured while tackling tough challenges. Only a very small number are hospitalized due to natural illnesses." So when Xiao Ran splurged on 3 bouquets of flowers, it made Mo Qiu feel a bit embarrassed. Those 3 bouquets could probably buy a chunk of exotic beast meat. "Come on, you clearly don't consider us family," Zhang Xuan complained. Xiao Ran merely smiled without responding. Mo Qiu, meanwhile, scrutinized Xiao Ran from head to toe, shaking his head in disbelief. "Earlier, when Zhang Xuan mentioned you were hiding your strength, I didn't believe it. But seeing you handle things today, I'm convinced now. A janitor couldn't possibly be this wealthy." As he spoke, Mo Qiu gave Wang Si a meaningful glance. Wang Si nodded and stepped outside the ward to keep watch. "Xiao Ran, the situation is simple, you have the skills, and we need the money. A win-win partnership seems perfectly reasonable to me. What do you think?" Mo Qiu said with a smile. Xiao Ran grabbed a stool, sat down. Nodding as he replied, "Honestly, even if Captain Mo hadn't brought this up, I would have approached you guys myself. But now there's a problem, I really can't get past Sister Hong's refusal to let me enter the instance." Xiao Ran was referring to Lu Hongrui barring him from entering the instance. Fearing danger and worrying about Xiao Ran's safety, Mo Qiu, Zhang Xuan, and the others were all from the Environmental Protection Department. Upon hearing Xiao Ran's words, Mo Qiu waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, that's because Sister Hong doesn't know your true strength. Xuan already told us about what happened earlier. With your skills, clearing a few E-rank dungeons is no big deal. Rest assured, though we're all part of the Environmental Department's Special Operations team, we still have permission to freely tackle dungeons. You can trust that completely. As for whether Sister Hong will discover this, I can't guarantee it. I don't know why you're hiding your class extraordinary profession abilities, but I'm sure you have your reasons. We'll keep your secret, no need to worry. After all, we've no beef. Why would I go out of my way to harm you? You agree, right? Besides, you're going to be our task force's cash cow from now on." Hearing Mo Qiu's words, Xiao Ran shook his head. "Captain Mo, don't call me a cash cow. The dangers in a dungeon are unpredictable. Who knew my first run would encounter a mutated instance? Honestly, conditions inside can shift in an instant. No one can guarantee a 100% success rate for any dungeon strategy. Zhang Shuwen slapped Xiao Ran on the shoulder. Hey, kid, you're just putting on airs with brother Zhang here, aren't you? I saw right through you from the start, you're a tough nut. Damn it, Imocho, you didn't see the kid in the dungeon when Xiao Ran. Stop, cut it out, brother Zhang. That's water under the bridge. Xiao Ran immediately cut Zhang Shuwen off. Hey, you little punk, you won't even let a guy speak. Several of them burst into laughter. After a moment's thought, Imocho spoke up. Xiao Ran. Here's the thing, some matters really need to be discussed openly. Hearing this, Xiao Ran understood they were getting down to business. And his expression turned serious as he listened to Imocho's next words. A transcendent practitioner of your caliber joining us in the dungeon is a tremendous advantage for us. As you know, high-level dungeons are dangerous, but the materials and resources they yield are several times greater than those of E-rank dungeons. With your abilities, you could easily participate in high-level dungeons and profit handsomely. However, our raid team's overall strength is E-tier, so we primarily tackle E-tier dungeons. Would you be willing to accept a group invitation for such dungeons? Simply put, high-level dungeons carry greater risks, but the materials and resources they yield are exceptionally rich. Clearing a high-level instance can yield materials and resources worth millions. Yields at least several million, and potentially over 100 million. E-rank dungeons, however, pale in comparison. Although the dungeon Xiao Ran and his team tackled last time was a large-scale E-rank instance. And though it had mutated, aside from the monster's level changes, the materials and resources remained at E-rank dungeon levels, falling far short of higher-tier dungeons. But Xiao Ran didn't care about that now. What mattered to Xiao Ran was the qualification to enter the dungeon. As an E-rank janitor, no one would want to team up with him to enter a dungeon. And soloing dungeons was out of the question for Xiao Ran at his current status. And second, he lacked the necessary permissions. Therefore, for Xiao Ran, the resources obtained here were secondary. The crucial thing was finding someone willing to lead him into the dungeon. Without a guide, even the lowest tier E-rank dungeon, he couldn't enter. So without hesitation, Xiao Ran declared, Captain Mo, since you brought it up, I won't hide it from you. Earning money in the dungeon is one thing, but what I truly crave is battle. If possible, I even want to go to the outer realm battlefield and fight against the beasts. Hearing Xiao Ran's words, everyone in the hospital room was stunned by this 18-year-old youth. Zhang Shuwen gave him a thumbs up. Damn kid, you're not just tough, you're a real beast. Whoa, the outer realm battlefield? Man, I once watched those S-rank extraordinary professionals battle beasts from afar. That scene was unforgettable. Imocho's eyes now brimmed with admiration. Never imagined brother Xiao had such ambitions. I, Imocho, am truly impressed. Had I not known your strength, I'd have dismissed such talk with a laugh. But now that I've seen what you're capable of, I can only admire you, kid. Alright, since you agree, let's discuss the specifics of resource allocation. At this point, Imocho and Zhang Shuwen exchanged a glance. Then Imocho stated. Xiao Ran, Shuwen and I have discussed this thoroughly. For all resources and materials sold from dungeons we enter together, the alliance coins earned will be split 7 to you, 3 to us, or alternatively, 8 to you, 2 to us. Hearing this proposal, Xiao Ran frowned. That's not fair, Captain Mo. This isn't equitable. Xiao Ran had originally envisioned a split where he took 3 and the assault team 7, or perhaps 2 for him and 8 for them. Which would be fair and reasonable. After all, he was just tagging along on their dungeon runs, taking a small share would be enough. But Imocho waved his hand dismissively, his expression utterly serious as he declared. Xiao Ran, you're an A-tier extraordinary professional leading us through this dungeon. We're already getting the better end of the deal. I was thinking of splitting it 19-1, but my family's been going through some tough times lately, so. After hearing Imocho's words, Xiao Ran shook his head. Now that he'd officially joined Macho's raid team, he held the crucial authority over dungeon conquests. And splitting the loot this way just wouldn't feel fair. So Xiao Ran proposed, how about this, Captain Mo? Let's split it 50-50. You've all been through a lot. We all risked our lives in the dungeon, there's no need for me to take it all. The words left Imocho and the others momentarily speechless. Chapter 72, Speculations about the Multiverse Dump. At that moment, everyone in the room except Xiao Ran was taken aback. A 50-50 split? That's a bit out of line, isn't it? We're the ones asking you to team up with us. We're the ones in need of your help. We want you to lead us into the E-rank instance to make money. And we already felt a bit guilty about offering you such a small share. But now you actually want a 50-50 split? Xiao Ran looked at Imocho and Zhang Shuwen with some confusion. Completely baffled as to why they wore such puzzled expressions. Truthfully, this was because Xiao Ran rarely ventured into dungeons and lacked experience in forming teams. In the current world's dungeons, it was extremely rare if not non-existent to find high-level extraordinary professionals. Would ever lead a group of low-level extraordinary professionals into a dungeon. And even if they did, the price would be astronomical. Ordinary transcendent practitioners who team up with each other simply rely on their own abilities, competing to see who could gather more resources and materials. Let alone the fact that some might resort to outright looting within the dungeon. Put simply, a high-level extraordinary practitioner not only leads others into dungeons to conquer them, but also splits the materials and resources obtained within the dungeon. Split evenly with the group. Which left Mo Cho and the others utterly baffled. In their minds, high-level extraordinary practitioners, while not necessarily arrogant, they certainly didn't mix with or associate with lower-level extraordinary practitioners like themselves. But now, seeing his earnest expression, Mo Cho and Zhang Shuan exchanged a glance, still intending to refuse Xiao Ran. At that moment, Xiao Ran spoke with unwavering sincerity. Captain Mo, trust me on this. Mo Cho, who had been about to refuse Xiao Ran, swallowed the refusal that had been on the tip of his tongue. Mo Cho and Zhang Shuan now looked at Xiao Ran, seeing none of the youthful naivety from before. Instead, their expressions conveyed an air of unquestionable authority and unwavering resolve. Mo Cho shook his head, but in the end, he agreed. What can we even say now? They're the ones who brought us into the dungeon to clear it in the first place. And now they want to take a bigger cut from us. Why should we keep playing nice? At this thought, everyone's hearts burned with fervor. On one hand, they had a high-level extraordinary professional leading them into dungeons to earn money, though Xiao Ran still appeared to be an E-rank janitor on the surface. Zhang Shuan, who had witnessed Xiao Ran's prowess, knew better. On the other hand, getting a larger share of the money would benefit both their own lives and those of their families. At that very moment, Xiao Ran's stature grew towering in their hearts without them even realizing it. Forget E-rank janitor Xiao Ran was their very own money god. Mo Cho was itching to drag Xiao Ran straight into the dungeon for some action. But he was still recovering from injuries and couldn't enter the dungeon directly. Xiao Ran, since that's the case, how about this? Once our injuries are mostly healed, we'll pick a dungeon and notify you. No problem, Captain Mo. But it'd be best if we could do it during the day. I have to work my side job at night. Hearing this, Zhang Shuan looked puzzled. Bro, what's up? Why the side job? Isn't your janitor's salary enough for you now? No, I mean, with your current strength, could you possibly still be short on money? Xiao Ran shook his head with a wry smile. Are you kidding? My expenses are skyrocketing now. With 2 more mouths to feed at home, and crucially, these 2 mouths can only eat ingredients made from exotic beasts. And that stuff is ridiculously expensive. If I had to rely on my janitor's salary, he'd be eating nothing but air. But Xiao Ran kept those words to himself. Instead, he said, what can you do? With a big family, I'm the one who has to support them. Hearing this, a flicker of admiration crossed Mo Cho's eyes. He hadn't expected Xiao Ran to be such a family man. Just like himself, both single-handedly supporting their families. Moved, Mo Cho grasped Xiao Ran's hand and said sincerely, Xiao Ran, if you ever face any difficulties in life, don't hesitate to come to me or Zhang Shuan. Though we don't have much money ourselves, we'll help you in any way we can. Right now, I have some materials and guild coins left over from selling the last dungeon loot. After deducting what we need to submit to the environmental department, there's still a little bit remaining. If you're in a hurry, you can take it and use it for now. Xiao Ran shook his head. It's fine. I'd rather earn it myself. Money given to me by others just doesn't sit right with me. Saying this, Xiao Ran couldn't help but recall Long Yunyuan transferring 2 million alliance coins to him in one go. Admittedly, 1 million of that was extorted willingly given by young Master Lang. The other million came with a very clear message. I've shown this much sincerity, can't you at least agree to my request? Yes, it was a request an S-class extraordinary practitioner asking Xiao Ran, Long Yunyan, and Bai Chuchu to venture into the dungeon once more. The hidden agenda behind this had Xiao Ran feeling uneasy. But now that he possessed Nüwa's life-swapping clay figurine, Xiao Ran considered reaching out to see. Perhaps he could even make a few million off that woman? After finalizing the arrangements, Xiao Ran left the hospital. Driving the garbage truck back and forth between various dumps, Xiao Ran worked diligently. No matter what, the work absolutely couldn't stop. While working, Xiao Ran pondered the nature of this multiverse garbage dump. Although the dumping schedule for the multiverse dump wasn't fixed, he noticed that the dumping locations seemed to follow a pattern. The Manhwa Alliance Environmental Department operated numerous landfills, large and small. Though all located in remote areas, their sheer number was considerable. His Environmental Group 4 was responsible for 2 major dump sites, namely the recycling operations at the eastern and northern dump sites of the Manhwa Alliance. Reviewing the recent illegal dumping incidents, they had all occurred at these 2 sites. Moreover, during the last mass dumping incident, waste was dumped simultaneously at both sites. Doesn't this mean that as long as I oversee more landfills, then we could experience 2, or even 3, celestial garbage dumps like last time? The timing remains unpredictable, but the locations for these cosmic waste dumps can expand as the areas under one's jurisdiction grow. And the number of dumping sites will increase accordingly? If that's the case, last time the cosmic garbage dump targeted 2 major landfills directly. So couldn't I try buying or renting a small landfill to test the waters? What if it worked? But first, I could approach Sister Hong to see if she could assign me a few more landfills for recycling operations. If that's possible, Xiao Ran wants to take over all the landfills under Environmental Division 4. Chapter 73, Lu Hongrui, you can choose not to try. Currently, the 2 large garbage dumps under Xiao Ran's responsibility, recycling and incineration, could be completed in just half a day. So he still had relatively ample time. Earlier, after teaming up with Mo Chiu and others at the hospital to enter the dungeon, the flow of time within the instance naturally differed from the outside world. So even if he entered a dungeon, it wouldn't interfere with his current work. As for going to the human-grade trading market to become an appraiser and learn various appraisal skills, all of that would happen at night. What Xiao Ran didn't realize, that ordinary landfill cleaners don't show up for work every single day. Since the landfill is essentially a dumping ground for waste materials, cleaning it once a day is truly unnecessary. Typically, cleaners only came once a week, gradually collecting the waste, before dumping and incinerating it. This isn't to say these workers aren't diligent, but mainly because they're all elderly individuals, and are ordinary people. It's rare for someone as young as Xiao Ran to work at the landfill. Most are busy trying to conquer challenges or find other jobs. This grueling, exhausting work, shrouded in foul odors day after day, is truly not something any young person can handle. Mainly because the pay is genuinely not very high. For extraordinary practitioners, it's practically like begging on the street. But for ordinary people or those unable to enter dungeons, this money is at least enough to sustain oneself. After collecting and incinerating all the waste from the 2 dumps he managed, he drove the garbage truck to Lu Hongrui's office. In truth, Lu Hongrui remained quite busy day in and day out, constantly needing to evaluate the landfills under her department's jurisdiction, and then use the computerized waste recycling system to determine which sites had disposed of waste improperly. She then reported these findings to the Alliance, which analyzed the data to establish various regulations concerning urban waste disposal, commending certain regions, enterprises, companies, and households for environmental stewardship, encouraging others to follow their example, and offering incentives such as bonuses, or criticize and even blacklist certain areas, enterprises, or companies. Not to mention the fines, they'll even end up on the blacklist of major media news reports, lasting a full week. For the reputation of certain companies and regions can be quite significant. The Alliance places such emphasis on maintaining order within its ranks is primarily because, although humans currently possess numerous extraordinary professionals, their overall territory has been severely squeezed by the beasts. Not only do they face external threats, but internal challenges persist. The various dungeons suddenly appearing in cities are also a headache for the Alliance. If these instances are not promptly cleared, their expansion will cause truly immense repercussions. Thus, the living environments where people reside naturally become the utmost priority. Compared to before, the Alliance's standards for environmental quality have grown increasingly stringent. However, the profession of sanitation worker is inherently low tier. And no matter how much the Alliance prioritizes sanitation, it would never attract young people like Xiao Ran to work at the landfill. There's no helping it, young people are full of youthful ambition, always dreaming of slaying monsters in dungeons and growing stronger. Hardly any teenager would be like Xiao Ran. When Xiao Ran pushed open the door, Lu Hongrui was swamped with work. Mainly because the Alliance had recently allocated additional funds to Lu Hongrui's Environmental Division 4 to establish 2 more landfills within the Alliance. Both sites would exclusively store experimental waste materials. Spotting Xiao Ran's arrival, Lu Hongrui lifted her head, then tilted her head. Something? Take a seat for now. I'm busy at the moment. This alliance is ridiculous. Why not just incinerate this experimental waste? They had to pick 2 specific spots to pile it up. Now I have to find someone to handle this stuff. What a hassle. Lu Hongrui complained. Hearing her words, Xiao Ran's eyes lit up. Huh? Sister Lu, really? Lu Hongrui frowned, looking puzzled. What do you mean, what's real? What's wrong with you? Why are you so excited about a landfill? What's real or not? What's gotten into you? Why are you so excited just hearing about a landfill? Xiao Ran gave a faint smile before saying, to be honest, Sister Lu, I came today mainly to ask you to assign me a few more garbage dumps. I want to earn more money. Besides the base salary, the pay here at the dumps also includes bonuses based on each site's performance evaluation, and the corresponding bonuses. Ever since Xiao Ran became a sanitation worker in charge of recycling at 2 dumps, he's been exceptionally diligent. And when it comes to environmental hygiene ratings, it's no exaggeration to say he's ranked first in environmental group 4. Therefore, Xiao Ran's wages as a sanitation worker were quite substantial. Hearing Xiao Ran's words, Lu Hongrui felt a stir in her heart. She set aside her work and studied Xiao Ran before her. Yesterday he bought exotic beast scraps, claiming he wanted to get stronger, and today he comes running to me asking to take on 2 more dump sites. Xiao Ran, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? In Lu Hongrui's view, yesterday's Xiao Ran hadn't actually given up on the idea of growing stronger by entering dungeons. Otherwise, why would he think to buy leftover exotic beast ingredients to eat himself? This resolved Lu Hongrui, as long as Xiao Ran didn't give up on his dungeon ambitions. She would track him down daily, essentially keeping a constant watch on the kid. But today, this kid actually came to her saying he wanted to take charge of the other 2 junkyards too. What the hell is going on? Do you want to go to the dungeon to get stronger? Or do you plan to stay put in our environmental division 4, work hard, get paid, and live like a normal person? Xiao Ran, I honestly can't figure you out right now. Did yesterday's monster scraps drain your entire budget? After much speculation, Lu Hongrui could only conclude this was the reason. Beast ingredients are expensive to begin with, and while scraps are cheaper, they're not exactly a bargain. And with Xiao Ran's janitorial wages, he probably didn't have a single penny left after buying those. As she thought this, Lu Hongrui tapped away at her computer, her voice tinged with exasperation. Alright. You just focus on cleaning up the dump properly. Running low on cash now? I'll advance you some money, but don't you dare go buying any more exotic beast ingredients or scraps, got it? Xiao Ran waved his hand dismissively. No, Sister Hong, it's not like that. Nothing isn't? You little rascal, don't think I haven't seen through you. You still want to enter the dungeon, don't you? I've seen types like you 100 times. I know every hair on your body. What are you trying to pull here? Alright, the money's transferred. Spend it wisely. Got it? Ding. Xiao Ran's phone vibrated and emitted a crisp ringtone. At this moment, Xiao Ran was left speechless by Lu Hongrui's antics. Wait, I was just planning to take on more work. How did this turn into me asking for an advance on my pay? What the hell is this nonsense? This won't do. If the dumping at the multiverse landfill is based on the number of landfills under his jurisdiction, allowing multiple dumping sessions, then the more dump sites he managed, the higher the chance of another double dump like last time. And that's all points. That's all multiverse trash that can make me stronger. So Xiao Ran stood up, looking at Lu Hongrui with utmost seriousness. Sis Lu. You've got it all wrong. I genuinely want to take charge of more dump sites to earn more money, that's all. Yes, I want to grow stronger. But before that, don't I need to stay alive? Don't I need to live? I can advance my wages today, but what about tomorrow? The day after? I can't just accept your kindness for nothing. So just let me take on more work. I want to earn my living through my own efforts. Hearing this, Lu Hongrui narrowed her eyes slightly. And finally gave a faint smile. Actually, Xiao Ran, you could choose not to work hard. As she spoke, Lu Hongrui rose to her feet and approached Xiao Ran. Walked behind him, leaned down, and whispered softly into his ear. Sometimes, choice matters more than effort. What do you think, Xiao Ran? Her warm breath tickled his earlobe. A tingling sensation that spread from his ear throughout his entire body. Xiao Ran was momentarily speechless. He pressed a hand firmly against Lu Hongrui's fair cheek, causing her pretty face to twist slightly. Then, Xiao Ran said expressionlessly, Sister Lu, you're now guilty of the despicable act of harassing a subordinate. I advise you to turn back while there's still time. Chapter 74, You're not taking advantage of the chance I gave you. Hearing Xiao Ran's words, Lu Hongrui tapped his forehead with her index finger in exasperation. You good-for-nothing brat. You didn't take the chance I gave you. With that, Lu Hongrui returned to her seat. Then began working at her computer. Alright, I got it. But you're handling recycling for 4 dump sites all by yourself. Can you really manage that? Hearing Lu Hongrui's words, Xiao Ran immediately pounded his chest and assured her, Sis Hong, don't worry. I'll make it a huge success. Who said I want you to make the dumps thrive? Why can't you make me thrive? Lu Hongrui murmured under her breath, a faint blush flushing her cheeks. Ha? Sister Hong? What are you muttering to yourself about? Nothing. You're just impossible to reason with. Alright, you little rascal. The new land approval will come through in 3 days. I'll send you the exact location then. You just head over and take charge of that site. However, the evaluation of the new landfill site is still quite important. If you find yourself overwhelmed by the workload, be sure to let me know. I'll send more people to help. No need, Sister Hong, I've got this. Seeing Xiao Ran's expression, Lu Hongrui chuckled softly. You've really gotten hooked on being a janitor, haven't you? Seriously, have you considered becoming a son-in-law? Xiao Ran stood up, his tone earnest. Sis Hong, I'm still young. Selling my body and soul? Not happening. Get lost, you brat. Who said you could sell your soul or body? Now get out of here. Yes, Sister Hong. Watching Xiao Ran climb onto the garbage truck and leave the Environmental Division 4 office through the window, Lu Hongrui exhaled deeply. This is for the best. Keeping Xiao Ran busy with work means he'll earn more money. And at the same time, it'll cut down on his chances of going to the dungeon. Though the landfill job was grueling and the status was low, it was still safer than wandering the edge of life and death in those dungeons. Still, recalling Xiao Ran's earlier words, Lu Hongrui couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. She stopped what she was doing and pulled out the mirror from her drawer to examine her own face. Could it be that I'm getting old? Not really, I'm only 23. She scrutinized her reflection with suspicion, then angrily tossed the mirror back into the drawer. You little brat, I won't let you off the hook. Driving the garbage truck, Xiao Ran headed straight for the shop of Mr. Yang, the exotic beast ingredient processor. The last batch of exotic beast ingredients he'd purchased totaled 50,000 alliance coins. In less than a day, he'd already nearly finished it all. Though they were all stale scraps, besides Nüwa and the Golden-Winged Great Peng consuming them, he'd replaced all his regular meals with these scraps. So the consumption rate of these scraps was enormous. Moreover, Xiao Ran sensed that as his strength grew increasingly formidable, the energy required to sustain his formidable physique would demand high-grade medicinal substances or premium exotic beast ingredients. Ordinary food could no longer satisfy his current appetite. Of course, if given the choice, Xiao Ran wouldn't willingly eat these scraps, though he still had roughly 2 million alliance coins in his pocket. At this rate, it would never be enough. So for now, he'd just have to make do with the scraps alongside Nüwa and the others. That said, even these scraps were far beyond what ordinary extraordinary practitioners could afford to consume daily like Xiao Ran did. Soon after parking, Xiao Ran headed straight to Boss Yang Fan's exotic beast processing shop. Xiao Yu, who was unloading goods at the entrance, spotted Xiao Ran immediately, though she felt awkward seeing Xiao Ran after yesterday's incident. But seeing Xiao Ran without greeting him felt even more awkward. Before Xiao Yu could speak, Xiao Ran took the goods from her hands. Smiling as he asked, Xiao Yu, is Boss Yang in the shop now? I need to speak with him. Seeing this, Xiao Yu hurriedly replied, Oh my, Mr. Xiao Ran, what are you doing? I should be the one handling this. Xiao Ran didn't respond to Xiao Yu. Instead, he held the goods and asked, Should I put these here? Xiao Yu nodded, then hurried forward to hand Xiao Ran the towel draped around her neck. Mr. Xiao Ran, please wipe your hands. Mr. Yang is out right now and not in the shop. What business did you have with Mr. Yang? Is it important? Why don't you tell me, and I'll mention it later. I can have him call you directly? Oh, it's nothing urgent. Just wanted to get some more exotic beast scraps. Xiao Ran said. He had already picked up another box of goods and started lifting it. Seeing this, Xiao Yu hurriedly tried to persuade him again. Oh, Mr. Xiao Ran, let me do it. This kind of work. Xiao Ran gave a faint smile, set the goods down. This is nothing. It's a breeze compared to my job at the junkyard. But, before Xiao Yu could say anything else, Boss Yang's voice echoed from afar. Hey! Xiao Ran, my friend. What brings you here? Then, seeing Xiao Ran helping with the cargo, Yang Fan instantly grew annoyed. Xiao Yu! What's going on? How could you let brother Xiao Ran carry goods? He's a valued guest. Is this how you treat important clients? No, Boss Yang, it's not like that. I didn't ask Mr. Xiao Ran to help. He insisted on helping me. Xiao Yu stood beside Xiao Ran, looking a bit put out, while Xiao Ran smiled and explained. Ah, Boss Yang, I just got here. Since I've got nothing else to do, I volunteered to help little fish move some goods. I took it upon myself. Honestly, with just one server in your shop handling deliveries, stocking shelves, and even the register. You're really tight-fisted, aren't you? Treating a young lady like a pack mule? Can't you hire another guy? Oh. Ha! You little rascal. Fine, come on, I'll help you move it. Hey, Xiao Yu, go inside and brew a pot of my special tea. Then you can go back to whatever you were doing. Got it. As Xiao Yu turned to leave, she gave Xiao Ran a light tap on the lower back. It's all your fault I almost got yelled at by the boss. Xiao Ran just smiled indifferently, not bothered at all. Yang Fan, ever the straightforward chap, praised Xiao Ran while unloading goods. Man, Xiao Ran, at your age, not many can handle this kind of work. Then Yang Fan started ranting about today's young extraordinary professionals. You wouldn't believe it, these young transcendent practitioners nowadays? Every last one of them thinks they're hot. Damn it, they think clearing a dungeon makes them superior, they don't treat people like human beings. Hearing Boss Yang's words, Xiao Ran's heart stirred. As if he'd sensed something. He set down the goods he was holding and inquired, Oh? From what you're saying, Boss Yang, something happened? Yang Fan and Xiao Ran had already finished unloading the goods. So Yang Fan leaned closer to Xiao Ran. Glanced around. Shu, come on. Let's head into my office. I'll explain everything to you there. Seeing Boss Yang Fan's manner, Xiao Ran couldn't help but find it amusing. This feels like we're up to no good. Chapter 75, You, a janitor, taking over the entire market? Once inside the office, Yang Fan poured Xiao Ran a cup of tea. Then said, Well, today I attended our Processors Trade Association meeting. Nowadays, those young extraordinary professionals are driving down the prices of our exotic beast ingredient scraps lower and lower. What do these youngsters have? Just helped the Alliance clear a few dungeons, yet they keep driving down the purchase prices day after day. We're thinking, if it comes down to it, we'll just put in the effort and stop working with them. We'll go straight to the external alliances instead. Sure, we won't make much, but at least we'll lose less, right? Selling to these brats? I'd rather dump all this scrap in the landfill and burn it myself. After saying this, Boss Yang Fan suddenly remembered that Xiao Ran worked as a janitor at the landfill. And grinned. When the time comes, Xiao Ran, my friend, just come pick it up yourself and haul it straight to the incinerator. Saves me from having to tell Xiao Yu to dump this junk at the landfill. Xiao Ran sipped his tea. He'd guessed many processors shared Boss Yang Fan's predicament. He never imagined they'd actually hold a special meeting over this, clearly indicating they'd reached a critical tipping point. As Boss Yang Fan put it, these processors would rather drive extra miles or even let the goods rot in their own hands, rather than sell them at low prices to scrap collectors, evidently harboring deep resentment toward these scrap collectors. So Xiao Ran said, hey, just throwing it away is such a waste. Selling it to other alliances to make them money? That's not a long-term solution either. Isn't Boss Yang worried they'll turn out just like the scrap buyers in the current market? Maybe a few times won't hurt, but once they catch on, your scraps might just rot in your own hands. Hearing Xiao Ran's words, Yang Fan let out a long sigh. Ah, Xiao Ran, my friend, you have no idea how tough it is for us exotic beast ingredient processors. Take me, for instance. When dealing with those high-end extraordinary practitioners, we can't compromise on quality, right? But the prices have to be reasonable too. It's a constant back and forth. Bro, don't be fooled by my flashy lifestyle now. Sure, I rake in hundreds of thousands, even millions daily, sometimes tens of millions. But honestly, our profit margins? They're practically non-existent. Take Xiao Yu in my shop, she does everything. It's not that I don't want to hire more help to lighten her load, but honestly, brother Xiao Ran, you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. If only the prices for monster meat scraps could return to what they were before, at least my shop could keep turning over inventory. I reckon if the outside alliance buyers catch on soon, this business of mine will go under sooner or later. And it's not just us, most shops in this market, those without resources or connections, will go under one by one. Hearing Boss Yang's words, Xiao Ran's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. Mr. Yang, I actually came here today specifically to discuss this very matter. Huh? This matter? What do you mean, brother Xiao Ran? Yang Fan looked at Xiao Ran with some confusion. Xiao Ran gave a faint smile and said, as you know, I keep a pet beast at home, and the amount of scrap materials required is quite substantial. Yang Fan frowned. Large quantities? Brother Xiao Ran, didn't you just take a batch of scraps from me yesterday? That amount would barely be enough for 2 pets, wouldn't it? Yang Fan naturally knew a thing or two about pet beasts. As long as it wasn't one of those large combat-type pets, yesterday's scraps of exotic beast ingredients would definitely suffice. Even for 2 beasts, it would barely suffice. But what Xiao Ran said next truly left Yang Fan dumbfounded. To be honest, Mr. Yang, I've already used up most of yesterday's scraps. What? Good grief, what kind of pet beast did brother Xiao Ran end up raising? Yang Fan stared blankly at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran merely smiled without responding. Yang Fan then scrutinized Xiao Ran from head to toe. Today, Xiao Ran was still wearing the same black janitor's uniform as yesterday. Plain and ordinary, just the attire of a janitor. Yet this janitor had just spent tens of thousands of alliance coins yesterday to buy scrap materials for his pet beast. And the very next day, he came running to tell me it was almost all gone? Is this pet beast or a gold-gobbling beast? Can a janitor like you really afford to spend tens of thousands of alliance coins a day? Yang Fan wasn't looking down on Xiao Ran, but what Xiao Ran said were simply beyond his comprehension. Hey, Xiao Ran, tell me straight, are you some kind of noble scion? Huh, wait, there aren't any Xiao families around here, are there? Now, I'm not looking down on you, but as a janitor, your monthly salary can't be much, right? And you're raising a pet beast? That's just a bit much. Hearing Boss Yang's words, Xiao Ran waved his hand. Hey, Boss Yang, how could I possibly be from a prominent family? If I were, would I be working as a janitor? Wouldn't I have been living it up in luxury and excess long ago? Yang Fan stroked his chin and nodded. True enough. There's certainly no precedent for a family scion working as a janitor. But just as Yang Fan was about to ask something else, Xiao Ran cut him off. In short, I can currently buy all your scrap materials at the original recycling price, whatever quantity you have, I'll take it. That much is certain. Full payment or deposits, no problem at all. But this batch of goods, well, it shouldn't be like the last one. Even if it's scrap material, it needs to be fresh, right, Mr. Yang? At these words, stars lit up in Yang Fan's eyes. Brother Xiao Ran, are you serious about this? Absolutely. But you see, my funds are limited right now. I can handle 1 store for now. But if there are more stores, I might not be able to handle it. Give me some time, though. Once my funds are sufficient, I can take on the scraps from all the other stores. What? Brother Xiao Ran, Yang Fan was utterly stunned by Xiao Ran's words. You're not just buying my scraps, you want to become a buyer? Acquire scraps from other shops? Yang Fan sat on the stool, his hands trembling. Good grief, this kid's only 18, right? And he's just a landfill cleaner. He says he plans to take over the entire scrap animal ingredient processing market. He'll take over the entire exotic meat processing market, all the scraps? Is being a landfill cleaner really that lucrative? Boss Yang Fan swallowed hard, finding it hard to believe what Xiao Ran was saying. Buying up his shop's scraps that Yang Fan could understand, falling within his realm of comprehension. But to buy up every scrap of exotic beast ingredients from the entire market? Could such words truly come from an 18-year-old janitor? What was he doing at 18? He was lugging goods all day under his damn father's command. And now this kid was trying to corner the entire market's scrap business? And the most crucial part? This kid actually plans to buy up all the scraps at the original scrap prices. Brother Xiao Ran, it's not that I don't trust you, but this is seriously a huge deal. Chapter 76, Full-Time Janitor, Part-Time Appraiser. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Xiao Ran understood his concerns perfectly well. A lowly janitor keeping a pet beast and needing exotic beast scraps, that's one thing. But bulk purchasing such scraps? The money required wouldn't be covered by mere millions or tens of millions of alliance coins. Xiao Ran had actually considered this. First, his current income wasn't solely from his janitorial wages. Second, he could venture into dungeons to gather various materials and resources, which alone constitutes a major chunk of several million. Second, he could venture into the human-grade trading market and moonlight as an appraiser. While not the cream of the crop, the profession of appraiser is quite lucrative. First, the trading market pays a salary, that's one aspect. On the other hand, whenever you successfully appraise an item and manage to, you earn a commission. Though the human-grade trading market pales in scale compared to Earth-grade or Heaven-grade markets, the volume of treasures flowing through them daily is immense. And I possess a system capable of appraising all manner of treasures. Unlike traditional appraisers who must conduct multiple tests for each item, requiring multiple tests. In other words, when others determine whether an item is a treasure, whether it is or not, they must run it through various devices in the trading market to find out. Or you yourself must be an extraordinary professional in treasure appraisal. But I'm entirely different. I only need the system to scan it, and you can immediately reach a conclusion. While others appraise a single treasure, Xiao Ran can appraise over a dozen treasures in the same time. And crucially, he never makes misjudgments. Misjudgment, misidentifying an artifact, missing out on its value. Every day, he navigates the bustling trading market, where vast treasures circulate, each one a walking alliance coin. Moreover, to retain this prodigious appraiser, Ren Tianhang, he promised that any treasure Xiao Ran appraised provided he could afford it. He could purchase them outright with his own funds. It's a win-win deal. This is precisely why Master Lu has amassed such wealth. Moreover, it's not just these things, I can now also rely on the system's multiverse dump. If I'm not mistaken, the dumping of the multiverse dumpster, though random in timing, might vary in volume. The two dumps I currently oversee have previously experienced simultaneous dumping events. While there's an element of gambling involved, what if it pays off? Even if my guess proves wrong, my expertise as an appraiser in the human-grade market will allow me to absorb all the scraps from this exotic beast ingredient processor. Making money, for Xiao Ran, was merely a matter of time. So why not start preparing from the very beginning? Xiao Ran lifted his teacup, took a calm sip, then smiled and said, actually, I'm not just a janitor. Soon, I'll also be working as an appraiser in the human-grade market. No choice, life's demands make side gigs absolutely necessary. Yang Fan nearly spit out the tea he'd just swallowed upon hearing Xiao Ran's words. Cough. Brother Xiao, you're an appraiser? Yang Fan scrutinized Xiao Ran from head to toe once more. Are you kidding me? An appraiser at the trading market this young? Could that even be right? This kid looks barely 18, right? In Yang Fan's experience, appraisers were either approaching their 70s or middle-aged men. Since these individuals all possess dungeon experience, having thoroughly studied the histories of various dungeons and exotic beasts. But this kid standing before him. Just consider the treasures currently known in this world, not even globally, but just within the Longhua Alliance alone. Any single one of them would likely be older than this kid standing before him. Could he be some sort of extraordinary appraiser? With that thought, Yang Fan asked, Whoa, Xiao Ran, might I ask what your extraordinary profession is? Xiao Ran didn't hold back, smiling as he replied, E-rank life cleaner. Yang Fan, huh? This left Yang Fan utterly baffled. Wait, so you're actually a janitor? And it's your actual profession? That's got nothing to do with being an appraiser. A janitor with appraisal skills? Probably only the ability to sort trash, right? And he's not exactly seasoned either. Age represents experience, right? What kind of experience could someone this young possibly have? So how could he possibly be an appraiser? Just as Boss Yang Fan fell silent, Xiao Ran's phone rang. Xiao Ran pulled it out to see it was Ren Tianhang. Originally, Xiao Ran had planned to head to the human-grade trading market after finishing his work at the landfill. But now he was still here at the exotic beast ingredient processor. And before he knew it, the afternoon had arrived. Xiao Ran gave a subtle signal but didn't leave his seat to answer the call. After all, he'd already informed Boss Yang Fan that he was now working as an appraiser at the human grade trading market, no need to hide anything. Hello, Boss Rin, what's up? Xiao Ran said, lifting the tea beside him. Xiao Ran, how's work over there? Oh, almost done. I'll be over shortly. I see. Then please hurry over, brother Xiao Ran. There are simply too many treasures in the market right now, and you know my situation with appraisers. Master Lu is helping me now, but he's only one person. Xiao Ran nodded and replied, got it, Boss Rin. I'll wrap up here and head over right away. Beep. After hanging up, Xiao Ran slipped his phone back into his pants pocket. Just as he was about to speak, Yang Fan across from him asked uncertainly, Xiao Ran, that call you just made, could it be? Yang Fan swallowed hard before continuing. Wasn't that Ren Tianhang, the Ren boss from the human grade trading market? Xiao Ran nodded. Yep, that's Boss Ren. He's swamped right now and needs me to head over ASAP. At that moment, Boss Yang Fan was once again stunned by Xiao Ran standing before him. So you really are an appraiser? And this Ren Tianhang, the market manager, is actually urging you to return? Damn it. In just half an hour, Yang Fan had been stunned by Xiao Ran more than a dozen times. And he was starting to realize that this youth before him defied all conventional understanding. Given his strength and abilities, seemed entirely plausible. The appraisal business was a highly lucrative field. It was entirely feasible to secure the exclusive contract for processing the offcuts of exotic beast ingredients in this market. But Mr. Yang Fan frowned and thought for a moment before saying, Brother Xiao Ran, it's not that I don't trust you. If you were to present your appraiser credentials now, I'd have to believe you even if I didn't want to. But this matter is of great importance. I might not be able to decide on my own. You know I'm attending a meeting today specifically to discuss this. Xiao Ran nodded. Indeed, the scale of this venture was substantial. Acquiring all the exotic beast offcuts from the entire market if Yang Fan were to act as an intermediary or provide a guarantee. If anything went wrong later, Yang Fan would be the first one held accountable. So Xiao Ran understood his caution. Xiao Ran stood up and said, alright, Mr. Yang, this matter isn't urgent. To be honest, my current funds are limited. Acquiring all the exotic beast offcuts from the entire market right now is beyond my means. However, I can still handle the offcuts you've accumulated over the past period. Here's the plan, you can estimate the value later and call me with the figure. I'll wire you the full payment immediately. My only requirement is freshness like the previous batch. I know it's unavoidable, but we absolutely cannot have a repeat of the last incident. Hearing Xiao Ran's proposal, Yang Fan was naturally pleased. Yang Fan wasn't a fool, relying solely on Xiao Ran's word to step in as his guarantor. Frankly, that's unrealistic. But when it came to his own shop and his own ingredients, he held complete control. Once we've worked together a few more times and I get a feel for Xiao Ran's preferences, or when Xiao Ran's needs grew larger, he could then approach the Merchants Association about this matter. Wouldn't be out of the question. After Xiao Ran left Yang Fan's shop, he watched his departing figure and found himself lost in thought. While Xiaoyu, standing behind the cash register, lifted her head slightly to sneak a peek at Xiao Ran's retreating figure. Curious about what Xiao Ran and Boss Yang had discussed. And why Boss Yang seemed so dazed and lost. Chapter 77, The Appraisal House. Soon, Xiao Ran drove the garbage truck to the parking lot of the human grade trading market. The lot was filled with numerous luxury vehicles. Hurry up! Master Lu is the top expert at the heaven grade trading market. My treasure is sure to fetch a great price. Who'd have thought Master Lu would come to the human grade market? Look, even Boss Rin is here maintaining order today. That's some treatment. Exactly. Come on, let's hurry. Ha! That stinks. What is it? Just as the crowd was buzzing with speculation, a large garbage truck slowly rolled into the parking lot. And people immediately pinched their noses to avoid it. As soon as it stopped. Hey, kid, don't park here. Can't you see my fancy car? You're stinking up my spot. Even selling you wouldn't cover the damage. Get the hell out of here. The young man in the luxury car saw Xiao Ran park the garbage truck right next to his vehicle. I'm really disgusted. What are you staring at? Get the hell out of here. Damn it, you think I wouldn't smother you with cash? Xiao Ran was inside the garbage truck, which had been specially designed with excellent sealing, so Xiao Ran didn't hear the other person's words. Xiao Ran's gaze shifted toward the entrance of the human grade trading market. Ren Tianhang stood there with his arms crossed. The moment Xiao Ran's garbage truck entered, a flash of delight crossed his face, and he quickly walked toward Xiao Ran's garbage truck. After getting out of the truck, Xiao Ran waved at Ren Tianhang ahead, while the young man beside the luxury car, seeing Xiao Ran completely ignore him, and his temper flared instantly. Hey, you! Did you even hear me? I told you to get lost, you hear me? Hearing this, Xiao Ran glanced at the luxury car parked beside him. And just as he was about to respond, a hearty laugh echoed over. Ha! Xiao Ran, little brother, you finally showed up. As he spoke, Ren Tianhang stepped past the young driver and wrapped his arms around Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran returned the embrace half-heartedly. Then said, "Sorry, boss Ren. Got held up on the way. Hope I didn't keep you waiting too long?" "Not at all. Come on, today we've got plenty of treasures waiting." Perfect timing let Master Lu pass on some of his expertise to you. Overhearing their exchange, the young driver stood rooted to the spot, utterly bewildered. The manager of the human-grade trading market was hugging the owner of this junk car so intimately. And from the way they spoke, it seemed they'd been waiting specifically for this junk car's owner. What the hell is going on here? Am I still half asleep? Is this a dream? Could this scene possibly be real? While the young driver stood there dumbfounded, Ren Tianhang was about to lead Xiao Ran forward. But Xiao Ran stopped beside him, refusing to follow. Ren Tianhang was a bit puzzled. "Huh? What's up, Xiao Ran?" "Oh, nothing. My car smells really bad. It doesn't seem right to leave it here. I don't want to stink up other people's cars." Xiao Ran gestured toward the luxury car owner, then toward his own junk vehicle. Seeing this scene, Ren Tianhang frowned, then looked at the luxury car owner. His expression turning sour as he demanded, "Got a problem with that?" Hearing Ren Tianhang's words, the young owner finally snapped out of his daze. His body trembled, and he immediately smiled, saying, No, of course not. Go ahead. I'll be on my way." With that, the young driver ducked his head, jumped into the car, and drove off without looking back. Joking aside, this guy driving the junk truck was clearly one of Ren Laoda's men. And Big Ren is notorious for protecting his own. And he might just get his limbs broken and tossed out of the trading market. After this little incident, Ren Tianhang considered that Xiao Ran would be frequenting his trading market often in the future. He had a dedicated parking spot prepared for Xiao Ran. Arriving at the market, Xiao Ran noticed it was packed today. Was packed to the gills, with people practically shoulder to shoulder. And the number of stalls on the ground had more than doubled compared to yesterday. Ren Tianhang remarked from the side, "Brother Xiao Ran, it can't be helped, Master Lu's fame is simply too great. Most people here today are specifically seeking out Master Lu. In fact, Master Lu arrived at the market early this morning, waiting just for you." Xiao Ran nodded. "So Master Lu has been at the human-grade trading market all this time? What about the heaven-grade market? According to Master Lu's estimates, training you will only take a few days. What can we do? Little brother Xiao Ran is just that talented. During this training period, he'll be staying at the human-grade trading market. As for Sister Yunru's side, there's no need to worry. She already has plenty of appraisers there. Master Lu doesn't usually get involved in mass treasure appraisals." Xiao Ran nodded in understanding. After all, Master Lu was quite advanced in years. Constantly appraising treasures would inevitably leave him feeling stretched thin. Plus, Master Lu's passion for treasures means ordinary items likely wouldn't even catch his interest. This time, however, his primary purpose is to cultivate Xiao Ran as his successor. And incidentally, to lend a hand to Ren Tianhang in the human-grade trading market. Just then, a young man approached Ren Tianhang and whispered something in his ear. Ren Tianhang's expression immediately darkened. And he made no attempt to hide his words from Xiao Ran's ears. "Tell them to get the hell out of here. Damn it, I've been feeding and entertaining them for so long. And now Wang Weifeng comes along, drops a few words, bows a few times, and they flip-flop over to his side? What the hell kind of people are they? Now that Wang Weifeng's dead, the promises made to them are gone, so they think they can come back here and get more perks. That. Where in the world do you find such a sweet deal? Would I dare use someone who betrayed me? Tell them straight no way they're coming back. Damn ingrates." The young man nodded and dashed out immediately. Xiao Ran knew full well that Wang Weifeng was dead. But he still had to ask out loud. "Boss Ren, is Wang Weifeng dead? What happened?" Ren Tianhang snorted coldly. "Yeah, he's dead. The Martial Arts Association president didn't tell us the specifics. Damn it. Serves him right. Too bad I didn't get to see Wang Weifeng's corpse myself, otherwise I'd have kicked it a few times for good measure. He's got me in his sights." Xiao Ran's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. It seems the alliance hasn't made much headway either. If they follow Qing Yunru's previous methods and the clues she left behind, they'll likely trace it back to Qing Yunru soon enough. Fortunately, I had taken control of Lu Bing at the time, leaving all sorts of bizarre clues at the scene. Which is why the alliance hasn't uncovered anything. Still, Xiao Ran couldn't help but wonder why had Qing Yunru taken direct action? Or rather, why she chose to act alone? Though questions lingered in his mind. What did it matter to him? For him now, making money and improving his strength were the top priorities. Soon, Xiao Ran and Ren Tianhang arrived at the appraisal shop within the trading market. The sign read, Human Grade Trading Market Appraisal Office. Master Lu sat within the fenced-off shop, which gave it a distinct air of an ancient pawnshop. Master Lu sat inside, picking up a treasure from the other party. First examining it closely, then testing it with various equipment. Then, with obvious disdain, he tossed it aside. Trash. All of it is trash. Everything you hold is trash. Chapter 78, Painting a Pie in the Sky for Ren Tianhang. Master Lu sat in his shop, dismissing one item after another with disdain. Outside the back door of the appraisal office, a dozen or so people stood in neat formation. It seems they're all appraisers too, though their expressions were rather grim. When Ren Tianhang led Xiao Ran to the back entrance, this group of people who appeared to be appraisers all rushed forward. Seeing this, Ren Tianhang's eyebrows shot up in anger. What's going on? Why are you all gathered here? Didn't I tell you to leave? What's the matter with you? Without so much as a glance at the appraisers, pointing instead at the young man who had come to inform him earlier. The young man looked utterly helpless. Boss Ren, I told them, but they. The young man truly felt wronged. He had explicitly told them not to gather here, but these people just ignored him, clearly wanting to see Boss Ren in person. Having to endure this for no reason left the young man feeling resentful toward these appraisers. At that moment, one of the appraisers stepped forward and bowed politely to Ren Tianhang with a smile, saying, Big brother Ren, in these times, we're just trying to make a living. Why make things difficult for us? Look at your market now, so many people. Aren't we just helping you shoulder some of the load? After speaking, the appraiser exchanged a knowing glance with those around him. Began addressing Ren Tianhang in unison. That's right, Boss Ren. Let us come back. Your market has so many treasures needing appraisal, now we can really help out. Boss Ren, we're just trying to make a living, we haven't done anything wrong. You know how tough things are these days. Big brother Ren, give us one more chance. We'll never do this again. That's right, that's right. Boss Ren, if you give the word, we can jump right back into appraisals. The crowd chattered away, their voices blending into a cacophony of pleas. But beneath the surface, Xiao Ran's brow furrowed. Their shamelessness was truly masterful. These appraisers were truly the cream of the crop. Xiao Ran was certain they'd received exceptionally favorable treatment from Ren Tianhang before. Far from the hardships they claimed to endure or the dissatisfaction they described. Given that foundation, when Wang Weifeng came along, all it took was a few empty promises and a few extra alliance coins. And these folks would happily flutter over to Wang Weifeng's trading market to work as appraisers. Oh, but now that Wang Weifeng is dead, those promises are gone. And now they're all clamoring to come back. Man, when it comes to flip-flopping, they've truly mastered the art. Even Lu Bu would have to kneel and call him righteous father. If they could even get Ren Tianhang to rehire them after all this. Xiao Ran reckons Ren Tianhang must either have water in his brain or history in his head. As for himself, there was no point lingering in this human-grade trading market. He might as well just tell Master Lu to take him straight into the heaven-tier trading market. Xiao Ran had no desire to deal with such fools. But things over at Qing Yunru's end didn't seem entirely peaceful either. Still, Ren Tianhang's ability to control this human-grade trading market and maintain the current status quo despite Wang Weifeng's relentless poaching tactics. And maintain the current status quo, it's clear he's no fool. So, Ren Tianhang's cold gaze swept over the crowd present. Then let out a cold laugh. What? By the implication of your words, do you think I can't run this human-grade trading market without you lot? At this remark, the appraisers instantly fell silent, all turning to look at the young man leading them. The young man at the front, confident and unruffled, smiled and said again, Big brother Ren, we never meant to imply that. It's just that, given the current state of the human-grade trading market, if we can't make up this year's quota, it'll be tough for you to explain things to the Alliance Martial Arts Association this year, right? Whether you can continue managing the human-grade trading market is also up in the air. As the words left his lips, Ren Tianhang's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Muji, are you threatening me? As the words left his mouth, Xiao Ran felt a terrifying killing intent surge from Ren Tianhang's body. Killing someone violates Alliance regulations, but I could break every bone in your ungrateful bodies, gouge out your eyes, and toss you out of my trading market to become crippled. That wouldn't violate any Alliance regulations. So, who wants to try? Ren Tianhang fixed his gaze on Lu Muji before him, enunciating each word deliberately. Hearing this, the appraisers all grew visibly timid. Seriously? Broken limbs? That might be tolerable after all. With today's medical technology and various medications, recovery is relatively straightforward. With modern medical technology and various medications, recovery is relatively straightforward. But having their eyes gouged out? That would effectively end their careers as appraisers. Appraisers rely on their eyes to make a living. Many seasoned appraisers could determine whether an object was a treasure. To determine whether the items before them are treasures. Therefore, eyes are the lifeblood of an appraiser. At this very moment, many appraisers began to waver. While the trading market certainly needs appraisers, other sectors also require their expertise. If one cannot remain in the human-grade trading market, they can easily seek opportunities elsewhere, making their current situation seem rather unnecessary. Many appraisers began to lose heart. Some even tugged at the sleeve of their leader, Lu Muji. Yet this appraiser named Lu Muji remained utterly unmoved. Sneering coldly before shifting his tone, he pointed at Xiao Ran with contempt, declaring, Boss Ran, you can't seriously expect a janitor to serve as your appraiser, can you? I heard about yesterday's incident. It was nothing but a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Master Lu praised him as a genius? I don't buy it. How could a janitor like this become an appraiser? It's nothing but a laughingstock. Hearing this, Ren Tianhang was about to lash out. To teach this ingrate a lesson. Xiao Ran, however, sensed an opportunity. She quickly tugged at Ren Tianhang's sleeve. Then leaned close to whisper in his ear. Xiao Ran, is this really wise? If you're short on cash right now, I can help you out. You're exceptionally talented. Given time, you'll absolutely become a qualified appraiser. There's no need to go this route, right? Besides, you don't know how to use some of the testing equipment yet. I'm afraid I might lose. Although Ren Tianhang was confident in his appraisal skills, the risk of challenging Lu Muji to a treasure appraisal contest was indeed a bit too risky. No matter how gifted someone is, without proper training and practice, how could they possibly match the expertise of seasoned appraisers? Match the expertise of seasoned appraisers. This made Ren Tianhang hesitate. Xiao Ran, however, patted Ren Tianhang on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Boss Ren. You won't bear the consequences if I lose. But think about it, what if I win?" Ren Tianhang stared blankly at Xiao Ran, muttering to himself, "What if I win?" Chapter 79, The Contest. Xiao Ran possessed a system within him. The system can identify treasures in the current world. Xiao Ran had already tested this capability before, meaning he didn't need any appraisal equipment or expertise whatsoever. He simply needed to hold the item in his hand and let the system scan it directly. The contest Xiao Ran and Ren Tianhang had agreed upon was against this Lu Muji to see who could identify treasures faster, more accurately, and in greater quantity. If he lost, Ren Tianhang would rehire them and triple their previous compensation. If I win, then those people over there will have to appraise treasures for Ren Tianhang free of charge in the human-grade trading market for 3 years. And during those 3 years, they would receive no commission on any treasures they appraised. Additionally, he would surrender all his treasures and alliance coins to the market as repayment for the interest accrued from his previous betrayal. Xiao Ran was supremely confident in himself, but he worried that Lu Muji might refuse. However, judging by the other party's demeanor, it seemed they were determined to continue appraising at the human-grade trading market. So the chances of him agreeing were still quite high. At this moment, Ren Tianhang observed Xiao Ran's unshakable composure. And though he was puzzled by Xiao Ran's confidence, but then he recalled Xiao Ran's earlier words, what if he actually won? Then he could gain a team of free appraisers. Moreover, all the alliance coins they'd swallowed up in his market over the years, along with various treasures, could be forced back out of them. The annual output of these appraisers alone could significantly boost his market share. Plus their assets. This was a deal worth pursuing. Ren Tianhang wasn't one to bully the weak or fear the strong. Since Xiao Ran dared propose such a contest, then he must have his reasons and confidence. Who would have thought that Xiao Ran, so young, possessed such astonishing courage and skill? Looking at Xiao Ran, Ren Tianhang suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of trust toward Xiao Ran. This feeling, though he couldn't pinpoint its origin, still made Ren Tianhang willing to give it a shot. Thus, Ren Tianhang nodded in agreement to Xiao Ran's challenge. Turning to Lu Muji, he offered a faint smile and said, "Here's the deal, let's have an appraisal contest. If you can beat Xiao Ran, not only will I rehire you, but I'll also triple your previous compensation." Hearing Ren Tianhang's words, the appraisers who had been preparing to leave all froze in place. Triple? When Wang Weifeng had previously tried to poach them, he'd only offered double what Ren Tianhang was offering. Now it was a full 3 times more. Some couldn't believe it and directly questioned Ren Tianhang, "Boss Ren, is this for real? Are you absolutely certain, Boss Ren? Lu Muji is the most skilled appraiser among us. How could she possibly lose to some greenhorn who hasn't even formally studied appraisal? If you need us back, just say the word, no need to hesitate, Boss Ren. Just give the word, and we'll return immediately to assist with authentication. There's absolutely no need for this." One of them almost blurted out, "You're just embarrassing yourself," but swallowed the words before they left his mouth. After all, they'd still have to deal with Boss Ren in the future, better to save him some face. Meanwhile, Lu Muji burst into laughter. "Ha! Boss Ren, what's really going on here? A contest? With him? Don't be ridiculous. A janitor, without any professional appraisal training, thinks he can challenge me, a seasoned appraiser? Oh, Boss Ren, I knew you couldn't let this go. Fine, forget the contest. I know you're just giving us a way out. So, no need for triple pay, just give us the original double, and we'll get to work right now." Everyone agree? Yes. No problem, double is perfectly fine. Of course. Rest assured, Boss Ren, we'll give it our all. But Boss Ren didn't respond. Instead, he smiled and said, "Of course, if Xiao Ran somehow wins, then all of you will work for me for free for 3 years. Plus, you'll have to hand over every single treasure and alliance coin you possess to my human-grade trading market." The moment these words left his mouth, the room fell silent. Only now did everyone realize that Ren Tianhang wasn't joking. Nor was he offering them a way out, but genuinely intended for Lu Muji to compete in treasure appraisal against that gifted yet untrained newcomer, Xiao Ran. Instantly, everyone including Lu Muji wondered if Ren Tianhang had lost his mind. As Ren Tianhang addressed Lu Muji, "Will you compete? Ha? If not, get the hell out of here right now. From now on." At that moment, Lu Muji finally snapped out of it. And immediately retorted, "Ha, Boss Ren, though I'd rather not use this term, I never imagined you'd actually want to humiliate yourself like this? Honestly, I have no idea what you're thinking. What do you say, everyone? I'll step up and challenge him for you all to improve our pay. How about it?" Realizing Ren Tianhang wasn't joking. Why pass up free benefits? Upon hearing Lu Muji's words, the others all chimed in with ease. "No problem. Lu Muji, remember to go easy on them, don't make Boss Ren and that so-called genius Xiao Ran look too bad." What nonsense! Would Lu Muji ever do something so blatantly disrespectful? We should learn to be grateful, thank Boss Ren for rehiring us. Exactly. We owe Ren Lauda our deepest gratitude. From now on, we'll give our all for him. Lu Muji declared with confidence. Alright, thank you all for your kind words. I'll represent everyone here and have a proper contest with this young genius appraiser. Xiao Ran, right? Ha, never imagined Boss Ren cared so much about you. Fine. Rest assured, Xiao Ran, I'll take my time with the appraisal so you can keep up. Everyone, here's the deal, no matter how many treasures brother Xiao Ran identifies, I, Lu Muji, will always identify just one more than him. How does that sound? At this moment, Xiao Ran smiled and said, "That's excellent, Master Lu. How about this, if I surpass you by one item? How about 1 million alliance coins per item?" Hearing Xiao Ran's words, Lu Muji and the other appraisers were all taken aback, then burst into loud laughter. Ha! Kid, have you lost your mind? You have one more piece than Lu Muji? Don't be ridiculous, kid. Do you even know that Lu Muji is the most skilled appraiser among us? Though he can't match Master Lu, he's still a top-tier appraiser among us. Here's the deal, if you can find one more piece than Lu Muji, for every extra piece you find, I'll throw in an extra million alliance coins. Yes, and me too. Me too. Everyone chimed in, declaring that if Xiao Ran could authenticate even one more treasure than Lu Muzu, they would each contribute 1 million alliance coins to Xiao Ran. Lu Muji burst out laughing and said, "Haha, Xiao Ran, little brother, I see you're working as a janitor now, right? You must be strapped for cash. Actually, 1 million is too little. I'll double it if you can authenticate just one more treasure than me, I'll give you 2 million alliance coins per piece. How about it?" Lu Muji never imagined where Ren Tianhang had found such a complete fool. Not only is he brainless himself, but the people he hires are equally dim-witted. An 18-year-old janitor with innate talent but no professional training. How could he possibly compare to a seasoned appraiser like himself, with decades of experience? If he lost this, he might as well just gouge out his own eyes and end it all. Xiao Ran, however, wore a faint smile. To outsiders, Xiao Ran seemed naive and simple. But no one knew. Xiao Ran had already begun calculating in his mind. After this contest, he might just be able to take over the entire market for exotic beast offcuts. For himself. In any case, the only ones who stand to lose are these appraisers. For me, it's just a matter of holding the treasure in my hands and letting the system scan it directly. Chapter 80, Master Lu, startled by Xiao Ran. At this moment, the few underlings standing beside Ren Tianhang began to feel uneasy. Unlike Ren Tianhang, they didn't share that innate trust in Xiao Ran. So they huddled close to Ren Tianhang and asked anxiously, Boss Ren, is this really going to work? Isn't the gamble a bit too big? And something's off about this kid Mr. Xiao Ran, does he even have that much money? Hearing this, Ren Tianhang frowned. What nonsense. Trust those you hire, and never doubt them once hired. Do I really need to teach you such basics? Money? I've got plenty. Even if I lose, I can cover Xiao Ran's losses. And besides, I trust brother Xiao Ran. As he spoke, Ren Tianhang shot Lu Muji and the others a sidelong glance, raising his voice slightly as he continued. Besides, if I didn't have absolute confidence, why would I even bet against them? At this, the appraisers all fell silent. What Ren Tianhang said and did today. Wasn't today's behavior a bit too unconventional? Could this so-called prodigiously gifted Xiao Ran truly rival Lu Muji, the most accomplished appraiser among them? Impossible. Xiao Ran was merely lucky yesterday at the trading market. He'd just stumbled upon a bargain by sheer luck. How could he possibly match Lu Muji's years of appraisal experience? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, Lu Muji smiled and remarked, looks like our Boss Ren has high hopes for this kid. Go ahead, Boss Ren, how do we compare? Ren Tianhang smiled faintly and said, simple. The trading market is bustling today. Here's how it'll work, you two will each take 2 appraisal points. The criteria will be based on the number of treasures identified. For items that aren't treasures, you must also explain why they aren't treasures. After 3 hours, the winner will be determined by who has identified more treasures and more non-treasures. Of course, the final verification will require our esteemed Master Lu. Master Lu, you needn't eavesdrop any longer, please step forward to serve as judge. As the words fell, Master Lu's hearty laughter echoed out. Ha! You young rascal! You know I'm bored out of my mind these days, so you're deliberately trying to entertain me, aren't you? Fine. I'll serve as judge this time, but... Xiao Ran, since this is your first time appraising treasures, would you like me to explain the basic methods? Xiao Ran lowered his head in thought upon hearing Master Lu's words. Then nodded. Then I'll trouble you, Master Lu. You brat, calling me Master Lu? What should you be calling me? Master. You're getting the hang of it, kid. Come on, I'll show you the testing equipment. At this moment, Master Lu didn't even glance at Lu Muji, striding straight toward the testing equipment. Meanwhile, many appraisers began to grow displeased. Master Lu, how can this be? This isn't how it's done. Exactly. Why not start the competition right away? If that kid takes a year or two to learn, are we supposed to wait around that long? The crowd buzzed with commotion, but Lu Muji simply raised his hand, silencing the noise. Smiling as he clasped his hands and addressed Xiao Ran, young brother Xiao Ran, how much time might you require? As you know, our time is precious. We need an exact time frame. Lu Muji's tactic to sidestep Master Lu's sharpness was clearly well considered. He knew full well that Master Lu was a reckless man who disregarded rules. And if he really took this kid under his wing for a year or two, given the boy's extraordinary talent, there might be unforeseen complications along the way. Therefore, we shouldn't discuss anything with Master Lu. Instead, he should employ a bit of reverse psychology on this challenger. Upon hearing Lu Muji's words, Master Lu was about to speak, but Xiao Ran beat him to it. Half an hour would suffice. Xiao Ran had witnessed Master Lu using the testing equipment once before, so he had a general understanding of those devices. And half an hour was more than enough to familiarize himself with the rest of the equipment. Was no difficult task. The real challenge lay in taking the treasures Xiao Ran had identified through the system, then had to reverse engineer the original detection methods for those treasures, which truly tested his familiarity with those testing devices. Upon hearing Xiao Ran's words, Lu Muji's face lit up with delight. Alright, Xiao Ran, I'll wait here for half an hour. Master Lu was about to say something, but seeing Xiao Ran's confident expression, he too was infected by Xiao Ran's confidence, and said no more. He led Xiao Ran toward the appraisal equipment area. Meanwhile, other appraisers gathered around Lu Muji. Lu Muji, how could you give that kid half an hour to familiarize himself with the equipment? Isn't that just adding unnecessary variables? Indeed, yesterday, the appraisal techniques and methods this kid demonstrated were utterly unprecedented. With such talent, how could you dare? You should have consulted us first. Amidst the murmurs of discontent, Lu Muji remained composed, seemingly oblivious to the murmurs. After a moment, Lu Muji offered a faint smile. Gentlemen, in this day and age, who could possibly master every single piece of inspection equipment in just half an hour? Ask yourselves honestly, when you entered the appraisal profession and underwent training, how many types of appraisal equipment could you possibly master in a mere half hour? Even someone of Master Lu's caliber, according to official training records, took a full month to become proficient with these appraisal tools. So, could this young man's talent surpass that of Master Lu? Perhaps it could. But no matter how extraordinary, is it possible to master them in a mere half hour? These few words, well-reasoned and well-founded, silenced all the appraisers present. Indeed, even a prodigy like Master Lu required a month to become familiar with all the appraisal equipment. A mere half hour? The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. The worry etched on their faces was instantly smoothed away by Lu Muji's few concise words. Across the room, Ren Tianhang couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Xiao Ran was a genius, possessing the innate talent of an appraiser. But to familiarize himself with all the appraisal equipment in half an hour, even he felt a twinge of doubt. It wasn't that he doubted Xiao Ran's ability to accomplish it, but this was simply beyond his comprehension. After all, Ren Tianhang himself wasn't a genius, and he had no idea just how much potential these so-called prodigies possessed. Just how vast their potential truly was. Soon, time ticked by second. But before half an hour had elapsed, only about 20 minutes had passed. Xiao Ran and Master Lu emerged from the appraisal office. Master Lu's eyes were hollow and vacant, as if he had witnessed some unspeakable horror. His upper and lower lips trembling, looking utterly horrified. Xiao Ran, however, remained as calm as ever, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ren Tianhang felt something was off, so he leaned closer to Master Lu, about to speak. When he suddenly caught Master Lu murmuring something, his voice barely audible. So Ren Tianhang edged closer. Only then did he catch Master Lu muttering repeatedly. Monster, monster, this is beyond what any human could achieve, monster. Ren Tianhang's facial muscles twitched. Damn it, this Master Lu is freaking scared of Xiao Ran. Chapter 81, I want 10 appraisals. However, Lu Muji and the others didn't seem to notice anything unusual at the moment. Upon seeing Xiao Ran emerge, they smiled and said to Ren Tianhang, "Boss Ren, looks like it's about time. Shall we just get started?" Hearing Lu Muji's words, Ren Tianhang quickly shook Master Lu. "Master Lu! Master Lu! The contest is about to begin, wake up." At that moment, Master Lu finally snapped out of it. "Ha! Oh, okay, I got it. Let's get started." Master Lu, now fully alert, fixed his gaze on Xiao Ran, his eyes suddenly brightening. Xiao Ran, let this old man see, are you truly a monster or not?" Soon, 2 appraisal stalls sprang up. However, to prevent others from seeing the appraiser's techniques, both were covered with cloth. Long queues formed on either side. The entire marketplace was divided into 2 waves. Behind both appraisal stalls sat Master Lu. Ultimately, all treasures appraised by the 2 would converge at Master Lu's station for secondary appraisal. Only after this second appraisal would the items be counted. The surrounding crowd buzzed with noise, utterly unaware of what was unfolding. Only aware that just moments ago, Ren Tianhang of the human grade trading market had suddenly sought out those who'd brought treasures for appraisal today, claiming he would assist with their appraisals. And what's more, he divided the treasures by person, sending them to 2 different appraisal houses for evaluation. What's going on here? Why all the fuss? Appraising treasures, when did it get so complicated? Where's Master Lu? I only want Master Lu. Master Lu my ass. With junk like yours, wouldn't Master Lu toss it out? Watch your mouth. This is a family heirloom. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know what you're talking about. Pfft, bull. My treasure now, that's a real treasure. But soon, with Ren Tianhang's command, the timer started. The treasure held by the first person in line was immediately escorted by specialized staff into the appraisal room covered in cloth. Xiao Ran sat composed inside the appraisal room, showing not a hint of panic, finding the whole process rather amusing. Earlier, when Master Lu brought him in, he had explained the purpose of every single piece of testing equipment here to Xiao Ran. But Xiao Ran soon realized that many of these so-called testing devices actually had redundant functions. From Xiao Ran's perspective of reverse engineering treasure appraisal, many of the device's designs were fundamentally flawed from the outset. This allowed Xiao Ran to fully grasp the specific functions of these devices in just 10 minutes. After that, Master Lu remained silent throughout, as Xiao Ran took charge of pointing and explaining. "Master Lu, look at this device. It primarily focuses on determining an artifact's age, but I believe that's overly complicated. It would be better to eliminate that function entirely and adopt this alternative approach instead." As he spoke, Xiao Ran demonstrated his appraisal approach to Master Lu. The rest of the time proceeded in this manner. Master Lu was momentarily bewildered. Just moments ago, he'd been addressed as master, yet now Xiao Ran was lecturing him? Was this right? Could this be right? Yet, his reasoning made perfect sense. It was nothing short of revolutionizing traditional appraisal principles. At such a young age. That's why Master Lu wore such a stunned expression after stepping out. Soon, the first artifact was brought in by the staff. And upon delivery, they promptly withdrew, waiting for Xiao Ran to summon them again. Xiao Ran, however, immediately touched the delivered artifact. And the system in his mind immediately began its appraisal. Ding, junk. Upon receiving the system's notification, Xiao Ran didn't hesitate. He placed it directly into the treasure transmission portal to send it to Master Lu. Then he addressed the staff outside the door. Next item. The staff member was completely dumbfounded. "Wait, I just handed this over less than a minute ago. And you've already appraised it? Are you cheating or something?" Though utterly bewildered, as a staff member, he couldn't afford to delay. He immediately stepped outside to retrieve the second artifact. Ren Tianhang now stood between the 2 appraisal offices. And seeing that Xiao Ran had already begun appraising the second item, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. This fast? Xiao Ran's speed in appraising treasures, wasn't that a bit outrageous? The first treasure took less than a minute to appraise, right? Already moving on to the second one? Over at Lu Muji's station, after the first treasure was submitted, there was complete silence. This. Not only was Ren Tianhang taken aback, but even the appraisers around Lu Muji were taken aback. The first treasure had been inside for less than a minute, hadn't it? And now he wanted the second one? Strange. There was no reason for it. Even if it wasn't a treasure, it would still require testing equipment. The time it took, even if done quickly, should be at least 10 or 15 minutes, right? I reckon this kid's just putting on airs. Probably didn't even use any testing equipment, just gave it a quick glance and moved on. Still, the kid's too naive, he doesn't know Master Lu will re-examine it. If the retest contradicts the initial appraisal, I bet he'll be humiliated. But didn't you hear earlier? Master Lu actually let that kid call him master. Aren't you worried he'll go easy on him? Hey, what you're saying shows you don't respect Master Lu. He's the top appraiser in the heavenly grade trading market. He wouldn't risk his own reputation to cover for this kid. True, this kid is Master Lu's disciple. But do you really think Master Lu would ruin his lifelong reputation for this kid? Obviously not. Oh, Lu Muji's got the second one too. Good heavens, that was lightning fast. Humph, no wonder he's considered the finest among us appraisers. Anyway, this time, we've definitely won. Exactly. We're going to win big time. Better perks than before, plus millions in alliance coins. Just thinking about it is awesome. You bet. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran held the second treasure in his hands. Ding, junk. Xiao Ran repeated his earlier actions, placing it into the teleportation portal. Then called out to the staff. The staff member who had just delivered the second treasure stepped out from behind the curtain. When he heard Xiao Ran call out for the next item. And his whole body went numb. Wait, dude. Xiao Ran, the great appraiser. Have you even examined it yet? How could you be so fast? Even when picking watermelons at the market, you gotta tap it, listen for the sound inside. And that takes at least 3 or 4 minutes, right? You're something else. I'd barely gotten it in. And now you want me to bring it back in again. Do you really think appraising treasures is like picking watermelons? What this young staff member doesn't know. For Xiao Ran, who possesses the system, appraising treasures is far simpler than picking watermelons. All he needed to do was hold it in his hand, and the system would provide guidance. No need for him to exert any mental effort at all. Thanks to the system, Xiao Ran could now cultivate while waiting for the remaining treasures to be delivered to him, muttering under his breath. Why is it so slow? If I were to become an appraiser here in the future, how could this pace possibly work? At that moment, Xiao Ran finally understood why Yiwen had once declared, "I'll take on 10 of them." Such words. This was simply not on the same level. Taking them one by one was a waste of time. It'd be faster to take them all on at once. Time is money, you know that, right? While practicing, Xiao Ran idly drummed his fingers on the table. Can you hurry up? I need to appraise 10 at once. Chapter 82, Millions in minutes. My time is precious. Those outside naturally had no idea about Xiao Ran's situation inside the appraisal office. They only saw that staff member enter. And was already preparing to take the third treasure. The people scrambling to line up were all a bit baffled. What's going on? This is even faster than before, right? Yeah, I was counting. I just looked down at my watch, and the staff member was already coming out. Could it be Master Lu conducting the appraisal inside? Perhaps, maybe that young upstart over there intends to challenge Master Lu? Appraisal contests, though uncommon, were documented on the Alliance's online forums. And Master Lu stands as one of the foremost experts in the Longhua Alliance. Whether it's appraisal contests or appraisal conferences, Master Lu is always present. Without exception, Master Lu is always the victor, the one who commands everyone's attention. Hearing this man speak, everyone currently queuing up, each holding their own treasures, were all stirred with excitement. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine they'd witness a junior challenging Master Lu in person. Crucially, Master Lu was currently inside the appraisal booth, appraising treasures at astonishing speed. That speed, there was absolutely no doubt it was Master Lu. No question about it. Indeed, only Master Lu possessed such appraisal speed. Thank goodness this young upstart doesn't know his place and dare to challenge Master Lu, otherwise, who knows how long I'd have to wait in line before it was my turn. Exactly. The only regret is not being able to witness Master Lu's appraisal process firsthand. This thing in your hand? Master Lu doesn't even need to look at it to know it's junk. Bull. As he spoke, the man clutching the treasure tightened his grip even more. Though the crowd murmured back and forth, none dared raise their voices, fearful that those waiting in line might overhear, and causing unnecessary trouble. So they kept their thoughts bottled up inside, quietly raking in the profits. Joking aside, they'd all been waiting in line, never knowing when their turn would come. Now, with Master Lu here, the appraisal speed is outrageously fast. And they were certain their turn would come up soon. Any treasure authenticated by Master Lu, even if it's not a treasure, will still be something to brag about. Don't look down on my junk, it was authenticated by Master Lu himself. What? Master Lu himself? I'll have to take another good look at this. This alone speaks volumes about Master Lu's standing among extraordinary practitioners. Ran Tianhang watched as the staff member emerged, then took another artifact inside. His heart instantly filled with shock. With Ren Tianhang's keen hearing, he naturally overheard the whispers among those waiting in Xiao Ran's line for appraisal. This wasn't Master Lu at all, it was merely an appraiser he'd met just yesterday. A gifted newcomer to appraisal. The very culprit behind yesterday's conflict, that Bai family brat, was still here, waiting for his parents to bring money to bail him out. Moreover, Xiao Ran had merely been shown the relevant testing equipment by Master Lu before the competition began, and familiarized himself with the relevant testing equipment. The problem is, he only had half an hour to familiarize himself with it. How could anyone, no matter how gifted, master it fully in that time? Even a genius like Master Lu needed a full month just to become proficient with the appraisal equipment back then. Could Xiao Ran be playing dumb to catch the wise? And that's why he proposed this bet with Lu Muji? Countless questions swirled as Xiao Ran's staff came and went. forcing Ren Tianhang even as he doubted Xiao Ran's abilities to begin wondering. Could Xiao Ran himself be a super genius appraiser? Could it be that even a master like Master Lu, one of the top appraisers in the Longhua Alliance, couldn't keep up? The moment this conclusion crossed Ren Tianhang's mind, immediately began to spread like vines within his mind. Recalling Xiao Ran's expression when proposing the contest and then Master Lu's mutterings after bringing Xiao Ran out to familiarize him with the equipment. Ren Tianhang's astonishment at that moment was beyond words. However, while Ren Tianhang could grasp this possibility, those around him were far from reaching such conclusions. Another piece sent in? How could Mr. Xiao Ran appraise so quickly? In less than half an hour, this was already the 5th treasure submitted. Is Mr. Xiao Ran even putting any effort into the appraisal this time? Why do I feel like he's... The man following Ren Tianhang swallowed hard but held his tongue. He'd wanted to say it was just going through the motions, but after all, Xiao Ran was Ren Tianhang's man. And Boss Ren had a fiery temper. Speaking up would surely earn him a scolding from the boss. So he swallowed his doubts and kept them bottled up inside. And it wasn't just Ren Tianhang's people who felt this way. Even the appraisers aligned with Lu Muji couldn't help but chuckle. Ha! This kid probably knows nothing, just glanced at it and jumped to conclusions. Exactly. Exceptional talent? What exceptional talent? Authenticating treasures relies on keen eyesight, sensitivity to various artifacts, and most crucially, mastery of testing equipment. This time, we've got this in the bag. Don't be fooled by how fast this kid's appraising now. Once it passes through Master Lu's hands, his true colors will show. I really don't know where this kid got the nerve to challenge Lu Muji, the most outstanding appraiser among us. He's just a young upstart trying to put on airs. I've seen plenty like him. Youngsters these days are all about saving face. As he spoke, the appraiser instinctively glanced at Ren Tianhang. But that single glance made him pause mid-sentence. Hey, look at that Ren boss's expression. Something feels off, doesn't it? Why does he seem so utterly unfazed? At that moment, Ren Tianhang, having considered Xiao Ran's talent, showed no outward emotion. Yet that air of unshakable confidence was evident to everyone present. To outsiders, Ren Tianhang seemed almost too calm. Even knowing you're the market manager, why does your expression seem like everything is already within your calculations? This silenced the appraiser's murmurs, and all eyes turned toward Xiao Ran's appraisal booth. What do you think? Does this kid actually know how to appraise, or is he just fooling around? If this really is an appraisal, then the speed of the appraisal and the expression on Mr. Ren's face, isn't this a bit exaggerated? It's not just exaggerated, it's downright absurd. In just a few minutes, they've submitted 5 or 6 treasures, right? Seriously, what appraiser could possibly work that fast? Even if they weren't genuine treasures or if they were familiar items, they'd still need to run them through testing equipment, right? That alone would take at least 10 minutes. But this kid. Upon hearing this, the appraisers siding with Lu Muji felt a vague unease stirring within them. If Xiao Ran wasn't messing around or just going through the motions, then this pace of appraising treasures is simply outrageous. No one has ever appraised treasures like this. Never. If he truly possessed such ability, wouldn't that mean they'd all been working for free? Not only would I have to work for free in the human-grade trading market for years. Not only that, but I'd have to hand over millions of alliance coins to that Xiao Ran. This. Just as everyone was growing anxious, one of the appraisers suddenly cursed out loud. What the hell are you bragging about? What kind of bull is this? What are you all thinking? Don't you have faith in Lu Muji? If you ask me, this kid is nothing but a pretty-faced fool. All that talk about innate talent and appraisal genius is pure nonsense. Lu Muji's appraisal experience is plain for all to see, decades of grinding it out in the appraisal market. I dare say the treasures he's authenticated over the years outnumber the meals he's eaten. Have you ever seen this kid appraise a treasure? No, right? Have you even heard of him? No, right? If you haven't seen him or heard of him, then what are you worried about? Mark my words, if this kid actually beats Lu Muji, I'll give him everything I own down to the shirt on my back, my pants, and even my underwear. Seriously, how could a seasoned appraiser like Lu Muji possibly lose to this greenhorn? Don't joke around. In just a few short sentences, he'd completely shattered the confidence of every appraiser present. Well said. That's the spirit. What kind of crappy appraiser is this kid? He's just got some dog luck. Yeah, what's there to worry about? Our Lu Muji's been an appraiser for decades. How could he possibly lose to this greenhorn punk? Exactly. What's there to worry about? We just need to wait for the time to come and enjoy the perks. Haha, exactly. The crowd instantly returned to their usual selves, the contempt in their eyes even more pronounced. Meanwhile, inside the appraisal office, Xiao Ran had already finished evaluating his 5th piece of junk treasure. This was simply too slow. By the time he finished his appraisal, Nüwa and the Golden-Winged Great Peng would likely be starving enough to eat people. He had to pick up the pace. These were all worthless trinkets, completely devoid of any value, a complete waste of his precious time. So when the staff brought over the 6th treasure, Xiao Ran immediately called out to the staff. Hold on a moment. Once you step outside, bring me 10 more of the treasures they brought. I'm pressed for time, we need to move faster. The staff member stared at Xiao Ran in bewilderment. What? Do you even realize what you're saying? You mean you want to authenticate 10 treasures all at once? Is that even possible? Even Master Lu appraises treasures one by one. How come when it comes to you, you suddenly want to authenticate 10 treasures at once? Are you kidding me? Though he thought this inwardly, Xiao Ran was after all brought in by Ren Tianhang, so he couldn't really argue. So the staff member could only say awkwardly, Mr. Xiao Ran, about this matter. I'll have to check with Boss Ren. I can't make this decision on my own. Artifacts are always appraised one at a time. How come you're suddenly doing batch appraisals? What? Do you have some kind of artifact testing system? Upon hearing the staff member's words, Xiao Ran immediately nodded in agreement. He needed to wrap up the competition and collect his winnings quickly, his time was precious. We're talking millions every minute. Besides, he still needed to supervise Nüwa molding his substitute clay figure. Chapter 83, The Divine Being Xiao Ran appraised. At this very moment, Lu Muji was in another appraisal office, meticulously examining the treasure in his hands. Though Lu Muji appeared frivolous in the realm of appraisal, it must be said, among the top appraisers in the field. His appraisal techniques were highly proficient, and he handled various testing equipment with great skill. Naturally, he was unaware of the situation unfolding with Xiao Ran. As he examined the artifact in his hands, Lu Muzu thought to himself with a hint of smugness. What's so special about natural talent? Even if you're a genius, could you possibly match my years of experience? I've spent decades in this appraisal business, how could your measly 2 days compare to mine? You might indeed possess great talent, but I'm afraid there's no time for you to grow. Best serve as my stepping stone. As these thoughts swirled, the appraisal of the treasure in his hands was complete. Lu Muji let out a cold laugh. What a piece of junk. How could this possibly be considered a treasure? With that, Lu Muji placed the item directly into the teleportation portal, sending it to Master Lu. He then summoned a staff member to arrange for the next treasure. Once the staff turned away, Lu Muji couldn't resist asking, how many treasures has that kid across the way appraised so far? The moment the words left his mouth, the staff member's footsteps slowed abruptly. Then turned back, clearly at a loss for words. Seeing the staff member's reaction, Lu Muji frowned in puzzlement. What's with that look? What's so hard to say? Is this some kind of secret? Would it kill you to tell me? Hurry up and tell me how many treasures have they authenticated so far? In Lu Muji's estimation, the other side was clearly a newbie. Even if they possessed extraordinary talent, appraising treasures isn't something you can master overnight. It requires not only exposure to various treasures but also accumulated experience over time. It's simply not something you can learn in a short time. So what if Master Lu showed you the equipment? In a mere half hour, you expect to become thoroughly familiar with all the testing equipment? That's nothing short of a fairy tale. But just as Lu Muji was thinking this, the staff member, seemingly prepared for such skepticism, and addressed Lu Muji, Mr. Lu, it's like this, Mr. Xiao Ran has already authenticated 7 treasures. What? Hearing this, Lu Muji froze in shock. Then leaped over the waist-high counter, rushed to the staff member's side, grabbing the staff member by the collar. What are you talking about? Explain clearly how many were authenticated. The staff member had long been prepared for this, so he naturally wriggled free from Lu Muji's grasp. Stepping back several paces as he replied, by the time I entered, it was already the 7th artifact. Lu Muji's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this even right? I've only got the 2nd one here, and I'm about to get the 3rd one. This kid's already on his 7th one? Is that even possible? Am I the seasoned appraiser, or are you? What on earth is going on here? Seeing Lu Muji's expression, the staff members couldn't help but feel a bit amused. It was obvious these appraisers had come here today looking for trouble. And now that they saw Lu Muji getting the short end of the stick, they were more than happy to rub salt in the wound. Exactly. Not only that, but when I came in earlier, I overheard Mr. Xiao Ran's staff saying he felt this appraisal process was too time-consuming. He suggested appraising 10 treasures at once instead. My face was blank with utter bewilderment. What the hell is this? If it's faster than my appraisal, fine. But what the hell are you suggesting now? Bring in 10 treasures at once? What the hell? You want a bulk appraisal? You bastard, even Master Lu couldn't pull that off, right? No, hell no, no one in the entire world could pull that off. In the appraisal profession, whether it's a treasure or worth anything, appraisers must use specialized equipment to conduct tests. Only then can they determine the specific uses of certain treasures. This means every appraiser handles the artifact for appraisal, whether using supernatural abilities or specialized testing equipment. They can only handle items one at a time. It's unheard of for any appraiser to conduct mass authentication. But now, Xiao Ran's appraisal speed, coupled with the sheer volume he now needs to appraise, has left Lu Muji utterly convinced this kid is mass appraising. Are you out of your mind? What do you think an appraiser is, a robot? Oh, you just hand the treasure to this kid, and after it passes through his hands, it's suddenly authenticated? How much time has even passed? Are you even human? But Lu Muji quickly dismissed his own thoughts one by one. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This kid is just putting on airs. Given his age, how long has he even been in the appraisal business? I've been grinding away in this field for decades. What he's doing? Yes, he's deliberately creating confusion to throw me off balance. Realizing this, Lu Muji's expression immediately returned to normal. A faint smile touched his lips as he waved his hand. Oomph, just playing games. Go, fetch me a treasure. Playing games to throw me off balance? Kid, you're still green. Seeing the other party's expression return to normal, devoid of the earlier shock, the staff member agreed verbally, but inwardly felt a pang of regret. Though now he felt a twinge of worry. Bringing 10 treasures in for appraisal at once, is this Mr. Xiao Ran really that extraordinary? Batch authentication? He'd never heard of anyone capable of such a feat. Master Lu? Not even him. At that very moment, Master Lu's face was flushed crimson, fumbling and flustered. Fortunately, no one witnessed this scene. Otherwise, they would have been utterly stunned by the flustered movements of the master before them. Now, Master Lu was at his wits' end. How much time had passed since Xiao Ran first appeared? He'd already tossed 7 treasures his way. The crucial point was that the conclusions identified on each treasure were identical to Xiao Ran's own appraisals, without a single discrepancy. Xiao Ran only needed to touch the treasures with his hands on stage. But Master Lu couldn't do that. He needed to obtain the treasure first, and immediately begin using his testing equipment to examine them. Often, before one piece was fully appraised, the next would already be appearing on his workbench. It was as if Master Lu wished he could sprout 3 heads and 6 arms like Neza. He could finally confirm that this so-called apprentice of his was no apprentice at all. Joking aside, who would dare? Previously, it was young Lu overestimating himself, demanding Xiao Ran address him as master. It seems that calling Xiao Ran teacher all along was perfectly reasonable and not the slightest bit out of place. Master Lu now had no doubt whatsoever at this moment, Xiao Ran was absolutely the world's foremost appraiser. There is absolutely no one more skilled than Xiao Ran in the field of appraisal. Absolutely none. But thoughts aside, his hands couldn't stop moving. Master Lu was experiencing both agony and ecstasy at that very moment. The pain came from the fact that at his advanced age, he still had to spend his days appraising all manner of treasures like he did in his youth. Not even having time to use the restroom. The joy was that in his lifetime, he had actually encountered a genius of appraisal. No, a god of appraisal. Chapter 84, what? Not enough treasures? What Master Lu doesn't know yet is that right before Xiao Ran's eyes lay a full 10 treasures. And the staff responsible for collecting treasures on Xiao Ran's side had also increased by 1. Thanks to Ren Tianhang's innate trust in Xiao Ran. When the staff informed Ren Tianhang that Xiao Ran intended to appraise all 10 treasures at once, Ren Tianhang didn't hesitate for a moment before agreeing to Xiao Ran's request. Would Xiao Ran ever take him lightly? Of course not. After all, this contest was Xiao Ran's idea to begin with. And he was merely acting as the decision-maker in the middle. Though he remained unclear as to why Xiao Ran had proposed such a contest. But from his interactions with Xiao Ran over time, Ren Tianhang could sense that Xiao Ran was absolutely not the type to put on airs. Rather, he was the type who combined courage with strategy. Whether working alongside him or engaging in conversation, always instilled a profound sense of reassurance. Much like dealing with Qing Yunru, the administrator of the Heaven-tier trading market. Qing Yunru, a woman, had managed to stay in the Heaven-tier trading market for so many years. Her capabilities speak for themselves. And now, Xiao Ran gives him that same feeling. So what reason did he have not to trust Xiao Ran? Without a moment's hesitation, Ren Tianhang agreed to Xiao Ran's request. And even called another staff member to assist in receiving the treasures from those individuals. Those waiting in line at Xiao Ran's appraisal office, observing the staff's actions. They knew exactly what was happening. And they couldn't help but marvel once more. Who would have thought? Accepting 10 treasures at once for appraisal, such a gesture could only be made by Master Lu, couldn't it? Otherwise, how else could Master Lu have become the top appraiser in the Heaven-grade trading market? Just this one move alone. Go ahead and look around. Tell me, who else in our Longhua Alliance possesses such capability? You're telling me? Just look at that Challenger's appraisal office over there. TSK, and they've only managed to authenticate 4 treasures so far. Master Lu is truly in a league of his own. These young upstarts, so full of themselves, actually have the nerve to challenge his authority. But Master Lu's appraisals are so quick, could he possibly make mistakes? Bull. Master Lu making mistakes? Do you really think the top expert of this Heaven-grade trading market is just sitting around doing nothing? The people waiting in line murmured among themselves, but all remained remarkably quiet, lest the Challenger's supporters overhear. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran touched each treasure before him one by one. Ding, junk. Ding, junk. Ding, a storage item with 3 cubic meters of space. Reparable. Consumes 500 points. Recyclable. Yields 300 points. Ding, broken dungeon boss dagger. Reparable. Xiao Ran, 1000 points. Recyclable. Earns 500 points. Ding. One by one, upon touching them, the details of these so-called treasures appeared in Xiao Ran's mind. The items labeled as junk by the system were promptly tossed onto the conveyor belt without a second glance. Without so much as a glance. As for the items the system deemed reparable or recyclable, Xiao Ran, knowing exactly what they were and their purposes, he casually employed reverse engineering to deduce their appraisal methods, completing the identification of the treasures in his hands with remarkable speed. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. On one hand, the reverse engineering process was simply too straightforward, and partly because Xiao Ran had long since mastered the current appraisal equipment, which is why the appraisal could be completed so swiftly. Essentially, these treasures lay bare before the system. Or rather, like math problems where the answer is known, one only needs to derive the specific solution process. However, Xiao Ran's lightning-fast authentication had one drawback. Master Lu, stationed behind the 2 appraisal offices, now resembled a college student cramming for exams in a study hall. Sweating profusely and his eyes nearly blurred from the strain. And he hadn't even finished appraising the treasures he'd just received. Yet 7 or 8 more treasures emerged from Xiao Ran's artifact portal. And they all appeared at once, leaving Master Lu utterly overwhelmed. Master Xiao Ran, please slow down. Your disciple's heart is willing, but my strength is failing me. It seems my old bones are about to break down here today. The 2 staff members hadn't been outside long when they heard Xiao Ran's voice again. Hey, done with that one. Bring over a few more, quick. The newly arrived staff member was taken aback. Huh? Didn't we just bring in 10 artifacts? That fast? The staff member who had been at Xiao Ran's appraisal shop from the start shrugged it off as usual, rolling his eyes and saying, "Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world. This is a genius at appraisal. Can you really expect a genius's work to follow common sense?" With that, he stepped out first to collect the treasures from the people waiting in line. The new staff member glanced back at the room separated by the curtain, and though stunned, dared not linger. A genius? How the hell could this be genius? This was nothing short of an appraisal monster. Not only was he appraising 10 treasures at once, but the speed at which he did it was as fast as automated machinery in a factory. Though I wonder how accurate the appraisals really are. At this very moment, the appraisers following Lu Muji naturally noticed the unexpected addition of a staff member on Xiao Ran's side. After observing for a moment, one of the appraisers spoke up uncertainly, "That kid is appraising 10 treasures at once? What on earth is he doing?" All the appraisers now stared at Xiao Ran's appraisal station, completely baffled by what he was doing. What kind of appraisal method is this? Does he really think treasures can be batch tested? If that's the case, what's the point of having appraisers at all? The appraiser who had encouraged everyone earlier curled his lips in a faint smile. "Gentlemen, what's there to be surprised about? It's merely a bit of mystification. So what if it's fast? Master Lu will re-examine everything afterward to ensure accuracy. What's the point? This self-deception is utterly foolish." But no sooner had he finished speaking than a staff member emerged once more to collect the treasure. This time, it instantly left the appraisers speechless. "How come you're getting faster and faster? Who does he think he is? Are you kidding me?" This time, however, the staff member's face was flushed and hurried over to Ren Tianhang's side, whispering a few words in his ear. Hearing the staff member's words, even Ren Tianhang, as composed as he was, couldn't help but be startled. "What? The treasures aren't enough? This?" Ren Tianhang turned to glance at the people queuing at Xiao Ran's appraisal station. Their hands empty, each staring blankly at Ren Tianhang's table. Their treasures had been taken in for appraisal. Though the market was crowded today due to Master Lu's presence, those seeking appraisals had split into 2 groups. And now, the treasures held by those queuing at Xiao Ran's station had all been sent over to Xiao Ran's side for appraisal. This absurd scene was something Ren Tianhang had never witnessed before, and it left him utterly flummoxed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Master Lu slumped in his chair, looking years older, wiping sweat from his brow while gasping for breath. "Professor Xiao Ran, please slow down. My old bones can't take it anymore." Chapter 85, Hurry up, the treasures are running out. Ren Tianhang looked at the staff before him. Now he had no idea what to do. What kind of situation is this? Damn it, how can there be no more treasures to appraise? But Ren Tianhang immediately spotted the crowd waiting outside Lu Muji's appraisal office. At this very moment, even the people still waiting in line at Lu Muji's place, even the most dim-witted among them could see that the people at the other appraisal office had all their treasures taken away. Not long after arriving, the treasures held by those waiting in line over there had all been taken by that staff member. At first, they didn't think much of it, but when another staff member was added later, They finally got the picture. Damn it, the appraiser across the way was clearly working at a speed that was light years faster than ours. And now, everyone started getting restless. Only because Boss Rin was there maintaining order did they refrain from approaching. But now, the treasures held by the people queuing on the other side had all been sent in for appraisal. How could they possibly sit still? Seeing the longing in those eyes, Ran Tianhang made up his mind. With a wave of his hand, he addressed the people still waiting in line at Lu Muji's appraisal office. You lot, go queue over there. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Ran Tianhang realized. Line up? What line? Xiao Ran's appraisal speed is practically like an assembly line machine at the factory. Why the hell would they need to queue up? He immediately instructed the people beside him to walk directly over to those waiting at Lu Muji's appraisal office, collecting the treasures from their hands one by one and delivering them directly to Xiao Ran's side. This operation saw over 20 treasures delivered straight into Xiao Ran's appraisal office. The appraisers who had been trailing Lu Muji were all dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. What the hell is going on? Ha? Is this how you appraise treasures? Damn it, how long has it even been? Your people have already finished appraising everything. And now you want to send Lu Muji's line of treasures to that kid for appraisal too? Damn it, is that even right? The thing is, you've sent all these people's treasures to Xiao Ran's appraisal office. What's the point of us Lu Muses continuing with our appraisal? Immediately, people started confronting Ran Tianhang. Boss Run, this isn't fair, is it? You're sending all the valuables needing appraisal from our side to that kid, what's the deal with that? You're blatantly showing favoritism. Exactly. You're blatantly rigging the system. Lu Muji's side has no treasures left to appraise, aren't you just setting us up to lose? Is this how you, the market administrator, run these contests? I'm going to report you to the Alliance. Yeah, I'm going to report you to the League. Damn it, you're not even bothering to pretend anymore? How can this be? I see it now, this so-called contest is nothing but dirty tricks. If you can't play fair, just don't play at all. Stop pretending with this sham contest, and now you're openly rigging the results. The crowd erupted in a chaotic clamor of voices. Ran Tianhang's brow furrowed, and a murderous aura surged from him once more. His voice rose sharply. Shut up! You ungrateful bastards! At his words, the appraisers who sensed the killing intent all fell silent. But the resentment etched on their faces was plain for all to see. Ran Tianhang continued. Fair? My team appraises faster, and now we're short-handed. I can't very well make my people wait here forever, can I? When Lu Muji needs treasures appraised, staff will come out. Aren't there still a few people here whose treasures haven't been collected? Underhanded dealings? What exactly have I done in plain sight? If you must blame someone, blame Lu Muji's appraisal speed, it's slower than my team's. Come on, tell me, isn't that the truth? As the manager of the human-grade trading market, Ran Tianhang's words were flawless and comprehensive. And the facts indeed bore him out. Lu Muji has only appraised 8 or 9 treasures so far. But what about Xiao Ran? He had already authenticated several times more treasures than Lu Muji. In terms of speed, Xiao Ran was indeed faster. Given this, Ran Tianhang's approach is entirely justified. Indeed, if Lu Muji could match Xiao Ran's appraisal speed, he could naturally take the treasures from the queue on Xiao Ran's side for appraisal. And vice versa. The appraisers, aware they were in the wrong, wore expressions of resentment yet felt powerless. The speed at which the other party appraised items was simply outrageous. The key point is that they were submitting treasures in batches. Forget about the accuracy of the appraisals for a moment, just look at that speed. It was like they were playing a damn game. But soon enough, these appraisers snapped out of it. Hey, what good is fast appraisal anyway? Our contest isn't about who can appraise fastest, but who has the highest accuracy rate. This kid's appraisal speed is so fast, how accurate could it possibly be? Appraising treasures isn't like some assembly line machine, speed isn't everything. Accuracy is what matters. With those words spoken, the appraisers instantly felt emboldened. He's absolutely right. What good is speed if the identified treasure has no clear use or turns out to be a fake? Then what good is it? That kid Xiao Ran must be completely lost in there now. And Ran Tianhang is just as foolish, actually joining this idiot in his stupidity. They're just two idiots. What kind of brain does such a fool possess? To identify a treasure so quickly, even Master Lu probably couldn't manage that. We'll just watch you go bankrupt trying to make amends later. So everyone was happy to watch the show, completely free of the earlier panic. But it was all just an act. So what if you're fast? Can you both be fast and accurate? Cut the crap, this kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Lu Muji, of course, was unaware of the commotion outside. At that moment, Lu Muji held a very ordinary wooden stick in his hand. He began circling the various testing devices with the stick, commencing the inspection. The wood is hard and retains a lingering fragrance. Speaking, Lu Muji approached the high-temperature device, placed the stick in the center. Then pressed the button. It can withstand temperatures up to 500 degrees, no ordinary material. As for its purpose, After processing, it could serve as weaponry. Material-wise, it's unmatched, harder than most refined iron. After several rounds of operation, not only was every detail meticulously attended to, but the process was also carried out with great precision. Finally, Lu Muji placed the wooden rod onto the conveyor belt, then added his assessment. Watching the wooden stick slowly disappear down the conveyor belt, a smile curved at the corners of Lu Muji's mouth. And remarked with a chuckle, the 8th piece. Kid, only an appraisal as meticulous as mine truly counts as an appraisal. What's the point of appraising so many treasures at once? Competing with you is nothing but a waste of my time. Attendant, you may bring the next artifact forward. Where is it? Hey! After calling out for half a minute, a staff member finally rushed in. Flushed and panting. Seeing this, Lu Muji frowned. What's going on? Why did it take so long to come over? Don't they know my time is precious? The staff member gasped, Sorry, Mr. Lu Muji, it's just too busy over there. We're short-handed, so I'll go help out. The treasure, right? Please wait a moment, I'll go get it right away. With that, the staff member headed toward the exit. But Lu Muji grabbed the staff member by the arm and said somewhat angrily, What's going on here? What do you mean it's too busy over there and you're short-staffed? Aren't you specifically assigned to retrieve my treasure? What exactly is happening over there? The staff member wriggled free and explained, Mr. Xiao Ran's appraisal process is moving incredibly fast. We're running low on treasures right now. Everyone else's treasures are being sent over to Mr. Xiao Ran for appraisal. But don't worry, there are still treasures from other clients. I'll go get yours. Oh, and you should hurry, there don't seem to be many people waiting outside for appraisals anymore. With that, the staff member dashed out. Lu Muji stood there in a daze. What the hell is this? Damn it, I've only appraised 7 or 8 treasures. And you've already appraised nearly every treasure in the trading market? You must be cheating. Chapter 86, Time is on our side, second appraisal. At this moment, Lu Muji never imagined that things would take such an utterly absurd turn. What the hell is this kid doing? Who appraises treasures like this? By the time I finish appraising one treasure, you've already appraised 10 or more, right? Appraising treasures isn't about who's faster. It's about who can identify them accurately. What's the point of doing it this way? Lu Muji couldn't wrap his head around it, racking his brain to no avail. This isn't a race to see who's faster. But before Lu Muji could react, the staff arrived at his appraisal office carrying the treasure. And upon entering, they found Lu Muji still standing there blankly, lost in thought. So they didn't say much. They placed the treasure before Lu Muji and said, Mr. Lu, you can start examining it. I've got other things to attend to. Call me if you need anything. The staff member had intended to add a sarcastic remark about Lu Muji's slowness. You're so slow, I could probably take a nap and still be done by the time you're ready. But the words died on his lips. Before Lu Muji could ask anything else, the staff member dashed out in a hurry. Seeing this, Lu Muji composed himself and stopped overthinking. He was overthinking things. How long has that kid even been in the appraisal business? I've been authenticating treasures for decades, day in and day out. All this mysterious posturing, what good does it do? It's almost time anyway. I'll just watch you make a fool of yourself. With a cold snort, Lu Muji picked up the treasure before him and began examining it meticulously. Xiao Ran's movements were lightning fast now, thanks to the system. After touching each piece, he swiftly placed the latest batch of treasures onto the conveyor belt. Xiao Ran called out again, next batch. However, after waiting a long time with no staff bringing in more treasures, so he frowned and called out again. Where is everyone? Hurry up. My time is precious. After a full 5 minutes of waiting, a staff member came running in, panting heavily. Mr. Xiao Ran, the treasures that people in the market need appraised are all gone now. Hearing this, Xiao Ran frowned. What? Gone? How could they be gone already? The problem is, they were all junk. Not a single piece was worth his time. This. Xiao Ran sighed in resignation. After a moment's thought, he asked, Isn't it about time for the trial? There were no clocks in this appraisal office. To Xiao Ran, all the treasures he'd been appraising had vanished. Though it felt quick, time-wise, it should be about right. What Xiao Ran hadn't anticipated, however. The staff member shook his head. Mr. Xiao Ran, your appraisal was remarkably swift. There's still about an hour left before the contest concludes. As he spoke, the staff member glanced up at Xiao Ran. What kind of monster is this? He's finished appraising all the treasures in today's human-grade trading market in such a short time. In the past, this would have taken at least 5 or 6 appraisers working all day. You're working like 5 or 6 appraisers rolled into one, it's simply unbelievable. However, the staff couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Though the appraisal speed was astonishingly fast, the accuracy rate must be abysmal. At this pace, if the appraisals were actually detailed, that would be truly unearthly. Oh, I see. Xiao Ran scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. Good grief, he'd gone overboard, he'd just appraised all of today's treasures in one go. This. Hey, isn't there still a line at Lu Muji's station? How's it going over there? Hearing this, the staff member's eyes lit up with uncontrollable delight. Oh, him? He's just so slow with his appraisals. Only a few people were left in his line. The people who were waiting in your line earlier ran out of treasures, so we redirected most of them to him. Now they've all been appraised by you too. Oh, this. This time, it was Xiao Ran who was dumbfounded. Later, he learned from the staff that after Ren Tianhang realized how fast Xiao Ran could authenticate items, he realized his queue was running low on treasures. So he pulled most of the people over from Lu Muji's line. After all, appraisal is appraisal, right? Besides, his own appraisals were simply too swift. While Lu Muji could only complete one appraisal in half an hour. This contest was about who could appraise the most items while maintaining high accuracy. With the other side so slow and ours so fast, naturally they prioritized assigning treasures to our team. After hearing the staff member's explanation, Xiao Ran nodded, then turned his gaze toward the conveyor belt, wondering how Master Lu was faring now. So Xiao Ran spoke up, since no one in the market needs treasure appraisals now. How about this? I'll head over to Master Lu's station to lend a hand. My appraisal speed is fast, and I imagine he's struggling to handle everything alone. Huh? The staff member was dumbfounded. Wait, buddy, you mean you've already appraised every single treasure in today's trading market? And now you're going to help Master Lu with his appraisals? Damn it, you're going to authenticate everything twice? Lu Muji is still in the middle of his appraisal. And here you are, already starting a second round to catch any oversights? This is a major matter, so the staff dared not say anything. They only told Xiao Ran that they'd need to consult Ren Laode for his opinion. And we might also need to coordinate with Lu Muji's team. Xiao Ran naturally had no objections. After all, there was still plenty of time before the competition ended. And he was just sitting around anyway. Might as well lend Master Lu a hand. It wasn't that Xiao Ran wanted to fill in any gaps. But rather, with the system at his disposal, he was unmatched in appraisal, a confidence he held firmly. Or perhaps it was his confidence in the system itself. But primarily, Xiao Ran genuinely wanted to assist this Master Lu. After all, he was getting on in years, and Xiao Ran had sent him so many treasures. And most of today's market treasures had been dumped all at once onto Master Lu's shoulders. Master Lu had no system to assist him, he must be utterly exhausted. Just as Xiao Ran had anticipated, Master Lu was truly on the verge of collapse. In the heaven-grade market, though the crowd was sparse, every item was a premium treasure. And they placed great emphasis on the accuracy of appraisals. Thus, the number of items he could authenticate in a single day was negligible. Yet the effort expended is undeniably substantial. Today, however, it wasn't just about accuracy the pace demanded. Was truly beyond what someone of his age could endure. Staff scurried off to relay Xiao Ran's demands to Ren Tianhang. Ren Tianhang, now completely numb. And now you're not only expected to authenticate quickly, but also conduct secondary appraisals and fill in the gaps? Damn it, are you even human? What kind of appraiser are you? But since this was Xiao Ran's request, he naturally had to comply. After a moment's hesitation, Ren Tianhang nodded. I'll first negotiate with Lu Muji's team to see if they agree. After all, this kind of situation had never happened before. If they thought I, Ren Tianhang, was giving special treatment or favoring Xiao Ran, it would be detrimental to Xiao Ran's competition results. So, the appraisers from Lu Muji's side were now watching intently as Ren Tianhang approached them with a faint smile. Each face wore either confusion or puzzlement. No one knew what Ren Tianhang intended to do. Chapter 87, Where is everyone? Ren Tianhang made no attempt to hide anything. He directly explained the specific situation to the appraisers surrounding Lu Muji, concluding with, "That's the situation. If you disagree, I'll have Xiao Ran come out first and wait until the time is up." After hearing Ren Tianhang's words, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. What the hell? Have all been appraised by that kid Xiao Ran? And now he's preparing to assist Master Lu with a secondary appraisal? Is that even possible? Lu Muji hasn't even finished appraising 10 treasures yet. And you're already thinking about secondary appraisals? Does that even sound like something a sane person would say? So someone immediately stood up and declared, "No way, absolutely not. Who does second appraisals? If you didn't do a thorough job the first time, expecting a second chance, what kind of nonsense is that? That's blatant backroom dealings. Does that kid not trust Master Lu's abilities? Who is Master Lu? He's the top expert in the heaven-grade trading market. Does he really need this kid's help with appraisal? No way. Absolutely not." The crowd began to protest in unison. Ren Tianhang frowned at the indignant appraisers, snorting coldly to himself. Just as he turned to leave, a staff member dashed out from Master Lu's appraisal office. "Mr. Ren! Mr. Ren! Master Lu!" Hearing the staff member's call, Ren Tianhang and the appraisers all turned to look. What's going on? What happened to Master Lu? A sense of foreboding flashed through Ren Tianhang's mind. Master Lu was getting on in years. If something happened to him on his own turf, I couldn't afford to pay for it even if I sold myself. And when Sister Yunro came looking for me, I'd have no way to explain it. But what followed left Ren Tianhang and every appraiser present utterly dumbfounded. Master Lu was overwhelmed. There were simply too many treasures. He was nearly exhausted from handling them all alone. What the hell? Too many treasures? He's nearly exhausted from appraising them? How is that even possible? The appraisers were baffled. But Ren Tianhang knew exactly what was going on. Xiao Ran's appraisal speed was simply too fast. In just 2 short hours, he'd appraised every single treasure in today's human-grade trading market. Then handed them over to Master Lu for secondary appraisal. Though no one knew how Xiao Ran managed it. These treasures had indeed all passed into Master Lu's hands for secondary appraisal. Master Lu, who was usually pampered and comfortable, spent this day appraising only the finest treasures. He typically appraises only 3 or 4 items in a day. Now, however, every single treasure from the entire trading market were all in Master Lu's hands. The volume of appraisals. The other appraisers were utterly bewildered. Has Master Lu been appraising treasures until he's completely exhausted? How many treasures had that kid across the way appraised today? No, it must be that kid. He hasn't appraised anything at all. He's just pulling a fast one, going through the motions. That's why Master Lu is like this. If Master Lu collapses from exhaustion, won't this contest end without a result? But no result doesn't mean the whole thing just fizzles out, right? Then wouldn't all of them today have been played for fools by Ren Tianhang and this stinking brat? How the hell could that be acceptable? So someone immediately stepped forward and declared, since Master Lu can't make it in time, I'm willing to assist him. Exactly. The contest must continue, so I'll assist Master Lu too. Boss Ren, today's contest is about to conclude. Master Lu absolutely cannot collapse. Everyone chimed in, eager to assist Master Lu. But at that moment, Ren Tianhang narrowed his eyes and addressed the appraisers. How can that be? You are Lu Muji's people, and Lu Muji is a participant in this contest. How can you guarantee absolute neutrality? At this, the appraisers who had intended to aid Master Lu all fell silent. Indeed, they were aligned with Lu Muji. In this contest, even if they intended to uphold impartiality, they couldn't entirely avoid letting personal feelings influence their judgment, which would inevitably compromise the fairness of the contest. But Master Lu was clearly overwhelmed at the moment. And aside from Master Lu and his team, where else in the trading market could one find other appraisers? At this moment, Ren Tianhang suggested, how about this? Let's proceed as Xiao Ran proposed earlier. He'll assist Master Lu. Although Xiao Ran is a participant in this contest, you can also act as supervisors, standing by his side to oversee him. You have the numbers on your side, while Xiao Ran is alone. Even if he's a genius, even if he performs a secondary appraisal, it doesn't actually violate the contest rules. Before the contest, we never said secondary appraisals weren't allowed, right? We only said whoever appraises more treasures with higher accuracy wins, correct? Earlier, you objected to Xiao Ran assisting with a second appraisal. I chose not to argue and tacitly agreed. But now, Master Lu's health is the paramount concern. Therefore, having Xiao Ran conduct the secondary appraisal while you supervise him is the best solution I can think of at this moment. What do you think? After a few words, the appraisers began discussing it. Some agreed, others expressed concern. Opinions varied widely. Finally, the appraiser who had earlier urged everyone to have faith in Lu Muji stepped forward and said, everyone, the competition rules do not explicitly prohibit a second appraisal. When Ren Laoda suggested this earlier, we declined, and he didn't press the matter, showing us considerable courtesy. Therefore, I believe that under the current circumstances, following Brother Ren's suggestion is perfectly reasonable. With so many of us here, who can guarantee they won't harbor ulterior motives when assisting Master Lu with the appraisal? Hearing this, those who had opposed were about to speak. But the man continued. Yes, Xiao Ran may possess some talent. But talent, when contrasted with experience accumulated over time, do you truly believe it holds any value? A second appraisal? Even a third appraisal would likely yield the same results. Perhaps Xiao Ran truly possesses remarkable talent and can authenticate items swiftly, but in terms of the quality of his authentication, he absolutely cannot compare to Lu Muji. I can guarantee that. Having Xiao Ran assist Master Lu with appraisals, and having so many of us help Master Lu with appraisals, I see no issue with that. Besides, Boss Ren has been very accommodating, letting us stand by and supervise at all times. We're not blind to how this kid actually appraises things, are we? This time, won't we get to see exactly how this kid appraises? Won't this give us a much better opportunity to observe his appraisal techniques up close? Let's see if this kid truly possesses appraisal skills, or if he's just pulling a fast one and fooling everyone. The appraiser's words were well reasoned and convincing, causing those appraisers who had initially disagreed, nodding in agreement with his perspective. Seeing the consensus, the appraiser stepped forward, clasped his hands respectfully before Ren Tianhang, and said, Mr. Ren, you've given us face, so naturally we'll return the favor. However, even so, I firmly believe that Xiao Ran simply cannot win against Lu Muji. Ran Tianhang couldn't care less about whether Lu Muji won or lost at this point. His sole hope now was that Master Lu remained safe and sound, and that nothing would come of serving as a secondary appraiser in his trading market. He couldn't bear the responsibility if anything happened. So Ran Tianhang immediately dispatched staff to fetch Xiao Ran. And soon after, the group of appraisers all gathered at Master Lu's appraisal office. Lu Muji placed the authenticated treasure into the teleportation portal. Then called out loudly, "Next item." But after waiting for quite some time, no one came in. And the outside seemed eerily quiet. Curiosity piqued, Lu Muji walked to the entrance of the appraisal office and peered outside through the curtain. And what he saw left him utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Where is everyone? Whether it was Ran Tianhang or the staff, even the group of appraisers he'd brought along, had vanished without a trace. At that moment, Lu Muji looked down and saw, only to find 3 people sitting at his doorstep, each clutching a treasure, smoking cigarettes while watching him. The 4 of them just stared at each other like this. A scene of utter absurdity. Chapter 88, Standing Like a Clown. Where's the appraiser by my side? Where is Ran Tianhang? Where are the staff? Where the hell did they all go? Lu Muji's small head was filled with big questions. So Lu Muji addressed the few people still clutching their treasures. Where did everyone go? One man, squatting on the ground and smoking a cigarette, shot Lu Muji a sidelong glance. Didn't answer her directly but instead said, "Are you going to appraise it or not? If you don't do it soon, I'm taking it across the street to get it appraised. You're way too slow. By the time you're done, the chrysanthemum flowers will have gone cold." The back and forth between them left Lu Muji thoroughly confused. Wait, what do you mean my appraisal speed is too slow? In this line of work, it's not about who finishes fastest. It's about who can identify more accurately, who can uncover more detailed information about the treasures. What kind of nonsense is this? Suppressing his contempt, Lu Muji pressed again. What exactly happened? Hearing Lu Muji speak again, the man crushed his cigarette butt underfoot and exhaled a long stream of smoke. The appraiser from the other side went to assist Master Lu with a second appraisal. Everyone's over at Master Lu's place now. Hey, I'm telling you, are you going to appraise it or not? If not, I'm leaving. This is such a waste of time. Hearing this, Lu Muji could no longer hide his shock. What the hell? They're assisting Master Lu with a second appraisal? What are you guys talking about? Ah, right, that guy across the way appraises way too fast. Right now, in the whole market, probably only the treasures in our hands haven't been appraised yet. So this guy went to Master Lu's place to lend a hand. Me. Lu Muji's facial muscles twitched. What the hell is this? You appraised the entire market in under 3 hours. And now you're running off to Master Lu for a second appraisal? How the hell fast are you? No way. What second appraisal? There's definitely something fishy going on. The first appraisal must have been sloppy, that's why they need a second one. That's it. That must be it. With that thought, Lu Muji didn't bother with the treasures still in the hands of the remaining few, and broke into a jog toward Master Lu's appraisal office. But when he finally reached Master Lu's appraisal office, he was utterly dumbfounded. Inside Master Lu's appraisal office, the area was now swarming with the appraisers he had brought along. And standing among them, arms crossed, was Xiao Ran, pointing and gesturing at Master Lu and some staff members. While Master Lu and the staff bustled about among various testing equipment. Xiao Ran, however, "Hey, you there, that's not how you test it. Max out the magic power output and crank up the flame temperature at the same time." Master Lu, "Hey, your method is all wrong. Look at me, isn't this the right way? It's such a simple operation, why make it so complicated? Ah, you can't test it like that. This artifact is water attributed. You shouldn't be testing its hardness, you need to measure its specific magical power capacity. And when infusing magic, you must do it gradually, bit by bit. That's right, like this. Slow down the pace a little more." The atmosphere on site, if not downright bizarre, was certainly utterly absurd. Lu Muji swallowed hard and slowly stepped forward, asking in disbelief, what on earth is going on here? Yet no one, not even the appraiser he'd brought along, answered Lu Muji's question. Ran Tianhang, meanwhile, was already beaming with delight. Originally, he'd only had a blind faith in Xiao Ran, or rather, he'd harbored some doubts about Xiao Ran's appraisal abilities. But now, Ran Tianhang harbored not a shred of doubt about Xiao Ran. He was practically ready to kneel before Xiao Ran, this god-tier appraiser. But if anyone deserved to kneel, it certainly wasn't him. At that moment, Master Lu resembled a humble elementary student seeking guidance, listening intently to Xiao Ran's various instructions while examining the treasure in his hands, jotting down notes in his little notebook. Every so often, he'd lean close to Xiao Ran, his face beaming with flattery as he asked, "Teacher Xiao Ran, do you think this method will work?" Xiao Ran shot him a look, his tone tinged with disappointment. "Wrong. It's still too narrow. With treasures like this, you must first consider the specific yield. Only after knowing the yield can you work backward to determine the specific testing method. Yes, you're absolutely right. This absurd scene left Lu Muji utterly dumbfounded. But before Lu Muji could say anything else, the appraisers who had accompanied Lu Muji to the human-grade trading market began bombarding him with questions as if witnessing a miracle. Teacher Xiao Ran, how did you deduce this treasure? To me, it clearly looks like a lightning attribute artifact. Why do you insist it's merely an enchanted item? And Teacher Xiao Ran, this artifact has puzzled me for ages. I couldn't figure out its specific use no matter how I tested it. Could you take a look? Hold on. Damn it, Teacher Xiao Ran, please take a look at this stone of mine. No matter what method I use, I can't determine what it is. The only thing I know is that it's a treasure dropped in a dungeon, and its texture is much harder than ordinary stones. The appraisers present? Gone was their earlier disdain and contempt for Xiao Ran. Instead, they all looked like they'd stumbled upon a treasure, leaving only Lu Muji standing alone, watching this absurd scene unfold before him. As the rage within him boiled over, combined with the crowd's clamor, Lu Muji's pent-up fury erupted in an instant. Enough! What the hell is going on here? The roar was deafening, like lightning splitting the night, causing everyone present to freeze in their tracks. Then every pair of eyes turned toward Lu Muji, and a wave of disgust washed over them, leaving Lu Muji feeling a bit flustered, and even a sense of injustice. You were the ones who suggested this duel. You're just a novice with a bit of talent, barely 2 days into your training. Why are you all staring at me like that? Did I do something wrong? All his emotions instantly boiled over into rage. Lu Muji pointed at Xiao Ran with obvious displeasure. What the hell is your problem? We agreed to a duel, yet here you are with this second appraisal nonsense. What kind of bull is this? Playing mystic games? What kind of bull appraisal speed? Appraisers of speed what we're competing on? Ha! And you lot look at yourselves. What kind of spectacle are you making? Aren't all of you older than this kid? Yet you're shamelessly letting him solve your problems? Can he even fix it? What makes him think he can? What gives him the right? Tell me. Have you all lost your minds? As he spoke, Lu Muji pointed at Xiao Ran. You little punk, did you curse my men? The trial is about to end, and you're pulling these shady tricks here? Losing is one thing, but resorting to trickery? What kind of nonsense is that? I, Lu Muji, stand by my principles. If you win fairly, I'll have no complaints. But if you win using this kind of low-life curse, I, Lu Muji, will be the first to refuse to accept it. What the hell? You've only been appraising for 2 days, how dare you compare yourself to my decades of experience? And Ren Lauda, what exactly are you playing at? This was supposed to be a fair contest, what's this now? This kid is blatantly cursing you all, and you still haven't caught on? In Lu Muji's view, the current situation was utterly absurd. Even with his decades of experience, he couldn't fathom the exact nature of what was happening. So he seized the initiative, firing off his own interpretation at the group. But, after Lu Muji finished speaking, everyone present, including the appraisers he had brought along, stared at him as if he were a complete fool, making Lu Muji feel as if the only thing separating him from a clown was a red nose. Chapter 89, Secrets of the Outer Battlefield. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Lu Muji's heart skipped a beat. What was that look? What does this mean? What the hell did I do? What kind of curse did this kid put on you all? Amidst a flurry of questions, an appraiser finally addressed Lu Muji's concerns. Lu Muji, we lost this match. There's no need to continue. Let's call it quits. Hearing this, Lu Muji's eyes widened in shock, and his hands began to tremble. You lot, what's gotten into you? What kind of mind-altering potion did that kid slip you? The appraiser patted Lu Muji on the shoulder. There's no curse, no mind-altering potion. This kid is something else, Master Xiao Ran. He's a once-in-a-century appraisal prodigy. No, not a genius, he's practically a god of appraisal. What on earth is going on? Lu Muji's expression began to calm. No curse, no drugged mind. So what was really going on? Time rewound to when Ren Tianhang and his team of appraisers arrived at Master Lu's appraisal office. At first, these appraisers naturally gave it their all. Not only did the appraisal happen so quickly, but now they were actually coming to Master Lu's place to assist him with a secondary appraisal. They were all intensely curious about this so-called prodigiously gifted genius. Just what he was like. But when Xiao Ran arrived at the appraisal office, and this Master Xiao Ran acted like a schoolboy, immediately running up to Xiao Ran and asking all sorts of questions, leaving the other appraisers utterly baffled. But when they actually saw the treasures Xiao Ran had appraised, along with the specific testing methods applied to each artifact, everyone was stunned. Good heavens! So this kid wasn't pulling any tricks, he really had tested everything thoroughly. But how could he possibly work so fast? Initially, under Master Lu's guidance, Xiao Ran observed Master Lu performing a secondary appraisal on an artifact, and they all agreed that his technique was flawless. Not only did it follow all the proper procedures, but the results were also highly accurate. But when Xiao Ran declared this method incorrect and began testing himself, These seasoned appraisers, each with at least a decade of experience in the field, were utterly stunned by Xiao Ran's unconventional approach. What? You can authenticate like this? Good heavens! This approach skips 3 standard steps in the process, and the accuracy rate is even higher than before. How did this kid pull it off? Where did he learn such an inspection method? I'd never seen anything like it. After the initial shock, all eyes turned to Xiao Ran, listening intently as he detailed his various testing techniques. Using the exact same equipment, why did the accuracy differ so drastically? Moreover, despite omitting numerous steps, the detailed data on the treasures was several times more comprehensive than before. It even pinpointed the exact magical energy content of the artifacts. At this moment, none of the appraisers present dared to underestimate Xiao Ran anymore. Setting aside Xiao Ran's age and the appraiser's experience, not to mention the outcome of this contest, it must be said that these appraisers were utterly obsessed with evaluating treasures. They all gathered around Xiao Ran, listening intently to the various appraisal methods he was explaining. Originally, Ren Tianhang had intended to let Master Lu rest, but the master firmly waved him off, insisting that, since he had become the treasure recorder for this contest, he would stand firm at his post, never leaving it. Thus, with no other option, Ren Tianhang could only have his staff assist Master Lu. By the time Lu Muji arrived, the treasures had already been catalogued for the most part, and every appraiser present had already tacitly accepted defeat. Refused to admit it? Come on, how could anyone compete with such an appraisal monster? This was beyond the capabilities of any ordinary appraiser. In under 3 hours, it had examined every treasure in today's human-grade trading market. And crucially, they had detailed appraisal methods and techniques. What could you possibly say to that? Cheating? Why would he need to cheat? And now, to ease the pressure on Master Lu's appraisals, this genius is personally guiding Master Lu on site to use the simplest methods to obtain precise treasure data. Who could possibly do that? Lu Muji? Give me a break. The appraisal has dragged on for nearly 3 hours. Regardless of the appraisal's quality, in front of this Xiao Ran monster, he's been utterly crushed into dust. What's his secret? Not only is his appraisal lightning fast, but the artifact's data is spot on. And the methods are unprecedented. Lu Muji? What does he have to compare with this? Decades of experience as a senior appraiser. In the face of such overwhelming talent, they amount to nothing. At that moment, Lu Muji stood rooted to the spot. Watching the bustling crowd, his eyes suddenly began to blur. The scenes before her eyes from the very beginning when she first apprenticed herself into the appraisal profession flashed before his eyes. Is this right? Bitterness, resentment, and indifference echoed within her heart. What was this? Decades of unwavering dedication to appraisal, only to be shattered by some greenhorn who's been in the appraisal business for 2 days or not even that long. Shattered and trampled underfoot? Lu Muji clenched his knuckles, his lips trembling. I refuse to accept this. His voice was faint, unheard by anyone. I refuse to accept this. Like the death throes of a wounded beast, Lu Muji's eyes bulged wide, bloodshot veins filling her irises. I refuse to accept this. Why? Why must it be this way? The words of rage finally drew everyone's gaze back to Lu Muji. While Lu Muji fixed his gaze intently on Xiao Ran, the man before him was younger, more handsome. Yet how could a mere greenhorn, having dabbled in the appraiser profession for just 2 days, could dismiss decades of my hard work? Lu Muji was utterly unwilling to accept this. Xiao Ran, however, remained calm and composed, stepped forward and looked at Lu Muji, saying, I know you're not convinced. Come on, how else do you want me to prove it? Lu Muji found himself momentarily at a loss for words by Xiao Ran's words. But then something occurred to him. A thought struck him. Lu Muji pulled out a piece of white cloth, placed it in his palm, and slowly unfolded it, revealing a crystal-clear object the size of a thumb lying at its center. To call it a stone? It was too vibrant and translucent to resemble one. Yet to call it jade? Its texture resembled amber more than anything. Most present were appraisers, all puzzled over what this thing could be. One appraiser, who was quite close to Lu Muji, suddenly gasped aloud. Isn't this the very thing even your master couldn't identify? This is something from the foreign battlefield dungeon. Hearing this, all the appraisers were stunned into silence. Those around Lu Muji's age also wore expressions of utter shock. An item from the Outer Realm battlefield dungeon. Meanwhile, the younger appraisers all looked puzzled. What? The Outer Realm battlefield has instances too? How could that be possible? They'd never heard of dungeons existing in the Outer Realm battlefield. Chapter 90, I won the contest, but I'm not convinced. At this moment, Lu Muji paid no heed to these questions. Instead turning to Xiao Ran and saying, Xiao Ran, this is a treasure my master obtained from a dungeon in the Outer Realm battlefield. Even as he lay dying, my master couldn't determine what this artifact actually does. If you can figure it out today, I, Lu Muji, will not only fulfill my earlier promise, but also hand over my entire fortune to you. As Lu Muji's voice trailed off, tilting his head slightly toward Ren Tianhang as he added, "Not only will I work for you for free for 3 years, but I swear I'll never leave, not even when I'm old and gray." As the words fell, the room grew so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone gasped in unison. Even Ren Tianhang's expression turned grave. Having an appraiser work for free for 3 years was already breaking convention. Working for free for a lifetime. This. The other appraisers began pleading with him. "Lu Muji, you lost, no need to go this far." "Yeah, Lu Muji, keep your options open, you're not risking everything for nothing. 3 years is more than enough, there's no need for this." Everyone pleaded with him, but Lu Muji remained unmoved. Snorting coldly as he addressed them, "Humph. If even my master couldn't authenticate it, what makes him think he can? You may doubt my abilities, but you dare not question my master." At that moment, the crowd fell silent. Lu Muji had clearly thrown caution to the wind, staking her future on this wager with Xiao Ran. However, though they had tried to dissuade Lu Muji, they were actually trying to avoid leaving a bad impression with Ren Tianhang over this matter, effectively distancing themselves from Lu Muji. Xiao Ran frowned deeply. Are there instances of dungeons existing in the Outer Realm battlefields? This was the first time he'd heard of such a thing. According to Xiao Ran's understanding of dungeons, instances typically only appear within cities. The outer battlefields are predominantly inhabited by exotic beasts. If instances also existed in the outer battlefields. Noticing Xiao Ran's confusion, Master Lu stepped forward and said, "That was long ago, when we extraordinary practitioners were still in our infancy. Cities didn't occupy nearly as much territory as they do now. In essence, the dungeons we have today emerged after our cities expanded and encompassed the outlying battlefields. However, there are differences. Instances in the outer battlefields are generally S tier, or even S instances. Ordinary transcendent practitioners have no access to them." Hearing Master Lu's explanation, Xiao Ran nodded in understanding, grasping the specifics of the situation. The other young people murmured among themselves. At that moment, Master Lu set down the artifact he had been appraising. His expression growing somber as he spoke, "The items from the Outer Realm battlefield dungeons, Xiao Ran. I've examined and tested this particular item before, but..." Master Lu shook his head, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. "Forget it, Xiao Ran. This item, though a treasure, has no known purpose. Dozens of appraisers have examined it, but you see..." Seeing Master Lu shake his head, Lu Muji's eyes flashed with smug satisfaction. His words growing increasingly frenzied. "Oomph. Xiao Ran, if you're truly capable, then appraise my master's relic. Otherwise, you lose. If you lose, I, and the others, will all be able to establish ourselves in this market. And you'll owe me alliance coins 1,000,000. Clearly, Lu Muji had been driven to near madness by Xiao Ran's actions. At this very moment, every appraiser present began to feel conflicted inside. On one hand, they saw that Xiao Ran truly possessed remarkable skills. And this unprecedented appraisal technique held an irresistible allure for them. If possible, they desperately wanted to study under Xiao Ran, even if it meant working for free for 3 years in this human-grade trading market. On the other hand, they genuinely hoped Lu Muji would win the contest. For not only would their compensation improve, but they could also receive millions of alliance coins without lifting a finger. Amidst this complex web of emotions, all the appraisers fell silent, holding their tongues. Ren Tianhang, however, now had no choice but to step forward. Having blindly trusted Xiao Ran earlier, he now witnessed both the speed and technique of Xiao Ran's appraisal. He became utterly convinced that Xiao Ran could become an appraiser on par with Master Lu in this profession, and even surpass Master Lu. But now, the other party held a treasure obtained from an out-of-bounds battlefield instance. And this artifact, including Master Lu, dozens of appraisers have failed to determine its specific function. Asking Xiao Ran to appraise it, wasn't this clearly a trap? He felt compelled to step in and stop Xiao Ran. This wasn't about distrusting Xiao Ran, but rather that the situation was already a sure win. No need to accept the other party's provocation. Yes, a provocation that was Ren Tian's assessment of the current situation. Ren Tianhang stepped forward and advised Xiao Ran. "Brother Xiao Ran, let it go. No need to complicate things." Then, he addressed Lu Muji. "Lu Muji, the contest time is up. Based on the number of treasures Xiao Ran has authenticated several times more than yours, you've lost this contest." Lu Muji responded with a faint smile. "Oomph, Boss Ren, so what if I lost? I refuse to concede." Lu Muji's deliberate enunciation made Ren Tianhang frown. "Lu Muji, you're deliberately looking for trouble." As he spoke, Ren Tianhang was about to step forward to teach Lu Muji a lesson. Having shown courtesy before resorting to force earlier, now that the contest was over and you'd already lost. Yet you persist in this quarrel. Don't blame me for being impolite. Just as he moved forward, Xiao Ran grabbed Ren Tianhang's arm. Ren Tianhang's heart skipped a beat. "Xiao Ran, what's this about?" Xiao Ran patted Ren Tianhang's shoulder, gave him a reassuring look, then turned to Lu Muji, and said calmly, "All right, no problem." Ren Tianhang stared at Xiao Ran in astonishment. Brother Xiao Ran, how can this be? This. Master Lu nearby also began to persuade him. Xiao Ran, there's no need. You've already won the contest. This thing dozens of masters couldn't detect it. Master Lu didn't want a prodigy like Xiao Ran to lose confidence and be crushed just as he was beginning to shine. He'd seen too many such cases. Lu Muji's teacher was one such case. Ever since Lu Muji's teacher obtained this treasure, he'd locked himself in his room day after day, immersed in research. For over a decade. All to decipher what this artifact truly was, until he became neither fully human nor ghost. Many appraisers, including Master Lu, have an almost obsessive fixation on it. Either to dissect its functions and specifications down to the last detail, or fixate on a single artifact until they've unraveled its true nature. As for Lu Muji's teacher, even when he sought help from others for appraisal, he never grasped its true essence. Even as he lay dying, he clutched the artifact, never letting it go. Now, Lu Muji brought this artifact forward, demanding Xiao Ran identify its true nature. How could such an appraisal possibly be made? Dozens of appraisal masters, including Master Lu himself, were utterly baffled by this artifact. No matter how gifted Xiao Ran might be, or how unconventional his appraisal methods, how could he possibly make sense of this artifact? This was clearly a dead end. Yet here was Xiao Ran, charging headlong into a trap laid by others. What on earth was he to do? Meanwhile, the other appraisers, witnessing this scene, were both shocked and inwardly shook their heads in dismay. Young people are young people after all, easily provoked into agreeing to the other party's terms. This was clearly Lu Muji's trap. Yet here he was, stepping forward to accept it willingly. Just as Ren Tianhang said, he had already won, and could easily have taken the millions of alliance coins everyone else lost to live a life of luxury, happily basking in his fame as a genius in appraisal. Yet here he was, accepting Lu Muji's challenge at this very moment. What was the point? This artifact, even Master Lu couldn't identify it. Dozens of other appraisers had examined it, and none of them could identify it. What on earth gives you the nerve to take it on? Chapter 91, The Ultimate Wood Crystal. Xiao Ran gave a faint smile, stepped forward, extended his hand, and said, "Here, give it to me." Seeing Xiao Ran agree so readily, and observing his actions, Lu Muji actually felt a bit uneasy. Why was the other party so calm? Why would he accept? Could he really identify it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My teacher, including Master Lu, along with dozens of other appraisers, couldn't identify what kind of treasure this was. How could he possibly identify it? But if he wasn't certain, how could he dare to accept it? What gives him the right? He's just a greenhorn, isn't he? At this thought, Lu Muji took a deep breath, and thrust the white cloth and the treasure within into Xiao Ran's hands. Oomph. Even my master couldn't identify this thing. What makes you think you can? If you couldn't identify it, you should have said so earlier. Don't waste everyone's time. The moment the treasure touched Xiao Ran's hands, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Damaged Supreme Wood Crystal. Can be used directly with no side effects. Primary effects: significantly enhances physical constitution, hardens skin to become impervious to blades and bullets, and provides resistance to water and fire. Ding! This item is recyclable. Recycling yields 4,500 points. Ding! Can be repaired. Consumes 1,000 points to upgrade to a top-grade wood crystal. Primary effect: greatly enhances physical constitution. Can directly activate 1 star within the body. Note: must be placed whole in the mouth for refinement. No side effects. Feeling the information flood his mind, Xiao Ran's lips twitched slightly. Holy crap, it can directly activate a star within my body? What kind of god-defying treasure is this? Not even the 4th star within me is fully ignited yet. Yet even so, he could hold his own against a rank extraordinary practitioners. According to Xiao Ran's estimation, once he ignites the 4th star, I might even rival those S-tier extraordinary practitioners. But now, all he needs to do is spend his points. Repair the wood crystal in his hand, then swallow and refine it. He could directly ignite a star within his body. This was nothing short of defying the heavens. Though Xiao Ran fiercely suppressed the joy surging within him, the expression that inadvertently slipped through caused those present to shake their heads in unison. Indeed, even the most gifted individuals inevitably encounter problems beyond their genius to solve. Yes, Xiao Ran was indeed exceptionally skilled. His rapid appraisal speed stemmed from his unconventional, free-spirited approach. Truly a rarity in this world. But perhaps that was the extent of his abilities. This artifact became the stumbling block that prevented Xiao Ran from reaching the pinnacle. Of course, he could concede defeat without losing anything. But this artifact would haunt Xiao Ran for the rest of his life. Seeing Xiao Ran's stunned expression, Ren Tianhang beside him wore a look of deep concern. He was well aware of certain appraisers' peculiarities, or rather, it wasn't a peculiarity at all, but rather an obsession with treasures. An obsession to uncover its true nature. Meanwhile, Master Lu beside him sighed softly, his heart filled with boundless emotion. What a promising young talent, such a brilliant genius. Yet it seems destined to be but a fleeting moment? Xiao Ran, you mustn't get caught up in this. Treasures are indeed precious, and their specific uses are naturally very appealing. But this world holds far too many treasures. Don't let the confusion before your eyes cloud your judgment. Those appraisers, the older ones among them, all shook their heads in unison. Genius comes at a price, their obsession. Lu Muji's move was ruthless. Meanwhile, Lu Muji, seeing Xiao Ran's dazed expression, her entire body relaxed, a smile returning to his face. Xiao Ran, what do you think? Without even using the detection device, just by touching it with your hands, you're already confused? Let me tell you, the answer my teacher spent his entire life trying to solve you? Ready to admit defeat? Lu Muji glanced at Xiao Ran smugly, then turned to Ren Tianhang. It ended far too quickly, lacking any suspense. But Xiao Ran's face regained its composure, and his calm voice echoed. Wait, if I can authenticate this item, I'll pay to purchase it. Would that be acceptable? Whoosh! The room erupted in commotion. Are you kidding me? How could you possibly authenticate this? You're certainly a genius with remarkable talent, but you don't have to go out of your way to authenticate it, do you? You still want to buy it? Xiao Ran, this will only leave an obsession in your appraisal career. Master Lu pulled Xiao Ran aside. He genuinely didn't want such a promising young talent to be wasted here. With so many treasures awaiting appraisal, no need to fixate on just one. Lu Muji, however, looked at Xiao Ran and burst into laughter. Ha! Xiao Ran, do you even know what you're saying? This is a treasure that even Master Lu, my teacher, and dozens of other appraisers couldn't identify. What makes you think you can? Bai, I'll make a bet right here. If you can identify this treasure today and tell me what it is, I'll personally give it to you on behalf of my teacher. What's the harm in that? I believe my teacher's spirit would rest in peace. Appraise it however you like, use any method you wish. Just tell me what this treasure is and its specific uses, and that's all. Hearing Lu Muji's words, Xiao Ran nodded, then asked out of the blue. Oh, right. Let me ask you something. You, your master, Master Lu, and of course, those dozens of appraisers, did any of you ever consider during the appraisal process that this might not be a usable treasure? Hearing Xiao Ran's words, everyone present was utterly baffled. What did he mean by not a usable treasure? What did he mean by that? Could Xiao Ran have figured out what this really was? Lu Muji also frowned, puzzled. What do you mean? Xiao Ran thought for a moment before saying, all these years, haven't you ever considered that this might not be a treasure at all, but rather a medicinal herb? Everyone was stunned. What? Not a treasure, but a medicinal herb? How could that be? Impossible. We've never seen such a medicinal herb before. Xiao Ran, this can't be true. Indeed, how could this possibly be a medicinal herb? Treasures and herbs, could these master appraisers really not tell the difference? Lu Muji also chimed in, medicinal herb? Impossible. This item is hard as steel, impervious to blades and bullets, resistant to water and fire. It's clearly a treasure, or some kind of special material used to craft weapons or protective gear. It couldn't possibly be a medicinal herb. Then Lu Muji snapped out of it and retorted to Xiao Ran, You haven't even used the appraisal equipment yet and you're already spouting nonsense. What kind of genius appraiser are you? Looks like you're all show and no substance. If you can't do it, just admit it, no need for all this nonsense. Meanwhile, Master Lu, observing the treasure in Xiao Ran's hands, wore a pensive expression, as if deep in thought. Seeing this, Xiao Ran smiled and said, well then, I'll begin. As the words fell, all eyes turned to Xiao Ran. And Xiao Ran himself. Now that he knew what was in his hands and its specific effects, figuring out how to test it was straightforward. Watching Xiao Ran speak, he crouched down and picked up a tiny ant. The tiny ant was black, scurrying restlessly in Xiao Ran's palm. Xiao Ran flipped the ant upside down into a bowl to prevent its escape. Then he walked over to the testing equipment. As everyone stood bewildered, Xiao Ran's voice rang out. We all know that when a weak organism ingests energy it cannot handle, its body will explode instantly. That's because the energy exceeds its own critical threshold. This treasure, in essence, is a drug that enhances the body's potential. I know you all doubt this, but that's because you're too quick to jump to conclusions. Now, observe this artifact. As Xiao Ran spoke, he placed the supreme wood crystal onto various testing devices one by one. Observe, neither extreme heat nor bitter cold can affect it in the slightest. Therefore, we must understand that such methods cannot reveal the true nature of this treasure. The core issue in the overconfidence lies precisely here. What if this treasure doesn't require such elaborate procedures? What if its true properties could be revealed through a very simple test? As he spoke, Xiao Ran released the ants previously trapped in the bowl. Then placed the supreme wood crystal from the white cloth beside it. The ant, as if sensing some rare delicacy, rushed madly toward the premium wood crystal. But the instant its pincers closed around the crystal, it exploded with a pop. Before anyone could react, Xiao Ran spoke up, see? This is exactly what I meant, an organism too small to withstand the energy of this substance simply self-destructs. Of course, this is merely a preliminary test and doesn't directly prove that this is a medicinal substance capable of enhancing bodily functions when ingested. We still need other tests, starting small and scaling up, to determine its specific energy content. This requires energy detection equipment. Additionally, we need other experimental subjects. However, the energy within is finite. The more subjects we use, the less energy remains for each. Xiao Ran's words, actions, and theories left everyone present utterly speechless. This isn't some kind of treasure at all, it's actually a medicinal herb? Damn it, what kind of medicinal herb is this? Never seen it before. Never in my life. Lu Muji stood there dumbfounded, watching Xiao Ran move between the various testing devices, placing the treasure in his hands onto each device for testing, all the while explaining beside him. Why test it this way? What's the benefit of this method? A sense of absurdity, unreality, and dread steadily spread through Lu Muji's mind. A sensation so peculiar. As if Xiao Ran already knew what this thing was, and then began working backward to devise the relevant testing methods. Is that right? Me, my teacher Master Lu, and dozens of other appraisers. We're all wrong? This isn't some kind of treasure, but rather a medicinal herb? Chapter 92, 4 million alliance coins a month. At this very moment, everyone watched Xiao Ran operate various devices before them, explaining the reverse engineering appraisal method. Only Lu Muji stood there, eyes vacant, muttering to himself. This is a medicinal herb, not a treasure? But why? Impossible. So many appraisers, and my teacher too. Could they all be wrong? But why didn't they notice this mistake? Lu Muji then looked at Xiao Ran. So young, so full of vigor and ambition. Yet before this youth, as fragile as a sheet of white paper. Lu Muji felt a hollow emptiness in his heart. The treasure that had baffled her teacher and dozens of appraisers had now been appraised by this kid in just a few short minutes, and was even instructing others on how to appraise such items. Xiao Ran, having finished appraising the supreme wood crystal in his hand, along with the white cloth from earlier, handed it to Lu Muji. Though it might appear at first glance to be a treasure or a piece of jade, it is actually a medicinal herb. I've already explained the specific identification method to everyone. It wasn't that you couldn't identify it, but rather that you were too quick to jump to conclusions. Take it. It's your teacher's keepsake. Though I covet it greatly, I wouldn't stoop to taking someone's personal belongings. However, the previous identification process has already depleted some of its energy. Further identification will cause its energy to diminish further. Keep this in mind. These words caused Lu Muji's lips to tremble slightly. A flicker of hesitation seemed to pass through his eyes as he looked at the item Xiao Ran was handing over. Though it was his teacher's keepsake, but at its core, it was an appraiser's obsession. His teacher had spent his entire life trying to uncover the true nature of this object, and now it had been identified by a novice who had only been in the appraisal field for 2 days. What exactly had his teacher been pursuing all along? At this very moment, Lu Muji began to feel lost, questioning whether he should even continue as this so-called appraiser. What did he even amount to in front of Xiao Ran? In truth, it wasn't just Lu Muji questioning himself at this moment. Even the appraisers present, including Master Lu, began to harbor doubts in their hearts. Was all that so-called effort so fragile, so utterly powerless? The truth of the treasure they had spent their entire lives pursuing could be shattered in less than 20 minutes? Just as everyone began doubting themselves and gradually came to believe that the appraiser profession was solely about innate talent, Xiao Ran smiled faintly and said to Lu Muji, "Perhaps precisely because I am a newcomer, I was able to devise alternative methods for appraisal. The traditional appraisal methods, though cumbersome and complex, embody the wisdom of our predecessors. In this modern era, we should strive to create more efficient approaches than those of our forebears. Their testing methods are the foundation, the cornerstone, the nourishment for the growth of appraisal techniques. As an appraiser, following established rules is certainly not wrong, but innovating and breaking new ground is what our generation, or rather, our generation of appraisers can achieve. When future generations learn of our appraisal methods, may they first think for themselves, rather than simply copying what we did." These few words caused everyone present to look at Xiao Ran with changed eyes. Could such words truly come from an 18-year-old youth? Could these words truly come from someone who has only been in the appraisal profession for 2 days? At this very moment, every appraiser present was thoroughly convinced. Especially Lu Muji, who now stood before Xiao Ran. At this moment, Lu Muji no longer carried the air of arrogance and condescension, or even the slightest hint of defiance. He was now utterly conquered by Xiao Ran. Whether it was his appraisal techniques or the pure, unadulterated mindset of an appraiser, Lu Muji could sense that this young man before him would become a leading figure in the appraisal industry, or rather, he would lead them, the appraisers, to a higher level. Lu Muji felt a sense of release. What perks, what money, what fame. None of it mattered to him anymore. Teacher Xiao Ran. Thank you. Lu Muji bowed deeply with clasped hands, his sincerity palpable. Without you, my teacher, I doubt I would ever find peace in this lifetime. Without you, my original purpose as an appraiser would have long been cast to the winds. Without you, only my heart would be bound by obsession. Thank you. Then, Lu Muji raised his head, his eyes burning as he looked at Xiao Ran. Teacher Xiao Ran, this item, though it was my teacher's keepsake, also held his unresolved attachments. Keeping it with me would only turn it into my own obsession. I believe my teacher, if he were watching from above, would find peace seeing your masterful appraisal skills and the results you've uncovered. Therefore, please keep it. Xiao Ran frowned, about to refuse. But Lu Muji gently pushed Xiao Ran's hand forward. And said with a smile, Professor Xiao Ran, consider this your reward for helping me and us. As he spoke, Lu Muji bowed deeply once more. Alongside Lu Muji were the appraisers who followed him. Their voices echoed throughout the entire human-grade trading market, expressing their gratitude for teacher Xiao Ran's guidance. Such a scene left Ren Tianhang momentarily stunned. His gaze then turned to Xiao Ran. He never imagined Xiao Ran could subdue these proud appraisers. Under normal circumstances, the relationship between the trading market and appraisers, at best a client-service relationship, where the trading market provided funds and resources and in return, the appraisers assisted the market in authenticating items. A mutually beneficial arrangement. But now, it's clear that Xiao Ran's approach has completely reshaped the current landscape. Or rather, reshaped the entire landscape of appraisers. At least in today's human-grade trading market. Ren Tianhang had no doubt that if Xiao Ran were to speak now, these appraisers would follow his every command. This goes far beyond a simple employer-employee relationship, but a respect that springs from the heart. Something even Master Lu himself could not achieve. Master Lu, though hailed by the industry as the foremost appraiser of the Longhua Alliance, his influence remains limited. In the appraisal profession, while Master Lu stands at the pinnacle, he does not hold an absolute monopoly. Many appraisers still harbor some degree of contempt for him. After all, his temperament leaves much to be desired. Xiao Ran, however, is different. Xiao Ran first captivated all present appraisers with his unconventional appraisal techniques, earning their genuine respect, simultaneously winning over those before him with his extraordinary personal charm. And most crucially, this Xiao Ran was only 18 years old. How terrifying was that? Ren Tianhang could sense that if Xiao Ran were not merely an E-rank cleaner extraordinary professional, his future prospects would be limitless. The appraisal contest drew to a close, and the day's proceedings were nearly finished. After handling the necessary matters at the scene, Xiao Ran and Ren Tianhang made their way to Ren Tianhan's office, where Ren Tianhang intended to add a clause to their original agreement. Boss Ran, isn't 3 million alliance coins per month a bit excessive? Xiao Ran examined the printed employment contract before him, puzzled. Frankly, the value of alliance coins had genuinely caught Xiao Ran off guard. Master Lu only earned 5 million alliance coins per month. And here he was, barely 2 days into the job, already commanding 3 million alliance coins? Ren Tianhang smiled as he poured Xiao Ran a cup of tea. And said, Xiao Ran, to be perfectly honest, this price is already a huge concession on our part. Your performance today, plus helping me reclaim so many people poached by Wang Weifeng right after joining this amount is nothing. Moreover, not only that, I'll personally cover an additional 1 million alliance coins for you each month. Xiao Ran, huh? But, Boss Ren, this. Chapter 93, Clickbait headlines on the forum. Xiao Ran now held a total of 10 million alliance coins in his hands. Enough to secure all the offcuts from the exotic beast ingredient processors. Currently, the alliance coins in Xiao Ran's possession, for reasons unknown, much like those rapidly reproducing exotic beasts, it seemed to multiply the more he spent. First, there was his salary as a landfill cleaner. Second, there was the income from joining Imochio and the others on dungeon runs to gather materials and resources, which he exchanged for alliance coins. And then there's his income as an appraiser in the human-grade trading market, along with commissions. All in all, Xiao Ran could now be considered a small-time tycoon. Of course, this was all without factoring in any major expenses. According to Xiao Ran's estimates, acquiring all the scrap materials from the exotic beast ingredient processors would require an investment of at least tens of millions. If, instead of acquiring scraps, he were to purchase premium exotic beast ingredients, that money would be mere pocket change, utterly insignificant. In today's world, money is certainly important. But its most crucial purpose lies in transforming into one's own strength. Simply put, with money, you can live comfortably, freely, and at ease. But with true strength, you gain not just comfort and ease, you unlock entirely different kinds of power. In short, money isn't the key, strength is. And right now, Xiao Ran possesses the damaged Supreme Wood Crystal, a tool for growth. By spending just 1,000 points, he could repair this artifact and activate the stars within his body. Currently, 3 stars within Xiao Ran's body have been ignited, and the 4th shows faint signs of awakening. Igniting 3 stars already grants him power comparable to an A-class extraordinary practitioner. And igniting the 4th? Xiao Ran had no doubt he would absolutely rival an S-rank extraordinary practitioner. Xiao Ran had no intention of using the wood crystal just yet. For though the fourth star remains unlit, its illumination is merely a matter of time. There was no need to waste it. First light the fourth star, then use the wood crystal. So it won't be wasted. However, lighting the stars is one thing. After your power changes, you still need to enter dungeon battles to adapt. Possessing raw power without undergoing life or death trials inevitably leads to shortcomings. Ultimately, Xiao Ran craved combat. And having grown stronger, he felt compelled to elevate his combat prowess as well. Currently, the only place Xiao Ran could engage in combat was within dungeons. And joining Mo and the others in E-rank dungeons clearly wouldn't offer much help in improving his combat skills. The best option was a dungeon matching his own strength. This reminded Xiao Ran of Lang Yunyuan, the one who had inexplicably given him an extra 1,000,000 alliance coins, and her earlier proposal to enter a dungeon together. Truthfully, Xiao Ran felt some hesitation about this matter. She had specifically requested that her younger brother, Bai Chuchu, and himself enter the dungeon together. Ostensibly for training, but given Xiao Ran's tendency to, where he always anticipated the worst-case scenario. Either Lang Yunyan was targeting him, or she was after Bai Chuchu. If that were the case, she would need to carefully strategize. Since she had now decided to accept Lang Yunyan's invitation into the dungeon she had chosen, everything must be prepared to guard against any unexpected moves from her. Xiao Ran drove the garbage truck back to his residence. Today, all of Young Fan's exotic beast scraps had been delivered, piled up at the entrance of his dorm room, filling the space completely. Fortunately, this place already resembled a junk pile, so no one would bother stealing anything. Xiao Ran opened the door to find Nüwa propped up with her feet crossed, intently watching something on her laptop. While the bald-feathered Golden-Winged Great Peng still stood at the 12 o'clock position of the clock, seemingly dozing off. Noticing Xiao Ran's return, Nüwa tilted her head slightly. "You really made a name for yourself at the trading market today." Hearing this, Xiao Ran leaned in to look at the screen. At that moment, on the Longhua Alliance's Extraordinary Beings Forum, a post appeared with the title, "Shocking. 18-year-old genius appraiser outshines the competition, even Master Lu calls him teacher." Below were several photos, though they appeared to be candid shots, and were quite blurry. One scene showed the appraisers bowing and clasping their hands in respect. Amidst them, a blurred figure could faintly be made out: Xiao Ran, clad in a black janitor's uniform. However, the images were so blurry they left ghostly trails, only faintly revealing 4 characters on the back of his uniform. Below the post, numerous extraordinary practitioners left comments. "Dude, did you take this with a lockpick? How did you outshine the crowd when even Master Lu calls you teacher? Are you even aware of what you're saying? You lure us in with a sensational headline, then show us these blurry photos without explaining the situation. Why are there so many clickbait artists nowadays? Want to get stronger? E rank isn't as good as D rank? D rank isn't as good as A rank? No, we'll shatter your preconceptions. Call XXXX for details." Clickbait. Where are the forum moderators? Why aren't they cleaning up this garbage? Indeed, beyond the headline and a few images, there's no explanation. This has sparked growing discontent among the extraordinary professionals browsing the forum. But soon, the original poster responded. Everyone, calm down. I just haven't had time. I ran a dungeon earlier and plan to hit the human tier trading market tomorrow. Here's the deal: this morning I had steamed buns and fried dough sticks, then planned to run a dungeon for cash. But my wife absolutely refused to let me go. I insisted I had to go, but she wouldn't budge. The poster typed a long string of irrelevant nonsense, which instantly annoyed everyone following the thread. Seriously, bro? I've got my pants down, and this is what you've got to say? Bro, can we get to the point? What the hell's going on with that human grade trading market? Yeah, I don't care what you and your wife did, I just want to know what happened with the human tier trading market. And could you just get on with it already? If all else fails, why the hell don't you just go live? I'll throw you some gifts, just tell us already. This is driving me crazy. But clearly, this guy has no intention of listening to the netizens' advice or going live. He kept posting slowly. After over 30 posts, he finally dropped some useful info at the end. I don't know his name, but he seems to be a janitor who moonlights as an appraiser in the human grade trading market. Anyway, even Master Lu calls him teacher. Chapter 94, Dinner. By this point, few people were still replying to the thread. After seeing this guy's final post, they all started cursing below. You bastard. If you could have explained it in one sentence, why didn't you just say it up top? Did a goblin eat your brain or something? Why all the bloody nonsense? I get it now, your wife wasn't stopping you from leaving, she was testing you. Bro, put on your green hat, JPG. Just thinking about how I wasted half an hour glued to my screen watching your live updates. You deserve to be cuckolded. OP, I'd like to send your mother my regards. A flood of insults overwhelmed the thread in mere minutes. What the hell? After all this waiting? When it could have been explained in one sentence? What a waste of our time. Xiao Ran was enjoying the show, just about to have Nüwa click to the next page, when suddenly a pop-up appeared. 404. Well, looks like the forum admins deleted the post outright. Seems the poster had some clout enough to get the admins involved. Xiao Ran shook his head. Then asked Nüwa, how many life-saving clay figures do we have now? Nüwa stretched lazily, then pointed proudly at the clay figures by the window. There are 8 clay figures in total now. How about that? Not bad, huh? Xiao Ran was quite satisfied. 8 clay figures meant 8 substitutions that should be sufficient. To reward Nüwa for her hard work, Xiao Ran brought in all the leftover scraps of exotic beast ingredients from outside. Seeing these ingredients, Nüwa's eyes lit up instantly. Wow, master, did you strike it rich? This much? The Golden-Winged Great Peng perched atop the clock also widened its eyes, drool pooling on the floor. Though silent, the longing in its eyes mirrored Nüwa's. Seeing the expressions of these two foodies, Xiao Ran smiled faintly. And said with feigned nonchalance, don't worry, we'll have as much of this as we want from now on. All you can eat. Of course, we can't just eat it raw like before. We've got the means now. Just wait and see. With that, Xiao Ran plunged headfirst into the kitchen. Before long, waves of exotic aromas wafted out from the kitchen. Nüwa's stomach growled audibly. Meanwhile, the bald-headed golden-winged giant phoenix perched atop the clock followed the scent, drifting slowly toward the kitchen, only to be hauled back out by Xiao Ran. Gazing at the lavish spread before her, Nüwa realized for the first time. This is what true cuisine should be. How barbaric and wasteful her previous eating habits had been. Meanwhile, the bald-headed golden-winged great eagle beside her couldn't care less about such thoughts. With such delicacies before her, who had time to wait? So he began to wolf down his food. Seeing this, Nüwa frowned and tapped the golden-winged great rock on the head with her chopsticks. How rude. The host hasn't eaten yet, and you're already digging in. Xiao Ran waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, all right. Stop pretending. Your own drool is practically dripping out. Ah. Nüwa, caught red-handed, flushed slightly, finally shedding her reserve, and began eating as well. After the meal, Xiao Ran walked to the window and dialed Ling Xiao's number. Xiao Ran had made up his mind he would still make a trip to Lung Yunyan's dungeon. To be honest, he wasn't particularly interested in E-rank dungeons right now. E-rank dungeons were the lowest tier in the current world. Whether it was the yield, the resource output, or the strength of the monsters within, were utterly useless for his current strength. If possible, Xiao Ran wouldn't mind diving into the extraterritorial battlefield for some combat. But that place isn't exactly easy to get into. So he must consider whether to venture into higher-level dungeons instead. Though neither Lang Xiao nor Lan Yunyuan nor even Bai Chuchu, none of them knew where his true power limit lay. But now, Xiao Ran could sense that his 4th star was within reach, just a step away from breaking through. Once he broke through the 4th star, he would possess strength rivaling that of an S-rank extraordinary practitioner. At that point, by using a top tier wood crystal to ignite another star, just how powerful would he become? But raw power doesn't equate to combat prowess. Take Bai Chuchu or Lung Xiao, for instance. Both S-rank extraordinary practitioners, yet in that dungeon back then. Whether facing Minotaur warriors whose power bordered on a rank, or a tier Minotaur sorcerers, they were utterly helpless. S-tier extraordinary practitioners may possess immense potential, but they still require combat experience to cultivate their combat skills. Merely possessing high potential and talent is utterly useless. Thus, in this world, there are no lazy individuals. Those who are strong often push themselves harder than others, striving relentlessly. The phone rang just once before being answered. Hello, Xiao Ran, have you made up your mind? Long Yunyan's voice came through. Though I didn't know why calling young Master Lang resulted in Long Yunyan answering. It didn't matter. After all, this proposal had originally come from Long Yunyan herself. Xiao Ran replied, you've already transferred the alliance coins to me, how could I possibly refuse? A faint smile touched Long Yunyan's lips. Her judgment had been correct after all. She had already investigated Xiao Ran beforehand. And this Xiao Ran was nothing more than an E-grade janitor. He'd probably never seen this much money in his entire life. Though she couldn't fathom why this Xiao Ran possessed such abundant fortune. But Lun Yunyuan couldn't care less about that. All she needed to do was wait for him to emerge from the dungeon. Then drag him along to the breach in the outer battlefield. Then she'll have that intelligent beast devour him outright, and her own crisis will be resolved. One Xiao Ran dead meant salvation for herself, her younger brother, and their entire clan. Xiao Ran's death was only fitting. Of course, she wasn't the least bit worried that Xiao Ran would abscond with the money. As an S-rank extraordinary professional who had battled on the outer domain battlefield for years, she certainly had the authority to reclaim the funds transferred to his card. Now, upon hearing Xiao Ran agree to accompany her to the instance, Lang Yunyuan naturally had no objections whatsoever. Smiling as she said, no problem, Xiao Ran. I'll send you the exact dungeon location shortly. After hanging up, before Xiao Ran could even put his phone down, A ding sounded, and the dungeon location Lang Yunyan mentioned already appeared on Xiao Ran's phone. Xiao Ran narrowed his eyes to glance at it. It was an A-rank instance, with a 3-person raid team, young Master Lang, Bai Chuchu, and himself. Xiao Ran shifted his gaze to the window. Gazing at the night sky, black as ink. There was definitely something fishy going on. It seemed the dungeon had been prepared long ago, just waiting for him to walk right into it. But Xiao Ran wasn't worried. For now, he had 8 clay figures to sacrifice in his place. And he could join the Macho assault team's dungeon run again tomorrow. Xiao Ran was confident he could directly illuminate the 4th star. Then, using the wood crystal, to illuminate the 5th. For now, all he needed to do was. Xiao Ran approached the bedside, logged into the Longhua Alliance forum, and quickly found Long Yunyan's profile. Since Lang Yunyuan was not a military figure, Xiao Ran could still look up some of her deeds. However, after reading through Long Yunyuan's records, Xiao Ran's brow began to furrow. Chapter 95, Beast Tide Crisis. The information detailed Long Yunyuan's background. Name, Lang Yunyan. Position, Captain of the Outer Realm Battlefield Vanguard. Class, S-Rank Frost Spearmaster. Active skills, Frozen Wasteland, Rapid Cooling, and passive skills, Frost Blood Ring, and major achievements. 1. Employed Frozen Wasteland to freeze an entire beast lair, securing the current extraterritorial battlefield without a single casualty and retrieving 192 beast eggs for the Alliance. 2. During a beast tide assault, activated passive Frost Blood Ring to single-handedly withstand 23 waves totaling 320 beasts of all sizes, defending Eastern Alliance cities. 3. Executed mission. 4. A dense array of various deeds, all listed out. Those marked with numbers are classified information. Which is understandable. After all, S-rank extraordinary practitioners serve the Alliance. And the Alliance naturally maintains some level of confidentiality regarding their records. Yet what emerges from these records is this. That Lang Yunyan is not only an S-rank extraordinary practitioner, but has also battled fiercely on the beast battlefield for an extended period. Her strength and combat prowess were worlds apart from his own. Xiao Ran was puzzled by one thing. Based on Xiao Ran's understanding of the Outer Realm battlefield, Lang Yunyan, as the Vanguard captain, shouldn't be stationed here. If not for the beast tide invasion, she would spend most of her time within the Alliance. Training new recruits or standing by within the Alliance, ready to deploy to the beast battlefields at any moment. Analyzing the documents before him, Xiao Ran could sense that Lang Yunyan was likely a battle maniac. Judging by her attitude toward young Master Lang earlier, their familial bond seemed rather thin. So what could have brought Lang Yunyan back? Xiao Ran shook his head, dismissing these jumbled thoughts. Overthinking was pointless. At this moment, Xiao Ran could be certain of one thing: the captain of the Vanguard force on this extraterrestrial battlefield. Lang Yunyuan had set her sights on either himself or Bai Chuchu. As he gradually immersed himself in cultivation, Xiao Ran grew still. The stars within his body resonated with the celestial stars above. A faint starlight began to emanate from around Xiao Ran. The featherless Golden-Winged Great Peng did not perch upon the clock face. But instead, drawn by the starlight emanating from Xiao Ran, it now stood proudly atop his head. Its tiny bird eyes revealing a hint of bewilderment. As a deity, Nüwa quickly sensed the bald-feathered Golden-Winged Great Eagle's unusual state. And addressed the giant eagle, "Has your divine soul returned?" Not much time left to sustain it. Nüwa pursed her lips, casually taking Xiao Ran's phone. Snapped a photo. "What are you doing? That flash, are you trying to harm me?" "Ha! Stop blabbering, stand still." Nüwa's colossal divine power instantly descended, causing the Golden-Winged Great Eagle to immediately shrink its neck. No. Now that's more like it. Hee. Nüwa chuckled as she expertly set the photo she'd just snapped as her phone's wallpaper. Xiao Ran sat cross-legged on the ground, the bald-headed Golden-Winged Great Eagle perched atop his head. The scene was utterly hilarious. Xiao Ran would surely find it. "We'll find it hilarious." Then Nüwa asked. "So, why did you come out?" "No, I'm not. I just sensed something familiar in the distance, like a fragment of my own divine soul." "Oh, I see. Then why not go merge it? What's the point of just standing here watching?" Hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed the Golden-Winged Great Eagle's eyes. "I'm afraid." Nüwa responded with a faint smile, "Afraid that the soul within you now isn't your primary one? That once it's devoured, you'll cease to exist?" The Golden-Winged Great Eagle nodded silently. Nüwa rolled over and continued. "If you're afraid, then stay by your master's side. Once he grows stronger, will it even matter whether that is the true divine soul or not? By then, you yourself will be the main divine soul, won't you?" At these words, the bald-headed Golden-Winged Great Eagle turned in surprise to look at Nüwa. "You mean, this mortal no, the master should help me seize the divine soul? But the master's current strength likely can't match that of the being I sensed. Though the master's progress is swift, this isn't something achieved overnight." Nüwa smiled faintly and simply replied, "Just watch." The master's growth will far exceed your imagination. Let me put it this way, the master can heal the injuries on my body. What? How could that be possible? Before the Golden-Winged Great Peng could respond, Nüwa continued. That's not all. My master can also restore my power. Now, do you believe? Heal your injuries and restore your power? Is this truly something a mere mortal can accomplish? Golden-Winged Great Eagle's bird eyes widened in disbelief, as if hearing the most shocking revelation. Believe it or not. Nüwa said no more. In her view, having food and drink now meant she didn't need to get involved in any struggles. These rare days of peace were precious. She didn't want the Golden-Winged Great Eagle searching for her divine soul to stir up trouble. So she tried her best to persuade the Golden-Winged Great Eagle to stay. That way, she'd only need to help her master mold clay figures. And if her master encountered any troubles in the future, she could simply send the Golden-Winged Great Rock to handle them. No need for her to lift a finger. Of course, I could handle things myself. But while watching dramas lately, Nüwa noticed that all the major villains disliked getting their hands dirty themselves. Instead, choosing to remain behind the scenes, observing. Right now, Nüwa felt exactly that way. Hearing Nüwa's words, the Golden-Winged Great Peng glanced down at Xiao Ran, sensing the gradually intensifying aura within him. His eyes filled with contemplation. And decided for the moment not to pursue his fragmented divine soul. Meanwhile, in the Dragonflower Alliance's highest command center, everyone wore solemn expressions. Supreme Commander Jiang Haojing sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed. Staff from the Outer Realm Battlefield Intelligence Collection Department were briefing on relevant intelligence. Commander, according to reports from the front lines, this beast tide is unlike any before. We have found no records of the commanding beast. This beast tide is massive in scale. Statistics indicate it contains a full 12 S-rank beasts and over 100 A-rank beasts. At that moment, someone spoke up, 12 S-rank beasts? And you still can't locate the commander beast? What exactly is your intelligence gathering department doing? A beast tide of this magnitude has only been recorded 3 times in the history of the Manhwa Alliance. Even then, we were always able to identify the specific details of the leader beast. But you don't even know the rank of the leader beast? How are we supposed to respond? Send our warriors to their deaths? Is the planning department just eating dry rice? Everyone's faces darkened. Setting aside the sheer scale of this beast tide, the mere failure to identify the commander beast presents a critical problem. In previous years, similar beast waves have arrived, but we always knew the detailed information about the commander beast, allowing the alliance to counter them effectively and repel the onslaught, minimizing casualties while maximizing effectiveness. Typically, these beasts would have a commander beast. Once the leader perishes, the horde becomes a mindless mob of beasts. But now, with a horde of this magnitude, we still don't know the leader's whereabouts. Everyone chattered away, but the criticism in their words all pointed to the inaction of the Information Coordination Department. But the staff member in question was deeply aggrieved at that moment. What the hell could he do? With the current equipment and the scouts on the front lines, none of them have detected the commander's beast. Every possible method had been exhausted, yet nothing had been found. What else could be done? If there were a solution, we wouldn't be holding this meeting in the first place. At that moment, Jiang Haojing, seated at the head of the table, tapped the desk lightly. The sound was not loud, yet everyone fell silent. For this was the leader of the entire Manhwa Alliance who dared defy him? As all eyes turned to him, Jiang Haojing cleared his throat before addressing the staff member from the Information Coordination Department. Apart from the specifics of commanding the beast, can you guarantee the accuracy of the other details? Absolutely. I'll stake my life on it. Jiang Haojing nodded. Then turned to survey the crowd. Arguing won't solve anything. The beast tide has already formed. We have no choice but to fight to the death. Casualties are inevitable. I know you all deeply care about the lives of your warriors. I care just as much. But does caring mean we retreat? Does caring mean we avoid battle? If we spare our warriors' lives only to expose millions, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of civilians within the alliance to the beast tide, who will bear that responsibility? Once you become a warrior of our alliance, from the moment you step through these gates, you must be prepared to sacrifice yourself at any moment. This is no child's play, nor is it a place for individuals to test their mettle for the sake of their clan's power. This is a battlefield. Blood will be spilled here. Lives will be lost here. As he spoke, Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes, fixing certain individuals with his gaze. Those caught in his gaze shuddered involuntarily. I know many of you thrive on connections and favors. Usually, I turn a blind eye to your petty squabbles. But now, circumstances dictate otherwise. I can give you time to take care of those connections under your control. But once you're on the battlefield, if you still try to desert. At this point, Jiang Haojing let out a cold laugh. When that time comes, I won't need the beasts to do the killing. I, Jiang Haojing, will be the first to take action and eliminate every last one of these deserters. Chapter 96, Abandoning the City and Fleeing. Hearing Zhang Haoxing's words, everyone's expressions darkened. Though these are turbulent times. Within the city, various dungeons threatened human lives. And beasts outside covet human territory. Yet in recent years, no earth-shattering events had occurred. And this had caused many people's hearts to begin shifting. The Alliance has granted extraordinary privileges and conveniences to transcendent practitioners. And so these individuals have sought personal gain and amassed wealth through such means. Which is understandable. Others, seeking greater access to Alliance benefits. Arranging for most of their direct descendants to be placed within the Alliance. Hunting monsters on the exotic beast battlefield? Entering dungeons to strengthen their power and acquire resources? These activities pale in comparison to the profits they rake in by leveraging their status and influence. Thus, despite the Longhua Alliance's formidable outward appearance, with numerous S-tier extraordinary practitioners in its ranks, yet in reality, its cohesion grows weaker by the day. Zhang Haoxing's words undoubtedly bought them some time. Zhang Haoxing turned and asked, how much time remains before the beasts enter the Alliance's attack range? Staff from the coordination department flipped through their documents. And after about a minute of estimation, then replied grimly, it might be less than a week. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haoxing nodded, his expression turning grave. Did you all hear that? We have only a week. I needn't say more, right? Let me reiterate, the peaceful lives we enjoy today were earned through the blood, sweat, and tears of those who came before us. Don't push things too far. Clearly, Zhang Haoxing had no desire to sever ties with the people gathered in the conference room. Otherwise, he could have simply declared open hostilities starting right now. Which is precisely why Zhang Haoxing has risen to his current position as commander of the Longhua Alliance. Externally, he is meticulous. Internally, he leaves room for maneuver, leaving no room for others to criticize him. Once everyone had departed, Zhang Haoxing rose to his feet, gazing out at the beast battlefield beyond the city walls. A pitch-black expanse that felt like the calm before the storm. Once upon a time, he too had been a passionate warrior battling on that very battlefield. But now, in order to manage this alliance effectively, he had compromised far too much. These people are nothing short of blood-sucking parasites. But what could he do? Without them, neither the city's dungeons nor the expansion of human territory. I could never accomplish it alone. At this very moment, Zhang Haoxing truly wished he could just charge into the beast battlefield, shed blood and sweat, rather than playing these endless power games with these people. Zhang Haoxing was utterly exhausted. This mess? Let whoever wants it have it. Meanwhile, in the Outer Realm battlefield. What's going on? That aura of destiny, why has it vanished? Your Majesty, should we still advance? If we go all in, I fear we'll return covered in blood, said the Crimson Beast. The Alliance must have already detected our movements. To retreat now, would that not invite the mockery of those humans? With our current strength, what difference would crushing this so-called Longhua Alliance make? According to intelligence from our infiltrated spies, the Dragonflower Alliance may appear formidable on the surface, but in truth, it's nothing but a paper tiger. But if we fail, 2MO, do you or do you not wish to aid our Emperor in achieving physical form? Once our Emperor attains physical form, what could a mere Dragonflower Alliance possibly stand against him? Shut up, all of you. A wave of intimidation instantly enveloped the beasts, silencing them all. Though I can no longer sense that aura of destiny, I feel certain that the one bearing great destiny resides within the Longhua Alliance. Therefore, this battle is unavoidable. As for that person Cold Union found, consider them a backup option. I cannot pin all my hopes for transformation on a single human. Moreover, I faintly sense a familiar aura within the Longhua Alliance, one that seems to share my very origins. The beast tide's pace quickened once more. Time grows ever more pressing. Yet within the Longhua Alliance, the common folk and ordinary transcendent practitioners remain utterly oblivious. They continued tackling dungeons as usual. Only the scions of noble families and those wielding immense power received the same message that very night. A beast tide was imminent, and this one was unprecedented in recorded history, unfathomably powerful and overwhelming. Even the Alliance's specialized intelligence coordination department could not identify the strange beast commanding this wave. Thus, those privy to the intelligence began scrambling to evacuate. Train tickets at the station sold out in an instant. Passenger fighters and private jets all raced through the skies, as if fleeing a plague, hastily departing the Longhua Alliance. This development was swiftly noticed by the extraordinary practitioners, and they flooded the Alliance's forums with posts asking, "What's going on? I was planning to get out of town tomorrow to clear my head, but now I can't even get a ticket? Who knows? I can't even get a plane ticket now. Damn it, I have to attend the Hawk Alliance meeting tomorrow. No plane tickets, no train tickets. Just now on the road, I saw loads of luxury cars all heading toward the Alliance's secure passageway. What the hell is going on? Has something happened?" Posts filled with questions quickly flooded the entire forum. But before anyone could reply, the Alliance deleted them all one by one. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran remained completely unaware of the chaos unfolding outside. Completely immersed in his cultivation. As the stellar energy within him steadily grew, the fourth star was but a hair's breadth away from igniting. Xiao Ran understood clearly that this could not be achieved solely by absorbing stellar energy. It required his own insights gained through combat. The horizon was already tinged with the first light of dawn. Though he had cultivated all night, Xiao Ran felt remarkably alert. After preparing breakfast for Nüwa and the Golden-Winged Great Peng, he hopped into the garbage truck and headed out to begin his day's work. Originally, Xiao Ran had planned to call Mo Chio and the others to inquire about their specific circumstances, and when they might head to the dungeon. But then he remembered that Mo Chio and the others seemed to have suffered quite severe injuries, and it might take some time for them to recover. So Xiao Ran didn't make the call. But what Xiao Ran hadn't expected was that the moment he thought of this, the phone rang. Xiao Ran picked up his phone and immediately saw the photo Nüwa had taken of him the previous night. Xiao Ran sat cross-legged, while the bald-headed golden-winged great eagle stood majestically atop his head, looking like it owned the place. Xiao Ran chuckled to himself. This Nüwa. Chapter 97, Another Dungeon Mutation? After answering the call, "Hey, Xiao Ran, we've picked the dungeon. This time, it's just our core team tackling an E-rank instance." Mo Chio's voice came through the phone. Xiao Ran was a bit surprised. "Captain Mo, have your injuries healed so quickly?" Hearing Xiao Ran's question, Captain Mo's end of the line shifted to Zhang Shuwen's voice. "Bull. I was the one who treated you in the end. What's the rush? Would you die if you stayed in the hospital a few more days? What do you know? Lying in the hospital costs money every single day. Just these past 2 days, do you have any idea how many alliance coins I've blown through?" Zhang Shuwen tried to say something, but in the end, he couldn't utter a word. Indeed, medical technology has advanced by leaps and bounds in today's world. But the cost has naturally skyrocketed as well. In many cases, the fees charged by hospitals are actually cheaper than hiring an E or D grade extraordinary practitioner for treatment. But there's no choice. Those E or D grade therapists can only treat minor injuries. For patients with severe injuries, they can only sustain life, ultimately requiring hospital treatment. This time, Mo Chio and the others had sustained serious injuries. Even though Zhang Shuwen's life could be temporarily preserved, achieving a full recovery would prove quite challenging. However, once the hospital stabilizes the critical injuries, seeking further treatment from therapists afterward, the overall cost would be significantly lower than staying in the hospital long term. So Mo Chio spoke into the phone again. "Our injuries aren't a big deal, don't worry. Sai, we really had no choice. The hospital bills alone are enough to cover 2 or 3 dungeon runs. How could I possibly stay longer?" "Ah, right, Xiao Ran, is today a bad time?" At that moment, Mo Chio finally remembered. Xiao Ran still had his own day job to attend to. "Even though we're both in the same system, I can't just pull him away from his actual job." Xiao Ran glanced at the time with a smile. It was still early. Even if he entered the instance and then returned to work, there was still time. Besides, he managed 2 landfills himself and cleaned them daily. And skipping a cleanup once or twice wouldn't draw complaints from Lu Hongrui. After all, it wasn't like he used to clean them daily before. Xiao Ran chuckled. "No problem. Just tell me the dungeon's location. I'll head over now." "Alright, I'll text you the details later. Just navigate straight there. I'll head over with Zhang Shuwen and the others to wait for you. Oh, and about gear. No need, I've got my own. Just wait for me a bit." After hanging up, Xiao Ran mentally contacted Nüwa and immediately set off toward Mo Chio and the others. The fourth star within him was about to ignite. And by his estimation, completing this dungeon would likely allow him to activate it directly. Though Xiao Ran hadn't engaged in many battles overall, he understood profoundly that only through combat could one grow stronger. Relying solely on realm advancement was essentially useless. Take Bai Chuchu and Lang Xiao, for instance. S-rank extraordinary practitioners who couldn't even handle an A-rank minotaur sorcerer. This highlights the critical importance of combat experience and tactical acumen. If one only trains relentlessly without engaging in combat, no matter how formidable one becomes, they remain nothing but a paper tiger. The garbage truck sped through the city, quickly arriving at the dungeon location where Mo Chio and the others were stationed. Xiao Ran, wearing a mask and black protective gear. After parking his garbage truck, he looked up and immediately spotted Zhang Shuwen, Mo Chio, and the others. Their gear today seemed far more basic than before. But Xiao Ran, over here. "Hey, you're just going into the instance like this? Without any weapons?" Mo Chio scrutinized Xiao Ran from head to toe, utterly bewildered. Compared to the last time when he was fully armed because of Lu Hongrui, today he looked more like he was heading into the dungeon for a relaxing vacation. Xiao Ran narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Got it. "No worries, trust me. Once we're inside, you guys just need to watch your backs. Brother Zhang, you keep an eye on things, okay?" No one present knew Xiao Ran's true strength except Zhang Shuwen. They all relied solely on Zhang Shuwen's accounts. So while they acknowledged his strength, having never witnessed it firsthand, they still harbored some lingering concerns. Upon hearing Xiao Ran's words, Zheng Shuan replied, "Alright, no worries. Got it. You guys just stick right behind our captain Xiao Ran. Got it?" At that, the two girls, Wang Si and Wang Tian, burst out laughing. Wang Si piped up, "Big cow, that's not right, Mo is our captain." Yeah. If you keep this up, our captain Mo is gonna get mad." Mo just shook her head. "Captain or not, what does it matter? Let's just go in, shall we? Let's go. You two just follow our captain Xiao Ran and enjoy the good life." Zhang Shuwen stepped forward and entered the dungeon first. Seeing this, Xiao Ran, Mo and the others all followed suit into the instance. There weren't many people around the instance, mostly staff from the instance coordination department. Seeing these people making such a fuss, a hint of disdain flashed across their faces. Do they really think an E-rank dungeon isn't a proper challenge? It feels like we're just going on a picnic. An E-rank dungeon might be low tier, but it's no child's play. Sigh. Look at this roster, what the heck? Why does this look so familiar? A staff member examined the list in their hands, puzzled. Then another staff member took it and glanced over it. I feel like I've seen these names somewhere before, but I just can't place them right now. Just as the two staff members pondered where they'd seen these names before. Suddenly, the blue instance portal after Xiao Ran and the others stepped through it turned pitch black. As dark as ink. This transformation instantly stunned all the staff present. It mutated. The instance mutated. It mutated again. The moment the staff members shouted this, the two staff members holding the roster instantly recalled the events from 2 days prior. They exchanged shocked glances. Then shouted in unison. It's them. They had been present during the dungeon mutation, experiencing that event firsthand. The survivors of that incident seemed to be them? One of the staff members immediately pulled out their communication device and called Zhan Chengtian. But before the staff member could even dial the number, Zhan Chengtian called them directly. The staff member froze for a moment before snapping back to attention. The copy monitoring system must have already detected the situation here, which is why Zhan Shangkai had called him. He promptly answered the call. And Zhan Qingtian's voice came through. "Hello? What's going on over there? How did the instance mutate again? That's a hell of a question to ask. How the hell should I know? If I knew, wouldn't I be the dungeon's creator?" The staff member muttered to himself but replied aloud. "We don't know either. It was perfectly normal before. Our scans showed it was just an E-rank instance. But after the assault team went in." Suddenly, the staff member seemed to realize something. And immediately added, "This assault team is the same one that entered the instance last time, the one that triggered the instance's mutation." The moment those words left his mouth, Zhan Chengtian on the other end of the line froze. What the hell? The current assault team is the same one that emerged after the dungeon mutated last time? Could the dungeon mutation have been caused by this very raid team? That can't be right. Dungeon mutations are one thing, but I've never heard of humans being able to alter instance levels. Is it Bai Chuchu's team from Beichuan or Longshao's team from Linan? Neither of those teams were part of the original environmental group or assault squad. What? The first time might have been a coincidence, but what about the second? Could there be a third time? Just who are these people in environmental group for? How could they cause the instance to mutate? No, we can't confirm yet that the dungeon mutation is related to the raid team. We can't jump to conclusions so quickly. After a moment of surprise, Zhan Chengtian regained his composure and addressed the staff member on the other end of the line. Got it. Send me the full roster of squad members. I'll look into it first. If any changes occur in the instance, contact me immediately. Chapter 98, S-Rank Dungeon. At that very moment, outside the instance, the staff member monitoring the instance's level stared at the instrument before them, their expressions grim. Last time, a large E-rank instance turned into a quasi-A-rank instance. What about this time? Moreover, dungeon mutations had already occurred twice. And both times involved the same team entering it. Could human intervention truly alter a dungeon's difficulty level? Countless questions swirled not only in the mind of this testing staff member, but also swirled in the minds of every other staff member. The two staff members who had earlier mocked Xiao Ran's team for dawdling and fussing now fell silent. What the hell was going on? An E-rank assault team like this, actually altering the dungeon's difficulty level? Who would believe that? At that moment, the staff member monitoring the detection equipment, watching the dungeon's difficulty level climb relentlessly, their mouths gaped wider and wider. Until finally, he screamed in disbelief. Tian, this E-rank instance has just become a quasi-S-rank instance. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd, drawing everyone closer as they staring at the readings on the monitor. An E-rank instance mutating into an S-rank instance? How could that be possible? They were all E-rank extraordinary practitioners, how could they possibly handle an S-rank instance? Staff who sensed something was amiss immediately called Zhan Chengtian. By this time, Zhan Chengtian had already retrieved the names of the junior members of the assault team reported from the other side, studying the profiles of the individuals before him. And each entry into the instance, Zhan Chengtian's brow furrowed. Strange, nothing particularly unusual except for one E-rank janitor profession. Was this person in the last assault team? Why hasn't Xiao Ran seen them? Just as Zhan Chengtian was still puzzling over this, the phone by his side rang. The moment he answered, a frantic voice erupted from the other end. It's bad. It's bad, Director Zhan. The dungeon. The dungeon. Zhan Chengtian's brow furrowed as he snapped, what's the panic? Speak. That single command visibly calmed the other party. Then stammered out, the dungeon has escalated from an E rank to a quasi-S rank. What? Now it was Zhan Chengtian's turn to lose his composure. What kind of joke is this? An E rank instance suddenly mutating into an S rank instance? Such a thing. Although the instance did mutate last time, it only became a quasi-A grade instance. Why the hell did it suddenly mutate into an S rank instance this time? The difference between an A rank and an S rank instance might seem like just one tier. The implications are entirely different. When an S rank instance appears in the city, the Alliance immediately dispatches its S rank assault team to tackle it, aiming to swiftly and decisively eliminate the S rank threat. A rank dungeons are different. The threat level to the city is nowhere near as severe as an S rank dungeon, and ample time is allocated for their subjugation. Unlike S rank instances, if an S rank instance remains unchecked for even a short period, its destructive potential becomes unimaginable. That's why the Alliance immediately dispatches S rank assault teams upon discovering any S rank instance. But in this S rank instance, an E rank assault team has already entered, meaning that as long as the E rank team survives, the next assault team cannot enter. And the moment any member of this E rank team perishes, the S rank instance will instantly become a portal for dungeon monsters. At that point, S rank dungeon monsters will emerge into the city. At this thought, Zhan Chengtian dared not delay any longer. The E rank assault team would likely perish soon, and the dungeon would swiftly become a portal for monsters. Right now, we must immediately assemble an S rank squad to respond. Zhan Chengtian barked into the phone, begin recruitment immediately. All extraordinary practitioners, regardless of rank, stand by at your current locations. I'm heading out immediately to assemble the S rank assault team members. Do you hear me? Stop standing around like fools. Zhan Chengtian knew he couldn't panic. The more anxious he became, the more likely he was to make irreversible mistakes. So he forced himself to maintain a calm tone. Just as Zhan Chengtian had hoped, the staff member who heard these words immediately felt the weight of responsibility. So after hanging up, he immediately instructed other staff members. You set up a task force recruitment team nearby immediately. Explain the situation, explain the current circumstances. No details can be withheld. And you post this directly on the Alliance forum now, alerting nearby S rank or A rank extraordinary practitioners to hurry over. After a brief commotion, the scene quickly fell into order. After all, everyone present was an extraordinary practitioner, well aware that failure to clear an S rank instance would bring consequences none present could bear. Thus, like precision instruments, each component began operating with meticulous precision. At that very moment, those watching from outside the instance were utterly baffled. What the hell are they doing? And why did the instance change color? Black? Never seen that before. No clue. Probably just another experiment. It's just an E rank instance, right? Look at them, acting like they're in a mad rush. Wait, no, an E rank instance portal shouldn't be this color. I may be low level, but we can all sense that the aura emanating from that portal is ridiculously powerful. Look at you, barely even been in a dungeon a few times and you're already putting on airs? How come I don't feel anything? Weird. But I really feel like this dungeon doesn't feel anything like an E rank one at all. The group chattered away, lively and animated. Just then, they spotted one of the staff members jogging over to their group. Emergency alert. The instance has undergone a mutation and is now classified as an S rank instance. The assault team that entered earlier was only an E rank team. The instance will soon begin to spread. Low-level extraordinary practitioners, evacuate immediately. A or S rank practitioners, remain and prepare for battle. The announcement instantly sent the crowd into an uproar. What? A dungeon mutation? An S rank one at that? Oh my god, how could this instance mutate? Run, run. I'm only an E rank extraordinary practitioner. Oh no, my home is right here, I need to hurry back and move. Excuse me, what exactly is happening with this dungeon mutation? A middle-aged man clad in silver-gray armor stepped forward to speak with the staff member. The staff member eyed him up and down and said, "We're not entirely sure of the specifics, but what we can confirm is that this instance is indeed an S-rank instance." Hearing this, the middle-aged man calmly nodded and declared, "I'm an S-rank extraordinary practitioner, a blast gunner. Count me in." Hearing the class and rank declared, the low-level extraordinary practitioners who had been preparing to leave were suddenly stirred into a buzz. Holy crap, it's Blast Gunner Li Qingshou. What's he doing here today? Is he the one who one-shot that S-rank Bone King? That's him for sure. With him here, even if this S-rank instance spreads, I bet he could hold it off. Seriously? One person can hold it off? I don't buy it. Believe it or not, you guys can head back. I'm staying here to watch Li Qingshou fight. Who knows, maybe I'll gain some insights. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a figure emerged from the throng, a man clad in a white shirt, his face scarred. He gazed at Li Qingshou's back and chuckled, "Ha! Li Qingshou, never expected to run into you here." Hearing that familiar voice, Li Qingshou turned with a faint smile on his lips to face the man. "Scarface, what brings you here?" The man seemed amused by Li Qingshou's remark. Stepping forward to tease him, "Hey, kid, what's with the Scarface bird? I've got a proper name." Then, the man addressed the staff. "Count me in. S-Class Transmutation Type Transcendent Practitioner, Transcendent Bird, Blazing Wind, count me in too." Chapter 99, the E-Class Assault Team is still inside. Seeing the two S-Class Extraordinary Professionals before him, the staff member, who had been worried this S-rank instance might cause irreparable damage to the city, felt a slight sense of relief. While the combined strength of two S-rank Extraordinary Professionals couldn't guarantee absolute safety, they could at least prevent the spread of chaos if the S-rank dungeon run failed. Moreover, this staff member had heard of the formidable reputation of Li Feng. This transformation-type combat class could play an extremely polarizing role in the instance. You either become the frontline tank for the assault team or its core, there's no middle ground. And Li Feng clearly belonged to the latter category. The S-rank assault team he led ranks among the top in the Longhua Alliance. As for this Blast Gunner, the staff member didn't know much about him. Only that he was once part of a raid team. But for reasons unknown whether to challenge himself or seek greater heights. So he ventured to the outer battlefields. But without exception, these two individuals are undeniably formidable S-tier forces. With them present, while they might not guarantee a complete resolution to this disaster, but they could certainly minimize the city's losses. The arrival of two S-rank Extraordinary Professionals on the scene that aside, the person originally tasked with recruiting personnel online was now in a real bind. Not only were they unable to recruit anyone, but they also had to field endless questions from extraordinary practitioners on the forums, which was making him miserable. Meanwhile, Zhun Chengtian was far from idle. He was going through the list in his contact book, calling each person to check on their status. He was in charge of all the city-based instances, and he knew most of the S-rank Extraordinary Professionals within the city. But now, when he called them, they were either preparing to tackle a dungeon or had no signal inside one. Earlier, he'd learned from the scene that two S-rank Extraordinary Professionals were already stationed there as guards, which eased Zhang Chengtian's urgency somewhat. He then made several calls in succession. And finally, with no other options, he walked over to a corner, picked up a red dedicated line phone, and called Jiang Haozheng. Jiang Haozheng was the head of the entire alliance and Zhang Chengtian's direct superior. Under normal circumstances, the number of extraordinary professionals within the city was more than sufficient to handle the city's dungeons. So it was uncommon to request reinforcements from Jiang Haozheng's extraterritorial battlefield personnel. But now there was no alternative. An S-rank instance, even with two S-rank extraordinary professionals already on site, couldn't guarantee 100% defense against the spread if the instance failed. At least two more S-rank extraordinary professionals are absolutely essential. The phone rang only a few times before Jiang Haozheng answered. "Hello, Cheng Tian. What's going on?" Hearing the robust tone in the other end, Zhang Chengtian felt his heart settle slightly. Though the sudden upgrade from an E-rank to an S-rank instance had been rather abrupt. As long as Jiang Haozheng could spare one or two S-rank operatives from the extraterrestrial battlefield, then the problem wouldn't be too significant. Zhang Chengtian replied solemnly. "Yes, there's been an incident. The E-rank instance has mutated into an S-rank instance. The E-rank assault team currently inside will likely fail their mission very soon." Hearing this, Jiang Haozheng's brow furrowed deeply. He was well aware of the dungeons within the city. The thought of an S-rank instance failing to clear and rapidly spreading throughout the city. His heart sank. Moreover, an E-rank assault team entering an S-rank instance. The outcome was too obvious to even consider. But now, as he examined the documents in his hands, Jiang Haozheng's expression grew increasingly grim. This morning, the latest intelligence submitted by the Outer Realm Battlefield Information Coordination Department had already left Jiang Haozheng overwhelmed. For some unknown reason, these beastly creatures had suddenly accelerated their advance. The estimated arrival time of the beast tide had been compressed from a full week to less than 3 days. At this moment, nearly all combat-ready S-class extraordinary professionals had been dispatched to the front lines by Jiang Haozheng's orders. Not a single S-class extraordinary practitioner from the Alliance remained within the city. Jiang Haozheng was also acutely aware that this matter absolutely could not be disclosed to Zhang Chengtian. Otherwise, Jiang Haozheng was absolutely certain that the young man and his followers would abandon the city and flee immediately. Just like those who only seek to profit from the chaos. So, though Zhang Haozheng felt a twinge of urgency in his heart, he did not show it. Now he needed to keep Zhang Chengtian steady, unable to create a situation of internal and external troubles for himself. Otherwise, his position as alliance commander would soon be gone. And once removed, his options would become severely limited. Thus, Zhang Haozheng addressed the phone. I'm aware of the situation, Chengtian. Give me some time, and I'll make arrangements for you. Hearing this, a heavy weight lifted from Zhang Chengtian's heart. Even if the S-rank dungeon strategy failed and leaked, it wouldn't be a major issue. But which S-rank extraordinary professional would Zhang Haozheng send here? After hanging up, Zhang Haozheng frowned deeply, his index finger and thumb rubbing together slightly. An S-rank extraordinary professional? They absolutely cannot be pulled from the front lines of the Outer Realm battlefield. Then he could only send a few A-rank extraordinary professionals instead. At this thought, Zhang Haozheng hesitated for a moment, picked up the phone beside him, and called one of his subordinates. Hello? It's me. Immediately mobilize 30 A-class extraordinary professionals to the location I'll be sending you shortly. All units report directly to Xian Zhancheng. Zhang Haozheng's order swiftly mobilized his team to deploy 30 A-class extraordinary operatives into the S-class instance. Meanwhile, Zhang Chengtian stood before the mutated S-rank instance, waiting expectantly, wondering which S-class extraordinary professional Zhang Haozheng would send him. 2 was too much to hope for, but even 1 would be enough. Combined with Lai Feng and Li Qingshou already on site, that would be more than enough power. Lai Feng and Li Qingshou were nothing special. What truly mattered was an S-class extraordinary professional who had fought all the way to this point on the extraterritorial battlefield. But, just as Zhang Chengtian pondered which S-class extraordinary professional Zhang Haozheng might dispatch to aid him, he spotted a group of people rushing toward him from the distance. 30 individuals in total, each bearing the emblem of the Longhua Alliance's extraterrestrial battlefield upon their chests. This emblem signified they were the Alliance's A-class extraordinary practitioners. They all recognized Zhang Chengtian and approached him. The young man leading them clasped his hands in a salute and declared, Minister Zhang, by Commander Zhang's orders, we've come to assist in containing the S-rank instance's spread. Seeing these people and hearing their words, Zhang Chengtian outwardly welcomed them with great enthusiasm. But inwardly he had already cursed Zhang Haozheng's ancestors 18 generations back. What kind of joke is this, Zhang Haozheng? You give me a measly 30 A-class extraordinary professionals? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey or something? It takes 4 or 5 S-tier extraordinary professionals just to contain an S-tier dungeon spread. And you sent 30 A-rank extraordinary professionals? What the hell? Do you really think I'm here to play games? If you want me dead, just say so. If you won't give me S-rank operatives, just tell me straight up. Like I'd get worked up over it? Yes, you're the commander, but this is downright insulting. If things go south for me, you think you'll be off the hook? Damn it, I'll just bail if it comes to that. Screw this whole mess. With this measly crew, do you really think an S-rank dungeon is child's play? You like to play games, huh? You like to toy with me, huh? Fine. When the dungeon spreads and these guys can't hold it back, I'll just bail on my own. What kind of people are these? And to think I actually voted for you before. Now you're cutting the bridge after crossing it, making my life miserable? Well, I won't let you off easy either. Commander? Commander my ass. When the time comes at the decision meeting, I'll have a nice little chat with you then. At that moment, Zhang Chengtian wore a smug grin on his face, but inside he was seething with rage. But ordinary people couldn't tell a thing. The surrounding crowd was already fired up by the scene. Damn, with so many A-rank extraordinary professionals and 2 S-rank extraordinary professionals, even if this S-rank instance spreads, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? Not necessarily. Instances come in all shapes and sizes. Historical records show quite a few S-rank instance diffusion incidents. From what I understand, there was once a dungeon that required a full 20 S-rank extraordinary practitioners to prevent its spread and ultimately defeat the boss. No way? 20 S-rank extraordinary practitioners? Holy crap, just how powerful is this S-rank dungeon? It's not the instance itself. The reason it's classified as S-rank is that the monsters within defy all conventional understanding. From what I recall, the boss of that instance was called the Thunder Beast, or something like that. I can't remember clearly. Thunder Beast? You mean that legendary, formless energy entity? Yeah, the Thunder Beast was insanely overpowered. Not only was it formless and intangible, but it was also completely immune to all physical attacks. In the end, I recall some S-rank spellcaster had to sacrifice themselves just to barely defeat it. But that happened a long time ago. I can't quite recall the details of the subsequent S-rank instance expansions. The authorities seem to have kept these events under wraps all along. So what do you think? Could the Thunder Beast appear in this S-rank instance? A younger extraordinary practitioner stared blankly at the pitch-black portal. Hearing this, the others around him burst into laughter. Ha! Don't be ridiculous. The Thunder Beast was only reported back then, no one's seen it since. What a coincidence that would be. Exactly. If a powerful dungeon boss like the Thunder Beast showed up now, we'd all be dead meat. Don't worry. We have 2 S-rank extraordinary practitioners here, plus 30 A-rank practitioners. Logically, we should be able to barely contain the spread. But why hasn't this S-rank instance started spreading yet? Hasn't that E-rank assault squad been wiped out? The young extraordinary practitioner pointed curiously at the black portal. The moment he spoke, everyone present was stunned. Indeed. Now that this instance has mutated into an S-rank instance, logically speaking, the monsters inside should all be S-rank instance monsters. How could that E-rank assault team still be alive at this point? Shouldn't the S-rank instance have begun spreading by now? Could it be that this E-rank assault team hasn't encountered any monsters yet? Or could it be that this E-rank raid team is actually tackling this S-rank instance? Is that even possible? Chapter 100, Preparing for Battle. Whispers spread among the crowd. Li Qingxiu and Lai Feng both sensed something was amiss. Strange. Logically, shouldn't an E-rank assault squad crumble instantly in this S-rank instance? Why hasn't the instance shown any signs of expanding yet? Li Qingxiu, having arrived earlier, knew full well that an E-rank assault squad had entered. Li Feng's scarred face now bore a deep frown. You mean an E-rank assault squad entered this S-rank instance? Why would they go in? Isn't that suicide? The instance mutated. It started as an E-rank instance, but after that E-rank assault team entered, it transformed into an S-rank instance. What? A dungeon mutating? I've never heard of such a thing. I haven't either, but it definitely happened. Hearing this, a fleeting, barely perceptible look of concern flashed across Lai Feng's face. How long have they been in there? Li Qingxiu cracked his neck, bracing himself for battle, and muttered, "It's been nearly 20 minutes. The flow rates inside vary, it might as well have been an hour." Hearing this, Lai Feng was stunned once more. What? That long? And this is an S-rank instance. How on earth has that E-rank assault team managed to hold out this long? You ask me? Who should I ask? Anyway, the situation is critical now. Let's prepare ourselves. If the dungeon fails, the monsters will start spreading immediately. We must stop them from escaping the first moment they emerge. As he spoke, Li Qingxiu closed his eyes and slowly raised his right hand. A black sniper rifle larger than a person materialized in his grasp. He then aimed directly at the black instance portal, ready for battle. Witnessing this scene, a collective gasp erupted from the crowd. That's Li Qingxiu's Black Death. Holy crap, how come it's even bigger than the official records? Official records hadn't been updated in ages. This Li Qingxiu must have gained some new opportunity. Indeed, Li Qingxiu's Black Death sniper rifle wasn't just immensely powerful, the bullets it carried were imbued with a primal, explosive energy. Earlier, a single shot had obliterated an S-rank Bone King's skull. Now, Li Qingxiu was clearly far stronger than before. It seemed that with him around, a mere S-rank dungeon boss was no match at all. Listening to the surrounding murmurs of admiration, Li Qingxiu remained expressionless. While Lai Feng chuckled beside him, remarking, "Who'd have thought you'd improve so much in such a short time?" The 2 S-class extraordinary practitioners stood ready for battle. Meanwhile, Zhan Chengtian, though aware this mission held grave danger, he still set an example as a leader before the people. He commanded 30 A-class extraordinary practitioners to form a defensive perimeter around the S-class instance. Among these A-class extraordinary practitioners, half were support type, half were combat type. So the personnel allocation remained quite balanced. Thanks to their continuous combat experience on the frontier battlefields, the overall combat proficiency of this batch of A-class extraordinary professionals was undeniably high. Within just a few brief words from Zhan Chengtian, those A-class extraordinary professionals had all completed their preparations as instructed, adopting defensive stances. The moment this S-rank instance spreads, they would be ready to execute the most effective countermeasures and maneuvers. Witnessing this military-like efficiency, Zhan Chengtian felt a slight sense of relief. Though he knew this small force might struggle to withstand an S-rank instance. What if it turned out to be a relatively weaker S-rank instance? In any case, matters had reached this point. He couldn't just abandon them in plain sight. And abandon them to return alone? After all, he was the head of the Dungeon Coordination Department. If things got too overwhelming later, well, that would be unavoidable. Meanwhile, the extraordinary professionals who had been tackling dungeons within the city witnessed this scene and couldn't help but marvel. No wonder they're extraordinary professionals who've been battling on foreign battlefields year-round. Their mobility is simply off the charts. Yeah, you guys have no idea. Leading a raid team is exhausting. You say something, and they won't listen to a word. If we had their level of execution and mobility, casualties would be cut in half. Exactly. They're professionals. What are we compared to them? Remember, we only manage to clear dungeons safely because they protect us. Every word was praise, and though the expressions of those A-rank extraordinary professionals remained unchanged, deep down, something within them seemed satisfied. Their expressions growing increasingly solemn. Time ticked by second, yet it was strangely odd. This S-rank dungeon, this pitch-black dungeon portal, showed not the slightest change. One might even say it remained utterly still. Even Li Qingshou, who had been keeping a constant watch, began to frown. Finally muttering to himself, this is strange. After all this time, hasn't that E-rank assault squad been wiped out yet? The onlookers all began whispering among themselves. What's going on? Wasn't that an E-rank assault squad that went in? How much time has passed already, and they're still not dead? They must be alive, otherwise this S-rank instance would have already started spreading. Good heavens, is that right? An E-rank assault squad encountering S-rank dungeon monsters, shouldn't they have been wiped out instantly? How could they still be here? Maybe something unexpected happened inside? A change? What kind of change could there be? An E-rank team facing S-rank monsters, what else could it be but total annihilation? Could it be that this E-rank raid team is currently slaughtering monsters inside and about to face the dungeon boss? A young extraordinary practitioner spoke up. The moment he spoke, those around him chuckled softly. Young man, you've never fought in a dungeon before, have you? That's impossible. One veteran looked at the young man with a nostalgic expression, patting his shoulder as he said. Listen, kid, the gap between E-rank and S-rank isn't just about combat experience or skill, it's like heaven and earth. There's no way an E-rank could ever clear an S-rank dungeon. Never happened. Confusion clouded the young man's eyes as he frowned and replied. But, this E-rank assault team seems different. Think about it, why did the dungeon change from E-rank to S-rank after they entered? Hearing this, a strange feeling suddenly rose in everyone's hearts. Yeah, that's right. It was an E-rank dungeon, but after that E-rank team entered, it became an S-rank dungeon. Doesn't that suggest there's something extraordinary, a person or an item within their ranks? But it was just speculation. After everyone ran through the possibility in their minds, they promptly dismissed the notion. Come on, dungeons never change difficulty based on people or items. That's never happened before. Nor is there any record of it in the Alliance. How could that possibly be? But not far away, Zhang Chengtian was already gripped by utter shock. The young man who spoke was not far from Zhang Chengtian, so he heard every word clearly. And Zhang Chengtian was well aware that this was the second instance of a dungeon mutation. The exact reason, he feared, was indeed as the lad had said. It was because of someone within the assault team. But who was that person? Zhang Chengtian had already reviewed the roster of this assault team. Captain Mo? Or that support type Zhang Shuwen? Or those two transformation specialists, Wang Si and Wang Tian? Oomph, and who else was there? Oh, right, that E-rank janitor, Xiao Ran. Chapter 101, preparing to break through the 5th star. Outside the instance, everyone was on high alert. But inside the instance, a different scene unfolded. Mo, Zheng Shuwen, and the others were crouched on the sidelines, smoking cigarettes while watching the swordplay and blade flashes within the arena. For the first time realizing how tedious dungeon runs could be, the two young girls, Wang Si and Wang Tian, had pulled out a deck of cards and started dealing. Anyone up for a game? Mo took a drag on his cigarette. After watching Xiao Ran effortlessly dispatch a dungeon monster in the distance, then turned back, crouched on the ground, and said, sure. And so the four of them began playing cards. As they played, Mo mused to himself. This isn't some tier extraordinary professional, look at how effortlessly Xiao Ran handles this. If you told me he was S tier, I'd believe it. Two of a kind. Stop it already. That kid Xiao Ran is a freaking monster. This is insane, who even plays like that? By the way, how many dungeon monsters has Xiao Ran taken down now? Wang Tian glanced around the room. Since we got here, there must be over 100 of them, right? Damn, in such a short time, over 100 monsters were taken down by Xiao Ran alone. I was originally planning to assist this kid from the sidelines, but now it seems we're just accessories to Xiao Ran. Zhang Shuwen sighed. Suddenly, I feel like splitting the loot 50-50 is way too unfair to Xiao Ran. At this rate, even if he took everything, I wouldn't have a single complaint. Mo slammed down the two jokers in his hand. Ace of spades. Come on, you guys clean up. Unlike Mo side, Xiao Ran at this moment could truly be described as killing like a madman. Feeling the power surging relentlessly through his body, Xiao Ran experienced an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Unlike cultivation, this real, no-holds-barred combat was far more effective for honing his skills. And just as he was completely immersed in the fight, sparkles of starlight began to emerge from his body. Seeing this, Zhang Shuwen clicked his tongue in surprise. Holy crap, just like back then. This kid, leveled up again? Mo, hearing this, hurriedly looked over. In the pitch-black cavern, Xiao Ran's body was enveloped in a blue glow. Not blinding, yet radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Damn, it's just like leveling up in a game. Could this kid be using some kind of cheat? Meanwhile, within Xiao Ran's body, the 4th star had already ignited. Igniting the 4th star, signaling that Xiao Ran's power had reached the level of an S-rank extraordinary practitioner. Though Xiao Ran now realized the monsters in this dungeon seemed higher tier than E-rank, But since he could one-shot them all instantly, he felt little difference. The black dragon blade in his hand continuously sliced through the dungeon monsters, as if slicing through tofu. Nothing could withstand Xiao Ran's black dragon blade. After Xiao Ran finished off each wave of monsters, the others on Mo Chio's side would take turns collecting monster materials, along with various resources scattered throughout the cavern. Before long, Xiao Ran had cleared most of the monsters from the cavern, and he returned to Mo Chio's group. Xiao Ran swung his black dragon blade, and a dragon's roar echoed through the cavern. A flash of black light flickered in his hand, and he looked at the cards in Zhang Shuan's hand, saying, "Listen to me, play the ace first." Zhang Shuan waved his hand dismissively. "Why play the ace? I'll win with this 3, okay?" As soon as the 3 hit the table, Mo Chio across from him gave a faint smile. "Hey, I'll take that. Straight. I win. Shuan, I'll have to trouble you again." Zhang Shuan pursed his lips, clearly displeased. "Damn it, I should have listened to Xiao Ran." With that, he stood up and headed over with Wang Si and Wang Tian to start cleaning up. Xiao Ran walked over and sat beside Mo Chio, taking a brief rest, though he felt no fatigue. "Xiao Ran, how did you get so strong? Judging by your power, you must be at least an S-rank extraordinary practitioner, right? Was that really the class you awakened as a janitor?" Mo Chio now seriously doubted whether Xiao Ran's awakened profession was accurate. How absurd is that? An E-rank janitor soloing a dungeon? It was utterly mind-boggling. Xiao Ran merely chuckled, pulling out the 9-pattern demon refining gourd. He poured out 2 chi blood pills and swallowed them. The extraordinary class he'd tossed inside earlier had already been refined by the 9-pattern demon refining gourd. Finally, chewing the chi blood pills, he felt his vital energy gradually begin to replenish. Xiao Ran chuckled, awakening professions shouldn't go wrong. Maybe I'm just special? Who says a janitor can't be a powerhouse? Mo Chio froze upon hearing Xiao Ran's words, then slapped him on the shoulder. "I can't argue with that. But with your strength, you don't need to be a janitor at all. In a world where power reigns supreme, you really don't have to hide yourself like this anymore, right?" Mo Chio's words were sincere. In this world, strength truly is everything. With strength, you gain every privilege imaginable, even the power to stand at the very pinnacle of the alliance. But Xiao Ran didn't see it that way. Standing tall certainly allows you to see farther. Yet standing tall also makes you a target for all eyes. Every move you make is magnified under the gaze of the masses. Take the contraption in his hands right now. Let alone something like the soul refining banner. But even something like the 9-pattern demon refining gourd, which directly absorbs flesh and blood to transform it into elixirs. If this were to be exposed, he'd likely be branded as some kind of bloodthirsty, soul-devouring extraordinary profession. Besides, what Xiao Ran despised most were those who flaunted their wealth. As if the entire world must know they're wealthy. In Xiao Ran's view, discretion and caution were the true paths to navigating the world. Constantly boasting about one's prowess or wealth was no real skill. Those who can suppress the urge to flaunt their wealth or show off their abilities are the most formidable. And deep down, Xiao Ran was precisely that kind of person. Therefore, Xiao Ran stated, "Captain Mo, I have my own perspective. In this world, there are far too many unknowns. S-class extraordinary practitioners are no pushovers either. So maintaining a low profile isn't a bad thing." Mo Chio nodded, a flicker of astonishment crossing his mind. Never expecting an 18-year-old youth not only possessed extraordinary power, but also such caution in his heart. Indeed, the very existence of extraordinary practitioners in this world was an unpredictable variable. And those documented in the Alliance's records all possessed peculiar methods. Mo Chio fully understood Xiao Ran's low-key approach to handling matters. Mo Chio nodded and addressed Xiao Ran with utmost sincerity. "Xiao Ran, rest assured. No matter what happens, our group will stand by your side. After all, I am the official leader of this assault team. But when it comes to getting rich later, we'll still be counting on you." Xiao Ran nodded. "Wealth and such can wait. You're all my friends. The best outcome is keeping you safe in the dungeon, minimizing casualties or avoiding harm altogether." Mo Chio thumped Xiao Ran's chest. "Bro, no need for more words. But haven't you noticed? The monsters here, they don't seem to be E-rank at all, do they?" Xiao Ran nodded. At the start of the fight, he hadn't thought much of it, but now that they'd paused, Xiao Ran found himself puzzled. Isn't this supposed to be an E-rank instance? Why do these monsters feel like they belong in an A-rank one? Looks like things have changed. Once Brother Zhang and the others are ready, follow me closely. Better safe than sorry. But we'll discuss that later. For now, you guys guard me, I've got something to take care of. Did you get hurt earlier? Mo Chio asked, her face filled with concern. Xiao Ran shook his head. A flash of light erupted from his hand, revealing a wood crystal in his palm. "I need to cultivate for a bit. It won't take long." After a moment's thought, Xiao Ran took out the soul refining banner and planted it directly before him. "Don't worry, I'll be done soon." Xiao Ran prepared to use the wood crystal directly. This was something Xiao Ran had already planned beforehand. Once you break through the 4th star, immediately use the wood crystal. To break through to the 5th star. Chapter 102, is the dungeon mutation because of Xiao Ran? Hearing Xiao Ran's words, a flicker of surprise crossed Imochio's eyes. And hurriedly tried to stop him. Xiao Ran, we're still inside the dungeon. What are you? But before he could finish, Xiao Ran shoved some object into his mouth. Then closed his eyes and began cultivating. Seeing this, Imochio could do nothing but sigh inwardly. Is this kid's nerve just too big? Daring to practice cultivation inside a dungeon? So Imochio dared not relax his vigilance. Since Xiao Ran was determined to cultivate, he couldn't stop him. So he simply waved his hand, signaling Zhang Shuwen and the others to temporarily halt their monster-clearing efforts, and ordered them all to come protect Xiao Ran instead. Seeing Xiao Ran like this, Wang Si beside him exclaimed in surprise, Captain Mo, Xiao Ran is. Imochio gave a helpless wry smile. This kid insists on choosing to cultivate inside the dungeon. I don't even know what to say. Zhang Shuwen patted Imochio's shoulder with a smile. No worries. Most of the monsters in the dungeon are already cleared. It's fine. Also, I noticed these monsters aren't E rank at all. The aura they're giving off feels like a rank. Maybe even higher. After Zhang Shuwen finished speaking, everyone present broke out in a cold sweat. A rank? Is that right? We clearly entered an E rank instance. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuwen stood pondering, a suspicion forming in his mind. He turned to Imochio and said, this feels exactly like the last instance mutation. At the mention of dungeon mutation, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. Imochio swallowed hard and stammered. No way. It can't be that coincidental, right? We've encountered 2 mutations? This never happened when we were in a party before. And now we've stumbled into 2 in a row? The moment Zhang Shuwen finished speaking, all eyes turned to Xiao Ran. They had always tackled dungeons together before. And never once had a dungeon mutation occur. But ever since teaming up with Xiao Ran, these 2 times. And both times the dungeon mutated. Which made Imochio and the others unconsciously suspect it was because of Xiao Ran. Zhang Shuwen watched Xiao Ran with his eyes closed. Muttered under his breath, he's practically a monster. What's this E-rank janitor nonsense? This kid, he's gotta be some kind of freak, right? His strength aside, this ability to cause dungeon mutations is just too absurd. At that moment, Imochio nudged Zhang Shuwen. Shuwen, what are you saying? We don't even know if it's Xiao Ran's doing yet. Once Xiao Ran wakes up, we can just ask him, right? Right now, just focus on protecting Xiao Ran. These words undoubtedly calmed everyone's nerves. Truth be told, Xiao Ran's character and actions were beyond reproach. Not only did he save them on their first dungeon run, and now he's agreed to lead them into dungeons to earn money. Though they hadn't known him long, Xiao Ran's character and conduct had unknowingly left a profoundly positive impression on everyone present. None of those present harbored any ill will toward him. At this moment, Xiao Ran was immersed in his cultivation. A portion of his consciousness remained focused on the dungeon. Originally, when he lit a single star, Xiao Ran could only sense the area within about 5 meters of himself. But now, that range had expanded to 100 meters. Whether threats emerged within the dungeon, or if Imochio and the others sought to harm him, he could awaken instantly to respond. As for Zhang Shuwen and the others' conversation, Xiao Ran could hear every word clearly. While feeling reassured, he was also deeply curious. Why had he encountered dungeon mutations twice in a row? Was it because of him, or was there some other reason? Xiao Ran knew full well he hadn't tampered with the instance in any way. Yet the moment he stepped inside, he could distinctly sense. This instance was far from a lowly E-rank dungeon. To be precise, it was nearly identical to an A-grade instance, perhaps even slightly stronger. This suspicion was confirmed during the ensuing battle with the monsters. At first, Xiao Ran had assumed Imochio had mislabeled the instance's difficulty level. But now he realized it definitely wasn't Imochio or Zhang Shuwen who had caused this. The most likely reason lay with himself. Xiao Ran felt utterly helpless at that moment. Why the hell did all these bizarre incidents keep happening to him? Unable to make sense of it, Xiao Ran decided to stop thinking about it. After all, he had already achieved his goal for entering this instance. Now all he needed to do was wait for his breakthrough. He could directly take down the dungeon boss and exit. There was no point in overthinking it. While Xiao Ran was cultivating, and the dungeon lay silent. Outside the dungeon. Where had the earlier vigilant readiness gone? Everyone just stared at the dungeon in utter bewilderment. Hey, what's going on here? How long has it been? That E-rank team still hasn't been wiped out? Let me see, it's been 2 hours already. There's not a single sign of the raid failing or needing to be rescheduled. How is this possible? An E-rank assault team holding out this long in an S-rank dungeon? What kind of people are in this E-rank squad? No clue. I got here late and didn't see who went in. Even the staff outside the instance were starting to look surprised. They knew exactly who was on the raid team inside the instance. And this raid team was composed entirely of E-tier extraordinary professionals. Yet this E-rank team of extraordinary professionals has managed to hold out this long in an S-rank instance. For this long. Was this even possible? Is that even possible? Countless questions surged from their minds, and the staff couldn't help but turn their gaze toward Zhang Chengtian. While the A-tier extraordinary practitioners also began to look at Zhang Chengtian with puzzlement. Their expressions speaking volumes. What on earth was going on? Feeling the collective gaze, Zhang Chengtian's expression remained unruffled. But inside, he was cursing under his breath. What are you all staring at me for? Ha! This instance is now an S-tier 1. If you don't believe me, go check the test data yourselves. As for why it hasn't spread yet, what good does staring at me do? I'm itching for this instance to spread already so I can hightail it out of here while the chaos reigns. The thing is, you've seen it yourselves. This dungeon shows absolutely no signs of spreading at all. How the hell should I know why? Look again, and I'll gouge your eyes right out. Damn it! At this thought, Zhang Chengtian's heart stirred. Then he shouted loudly, everyone, you absolutely cannot let your guard down. An S-rank instance is no small matter, and this one is a mutated instance to boot, making it even more unpredictable. It might be biding its time, waiting to erupt and spread. Everyone, you absolutely cannot slack off. Hearing this, the A-rank extraordinary professionals all grew solemn, no longer dwelling on other thoughts. Only Li Qingshou and Lai Feng remained completely relaxed, exchanging knowing glances. An E-rank assault team entering an S-rank instance and surviving this long? The only explanation is that this team has a powerhouse. Lai Feng's voice was barely audible, only Li Qingshou could make out the words. Li Qingshou nodded, narrowing his eyes as he stared at the pitch-black portal. But who could it be? What were they seeking by infiltrating an E-rank raid team? Could it be hired mercenaries? Bull. Think about it, if an E-rank raid team invited you to tackle an E-rank instance, would you go? I don't have time for that. Chapter 103, Monsters Besiege the City. So, even though we don't know the reason yet, I reckon this instance probably won't spread. But the question remains, who is that extraordinary professional inside? Li Qingshou muttered under his breath, his mind filled with confusion. Beside him, Lai Feng patted Li Qingshou's shoulder. Don't be so sure. An S-rank instance isn't exactly a piece of cake. Meanwhile, Zhang Haozheng, commander of the Longhua Alliance, stared intently at the screen before him. The screen was densely packed with red dots moving at an unprecedented speed. Staff from the Information Coordination Department beside him were drenched in sweat. Commander Zhang's beasts, the beasts seemed to have gone mad. The originally planned 3 days? Now, there's likely less than 6 hours left. The first frontline squad had already engaged the enemy, but the moment they clashed, Zhang Haozheng took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. The first frontline squad, in essence, was tasked with reconnoitering the specifics of the beast tide. The real focus lies with the second frontline squad. The Longhua Alliance fielded a total of 5 frontline squads. The first frontline squad is equipped with relatively few combat-oriented extraordinary professionals, with the majority being support-oriented reconnaissance roles. Therefore, this outcome. Zhang Haozheng could accept this outcome. As long as they can relay back effective intelligence, then this frontline squad's mission would be considered complete. Understood. What intelligence have they gathered so far? Zhang Haozheng inquired. Hearing this, the Information Coordination Department staff member's expression darkened. Nothing. What? Zhang Haozheng sprang to his feet at the words. Say that again. The staff member could only stammer out, the first frontline squad hasn't transmitted any information. It's as if they've been blocked. How is that possible? Zhang Haozheng slumped powerlessly back into his chair. That's over 600 detectives and extraordinary professionals. Not a single word? The staff member shook his head, his expression equally agonized. Sitting on the stool, Zhang Haozheng steadied his nerves. To fail at the very first attempt. A situation Zhang Haozheng had never anticipated. Moreover, even now, they still didn't know the species of the primary beast leading this wave of beasts. This complete lack of information hardened Zhang Haozheng's resolve. He issued the order, second and third frontline units, advance immediately. I will lead the charge personally. Also, broadcast the news of the approaching beast tide. Escape while you still can. Should I fall in battle, activate the Alliance's final defense to buy these people time to escape. But, Commander Jiang. His staff stared at Zhang Haozheng in shock. Having dealt with many high-ranking officials, and in situations like this, most would simply flee. Just like those at the previous meeting. By now, they've likely transferred all their assets outside the country. Yet Zhang Haozheng actually intends to lead the charge into battle? Zhang Haozheng's gaze remained unflinching. Merely stating, these people today only know how to enjoy power and privileges, yet they fail to realize that these very things were forged with the blood of our predecessors. Our present existence relies entirely on their sacrifices. I'm not a great leader, and I value my own life too. But if I leave, if I retreat, what will become of the people in the city? I don't aspire to be a great man, nor do I seek to be the center of attention. I only wish for the survival of our human lives. But many things are beyond my control. You've seen for yourself the kind of people under my command. But what can I do? My will is too weak to change them. Faced with life and death threats, their actions are understandable. That's all there is to it. After speaking, Jiang Haozheng rose to his feet and walked to the window, gazing down upon the city. Get the message out as quickly as possible. How many can escape is up to fate. Soon, alarms blared throughout the Longhua Alliance. Ordinary citizens were initially puzzled, unsure what had transpired. But as they pondered, their phones and billboards all displayed information about this beast tide. In an instant, the city descended into chaos. Traffic came to a complete standstill as everyone rushed toward the city's emergency exits. News of this beast tide also reached beyond the dungeon where Xiao Ran was. And the moment those people saw the alert, they abandoned any desire to watch the spectacle. And immediately began fleeing. Li Feng and Li Qingshou also learned of the approaching beast tide. Leave? Li Feng glanced at Li Qingshou, while Li Qingshou offered a faint smile. This isn't over yet. If I leave, these people won't be able to hold them back. Li Qingshou pointed at the black instance portal. Li Feng smiled knowingly, cracked his neck. As he spoke, his body began to transform. We live and die together. Then, Li Feng suddenly flapped his white wings and soared skyward, and assumed a vigilant stance. Seeing this, Li Qingshou also sharpened his focus, watching the S-rank instance before him. Muttering under his breath. Life and death together? You're still so cliché. Beyond the borders. 2MO, the Longhua Alliance has already issued the order. Dispatch troops to encircle this city. I must ensure my target remains within these walls. Yes. 2MO, drenched in blood red, let out a cold, beast-like snarl. Then he soared skyward, emitting a piercing shriek that echoing throughout the entire Longhua Alliance. And just as everyone was stunned, wondering what kind of beast could produce such a sound, staff at the Information Coordination Department suddenly saw a red dot appear on the instrument. Suddenly emerged from outside the city of the Alliance. Their sheer number was staggering. Everyone stared at the red dots representing the alien creatures on the screen, frozen in shock for a long moment. Utterly stunned. It was obvious as day that the recent beast cry was summoning all the beasts surrounding the Longhua Alliance. The beasts were swarming in dense numbers, their target crystal clear. Straight for the city where the Longhua Alliance was located. And their numbers were simply absurd. Are these all beasts? Why are there so many? During routine patrols, we've never encountered such a massive gathering of beasts. Merely by their cries, they could gather such a vast horde. Could this be the leader of this beast tide? But we've never seen this kind of beast before. Watching the footage relayed back, everyone saw the blood-red alien beast. Its entire body resembling a fleshy orb, devoid of limbs or eyes. With only a gaping maw. Through the screen, gazing upon that gaping maw, everyone felt their hearts race with fear. How could such a creature exist? Is this even a beast? It completely defies the laws of beast evolution. I've never seen a monster like this before. And this is an S rank? No, it's stronger than S. Can we even survive this? No one knew who uttered those words. Yet it made the Information Coordination Department fall silent enough to hear a pin drop. A faint aura of death permeated every heart. And all fell utterly silent. Flee now? It was undoubtedly too late. And besides, at this speed and trajectory, could they even escape? On the screens, everyone could see the red dot representing the alien creature, encircling the Alliance city at a visible pace. Like this? Could they possibly escape? Inside the Information Coordination Department at that moment, everyone looked at each other, each seeing the unease and fear in the other's eyes. At that very moment, Jiang Haozheng, fully armed and clad in black combat gear, with two gleaming silver combat blades strapped to his back, entered the Information Coordination Department. Unable to see Jiang Haozheng's face, everyone present felt an inexplicable surge of excitement welling up inside them. Commander Jiang! The beasts are about to. Before he could finish, Jiang Haozheng raised his hand to halt the staff's report. He wasn't blind, he had already seen the glowing dots representing the beasts on the screen. He surveyed the assembled personnel. The Information Coordination Department was built from the ground up by his own hands. Every person here was his trusted confidant. Seeing the expressions in their eyes, Jiang Haozheng nodded approvingly. They're truly soldiers I've trained. No fear, no retreat. I am proud of you all. So in this doomed situation, I wonder if you're all willing to join me? As his words fell, a fierce light blazed in every pair of eyes. Commander, I'm in. Commander, I'm in. The chorus of I'm in filled Jiang Haozheng with immense satisfaction. He waved his hand and declared, Good. Open the city live feed. I want those privileged extraordinary practitioners to see clearly. Even if I die, I will die before them, die before the people. A bunch of useless fools, only concerned with their own pleasure. Chapter 104, The Anchor Who Spreads Panic. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the Outer Realm Battlefield Information Coordination Department sprang into action. Several staff members began drafting the corresponding attack plans, while others jogged off to coordinate with other departments. The live streaming team for the Exotic Beast Battlefield was also fully assembled. Reporting to the commander, the live broadcast team is fully assembled, awaiting your instructions. 5 male staff members and 3 female staff members now stood before Jiang Haojing. Upon seeing them, Jiang Haojing nodded. Focus solely on the live broadcast details. If danger arises, evacuate immediately. If necessary, abandon my Black Hawk. Yes, sir. The group responded in unison. Then, after organizing the necessary supplies, they headed straight to the Alliance building. At the very top, where a pitch-black fighter jet sat poised on the helipad. This Black Hawk, equipped with the Alliance's most advanced AI, ranking among the Alliance's most elite fighters. Not only was it equipped with various advanced laser weapons, but it also possessed durability rivaling that of alien creatures, serving as Jiang Haojing's personal mount. Without any fuss, the group boarded the Black Hawk. This live broadcast, they intended to show those high-ranking officials who fed off the Alliance's flesh and blood what iron-blooded resolve truly means and what combat is all about. Within the Longhua Alliance, although Jiang Hao was the supreme commander of the Longhua Alliance, as commander-in-chief, he must weigh many considerations. He must stabilize the citizens within the city while also preventing those already wielding power from overstepping their bounds. Jiang Haojing spent his days handling these matters. Now, the beast tide was imminent. To put it bluntly, Jiang Haojing was actually yearning for this battle deep down. An extraordinary warrior, a combatant. Refraining from battle, from shedding blood and sweat, instead spending his days dealing with these clownish higher-ups, would feel frustrated in anyone's shoes. Truth be told, Jiang Haojing harbors some regret about becoming this so-called Dragonflower commander. He had originally seen the Alliance as utterly corrupt, which is why he organized everyone to elect him as Dragonflower commander. But once he sat in that seat, he finally understood. Commander? It was nothing but an empty shell. In meetings, his influence was minimal, and what he could accomplish fell far short of his initial expectations. Over time, as commander-in-chief, his inner yearning for battle grew ever more intense. Now, with such an opportunity presenting itself, what if I die in battle? Inside the Black Eagle's cockpit, the crew had already brought out all the live streaming equipment. After communicating with the Black Hawk's AI, the fighter jet sped toward the alien beast battlefield at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, the host of this live broadcast also appeared online. Viewers, the Dragonflower Alliance faces an unprecedented beast tide this time. Yet even so, our warriors, watching on TV, mobile devices, or via the live feed on the big screen, everyone was gripped by the tension. Though still within the Alliance's secure corridors, yet to leave the city. Now witness the live footage streaming back. A dark, dense tide of beasts, like a cloud swallowing the sun, swept toward the Longhua Alliance at breakneck speed. Its sheer scale was terrifying even through the screen. The host then provided the answer to the earlier piercing beast roar. As the host spoke, the live feed switched to the Alliance Information Coordination Department's large screen display. Viewers, that beastly roar you heard earlier was emitted by a strange beast never before recorded in any historical records. Its purpose was to summon beasts from beyond the Alliance's borders, forming a new wave to encircle our Longhua Alliance. I know this sounds like I'm spreading panic or perhaps anxiety, but this is the truth. We are currently besieged by a massive horde of beasts. At these words, panic erupted among the crowd in the safety corridor. All the common folk wailed and wailed, the scene descending into utter chaos. Children's wails and adults' curses rose and fell in waves. The live stream was flooded with curses. We're screwed. How the hell are we supposed to escape now? What the hell is the Alliance doing? How come we still can't identify the leader of those beasts? And why aren't they checking the records of that previous beast? Host, aren't you being irresponsible? Why broadcast this to the public? Exactly. You're just creating panic. You're turning nothing into something. What kind of host are you? Is this how you host a show? Spreading panic is bad enough, but from the sound of it, we're all doomed, right? The live chat was filled with all kinds of comments, but they all pointed to the host's lack of professionalism and the league's inaction. But the host just shook his head and said, "Folks, it's not that I want to cause panic or that the Alliance wants to cause panic. This is the league's current predicament, this is our reality. If I were to conceal it, perhaps I could buy a moment of calm, but what good would that do? That would be nothing but empty comfort. I, along with my live streaming team, will document the truth of this moment. This isn't just for your eyes, it's for the league's powerful elites to see." The moment these words were spoken, the live stream fell instantly silent. The Alliance's powerful elite. Many understood the weight behind those 4 words. They despised the privileged elite, disliked the privileged elite, but those privileged elite held money, power, and even more authority. And they had no recourse against it. At the same time, they could already guess. Why so many luxury cars appeared earlier, and why all the plane tickets sold out. It was all the privileged elite, upon learning of the massive beast tide approaching, simply grabbing their buckets and running. The live stream's viewership began plummeting. And the flood of comments also thinned considerably, with most users mocking themselves for ultimately becoming sacrifices to those privileged few. Meanwhile, Lu Hongrui at the landfill office immediately dialed Xiao Ran's number upon hearing the news. But Xiao Ran was currently in a dungeon with no signal at all, resulting in multiple failed attempts. Failed to reach him. That jerk won't even answer his phone. What's the matter with him? After a moment's thought, Lu Hongrui hopped into her sports car and sped straight to the landfill Xiao Ran was responsible for. But after circling around and around, she found no trace of Xiao Ran whatsoever. Was he off work? So Lu Hongrui drove straight to Xiao Ran's residence. Just as she arrived below Xiao Ran's dorm building, she peered through the car window and noticed Xiao Ran's garbage truck wasn't parked below the dorm building, which struck her as odd. Where the hell is that kid? Could he have already headed to the Alliance's safe passage? But with the beasts besieging the city now, the safety passage probably isn't even accessible, right? Damn it, that brat. He won't even answer his phone. This is driving me crazy. Chapter 105, The Power of Thunder. Gazing at the empty trash dump employee dormitory below, Lu Hongrui couldn't fathom where that brat Xiao Ran could possibly be besides the landfill. Maybe he'd already slipped out? With that thought, a faint smile curved her lips. Well, that's fine too. With the beasts besieging the city, given the current state of the Alliance, she estimated that an invasion of this scale was beyond the Dragonflower Alliance's current capacity to withstand. Her heart settled slightly. Escape was impossible regardless. Since that was the case, Lu Hongrui narrowed her eyes, seemingly resolved. She logged into her long-dormant Transcendent account and immediately entered the forum to post a recruitment notice. Environmental Department's Lu Hongrui summons all capable members within the Alliance to block the beast tide. Those willing, follow me to the entrance of the Outer Realm battlefield. After posting, Lu Hongrui took a deep breath, then floored the accelerator, racing toward the portal to the Outer Realm battlefield. She was going to resist, to fight back. As a Transcendent practitioner, even at the A rank level, she knew she couldn't face a beast tide of this magnitude alone. She wanted to protect the ordinary citizens and the capable forces. She never complained about the Alliance's failure to issue advance warnings. Nor did she blame the powerful and privileged. She only wished to do her utmost to hold back the beast tide for a moment. After posting, Lu Hongrui never opened it again. Throughout the journey, Lu Hongrui's mind was filled with a whirlwind of thoughts. Memories of past battles kept surfacing in her mind, finally settling on her younger brother's face in his final moments. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran was fully absorbed in absorbing the energy from the wood crystal. This energy was entirely different from starlight power. If starlight power were likened to water, then the wood crystal was like flame, constantly scorching every organ within Xiao Ran's body. Yet this burning sensation brought no pain, only an overwhelming sense of comfort. Xiao Ran's serene expression stood in stark contrast to the tense vigilance of Mo Chiu, Zheng Shuan, and the others around him, while the others remained tense and vigilant, not daring to let their guard down for a moment. Mo Chiu glanced at the watch on his wrist, then tilted his head slightly to observe Xiao Ran. Though time flowed differently within the instants, a full hour had already passed. An hour passed, yet Xiao Ran showed no sign of movement whatsoever, which greatly puzzled Mo Chiu. But before Mo Chiu could say anything, Wang Si suddenly frowned. Attention! Something is approaching. The moment the words left her lips, an overwhelming sense of pressure descended upon everyone. Everyone's bodies instantly grew heavy, nearly forcing them to their knees. A flash of horror crossed Zhang Shuan's face. What is this? How could such overwhelming pressure exist? It's just like. Mo Chiu frowned, then continued Zhang Shuan's thought, it's like an S rank. At this remark, the others fell silent. Yes, it was the oppressive presence of an S-rank monster. This pressure felt tangible, crushing down upon everyone's bodies and minds. Though they still stood beside Xiao Ran, their legs were already trembling uncontrollably. Are you kidding me? An S-rank dungeon monster? How could there be an S-rank dungeon monster? Some of the monsters Xiao Ran had slain before, they recognized, others, they didn't. But they were all A-rank dungeon monsters. Mo Chiu was absolutely certain of that. According to dungeon intelligence, the level of dungeon monsters is fixed. Meaning if the dungeon monsters are a rank, then all monsters within the dungeon should be a rank. Earlier, Zhang Shuan had told them, Xiao Ran's strength should be around a rank. And as Mo Chiu had anticipated, Xiao Ran sliced through enemies like cutting through butter the moment he entered the instance. This proved that A-rank monsters were no match for Xiao Ran. But now, this instance completely overturned traditional dungeon conventions. At this very moment, they truly felt the power of S-rank dungeon monsters. This left everyone present feeling a chill run down their spines. They were all E-rank extraordinary practitioners, far from matching S-rank opponents. and they might be wiped out in a single encounter. And now, their greatest hope, Xiao Ran, was sitting cross-legged in meditation? What could they possibly do? Run? Impossible. Xiao Ran was still behind them. What kind of coward would run? Besides, facing S-rank dungeon monsters, could we even run? Fight? I doubt the 5 of us could even scratch one of its fingers. What should we do, Captain M.O.? This is an S-rank dungeon monster. Just as everyone trembled in fear over the S-rank dungeon monster, Xiao Ran's body seemed to receive some kind of signal. He slowly rose to his feet. His eyes still closed, as if he were still in meditation? This state left Mo and the others utterly bewildered. What does Xiao Ran mean by this? Has he finished cultivating? No, his eyes hadn't even opened yet. But then, how could he stand up? Countless questions swirled in everyone's minds. In the pitch-black cavern, Xiao Ran sat with eyes closed, the black dragon blade manifesting in his hand. His body swayed unsteadily, as if he might collapse at any moment. At this very moment, Nüwa sat coiled on the bed, her tail wrapped around her. Her hands rapidly formed incantations, targeting the clay figure of Xiao Ran before her. Not those substitute clay figures, but the very first clay figure she had ever molded for Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran and Nüwa were communicating telepathically at that moment. Nüwa, a formidable foe approaches. Hold the line for me, I'll be done shortly. Understood, master. Thus, the current scene unfolded. It could be said that Xiao Ran's body was now entirely under Nüwa's control. The bald-headed golden-winged great eagle, observing the exquisitely crafted little clay figure of Xiao Ran before Nüwa, his playful instincts were suddenly aroused. Constantly flitting around Xiao Ran's clay figure, chirping incessantly, hey, ha, fun, fun. As the golden-winged great eagle continued its playful antics, Nüwa was fully focused on controlling Xiao Ran's body, leaving her no room to scold the giant eagle, resulting in Xiao Ran now standing with eyes closed, his form swaying slightly. Seeing this scene, Mo and the others were dumbfounded. Xiao Ran, what the hell are you doing? Xiao Ran's body now alternated between grinning widely with a hollow chuckle, and his form would twist and contort like a zombie from a dungeon. Wang Si tugged at Mo's leg, swallowed hard, and pointed at Xiao Ran. What the hell is going on? Mo was frozen in shock. How the hell should I know what's going on? What the hell are you doing? We were supposed to be training. Just then, a blue-white electric spark erupted in the pitch-black cave. The cave was now as blinding as if a flashbang had been thrown inside, causing Mo and the others to instinctively shut their eyes. Mo shouted, Xiao Ran, watch out. The blue-white electric spark surged forward, suddenly halted. With a crackling sound, it blossomed outward, transforming into a cage of lightning that aimed to trap Xiao Ran within. At the critical moment, Xiao Ran suddenly raised his hand. The soul-refining banner, which had been planted in the ground, as if possessed of its own spirit, shot straight toward Xiao Ran. The moment it touched his hand, Xiao Ran closed his eyes and swung at once. Countless divine souls screeched forth. Yet these souls were no match for the thunderbolts. For any malevolent spirit, when faced with the might of 10,000 thunderbolts, is as fragile as paper. Xiao Ran's divine souls, however, acted like a swamp. Though they did not block the lightning. The moment they touched the lightning, droplets of crimson blood energy seeped out. The thunderbolts seemed to sink into the sea, as if corroded by these divine spirits. Though the divine spirits were drained to the point of exhaustion, the thunder's power was equally drained. When the remaining thunders might struck Xiao Ran's body, Xiao Ran's entire body erupted in flashes of lightning, and he couldn't help but cry out. Awesome! Chapter 106, Lightning Tribulation Tempering. Hearing Xiao Ran's outburst, everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Awesome? You took that attack head-on and actually found it exhilarating? Are you okay? What the hell is going on here? Mo, Wang Si, and Wang Tian only today did they witness Xiao Ran's combat prowess. But Zhang Shuwen had witnessed Xiao Ran's battle against an A-class extraordinary professional before. Back then, Zhang Shuwen could tell. Xiao Ran was deliberately relying on his opponent to temper himself. Now this familiar scene was unfolding once more, leaving the others stunned. But Zhang Shuwen remained utterly composed. He addressed the others, don't worry, Xiao Ran is fine. It was like this before too. What? Before? It happened before? Mo pointed at the dungeon, where electric flashes kept erupting, each strike landing with pinpoint accuracy on Xiao Ran's body. Is this normal? If this keeps up, won't Xiao Ran get fried by all this lightning power? And what kind of dungeon monster could unleash lightning of this magnitude? Wang Si looked at Xiao Ran with concern. Mo and Zhang Shuwen, though seasoned and well-traveled, they both looked puzzled. This lightning seemed strangely familiar, as if they'd seen it somewhere before. Yet they couldn't place which dungeon monster it belonged to. Though judging by Xiao Ran's current expression, he seemed to be thoroughly enjoying this lightning power. At this moment, although Xiao Ran's body was controlled by Nüwa, his consciousness remained fully lucid. He could distinctly sense that this thunderous energy, upon entering his body, seemed to accelerate his absorption of wood crystals. And not only that, Xiao Ran discovered his body was undergoing earth-shattering transformations due to this thunderous energy. His meridians thickened and grew more robust under the thunder's relentless assault. With each breath, it seemed to draw on the myriad energies of heaven and earth. Conversely, as the meridians grew ever more robust, underwent a qualitative transformation. Hidden ailments and old injuries vanished entirely, replaced by a force surging to its absolute peak. The most astonishing transformation, however, occurred within his skeletal structure. Infused with the power of thunder and lightning, gradually becoming crystalline, as if they were made of crystal. These transformations left Xiao Ran utterly captivated by the thunder's power. All of this was because at this very moment, the one controlling Xiao Ran's body was Nüwa. And as a deity, she possessed profound understanding of the species she had created. Whether it was Xiao Ran's current cultivation technique or his inherent strength, Nüwa had a fairly clear grasp of both. Except for that mysterious force capable of healing his wounds and restoring his strength, which Nüwa still couldn't fathom. Xiao Ran was as transparent as a ghost before her. Nüwa knew full well what kind of training Xiao Ran needed at this stage. To undergo a transformation. Yes, a metamorphosis. Not a transformation of mindset, but one of the physical body. The celestial star technique Xiao Ran was currently cultivating, when mastered to its highest level, it could indeed transform the body. But the pace is excruciatingly slow. It's akin to a martial artist training step by step, building a solid foundation step by step. This approach, though gentle and free of side effects, it is exceedingly slow, often requiring years, even decades, to achieve even modest progress. Now, Nüwa could sense that Xiao Ran was taking a highly potent potion to enhance his strength. Though potent, it is remarkably gentle and non-irritating. Simultaneously, she senses that the area where Xiao Ran resides is saturated with thunderous energy. In Nüwa's world, this thunderous energy is known as the Thunder Tribulation. The Thunder Tribulation is the crucial ordeal that cultivators must face. Yet while termed a tribulation, it is also a blessing. For those who endure it, the cultivator ascends to a new level of power. Failure meant becoming ordinary beings, entering the cycle of reincarnation to start anew. Now, though Xiao Ran was not an immortal cultivator, his cultivation of the celestial star technique had granted him. His physical resilience far surpasses that of ordinary mortals. With the aid of potions that enhance his power. So channeling a bit of thunder's power to serve as his own world's tribulation, infusing it throughout his entire being. Not only forging his physical resilience into a qualitative leap, but also synergize with the potion that enhances his power. In short, with the convergence of favorable timing, location, and circumstances, Nüwa could ensure Xiao Ran's physical safety while simultaneously helping Xiao Ran rapidly elevate his own strength. The relentless thunderous force pounded relentlessly. The sheer scale and intensity of the scene left Zhang Shuwen and the others utterly stunned. Who else could pull off something like this? Toughing out that thunderous force? This is the thunder power unleashed by an S-rank dungeon monster. And you're just letting it hit you like that? Their reactions shifted from initial shock to astonishment, then gradually to awe. They exchanged glances. After a moment of discussion, seeing the thunder's momentum show no sign of weakening, Xiao Ran stood there as if nothing had happened, occasionally waving the soul-refining banner in his hand. Weaken the thunder's power for his own absorption. They were utterly numb. Whether it was the monster before them or Xiao Ran himself, both had transcended their comprehension. What more could they say? Xiao Ran was a monster himself. The group had returned to the corner of the cave, resuming their card game. If anyone in this dungeon could witness the bizarre scene unfolding before them, would be utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was this? A young man, looking about 18 or 19, stood before a group of people, eyes closed, receiving electric shocks, while the people behind him crouched on the ground, smoking cigarettes and playing cards, enjoying themselves. Isn't this ridiculous? Compared to the relatively relaxed atmosphere inside the instance, the real danger lies outside the instance. On the extraterritorial battlefield, the 2nd Front Combat Squad, Guan Yutian led his squad, concealed within the dense, sky-obscuring vegetation. The tremors from the beast tide's charge, the roars of the beasts, grew ever closer with each passing moment. Guan Yutian glanced back at his squad. Though they were all veterans of the Outer Realm battlefield, the sheer scale and information asymmetry caused the faces of his men to grow tense. Seeing this, Guan Yutian's face, painted with war paint, revealed a flash of white teeth. And through his communicator, he declared, "What's with all the tension, you lot? What's the big deal? Never seen a beast before? Every ugly bride must eventually meet her in-laws. What's there to be shy about?" Hearing this, the previously tense and heavy atmosphere among the group suddenly came alive. "Officer, what kind of talk is this? Are the beasts my in-laws or something? They sure as hell aren't mine. Oh, wait, is the official team calling us all ugly brides?" A few low chuckles instantly eased the tension. Guan Yutian chuckled softly into the communication device. Alright. You're all handsome young men, got it? If you're all handsome lads, why keep those stiff expressions? Relax. These few brief words finally calmed the hearts of the soldiers present. What they didn't see, however, was that Guan Yutian's hand gripping his spear had turned slightly white from gripping it too tightly. Chapter 107, I'm only 23, and you call me auntie? This battle, Guan Yutian had no confidence whatsoever. No intel on the beasts, no backup troops. All he had were the warriors by his side. On the second front, 16 squads in total, his squad was the least conspicuous among them, though each member was an S-rank extraordinary professional. None specialized in combat. Support roles dominated the majority. Yet in terms of combat prowess, Guan Yutian held his own without hesitation. Within his own squad, S-tier support-type professionals could accomplish more than their combat counterparts. At this very moment, all other teams, just like Guan Yutian's squad, awaiting the arrival of the beast tide. The earth-shattering roars and the blood-curdling stench of carnage now permeated the air around everyone. The live-streaming crew aboard the Black Eagle was drawing ever closer to the beast tide. The host's voice echoed through the livestream once more. On screen, the dense, black tide of beasts, like a dark cloud, obscuring the sky, inspiring dread in all who witnessed it. Faced with this overwhelming tide of beasts, the host was momentarily speechless. Such scale, such momentum unprecedented. But true to their professionalism, the host immediately picked up the microphone and began speaking. Viewers, what you are witnessing now is the scale of this beast tide. Look over here and over there. The host pointed to the surrounding areas, where other waves of beasts were gradually encircling the city of Longhua Alliance. He continued, I won't say we're doomed, nor will I call this a hopeless situation. Every extraordinary being in the Alliance is protecting you at this very moment. Yes, the Alliance's ruling elite are utterly corrupt. Yet our extraordinary warriors still stand ready to lead the charge. Even in death, they will fall before you. Our warriors stand ready for battle at this very moment. Some have accused me of spreading panic. In a sense, I admit that's true. But I wanted you to see this, the world is turbulent now. And in this turbulent world, there remains a group of people protecting you, defending the world. The privileged? I disdain to speak of them. They love to run and play with schemes and tricks, but in my eyes, it's all just child's play. When the real fighting starts, they'll be the first to run. I want these powerful elites to see clearly how we fight, how we protect you. As the host delivered his impassioned, speech-like address, the remaining viewers in the livestream were all swept up in the fervor. Among them were many extraordinary professionals, those who made their living conquering dungeons within the city. In normal times, those so-called elites and high-ranking officials never hesitated to skim off their dungeon materials and resources. Yet they dared not speak out, cowed by the tycoon's overwhelming power and the protection afforded by various high-ranking officials. They dared not speak out. But now, everything had changed. If even a live stream host dares to openly challenge those powerful figures and high-ranking officials, what is there left for them to fear? So in the live stream chat, they flooded the comments with messages like, well said. Let these spineless brats see just how cowardly they are, scurrying away at the slightest sign of trouble. What kind of powerful figures or high-ranking officials are these? When faced with such a critical moment, they actually abandoned the city's people and fled first, cowards. Damn it, looks like we're doomed anyway. I'm gonna go head-to-head with these beasts. I've never killed one before. That's right, I'm going to kill these beasts. If I die, so be it. Some deaths are as light as a feather, others as heavy as a mountain. I couldn't care less whether mine is light or heavy, I'm here to kill these beasts. Protecting civilians? Screw that. You lot stay put in the rear. My blade's been itching for a fight. Count me in, I'm going to slay those beasts too. Countless bullet comments flooded the livestream feed. Though none explicitly claimed to protect civilians or urge them to evacuate first. The lower-tier extraordinary practitioners and ordinary citizens alike were swept up by the fervor of the chat. Even those extraordinary practitioners who had been scheming to escape all returned to the livestream. First, they fired off a few messages cursing the powerful and the higher-ups, then, right there in the chat, they actively joined the fight. Thus, nearly all extraordinary practitioners within Longhua Alliance City scattered in all directions. You beasts intended to besiege the city, didn't you? You beasts, you just want to slaughter us, don't you? Fine, then we'll break through your lines. No matter the final outcome. Fight. 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 Only through fighting can we survive. Only through fighting are we worthy of living. The people? Sorry, you lot, just hang back. Stay safe behind us. As long as we don't die, you won't be harmed. As long as we survive, we will forge a path to life for you. Outside the Dragonflower Alliance City, hordes of beasts gathered, relentlessly converging toward the city. While all the extraordinary practitioners within the Longhua Alliance City have gathered at the entrance to the Alliance's domain external battlefield. But what now troubles these extraordinary practitioners? Is not the terror of the beasts, nor the threat of the swarm, but rather the S-rank extraordinary practitioners guarding the entrance to the Outer Realm battlefield. What's stopping us from leaving? The situation is already this critical. Why are you still standing guard here? Are you out of your mind? The tide is about to break, and you're still guarding this gate? What the hell is the Alliance doing? Ruan Qingqing gazed down at the extraordinary practitioners below, clamoring to enter the outer realm battlefield. Her expression unreadable. The long whip in her hand lashed out with fluid motion. Crack! Like a thunderclap, reverberating in everyone's ears. And instantly, all voices fell silent as eyes turned to her. Ruan Qingqing glanced toward the direction of the outer realm battlefield. A flicker of concern crossed her fair face. Then turned to survey the assembled crowd. And seeing these hot-blooded fools, she clicked her tongue. Muttering under her breath, seriously, not a single handsome guy among you, and you still want to charge in and die? Hey, listen up. The outer domain battlefield isn't some place you can just waltz into. The blood energy in there? None of you could handle it. Bloodlust, impulsiveness, no brains. You lot will probably die without even knowing how once you're out there. Alright. You lot just stay here on guard duty. Don't bother this lady on patrol. After her tirade, everyone present exchanged bewildered glances. Wait, what? At a time like this, you still have the nerve to be on duty? Then a young man shouted, Auntie. We want to go out. We want to fight. We want to protect the people. We'll fight until the very last moment. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ruan Qingqing, who had been standing on the watchtower, appearing instantly before the young man, staring intently at the other person, his face alternating between pale and flushed, then ground out through clenched teeth. What did you just say? The young man nearly collapsed to the ground from the sudden shock of Ruan Qingqing's outburst. But when he regained his composure and saw her overbearing demeanor, the young man swallowed hard before stammering out, We fight to the very last moment. No, up ahead. We're protecting the people? Up ahead. Are we getting out? Ruan Qingqing said nothing, only staring intently at the other person. The young man looked at Ruan Qingqing, then glanced around at the others. Those around him were far more experienced than the young man and had already grasped the situation. So when the young man looked to them for help, they chose to look around at the scenery instead. Now it was the young man's turn to be speechless. Ma'am, I just wanted to go out. There's no need. Before the young man could process what was happening, everything suddenly blurred before his eyes. The world miraculously flipped upside down. And he found himself dangling upside down from the security tower. Only then did Ruan Qingqing's words drift faintly into his ears. I'm only 23, damn it. What the hell are you calling me auntie for? Chapter 108, The Thunder Beast Drained Dry. Seeing the young man dangling upside down by Ruan Qingqing, not a single soul dared utter another word. For from the moment he vanished from the watchtower to this young man being hung upside down on it, no one present had seen her move. So naturally, no one stepped forward to take the fall. As for the young man hanging upside down, he dared not utter another word. He'd merely failed to notice her age and called her auntie, and now he was being treated like this. If he said another word, wouldn't this person tear him apart? So everyone present pretended not to see the young man hanging upside down, all standing there, pretending to admire the scenery. Once the crowd finally quieted down, Ruan Qingqing let out a soft chuckle before shifting into full alert mode. At present, those who could attend were mostly low-level extraordinary practitioners. Though a beast tide was approaching outside, the inner dungeon still required extraordinary professionals to conquer. Otherwise, if raiding teams failed to tackle the dungeons, they would begin spreading massively throughout the city. Then the city would crumble from within without even needing the beast tide to arrive. This was one of the main reasons Zhang Haozheng hadn't directly informed Zhang Chengtian about the events in the outer battlefields. But the current Zhang Chengtian, though outwardly showing not a hint of wavering, projecting an air of absolute confidence, deep down, he had already cursed Zhang Haozheng's ancestors 18 generations back. Damn you, Zhang Haozheng. Damn you, Commander Jiang. How the hell do you treat me like this? We put you in power, and now you leave us stranded in the city to die? Is this how you treat people? Not giving advance notice is one thing, but even at the very last moment, you didn't even give me a heads up? What the hell do you take me for? Do I look like the type to chicken out at the last minute? Do you really distrust me that much? After cursing a few times, Zhang Chengtian addressed the extraordinary professionals stationed outside the mutated instance, who were maintaining constant vigilance. Everyone, we've reached a critical juncture. Set aside other concerns, we cannot let our guard down. If this S-rank instance spreads, the consequences would be unimaginable. Maintain your vigilance here while I consult with higher-ups to determine if my presence is required. Hearing this, the crowd felt a surge of admiration. Minister Zhan truly lived up to his reputation as a veteran. Even with the fire at his doorstep, he remained so calm and collected. This thought struck not only the newly arrived rank extraordinary practitioners but even Li Qingshou, who found himself deeply impressed by Zhang Chengtian. However, Zhang Chengtian had already distanced himself from the group, finding a corner hidden from their view, and immediately dialed his family's number. Hello? Damn it! That ingrate Jiang Haojing screwed me over. What's the situation over there now? What? Can't get out? What about the assets? Were they transferred to that little bastard's account? Not yet? Bank signals are completely down? Damn it, use my VIP line. What? The VIP line's cut too? That Jiang Haojing. Fuming, he slammed the phone down. Zhang Cheng's eyes bulged with rage. You bastard, Jiang Haojing. Not only do you want me to go down with you, but you also don't want my assets transferred out? Are you a spy for the beasts? You're practically wishing for my death? Zhang Chengtian was overcome with despair, his sanity teetering on the brink of collapse. Is this even something a human being would do? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Meanwhile, it wasn't just Zhang Chengtian's side experiencing this turmoil. Many high-ranking officials and powerful figures who hadn't attended that meeting, or who were roughly on par with Zhang Chengtian in status, were also left utterly bewildered by Jiang Haojing's move. Jiang Haojing, what the hell is this all about? Who does he think he is? Soon, the dedicated phone lines in Jiang Haojing's office began ringing incessantly. But at that moment, Jiang Haojing stood in the office of the Outer Realm Battlefield Information Coordination Department, studying the alien creature data displayed on the large screen. Commander Jiang, your office phone has been ringing non-stop. Would you like to? His assistant whispered from the side. Jiang Haojing replied without batting an eye. It doesn't matter. They'll all die in the end anyway. Zhang Chengtian's heart was in turmoil, overwhelmed by an intense sense of impending doom. Utterly at a loss for what to do. This was a complete dead end. Outside, a tide of beasts formed by strange creatures was closing in. And crucially, the specific details of the primary beast orchestrating this assault remained unknown. Within the city, the S-rank instance could erupt at any moment. Yet on our side, we have only 2 S-rank extraordinary professionals and 30 A-rank extraordinary professionals. This is clearly a dead end. No escape, no survival. This damn limbo situation left Zhang Chengtian's face grim. His gaze fixed on the mutated S-rank instance, now filled with hatred. Damn it, it's all because of this mutated instance. If it weren't for this damn mutated instance, I wouldn't be stuck here. If I weren't here, even if I'd learned about this beast tide a bit later, I'd at least have had a little time to get the hell out of here. Assets be damned, life comes first. But now my money's gone, and my life's almost gone too. This whole mess? Blame it all on this mutated dungeon. No, it's the fault of those raid team members who tackled this instance. If I ever find out who caused this dungeon to mutate, I'll be the first to take him down. No, before I die, I'll make sure to kill him. Meanwhile, inside the mutated instance that had become the focus of Zhang Chengti's hatred, Emochio, Zheng Shuwen, and the others all stared blankly at Xiao Ran's location. The cards in Zhang Shuwen's hand had fallen to the ground. In their eyes, Xiao Ran had already endured an unimaginable amount of thunderous force up to this point. And at this very moment, his body was already shrouded in swirling lightning, while the monster that had been unleashing the thunderous power seemed to have been drained dry, now fully revealing its true form. A mere energy form shrouded in blue energy. Formless and insubstantial, appearing utterly weakened. Zhang Shuwen swallowed hard, his eyes filled with unparalleled horror. Pointing a trembling finger at the energy mass, he stammered in disbelief, "Is this the Thunder Beast?" Emochio slapped himself across the face. "This is the legendary S-rank dungeon monster, the Thunder Beast?" As the words left his mouth, even Emochio felt his voice had changed. Holy crap, the S-rank monster among S-rank dungeon monsters, the Thunder Beast? According to known records, the Thunder Beast has only appeared once. And that single occurrence inflicted devastating losses upon the Alliance. But now, this thing looks like it's been completely drained? And it's all because of Xiao Ran? An E-rank janitor managed to completely drain an S-rank Thunder Beast? No doubt about it. Xiao Ran, you little bastard, you really are cheating. Chapter 109, Thunder Armor. At this moment, Xiao Ran's entire body crackled with electric light. The stars within his body had grown from 4 to 5. And now all 6 stars were fully illuminated. This astonishing surge in power caused Xiao Ran to abruptly open his eyes, while Nüwa lost control over his body. Thunderous flashes danced in Xiao Ran's eyes. His fingers trembled slightly as strands of electric light coursed through his body. Then he clenched his fist. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the ground. The lightning surging around Xiao Ran scattered in all directions, dodging everyone present to strike the cave walls. Instantly, smoke billowed everywhere. Holy, Xiao Ran, you've leveled up again. Zhang Shuwen covered his nose, coughing incessantly as he spoke. Xiao Ran paid Zhang Shuwen no mind, instead focusing on the blue energy sphere before him. At this moment, Xiao Ran could clearly sense that the energy sphere was terrified. Almost as if it were begging for mercy? Xiao Ran had no idea what this thing was. All he knew was that its thunderous power had been completely absorbed by him. Originally, Xiao Ran had roughly estimated that once he ignited the 4th star, he would immediately use the wood crystal to advance to the 5th star. However, the series of actions Nüwa took to control his body felt a hint of confusion. What is she doing? Could Nüwa be trying to get me struck dead? Yet the sequence of actions Nüwa performed next eased Xiao Ran's concerns. She directly used the divine soul within the soul refining banner to weaken the thunder's power, reducing it to a level his body could withstand. She channeled the full force of the thunderbolts into her own body. This not only maximized the efficacy of the wood crystal, but also indirectly accelerated her absorption process. Moreover, Nüwa continuously adjusted the intensity of the thunder's power according to Xiao Ran's physical resilience, constantly adjusting the intensity of the thunderous force, concentrating it upon Xiao Ran's body to achieve the ultimate tempering effect. And it was precisely because of this tempering. After Xiao Ran finished absorbing the wood crystal, the stars within his body ignited the fifth star. The subsequent thunderous energy instantly transformed into Xiao Ran's sixth star. Based on Xiao Ran's previous assessment of his strength, he could already contend with a tier extraordinary practitioners. Thus, the fourth star should have granted him the ability to rival S-tier extraordinary practitioners. And the fifth star, while perhaps not directly crushing an S-class extraordinary practitioner, should be quite close. But now the sixth star had also been ignited. In Xiao Ran's understanding of extraordinary professionals, he might already be unbeatable. From the moment he awakened as an E-rank janitor to now such a short span of time. Yet he had leaped to possess the power of an S-class extraordinary practitioner. This transformation brought immense satisfaction to Xiao Ran's heart. Yet despite having ignited the sixth star, his strength remained untested, and he couldn't make sweeping generalizations. Still, he was undoubtedly stronger. He must find an opportunity to properly test his current power. Yet as Xiao Ran now gazed upon the energy mass before him, it was indeed a bit of a dilemma. This thing, in appearance, was merely a mass of energy. But something like the soul refining banner, a wicked artifact, would likely clash with it and couldn't be absorbed. After all, energy masses don't possess divine souls, do they? The 9-pattern demon refining gourd? That seems only capable of absorbing physical bodies, then converting them into chi blood pills. But this is a mass of energy, it can't be absorbed, right? Destroy it outright? With what? Physical attacks probably wouldn't do much damage to this thing, right? Perhaps Nüwa has a way to transform this thing into her own combat power? Thus, Xiao Ran proactively communicated with Nüwa. What should we do with this thing? Far away in Xiao Ranstorm, Nüwa was currently commanding the Golden-Winged Great Peng to fetch exotic beast ingredients for her. Upon hearing Xiao Ran's inquiry, Nüwa pondered for a moment before replying, "This pure energy can be absorbed directly by you, master. However, since it has developed sentience, forcibly consuming it might make it sense a life or death threat. Should it resist, it could disperse all its thunderous power, which would be a pity. Perhaps you could attempt to communicate with it, master, and integrate it into your own being. After all, it has reached this stage, so it must possess some measure of intelligence." Xiao Ran nodded and addressed the energy sphere before him. "Can you understand my words?" Hearing Xiao Ran's words, the energy mass paused briefly before bouncing up and down with remarkable agility, while Mo Qiu, Zheng Shuwen, and the others were utterly dumbfounded. What the heck? Was Xiao Ran actually communicating with it? And look at that thunder beast, it actually understood? Damn, Xiao Ran, you're something else. Forget about cheating, you're not even human right now. Is this ing ridiculous or what? Seeing the energy entity's reaction, Xiao Ran nodded and said again, "In your current state, you'll likely die soon, right? If you don't want to die, become a part of my body. I won't let your wool perish. You can reside here." As he spoke, Xiao Ran pointed to his own body. "You should be able to see what's inside me, right?" Hearing Xiao Ran's words, Zheng Shuwen and the others were stunned once more. What the hell? You actually want to absorb the thunder beast? And you want it to reside inside you? Is that even right? Is that even possible? We've never heard of a dungeon monster being able to inhabit a human body. Wait, Xiao Ran isn't human. Upon hearing Xiao Ran's words, it drifted over to Xiao Ran without hesitation. Then, with a sharp crack, the energy form exploded outward, scattering in all directions. Before it could scatter a meter away, with a single breath from Xiao Ran, these energy strands threaded directly into Xiao Ran's body and were absorbed. Simultaneously, within Xiao Ran's sixth star, the energy coalesced directly. Xiao Ran could sense the will of this energy cluster was remarkably joyful, as if his body were its ultimate destination. At the same time, Xiao Ran could sense that by absorbing this energy entity, various memories related to it, flooding his mind. Amidst the energy entity's memories, an ancient, even primordial aura instantly enveloped Xiao Ran's mind. Yet this aura did not linger long before dissipating. What appeared next was a human extraordinary practitioner, muttering incantations to himself. A final flash of pitch black light flickered. The memory ended. This fragment of memory, whose origins remained unclear, left Xiao Ran feeling somewhat perplexed. The subsequent memory, however, left Xiao Ran somewhat astonished. Several energy entities identical to the original energy form, each forming various armor configurations, covering the bodies of dungeon monsters and exotic beasts. Each of these dungeon monsters and beasts filled Xiao Ran with dread. Their savage, ancient aura, their overwhelming power, made Xiao Ran shudder with dread. Sent a chill down his spine. Consider this, he was now an extraordinary practitioner with 6 stars ignited. Essentially a quasi-S-rank extraordinary practitioner. Yet upon encountering these beasts and dungeon monsters, he felt utterly insignificant. He shook his head, flushing the chaotic memories from his mind. Now was not the time for deep contemplation. From the memories, Xiao Ran learned that this creature called the Thunder Beast could transform at will into a defensive suit of armor covering its entire body. Though he didn't know how the dungeon monsters and beasts in his memories achieved this. But now Xiao Ran seemed to possess the same ability. After communicating with the Thunder Beast within his body, they had reached an agreement. Whenever he needed it, the Thunder Beast would instantly transform into Xiao Ran's very own Thunder Armor. Chapter 110, He Really Is Too Clean. The form of this armor was determined by Xiao Ran's own will. Moreover, through the Thunder Beast's memories, Xiao Ran understood that defense was not this armor's specialty. Instead, it absorbs incoming damage, converts it into thunder damage, then channel it back to the attacker. Put simply, it's a counter armor. The stronger the enemy's attack, the more potent the thunder force that rebounds. However, if one's own attack surpasses the armor's capacity to absorb, then Xiao Ran himself would also suffer damage. Yet Xiao Ran's current physique rivals that of S-tier extraordinary professionals, those who specialize in defense. Though he hasn't fought against S-class extraordinary professionals, he senses that unless facing an exceptionally aggressive class, they would be unable to harm his body at all. Absorbing the Thunder Beast and then accessing its relevant memories. The process seemed intricate, yet in reality, it took only a few seconds. Mo Qiu, Zheng Shuwen, and the others were utterly transfixed by Xiao Ran's terrifying act of absorbing the Thunder Beast. Their jaws dropped wide enough to swallow an egg whole. Seeing their reactions, Xiao Ran felt a bit embarrassed. Stepping forward to say, "My apologies for keeping you waiting so long." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stepped back in unison. What shone in their eyes was neither admiration nor astonishment, but fear. Are you kidding me? You managed to withstand the attack of the S-rank dungeon monster, the Thunder Beast? And that alone would be astonishing enough. But now, you've actually devoured the Thunder Beast whole? And the kicker? You're actually conversing with the damn thing. Are you even human? Zheng Shuwen had witnessed Xiao Ran pull off some mind-bending feats in dungeons before. So at this moment, he was arguably the most level-headed among the group. He swallowed hard, then stepped forward and tapped Xiao Ran's shoulder. Then hesitantly asked, "You're still human, right?" Xiao Ran chuckled upon hearing this. His actions must have seemed utterly unearthly to them, and they probably didn't even consider him human anymore. Come to think of it, that seemed to be the case. Unbelievable. To directly absorb a dungeon monster if word got out wouldn't just shock the Alliance, it would send shockwaves through the entire world of extraordinary practitioners. But Xiao Ran was well aware that his ability to absorb the Thunder Beast was largely due to his cultivation of the multiverse star decision. When he broke through to 6 stars within his body, he could faintly sense that the stars within him were no ordinary phenomenon. Each seemed to be a miniature universe unto itself. And this was precisely the formidable power of the celestial star technique. Of course, Xiao Ran would never share this with Mo Qiu and the others. Not because he harbored any suspicion or distrust toward them. In this world, extraordinary practitioners reign supreme. Where would you find such a cultivation method? Others either enter dungeons to battle, thereby awakening their class talents, or venture into foreign battlefields to temper themselves through life and death struggles. Where else could you find someone like me? Such things, inherently beyond the world's common sense, are best left unsaid. So Xiao Ran chuckled and said, "Nonsense. Don't I look human enough?" At his words, the others exchanged bewildered glances. Until finally Zhang Shuwen spoke up for him, "Forget it. The circumstances of an S-class extraordinary practitioner aren't something low-tier practitioners like us can fathom. Anyway, Xiao Ran is incredibly powerful now. Isn't that a good thing for us?" Then something happened that left Xiao Ran speechless. Wang Xi and Wang Tian stepped forward, first tugging at Xiao Ran's sleeve. Xiao Ran looked puzzled. Then they crouched down to see what these 2 little girls were up to. Then the 2 little girls exchanged a glance, as if saying, "You go first." "No, you go first." After a moment of eye contact, Wang Tian took a deep breath and gently dabbed Xiao Ran's face. Then he let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing that nothing happened, Wang Xi actually reached out and pinched Xiao Ran's cheek, as if to confirm that the Xiao Ran before her wouldn't eat people. After Wang Xi and Wang Tian had both confirmed, Mo Qiu approached, first offering Xiao Ran an awkward smile, then proceeded to scrutinize Xiao Ran from head to toe, making Xiao Ran feel uneasy. Just as he was about to speak, Imochio sighed dramatically. Good heavens, Xiao Ran. I'm starting to seriously doubt. Either you're not human, or you're cheating. It's just too unbelievable. Any one of these things you've done, if leaked, would land you straight into the Alliance's Research Institute. Xiao Ran was puzzled. Research Institute? What would I be doing there? Of course. To be studied. Tell me, are any of these things you've done even human? With that single remark, the previously awkward intense atmosphere shattered instantly. And everyone burst into laughter. And the mood returned to what it had been before. Alright, Xiao Ran, can you honestly tell us just how strong are you now? Earlier, Zhang Shuwen mentioned your strength might be around a grade, but now. Imochio gestured toward the monsters on the ground, then pointed at Xiao Ran's physique, making his meaning clear. These monsters were all a rank or higher, not to mention the S-rank thunder beast you'd absorbed into your body. Xiao Ran scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. His current state seemed entirely beyond definition by the extraordinary profession levels of this world. After a moment's thought, Xiao Ran replied, I'm not entirely sure of my exact strength right now. But I can sense that this instance is an S-rank one. But as for the monsters inside? All I can say is they pose absolutely no threat to me whatsoever. But it's fine. That thunder beast earlier didn't seem to be this dungeon's boss. So, how about we head over to the boss's area? Then we can confirm my strength? Xiao Ran's words drew peculiar expressions from everyone present. What the hell? You don't even know your own strength? An S-rank dungeon? They can't even pose a threat to you. And now you want to go to the S-rank dungeon boss just to confirm your own strength? Imochio and the others were at a loss for words. And could only nod in agreement. Alright then, Xiao Ran, let's head to the dungeon boss. After tidying up the scene, Xiao Ran produced the soul refining banner and the 9-pattern demon refining gourd. To extract the divine souls from the dungeon monsters and collect the corpses of the slain beasts. The valuable remains had already been taken by Zhang Shuwen and the others. While Xiao Ran directly stored the remaining corpses into the 9-pattern demon refining gourd. Seeing the dungeon cavern now clean and tidy, everyone was stunned. Wow, he really is a cleaning expert. Even the dungeon's environment was swept spotless. He really is, obsessively clean. The gaze they cast upon Xiao Ran now brimmed with fervent admiration. Chapter 111, he's a true god of war. Though they didn't know the exact functions of the flag and gourd in Xiao Ran's hands, Imochio and the others instinctively interpreted this as an expression of his fastidious nature. In a way, Xiao Ran did indeed value cleanliness. However, his focus lay on avoiding waste. While theirs was environmental stewardship, Xiao Ran led the way at the front, with the others following behind him. The deeper they ventured into the cavern, the more palpable the oppressive aura emanating from within became. This pressure felt tangible, making each step feel like sinking into quicksand. Yet whenever they glimpsed Xiao Ran's upright silhouette, that oppressive force seemed to lessen considerably. Xiao Ran wasn't particularly tall, but he exuded an air of steadiness and offered a profound sense of security. After a few steps, a sudden roar echoed from the cavern steps. A threat, or perhaps a challenge. Xiao Ran remained unfazed, but Imochio and the others trailing behind him began to tremble. They were merely E-rank extraordinary practitioners. How could they have ever experienced an S-rank instance? Let alone the boss within an S-rank instance. Wang Xi and Wang Tian both collapsed with a thud, plopping straight onto the ground, their eyes brimming with terror. Zhang Shuwen, seeing Wang Xi and Wang Tian in such a state, grabbed one of each and hoisted them up. Though Zhang Shuwen himself was trembling slightly now. But he and Imochio were battle-hardened veterans. Though they'd never witnessed a scene like this before. Their resilience was still stronger than that of the two young girls. Truthfully, they could have stayed put, waiting for Xiao Ran to defeat the dungeon boss before. And then simply exit. However, they were utterly curious to see what the boss of this S-rank dungeon truly looked like. And they also wanted to witness just how terrifyingly powerful Xiao Ran had become. They had witnessed him effortlessly slaughtering every monster in the cavern. Though they couldn't participate in the fight themselves. Witnessing his combat style was a form of growth for them. Therefore, they didn't want to miss the battle between Xiao Ran and the instance boss. Xiao Ran narrowed his eyes, staring into the pitch-black cavern ahead. And he understood the message emanating from within. A provocation, an utterly arrogant provocation. This provocation ignited every ounce of Xiao Ran's innate combat instincts. Though he sensed the opponent's strength might surpass even the thunder beast within him. Based on his current assessment of his own capabilities, he believed he wouldn't be any weaker than that instance boss inside. He had plenty of backup plans. If raw power wasn't enough, he'd rely on his magical artifacts. Most crucially, Xiao Ran now sensed faintly within his storage ring. As if something within was calling out to him with a familiar warmth. And Xiao Ran knew exactly where this sound came from. It was the very star sword that had once pierced Nüwa's chest. The star sword was the divine artifact wielded by Emperor Jun. And it was with this very blade that he had gravely wounded Nüwa, a testament to its terrifying power. However, Xiao Ran was also acutely aware that in his current state, he could barely wield the star sword. for remnants of Di-jun's consciousness still lingered upon it. And erasing Di-jun's lingering consciousness would require a full 3,000 points of recovery credits. According to the system's previous prompt, even if he had possessed sufficient points to erase Di-jun's will at that time, he likely still wouldn't have been able to wield the sword. For the system had explicitly stated back then that his innate aptitude was incompatible. Meaning that even if Di-jun's will were erased, I would still be unable to wield it. But now, for reasons unknown, Xiao Ran could sense that he was now able to wield this sword, even with Di-jun's will still lingering upon it. Once he had accumulated sufficient points to erase Di-jun's will, then this once divine artifact would become as responsive as an extension of his own arm. For now, he could only wield it with great effort. But Xiao Ran possessed many other means at his disposal. The soul-refining banner in his hand, though the divine soul within had been largely depleted during the recent infusion of thunderous energy, he could still wield its divine abilities. Most crucially, the 9-pattern demon refining gourd had just absorbed the corpses of so many dungeon monsters, yielding high-quality blood chi pills sufficient to restore Xiao Ran to his current state. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he could still wear them down to exhaustion. Besides, defeat wasn't inevitable. With 6 stars now illuminated, his physical prowess, combined with the armor forged from the Thunder Beast's essence, this combat power, let you be the test of my current strength. Xiao Ran silently resolved, then stepped forward. The same overwhelming aura surged into the cave. Like other beasts, dungeon monsters were highly sensitive to auras. Xiao Ran's single step felt like a 1,000-pound boulder hurtling toward the dungeon boss, causing the boss to pause in surprise before erupting in a roar. It wasn't fear it felt, but rather intense excitement. The kind of excitement that comes from meeting a worthy opponent. Those standing beside Xiao Ran now sensed the astonishing aura erupting from him, strikingly identical to the aura emanating from the dungeon boss itself. And Xiao Ran seemed to be gaining the upper hand. This left the others, now snapping back to their senses, once again stunned by Xiao Ran's power. Wang Xi and Wang Tian were both dumbfounded. Imocho and Zhang Shuan exchanged glances, each seeing shock in the other's eyes. Is this really the aura emanating from an E-rank janitorial class extraordinary practitioner? Just how reliable is the Alliance's awakening detection, anyway? You're telling us this is an E-rank janitor? You've got to be kidding me. If this is merely an E-rank janitor, what does that make us? Ants? Before anyone could react, Xiao Ran's hands flashed with black and white light. The black dragon blade and the phoenix blade materialized in his hands. Having witnessed Xiao Ran's previous displays, the crowd had grown numb. They all recognized the black dragon blade, but that white phoenix blade they had never seen before. Had Xiao Ran been holding something back? That was the first thought that crossed everyone's mind. Then they witnessed this pristine short blade, as if bathed in holy light, enveloping Xiao Ran's body, instantly elevating his aura to an unimaginable height. Is this a blessing? As a support class extraordinary practitioner, Zhang Shuan was well versed in various blessings. This aura, this radiance, it was precisely the kind of blessing only an S-tier support extraordinary practitioner could unleash. And Zhang Shuan's assessment was correct. This was the blessing effect carried by the Phoenix Luan blade. At this very moment, Xiao Ran could feel it with crystal clarity. His body and senses had undergone tremendous enhancement. Especially the stars within his body, now pulsing with light. With each breath, it felt as though the entire universe resided within him. Xiao Ran tilted his head slightly and addressed the group behind him. Be careful out there. I'm heading over first. Before anyone could respond, his figure vanished in the blink of an eye. Vanished in an instant. The others were stunned. And they sensed that Xiao Ran was no longer just some S-class extraordinary professional. He was nothing short of a god of war. Chapter 112, The Undying Necromancer. At this moment, Xiao Ran's fighting spirit had surged to its peak. He craved battle, craved to grow stronger, craved to face worthy opponents. But when Xiao Ran charged into the cave housing the dungeon boss, he was utterly stunned by the sight before him. Far from the dilapidated state of the outer caverns, it could easily be mistaken for a palace, with crystal ceilings and ornate decorations. In stark contrast to the outer caves, the interior decorations were 100 times more opulent than the mansions of the wealthiest nobles outside the dungeon. At the very end of this palace, Xiao Ran suddenly saw a jet-black dragon, its gaze fixed intently upon him. But what puzzled Xiao Ran deeply was that a chain was fastened around the black dragon's neck, and at the end of the chain was a woman dressed in exquisite finery. Yet, the woman's face was utterly bloodless, her eyes closed. She sat suspended directly above the palace, her left wrist bound by the iron chain, which in turn connected to the very same black dragon. This bizarre scene instantly caused Xiao Ran's brows to furrow. Having reviewed all the dungeon materials released on the Alliance Forum, Xiao Ran had never encountered anything like this before. Who was the dungeon boss? Was it this dragon, or the woman seated upon the throne in that magnificent palace? Or could it be that both of them were the dungeon bosses? What Xiao Ran could confirm now was that This pitch-black dragon was the very monster that had challenged him before he even entered the instance. Yet this bizarre scene before him had Xiao Ran on high alert. Meanwhile, as Xiao Ran hesitated, Imochio, along with Zhang Shuwen who was holding both Wang Si and Wang Tian, they found themselves in this magnificent palace. The moment they laid eyes on this palace, they were instantly frozen in place. Zhang Shuwen stared in utter disbelief at the woman seated atop the palace, still as if she were dead. This is an S-rank necromancer? How could this be possible? How could such a being appear in a dungeon? Was that earlier threat actually coming from this dragon? Good heavens! An S-rank monster as a pet, is this the true terror of a necromancer? Zhang Shuwen's voice was almost unrecognizable. Xiao Ran, however, looked puzzled. He stepped back beside Zhang Shuwen and asked, "Bro Zhang, what's going on? Why have I never heard of any necromancer before?" Zhang Shuwen swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the silent figures above. "Of course you haven't. I've only ever encountered them in ancient texts. Let me put it simply, if there's anything in this world that's truly immortal, it's the necromancer. Not only can they summon creatures matching their current level as combat units, they themselves are immortal beings. Don't be fooled by the woman sitting up there. She shows no signs of life, but in truth, she is still alive. Most crucially, after enduring untold ages, her power likely transcends any simple extraordinary class ranking." Zhang Shuwen glanced at Xiao Ran, then at Imochio, before plopping down onto the ground. A look of utter defeat flashing across his face. "Xiao Ran, we're done for. I know your power is formidable now. But this undead, immortal entity, a dungeon boss who can summon all manner of undead. We can't win against it. Even if we could win, we'd be worn down to death by the battle." Zhang Shuwen looked utterly defeated, as if this time, they were truly doomed. But then, Imochio delivered a hard kick to Zhang Shuwen's shoulder, nearly sending him stumbling backward. Then he snapped, "What the hell are you talking about? What undead summoner? I've never heard of such a thing. Death? Impossible. I believe in Xiao Ran. He absolutely can lead us out of here. You're questioning Xiao Ran's abilities. Do you trust Xiao Ran, or some so-called necromancer from your guesses?" Imochio now possessed an innate trust in Xiao Ran's abilities. Xiao Ran was already beyond extraordinary. Could this so-called necromancer possibly be more extraordinary than Xiao Ran? Xiao Ran's extraordinary prowess was something Imochio had witnessed firsthand. Could such first-hand witness truly pale in comparison to some dungeon boss? Zhang Shuwen opened his mouth, about to say something. But upon seeing Xiao Ran and then Imochio's expression, Zhang Shuwen abruptly released Wang Si and Wang Tian, slapped himself across the face with a sharp smack, then regained his composure and declared, "Captain Imo was right. With Xiao Ran here, what the hell are we afraid of? Xiao Ran, don't take my words to heart. Just fight with everything you've got. What the hell is this necromancer nonsense? Xiao Ran, you can definitely take him down. If anyone's going down, it'll be him." This sudden shift caught Xiao Ran completely off guard. Zhang Shuwen, who had been utterly despondent and looked like death warmed over, now stared at him with excitement. Xiao Ran's mouth twitched as he gave him a thumbs up. "Brother Zhang, your face sure changes fast." Hearing Xiao Ran's words and seeing his thumbs up gesture, Zhang Shuwen's face flushed a rare blush. He turned to look at the necromancer on the palace steps, who remained as still as a corpse. Xiao Ran narrowed his eyes slightly. According to Zhang Shuwen, the enemy clearly favored a relentless, wave after wave assault. But a chaotic brawl? Me, Xiao Ran? Afraid? His 9-pattern demon refining gourd was now brimming with blood chi pills. With a flash, Xiao Ran instantly materialized on the palace steps, appearing before the reckless necromancer in the blink of an eye. At such close range, the opponent's face was exquisitely delicate, as if carved by the most skilled sculptor into the most perfect masterpiece. But before Xiao Ran could take it all in, a foul wind carrying terrifying pressure swept toward his side. Xiao Ran, naturally, was prepared. Enhanced by the Fenghuan blade, his senses were heightened to unprecedented levels. The claws flashed past, grazing the tip of his nose, while Xiao Ran's black dagger plunged straight for the throat of the necromancer seated upon the palace throne. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Though Zhang Shuwen had said the necromancer was immortal and indestructible, Xiao Ran still wanted to test the theory. Yet before the black dragon blade could strike the target's throat, a black hand emerged from the woman's neck, grasping Xiao Ran's black dragon blade. The profoundly concentrated curse energy instantly surged through the blade and into Xiao Ran's body. Yet after circling through Xiao Ran's body, it vanished without a trace. This was Nüwa directly using the clay figure to lift the curse for him. Xiao Ran wasted no time, swinging the phoenix blade in his other hand directly at the wrist of the black palm. In the blink of an eye, with a sharp crack, the pitch-black palm fell to the ground. Meanwhile, seated upon the palace throne, the undead summoner, oblivious to the danger, suddenly showed a flicker of change on his face. His eyes slowly opened, first flashing with surprise, followed by a hint of irritation. Xiao Ran was standing very close to him and could see everything clearly. Just as he was about to make a move, the other person spoke directly. You're no mere mortal. The aura emanating from you. The necromancer, upon catching sight of Xiao Ran, momentarily lost his voice. Xiao Ran, playing it safe, saw the other awaken and without a moment's hesitation darted aside, creating distance between them. Their eyes locked. Chapter 113, lacking combat experience, is Xiao Ran doomed? Xiao Ran stared at the necromancer. And the necromancer, in turn, stared back at Xiao Ran. But the look in his eyes was as if he were gazing upon a precious treasure. That greed made Xiao Ran's entire body feel prickly. After a few seconds of locked gazes, the other spoke first. "And, submit to me. Or be devoured by me." Though Zhang Shuwen and the others couldn't comprehend these few words, the other's greedy expression still sent a chill down their spines. What was that look? What does she intend to do? Devour Xiao Ran? That condescending gaze, as if looking down upon mere insects, seemed to seize the hearts of everyone present. Suffocating, icy cold, unable to breathe. Xiao Ran understood what the other person was saying. But these two sentences clearly had no effect on him. Then Xiao Ran extended his left middle finger, giving the other a universal gesture of goodwill. Grinning as he said, "You think I won't rip off all your clothes and hang them on my soul-refining banner?" At this, the other party visibly froze. She naturally had no idea what a soul-refining banner was, but when Xiao Ran threatened to strip her clothes off, she understood perfectly. Her expression turned amused. Finally uttering, "Humph, overestimating your abilities." With a wave of her hand, a black aura instantly engulfed the entire arena. In an instant, all manner of pitch-black beasts appeared within the arena, all bellowing madly as they charged straight toward Xiao Ran's position. Xiao Ran merely twisted his lips. "Here we go. So this is the undead summoner's human wave tactic?" Xiao Ran showed no fear whatsoever. Instead of retreating, he advanced, charging straight into the ranks of these summoned creatures. With each swing of his blade, the summoned creatures crumbled like tofu, sliced layer by layer. For every one the enemy summoned, Xiao Ran killed one. And when 10 were summoned, he instantly slaughtered them all. Such prowess, such power. A faint look of horror. Yet to her, though the man before her was formidable, but ultimately human. No matter how formidable, there would come a time when his stamina would be exhausted. Under the relentless assault of these summoned beasts and the intense mental strain, he couldn't sustain this for long. Through the endless river of time, she had experienced countless battles. Powerful foes? She had encountered many. But so what? Under the onslaught of her nearly limitless summons, how many could escape unscathed? How many could avoid meeting their end at her hands? She rose to her feet. The black dragon before her, as if sensing her master's current state of mind, opened its maw, and with a thunderous roar, the summoned creatures were instantly empowered. Their speed surged beyond what it had been before. The voice of the necromancer echoed forth. "I am Night Slumber, Necromancer. I am undying and indestructible. My army shall break through this damned prison. You are but an insect. No, I should call you an extraordinary being. I marvel at your power. Your courage, I desire it. Become my servant, become my shadow. I shall lead you to the most glorious halls. I will." But before Yemi could finish speaking, amidst the fierce battle, a black banner suddenly appeared in Xiao Ran's hand. The soul-refining banner now in Xiao Ran's grasp stirred without wind. A faint smile touched Xiao Ran's face. With a single sweep, like a vacuum cleaner, it sucked in nearly half of the summoned creatures on the battlefield, absorbing them all into the soul-refining banner. As Xiao Ran clashed with these summoned beings, he realized these entities seemed to exist somewhere between physical form and spiritual essence. Though he didn't know what they were, Xiao Ran decided to experiment. First, he killed the summoned creatures, then attempted to absorb them using the soul-refining banner. This experiment immediately filled Xiao Ran with delight. It actually worked. What Xiao Ran didn't know was that necromancers inherently absorbed the divine spirits of these summoned beings, and nurturing them within their own bodies over time. This is why they become servants under their command. Essentially, they were still spirit bodies composed of divine souls. Which is why Xiao Ran's soul-refining banner could. Seamless absorption occurs instantly upon their demise, without any concern for whether the banner can handle the souls. For the necromancer had long since erased all will from their divine souls, rendering them as pliable as an extension of their own limbs. Now the necromancer was feeding Xiao Ran like a child, frantically supplying divine souls into his soul-refining banner. The crucial point was that these souls posed absolutely no risk of backlash. The necromancer wasn't merely feeding Xiao Ran, he was practically chewing the food for him. Moreover, after absorbing these divine souls, Xiao Ran unleashed them without hesitation, sending them into battle against the enemy's summoned creatures. This scene left even Yemi dumbfounded. While below in the palace, witnessed these summoned creatures being absorbed into Xiao Ran's black banner like madmen, only to be released by Xiao Ran and thrown into battle against the enemy's summons. Were all dumbfounded. "Xiao Ran, what the hell is this thing? How could it just suck them all in? And now you can just summon them back to fight the enemy? Are you a necromancer or what?" Damn it, Xiao Ran, you're definitely cheating. Xiao Ran, however, paid no attention to the battle below. Instead, he was gradually sensing the situation within the soul refining banner. Not only had the soul refining banner replenished the divine souls lost from consuming thunder energy, but the number was now multiplying exponentially. The necromancer had never witnessed such a spectacle. A flicker of panic crossed her delicate face, but she quickly regained her composure. The other possessed the same abilities as her? So what? Through the long ages, whether it be combat experience or combat methods, my methods are far beyond what an extraordinary being like you could ever conceive. With a tug on the iron chain in his hand, and the black dragon actually severed its own claw. Then a roar once more echoed across the entire arena. Yemi. Sacrifice the black dragon claw, summon our knight commander, Grit. As the words fell, a black mist suddenly erupted from Yemi's body, which then twisted into tentacles, instantly devouring the severed dragon claw. Then, a summoned being emanating an oppressive aura several times stronger than the black dragon's emerged from Night Slumber's body. Crimson armor adorned its form, wielding a jet-black giant's. A single step forward. With a single step forward, all other summoned beings vanished from the arena. The crimson figure now stood beside Yemi, surveying Xiao Ran below the steps from head to toe. An overwhelming sense of pressure, tangible as substance, crashed down upon Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran felt nothing, but Zhang Xuan, Emochio, and the others below all collapsed with a thud, sitting on the ground. Wang Xi and Wang Tian immediately doubled over on the ground, retching violently. Seeing this scene, Yemi burst into laughter. You ants, prepare to die. With a wave of his hand, Knight Commander Grit flashed instantly to Xiao Ran's side. His speed was so astonishing that even Xiao Ran couldn't help but marvel. Blazing speed. Evading was already too late. Xiao Ran could only raise his twin blades to defend. Boom! The massive blade collided with Xiao Ran's twin daggers, and smoke instantly filled the air, stinging his eyes. Xiao Ran crouched low. The opponent's force was too overwhelming, shattering the floor beneath Xiao Ran's feet. A deep pit appeared beneath his feet. Yet to Xiao Ran, such force still felt somewhat lacking. So Xiao Ran exerted force with both hands, repelling the opponent's great blade. And without flinching or dodging, he thrust both blades straight toward the opponent's chest. There, Xiao Ran could sense the opponent's fatal weak point. Yet to Yemi, Xiao Ran's actions seemed nothing short of courting death. She understood perfectly well what Xiao Ran was aiming for. But by doing this, wasn't he abandoning his defense for a full power strike? Even Zhang Xuan, who wasn't skilled in combat, could see that Xiao Ran's strike was utterly reckless. And indeed, events unfolded exactly as Yemi had predicted. The moment Xiao Ran abandoned all defense to strike at Knight Captain Grit's weak point, Knight Captain Grit's massive blade had already swung down toward Xiao Ran's head. A strike that, if landed, would leave no chance of survival. Zhang Xuan, Emochio, and the others watched this unfold, their hearts sinking to the depths. Xiao Ran still lacked combat experience. At this moment, he should have been creating distance. This blow would likely prove fatal for Xiao Ran. Chapter 114, The Temptation of Immortality. The situation unfolded exactly as everyone present had feared. As Xiao Ran's twin blades struck Knight Commander Grit's weak point, the knight's massive blade came crashing down upon Xiao Ran. Though Xiao Ran's current physical strength rivaled that of an S-class extraordinary professional, perhaps even surpassing it, the opponent's sheer force clearly surpassed that of an S-rank extraordinary professional, effortlessly slicing through the left side of Xiao Ran's body. Emochio, Zhang Xuan, and the others stared wide-eyed, their hearts already frozen in deathly silence, never expecting Xiao Ran to be so careless. And now they would all perish here. On the palace roof, Yemi's lips curved into a captivating smile. Ha! Such recklessness from a weak transcendent. I had hoped you would submit to me willingly, but now it seems you can only become a summoned entity within my body. You mortals. But before she could finish, the words caught in her throat. For there stood Xiao Ran, a grin stretching across his face. Raising his left hand, the soul-refining banner that had been hovering above his head shot straight toward Knight Commander Grit's body. Before Knight Commander Grit could react, the soul-refining banner pierced through his body. Xiao Ran then slammed his hand down on the knight's head. Get inside. In an instant, countless souls surged forth like malevolent spirits from a swamp, countless pitch-black hands seizing Knight Commander Grit's body. Grit, caught off guard by Xiao Ran's sudden assault, hadn't even regained his bearings. Countless hands dragged him directly into the soul-refining banner. The moment he was dragged in, Xiao Ran realized the soul-refining banner was beginning to act independently. Without hesitation, he retrieved a soul-refining pill from his storage ring, flicked his wrist, and shot it into the soul-refining banner. This Knight Commander Grit, summoned by Yemi through the Black Dragon's claw, was clearly no ordinary summon, being his power even surpassed his own. If the soul-refining banner could fully absorb this Knight Commander Grit, then he would become a tremendous asset to Xiao Ran. Now, Xiao Ran could sense the soul-refining banner gradually eroding Knight Commander Grit. This sudden turn of events not only left Knight Commander Grit somewhat bewildered, but stunned everyone present as well. Zhang Shuwen below the stage stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. As a support-type extraordinary practitioner, he knew all too well that if Xiao Ran had taken that blow, even if he survived, he would be rendered incapable of fighting. Yet now, why was Xiao Ran still standing there? And not a single scratch on his body? As if Knight Commander Grit's attack had utterly failed to affect him. Meanwhile, Night Sleep, the necromancer atop the palace, revealed utter horror. As a necromancer, Yemi's understanding of souls was profound and unfathomable. Yet when her Knight Commander Grit struck this extraordinary being, she distinctly sensed a soul entity identical to this transcendent being had taken the extraordinary being's place and absorbed Grit's lethal strike. What kind of skill is this? What on earth was this? What kind of extraordinary practitioner is this person? Why did this happen? Countless questions formed on his lips, yet trembled slightly. What kind of extraordinary being are you? The voice was faint, yet Xiao Ran heard it clearly. He watched Yimei on the stage, her face drained of color, lips trembling, then glanced at the black dragon with a severed claw, prostrate beside her. Xiao Ran's expression remained calm, with a flick of the soul-refining banner in his hand, thudding it into the ground. Then he smiled and declared, "Grady cleanup crew." Hearing this, Imochio, Zhang Shuwen, and the others below the stage, their facial muscles twitched in unison. An E-rank janitor, huh? You're a freaking monster. You must be cheating. This is beyond belief. That last move anyone could see. You were dead for sure. And now you're standing there perfectly fine. And you're actually standing there all proud, telling the other guy, "What kind of E-rank janitor are you? With your pathetic skills? How dare you claim you're just an E-rank janitor? If you're just an E-rank janitor, what's the point of us even existing? What about us? Are we even extraordinary professionals anymore? Those S-class extraordinary professionals out there. What do you think they are?" Unlike the reactions of the others, Yimei remained utterly indifferent to Xiao Ran's words, showed no concern whatsoever for Xiao Ran's mention of extraordinary professions, but instead returned to her original expression. She truly hadn't expected that this extraordinary professional, who looked only slightly stronger than an ordinary person, could actually escape unscathed from the hands of her own Knight Commander, Grit. Moreover, she could now sense that her connection to Knight Commander Grit was growing increasingly faint. Clearly, the banner now planted in the ground was a treasure deeply connected to the necromancer. To be honest, the previous Yemi had looked down on Xiao Ran. Even though he was an extraordinary practitioner, he posed no real threat. But now, the various astonishing feats he displayed had begun to instill a sense of apprehension within Yimei. First, he had absorbed the undead army she had summoned. Then, under his Knight Commander Grit's command, he somehow evaded death. And then directly absorbed his Knight Commander Grit into himself. Night Sleep narrowed his eyes, gazing at Xiao Ran. "Extraordinary being, I acknowledge you have earned the right to be my opponent. But why must we be adversaries? Join me, and I shall reveal the secret of our undead summoner's eternal life." What do you say? Though she still had a backup plan, Yemi wasn't the foolish type who only knew how to fight. She now understood that continuing this fight would benefit no one. She must conserve her strength to break through this shackle. Once she breaks through this shackle, she, Night Dream, the necromancer, would return to the mortal realm. Hearing this, Zhang Shuwen, Imochio, and the others all held their breath for Xiao Ran. Having seen it all, they knew he was resorting to trickery when brute force failed. Moreover, the secret to the necromancer's eternal life, immortality. These two words held immense allure for any finite being, were an irresistible temptation. No one could resist eternal life. Those in power, those with great wealth, even with fortunes numbering in the billions, ultimately meet the same fate as ordinary people. At best, they cling to life a few extra days through rare treasures and elixirs. But the outcome remains unchanged, which is death. For this is the universal law, the very limitation that created the human species. Finite lifespan stands as the greatest obstacle blocking the path of human civilization's progress. And now, the terms they've proposed are simply impossible for humanity to refuse. Utterly impossible to refuse. Immortality means endless time, allowing you to explore infinite possibilities within infinite time. Imochio, Zhang Shuwen, and the others were consumed by anxiety. How utterly despicable. This intelligent dungeon boss was utterly terrifying. Not only is its power overwhelming, but even its temptations were something many couldn't resist. Xiao Ran was only 18 or 19, how could he possibly resist the allure of eternal life? Yet, though they were anxious, there was nothing they could do. As E-rank extraordinary practitioners, they seemed powerless to assist Xiao Ran at this moment. They could only stare unblinkingly at his retreating figure, fearing he might succumb to the allure of immortality and agree to the offer outright. Yemi, meanwhile, looked down at Xiao Ran below. At this very moment, everyone was waiting for Xiao Ran's answer. Yet upon hearing the offer of temptation, Xiao Ran burst into loud laughter. His laughter booming as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. After a moment, Xiao Ran clutched his stomach, leaning one hand against the soul-refining banner. And addressed Yemi, a necromancer? Immortal life? May I ask, what purpose would I serve? Only the worthless crave eternal life. As for me, I shall create infinite possibilities within my finite life. So, are we done with the small talk? We can proceed. Chapter 115, The Star Sword emerges. Xiao Ran's few brief words carried profound philosophical weight. As fellow extraordinary practitioners, Mo Chio and the others were naturally, instantly feeling their blood boil. To create infinite possibilities within a finite life. Isn't that the ultimate ideal for us as humans? Wasn't this precisely what we extraordinary practitioners strived for? Zhang Shuwen, a man of passion, was deeply moved by Xiao Ran's words. He felt an immense surge of satisfaction. So he shouted up at Xiao Ran, "You're one hell of a guy. You hit the nail on the head." In stark contrast to Mo Chio and the others, Yi Mei, standing atop the palace, heard Xiao Ran's words. Was instantly struck by awe. To create infinite possibilities within a finite life. As a necromancer who didn't even know how many years she had lived. Her entire existence had been one of profound confusion. Breaking free from the cage? That was merely an attempt to break free from the shackles binding her own soul. So if she were to shed this layer of shackles, what would be the reason for her existence in this world? Immortality is indeed the ultimate goal for finite beings. But once you achieve it, after countless ages, what would be the goal? What is the meaning of my existence in this world? The night's slumber has already grown hazy. Or rather, forgotten entirely. She no longer remembers how long she has lived. She no longer remembers what her purpose is. Break free from the cage, break free from the shackles that bind me? And then what? Continue this aimless eternity? Through the long ages, I have granted myself countless summons. Granted me boundless time. But what is the meaning? At that moment, night slumber froze in place. Her pale hands clenching and unclenching repeatedly. Xiao Ran's few brief words caused this undead summoner, who had lived for untold centuries, for the first time, to question whether his choice of immortality was truly the right path. His bloodless face was etched with confusion. And the intricate emotions in his eyes were visible only to Xiao Ran, who now stood below. Xiao Ran showed no urgency to engage in battle, but seemed to understand exactly what this Nightwalker was thinking. And spoke, "Are you pondering the meaning of your existence?" This single sentence caused Yi Mei, whose face was still filled with confusion, to look at Xiao Ran once more. Xiao Ran offered a faint smile and replied to Yi Mei. "At the end of the day, isn't the reason we live simply for a single thought? Is there someone you need to protect? Is there a reason you absolutely must become stronger? Is there a reason you simply must survive?" Three questions, like sharp blades, pierced straight through Yemi's heart. Like the most intense assault in the world. Leaving Yemi frozen in place. Muttering under his breath. Someone to protect? A reason to grow stronger? A reason to keep living? Yemi was utterly lost. The answers to these questions had long been lost in the river of time. Protect? I'm alone now. Who could possibly need my protection? Growing stronger? With tens of thousands of summoned beings within me now, who could possibly surpass me? This kid before me? No, he too can summon, just like me. Survive? I've lived this long. But why have I lived this long? What reason do I have to keep living? Is death terrifying? No, I do not fear death. Then what am I afraid of? Seeing Yemi's confusion, Xiao Ran spoke slowly. I know the answer. Do you want to hear it? A single sentence captured all of Yemi's attention. A fleeting look of pleading flashed across Yemi's exquisite face. Yes, she desperately wanted to know. Xiao Ran spoke slowly, "You're just too lonely." The words sparked a flicker of alarm in Yemi's eyes. But she quickly concealed it. Yemi burst into laughter. Ridiculous. I possess endless life, I possess countless summoned beasts. Me, lonely? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Enough, Transcendent One. This farce is over. As if to mask her earlier reaction, the necromancer Yemi now intended to unleash her true power. With a tug on the chains in her hand. As if the black dragon understood her thoughts. Revealing a hint of reluctance in its eyes. But soon, the black dragon let out a low growl, its gaze fixed intently on Xiao Ran below the palace. Then, as if resolved to something, a flash of black light darted through its dragon eyes. Its aura surged to its peak in an instant. As the black dragon moved, Yemi's chanting echoed throughout the entire palace. I, Yemi, sacrifice the life of my companion beast, the black dragon, to summon my mightiest servant, the dark god Satyrus. Manifest. As the words fell, a chill, suffocating, deathly aura began to spread relentlessly. Even Xiao Ran's body trembled uncontrollably at that moment. Mo Chio and Zhang Shuwen collapsed to the ground, retching violently. Wang Si and Wang Tian were instantly crushed unconscious by the sheer force and overwhelming presence. Gulp! A strange sound emanated from Yemi's body. The black dragon's aura now resembled a deflated balloon, steadily diminishing. Until finally, the black dragon crashed to the ground. Yemi watched the black dragon fall, a hint of reluctance flickering in his eyes. But after the reluctance came extreme cruelty. "Come forth, my mightiest servant." Gurgle. A strange sound echoed once more. From within Yemi's body, a hideous, covered in fangs and sharp teeth. The gurgling sounds emanated from the beast's maw. An overwhelming sense of mortal peril enveloped Xiao Ran. Yemi now stood atop the beast's head, looking down on Xiao Ran from above. Zhang Shuwen and Mo Qiu had already vomited until their stomachs were empty. Glancing up briefly, Mo Qiu and Zhang Shuwen both coughed up blood violently. What kind of monster is this? A single glance left Zhang Shuwen collapsed on the ground, barely clinging to life. Mo Qiu fared little better, his heart now a frozen wasteland. They had underestimated this necromancer. Such a terrifying monster even S-rank extraordinary professionals. Or even those S-rank extraordinary practitioners on the top 100 list. Was this truly the end? At this moment, Xiao Ran wasn't faring much better either. Satyrus had merely exuded his aura, yet it had rendered Xiao Ran's body utterly immobilized. Xiao Ran suppressed the frantic pounding in his chest. And growled low. "Thunder beast!" With a sharp crack. Thunderous power began to spread relentlessly. From his feet up to his head, then across his face. A set of thunder armor instantly enveloped his entire body. And it was precisely because of this thunder armor that Xiao Ran now felt the once muddy terrain around him gradually becoming more manageable. The terrifying pressure emanating from Satyrus diminished significantly, allowing Xiao Ran to now look directly at Satyrus and the night slumber perched atop his head. Seeing Xiao Ran's armor, a flicker of disbelief crossed Yemi's face. "Thunder beast? You actually absorbed the thunder beast? How is that even possible? How could a mere human know, an extraordinary being possibly absorb a thunder beast?" However, after a moment of astonishment, Yemi regained her composure. "It doesn't matter. In the presence of my strongest servant, even armor forged from thunder beasts. What difference would it make? This kid clearly harbors many secrets. All I need to do is kill him and make him my servant, and everything will be revealed. What loneliness! What infinite possibilities! Satyrus hasn't even made his move yet. What good are all those words he spoke before, when faced with absolute power? The outcome remains unchanged." Just as Yemi was about to order Satyrus to eliminate this extraordinary being outright, his heart suddenly contracted violently. A palpable sense of mortal peril gripped his heart. What was happening? Why was he feeling this? As he carefully sensed it, that suffocating, deathly aura. Was it emanating from the extraordinary being below? But, just as Yemi was startled, Xiao Ran had already stowed away the soul-refining banner and the twin blades in his hands. Then raised his head. Beneath the thunder armor mask, Xiao Ran's expression remained hidden. Xiao Ran raised his right hand. And murmured, "Though its use feels rather forced now, it seems I have no choice but to employ it." With a flicker of his intent, the star sword, which had been lying dormant within his storage ring, slowly materialized in his hand. Countless stars shimmered along its blade, seemingly resonating with the celestial energy within Xiao Ran's body. An indescribable mystical aura directly repelled the malevolent energy emanating from the Satyrus summoned by Yemi. Without the slightest hindrance, countless stars now shone brilliantly within this exquisite palace, as if adding an extra layer of splendor to the already magnificent structure. Yet simultaneously, an overwhelmingly domineering will relentlessly eroded Xiao Ran's control over the star sword. Xiao Ran understood that this overbearing will emanated from the sword's master, Di Jun. He must act swiftly and decisively, lest he be consumed by this divine will. The moment the star sword emerged, the malevolent aura in the arena dispersed. Mo Qiu and Zhang Shuwen stared blankly at Xiao Ran, now suspended mid-air, clad in thunderous battle armor, the star sword in hand, as if he were a celestial deity surveying the earth below. Zhang Shuwen wiped the blood from his lips, muttering to himself. "Holy, Xiao Ran's become a god?" Chapter 116, Immortality? Soul Possession? Yemi gazed at Xiao Ran suspended mid-air. Her eyes filled with utter horror. Beneath her stood her most powerful summoned beast. Satyrus, a demon god, no less. Why did this brat still have a backup plan? The crucial thing was, this kid's hidden move even made my heart race. The terror emanating from Satyrus beneath her was utterly real. Even after surviving for so long, never experienced before. This intense life or death crisis, this confrontation with mortality, left Yemi momentarily paralyzed, unsure how to react. The extraordinary being before him seemed to defy all reason. Is this kid even human? Or one of those weak transcendent practitioners? Not only could he absorb his own summoned creatures, but he could also absorb the thunder beast. A power only high-level beasts could wield. How could an extraordinary being like him possibly know how? How could he possibly do it? And what's that thing in his hand now? Is that a sword? This is clearly a divine weapon. Only a divine artifact wielded by a god could pierce through Satyrus's malevolent aura. What on earth is this guy's background? Just as Yemi was utterly stunned by Xiao Ran's actions, Xiao Ran showed no intention of delaying further. No way, he was now forcibly wielding the Star Sword. Though he could now wield the Star Sword, the will of Emperor Jun within it had not yet been directly erased. The Star Sword itself had acknowledged him, but Di Jun's will still lingered upon it. He couldn't afford to delay any longer. As Xiao Ran raised the Star Sword, countless stars within the palace seemed to follow the blade's movement the moment he raised it. As the stars shifted, Xiao Ran gently swung the sword. To Zhang Shuwen and the others, as well as Yi Mei, Xiao Ran's swing appeared effortless. But only Xiao Ran himself knew that the sensation of forcing this swing was truly unbearable. Merely lifting the sword caused a trickle of blood to appear from his nostrils and mouth. And the instant he brought it down, the constellations within his body erupted into chaos, causing a wave of heat to surge up his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, the Thunder Beast forged thunder armor mask shielded him, preventing others from seeing the state beneath his mask. As Xiao Ran swung his sword, a sword chi neither particularly large nor swift emitted from the Star Sword. Sparkling starlight that seemed so fragile seemed utterly devoid of any power whatsoever. Yet only Satyrus and Yemi, standing atop a peak, could sense. Their bodies felt as if locked in place, unable to move. Even their will and senses seemed to vanish. Darkness engulfed his vision. Then, as that faint sword light slowly drew nearer, countless starlights suddenly appeared in Yemi's pitch-black world. Their brilliance dazzled the eyes. As if each star lay within reach, the stars drifted silently, without a sound, gradually filling every corner of the night's realm. At this very moment, Yemi's world was filled with a dazzling sea of stars. The remaining Satyrus felt the same as Yemi. Yet amidst the dazzling, mesmerizing expanse, a faint white glow gradually began to spread throughout the starry expanse. Silence. A humming sound reverberated within Yemi's mind. She felt the ground vanish beneath her, then her soul drifted, like a small boat adrift at sea, teetering on the brink of collapse. To Zhang Shuwen, Mo Chiu, and the others, in the brief span of a few breaths, the colossal beast beneath the opponent vanished without a sound. No explosion, no fragmentation, it simply vanished without a trace. Along with Yemi standing atop it, vanished from the spot. Zhang Shuwen and Mo Chiu gaped in astonishment, staring at the scene unfolding above the palace. Just a second ago, the demon god had emerged, and everything seemed doomed. But the next moment, Xiao Ran, clad in thunderous battle armor, rose into the air, a sword appearing in his hand. The moment the sword appeared, stars began to flicker within the palace. Then Xiao Ran gently swung his sword. In mere seconds, that repulsive demon god, that undead necromancer, vanished into thin air. What on earth was that? Just how powerful had Xiao Ran become? Monster? Genius? Cheating? No. In the eyes of Zhang Shuwen and Mo Chiu at that moment, was not admiration, nor admiration, but rather the profoundly devout gaze one might offer to a deity. At that very moment, they felt an irresistible urge to kneel in worship. But suddenly, the thunder armor on Xiao Ran's body dissipated, followed by the vanishing of the Star Sword in his hand, plummeting straight down from the sky. Seeing this, Zhang Shuwen and Mo Chiu dared not hesitate any longer. Mo Chiu immediately shouted, "Shuwen! Save him!" No sooner had the words left his mouth, Mo Chiu instantly rushed to Zhang Shuwen's side. Having known each other for years and sharing perfect synergy, they instinctively understood each other's thoughts. Without further ado, he cast a blessing upon Mo Chiu, then grabbed her hand and hurled him toward the spot where Xiao Ran had fallen. After catching Xiao Ran without incident, Zhang Shuwen immediately stepped forward to examine Xiao Ran's injuries. And upon doing so, his heart sank in horror. Xiao Ran's internal organs were now in complete disarray. Where the heart should have been lay the spleen and stomach. Where the intestines should have been lay the heart. In short, it was as chaotic as could be. The arm that once held the sword now lay shattered, bone by bone. Blood gurgled from Xiao Ran's mouth. Yet this blood was not the crimson of ordinary mortals, but rather a crimson tinged with gold. Simultaneously, the scent emanating from it was not the rusty odor unique to blood, but rather a refreshingly sweet fragrance. Xiao Ran stood with eyes closed, his vital energy weakened to the extreme. Zhang Shuwen was drenched in sweat. Injuries of this severity were practically indistinguishable from death. He never could have imagined that even in this state, Xiao Ran could still cling to life. It was sheer will to live. Mo Chiu truly lived up to his reputation as the captain of this assault squad. Zhang Shuwen, drenched in sweat, knew panic was not an option. He addressed Zhang Shuwen, "Shuwen, steady yourself. You can do this. Now that Xiao Ran has defeated the dungeon boss, we'll be out of here soon. As long as we get out, we'll definitely be able to rescue Xiao Ran. So you absolutely cannot make a mistake. You must stay steady." Mo Chiu's words snapped Zhang Shuwen back to reality. That's right, Xiao Ran has already defeated the dungeon boss. And the instance will dissipate soon. All he needs to do is stabilize Xiao Ran's current injuries. And once the instance dissipated, he could receive treatment immediately. But just as the two were pouring all their efforts into saving Xiao Ran, an unexpected change occurred. A chilling wind swept in, carrying a mocking voice. You brat! You destroyed my precious physical form. Well then, I shall resurrect using your body. Zhang Shuwen and Mo Qiu heard the voice. Were instantly seized by dread. They frantically scanned their surroundings, only to see a faint, blurred figure materialize mid-air. The blurred silhouette of Yemi materialized. Before the two could react, Yi Mei's shadowy form plunged directly into Xiao Ran's body. In an instant, a black vertical line appeared on Xiao Ran's forehead, and specks of black mist began to coil around Xiao Ran's body. Zhang Shuwen panicked. Mo Qiu, do something. What the hell is going on? Mo Qiu was equally panicked, yet utterly helpless. Could it be that this necromancer could astral project, then possess another's body? To achieve immortality? No! We must heal Xiao Ran. He's already severely weakened, and that necromancer appears gravely injured too. Healing Xiao Ran's body would heal his soul. The priority was to stabilize Xiao Ran's current injuries. Once the instance faded, they could devise a plan. That's the only way. Zhang Shuwen gritted his teeth and resumed stabilizing Xiao Ran's injuries. Chapter 117, Hurry up and possess me, I can't wait. As Mo Qiu had said. Since ancient times, the secret to the undead summoner's immortality has been to detach their souls from their original bodies, then finding a suitable vessel to possess. This practice mirrored the soul-stealing techniques of cultivators in another realm. However, cultivators in the immortal realm are typically limited to possessing a body only once in their lifetime. But necromancers in this world possess no such restriction. This makes necromancers appear to others as beings that are neither truly dead nor truly extinguished. Now, the dark god Satyrs summoned by Yemi in his own body were destroyed by Xiao Ran's single strike. Yet the sheer power of Yi Mei's soul was not something Xiao Ran, who had yet to fully master the Star Sword, could destroy. Originally, Yemi planned to break free from this prison, to seek a suitable human vessel in the mortal realm for possession. But now, with this unexpected turn of events, he had no choice but to possess this young man instead. That said, Yemi was actually quite satisfied with Xiao Ran's body. Yemi acknowledged Xiao Ran's physical resilience. And the endless array of treasures and techniques Xiao Ran possessed were truly mouth-watering. Thus, possessing Xiao Ran was indeed an excellent choice. Moreover, the young man was clearly suffering backlash from wielding power beyond his grasp, making this an opportunity for soul possession that comes once in a lifetime. But the moment Yi Mei entered Xiao Ran's mind, was utterly stunned by the scenes unfolding within Xiao Ran's mind. In Xiao Ran's mind, the sky sparkled with brilliant starlight. A dazzling starry sky of breathtaking beauty, with occasional shooting stars streaking across it. Xiao Ran sat motionless in place, while across from him stood a woman with the face of a human and the body of a serpent, her features strikingly beautiful. Perched atop Xiao Ran's head was a balding crow. This scene, utterly incongruous with its surroundings, suddenly materialized before Yemi's eyes. Xiao Ran sat cross-legged on the ground, a rare flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. While Nüwa beside him remarked, "Master, your direct use of the Star Sword was truly reckless. Though your body is now recognized by the Star Sword, that recognition is merely superficial. As long as Di Jun's will remains within you, you cannot wield this blade. If you force its use like today, even my life substitute clay figures won't be able to protect you." The golden-winged giant phoenix perched atop Xiao Ran's head squawked frantically. "Can't protect you. Can't protect you." Xiao Ran sighed and said, "Of course I know I shouldn't force it. But what choice did I have? That necromancer's power is truly terrifying. Did you see what he summoned in the inn, that Satyrs or whatever?" Nüwa curled her lips. "Is that all? Master, next time you face an enemy you can't defeat, could you just call me? Do you plan to keep me locked up at home like some pet? This trash? I could reduce it to ashes with a single flick of my wrist. In fact, I wouldn't even need to lift a finger, just send the Golden-Winged Great Eagle to handle it." Hearing Nüwa's words, Xiao Ran looked puzzled. "What? You're saying it could take down that Satyrs? Don't be ridiculous." Xiao Ran pointed at the Golden-Winged Great Peng perched atop his head, looking utterly incredulous. The Golden-Winged Great Eagle looked utterly bewildered. "Ha? Me? Really?" The absurd scene before him, coupled with the group's ridiculous exchange, caused Yi Mei eyes wide with disbelief. "What the heck is going on? Why are there so many bizarre things in your mind? Stars are one thing. But what the hell is this snake-bodied, human-headed thing? Why can't I sense the other party's aura? And that bald-headed bird perched on your head, a golden-winged great eagle? Where are the golden wings? Such a tiny bird, what kind of giant eagle is this? Does that even make sense?" Countless questions and confusion swirled in Yemi's mind. At that moment, Nüwa pointed toward Yemi's location and said, "See? Even when you wielded the Star Sword, you didn't finish him off directly. Instead, you've suffered severe injuries. Isn't that a loss? Now that it's come to possess your body, what are you going to do? Xiao Ran scratched his head, glancing at Yimei standing in the distance, looking utterly bewildered. And admittedly, he had no good solution. The enemy was taking advantage of his weakened state to possess him. And honestly, Xiao Ran didn't have much confidence he could prevent it from succeeding. He could only laugh helplessly. Well, what can you do? This is how things are from now on. Hey, you there Yimei, right? Come here. Take a look. These are all your family now. You've got to help me take good care of them. This is Nüwa, and this is the Golden-Winged Great Peng. Oh, and I'm actually a janitor. You'll have to help me go to work. And not just daytime shifts, you'll have to work the night market too. After all, we signed a contract. Ah, well. Your physical body will be yours soon enough. Do whatever you want with it. Alright then. Nüwa, Golden-Winged Great Eagle, take care. I'm off to be reincarnated. With that, Xiao Ran sprawled out flat on his back where he stood. Yemi was utterly numb. Do you even know what you're saying? I'm going to possess you. I need your physical body. Why the hell should I have to take care of your family? Why the hell should I have to go to work? Damn it, are you even a transcendent? What kind of transcendent being works a day job and then has to work at the trading market at night? What the hell kind of top-tier workhorse are you? You're a supernatural being, your power is recognized by me, a necromancer who's been around for who knows how many centuries. And you still have to work? Hell, hold down 2 jobs? Yemi remained silent while Xiao Ran opened his eyes, seeing Yimei motionless, and immediately asked, "What's up? Hurry up and get to it, I can't wait any longer." Already thoroughly bewildered, Yimei completely lost his composure. Do you even realize the danger you're in right now? Do you realize I'm about to possess you, take over your body, and steal your life? Do you even realize? Before Yimei could say another word, Xiao Ran turned his head away, furrowed his brow. You talk way too much. Are you going to possess me or not? Blah blah blah. Don't you know villains die from talking too much? Don't you even know that basic fact? Well then, since you're so eager for me to take over your body, I'll gladly oblige. With that, Yimei's figure flickered and she charged straight toward Xiao Ran's location. While Nüwa beside him feigned panic. Oh dear, master. How can this be allowed? The Golden-Winged Great Eagle squawked frantically, tears welling in its pea-sized eyes. Oh, master, please don't leave. Yemi gave a wicked smile and instantly entered Xiao Ran's body. But when Yemi slowly awoke, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. What's happening? My limbs, my senses, why are they so stiff? The world before his eyes gradually came into focus. When Yimei finally made out everything before her, she froze in place. Before her eyes stood a woman of breathtaking beauty, with the head of a human and the body of a serpent. Perched upon her shoulder was a crow, a bald one at that. Yimei looked down at her own body, and was shocked to discover that his body was actually a clay statue. What on earth is going on? What have you done to me? Though Yemi's mouth remained frozen, Nüwa could sense his thoughts. Nüwa grinned, her smile mirroring Xiao Ran's, both radiating the aura of a grand villain. You're ours now, you know. Chapter 118, Battlefield Anomaly. Gazing upon the serpent-bodied figure with a human head and the bald-headed bird, Yimei racked her brain but couldn't fathom what was happening. Wasn't he possessing that extraordinary being's body? Yet clearly, he had already taken possession of it. So why? Was this body nothing but a clay statue? Could this be some kind of puppet controlled by the extraordinary being before him? Countless questions swirled in Yemi's mind, leaving him utterly perplexed. Actually, all this is thanks to Nüwa. The substitute clay figures had said that even with Nüwa's current power, she couldn't block any soul attacks. What Nüwa didn't tell Xiao Ran was that the life substitute clay figure actually possesses an exceptional ability to counter soul stealing. For the substitute clay figure was forged from Xiao Ran's own essence and blood. Its purpose is to die in Xiao Ran's stead. So in a sense, the clay figure could function as Xiao Ran's body. And isn't possession ultimately about seizing another's physical form? Thus, when Yemi appeared within Xiao Ran's mind, Nüwa had already communicated with Xiao Ran through her thoughts. But Xiao Ran felt her acting skills were as poor as those of the Golden-Winged Great Eagle, utterly trash. With acting like that, she wouldn't even get an extra role. Yet Yimei, lacking any sense of discernment, and actually believed it. Truthfully, had Yimei not been fixated on soul stealing back then, but instead, like the Thunder Beast, and allowed Xiao Ran to absorb her, becoming part of the stars within him, he might have lost his freedom, but he certainly wouldn't have lost his will. But now, Yemi is trapped within the substitute clay figure forged by Nüwa. Unable to move, unable to die. In short, one word. Trapped. After Nüwa relayed this to Yemi, Yemi remained silent for a long time. She was now attempting to break free from the limitations of this clay figure. Yet even as a necromancer who had lived for untold ages, she simply could not escape this clay figure. And a wave of despair washed over her heart. Nüwa spoke calmly. Truthfully, you never needed to become this. It's just a pity we deceived you with our acting. Rest assured, the master won't harm you. However, I suspect the master will be quite interested in the summon entity within you. At the mention of summon entities, Yemi recalled the black banner Xiao Ran had once wielded to command his own. And then to his own predicament now. Though he was now trapped within the clay figure, unable to wield even a shred of power. If they somehow extracted the summon entity stored within his soul vessel, wouldn't that just be doing this brat a favor? The summoned creatures were secondary concerns. The real question was he destined to remain a clay figure for the rest of his life? Fear, despair, and an unprecedented dread filled Yemi's mind. No, I refuse this fate. You mustn't, I beg you, don't turn me into a puppet. I can do so many things. You call him master, don't you? Then I can swear allegiance with the soul of a necromancer. He will be my master from now on, but I refuse to spend my entire life as a clay figure. Tension, agitation, dread, unease. This necromancer, who had endured untold years. At this very moment, it seemed as though she had returned to her weakest state. She refused to be a puppet. You could drain all my summoned creatures, you could make me your servant. But I absolutely refuse to become a clay puppet like this. Her thoughts conveyed outward, and Nüwa smiled faintly. That is not within my authority to decide. We must await the master's return for a final judgment. For now, just stay put. After all, we're not villains, nor are we demons. Yi Mei was utterly numb. Hold on, with faces like yours, you're not demons? You're not villains? What righteous person acts like this? Luring people in to possess their bodies, then trapping them inside clay puppets. Then drain their very essence? Look at each and every one of these deeds. Aren't these all things only villains would do? And now you stand here, holding my clay puppet. Claiming you're not villains, you're not demons. Listen to yourself, does that sound like human speech? But though his heart was filled with frustration, Yi Mei dared not speak up now. Having fallen into this predicament. Ultimately, he had only himself to blame. How could he have been so careless? Why didn't he see the deception back then? How could he have been so blindly bold, standing before this snake-headed man and this featherless bird, attempting to possess the boy's body? Why couldn't my brain have worked around the corner? Here, Yemi was deeply frustrated. While Zhang Shuwen, Mo Qiu, and the others were far beyond mere frustration. They were now both worried that Xiao Ran might be possessed by this necromancer. And equally worried that even if he wasn't possessed, his severe injuries might kill him outright. But just as Zhang Shuwen was pouring all his energy into stabilizing Xiao Ran's injuries, Xiao Ran slowly opened his eyes. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and the 9-patterned demon refining gourd materialized. Ahem, use this. After speaking, his head tilted, and Xiao Ran fainted once more. Zhang Shuwen took the 9-patterned demon refining gourd Xiao Ran handed him. No way he's beaten to a pulp like this, and yet that kid Xiao Ran actually managed to wake up? At the same time, he noticed the gourd. Earlier, Xiao Ran had extracted pills from it. So Zhang Shuwen didn't hesitate. He opened the flask and poured a crimson pill into his palm. The moment it touched his skin, a peculiar fragrance wafted out, leaving both Zhang Shuwen and Mo Qiu staring at the pill in utter disbelief. What kind of pill was this? It clearly emitted a pill fragrance. Such pills with this scent were worth at least 100,000 alliance coins each. Was Xiao Ran that wealthy? As he spoke, Zhang Shuwen shook the gourd. Clink, clink, several more pills rattled inside. This must be worth at least several million alliance coins, right? Mo Qiu's reaction shifted from initial astonishment to calm composure with remarkable speed. This dungeon run had left Mo Qiu utterly stunned. Was beyond what any ordinary human could comprehend. Now, even if Xiao Ran were to awaken, take flight right where he stood, then re-enter the dungeon and conquer the entire Blue Star, Mo Qiu wouldn't be surprised. Seriously, Xiao Ran isn't human anymore. He's practically a god at this point. So Mo Qiu hurriedly urged Zhang Shuwen to stabilize Xiao Ran's injuries, while taking Xiao Ran's 9-patterned demon refining gourd to pour out the pills for him to consume. Meanwhile, on the second front, Guan Yutian was now locked in combat with the surging tide of beasts. Not only Guan Yutian, but all the extraordinary professionals from the other second-line squads had now clashed head-on with the beast tide. Those who had been battling in the outer domain battlefield, now, for reasons unknown, felt as if something heavy pressed upon their hearts. As a result, his true strength was only being utilized at a fraction of its potential. Although Guan Yutian was not the strongest among them, he was the one most experienced in dealing with the beasts of the outer battlefields. This sensation, Guan Yutian wouldn't be mistaken, was the effect of a group curse. Everyone, gather together immediately. Cast blessings while simultaneously unleashing curses to dispel the effect. At this very moment, the other squads on the communication devices were puzzled. A curse? What curse? We don't feel anything. Though they did feel their power suppressed. But was that because of a curse? How could that be? The extraterrestrial battlefield is vast and sprawling. And we're so scattered. Even if the enemy has a curse, how could it possibly cover such a vast area? Yet despite these lingering doubts, he followed Guan Yutian's instructions and issued the command. In an instant, the sounds of blessings grew noticeably fewer. More extraordinary practitioners began dispelling curses for the combatants. But the moment the dispels touched those extraordinary practitioners, a blood mist instantly engulfed the support-type extraordinary practitioners. A humanoid beast let out a sinister cackle, vanishing into the shadows after eliminating the support-type extraordinary practitioners. A wave of agonized screams erupted across the communication channel. Guan Yutian was drenched in sweat. What on earth was happening? How had these beasts become so intelligent? They even knew to ambush the support-type extraordinary practitioners? Chapter 119, The Other Golden-Winged Giant Eagle. Guan Yutian was utterly perplexed at this moment. Based on his experience with the combat patterns of beasts in the Outer Realm battlefield, many beasts possessed formidable strength, but their intelligence was their greatest weakness. And these beasts were often dominated by their animalistic nature. This allowed extraordinary practitioners to employ astonishing tactics to defeat formidable beasts. Intelligent beasts certainly exist, but such creatures generally do not engage in combat. Or rather, they disdain to engage in combat. In previous beast surges, intelligent beasts were conspicuously absent. Yet in today's beast tide, intelligent beasts have unexpectedly appeared. Moreover, the Alliance's Information Coordination Center has yet to identify the dominant beast driving this surge, which is simply impossible. Given the current situation, based on Guan Yutian's years of experience, he believes this wave must involve a significant number of intelligent beasts. Otherwise, there's simply no way to explain the current state of this beast tide. One by one, the small teams in the communication network began losing signal, while Guan Yutian's position faced an unprecedented assault from the beast tide. Though he suspected the horde contained many intelligent beasts, Guan Yutian found it peculiar that, as he hadn't spotted a single one in the battles so far, he could only instruct the support class professionals in his squad to maintain vigilance around them, while a small contingent of combat-oriented extraordinary practitioners protected the support-oriented extraordinary practitioners. Yet the beasts within the tide seemed endless, charging relentlessly toward Guan Yutian's squad. The communication devices crackled with chaotic voices. No, Squad 5. Third squad, now. What the hell is that? A sense of unease instantly gripped everyone's hearts. Bad news followed in quick succession. Within 3 minutes, a buzzing sound filled the communication channel. This signaled that, aside from Guan Yutian's team, the other squads were likely in grave danger. Though Guan Yutian was currently blessed with various protective effects, his physical and mental strength had reached their absolute limits. Yet the monstrous beasts before him seemed endless. For every one he slays, 2 more appear slay too, and 4 more emerge. And the members of the squad behind him weren't faring much better. Though the beasts themselves weren't particularly powerful, many had sustained injuries. While none were fatal, they required medical attention. And once treatment began, other combat-oriented extraordinary professionals had to be dispatched to provide protection. In short, though Guan Yutian's face showed no trace of emotion at that moment, his heart had sunk to the lowest depths. This time, his entire squad might well be lost here. Suddenly, a deep beastly roar echoed through the air. And the beasts all swept past Guan Yutian. And not a single one charged forward afterward. Seeing this, Guan Yutian hurriedly retreated to regroup with his squad members. Once reunited, Guan Yutian scanned the surroundings with grave expression. The beasts had now encircled his squad members including himself, forming a 5-meter wide encirclement in the domain battlefield. Boss, what's going on with them? A younger extraordinary practitioner asked Guan Yutian. Guan Yutian shook his head. If my guess is correct, it's likely an intelligent beast issuing a ceasefire command. Or perhaps the leader of this beast tide? This meant that every squad on the second front, except for his own squad, had been wiped out? So this intelligent beast spared them? And the reality unfolded exactly as Guan Yutian had imagined. At that very moment, the beasts before Guan Yutian parted to form a path. Footsteps echoed from the dark depths of the forest on the outer battlefield. All eyes turned toward that passageway. Within the passage, a humanoid creature roughly the same size as Guan Yutian began to materialize. Clad in ancient human black robes, yet its arms and legs resembled those of a bird-like beast. It seemed to still be in the midst of transformation, appearing grotesquely misshapen. Its head was half human in appearance, covered in black feathers, with a sharp beak that clearly resembled a bird's head. A scar across its left eye gave it a truly fearsome appearance. Everyone stared blankly at this humanoid monster before them, never imagining that on the extraterrestrial battlefield, no, or rather, that a beast could take on such a form. It's utterly unbelievable. This creature has never appeared in the Alliance's historical records. Could it be a new species of exotic beast? If Xiao Ran were here, he'd recognize this exotic beast at a glance. It's just too similar. Just as everyone was pondering whether this was a new exotic beast species, it actually spoke in human language. Mortals, kneel and submit to me. The voice seemed to carry infinite penetrating power and allure, echoing through the squad where Guan Yutian stood. Some of the younger extraordinary practitioners, upon hearing its words, their eyes went blank and with a thud, falling directly to their knees on the ground. Those nearby tried to pull them up, but they showed no response, as if their souls had been stolen. How terrifying! A single sentence could reduce someone to this state. But the most crucial question was, how could a beast speak our human language? Those slightly older or more disciplined extraordinary practitioners were now drenched in sweat. What exactly is that thing? What are its intentions? To submit to it? This. At that moment, Guan Yutian stepped forward, staring intently at the figure. Guan Yutian now fully understood. With such power and such an aura, left no doubt this was undoubtedly the leading beast of this beast tide. Not only was it supremely intelligent, but its overwhelming power had caused his young warriors to kneel on the ground as if their souls had been drained. Observing Guan Yutian's reaction, the creature seemed to show genuine interest, then declared, I am the Golden-Winged Great Peng. Mortal, rest assured I am no mindless killer. I only require. But before the Golden-Winged Great Eagle could finish his words, Guan Yutian curled his lips and burst into laughter. Ha! A beast is a beast still no better than a mindless killer? Then let me ask you, where are the men of our second front? Where have they gone? What a load of bull. You slaughtered so many of us, and now you claim you're not a mindless killer? How laughable. Hearing Guan Yutian's words, a beast lurking in the shadows of the tree trunk bared its fangs, ready to leap down and end the man's life. But at that moment, the Golden-Winged Great Eagle raised a hand, signaling the beast not to act, then waited quietly for Guan Yutian to finish laughing, before turning and saying, come out. I imagine he's eager to meet you as well. As the words fell, 15 figures emerged one after another from behind the Golden-Winged Great Eagle. Guan Yutian's face instantly contorted with disbelief. You're not dead? What are you doing here? Before Guan Yutian stood were none other than the 15 squad leaders from the second front's 16 squads. Counting himself, that made 16. At this moment, Guan Yutian looked at these people, then glanced at the Golden-Winged Great Peng. A chill rose from his heart. And the instant that chill took hold, SSSSHHH. Captain. Guan Yutian turned his head and saw a humanoid creature resembling a cheetah, reclined against a tree, tongue extended, licking its sharp claws. In just a few seconds, everyone in Guan Yutian's squad, every member of the squad behind him had been decapitated. Chapter 120, Self-Sacrifice. A buzzing sound began to fill Guan Yutian's ears as he turned to see his squad members decapitated behind him, his eyes slowly turning blood red. These were comrades who had fought alongside him. And now, right before his eyes, Guan Yutian turned to face the dozen squad leaders before him, then glared fiercely at the Golden-Winged Great Peng. His right hand slowly reached into his chest. There, he held the compressed TNT improvised grenade issued by the Alliance. These compressed TNT grenades were standard issue for every squad member, intended for use in inescapable situations like this. But before Guan Yutian could reach the compressed TNT grenade in his chest, he felt his body suddenly grow heavy. Thud. Guan Yutian crashed face first onto the ground. The immense gravitational pressure rendered him completely immobilized. He could only force his head up, staring intently at that striking figure amidst the crowd. Blood trickled slowly from the corner of his mouth. Guan Yutian gritted his teeth and demanded, why? You, all of you, why? Guan Yutian couldn't fathom why his comrades in arms, who had once shared life and death with him, had now sided with the monstrous beast. Why did they show not a shred of emotion over the deaths of my squadmates? Countless questions swirled in his mind. Yet when they reached his lips, only 3 words emerged. Why? Hearing this, all eyes turned to that slender figure. They all knew of her relationship with Guan Yutian. They had once joined the extraterritorial battlefield squad together. Having grown up together and possessing comparable abilities, they quickly became the golden couple everyone talked about. He was smitten, she was receptive to everyone, they were meant to be. But now, Su Lanwen's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, her lips turning pale. Her left fist, clenched tightly all along, relaxed just a little. Guan Yutian felt the pressure ease. Yet in an instant, his body felt as though 1,000 insects were gnawing at his bones, a numbing sensation mingled with agony. As if every inch of his bones were being torn apart by 1,000 insects. With no other choice, Su Lanwen clenched her fist once more bearing the crushing weight of 1,000 pounds upon his body. Guan Yutian spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet his eyes remained fixed on his opponent. Under the crushing pressure, blood streamed from Guan Yutian's eyes, nose, mouth, and even his ears. Though this scene couldn't compare to the decapitated teammates behind Guan Yutian. Yet in this moment of utter despair, the slow, relentless erosion of his opponent's will and life itself. The sight was so unbearable that everyone present turned away. While the beasts gathered at the edges grinned, their expressions a mix of mockery and scorn. The Golden-Winged Great Eagle spoke up, "Enough. Stop." As the words fell, Guan Yutian's body relaxed, and his vision began to blur. But the Golden-Winged Great Eagle stepped before Guan Yutian, then crouched down, extending its claw to touch the top of Guan Yutian's head. In an instant, all of Guan Yutian's injuries were healed. Not only that, but even the lingering ailments accumulated over years of battle vanished completely. His strength even surpassed his previous level by several degrees. Guan Yutian's face was filled with disbelief. He stood up, utterly bewildered by what the other had done to him. But at this moment, Guan Yutian cared little for such questions. His strength had returned, and all his injuries had vanished. So, Guan Yutian hesitated no longer. His body shot upward, charging straight at the golden-winged giant phoenix before him. Yet just as he was about to make contact, a soul-shaking tremor seized him, causing his movements to involuntarily slow. Simultaneously, a tingling sensation began to spread through his mind, then throughout his entire body. After a brief numbness, it felt as though tens of thousands of ants were gnawing at his body. Whether flesh, organs, or even his very brain seemed to be devoured. "What have you done to me?" The words barely left his lips before Guan Yutian could bear it any longer. With a thud, he collapsed to his knees before the Golden-Winged Great Peng. Once the urge to attack the Golden-Winged Great Peng vanished, the sensation rapidly subsided. Su Lanwen, expressionless, stepped forward to help Guan Yutian up. But the moment his hand touched the other, Guan Yutian recoiled in disgust, flinging away the pale palm. Paying him no mind as he fixed his gaze on the Golden-Winged Great Eagle and demanded, "What exactly did you do to me?" Su Lanwen, whose hand had been rebuffed, flashed a hint of reluctance in his eyes, and addressed Guan Yutian, "It's the power of a curse. Yutian, you must stop resisting. Otherwise..." Hearing these words from his childhood friend, Guan Yutian turned to face Su Lanwen, his eyes blazing with fury so palpable it seemed tangible. "What will happen? You'll die. You'll die." Guan Yutian remained silent, merely staring at Su Lanwen. At that moment, one of the captains stepped forward. "Yutian, don't resist. This is our only option now. We've all endured the agony of being devoured by countless insects. Besides, haven't you noticed your hidden ailment has been healed? And hasn't your power grown stronger?" Guan Yutian's face darkened as he surveyed the crowd before him, his gaze finally settling on Su Lanwen's face. "Is this what you've all come to? To bow down to it?" Su Lanwen turned her head away, refusing to meet Guan Yutian's gaze. But the expression on her face spoke volumes. Every single person present silently bowed their heads. Yes, they had yielded. Resistance? What good would it do? The enemy's strength far surpassed their own. That alone was reason enough. The mere fact that it could enhance the innate abilities of S-class extraordinary professionals was already a power beyond comprehension. They had come to the outer realm battlefield. Besides defending the alliance, their greatest personal ambition was to grow stronger. And what comes after growing stronger? Naturally, it's to enjoy greater privileges. Now that their power has been surpassed by the enemy, to submit to it. Isn't that perfectly natural? Though it may not be human, it has tangibly enhanced my capabilities. And crucially, it has cured the chronic ailment that has plagued me for years. So what difference is there between obeying it and obeying the alliance? If it meant growing stronger, if it meant curing the hidden ailments within me, then what does it matter if I walk alongside beasts? This world is ruled by the law of the jungle. Might makes right. That's an eternal truth, isn't it? Is there truly any difference between humans and beasts? Observing the reactions of those before him, Guan Yutian felt his heart turn to ashes. Then a look of resignation spread across his face. "You people, what good is growing stronger? What good is purging the hidden ailments within your bodies? Those who are not of our kind, their hearts must be different. To associate with beasts, how could you even conceive of such a thing? I truly misjudged you all." As he spoke, Guan Yutian turned to look at Su Lanwen. "And you?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Guan Yutian, without hesitation, plunged his right hand into his own chest once more. That crushing sensation instantly flooded Guan Yutian's mind. Guan Yutian fought back with all his might, yet he couldn't escape the corrosive power of this curse. Finally, Guan Yutian gave a bitter smile, his eyes hardening with resolve. "You lot can become puppets of these beasts. I'm out of here." As he spoke, Guan Yutian staggered backward. Just as everyone thought he was about to flee, he flung himself forcefully onto a battle blade driven deep into the earth. With a sharp slash, the blade severed his head cleanly. Simultaneously, the hand resting on his chest released the curse's power in an instant. Following this, Guan Yutian's fingers, acting on inertia, pressed the trigger mechanism of the compressed TNT grenade. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, and a blinding flash of fire erupted across the extraterrestrial battlefield. Chapter 121, Zheng Haozheng, Alone and Unarmed. The blazing scene instantly caught the attention of the Black Hawk helicopter carrying the live broadcast team in the distance. The Black Hawk followed the blaze, heading straight for its source. Viewers, this is the second front squad's position. That fire is clearly from a compressed TNT explosion. Look over there, our Alliance warriors are defending the Alliance with their lives. We need not mourn them in silence. We only need to know they were warriors, men of iron will. Before the host could finish speaking, the camera slowly revealed the Golden-Winged Great Eagle and the dozen or so captains of the second front squadron. Not a single scratch marred their bodies. Golden-Winged Great Peng raised its black claws. Had been completely absorbed by the Golden-Winged Great Eagle. Every single detail was captured by the cameras aboard the Black Eagle. And the chat exploded with comments. What the hell? Didn't the TNT compression grenade explode? Why does it look like it didn't even go off? Look, what is that beast? Why does it resemble a bird man? Wait, look. Why are our people standing right next to that alien creature? What the hell is going on? Why are these people standing with the alien creatures? Could they all have defected? Countless bullet comments drifted by, leaving the hosts utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Why are the captains of these second front squads standing alongside the alien beasts? What on earth was going on? Countless questions flooded the minds of the live streaming team. Just then, the Golden-Winged Great Peng lifted its head and saw the Black Eagle hovering in the sky. Its gaze sharp as a blade. Through the camera lens, everyone clearly saw the Golden-Winged Great Eagle's true form. Good heavens! Is this even a beast? So powerful. Even through the screen, I felt my heart race. What on earth is this thing? An alien beast I've never seen before, do you guys know? At that moment, a scholar deeply versed in exotic beasts sent a comment. Impossible. That physique, that appearance, could it be a shape-shifted form? One comment sparked a storm of reactions, with everyone asking. Shape-shifting? What kind of shape-shifting? Though we've never seen this type of creature before, it's clearly a beast. What are you talking about? Countless questions flooded the comments, yet the ID that posted the shape-shifting comment never revealed itself. Meanwhile, below. Your Majesty, this is our Alliance Black Eagle. The live streaming team should be aboard. One squad leader stated. Being Alliance members themselves, they were well versed in the Alliance's methods. He could also see that the Alliance's internal power was now depleted. The powerful and privileged had long since fled or scattered. Minister Jiang likely sought to use the livestream to stabilize the Alliance's remaining forces. And on the other hand, to show those fleeing elites. Your Majesty, shall we take it down? The squad leader rubbed his hands together eagerly. As if a single command from the Golden-Winged Great Eagle would send him charging to dismantle the Black Eagle. But a gleam of wisdom flashed in Golden-Winged Great Eagle's eyes. Then declared, no need. Let them follow us. With that, Golden-Winged Great Eagle waved his hand, and the beast sprang into action once more. The beast army pressed on toward the Longhua Alliance. The death of Guan Yutian left no particular impression on those present. And even if it did, what could be done? Only. Su Lanwen did not immediately follow the beast tide, but stood frozen in place, gazing at Guan Yutian's severed head not far away. She stepped forward, cradling Guan Yutian's head as tears fell one by one. She couldn't fathom why Guan Yutian would do this. For the sake of the Alliance? Didn't that seem utterly ridiculous? What has the Alliance ever given you? After years of battle, aren't you still just a squad leader? Then why did you continue to serve the Alliance? You could have lived on, so why choose to die this way? What was it all for? Yes, I submitted to the beast. But what I lost was merely my human identity. I'm still very much alive. But now that you're dead, who will even remember you? For the Alliance, you fought on the beast battlefields for years. Who will remember you? Su Lanwen dug a hole, buried Guan Yutian's head. As he departed, Su Lanwen glanced back at the mounded sand. And his eyes gradually grew calm. After all, we were never meant to walk the same path, were we? Muttering to himself, Su Lanwen followed the beast tide without looking back. Every moment was captured by the Black Eagle's live streaming crew. The squad leader of the Alliance front had fully defected to the beasts. The powerful and mysterious beasts. The encirclement by the beast horde's army. All these events pushed the Longhua Alliance to the brink of collapse. A mere spark could send the entire alliance into ruin. Those watching the live broadcast, listening to the live stream, felt as if a heavy stone pressed upon their hearts. Suffocating and unable to breathe. This palpable scent of impending doom made every member of the Alliance desperate to end it all. Being surrounded by beasts was one thing, but for the Alliance's own warriors to turn traitor and side with the beasts? The sky was falling. Zhang Haozheng stood in the Information Coordination Department at that very moment. His mood had sunk to an all-time low. How could things have come to this? The forces he'd spent years building up, all turned against him in an instant? Moreover, through the live broadcast, he had witnessed that mysterious beast. And he was absolutely certain this creature was the very one that had unleashed this catastrophe. Merely through the lens, it could make him tremble. What a terrifying existence. The remaining frontline units would likely be unable to hold it back, and might even follow the example of the second front squad leaders, and defect outright. He didn't know how the enemy managed to make human extraordinary practitioners obey him. But at this very moment, such a thing must not happen again. Thus Jiang Haojing declared, notify all frontline members still on the extraterritorial battlefield to fall back to the alliance. But Minister, are we just going to let these beasts come in unimpeded? A staff member asked anxiously. At that moment, Jiang Haojing turned and walked toward the exit, saying as he went, just relay the order. I'll handle stopping them. This is a dead end. The enemy clearly possesses intelligent beasts. I'll negotiate. If it goes well, we might still have a sliver of hope. If it doesn't go well, at least I'll have tried my best. With that, Jiang Haojing turned and walked out of the Information Coordination Department without looking back. Everyone fell silent. Walking down the street, Jiang Haojing glanced back at his own alliance and let out a bitter laugh. Damn it, how did I get myself into this? Should I really be doing this minister role? Am I really this incompetent at management? This is just awful. Chapter 122, We're all going to die. At Jiang Haojing's command, all extraordinary professionals on every front retreated to defend their positions. Among them, some extraordinary professionals refused the order, refusing to retreat even a single step. But in the end, it was only after Jiang Haojing personally called that they relented. Jiang Haojing's message was crystal clear. You will hold the city's defenses directly, while he himself would confront this beast tied head-on. On the second front, with the exception of Guan Yutian, all remaining squad members defected to the mysterious beast leader. Jiang Haojing's action stemmed from his fear that some among them might follow suit and defect to the beasts. At that point, the beast's forces would grow ever stronger, while their own strength would dwindle, creating a wholly unfavorable situation. Though he didn't know how the other side had managed to make these people obey the beast, Jiang Haojing refused to risk exposing his men to this enigmatic beast. Therefore, Jiang Haojing resolved to face this battle alone. He knew that once he went, he might never return. But Jiang Haojing felt no fear. He hadn't fought in a long time, spending his days dealing with the powerful and the wealthy. He was weary, he was tired. He would rather have everyone witness his glorious death than to cling to life while paying lip service to the alliance. Truth be told, if Jiang Haojing were to retreat and leave, no one would stand in his way. Though he felt he had failed the alliance's people. But neither the common folk nor the low-ranking extraordinary professionals would never say Jiang Haojing was not a good leader of the alliance. For as long as Jiang Haojing remained, their lives improved to some extent. With Jiang Haojing in power, the privileged and wealthy would rein in their excesses considerably. And at the very least, they could still live like human beings. But without Jiang Haojing, these people would ultimately be nothing more than a piece of trash by the roadside. Forget about any livelihood security. Even the extraordinary professionals toiling at the bottom, the spoils they acquire from dungeon runs, would be exploited layer by those in high positions of power and capital. Under these circumstances, no one would dare say Jiang Haojing is doing a poor job. No one would stand in his way if he chose to leave. Jiang Haojing is like someone with limited ability yet persistently striving to change the current state of the alliance. Navigating the corridors of power among these influential figures, enduring unimaginable pressure. Therefore, even if Jiang Haojing were to be the first to withdraw, it would undoubtedly be a positive development. For such individuals are far too rare in this world. As everyone watched Jiang Haojing's retreating figure on the live feed, silent tears welled up in their eyes. Fully aware that this was a hopeless situation. Within Longhua Alliance City, no one could escape death in this catastrophe. At that moment, a mysterious communication signal transmitted directly to Jiang Haojing's earpiece. All privileged elites who fled the city in advance have been eliminated, Minister Jiang. Mission accomplished. The squad is currently under siege by alien beasts. If there is another life, Minister Jiang, we will serve as your warriors once more. ZZZ. The signal cut off. Jiang Haojing's eyes welled with tears. When suddenly, in the live feed, he burst into loud laughter. All eyes turned to Jiang Haojing, utterly baffled by his laughter. Some even thought this was his way of letting go, of finding peace. But his next words left the entire Longhua Alliance speechless. You privileged bastards, did you really think I let you leave the city early out of kindness? In the face of death, all are equal. What gives you the right to escape this deadly trap? As the words fell, Jiang Haojing's face relaxed as if a weight had been lifted. Then fixed his gaze ahead. These words left everyone somewhat perplexed. What on earth was Minister Jiang talking about? What did he mean by equal before death? Hadn't the privileged few already fled the city long ago? Weren't we merely their sacrificial pawns? Those unaware of the situation naturally had no idea. But those privileged elites. At this moment, many of the powerful and wealthy still linger in the city, all having received a unified signal that those who had fled ahead of them had been intercepted and killed. Not a single one survived. This time, all the powerful figures were stunned. And combined with what Jiang Haozheng had just said, they knew exactly why. Jiang Haozheng, that puppet of the Alliance, dared to send assassins to slaughter their family heirs. How could he possibly dare? Didn't he fear our united retaliation? Does he not fear us eliminating him outright? Does he not fear? But at this very moment, those watching Jiang Haozheng on the live feed were suddenly dumbfounded. Jiang Haozheng, this was all his scheme. When news of the beast tide first broke, and before the Information Coordination Department could determine what kind of beast had triggered this surge, Jiang Haozheng had already planned to exploit this beast tide to ambush and eliminate his own people. Well done, Jiang Haozheng. We hadn't even moved against you yet, but you've already struck first? You used the beast tide to trick us into sending our own men out of the city, then you had assassins ready to eliminate them one by one, leaving no survivors. Now you're marching to your death with such bravado. You, those powerful figures, after their initial fury, are beginning to see the truth. This young man, from the moment he took office, had set his sights on dismantling their very foundations. To dismantle the existing systems. Good heavens, how long has this been in the works? The crucial point is that now, with the right timing, location, and support, everyone now knows that these privileged elites received advance notice of the beast's arrival, and had arranged for their own people to flee the city ahead of time, further fueling the hatred of those left behind toward the privileged few, then planting their own agents to eliminate their own people. Some of these loyalists were openly visible, while others remained hidden. But Jiang Haozheng's move uprooted them all, both the overt and the covert. Now they are utterly annihilated. Now, as the beast tide approaches, Jiang Haozheng, as the Alliance's supreme minister, he marches to his death with noble resolve, etching a glorious and majestic image into the hearts of all who witness it. Could these powerful figures have imagined that years later, historians would speak of Jiang Haozheng thus? Jiang Haozheng, as the supreme minister of the Longhua Alliance, sacrificed himself for the citizens within the city. He met his death with noble courage, while simultaneously rooting out the corrupt and powerful figures within the Longhua Alliance one by one. This is a remarkable man. At this very moment, Jiang Hao held the advantage of timing, location, and popular support. All that remains is for Jiang Hao to confront the beast tide head-on, and then sacrifice himself. Then the name Jiang Haozheng will be etched into the very history of Blue Star. The powerful elite stared blankly at the live feed. Jiang Haozheng's figure stood as towering as a mountain, utterly unapproachable. Chapter 123, Tumo's True Form. The Golden-Winged Great Peng now walked unhurriedly toward the Longhua Alliance. Meanwhile, 2Mo, having gathered the beasts outside the Longhua Alliance, also surveyed the city from mid-air. Just then, a powerful gust of wind shot straight toward 2Mo. 2Mo neither dodged nor flinched, simply floating in the air as if utterly confident the attack could not harm him. And just as 2Mo had anticipated, the howling gale, the wings of the extraordinary bird transformed by Lai Feng, struck 2Mo's rotund body directly. Lai Feng had expected this strike to at least knock his opponent out of the air. After all, how could such a meatball-like object defy the laws of nature and float in the air? Yet, the moment his wings made contact, Lai Feng's entire body trembled. With a puff from his mouth, blood spurted forth like a crimson blade. Lai Feng was utterly horrified and scrambled backward, staring intently at the flesh-like mass before him. His attack hadn't inflicted a single scratch? What on earth was this thing? Just as Lai Feng pondered this, 2Mo's single, enormous mouth split open, as if mocking Lai Feng's earlier assault. Then, some rather clumsy words came out of 2Mo Wei's large mouth. Superior bird? Transformation type? Ha, keep it coming. I won't fight back. Though the words were awkward, Lai Feng could still make them out clearly. Already astonished by the opponent's defensive capabilities, Lai Feng was stunned to hear the creature actually speak human language. Though his face betrayed nothing, his mind was already in turmoil. What kind of strange beast was this? Defying the laws of nature to levitate, possessing such terrifying defenses. And now it could even speak human language. Though not entirely clear, Lai Feng now understood this creature possessed intelligence. But how could he fight it now? His earlier attack, though not unleashed at full strength, merely 7/10 of his strength, yet judging by its appearance, it remained completely unscathed? What kind of monster was this? Lai Feng was stunned, yet he showed no sign of retreat. Given the current situation, even if he retreated, it would only mean dying sooner rather than later. This beast could summon so many others with a single roar. Clearly the pivotal creature in this beast tide. Though he had glimpsed the Golden-Winged Great Peng in the live feed, a beast of this caliber before him, it was undoubtedly one of the more significant beasts in this wave. If he could weaken its power even slightly, it would undoubtedly buy everyone more time. Kill it? Lai Feng's earlier strike had already assessed its strength, and it was clear he was no match for it. Even with Li Qingshou's help, the two of them still couldn't stand against it. Given that, Lai Feng hesitated no longer. He unleashed every ounce of strength, relentlessly pounding the enemy's bulky, meatball-like body. His speed was blinding, sonic booms echoing relentlessly across the sky. The attacks came like a downpour, dense and relentless. Liu Feng's speed now multiplied several times over. Under the force of gravity, his assaults surged like a tidal wave, each crest more powerful than the last. Yet, after attacking relentlessly for some time, Liu Feng's heart grew colder and colder. From start to finish, the flesh ball-like beast before him simply floated in the sky, not budging an inch from his assaults. Once, as Liu Feng's attack was about to strike, Liu Feng thought he glimpsed a pair of mesmerizing crimson eyes peering out from its enormous maw. This caused Liu Feng's body to freeze instinctively, and an absurd, terrifying sensation flooded his mind. As an S-rank extraordinary practitioner, he had never experienced such a sensation since his awakening. Cold, merciless like a pair of utterly lifeless hands, creeping up your back like flesh-eating maggots while you slept soundly. That fear, that inexplicable dread, instantly consumed Liu Feng's mind. A mere glance had triggered such psychological turmoil within him. What kind of monster was this? Liu Feng stared at the figure, gasping for breath. An utterly absurd thought, like touching a live wire, flashed through Liu Feng's mind. Could this merely be its outer shell? Liu Feng knew a thing or two about shelled beasts. These creatures were generally not very aggressive, but their defensive capabilities were truly astonishing. Much like the turtles already well known on Blue Star. Gentle in nature, yet possessing formidable defenses. But this thing before him? A turtle? Liu Feng wouldn't believe it for a second. But the pair of eyes he glimpsed within that gaping maw made Liu Feng suspect that the one he was fighting now was merely the opponent's shell. This absurd notion swirled in Liu Feng's mind, leaving him frozen in place. Its defenses could render an S-rank extraordinary professional helpless. If the opponent unleashed its full power, then he. Unlike Liu Feng's stupor, 2Mo still grinned widely. A faint metallic scent wafting from his lips. And the same clumsy human speech emerged from his mouth. Is it over? Then I shall begin. The words barely left his lips before Liu Feng's eyes widened in shock. As 2Mo's massive maw began to expand relentlessly. Stretched to its limit, a pair of deathly pale hands clamped down on the gaping maw. Then, as if exerting force, before even a few seconds had passed, a sharp tearing sound. A head emerged, then lifted its gaze, a faint smile playing at the corners of its mouth. It was the face of a boy, breathtakingly beautiful. But the next moment, the figure emerged from the gaping maw, revealing a male and female form standing directly before Liu Feng. Though instead of legs, they still had their original fleshy spheres. At that moment, Liu Feng froze in utter shock. What kind of monster was this? How could such a creature exist in this world? And what's more, their aura. S-class? Far surpassing S-class. And with just a single glance at Liu Feng, and Liu Feng's transformed supernatural bird form began to destabilize. Feathers began shedding from his entire body. His power steadily drained away. Upon witnessing Liu Feng's state, his voice grew clear at that moment, no longer carrying the previous awkwardness. Most crucially, with every word spoken, the accent shifted. First a man's voice, huh? Seeing me made you transform? Then a woman's voice, probably scared silly by our beauty. At the feet of 2Mo and Liu Feng, Zhan Chengtian and the others now witnessed the spectacle unfolding in the sky. Every single person was utterly stunned by the spectacle unfolding above. What on earth is that thing? Speaking human language was one thing, but why were there two voices? At that moment, no one noticed that Li Qingshou's hands had begun to tremble uncontrollably. Those A-class extraordinary practitioners, along with those of lower ranks, were unable to perceive the true extent of its power. But as an S-rank extraordinary practitioner, his senses far surpassed others. And at this moment, he was trembling. A trembling that seemed to emanate from his very soul. A sensation he had felt before, when he had slain that S-rank Bone King. Back then, he had been just like this now. Every pore radiating cold. This feeling, like maggots burrowing into his bones, caused Li Qingshou's eyes to gradually turn blood red. He knew the S-rank instance before him was crucial. But compared to that monstrous beast in the sky, it now seemed insignificant. If the S-rank instance could destroy a city, then that monstrous beast in the sky could, without exaggeration, wipe out 5 cities. This was beyond comparison with any instance. Li Qingshou could no longer focus on the S-rank instance. Instead, he aimed his gun directly at the monstrous beast in the sky. Chapter 124, I'll take care of him first. At that very moment, Zhan Chengtian's entire body began to tremble. This sensation left only one word echoing in his mind. A single word, escape. Flee at all costs. Though Zhan Chengtian was an S-rank extraordinary practitioner, he hadn't ventured into dungeons for combat in ages, let alone engaged in combat on the extraterritorial battlefield. Zhan Chengtian had almost forgotten he was still an S-tier extraordinary practitioner. In stark contrast to Zhan Chengtian, the 38-tier extraordinary practitioners dispatched by Zhang Haojing though their faces were grim and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. They had, after all, entered the Outer Realm battlefield. And warriors who had battled those monstrous beasts. And though they were afraid, not a single one of them entertained the thought of fleeing. At this moment, one of the A-class extraordinary professionals, apparently the squad leader of the 30 men, shouted to the crowd gathered outside the dungeon. "Everyone! Run now! Don't look back!" His words struck like a thunderclap, instantly jolting everyone present back to their senses. Upon hearing these words, they sprang into action as if engines had been installed in their bodies. No one needed urging, no one needed shoving. The crowd went wild, scattering in all directions at breakneck speed. Some young extraordinary practitioners, their legs trembling from fear of the beasts in the sky, were either carried or lifted by others, away from the current S-rank instance and the strange, powerful beast in the sky. As for 2MO, seeing the people below scattering in panic, didn't bother to stop them. A faint smile played upon his exquisite face, as if strolling through a park with effortless ease. Once the crowd dispersed, Zhan Chengtian could hold back no longer. The coordination department, the so-called leaders. "I'm running, I'm living, I've got plenty of time and money left to squander. How could I possibly die here?" And so, S-class extraordinary practitioner Zhan Chengtian, head of the Alliance Dungeon Coordination Department. Without a second thought, he summoned every ounce of strength, fixed his gaze on a direction, and fled with frenzied desperation. His speed leaving everyone utterly speechless. The 30 A-class extraordinary practitioners on the field, Li Qingshu, along with Lai Feng in the sky, and even 2MO, all stared at Zhan Chengtian in disbelief as he sprinted away like a madman. Dashing away. Li Qingshu spat in the direction of Zhan Chengtian's retreat. "Damn these power-hungry bastards." The 30 extraordinary practitioners cursed and grumbled. "Damn it, Minister Jiang was absolutely right. These people in power are truly the scum of the pot. I thought Zhan Chengtian would be different from them. He even voted for Minister Jiang before. Who knew he'd turn out like this? These privileged bastards spend all day scheming how to squander and indulge. Oomph. Well, now they're in for it. Running? What good will it do? It's just a matter of dying sooner or later. Spit. Beasts." The rising tide of curses momentarily drowned out the oppressive aura 2MO had cast over the crowd. Now, as he watched Zhan Chengtian's blinding speed, 2MO suddenly smiled. And addressed Lai Feng, "Is this the leader of your alliance?" Lai Feng's body was gradually degenerating, though his wings hadn't fully atrophied, allowing him to stand before 2MO. Hearing the question, it was unclear what Lai Feng was thinking. He suddenly chuckled softly and said, "Hat, isn't that just the truth? Even you beasts must be laughing at us when you see this, right? I truly regret not finishing off such a coward before I died." Hearing Lai Feng's words, 2MO's expression turned pensive. Then spoke, "Then I'll help you take him out first." "What?" Lai Feng doubted his own ears, wondering if he'd misheard. What had the other man just said? These words were heard not only by Lai Feng, but also by Li Qingshu and the 30 extraordinary professionals present. All heard it too. And strange expressions spread across their faces, utterly baffled by what the other party was saying or attempting to do. But before anyone could react, in the blink of an eye, or perhaps just a brief lapse in attention, 2MO's figure seemed to flicker in place. And then, in the next instant, something seemed to appear clutched in his fair, handsome hand. By the time the others could make out what it was, a chill crept up from the depths of their hearts. At that very moment, in 2MO's grasp, Zhan Chengtian's body was pierced through by the opponent. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying thing was, Zhan Chengtian seemed completely unaware. His face still frozen in a mix of anxiety and relief. His chest rising and falling uncontrollably, as if celebrating his narrow escape. But when Zhan Chengtian saw Lai Feng before him, then glanced down at Li Qingshu and the 30 extraordinary practitioners below, Zhan Chengtian was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? What the hell? Didn't I run away? Why am I still seeing all this? Countless questions surged in his mind. Just my heart? Why does it feel so empty? Battlefield Heaven lowered his gaze, only to see a pale, white palm, piercing straight through his chest. And within that pale palm, a crimson mass of blood now seemed to be held. The blood mass pulsed as if alive. An indescribable pain instantly spread throughout his body. Ah! A piercing scream erupted as Zhan Chengtian's body began to convulse. He tried to turn and see what had caused this. He wanted to know he had fled at top speed. Why had the enemy still found him and struck him directly? Blood foam began spilling from his mouth. Grew increasingly indistinct. Why is this happening? Why? I clearly. Monster. Ugh. Gradually, the blood within Zhan Chengtian's body was being absorbed by 2MO. Her body grew cold. And his consciousness grew hazy. Zhan Chengtian never imagined that even though he had run so fast and so far, why was he still dying? And why must he die before so many others? Even if death was inevitable, why couldn't he be the last to go? He hadn't lived enough yet. I still have plenty of time, plenty of money to squander. Zhang Chengtian stared with wide eyes, devoid of any spark of life. Lai Feng, Li Qingshou, and 30 extraordinary practitioners watched the scene unfold before them. Fear? No, it was a feeling that transcended fear. That was shock, utter, profound shock. Yet what they found most unbearable was this. As this monstrous beast pierced through Zhang Qingtian's body, seemed to be gradually absorbing the opponent's blood. Not only that. At that moment, 2Mo seized Zhang Qingtian's still beating heart and swallowed it whole. Blood mingling with 2Mo's exquisite features. A scene as eerie as could be imagined. And yet, it continued to pulsate even after being swallowed. His expression radiated pure, unadulterated pleasure. To the uninitiated, it might seem as though she were savoring some rare delicacy. That look of rapture, that look of intoxicated madness, sent a chill creeping up everyone's spine from the soles of their feet. A question clung to their minds like a parasite in the flesh. Wait a minute, will I end up like Zhang Chengtian, drained of blood and then gutted and devoured by the other party? Would they wear that same look of pure enjoyment? Chapter 125, Leng Yunyan breaks the curse. 2Mo's methods were spine-chilling. Yet even so, neither Lai Feng, Li Qingshou, nor the 30 Class A extraordinary professionals entertained thoughts of fleeing. They had already accepted their impending doom at the hands of this monstrosity before them. Could they possibly escape? Its speed could no longer be described as merely terrifying. And with the S-rank instance ready to activate at any moment. If they fled now, who could possibly stop the instance from spreading? Even if they couldn't defeat this terrifying monster before them, they could at least delay the dungeon spread, buying others a fleeting moment to survive. Yes, this is a dead end. Everyone including this city and the Longhua Alliance will be destroyed today, becoming a new frontier battlefield. But that can wait until after I'm dead, right? Flee without a fight? Cowardice? That is absolutely not something a transcendent practitioner would do. Fight until the end? He's nothing but a clown who's climbed to the upper echelons. When it comes to strength and combat prowess, such a person is even less than an ordinary person at this very moment. The initial beast-tide broadcast by Black Eagle was intended, in part, to show the city's inhabitants. We stand with integrity, we do not seek to create panic. We will become history. We are documenting history. Within the city, some media outlets have also begun documenting the current situation. The battle between Lai Feng and 2Mo, from the moment he transformed to the scene where he fled like a mad dog, were all broadcast live. Seeing Zhang Chengtian flee in disgrace, only to be instantly killed by this monstrous beast, even the media personnel couldn't help but think, well deserved. Meanwhile, beyond the camera's view, the people watching these media reports also witnessed this scene and began hurling abuse at the higher-ups. Spit. Serves them right. Damn it, these power-hungry bastards, these privileged elites, all they know how to do is squeeze us dry, they deserve to die. If the beasts could just wipe out these bastards first, I'd die smiling. You bet. Sometimes, the higher-ups in our alliance are worse than a beast. Is that how humans should act? Killing them is so satisfying. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Rip out their hearts and take a good look inside. See if they're wolves or dogs. After a brief release of pent-up anger, everyone fell silent. The terror of this beast far exceeded their wildest imaginings. Though they were low-level extraordinary practitioners, they'd faced countless dangers in dungeons. Yet this monstrous beast, merely through the screen, yet they could still sense its overwhelming aura. Most crucially, its utterly carefree demeanor, as if no one before it could stand as an opponent. That was the truest terror. Unfathomable, unbeatable, what else could they do? At this very moment, many began to wonder, if this monstrous beast could first eliminate the corrupt officials within the city, those who only crave power and plunder, then they could die with smiles on their faces. 2Mo, having savored the heart of Zhang Chengtian, like an exceptionally refined gentleman, wiped the corner of his mouth, then smiled and remarked, "You extraordinary practitioners really are a different breed to devour." By your human standards, this would be an S-class extraordinary practitioner, right? Though phrased as a question, 2Mo spoke as if to himself, without waiting for a response. Instead, he glanced down at the pitch-black dungeon portal below, a fleeting, almost imperceptible flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. After scanning the surrounding figures, a faint smile touched his lips. "You humans are truly united," he remarked. "Even now, you still strive to prevent the cage from spreading, but as I see it, you needn't bother anymore. This cage has already been shattered." Those two brief sentences carried immense weight, and everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the pitch-black dungeon portal. What did he mean? A cage? Not a dungeon? And the cage has been broken? Does that mean the dungeon has already been cleared? Are you kidding me? This is an S-rank instance, and the team inside was just a raid squad made up of E-rank extraordinary professionals. According to this monster, A raid team of E-rank extraordinary professionals could clear this S-rank instance in just a few short hours? Is that even possible? Could such an absurd thing even happen in this world? Everyone fell silent, but Lai Feng spoke up. The prison you mentioned, are you referring to this instance below? If the cage is broken, does that mean this instance has been cleared? The silent crowd stared at 2MO, awaiting his response. 2MO gave a faint smile and offered an ambiguous reply. Who knows? Meanwhile, at young Master Lang's residence, all the elders of the Long family were gathered in the martial arts training ground, including young Master Lang himself. Lang Yunyan stared at the live feed before her with a complex expression, clearly seeing the golden-winged great eagle's face. The curse that had been bound to her body began to stir the moment she saw him. Lang Yunyuan's face remained as frosty as ever. She couldn't understand why he would make such a move. She had already found the one destined for great fortune. All she needed was a little more time to bring him over for the great omen bearer to devour. But what was she now? Lang Yunyuan felt like nothing more than a clown. She was the captain of the vanguard squad. She was a warrior of the alliance. Yet now, because of the curse he had placed upon her, the changes it had wrought upon her strength, she was trapped here, unable to advance or retreat. An unnamed rage flared within Lang Yunyan's heart. The curse within her body intensified with each surge of rage. Yet Lang Yunyan stubbornly refused to yield. As Lang Yunyan wrestled within herself, mustering every ounce of strength to resist the surging curse. On the other side, the Golden-Winged Great Peng, slowly approaching the Longhua Alliance, seemed to sense something, lifting its head to gaze at the sky, and murmured, "Truly worthy of the ice-like physique and jade-like bones constitution to resist my curse. But the moment the words left his mouth, the golden-winged great eagle sensed something amiss. No, could I have misread this? An ice-skin jade-bone physique, capable of evolution? At that very moment, Cold Yunyan, standing with her back to the Cold family members, exuded an aura as if she had been completely reborn. A chill instantly enveloped everyone present. This chill did not merely cause physical shivers, but a soul-piercing chill that penetrated to the very core. Yet this aura came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Now, Lang Yunyan felt utterly refreshed, as if she had been drenched in nectar and ambrosia. A profound sense of ease and comfort washed over her. For the first time, shock flashed in Lang Yunyan's eyes. What was happening? My body feels different somehow. But this transformation was far too profound and mysterious, even for Lang Yunyan, the body's owner, to fully comprehend. Meanwhile, far away on the battlefield beyond the domain, the golden-winged great eagle's expression suddenly turned cold, halting instantly in his tracks. And with that, the entire beast-tide army halted as well. Golden-winged great eagle's eyes grew icy as he murmured, "To think she relied on my curse to enhance her original ice-sculpted jade bone physique. Was it the 9 netherworld's icy constitution when the aura was severed?" With this thought, the golden-winged great Peng beckoned with a wave of its hand, and the humanoid monster that had remained hidden nearby instantly materialized beside him. "Your Majesty, your command." The golden-winged great eagle waved his hand, and a strand of hair fell. After the humanoid monster caught it, the golden-winged great eagle spoke in a hollow tone, "Tushan, find her, alive. She is my perfect crucible. As you command, your Majesty." Chapter 126, The Long Clan's Noble Sacrifice. Tushan's figure moved like a ghostly apparition, her speed several times faster than that of 2MO before her. He charged straight toward the gap in the outer perimeter of the original Longhua Alliance, and that very spot was where Wan Qingqing stood. At this moment, Lang Yunyan, having confirmed the curse within her body had vanished, instantly regained her composure. Originally, she had been bound by the opponent's curse, becoming their tool, searching for those blessed with great fortune. But now she was no longer their puppet. She was now a warrior of the Alliance, the captain of the Alliance's vanguard squad. Thus, Lang Yunyuan turned to face the assembled crowd, her final gaze settling upon young Master Lang. This time, Lang Yunyan shed her usual coldness, nor the usual sternness. Though expressionless, young Master Lang could keenly sense that his sister seemed different from before. At that moment, Lang Yunyan's voice rang out, "Everyone, I am a transcendent practitioner. Now you have seen it for yourselves. This is a dead end. I can't guarantee everyone's survival, yours included." As she spoke, Lang Yunyan glanced at Lang Xiao. A sudden pang of unease gripped young Master Lang's heart, as if he'd recalled something dreadful. Lang Yunyan continued, "I won't waste words. If any of you survive, at least make sure this kid dies last. That's all." Before anyone could respond, Lang Yunyan kicked young Master Lang into the crowd, though this time, she didn't use much force. Soon, a chill aura swirled around her body, a crystalline armor covering her entire body. Then, a dazzling yet unadorned frozen spear materialized in her hand. She turned and flew away without looking back. At that moment, young Master Lang stumbled out, but after only a few steps, he fell flat on his face. Summoning every ounce of strength, young Master Lang shouted at the tiny black speck in the sky. Sis, don't go. As his voice faded, only the size of those around him remained, and young Master Lang's face buried in the dirt, tears mingling with the dirt, as if he were a filthy child. Scenes from the past played out like a movie before Lung Xiao's eyes. How could you still wet your pants at your age? Face the wall. How did a coward like you even survive this long? How could you possibly be my brother? Did you wet yourself again? Good for nothing. In his memories, his sister had never spoken kindly to him, nor given him a single kind look, but just now, he saw it. He saw the tenderness in her eyes for him, though it was but a fleeting moment. But that's just how people are. Between family, there is no hatred. A single glance is all it takes, for both to understand the other's heart. His sister still loved him after all. So Lang Xiao sprang to his feet and dashed madly toward the direction Lung Yunyan had fled. But before he could take more than a few steps, the Lung family's butler and those old men all blocked young Master Lang's path. Young Master Lang, you mustn't go. Your sister has spoken, you cannot go. Even if you wish to die, you must die before us. This was your sister's final instruction. A venerable elder of the Lung family spoke up. The scene instantly fell silent. The hands that had been pulling young Master Lang back also froze. The elder stepped forward, patted young Master Lang on the shoulder, and suddenly remarked with a hint of playfulness, but your sister never specified where we should die, did she? As the words fell, everyone present stared at the elder in utter shock. Even young Master Lang froze, staring at the old man in disbelief. Grandpa Long Wu, what you're saying? Young Master Lang's expression was peculiar, though his mind was perfectly clear. Lang Wu gently ruffled Lang Xiao's hair with a hint of indulgence. Of course, we should at least die together with your sister, right? In an instant, the tense atmosphere that had hung over the Lang family was instantly lifted by this single remark. You're absolutely right. We should at least die alongside the young lady. We're not some privileged nobles. Our Lang family is a lineage of loyal martyrs. How could I just sit here waiting for them to come kill us? Come on, let's head to the battlefield and fight them now. You bunch of animals. Think you can turn the tables on me? Young Master Lang, come, let your sister witness this. You are an S-tier extraordinary practitioner. One of only 2 S-tier extraordinary practitioners in the entire Lang family. The gazes of the crowd felt like shots of adrenaline, filling young Master Lang's heart with warmth and boundless courage. He wiped the filth from his face, clenched his fist, and declared to the crowd, let's go. No one from the Long family is a coward. Let's kick their asses. The entire Long family mobilized, fearless in the face of life and death. Meanwhile, on Bai Chuchu's side of the Bai family, Bai Lingfeng was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. The family members below were murmuring in disarray. Everything had come crashing down at once. Xiao Ran hadn't died. Beasts besieged the city. And the mid to high-ranking family members originally assigned to leave the city had all been outmaneuvered by Jiang Haozhen. Bai Lingfeng was on the verge of losing his mind. It seemed as though every single thing was targeting the Bai family, making the atmosphere in the hall incredibly oppressive. Head of the family, what are we to do? All exits are sealed off now. Master, please say something. We cannot die here. Is the century-old foundation of our family to be destroyed here? Master, you must avenge our Changfeng. Even if I die, I will make sure Xiao Ran dies before me. Though spoken softly, these words ignited like a lit match in that moment, igniting the blazing fury within Bai Lingfeng's heart. Bai Lingfeng slammed his fist on the table before him. Bang! Everyone fell silent, staring at Bai Lingfeng, while Bai Lingfeng turned his gaze toward a woman in the corner, none other than Bai Qingfeng's mother. Bai Qingfeng's mother remained completely unaware of the situation at that moment. Seeing everyone's gaze turn to her, she immediately rushed to Bai Lingfeng's side and knelt on the ground. Master of the household, you must avenge our Changfeng. He was killed by Xiao Ran. You surely know of this matter. Why? Why won't you kill that Xiao Ran? Even if it costs me my life, I will make sure Xiao Ran dies before me. Master, this is all Xiao Ran's fault. After these few sentences, were devoid of any emotion. Bai Changfeng? Who is that? Killed by Xiao Ran? Who is Xiao Ran? And all this is Xiao Ran's fault? Sis, do you even realize what you're saying? Meanwhile, Bai Lingfeng's face began to twitch uncontrollably. Xiao Ran, Xiao Ran, why is Xiao Ran everywhere I go? Why isn't that brat dead? What gives him the right to survive? Chapter 127, is Xiao Ran the savior? Clearly, the woman's words had struck Bai Lingfeng's lightning nerve with pinpoint accuracy, and Bai Lingfeng exploded with rage. Get the hell out of my sight. Xiao Ran, Xiao Ran. If anyone dares mention that name in front of me again, I'll be the first to kill them. You. Bai Lingfeng pointed at the woman kneeling at his feet. Get the hell out of here. Xiao Ran, Xiao Ran, Xiao my ass. If you don't get the hell out now, I'll slap you to death. You keep blaming Xiao Ran for everything, but why don't you mention that these beasts besieged the city specifically to find Xiao Ran? Why don't you mention your son was beheaded by Xiao Ran himself, then tossed into the incinerator to burn? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Let me tell you, Xiao Ran is nothing but an E-grade janitor, a worthless piece of trash doomed to eat from garbage heaps for the rest of his life. Listen to me, you don't need to say any of this. If I knew where Xiao Ran was right now, I'd be the first to kill that piece of trash myself. Death? I'll make sure that brat dies before me. Damn it, you old hag. Mind your own business. Bai Lingfeng's barrage of curses left everyone present staring at him in disbelief. If you weren't the family head, wouldn't this rage of yours be a bit out of place? Yes, we are currently under siege by the beasts, but at least we have numbers on our side. Maybe one or two of us can escape. Given our resources, we should at least be able to preserve one or two sparks of hope outside, right? But what exactly is your grudge against this Xiao Ran? Is it really worth this? Besides, you just said yourself, this kid is just an E-rank janitor. Damn it, if our proud Bai family, a century-old clan, if we were wiped out by beasts, that'd be one thing, but before we're wiped out by beasts, you tell us you need to kill some E-rank janitor first? Is that even right? How could things possibly be like this? At this moment, Bai Lingfeng was teetering on the edge of madness. Yes, death. If I die, I'll take Xiao Ran down with me. All of you right now, go find that E-grade janitor. Xiao Ran. Hearing this, everyone present exchanged stunned glances. Not the family head. What the hell are you thinking? You're out of your mind. We're all going to die here. And instead of making proper arrangements, and instead you're sending us out to find some E-grade janitor to drag back as a scapegoat? Is this even something a human being could conceive? But these words, these people dared not speak aloud, because all the assets and resources are controlled by Bai Lingfeng alone. So who among them dared utter a single word of dissent? Though their expressions remained unchanged, deep down, they all considered Bai Lingfeng a complete idiot. How could such an idiot possibly be the head of the family? He's nothing short of a lunatic. It's like you're about to die, then suddenly realize, oh, I forgot to take a piss. So full of drama and absurdity. Isn't that just plain stupid? So the entire Bai family first rushed to the Bai family council hall to discuss their next move, only to emerge in a daze, without reaching any conclusions whatsoever, only to be told to start searching for an E-rank janitor named Xiao Ran. The sheer absurdity and nonsense of it all made many wonder if Bai Lingfeng's brain had been rotted by the beasts. Within mere minutes, this directive was relayed down the chain of command by the Bai family's higher-ups, and as the information trickled down through the ranks, began to lose its original meaning. At first, one of the higher-ups, after getting into his car, he cursed at his subordinates. Damn it, that Bai Lingfeng has his brain been eaten by a beast? He hires some E-grade janitor and drags him down with him? What a lunatic! These few short sentences, overheard by the driver and his men, they grew increasingly distorted as they spread. Rumors swirled that Bai Lingfeng was now corrupted by the beast, that they were all its prisoners, but Bai Lingfeng retained a sliver of sanity and ordered them to find an E-grade cleaner named Xiao Ran who could help him break free from the beast's influence. And even more absurd rumors claimed Bai Lingfeng had an illegitimate son named Xiao Ran, because Xiao Ran had awakened as an E-class cleaner. Bai Lingfeng had abandoned him. Now, at the final hour, Bai Lingfeng wants to see his son. After all, the beast has already devoured half of his brain. In short, the entire Bai family, on the brink of death, began frantically searching for this E-class cleaner named Xiao Ran. Just say whether you know this person or not. This absurd saga of the Bai family soon caught the attention of several media outlets. After all, these media outlets were now camped outside the residences of the Alliance's powerful figures and prominent families, eager to witness what choices these individuals would make in the face of life or death peril, whether they'd cower within their own territories awaiting death, or charge bravely into battle, proving to all that no matter how powerful the elite, they too could fight. Meanwhile, the Long family's reputation soared like a ship riding the rising tide. Everyone witnessed the Long family's stance through the live broadcast. Every member of the Long family, including the newly awakened S-rank extraordinary practitioner, young Master Lang, are all heading toward the S-rank instance, unable to reach the extraterritorial battlefield, so they resolved to help contain the S-rank instance before it spread further. Among them, a servant of the Long family was interviewed. Oh, we're heading to the location of that S-rank instance. Though I'm no extraordinary practitioner, I was born and raised in the Long household. Even without bearing the Lang surname, this family is my home. I'm not afraid of any beasts. Well, of course I am a little, but seeing everyone else here, my fear just vanished. The reporter's face showed genuine surprise. But aren't you afraid your actions might be meaningless? You're just an ordinary person. I believe whether something has meaning isn't for you to define for our Lang family. If we find it meaningful, that's enough. The words of the Long household servants instantly caused everyone to look upon the Long family with newfound respect. Good. Though the Langs bear a cold surname, their hearts burn fiercely. We find meaning in this, that's enough. Well done, lad. Could the young masters and mistresses of other families learn from the Long family? Even a servant possesses such fighting spirit, what about you? Ha! People truly are different from one another. Members of the same family are indeed different from one another. You lot from other families, kneel down and study the Long family. This is what you'll spend your entire lives looking up to. The Long family's interview has galvanized everyone within the alliance. Meanwhile, the Bai family frantically began searching for Xiao Ran's whereabouts, naturally drawing intense media attention. Are you Bai family now going to join the battle like the Long family? A young reporter thrust a microphone under a Bai family member's chin. The Bai family member paused, then nodded. Yes, that's correct. Our Bai family is currently searching for the savior to break this deadlock. Hearing this, the remaining reporters were all dumbfounded. What the hell? Your Bai family is searching for a savior to break this deadlock? Good heavens, isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? So all the reporters swarmed around this Bai family member, forming 3 tight circles around him. Seeing this spectacle, the Bai family member showed no sign of panic, instead wearing a smugly confident expression. Look at this is the charm of the Bai family. May I ask, who is the savior who has emerged from this deadlock? How does your Bai family know this person can save our alliance? A savior? Is this for real? Could you share any details? This is the most critical moment. Seeing the reporters surrounding them, the Bai family members first flashed a confident smile, then stated, it's simple. You know Bai Lingfeng, the head of the Bai family, right? Though he's now been corrupted by the beast, a sliver of humanity remains within him. In that moment of humanity, he told us to seek out an E-class janitor. He said only this E-class cleaner could save us and our alliance. That person's name isn't a secret either. I happen to need your help finding him. That person is Xiao Ran, E-class cleaner Xiao Ran. Chapter 128, Bai Chuchu emerges from seclusion. Stunned by reporters, the Bai family's statement quickly sparked widespread discussion. Seriously? The head of the Bai family was actually corrupted by a beast? But that's not the point, okay? The point is this E-class janitor named Xiao Ran. Exactly. How could this be? A lowly E-rank janitor, how could he be the savior? But the Bai family is a century-old clan. Even if they've been corrupted by the beast, maybe they possess some unique prophetic abilities? You know what? Haven't you noticed how all the Bai family members are now searching for this E-rank janitor? Xiao Ran? Clearly, this is the real deal. But can a mere E-rank janitor save us? Or rather, save the Longhua Alliance? Never mind whether he can or can't, just find this Xiao Ran already. Hey, you know what? You're right. I actually awakened the E-rank cleaner profession earlier. I feel my blood boiling now, I'm ready to charge into battle. Give me a break. You, first check if you're feeling it chill down there. I still don't believe it, but the Bai family's actions leave me no choice but to believe. Bottom line, everyone knows now, the Bai family is actively searching for an E-rank janitor named Xiao Ran. And according to the Bai family's own words, they all know that if they can find this E-rank janitor, Xiao Ran, perhaps this catastrophe could be averted. As for how exactly it could be averted, well, that remains to be seen. Watching the live broadcast at that very moment, Bai Lingfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, what the hell are these idiots talking about? Is this really the order I gave? How did it turn out like this? Great, now everyone knows that our Bai family, a century-old family, at this critical moment of life and death, mobilizing en masse to hunt down some E-grade janitor. At least those people don't know what the Bai family wants with Xiao Ran. Only the idiotic rumors about Xiao Ran being some kind of savior. If these people ever found out we only wanted Xiao Ran as a scapegoat, the Bai family's century-old prestige would be utterly destroyed in an instant. At this point, Bai Lingfeng understood that issuing further orders or attempting to clarify matters himself would be futile. He might as well let it be. After all, everyone was going to die anyway. So what if I drag Xiao Ran down with me? If only they could find this Xiao Ran directly. What savior nonsense. I'll slice off that brat's head with one sword stroke. Then I'll kill myself. What a bunch of idiots. Muttering to himself, Bai Lingfeng ordered his men to wipe the bloodstains off the livestream screen. Now, he'd wait for his men to find Xiao Ran, and bring him here so I can slice this brat's head off with a single stroke, thus fulfilling his final wish before death. As for his daughter, Bai Chuchu, a look of desolation flashed across Bai Lingfeng's face for the first time. After a century of lineage, the family had finally awakened an S-tier extraordinary practitioner and a sword immortal at that. Had it not been for this siege by the beasts, Bai Lingfeng was certain his daughter would have elevated the Bai clan to unprecedented heights. It could be said that Bai Chuchu bore the burden of ensuring the Bai family's enduring prosperity. Yet this girl was always thinking about that E-rank janitor, Xiao Ran. Bai Lingfeng truly despairs at her stubbornness. Xiao Ran, what on earth is going on? Is this guy going to be my lifelong thorn in the side? While Bai Lingfeng stewed in frustration, Bai Chuchu was currently in the Bai family's training chamber. Ever since the last dungeon battle, Bai Chuchu had been training relentlessly in the chamber, consolidating her previous combat experience and familiarizing herself with the class skills she had mastered. Among these, she had grasped a skill called Qi cultivation, a support-type ability that allowed Bai Chuchu to cultivate. It must be noted that for extraordinary practitioners, whether mastering skills or enhancing strength, can only gain through combat. Bai Chuchu's Qi cultivation skill, however, allowed her to enhance her strength even when not engaged in combat. Therefore, when Bai Chuchu agreed to her father's request to revisit the dungeon with young Master Lang, she resolved to enter seclusion for intensive training. At that moment, Bai Chuchu sat within her cultivation chamber. A misty aura slowly rose from her head, her bones and meridians, guided by the flowing energy, continuously nourishing her body. Bai Chuchu slowly opened her eyes, a sharp gleam flashing within them before. Then the aura began to withdraw. Her white hair stirred without wind, floating and spiraling with an ethereal grace, the two words that best described Bai Chuchu at that moment. Glancing up at the time, Bai Chuchu's pink lips curved into a faint smile. I wonder where brother Xiao Ran is right now, after secluding himself for so long. I wonder if brother Xiao Ran is thinking of me. As she spoke, Bai Chuchu rose to her feet and walked toward the exit of the cultivation chamber. Upon stepping out, Bai Chuchu frowned, finding the area outside her cultivation room completely deserted. That doesn't make sense. When I came in earlier, there were Bai family guards stationed right here at the door. Why isn't a single one in sight now? And why did an inexplicable sense of unease grip her heart? Could something have happened? Ever since she began cultivating using the refining Qi skill, Bai Chuchu's personal strength had not only increased, but more crucially, her overall senses had sharpened by several levels. At this moment, Bai Chuchu found her inner world in utter disarray, with a cacophony of voices ringing incessantly in her ears. So Bai Chuchu stepped out of the Bai residence. At that moment, the entire Bai household had mobilized to search for Xiao Ran, the E-rank janitor. Even the servants had been dispatched, leaving only Bai Chuchu and Bai Lingfeng behind in the now empty residence. While Bai Lingfeng waited at home for news of Xiao Ran's whereabouts, while watching the live stream. Meanwhile, Bai Chuchu, completely undisturbed, making her way to the exterior of the Bai residence. At this moment, some reporters were still lingering outside the Bai residence, and they saw a woman emerge from within, and a stunningly beautiful young woman with an otherworldly aura. They all rushed forward in a flurry. Bai Chuchu, seeing this, hesitated not a moment. Sword followed intent. With a clang, the ancient sword slid from its scabbard at her command, then began spinning rapidly around Bai Chuchu. She acted thus because she sensed no hostility from those around her. She simply did not want anyone to approach her. Only, the moment Bai Chuchu assumed the stance of a sword immortal, those reporters, after a brief moment of surprise, immediately erupted into wild excitement. Standing not far from Bai Chuchu, they called out loudly, "Is this Miss Bai Chuchu, the S-rank sword immortal? We've heard you've been in seclusion. Coming out now, are you going to find your fiancé? Do you know your entire family is searching for your fiancé right now? A savior paired with an S-rank sword immortal, it's simply the perfect match. Miss Bai Chuchu, is there anything you'd like to say to our viewers? Miss Bai Chuchu, could you tell us how you met Xiao Ran, this savior? Also, Xiao Ran is an E-rank janitor. While you're an S-rank sword immortal, does his occupation bother you? To witness such a breathtaking romance right before our impending deaths, what a blessing in disguise." Hearing the questions from those around her, Bai Chuchu was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? What fiancé? What savior? What do you mean everyone is about to die? What the hell are you all talking about? Chapter 129, Bai Chuchu rushes to the scene. Bai Chuchu was utterly baffled, completely clueless about what these reporters were babbling about. Meanwhile, Bai Lingfeng, watching the live feed, suddenly sensed something was terribly wrong. He burst out the front door, as towering sword energy instantly filled the space around Bai Chuchu, who was surrounded by reporters. Seeing her father appear beside her, Bai Chuchu grew even more bewildered and asked her father, "Dad, what's going on here?" Bai Lingfeng's face darkened, and he remained silent. He was about to take Bai Chuchu back to the Bai residence, but the reporters, as if they'd found a treasure, even more frenzied than when they'd spotted Bai Chuchu, microphones thrust directly into Bai Lingfeng's face, flooding him with questions. "Mr. Bai, who exactly is this Xiao Ran that you discovered? Hey, Mr. Bai, are you in your right mind now? Has the beast's corruption been lifted? Mr. Bai, could you tell us why Xiao Ran is the savior?" A barrage of questions bombarded Bai Lingfeng. Bai Lingfeng's face flushed alternately pale and crimson. Who the hell is Xiao Ran? He's just a worthless E-rank janitor. How else could I have discovered him? Wasn't it just discovered on Awakening Day? And what the hell about whether I was in a lucid state? What nonsense about beast corrosion? I'm perfectly fine. Why the hell is Xiao Ran the savior? Why the hell are you asking me? How the hell should I know? Go ask someone else. Whatever they say, just go ask someone else. Why ask me? Of course, Bai Lingfeng couldn't just blurt these things out directly. If he really explained what Xiao Ran was all about, that he sought out Xiao Ran just to take the kid out early, to use him as a scapegoat early on, since everyone was going to die anyway, and most crucially, when did this kid become my son-in-law? Who started these rumors? Can't you media folks think for yourselves? Use your ass to figure it out. Our Chuchu is an S-class sword immortal. Do you even know what an S-class sword immortal is? He's just an E-rank janitor. A lecher. Do you really think they're a match? Bai Lingfeng cursed Xiao Ran in his mind, yet his expression remained utterly composed, dishing out that universal interview cliché to the reporters. Sorry, this is a highly sensitive matter. I can't disclose any further details. With that, he immediately pulled Bai Chuchu away, returning to the Bai residence. The moment they stepped through the door, Bai Chuchu blurted out first, "Dad, what the hell just happened? What were those reporters saying? Have you really accepted brother Xiao Ran now? Everything else could wait for now." If her father truly accepted brother Xiao Ran, Bai Chuchu would be overjoyed. But as soon as the words left her mouth, bam! Bai Lingfeng slammed his fist into the wall. Though the wall itself was reinforced, tiny cracks still appeared on its surface, suppressing his urge to tear Xiao Ran, that piece of trash, to shreds, and patiently said, "Chuchu is outside now. Monsters are besieging the city. Don't worry about Xiao Ran anymore." Hearing this, Bai Chuchu was instantly taken aback. What? Monsters besieging the city? Is the alliance struggling in the fight? Though Bai Chuchu tends to get love-struck around Xiao Ran, she was usually quite sharp, and she knew exactly what a monster siege entailed. In previous years, there had been many such sieges, but they were almost always suppressed by the alliance. These beasts or swarms were as worthless as dirt-covered chickens and broken-down dogs, swept away by the alliance's warriors. Yet, judging by her father's current demeanor, it seemed as though the alliance was in a dire situation. Bai Lingfeng nodded, then pointed at the live feed. Bai Chuchu frowned and stepped forward to watch. The live feed displayed 3 separate feeds. One showed the beast tide transmitted from the Black Eagle. The horde surged forward like a bulldozer, charging toward the alliance at breakneck speed. Its speed was jaw-dropping. Another feed showed the S-rank mutant dungeon, where Lai Feng, Li Qingshou, and 30 A-tier extraordinary practitioners stood confronting 2MO. In the next scene, various crowds appeared. Bai Chuchu spotted Lang Xiao from her previous encounter within this live feed. Amidst this, the streamer's voice carried over the broadcast feed, and Bai Chuchu finally grasped the crisis the alliance now faced. Without hesitation, Bai Chuchu prepared to head to the front lines to fight. Bai Lingfeng, seeing his daughter's actions, hurriedly grabbed Bai Chuchu's arm. "What are you doing, you little brat? Dad, this is a matter of life and death. As an S-class extraordinary professional, it's only natural that I should fight on the front lines. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" A look of shock flashed across Bai Lingfeng's face. "Wait, has my daughter lost her mind? This is a losing battle. Why on earth would you want to charge into the front lines? Everyone's scrambling to avoid it, and you're actually volunteering to fight? You're a Bai family member. How can you act like the Damlung family?" Bai Lingfeng grabbed Bai Chuchu's arm, then declared, "No way. You're the only S-tier extraordinary professional we have left in the Bai family. You absolutely cannot die before us. Chuchu, trust me, your old man has a way to keep you alive. The place where you've been training is the strongest defensive location in the entire Bai family. From this moment on, don't concern yourself with anything. Just stay there quietly. You are the hope for our family's revival. Do you understand?" Though Bai Lingfeng treated Xiao Ran with extreme cruelty and ruthlessness, he remains deeply devoted to his daughter and his family. Yet Bai Chuchu's face betrayed a stubborn resolve, as she shook off her father's hand and declared, "Father, with danger looming, how could I possibly stand idly by? As the Bai family's sole S-rank extraordinary practitioner, I must stand up to protect my kin. I won't hide away in my cultivation chamber, living a cowardly existence." Bai Lingfeng's eyes instantly reddened. "No, you can't." Before he could finish his words of refusal, Bai Chuchu's aura of a sword immortal erupted instantly. A peerlessly formidable sword intent instantly filled the Bai residence. Even the reporters stationed outside the Bai residence sensed it. Bai Lingfeng stared at his daughter in utter disbelief. His throat felt as if it were being choked shut, unable to utter a single word. For Bai Chuchu's sword intent had utterly surpassed Bai Lingfeng's comprehension. Though both wielded swords as their profession, Bai Lingfeng actually felt fear. Even his own sword trembled. Just how powerful had his daughter become? How long had it been since her awakening? How much time had she spent in the cultivation chamber? Bai Chuchu wasted no words. She drew her ancient-style long sword, her fingers forming the sword seal. Boom! She shattered the Bai family's roof and soared skyward. Bai Chuchu's objective mirrored that of the Long family, to halt the spread of the S-rank instance, along with that mysterious and powerful beast. Chapter 130, for S-class superhumans vs 2MO. Bai Chuchu's flying sword reached its absolute speed limit. The howling wind echoed incessantly in her ears, her white hair fluttering wildly. Her thoughts drifted to Xiao Ran. What was brother Xiao Ran doing now? Had he already left the city? Or is he still trapped within the alliance? Oh, right, Sister Nüwa. At that moment, Bai Chuchu recalled Sister Nüwa, who had been injured in Xiao Ran's room earlier. But brother Xiao Ran has since moved to another location. Bai Chuchu herself didn't know where Xiao Ran or Nüwa were. This cast a shadow over Bai Chuchu's heart. The flying sword swiftly carried Bai Chuchu closer to the S-rank mutant dungeon. Even before they drew near, a bone-chilling presence surged through Bai Chuchu's entire body, causing her flying sword to halt instantly. Gazing at the tiny, bean-sized mutant beast in the distance, Bai Chuchu's brows furrowed slightly. This aura, this power even from such a distance, was crystal clear to her. And within this aura, the oppressive presence of a superior being filled the air, causing Bai Chuchu's face to grow slightly pale, though she still didn't know her own level of power. In this moment, Bai Chuchu realized her own insignificance. Originally, she had believed her strength had advanced significantly during her recent seclusion, had advanced considerably, but upon seeing the monster's form, and feeling the overwhelming pressure it radiated, a flicker of fear stirred within her heart. It was just like that time in the dungeon with Xiao Ran, and facing the nearer-rank Minotaur sorcerer, with absolutely no confidence whatsoever, and most crucially, even from this distance, Bai Chuchu knew that the moment she launched her attack, the enemy would instantly strike back. This sensation was profoundly uncanny, and it made Bai Chuchu grow increasingly cautious. That instant's trial, for Bai Chuchu, a journey of growth. Then this battle was the ultimate test of her strength. But Bai Chuchu also understood that facing such a formidable presence, she might have to pay with her life. The thought flashed through Bai Chuchu's mind, showing no cowardice, no thought of flight. Instead, she commanded her flying sword to approach Lai Feng's side. Lai Feng, suspended in the air, had already spotted Bai Chuchu long ago, and he could sense the formidable power radiating from this young woman, undeniably S-class, and judging by the flying sword beneath her feet, he naturally guessed she was a member of the Bai family. And as of now, the Bai family had only one newly awakened S-rank sword immortal, Bai Chuchu, so this must be Bai Chuchu. Though what puzzled Lai Feng was, the opponent didn't seem like someone who had just awakened at all. Their strength seemed on par with his own, perhaps even surpassing it. Just as Lai Feng was pondering this, Bai Chuchu's voice rang out. Bai Chuchu of the Bai family, here to challenge you. Her voice was resolute, though slightly trembling, yet it conveyed Bai Chuchu's unwavering determination. The 30 extraordinary practitioners below gazed at her with eyes brimming with admiration. The Bai family, an S-rank sword immortal, plus Lai Feng and Li Qingshou, perhaps they truly could slay this monstrous beast. Are you kidding? 3 S-rank extraordinary practitioners couldn't defeat a single monstrous beast? Just as everyone turned their admiring gazes toward Bai Chuchu, not far away, Lang Xiao arrived with his clan members, also arrived at the scene. Lang Xiao now showed no trace of fear. Gazing up at 2MO in the sky, he raised his fan and declared, "Everyone, this is our enemy. Young master here will confront this beast. You all stay below and prevent the S-rank instance from spreading. Young master will be right back." Then, a cold wind swept past. Though mud splattered across young master Lang's face, it did nothing to diminish his air of confidence. Though like Bai Chuchu, a sense of danger now filled his entire being. So what? His sister was fighting. So he, too, must step forward and battle. A surge of icy coldness shot skyward. Lang Xiao stood atop an ice pillar, hands behind his back. Lang Xiao now positioned himself behind 2MO, while Bai Chuchu and Lai Feng flanked 2MO on either side, forming a triangular formation that encircled 2MO. Below, the muzzle of Li Qingshou's sniper rifle had already shifted its target, now aimed squarely at 2MO. For S-class extraordinary professionals against a single beast, such a scene was unprecedented for everyone present, having only seen it in older video archives on the Alliance forums. Meanwhile, the livestream crew had long since trained their cameras on this scene. Excited and trembling voices echoed throughout the livestream room. "Viewers, this is 4 S-class extraordinary practitioners fighting together. This is our live broadcast right now. In this desperate situation, the clan members show no retreat. Look, there's young Master Lang of the Long family, and that one Xiao Ran the Savior's fiancé, Bai Chuchu, the S-rank sword immortal of the Bai family. I believe this monstrous beast will be taken down soon. Meanwhile, Tumo's face flashed a smile as he glanced at Bai Chuchu, then turned his head slightly to observe young Master Lang, finally fixing his gaze on Li Qingshu below, who was holding a black sniper rifle, and murmured indifferently, "Only 4? Are you guys underestimating me?" As the words fell, everyone's vision blurred, just like when 2MO captured Zhang Chang Tian earlier, so Lai Feng immediately shouted a warning. "Watch out! He's incredibly fast." Bai Chuchu and Lang Xiao naturally remained vigilant. Lang Xiao spread his hands wide, and a chill instantly filled the air, slowing Tumo's movements just enough. Bai Chuchu seized the opportunity, unleashing her sword technique, sending the flying sword darting like lightning toward Li Qingshu's back. When the flying sword seemed to strike its target, yet the figure remained remarkably swift. Amidst the howling wind, he charged directly toward the 38-tier extraordinary practitioners on alert for S-tier dungeon mutations. Seeing this, Li Qingshu roared in fury. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot, droplets of blood trickling from the corners. Bang! 3 shots rang out in quick succession. The first bullet was followed by the second, then the third, firing so rapidly they produced a series of sonic booms. Dust filled the air. After the gunfire, not a sound remained. After a moment, the dust cleared, revealing 2MO suspended mid-air, his index and middle fingers pinching 2 bullet casings. Li Qingshu witnessed this scene, his already bloodshot eyes suddenly betraying panic. How could this be? That very same move had instantly killed an S-rank Bone King back then. The crucial point was, back then he had fired only 1 shot. This time, he'd fired 3 shots. 3 bullets should be enough to take down 3 Bone Kings, right? But now, wait, the enemy has 2 bullets. What about the third? Was it dodged? Impossible. My precognition eye is a skill that consumes my own lifespan. How could they possibly dodge it? As if responding to Li Qingshu's confusion, 2MO floated in midair, a flicker of delight crossing his exquisite face, then broke into a wide grin. Li Qingshu and everyone present suddenly noticed, between her pearly white teeth, a bullet casing was firmly clamped, seemingly without effort. Everyone was utterly stunned. How absurd, to catch a bullet fired by an S-class extraordinary professional with bare hands, and one of them was even caught with his mouth? Before the crowd could process it, 2MO spat out the final bullet, examined it closely in his palm, then remarked, "Pretty fast, but lacking in power. Let me show you mine." As the words fell, the other's body seemed to sway slightly. Then, Li Qingshu felt a tremendous force slam him backward, his entire body flying backward like a cannonball. Thud! 3 projectiles pierced straight through Li Qingshu's body, and with momentum still unabated, with a thunderous crash, they brought down a 5-story building. 2MO, witnessing this scene, covered her mouth in embarrassment. "Whoops, my bad, forgot to hold back. Hope you don't blame me?" Chapter 131, Trading One Man for an Entire Alliance. Unlike Tumo's carefree demeanor, Lai Feng had fought 2MO before, but only when the latter hadn't manifested his true form, while Bai Chuchu and Lang Xiao felt their hearts sink. Such speed, such technique, were worlds apart from the dungeon bosses they'd faced in previous A-rank instances, utterly incomparable. For the two of them, the number of battles they'd fought so far could be counted on one hand, even the battles they'd experienced within the academy. They now seemed like child's play compared to this 2MO, like children playing house. Li Qingshu, at this very moment, was also forcing himself to stand. Seeing Li Qingshu actually manage to stand, Tumo's eyes flashed with amusement. He clapped his hands and said, "Not bad, not bad. You can still stand. Truly worthy of being an S-class extraordinary practitioner among your humans." Hearing this, Li Qingshu's expression remained unchanged, though he knew he'd forced himself upright. Only he knew that he had no fighting strength left. The projectile fired at him had been precisely calculated. His right shoulder joint was now completely pierced through, the muscle groups utterly destroyed. Though he possessed the formidable physique of a transcendent practitioner, this was not something that could be recovered from in a short time. The consequence was a loss of precise control over his fingers, which meant he could no longer use his sniper rifle for precise strikes. Another bullet had pierced through his lung lobe, though he immediately applied wound gel to seal the wound. The searing pain radiating from his lung has already made it impossible for me to control my breathing, and erratic breathing is fatal for a sniper. The other bullet did not penetrate any other part of his body, but it grazed my left eye, rendering his hands unable to steady the sniper rifle. His hands could no longer steady the sniper rifle, and the lung injury prevented him from drawing in breath to steady his aim. The most critical wound, however, was to his own eye. Among these 4 extraordinary professionals, Li Qingshu had already analyzed the current situation. The white-haired girl and the other youth were both combat-type professionals. Lai Feng was a transformation type, but transformation type and combat type were essentially indistinguishable in nature. whether combat type or transformation type. Such professions form the core combat members of an assault team, while he himself, though classified as a combat type class, but from another perspective, he could also be classified as an assassin type within the combat class. This type often serves as the team's commander or delivers surprise attacks. The enemy first feigns an attack on those A-class extraordinary professionals, but their true target was him. At this realization, Li Qingshuo's heart sank to the depths. Not only were they monstrously powerful, but they also possessed intimate knowledge of how extraordinary professionals were deployed, how their teams were configured, and what their weaknesses were. If they hadn't previously accessed the member assignments of the Extraordinary Profession Assault Team, then this conclusion was drawn solely from real-time analysis. And such improvisational prowess was utterly terrifying. With such rapid on-the-spot adaptability combined with their already terrifyingly superior strength, what chance of victory could there possibly be? Lai Feng now lowered his head, gazing at Li Qingshuo below. As familiar acquaintances, a single glance often sufficed to convey meaning, and Lai Feng could see the disappointment in Li Qingshuo's eyes, and thus understood. Though Li Qingshuo could still stand now, he was likely no longer fit for battle. Without hesitation, Lai Feng acted, having observed Bai Chuchu and Lang Xiao's reactions after Tumo's earlier move. So Lai Feng addressed Lang Xiao. Young man, unleash your full power and release that cold energy you demonstrated earlier. When Lang Xiao had released that cold energy earlier, Lai Feng could distinctly sense that Tumo's movements seemed slightly slowed. At the very least, he wasn't moving so fast that he became invisible. Therefore, he concluded that this beast possessed no immunity to ice-based skills. Hearing Lai Feng's words, Lang Xiao nodded and immediately began channeling all his power, enveloping the entire scene in a shroud of white icy mist. Seeing this, Lai Feng addressed Bai Chuchu, I'll lead the charge. Old Li is incapacitated, so you must strike at the precise moment. Bai Chuchu nodded, a fierce expression appearing on her fair face. Thus, Lai Feng and Bai Chuchu charged toward 2mo, one in front and one behind. 2mo, however, waited patiently for them to position themselves before launching his attack, only to counterattack them afterward. Amidst the shimmering ice aura, sparks flew across the battlefield. Bai Chuchu's sword and Lai Feng's steel needle-like wings relentlessly assaulted 2mo. 2mu, however, remained utterly relaxed and composed, deflecting the assaults with a single hand, feeling no pressure whatsoever. On the other side, Zhang Haozheng stood at the gateway between the Alliance and the Outer Realm battlefield. The massive gate behind him was closed. Aside from Zhang Hao, only the Black Eagle hovered endlessly in the sky. The live-streaming crew aboard the Black Eagle was capturing this very moment. If possible, they truly wished to descend and fight alongside Minister Zhang Haozheng to the death. But this request was immediately rejected by Zhang Haozheng. The beast tide surged majestically before Zhang Haozheng. The Golden-Winged Great Peng, upon spotting Zhang Haozheng, showed no flicker of emotion in its gaze. The squad leaders of the second front standing beside the Golden-Winged Great Peng also saw Zhang Haozheng. Some of them looked grim and lowered their heads, while others met Zhang Haozheng's gaze without flinching. At that moment, Zhang Haozheng's voice rang out. The alliance is rotten to the core. I've done everything I can, but my strength alone is ultimately limited. Whether you act now for yourselves or for some other purpose, it matters little to me. But if you choose to stand against me now, then I'm sorry, I will regard you as beasts. These few words instantly tensed the atmosphere. Meanwhile, the Golden-Winged Great Peng seemed entirely detached from the situation, smiling as he stepped forward. Minister Jiang, is that you? Truthfully, I didn't want to make such a big deal out of this. Interested in a deal? Zhang Haozheng, who had already prepared himself for sacrifice. He suddenly laughed. Is this how you plan to make my men submit to you? I won't. Before he could finish, the Golden-Winged Great Eagle spoke again. I need only one person. Just one person. With that, I can order my beast-tide army to halt its assault on you. To me, your entire Longhua alliance pales in importance compared to this one person. What? A flicker of confusion crossed Zhang Haozheng's face. What does he mean? He wants me to hand over one person, and then he'll spare the alliance? Who could possibly be more important than my entire alliance? Or is this some trick? At that moment, the live stream showed the Golden-Winged Great Peng speaking. Instantly left the doomed citizens of the city utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? This monstrous beast would retreat just by taking one person from our alliance? That's ridiculous. Could one person really be worth all of us in the alliance? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It must be their trap. What scheme? We're surrounded by so many beasts, this is a dead end. Why would they negotiate terms with us? Are you saying they're not bluffing? That they genuinely need only one person to spare our entire alliance? I still can't wrap my head around it. How could a single person possibly be worth all of us? Chapter 132, Words are useless, let's fight. The crowd buzzed with heated debate, until one among them suddenly posed a crucial question. Who is this person he's talking about? The voice was quiet, yet it left everyone stunned. Indeed. Never mind whether the other party believes one person can match the entire alliance. The most crucial point was simply, who was this person? Who exactly could command such terms? Who exactly is this person? Countless questions surged through everyone's minds, not only at the alliance venue, but even in the live stream's chat. People were asking who this person was. At that moment, Zhang Haozheng was also puzzled. So Zhang Haozheng spoke up, who could possibly be on par with our entire league? Who is this person? His question, of course, didn't mean he'd agreed to the other party's terms, but because the terms the other party had proposed were simply too outrageous. What kind of person could possibly be worth the lives of so many? What person could make you a powerful intelligent beast, to the point of launching an unprecedented siege against the Longhua Alliance just to find them? Is this person your enemy? Or is it something else entirely? At Zhang Haozheng's question, revealed a hint of awkwardness for the first time, the Golden-Winged Great Eagle didn't know who it was. The reason for attacking the Longhua Alliance was simply that he had previously witnessed the soaring fortune within the alliance. But now, for some unknown reason, the soaring fortune was not within the alliance. Yet the Golden-Winged Great Peng was certain this individual had not departed the Longhua Alliance, either having entered a dungeon instance, or having sensed their own soaring celestial fortune, or used some magical artifact to conceal it. In short, the only thing the Golden-Winged Great Peng could be certain of now was that that person was still within the Longhua Alliance, and most crucially, he could still sense that within the Longhua Alliance, a familiar aura intertwined with this destiny, though a faint suspicion stirs within his heart. If you insist on forcing the Golden-Winged Great Peng to name a person, he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Thus, the atmosphere remained tense and unbroken. After a moment, Zhang Haozheng raised an eyebrow and said, So you think everyone in our alliance is a complete fool? Ha! Using such a lame excuse, how could you even come up with something like that? But even if you told me who that person is, I wouldn't agree to your terms. Yes, now that you're powerful, we're doomed. But I am human, and you are a beast. How could we humans possibly negotiate terms with a pack of beasts like you? Zhang Hao had barely finished speaking when the Golden-Winged Great Peng chuckled. Indeed, what terms could possibly be negotiated between humans and beasts? He'd been utterly foolish to even consider negotiating terms with such utterly foolish humans. The Golden-Winged Great Peng took a few steps back, then addressed the renegade extraordinary practitioners beside him. Honestly, it seems I still don't understand you humans very well. Time is running out. You may go. As soon as he finished speaking, the extraordinary professionals stepped forward, addressing Zhang Haozheng, Minister Jiang. You should retreat. We don't want to fight you. Yes, Minister Jiang, you're a good leader. But what can one person really accomplish? Those urging Zhang Haozheng were among the few in this group who still harbored a shred of kindness. They believed the alliance's decay wasn't caused by Zhang Haozheng alone, but rather the privileged elite. Since Zhang Haozheng took office, though corruption persisted, it had improved significantly compared to before. If possible, they did not wish to oppose Zhang Haozheng, a man of integrity, but the rest of them were. Minister Jiang, join us. You've been in the alliance for so long, haven't you seen through their true colors yet? Ignorance, greed, and nothing but the urge to exploit others. Yes, you've accomplished much on your own, but you're still just one person. Why not join us in overthrowing these privileged elites? Let's forge a new alliance. Exactly. Minister Jiang, haven't you noticed that sometimes, humans and beasts are fundamentally no different? Greed, brutality, sacrificing others for personal gain, all to make life easier for themselves. Tell me, how are such people any different from the beasts? Join us, Minister Jiang. Join us. Words of every kind poured from the mouth of the second front squad leader, all denouncing the alliance's corruption, urging Zhang Haozheng to abandon the alliance and cease protecting the so-called Longhua Alliance. Behind them, the Golden-Winged Great Peng nodded. Indeed, these humans are always so complicated. Even now, they still fail to grasp. This is a world where the weak are prey to the strong. What fairness and justice? In the face of absolute power, you yourself become the embodiment of fairness and justice. Meanwhile, the Golden-Winged Great Peng was thoroughly pleased with his decision. Originally, all the captains of these squads would be killed by their own children. Their heads would be severed and displayed as a warning to the Longhua Alliance. However, when one of the squad leaders knelt on the ground begging for mercy, everything changed. The Golden-Winged Great Eagle suddenly realized that killing him and displaying his head to the alliance members was far too childish, far too tedious. This was the way of beasts, or rather, the way of those beasts who fancied themselves intelligent. But who was he? He was a peerless being among the myriad worlds, and moreover, the uncle of that fool, the Tathagata. Though he now bore the form of a beast, once he devoured that man whose fortune soared to the heavens. then I will no longer be a mere beast. Listening to the traitor's words, Jiang Hao quietly closed his eyes, refusing to look upon the once familiar faces before him. He drew his battle blade from his back. At the sight of Jiang Haozheng's actions, everyone fell silent. Then, Jiang Haozheng's voice slowly rose. Not loud, yet through the live broadcast feed, it reached every ear with crystal clarity. Alliance? No. I'm not here for any damn alliance. Humanity's identity? No. I'm not fighting for some alliance's identity either. I stand here for myself alone. I just want to kill beasts. I just want to fight. What the hell about joining you? I stand here now, and you are my enemies. When it comes to enemies, words are useless. Fight. As he spoke, Jiang Haozheng's eyes snapped open. A murderous intent as sharp as the world's most razor-edged blade, sweeping across the crowd, and in the hearts of all present, as if a piece of flesh had been torn from their hearts. They had not feared Jiang Haozheng before, but at this very moment, an odd sensation welled up within them. This feeling was strange, and at the same time, it seemed familiar. It was the same shock and awe they felt when Guan Yutian took his own life before them. That same shock, that same profound impact, exactly like this. Su Lanwen stared at Jiang Haozheng. A buzzing sound filled his ears. The figure of Jiang Haozheng before him overlapped with that of Guan Yutian from the past, identical in every way. Warm liquid trickled down Su Lanwen's cheek. She raised her hand to touch it, then brought it to her lips to taste it carefully. Bitter, yet tinged with heartache. They both seemed to be people of faith. But what about herself? Through Su Lanwen's blurred vision, Jiang Hao appeared to be running toward her like a madman, charging toward her, while the others around her also rushed toward Jiang Haozheng. Tilting her head slightly, she saw the Golden-Winged Great Peng standing in place, a faint smile playing on its beak. Was it mockery, or was it laughter? Su Lanwen could no longer tell. Chapter 133, Divine Retribution. Jiang Haozheng, an S-class warrior, had already achieved remarkable feats before becoming Alliance Minister. In combat, though lacking flashy class skills, his twin battle blades swept through enemies with undiminished ferocity. The squad leaders on the second front, though all S-class extraordinary professionals themselves, they all sensed the overwhelming power of this once great extraordinary warrior when confronted by his relentless, razor-sharp attacks. Almost the moment they clashed, they sensed something distinct from other extraordinary practitioners. That aura, that unyielding, death-defying momentum, like a tiger descending the mountain. Within mere seconds of facing him, 2 or 3 squad leaders, only to be cleaved in two by Jiang Haozheng's blade. To Jiang Haozheng, these men who sided with the monstrous beast stirred not a flicker of emotion within him. However, at this moment, the Golden-Winged Great Eagle raised its right hand and grasped at the void. Instantly, Su Lanwen and the other extraordinary practitioners still present, were instantly connected as if bound together. Countless pieces of information flooded into their minds. Every move Jiang Haozheng made, even his next intended actions, became crystal clear in everyone's minds. At the same time, the captains of the second squad all sensed a transformation occurring within their bodies, as if they had become stronger than before. This enhancement occurred in the blink of an eye. Jiang Haozheng, who had been furiously attacking in the fray, suddenly sensed that the squad members had changed. Immediately after, the attacks unleashed by these individuals, completely different from before. Most absurdly, 2 or 3 extraordinary practitioners, after being slashed by him, showed no reaction whatsoever. He had clearly struck their vital points, yet they continued to fight him as if nothing had happened. These people, at this moment, seemed to have all become puppets. Su Lanwen was also among the attacking group, though she had been hesitating at first. As a human, as a transcendent practitioner, she craved strength, and she craved to gain more. But she discovered that now, not only had she lost everything, but even her very humanity had been stripped away, vanished completely. She had intended to follow Guan Yutian's example, stepping forward to meet her end at this very moment, to die by the beast's hand rather than Minister Zheng's. But by the time such thoughts surfaced in her mind, it was already too late. The curse the Golden-Winged Great Peng had placed upon them erupted in an instant, turning them all into puppets of the Golden-Winged Great Eagle, or rather, into fighting machines. Their minds remained fully conscious, yet their bodies were as rigid as wood, manipulated by the enemy's will. Thus, many witnessed the scenes unfolding before them. Jiang Haozheng swept his twin blades, while the extraordinary practitioners on their side unleashed a barrage of skills, and they were all high-powered ones. Curses, spells, all manner of attacks, their sole target. Jiang Haozheng in the center of the field. This battle was utterly one-sided, a brutal slaughter, a massacre. There is no such thing as fair or unfair. Their bodies were controlled by the Golden-Winged Great Eagle as they fought Jiang Haozheng. After a fierce battle, Jiang Haozheng's armor began to crack and shatter. His back, assaulted by these extraordinary transformation class practitioners, became a bloody mess. The fingers of his left hand had been cursed into a solid black mass, rendered immobile. Crimson blood flowed from his mouth. Originally, witnessing this scene would have been unbearable for anyone, but now they watched with cold clarity as the flicker of life within Zhang Haojing was being extinguished. Even those with the coldest hearts, who had only ever sought to overthrow this alliance, could not bear to witness it. We submit to the beasts only to oppose the privileged few. We sought to forge a better alliance. The powerful and the beasts are no different. The beasts can grant us the strength to overthrow the powerful. We submit to them to gain strength. Why should that be wrong? But what are you doing now? Defending the alliance? Protecting the powerful within it? Everyone is under the Golden-Winged Great Peng's control, forced to watch as Zhang Haojing fights on. The battle rages on. Zhang Haojing snaps his own fingers, then tears strips from his clothes to bind his hands, so the blade wouldn't slip from his grasp. The Black Eagle's live feed displayed the scene clearly before everyone's eyes. A solemn, tragic grandeur filled the hearts of every member of the Longhua Alliance. One man, two blades, facing over a dozen enhanced extraordinary practitioners, not backing down an inch. He fought for himself, and he fought for them. What did the Alliance's corruption matter? With such a leader, how could revival not be possible? Meanwhile, at the outpost watchtower guarding the crossroads of the extraterritorial battlefield where Wan Qingqing stood, Tushan had already slain dozens of low-tier extraordinary practitioners the moment he appeared. And even now, not a single soul could discern what exactly had slain these men. Wan Qingqing's expression darkened as she gripped her whip. Behind her stood dozens of low-level extraordinary practitioners who had come here earlier, eager to fight enemies in the outer realm battlefield. After witnessing the terrifying power of their adversary, they could only cower behind the sole S-rank extraordinary professional present, daring not to make a move. At this very moment, Wan Qingqing was drenched in sweat. The beast that ambushed them, she didn't know what kind of beast it was, but the most crucial thing was that the creature could conceal its aura so perfectly. Every muscle in Wan Qingqing's body was taut, not daring to let her guard down for a moment. As a combat-oriented extraordinary practitioner, and against such a beast with masterful breath-concealing techniques, she was utterly helpless. Just as Wan Qingqing remained on high alert, Tushan grinned, revealing a row of fine teeth, with specks of crimson flesh still clinging to them. It's over, Tushan thought to herself. Then, with blinding speed, Tushan lunged toward Wan Qingqing. This time, the attack was not concealed with extreme stealth, allowing Wan Qingqing to react instantly. She swiftly whipped her lash toward her opponent. The whip struck with thunderous force. The scene of her opponent being struck and torn apart was about to unfold before Wan Qingqing's eyes. But in the next instant, an unexpected twist occurred. Her whip, just as it was about to strike the opponent, unexpectedly veered off course. Caught completely off guard, Wan Qingqing had no time to react. The opponent's claws flashed with a silver gleam, and were about to slice through her throat, but at that very moment, boom! A thunderclap resounded like divine retribution. The gloomy sky, after this thunderous roar, as if sensing something, all converged upon a single point. The extreme contraction of the clouds revealed both the sun and moon in the sky. Such an extraordinary sight left everyone utterly speechless. Tushan, who had been about to attack Wan Qingqing, her entire body inexplicably began to go numb. This development caught Tushan completely off guard, leaving him no choice but to retreat and hide in the shadows to observe what was happening. Every single person now turned their gaze toward the gathering of dark clouds. Inside Xiao Ran's dormitory, Nüwa and the bald-headed golden-winged giant eagle both approached the window, gazing toward the gathering storm clouds. Is this a tribulation? The once chaotic gaze in the bald-haired golden-winged great eagle's eyes had vanished, replaced by clarity. Its bird-like beak gaped in disbelief as it stared at the gathering storm. Nüwa's brows furrowed deeply. This shouldn't be happening. Based on the master's current progress and strength, it's impossible for a heavenly tribulation to be triggered. The bald-winged golden-winged great eagle murmured softly. No, it's not the heavenly tribulation. This is divine retribution. Hearing the words divine punishment, Nüwa felt a pang of confusion. In her understanding, wasn't the heavens something she herself had patched up? I certainly didn't issue any heavenly punishment back then. But then, Nüwa remembered something. After all, this world wasn't her own, and she didn't even know if the heavens here needed mending. The golden-winged great eagle continued. What exactly did our master do to provoke divine retribution? From what you're saying, this thing is even more powerful than the heavenly tribulation? It's not about being powerful or not. Let me put it this way. The heavenly tribulation is meant to test mortals. You should know that, right? I know that. In truth, the heavenly tribulation merely serves to temper the physical bodies of mortal beings, preparing them for future ascension. Though called a tribulation, it's more like a test, a form of training. But divine retribution is different. Divine retribution signifies something utterly intolerable to the world, a supreme power designed to completely erase an entity's existence. Nüwa's face darkened as she asked, "Are you saying our master is an existence that even this world must be destroyed to contain? But why is this heavenly punishment being unleashed only now? Hell if I know. What the hell kind of person is this kid, I mean, the master? To be able to summon a calamity of heaven's wrath magnitude. I have no clue. Is the master in danger now? He's not just in danger, we might have to find a new master." Hearing this, Nüwa slapped the bald-headed Golden-Winged Great Peng. What nonsense! Don't we still have the clay figurine to sacrifice? That single sentence finally jogged the bald-headed golden-winged giant phoenix's memory. Here also lie Xiao Ran's 7 substitute clay figures, meaning that Xiao Ran, plus his own life, there are now 8 lives in total. But, a punishment of divine retribution on this scale, even I've only heard of it, never witnessed it firsthand. Even with these substitute clay figures, I still feel it's a long shot. How about Her Majesty the Queen molds a few more? What's the point of molding, without the Master's essence blood? What am I supposed to mold with? Chapter 134, The Golden-Winged Great Peng grows impatient. Before the cosmic anomalies unfolded, within the S-Class mutation dungeon, Mo. What on earth is going on? How many of these pills has Xiao Ran consumed already? Why does it still feel like it's not enough? Looking at Xiao Ran lying on the ground, his complexion rosy and indistinguishable from a normal person, Zhang Shuwen said to Mo. Mo frowned, equally puzzled as he stared at Xiao Ran on the ground. How the hell should he know? Xiao Ran had already consumed nearly 100 of those mysterious pills from his gourd. At first, they discovered that whenever they fed Xiao Ran a pill, his complexion would improve noticeably. They were naturally overjoyed, convinced these were healing pills. Moreover, after Zhang Shuwen examined him, he also found that Xiao Ran's body was gradually being repaired by this mysterious pill, which is why they had continued administering them. But now, after examining Xiao Ran's body, he discovered that all of Xiao Ran's injuries had long since healed completely, and he was even several times healthier than before. The problem was, Xiao Ran still showed no signs of waking up, which puzzled both of them greatly. Meanwhile, the dungeon party began to gradually disband. Though anxious, they had already put their minds at ease, wondering what exactly had happened to Xiao Ran. Once the instance collapsed, Zhang Shuwen and Mo witnessed the scene outside the dungeon, and were instantly dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Who were these people? What are they doing here? What was that legless, eerily sinister thing in the sky? Are those S-Class extraordinary practitioners? At this very moment, it wasn't just Mo and Zhang Shuwen who were dumbfounded, but even the 30A rank extraordinary practitioners outside the instance, along with 2 Mo battling in the sky, were utterly bewildered. All eyes were fixed on Mo and Zhang Shuwen, then shifted en masse to Xiao Ran, who lay flat on the ground, his complexion rosy, appearing as if he were asleep. Bai Chuchu, who knew Xiao Ran best, and with just one glance, she recognized Xiao Ran. The fighting in the arena ceased. She immediately flew downwards, landing beside Xiao Ran. She examined him thoroughly, top to bottom. Tears welled up in her eyes as she wept. Xiao Ran, what happened to you? Xiao Ran, what happened to you? Tell me quickly, what did you do to my Xiao Ran? Answer me. Mo and Zhang Shuwen exchanged bewildered glances, completely unaware of the relationship between this white-haired woman and Xiao Ran. But judging by the situation, she might be Xiao Ran's lover? Zhang Shuwen spoke first. Xiao Ran should be fine. Maybe he just took too many pills? As a support-type extraordinary practitioner, he now understood clearly. Xiao Ran's body was now completely free of any ailments. In fact, he was several times healthier than the average person. The only uncertainty was whether the Xiao Ran before them was truly the same Xiao Ran as before. The necromancer's soul-stealing ritual might have replaced Xiao Ran's current soul, meaning that the current Xiao Ran might possess Xiao Ran's body, but his soul belongs to the necromancer, while the real Xiao Ran is already dead. After explaining the entire sequence of events to the white-haired woman before him, before Bai Chuchu could react, the surrounding A-class extraordinary practitioners were all stunned. A necromancer, an undead summoner, a boss so powerful it defies the rules, had appeared in an S-tier instance, and most crucially, that youth lying on the ground, seemingly their age, had actually defeated the necromancer in a direct confrontation. Remember, an undead summoner is a force to be reckoned with, a single individual capable of commanding armies, and the relentless waves of undead alone could claim the lives of countless extraordinary practitioners, not to mention that the necromancer himself is an immortal being. How on earth did this kid defeat him? The most crucial part is that this kid is just an E-rank janitor, right? An E-rank janitor clearing an S-rank dungeon, and the boss of this instance is actually a necromancer? How absurd is that? But before anyone, including 2Mo, could react, an extraordinary phenomenon appeared in the sky. Compared to other locations, at the instant the phenomenon appeared, everyone, including 2MO, was instantly immobilized by an invisible force, unable to move, while Xiao Ran's body seemed to be pulled upward, slowly floating toward the sky. Bai Chuchu looked up at Xiao Ran with a bewildered expression, helplessly watching from where she stood, utterly powerless to do anything. Everyone was thus bound to the spot by the invisible pressure, some even kneeling directly on the ground. Tuma was one such person. At this very moment, 2MO lay prostrate on the ground, his exquisitely handsome face etched with horror, disbelief, and dread. This was the might of heaven. As a beast of legend, even with power reaching such heights, faced with such divine might, it could do nothing but lie prostrate on the ground. Body, soul, and even its thoughts, all in this moment, like an infant, weak and helpless, trembling all over as it gazed up at the human youth in midair. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Alliance and the Outer Realm battlefield, the commander suddenly halted all extraordinary practitioners under his command, staring in disbelief at the celestial spectacle unfolding in the distant sky. The once soaring aura of destiny now had grown terrifying enough to spread right before their eyes. This man's fortune has drawn the envy of the heavens. Even the heavens cannot bear to witness such fortune, and now it seeks to strike him down with divine retribution, obliterating him entirely. The Golden-Winged Great Peng was now filled with panic. What kind of monster is this man? Possessing fortune as vast as the heavens would be one thing, but how? In just a few short days, that his fortune has become so overwhelming even the heavens cannot bear to watch and seek to eradicate him. This, even the Golden-Winged Great Peng, though frantic, could do nothing but watch helplessly. At the periphery, he could still sense things somewhat clearly, but if he ventured deeper into the core, he feared this divine might would suppress him, preventing him from unleashing his full power. What to do? He needed this divine favor to complete his transformation. If this man were to be annihilated by heaven itself, what meaning would all his efforts hold? After a moment's struggle, the Golden-Winged Great Eagle paid no heed to the others, and in a flash, he dashed straight toward the location within the Alliance where the celestial anomaly was occurring. What did the Dragonflower Alliance's ministers or the Second Front squad captains matter? None of that mattered. Whether these people lived or died was none of his concern, but if this particular person here were to die, then he might never be able to take human form in this lifetime. I must get inside, before the heavenly punishment falls, devour this person. If I can devour this person, then this divine retribution might directly transform into a thunder tribulation. Through the lightning tribulation, I could shed this broken shell, and become a truly independent Golden-Winged Great Eagle. The Golden-Winged Great Eagle's departure instantly sent the beasts tied into a frenzy. As if they'd lost their backbone, they now charged madly toward the Alliance. Meanwhile, the squad leaders on the second front had regained control of their bodies. Zhang Haozhang paused his hand, gazing at the strange phenomenon in the distant sky. Chapter 135, Knight's Plan. The squad leaders of the second front exchanged bewildered glances, utterly clueless about what had transpired. But since the Golden-Winged Great Peng had already infiltrated the Alliance's inner circle, they naturally had to follow suit. Thus, these individuals, as if Zhang Haozhang were invisible, rushing past him toward the Alliance's interior. Su Lanwen, lingering at the rear of the group, paused briefly beside Zhang Haozhang, then pulled out various colored pills from his storage device. Minister Jiang, I'm sorry. With that, Su Lanwen turned and left. Gazing at the pills in his hand, Zhang Haozhang, battered and bruised, teetering on the brink of collapse, froze for a moment, then shook his head, uncorked the pill bottle, and swallowed them all in one go. The other party clearly just wanted to toy with him. Otherwise, that intelligent beast would likely have wiped him out outright. With that thought, Zhang Haozhang turned and raced toward the Alliance headquarters. He desperately wanted to know what was happening inside the Alliance at this very moment. That had driven that beast to abandon all caution and go searching. Was it just talk when they said he could trade one person for the entire Alliance's peace? Was it not just empty words, but a genuine proposal? Xiao Ran's consciousness remained remarkably clear, though this sudden surge in power was truly a bit too extravagant. Previously, only 8 stars had been ignited within Xiao Ran's body, but after Zhang Shuwen and Mo Chiu forced him to consume every single Qi blood pill from the demon refining gourd, and fed them all to him, Xiao Ran discovered the 9th star within his body ignited instantly. Once the dungeon faded away, Xiao Ran could sense everything outside. Bai Chuchu's tears, that strange beast, the strange phenomena in the sky. Xiao Ran could perceive everything with crystal clarity. Yet strangely, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not regain control of his body, to bring himself back to consciousness. This sensation felt like a soul, drifting through the boundless expanse of the cosmos, so utterly lonely, so profoundly desolate. At that very moment, Nüwa's voice echoed within Xiao Ran's mind. Master, are you conscious now? Hearing this voice, Xiao Ran, adrift in the cosmos, was suddenly overcome with ecstasy, and immediately responded, I am conscious, but for some reason, I cannot awaken. Nüwa's side fell silent for a moment before her image appeared in Xiao Ran's mind once more. Appearing in Xiao Ran's mind, holding a clay figurine in her hand, with the Golden-Winged Great Peng perched on her shoulder. Next, Nüwa recounted the entire sequence of events to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran felt a bit puzzled. What does this mean? I've been rejected by the Tao? Now it seeks to destroy me? Technically speaking, that's correct. But with the substitute clay figurine, I believe it should be manageable. Nüwa said uncertainly. So I can't do anything now and must rely entirely on your substitute clay figure? That's right. Xiao Ran was speechless. Come on. Really? I haven't done anything heinous or unethical. This is unnecessary, right? Besides, I'm just a lucky E-grade janitor. No need to play games like this, right? At that moment, the clay figure in Nüwa's hands actually spoke up. It's only natural. People like you defy the heavens too much. Do you call it the way of heaven here? Where I come from, we call it divine retribution. Those two brief sentences left the man, Nüwa, and even the bald bird momentarily stunned. The clay figure in Nüwa's hands was none other than the necromancer previously sealed by Xiao Ran and Nüwa. Every word spoken, every meaning conveyed, screamed, I know this thing all too well. However, the Golden-Winged Great Peng scoffed disdainfully, like you know anything. Hearing this, Yemi's voice suddenly turned stern. Don't insult my profession. As a necromancer, I defy the heavens by very nature. Divine punishments of this caliber? I've endured countless such trials throughout my existence. This level? The Golden-Winged Great Peng's tone held doubt, instantly making Yemi feel a bit unsure. Well, maybe the raw power isn't quite that absurd, but the aura, it's pretty close. Only similar? The Golden-Winged Great Eagle questioned again. Yimei's words faltered, finally deflating like a punctured balloon. Fine. Not as absurdly strong as him. Much weaker. Ah, that's more like it. So tell me, how did you evade it? The Golden-Winged Great Peng was no longer the dazed creature of before, now resembling a worldly-wise old master of concealment. The necromancer declared, as necromancers, we are beings who defy the heavens. Thus, we inevitably face divine retribution. Usually, we only seek to evade it by directly transferring our souls, like I did earlier, to possess others. Hearing this, Xiao Ran furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting I must possess someone too? Yemi shook his head and continued. Divine punishment of your magnitude is utterly unprecedented. Merely possessing another soul likely won't suffice to evade it. My teacher once mentioned that besides soul possession, one could also enter a prison to evade it, what you call a dungeon. Xiao Ran pondered. Based on his previous perceptions, he recalled that within the instance, he felt no trace of divine retribution or the aura of divine punishment. It only manifested once I stepped outside the instance. But then, wouldn't I become just like you? A dungeon boss, waiting to be conquered? Exactly. No way. How could the master become a dungeon boss in this world? Are you kidding me? You said it yourself, this so-called dungeon is nothing but a cage. What kind of rotten idea is this? I seriously suspect you're trying to screw over my master. Nüwa's few questions warmed Xiao Ran's heart at that moment, but what followed nearly made him spit blood. What kind of villain ties their own hands and waits for others to defeat them? As villains, we're supposed to be scheming in the shadows. If we entered a dungeon and everyone came to defeat us, wouldn't that be utterly lacking in dignity? Xiao Ran pressed his hand to his forehead. Nüwa, what on earth have you been watching day in and day out? What kind of nonsense is this? No wonder I was struck by divine retribution. Turns out I was ridding the world of a menace. Yimei paused for a moment before continuing. Actually, there is another way, but this method, it's just... Yemi found it hard to bring up, stammering awkwardly. The Golden-Winged Great Peng grew impatient. Speak up. I'm counting on my master to grow stronger and help me gather my scattered soul fragments. Hearing this, Xiao Ran stared at the Golden-Winged Great Peng in disbelief. You bastard. You're screwing me over? He then turned to Nüwa. Did you know about this? Nüwa's face flushed slightly, but she remained silent. Xiao Ran understood perfectly. Well, you two. Teaming up to use me. No more treats for you two. The Golden-Winged Great Eagle explained. Master, don't be upset. It's not exploitation, we're family. You're His Majesty the King, she's Her Majesty the Queen, we're a loving family. Xiao Ran pressed his forehead again. Damn it, what kind of precious things did I pick up? She glared at the clay figurine of Yemi and snapped. Stop beating around the bush. What's the solution? If there really is a way. I promise you, once we get through this crisis, I'll find you a suitable body. I won't lie. Hearing this, Nüwa and the others tried to interject, but Xiao Ran waved his hand, cutting them off. At that moment, Yemi spoke up. The fusion of spiritual bodies, when two individuals bearing heavenly curses merge their essences, it can neutralize this current curse, but I can't guarantee it will be 100% neutralized. This isn't about soul stealing, but rather, a marriage contract. After merging, there's no need to find a body for me, I can manifest a physical form on my own. Of course, I'll need to temporarily reside within your body. Once the time is right, I can transform into a physical form. Xiao Ran was stunned. Nüwa was dumbfounded. And the Golden-Winged Great Peng was utterly speechless. Seriously? That's it? Nüwa and the Golden-Winged Great Peng both turned their gaze toward Xiao Ran, while Xiao Ran lowered his head in deep thought. So you're saying you're stuck with me for life? Well, you could say that. Yemi felt a bit embarrassed. It just felt so strange to sense it through a clay figurine. Xiao Ran slapped his thigh. Damn it! Then you might as well just possess me. Look around you, everything's precious. So now I'm supposed to keep living with a snake, a bald bird, and you, a half-dead necromancer? Like I'm running a charity. Xiao Ran? Besides, how am I supposed to find a wife? I'm a pure love warrior. You understand? Nüwa, the Golden-Winged Great Peng, and Yemi all stared at Xiao Ran with utterly bewildered expressions. After a moment, Xiao Ran waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. My life comes first. You take over. Chapter 136, the grand finale. Xiao Ran gave up trying to figure it out. In his current state, he truly had no other options. Though he did possess Nüwa's life substitution clay figurine, but he only had a limited number of substitutions. Once they were used up, his survival was far from guaranteed. To ensure his survival, to secure some measure of protection, agreeing to Yimei's terms now doesn't seem entirely unreasonable. Of course, the scene wasn't as steamy as Xiao Ran had imagined. After Nüwa unsealed Yimei, the remnants of Yimei's soul immediately surged toward Xiao Ran's location. Unlike the previous soul-stealing attempt, this time it was a true merging of souls. As if a gateway to a new world had opened for Xiao Ran. The soul fusion lasted only a few minutes. Xiao Ran discovered he could once again control his own body. When Xiao Ran finally opened his eyes, the scene before him finally came into view. The sky rolled backward. The oppressive weight of divine retribution, tangible as substance, weighed directly upon his shoulders. An unbearably painful sensation. However, Xiao Ran discovered that this oppressive aura was rapidly diminishing compared to before. Was rapidly diminishing. This signified that Yimei's method was reliable. Now, Yimei's soul was intertwined with his own, allowing Xiao Ran to easily sense Yimei's emotional fluctuations. Yet Xiao Ran's greatest adversary at this moment was the divine retribution before him, and the divine punishment seemed to pause for a moment, as if momentarily stunned. Then, the pressure in the sky began to gradually recede, until only thunderous roars remained. Clearly, the divine punishment had vanished, replaced instead by the thunder tribulation recognized by Nüwa and the Golden-Winged Great Peng. If I can just endure this lightning tribulation, and she would be safe. Upon seeing Xiao Ran awaken and gaze up at the sky, was instantly overcome with emotion. Brother Xiao Ran, are you awake? Are you okay? Hearing that familiar voice, Xiao Ran looked down below, to find Bai Chuchu and Lang Xiao below, both looking up at him. Bai Chuchu's eyes brimmed with joy, rejoicing that he was still alive, while Lang Xiao's gaze held a certain depth. A mix of confusion, anticipation, and even a hint of admiration? But now was no time to dwell on such matters. Under the might of the heavens, all external matters were completely cut off. In this realm, only Xiao Ran and the heavenly tribulation in the sky remained. Xiao Ran first gave Bai Chuchu a reassuring glance, then drew both daggers simultaneously, ready to confront the heavenly tribulation at any moment. The others all stared at the youth in the sky, who seemed like a god, utterly bewildered. Who was this youth? What was he doing? And was this S-rank instance mutated because of him? Was this youth the one who would conquer this instance? Countless questions swirled in the minds of those below, but unlike the others, 2MO stood there, his face frozen in disbelief, gazing at the youth in the sky. That once soaring aura of destiny had vanished by more than half in just a few minutes. Not only that, but even the original heavenly curse had transformed into a thunder tribulation. He was now utterly certain this youth was their target. Yet despite the sky's oppressive aura having weakened considerably compared to before, it remained far beyond his capacity to withstand. Perhaps only, as this thought crossed his mind, as if by some unspoken understanding, a figure darted past nearby at incredible speed. None other than the one 2MO had been longing for, the Golden-Winged Great Peng. Though the Golden-Winged Great Peng could somewhat counteract the heavenly might, it could only do so for a brief moment. The closer it drew to this place, the more it sensed the terror of the heavenly might. Perhaps relatively weaker creatures did not feel it as deeply, but for a being of its caliber, the sensation is most pronounced. When the Golden-Winged Great Peng arrived at the location, it stared blankly at the youth in the sky, its fists clenched tightly. It could sense that the youth had somehow erased the divine favor from its body, thereby transforming the divine retribution into a mere thunder tribulation, which was the best possible outcome for it. Had it been a heavenly punishment, the Golden-Winged Great Eagle would have had only a 30% chance of devouring this being of immense destiny while enduring the calamity. But now, with the heavenly punishment vanished and downgraded to a thunder tribulation, its chances of devouring the opponent soared to a full 90%. He need only wait until the other party had endured the thunder tribulation, regardless of whether they succeeded or failed. He could reap the benefits regardless. In that case, once he devours the other, and I could immediately take human form. The Golden-Winged Great Eagle glared at Xiao Ran in the sky, as if Xiao Ran were already his captive. While Xiao Ran, awaiting the thunder tribulation in the sky, naturally spotted the Golden-Winged Great Eagle below, and in the blink of an eye, the voice of that featherless Golden-Winged Great Eagle he had picked up reached him. Master, the one below is a fragment of my divine soul. Find a way, I must devour it. Hearing this, Xiao Ran's lips curved into a faint smile. Oh, a fragmented divine soul? What's in it for me? There's no direct benefit, but you'll gain combat strength. When the master ascends, even the chickens and dogs are lifted up, right? Isn't this just a simple favor? Xiao Ran was speechless. Good grief, this Golden-Winged Great Peng sure knows how to play up the emotional appeal. Got it. But for now, I'd better focus on facing this thunder tribulation. As the words fell, 3 silver-white bolts of lightning struck down from the sky with pinpoint accuracy. The thunderclaps were faint, as if devoid of any force, yet Xiao Ran dared not take it lightly. He instantly conjured his thunder armor, though he possessed the life-saving clay figures. This was his trump card. By conserving a few more clay substitutes, he could preserve some strength for his upcoming battle against the Golden-Winged Great Peng. He could preserve a fraction of his strength. 3 bolts of lightning struck Xiao Ran in the blink of an eye. After striking the thunder armor, the attack then transferred to Xiao Ran's body. They posed little threat. Not only that, but Xiao Ran even found it somewhat pleasurable. Thus, a full 8 silver-white bolts of lightning, each one blocked by Xiao Ran's thunder armor, and he even sensed that his physical strength had been tempered by the thunder tribulation, growing even more formidable, until the final bolt of lightning began to form in the sky. The originally silver-white lightning bolts seemed to converge, forming a single, deep crimson bolt. The sheer power radiating from it made Xiao Ran's scalp tingle at just a glance. This was the final lightning tribulation and the most powerful one. In an instant, the crimson lightning struck Xiao Ran directly. His thunder armor reacted like fire meeting water, began to sizzle and hiss, white smoke billowing upward. The thunder beast dwelling within the stars inside his body let out agonized howls at this very moment. Xiao Ran fared no better. His entire body felt like it was being seared by a red-hot branding iron. Yet this sensation came swiftly and faded just as quickly. It lasted only half a minute. Xiao Ran returned to normal. Not only that, but his body seemed forged through countless trials. A clear and tranquil power permeated his entire being. Xiao Ran's transformation wasn't particularly noticeable, or rather, it was an internal change. Yet the thunder armor formed by the thunder beast outside now seemed like utterly unstable matter. Blue and crimson thunder coiled relentlessly around Xiao Ran's form, until finally, the two distinct yet fundamentally related thunder energies began to gradually merge together, and the thunder armor on Xiao Ran's body began to undergo a tremendous transformation. Blue still dominated the bulk of Xiao Ran's form, while threads of crimson now adorned his helmet and limbs like intricate embroidery. The thunder armor, already exuding an air of nobility, now radiated an aura of overwhelming dominance, instantly intimidating everyone present, including the Golden-Winged Great Eagle. Afterward, Xiao Ran effortlessly defeated the Golden-Winged Great Eagle, the instigator of the Beast Tide, formerly the remnant soul of the Golden-Winged Great Eagle. After devouring it, Xiao Ran recovered fragments of its memories, which became part of his combat prowess. In this battle, Xiao Ran single-handedly dispelled the Beast Tide, ascending to become the ruler of the Longhua Alliance. His warriors, though humble, were each fierce and skilled in battle. Xiao Ran's prowess was undeniable, and his decisive actions made the privileged classes understand the meaning of equality. From that day forward, the Longhua Alliance became the coveted destination for all extraordinary practitioners worldwide. Every member took pride in belonging to the Longhua Alliance. The end.